Chapter 1, Saying the Most Hurtful Things. The sky was overcast, a fine drizzle falling steadily, the air thick with the damp scent of mud and wet rain. A black Maybach came to a smooth stop at the hospital entrance. A man stepped out first, quickly unfolding a large black umbrella before respectfully opening the rear door. A tall figure emerged, a man in a black overcoat, his grey-blue eyes piercing, features sharp and defined, with a high nose and thin lips, radiating an intense, commanding presence that drew attention the moment he appeared. The attendant immediately raised the umbrella over the man's head, careful not to let even a single drop touch him. Reporters who had been waiting outside the hospital surged forward like a tide, microphones and cameras thrust toward Fu Hanchuan. The lead reporter shouted over the others, desperate to be heard, "Sir Fu, how do you feel about Wen Yanyu attempting suicide after being rejected by you? Mr. Fu, why haven't you responded to Wen Yanyu's public declarations of love online? Do you already have someone else in mind? Mr. Fu, did you rush back from overseas specifically to visit Wen Yanyu upon hearing the news? Is it true, as rumored, that you actually have feelings for him? Mr. Fu, is there any possibility you and Wen Yanyu might end up together in the future?" A chorus of voices bombarded him, eager faces hungry for any scrap of scandal they could extract from the source himself. Faced with this onslaught, Fu Hanchuan's brow furrowed deeply. "I don't have a lover. I have no feelings for Wen Yanyu. There is no possibility between us, never in my life will I fall for him." His voice paused, then turned cold as ice. He tilted his head, his grey-blue eyes sweeping over the frenzied reporters with undisguised contempt. "But that doesn't give you the right to swarm here and ambush a sick person." He spoke slowly, deliberately, each word clear and cutting, sinking into every listener's ear. The naked disgust in his gaze, aimed at no one in particular yet evident to all, was laid bare without restraint. The reporters froze. With that, Fu Hanchuan turned away, walking inside the hospital alongside his bodyguard without looking back. The sharp smell of disinfectant filled the air. A few nurses chatted idly in the hallway. "That's Wen Yanyu in there. He looks better in person than online. So what if he's good-looking? Just a desperate loser, clinging to Mr. Fu like glue. Got rejected and faked a suicide attempt. TSK, such a waste of potential. I'll never understand these young people. Is love really worth destroying yourself over? Thank goodness specialists are involved now, otherwise, who knows what could have happened." Inside the room, Wen Yanyu leaned weakly against the bed, long, dark hair disheveled behind him. Hearing the nurses gossip beyond the door, his expression remained blank. He blinked slowly, dry eyes unresponsive, fingers fumbling until he finally unlocked his phone. Outside, the corridor fell suddenly silent. Wen Yanyu kept his head down, scrolling absently through the time. "Wen Yanyu." A voice, icy and sharp, cut through the air. He instinctively turned his head, only to meet a pair of eyes burning with fury. He froze. "Fu Hanchuan." The uncertainty lingered in his voice. At the moment he entered, Fu Hanchuan had intended to say something, but the words choked in his throat, swallowed back violently. The boy on the bed was striking in feature, deep-toned facial lines made more vivid by the red tear mole beneath his eye. Yet his once jet-black hair now held streaks of stark white, scattered like frost among the dark locks, painfully conspicuous. The cold, sterile light from above washed over him, lending an unnatural translucence to his appearance, as though he might vanish from the world at any moment. A look that should have seemed rebellious or edgy somehow looked fragile instead, broken under the pallor of his deathly complexion. His gaze, hazy and unfocused, carried a faint aura of lifelessness, an emptiness so palpable it stirred a shiver in anyone who met it. Fu Hanchuan avoided that hollow stare, his voice tight with barely restrained anger. "Don't use your suffering to manipulate me. I will never be with you. The only person you're hurting is yourself." Wen Yanyu merely murmured an absent in response, then lapsed back into silence, staring blankly ahead. Dead silence stretched between them. Fu Hanchuan pressed his lips together, then added coldly, "Wen Yanyu, stop causing me trouble." Wen Yanyu lowered his head. "I know. It won't happen again. It was my mistake. I caused you inconvenience. I'm sorry." Surprised by how easily he agreed, Fu Hanchuan relaxed slightly and added, "I'll arrange someone to oversee your follow-up treatment, but only this once. After this, we have no connection beyond work. I will never like you, not in this lifetime. Don't let yourself entertain pointless delusions." Wen Yanyu remained silent, head still bowed. Just as expected, Fu Hanchuan thought, his eyes darkening. He added carelessly, "Wen Yanyu, the only reason I tolerated you for so long was because I thought we were on decent terms. But if you remain this stubborn," Fu Hanchuan paused, then spoke in a calmer tone, "you won't want to find out what I'm capable of." Wen Yanyu let out a faint head still lowered. "You don't have to worry. What happened before, won't happen again. This matter has nothing to do with you, it was their misunderstanding. I won't bother you anymore." Wen Yanyu lifted his gaze to look at him. He blinked slowly, as if seeing the man before him, yet also as if seeing nothing at all, just an empty, lifeless void. "If I ever bother you again," Wen Yanyu said, expression utterly calm, so relaxed it sounded like he was discussing the weather, "you can kill me, or make me disappear. Either is fine. The air suddenly turned still. Fu Hanchuan stared at Wen Yanyu for a long moment, then let out a cold laugh. In clipped, precise words, he said, "I hope you keep your word." Surrounded by bodyguards, he walked out of the hospital. Seeing the swarm of reporters outside, Wen Yanyu immediately stepped forward on his own. Fu Hanchuan noticed his movement and abruptly blocked him, voice sharp with irritation. "What are you doing now?" Wen Yanyu froze for a second, then pulled his hat lower over his head. "I'll clarify things with them. This really has nothing to do with you. I know I've caused you trouble, now that there are reporters here, I should clear it up." Fu Hanchuan was stunned. But Wen Yanyu had already reached the reporters. The noisy crowd fell silent upon hearing their exchange. Just as someone was about to speak, Wen Yanyu manually adjusted the microphone handed to him. "Hello, I'm Wen Yanyu. I'd like to clarify one thing. My recent disappearance and hospitalization weren't because of Mr. Fu, they were due to my personal affairs. I'd like to thank the few girls who reported me missing that day. But this truly has nothing to do with Mr. Fu. Please stop morally pressuring him. He has no obligation to take care of me. It was only because of my shameless attempts to cling to him that those online rumors started. Mr. Fu is an exceptionally good person. He's helped me a great deal. But I don't like him anymore, and I won't repeat what I did before." Raindrops fell on his face. Wen Yanyu's complexion was deathly pale. He tightened the coat around himself and earnestly explained to the stunned reporters before him. "I hope you all will stop linking me with him. If anyone wants to criticize or attack someone, direct it at Wen Yanyu. I'll accept every word, but don't drag Fu Hanchuan or any other innocent person into this." When he finished speaking, absolute silence blanketed the area. Wen Yanyu handed the microphone back to the reporter. Then he walked back among the bodyguards. "I'm sorry to trouble you, but please take me home." "Thank you." Fu Hanchuan pressed his lips together, his expression complex as he watched Wen Yanyu, trying to tuck his white streaked hair deeper into his hat, clearly emaciated beneath the oversized coat, and quietly murmured to the driver, "Let's go." Chapter 2 Wen Yanyu, you will live 100 years. Host Wen Yanyu, welcome home. A toneless mechanical voice sounded in his ear. Wen Yanyu opened his eyes in the bathtub, staring at the Q-style asteroid border collie floating in midair before him. Your cycle of reincarnations has ended. You will no longer be controlled by the storyline. Once the plot of this world concludes completely, you will be free. Free. He remained indifferent to the system's words. Wen Yanyu lifted his gaze and asked, "Where are my parents and my younger sister?" The puppy in midair clearly hesitated, avoiding the boy's hollow stare. "I'm sorry. I can only send you to this point in time. Your family and past were part of a story bug, now corrected. I cannot bring them back for you. But besides the reward of breaking free from the storyline, you've also obtained the abilities of the minor characters you once portrayed. Though greatly weakened, these powers will certainly make your life more convenient. This is additional compensation for your efforts in playing those roles." The voice remained cold and mechanical. Wen Yanyu tilted his head back, staring at the cold ceiling above. Since he was 7 years old, there had been a book in his mind, a male lead-centric, power fantasy novel where the protagonist gradually seized control. As a child, he didn't understand what that book meant. All he knew was that one character in it shared his name, Wen Yanyu. The only difference was that the fictional Wen Yanyu had no family. So until adulthood, he never took the book seriously. But everything changed in his 3rd year of middle school. His parents and sister disappeared under mysterious circumstances. He searched every possible place, but found nothing. Only he remembered they had ever existed. Even his closest friends began to forget him. For an entire year, everyone treated him as a madman, so much so that he eventually started believing it himself. Until he saw Fu Hanchuan on television, the same name as the novel's protagonist, the same fate unfolding identically. Familiar characters emerged one after another, along with well-known plotlines. And he was merely a disposable side character in the story, Wen Yanyu, the clingy male foil who died in a car accident. A background figure brushed over in mere sentences, whose death was exploited by the antagonist to stir public outrage against the protagonist. So he didn't need a family, a past, or even a future. Nor could he fulfill his dream of becoming a doctor and saving lives. He did everything to get into Capital Medical University, hoping to defy the plot, but ultimately, he could do nothing but allow the storyline to manipulate him into entering the entertainment industry. Like a marionette, appearing at designated moments, dying when required, fulfilling his role. Sometimes he could control his body, sometimes he couldn't. He tried desperately to escape the narrative, attempting countless methods. During this time, the protagonist became his friend, kind to him, genuinely kind. Unwilling to let his final death become a blade that harmed the other, he craved freedom. So in moments of clarity, he attempted suicide, to resist the script. The result was obvious, he failed. Instead, he was forcibly bound by an unknown system and thrown into endless worlds, playing the role of minor characters doomed to die. Again and again, unable to control himself, always meeting death. From initial confusion, rage, fear, breakdown, to eventual numbness, he accepted his fate as just another disposable pawn. That's how it was meant to be. Though somewhat fortunate, he was only a minor character, some lasting 2 years, others less than 2 hours. All told, he might have cycled through barely a century. Water splashed steadily within the bathroom. Wen Yanyu leaned halfway back in the tub, warm water covering his shoulders and neck, comforting, soothing, like being wrapped in a mother's embrace. The scar that once nearly tore him apart, the one he carried back from countless cycles, spread open across his waist. In mission worlds, beyond normal deaths, he had suffered brutal killings repeatedly, through supernatural horrors, apocalypses, natural disasters, infinite loops, ordinary realms. All those abilities and pains came back with him. Whether this was a reward or punishment, he wasn't sure. But then again, who was he? Just a minor character. His sole purpose, advancing the plot, then dying. The little dog floated in midair. I'm about to leave now. Wen Yanyu looked up, extending his hand toward it. The pup walked over skillfully, rubbing affectionately against his palm. Host, remember to eat meals on time. If you can't eat, at least drink something. Don't fall asleep in the bathtub, use a blanket if you must, cover your stomach. Never sleep submerged. Take painkillers sparingly. If you feel faint, call a friend. Don't force yourself to endure. Live well. Take care of yourself. For once, the cold mechanical voice showed a hint of emotion. Wen Yanyu listened quietly, then gently stroked the warm little body. After dragging me around for so long, you must feel something, right? Before you leave, just tell me, how many more years do I have left? When's my final car crash? Let me plan my retirement a little ahead of time. Wen Yanyu asked calmly, his jet black hair gradually fading to gray before visible eyes. The puppy froze midair, stared at him for a long while. After an eternity, the mechanical voice vanished, replaced by a distorted, hoarse male tone. Wen Yanyu, you will live 100 years. The pup pressed a kiss to his forehead, warmth lingered for an instant, then both touch and voice dissolved into nothing. Goodbye. Dazed, Wen Yanyu realized the little dog that had accompanied him across countless worlds was already gone. Leaving only to curse me one last time. What a damn awful dog. Wen Yanyu gave a bitter smile and sank back into the water. His consciousness grew hazy. Wen Yanyu closed his eyes, wondering where exactly he had heard that voice before. He lay in the warm current, nestled in imagined embraces, drifting slowly into sleep within a freedom too blurred to distinguish from illusion. Wen Yanyu has been rescued. Wen Yanyu Fuhanchuan. Wen Yanyu stalker mode activated. Seriously, this Wen Yanyu never stops causing drama. Isn't he tired? If you want to climb the social ladder, at least know your place. So pathetic and disgusting. If I were Fu Hanchuan, I'd be sickened. Still, picking him up from the hospital really shows Fu Hanchuan's character. No wonder he's already running the at such a young age, he's got real grace and vision. As a longtime fan, it's exhausting. I can't believe such a promising kid turned out like this. He held a top-tier spot for years after debuting, but now he's ruined himself completely. Honestly feels like he's been body-snatched. Sigh, Wen Yanyu really hits my type physically, his debut stage had me completely mesmerized. So why on earth is he fixated on a man who doesn't like him back? Yuck, no matter what, it's just gross. How can someone like men like that? Wen Yanyu told reporters he doesn't like Fu Hanchuan anymore. Who buys that? Not me. All his tricks failed, so now he's playing hard to get. Wen Yanyu squandered such a golden opportunity. With that face and connections, he could have stayed at the top forever. But no, he had to publicly pursue Fu Hanchuan, then keep stalking him even after being clearly rejected. He literally self-destructed. Sigh. I genuinely supported him once. Seeing how pale he looked at the hospital entrance, I still feel a pang of sorrow. Just don't understand what's going on in that kid's head. Online discussions about Wen Yanyu never ceased. Cold mockery and scorn nearly drowned out every post on Wen Yanyu's social accounts. Chapter 3 Asking myself if I can let go. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood. Little bunny. Open the door for me. Hurry up and open it. I want to come in. A chilling male voice hummed the nursery rhyme with a faint laugh. Help me. I want to go home. The sobbing grew louder. Vision blurred at first, then slowly cleared. Blood and remains were scattered across the floor. At the center, a young man lay chained by the neck, bright crimson blood continuously spilling from his abdomen, the deep gash across his waist nearly exposing the bone beneath. It hurts, save me, it hurts, please let me go home. Please, let me go, it hurts, I want to go home. I want to go home. The boy's face was deathly pale. Fresh tears streamed down, washing over the dried trails on his cheeks. His eyes were swollen and red. Again and again he struggled to crawl away, only to be yanked back each time by the one holding the chain. From the darkness came a low chuckle, followed by the soft repetition of the same lyrics, "Little bunny, don't cry." The clinking of chains against the floor, the dripping of blood, the eerie lullaby, mingled with weak cries for mercy. Desperate. Hollow. The view drew closer. The boy's face finally came into focus. Wen Yanyu. Fu Hanchuan's pupils constricted sharply. He jolted awake with a gasp. The group beside him, who had been chatting and drinking, jumped in surprise. Whoa, what happened? Shen Huainan jerked, spilling half his drink. Possessed by Wen Yanyu now. The soothing music and scent of alcohol in the private room pricked at his nerves. Gradually, sensation returned to his numb limbs. Fu Hanchuan's heart pounded wildly. His mind went blank. The icy sharpness of his features was entirely overtaken by fear. You just shouted, Wen Yanyu. Wan Haihui raised an eyebrow, recalling the rumors of their past relationship and that mysterious phone call earlier. Teasing, he added, you're not falling for him, are you? If you like him, just say yes already. Why drag it out like this? Still dazed from the nightmare, Fu Hanchuan instinctively frowned and snapped, I don't like men. Seeing Fu Hanchuan's shaken state, the others exchanged glances, each catching the amusement in the other's eyes. Shen Huainan grinned cheerfully. Ah, old Fu, honestly, Wen Yanyu isn't bad-looking. And he nearly died for you. Don't be so cold-hearted. That Wen Yanyu had repeatedly declared his love publicly, always rejected yet never giving up, this was the first time they'd ever seen Fu Hanchuan helpless over someone, actually panicked like this. They couldn't outshine him in career, but finally spotting a weak spot. Naturally, they had to take advantage and tease him. Just a dream. Fu Hanchuan closed his eyes and pressed his temples. His back was soaked with cold sweat, the shirt clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Hearing their words, his expression turned sour. No way. Never mention his name in front of me again, it's disgusting. Shen Huainan laughed. Truly heartless. Fu Hanchuan slipped on his coat and stood up to leave. Gu Fengyao's teasing eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly joked, if you really hate him that much, how about letting me have some fun? He's actually my type. I'll save you the trouble. Fu Hanchuan froze mid-step by the door. The image of Wen Yanyu broken and pleading flashed once more before his eyes. His chest burned with fire. Sudden bursts of agitation erupted inside him. Gu Fengyao. His voice darkened, rough and heavy with anger. Wen Yanyu is a person, not your toy. Stay away from him. Don't you dare joke about things like that. Gu Fengyao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Noticing Fu Hanchuan's uncharacteristic reaction, Shen Huainan nudged Gu's glass, signaling him to stop. The door slammed shut. Fu Hanchuan's figure vanished. Shen Huainan and Gu Fengyao exchanged looks. What the hell was that about? Finally cracked under work pressure. TSK. How did these two end up like this anyway? They used to be. Enough. Drink your wine. Wan Haihui observed every flicker of emotion on Fu Hanchuan's face, sipped his wine silently with a knowing smile. The next morning, when Yanyu woke to piercing pain and the ringing of a phone. The water in the bathtub had gone completely cold. His phone vibrated violently beside the tub. When Yanyu remained expressionless, wiping away fresh blood oozing from his nostrils, leaning back against the porcelain rim for a long while before finally reaching for the device and softly pressing answer. On the other end, the woman sniffled upon hearing the connection, then spoke in a trembling voice, Xiao Wen, how are you feeling? When Yanyu rinsed the blood off his hand, switched to speakerphone. Lan Jie, don't worry, I'm fine now. You poor kid, even if he doesn't like you, you shouldn't do something so reckless, she said, her voice cracking. There was a sound of tissues being pulled, she was wiping away tears. Fu Hanchuan only helped you a few times, how did you end up liking him so much? You're still young. We'll meet so many people in life. No, don't do anything foolish. You haven't even attended my wedding yet. You said you'd be the godfather of my future child. The woman on the other end choked on her sobs. When Yanyu sighed inwardly, helpless. After being forcibly pulled into the entertainment industry by the plot, the company had assigned Li Lan as his agent. He was her first client. Their ages were close, and knowing that he had no parents, Li Lan had always taken special care of him, treating him like a younger brother. Li Lan didn't know what had truly happened to him. She simply believed he was hopelessly in love with Fu Hanchuan, which was why he'd made those public confessions. Society might be open online, but public opinion toward same-sex relationships was still far from accepting. And he was a public figure. This had caused massive repercussions. She'd pleaded with him countless times not to ruin his future, but nothing had worked. Lan Jie, don't worry. I don't like Fu Hanchuan anymore. I won't chase after him in the future. You're lying to me. Not long ago, He had swallowed pills deep in the mountains. If it hadn't been for a group of female college students on an adventure who found him, there would have been no chance of survival, so remote, so isolated, and with poison in his system. Staying in that desolate mountain with death in mind, Clearly, he'd been determined to die. Lilan couldn't hold back another sob. Her feelings toward Wen Yanyu were complicated. He was her first newcomer. She had watched him rise to fame, watched him win over countless fans, and then watched him become obsessed with someone he shouldn't love, someone who nearly cost him his life. She knew agents weren't supposed to get too emotionally involved with their artists, but Wen Yanyu, who called her Jia every day, who seemed both fragile and strong, was different in her eyes. The outside world claimed Wen Yanyu was chasing status, craving exposure. But she knew better. The money he'd earned over the past 2 years, he'd donated almost all of it, keeping only a small portion for basic living expenses. She couldn't understand why, if he truly didn't like Fu Hanchuan, if his eyes were filled only with pain, if he didn't crave fans' admiration or wealth, he still forced himself to stay in this industry. Wen Yanyu spoke slowly, calmly, "It's true, Lan Jia. I've finally come to terms with it. When I signed the contract with the company, it was for 5 years. There are still over 2 years left. I just want to earn a bit more money during that time, then retire and live a peaceful life." "Lilan, you're serious?" "I've thought it through." Wen Yanyu gave a soft laugh. "Don't worry about me. I really am okay now. After all, I still need to be your family representative at your wedding. I'm planning to save up and buy a small courtyard in the countryside, grow some flowers, and spend the rest of my days in peace. Jia, help me find gigs, okay? I haven't saved much yet." Lilan sobbed, wiping her tears. "Okay. Rest well these next few days. I'll start looking into new jobs for you. As soon as I find something, I'll send it over." "All right." The call ended. Wen Yanyu changed into clean clothes and stood before the mirror. His gaze slowly lifted. The reflection showed a face unnaturally pale, almost sickly. The red mole at the corner of his eye stood out like the only trace of color in a fading world. His eyes, meant to be seductive, romantic peach blossoms, were heavy with unshakable exhaustion. His dark pupils, barely perceptible to the naked eye, were gradually losing their luster, draining of all color. Wen Yanyu let out a soft sigh, gently touching the strands of hair that had almost completely turned white. A flicker of helplessness passed across his face. "I should find time to dye my hair, and cut it short while I'm at it." Chapter 4 You Won't Die on Me. Night stretched like ink across the sky. The car window was half open, distant neon lights flickering in the haze. A cool evening breeze swept into the vehicle. Fu Hanchuan pressed his thin lips tightly together, struggling to suppress the irritation and unease gnawing at his heart. Ever since he'd seen Wen Yanyu at the hospital that one time, he'd been dreaming about him every night for nearly a week. Sometimes it was Wen Yanyu crying, begging to go home, other times, it was endless visions of the boy's death, each more vivid than the last. He knew they were only dreams, but the look on Wen Yanyu's face, broken, desperate, pleading to die, left him drenched in cold sweat upon waking. Every time, his first instinct was to call and make sure the boy was still alive. Once, half asleep and disoriented, he'd already gotten into a car heading toward Wen Yanyu's place. He tried convincing himself it was just shock from how Wen looked in the hospital, that's why the nightmares came, why his reactions were so intense. But deep down, he knew that wasn't who he was. Fu Hanchuan shut his eyes tightly, frustrated. "I must be losing my mind. There's no way I like Wen Yanyu. Since when had Wen Yanyu begun affecting him this much?" Thinking back to their first meeting, Fu Hanchuan's expression grew complex. He would never forget how Wen pulled him out of that car, murmuring random stories into his ear, refusing to let him slip into unconsciousness. If Wen hadn't caused him so much trouble afterward, perhaps they could have remained good friends. But now? Impossible. The cool night air flowed through the car as Fu Hanchuan gazed at the riverside scenery outside, his mood slowly settling. Then his gaze caught a figure along the riverbank. He froze. His heart skipped an inexplicable beat. "Stop the car." The driver slammed the brakes and pulled smoothly to the roadside, barely having time to ask what happened before Fu Hanchuan flung the door open and jumped out. Wen Yanyu was lazily leaning against the railing, strands of white hair slipping from beneath his hood like 2 snow-white rabbits swaying in the wind. He held the medicine bag he'd finally managed to get from the hospital, blissfully closing his eyes. So comfortable. How long had it been since he felt this free? Couldn't remember. Just as he savored the evening breeze, a sudden force seized his waist, yanking him violently into someone's arms, both crashing to the ground. "Wen Yanyu. What the hell do you think you're doing?" An enraged shout thundered in his ear. The arm around his waist trembled slightly. The familiar scent of bitter sandalwood filled his nose. Wen blinked in confusion. Fu Hanchuan. Seeing that blank stare, Fu Hanchuan's fury only intensified. Who else would it be? "You crazy bastard. What are you trying to pull, standing here at midnight? Causing me trouble again? Wen Yanyu. Haven't you learned your lesson last time? Do you really want to die that badly?" The more he yelled, the angrier he became, his voice practically grinding between clenched teeth. Then his gaze flickered past the boy's hood, catching sight of the white strands spilling out, and he abruptly froze. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Wen instinctively tried to struggle free. But Fu wouldn't loosen his grip. Instead, his arms tightened, then with one smooth motion, he hoisted the boy over his shoulder. Suspended in midair, feet abruptly off the ground. "What are you doing?" Wen gasped, panicking as he reflexively wrapped his arms around the man's neck, terrified of being dropped. Fu's face remained livid, his knuckles whitening as he clamped down on Wen's waist, securing him firmly on his shoulder. With no leverage and no way down, Wen couldn't stop trembling. Is he going to take revenge on me? Once that thought clicked, he stopped resisting altogether. The weight on his shoulder was absurdly light compared to before. Fu's eyes darkened. He said nothing, jaw clenched, and unceremoniously shoved the boy into the car. "Drive." The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, then silently shut his mouth. Work principle: speak less, do more, follow orders, earn well. Wen rubbed his sore waist and cautiously asked, "Where are we going?" Fu died. Nanquan didn't even look at him. Wen didn't push further. He retied the medicine bag and tucked it carefully into his chest pocket. This medicine took so much effort to obtain, he couldn't afford to lose it. The car moved farther and farther from the city center. Wen pressed his lips together. "Fu Hanchuan, where exactly are we going? I have things to do tomorrow." Fu finally turned, his eyes glacial as they pinned the boy. "What were you doing at the riverside just now?" For a moment, Wen looked genuinely bewildered. Then he answered instinctively, "I was just enjoying the breeze." Was he supposed to fish barehanded? The air turned thick. Fu Hanchuan gritted his teeth. "Wen Yanyu, do you take me for a fool?" "Wen." The car wound its way through a villa district, turning corner after corner before finally stopping. Wen looked up at the familiar surroundings outside the window. Why did he bring me here again? Fu opened the car door, effortlessly hoisted the still dazed boy onto his shoulder once more, and strode toward the villa. "Wen, I can walk on my own, you know." "Fu, shut up." The door slammed heavily behind them. The housekeeper, busy cleaning, paused mid-motion, her expression blanking for a second at the bizarre sight. Countless plotlines from novels he'd read flashed through his mind, and he dutifully replied, "Mr. Fu, should I cook an extra dinner for you?" Fu Hanchuan set the person down from his shoulder and nodded, ordering, "Make some porridge and a few light dishes, something easy to digest." The housekeeper nodded and walked into the kitchen. The hood had long since slipped off during the ride, revealing Wen Yanyu's hair, a mix of white strands and a few remaining black ones, strange and surreal. Fu Hanchuan's expression darkened. "Listen to me. Don't even think about dying." He paused, then added, "I won't be with you, nor will I love you. But I won't let you die. Wen Yanyu, don't you dare make me owe you another life." Days of pent-up emotion poured out in cold words, impossible to tell whether it was anger or fear that weighed heavier. Completely bewildered by the other's actions, Wen Yanyu replayed the scene in his head. Having spent 2 years with the man, he knew deep down that Fu Hanchuan wasn't heartless. After reconsidering everything, he finally realized, this wasn't revenge. Wen Yanyu lifted his long lashes, slightly frowning. "I was just standing there enjoying the breeze. You really misunderstood." Fu Hanchuan remained silent, but his eyes radiated clear disbelief, as if saying, "Have you already forgotten what you've done?" Wen Yanyu waved the medicine bag in his hand. "This is the medicine I just got from the hospital today. And Lanjia asked me to go to the company tomorrow to sign a variety show contract. If I wanted to die, would I still bother with any of this?" Fu Hanchuan froze for a moment, studying him intently before turning his head away, unnaturally. "Just eat first." "Okay." Wen Yanyu lowered his head in response. At the dining table, Wen Yanyu glanced around at the familiar decor he'd once arranged himself, silently wondering why the male lead hadn't moved out yet or thrown anything away. He quietly scooped up the porridge, bringing spoonful after spoonful to his mouth. After only a few bites, his stomach began to churn. Under Fu Hanchuan's unrelenting gaze from across the table, Wen Yanyu kept his expression unchanged and continued eating, pretending to enjoy the meal. "What happened to your hair? Why did it suddenly turn white like this?" Fu Hanchuan broke the silence. Wen Yanyu's hand stilled. Without changing his expression, he said, "The front turned a little white. I thought the color looked nice, so I bleached the rest." Fu Hanchuan stared at the boy's starkly contrasting black and white hair, and at his wrists and neck, so pale they revealed every faint blue vein beneath. His brows tightened tightly. Finally, he forced out a single sentence through gritted teeth. "It's inauspicious. Dye it back soon." Wen Yanyu murmured noncommittally. After barely finishing the meal, his stomach roiled violently. Wen Yanyu set down his spoon and, before Fu Hanchuan could speak, quickly opened his mouth. "Mr. Fu, you've done so much for me. It was wrong of me to develop feelings I shouldn't have, and to bring you such trouble." Wen Yanyu paused. He knew his own story was too bizarre, something etched into his very being, impossible to explain. No one would believe him anyway. Since the other man already loathed him, and since he didn't intend to stay in his life, he decided to blur the truth with fiction. Maybe after dying once, I've seen things more clearly now. Those inappropriate thoughts are gone. I may not be able to repay you right now, but I'll find a way to pay back everything I owe you. You can rest assured, I won't trouble you again. If you want me to disappear from your sight, I'll do it immediately. If you ever need me, just call. If not, I promise I'll never appear before you again. When he finished speaking, Wen Yanyu added weakly, so, when can I go home? I want to go home. Hearing those exact words, the same as in his dreams, Fu Hanchuan froze. He didn't know which sentence had pierced through his nerves, but a strange heaviness settled in his chest. His eyes darkened, fingers clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. For a long while, silence stretched. Thank you for the meal. Wen Yanyu rose, preparing to slip away on his own. It's too late now. Stay in the guest room tonight. I'll have the driver take you home tomorrow. Fu Hanchuan's voice came out hoarse. Chapter 5 Fu Hanchuan, you should hate me. Gagging sounds echoed from the third-floor bathroom. Wen Yanyu's eyes were wet and red. It took him a long time before he trembled and pressed the flush button on the toilet. The rush of water carried away the stark redness inside the bowl. His brain swam with dizziness from blood loss, his face pale and streaked with tears brought on by sheer physical agony. Hair soaked in cold sweat clung to the sides of his face. Wen Yanyu barely managed to push himself up, only to collapse again, curling into a ball and clutching his abdomen tightly. It hurt so much. The pain had started the moment he returned, relentless throughout his body. It eased slightly during his nap at noon, but came roaring back with full force by evening. He'd gone to the hospital hoping for some painkillers, only to be recognized by the doctor. After inspecting his wounds, the doctor reluctantly prescribed something. Thinking of the look in that doctor's eyes, Wen Yanyu let out a faint, helpless sigh. The shadows left by that world were too deep, no matter how hard the system tried to heal him, it had failed every time. In the end, they could only stabilize him enough to keep him alive. Wiping the tears from his face, Wen Yanyu tore open 2 pills from the medicine box. There was no water nearby, and he didn't have the strength to go find any. He shoved both pills into his mouth, crushing them between his teeth. Bitterness instantly flooded his tongue. It took ages to swallow the gritty, bitter and blood-tinged powder. Then, forcing himself upright, he set the alarm for 4 in the morning before crawling into the bathtub beside him. At dawn, the alarm went off. Wen Yanyu struggled to open his eyes, reached out to shut it off, and slowly pulled himself out of the tub. Leaning heavily on the sink, he rinsed his face and brushed his teeth. His legs trembled uncontrollably from being curled all night. He shook his head and pushed himself up, then opened the door, ready to sneak out before Fu Hanchuan woke. Peeking out, glancing around, stepping toward the front door. Wen Yanyu. What are you sneaking around for so early in the morning? A lazy voice drifted from behind him, making the tips of his ears tingle. Wen Yanyu flinched, froze mid-step, and turned gently. His beautiful peach blossom eyes carried a hint of guilt. Good morning. Fu Hanchuan stood at the foot of the stairs, wearing black loungewear with the top buttons undone, revealing a glimpse of his firm chest. Possibly due to his mixed heritage, his frame was exceptionally tall and imposing, just standing there exuded pressure. Wen Yanyu stayed silent. So did Fu Hanchuan, simply staring at him. Their eyes met. Wen Yanyu looked down. I woke up. I want to go home. It's 30 kilometers from here to downtown. Are you planning to fly back on those 2 legs? Fu Hanchuan crossed his arms, sleeves rolled halfway up his elbows, his gray-blue eyes locked onto Wen Yanyu, showing not a flicker of emotion. But after 2 years together, Wen Yanyu knew, he was furious. He lowered his gaze, twisting his fingertips. I'll take a taxi. A taxi? Fu Hanchuan sneered. You think you can just hail one around here? Are you really staying at my place for the first time? After eating half a meal last night, do you plan to pass out from low blood sugar halfway, or should I just call an ambulance, or maybe a hearse, for you? Wen Yanyu fell silent. Fu Hanchuan coldly tossed over his shoulder, come back and sit. Wait for breakfast. Then he turned and walked into the kitchen. Okay, Wen Yanyu murmured weakly, tiptoeing back to the living room sofa, occasionally peeking at the man bustling in the kitchen. Since when did the male lead learn to cook? He got his answer soon enough. Wen Yanyu looked at the few pieces of fried egg on his plate, still vaguely recognizable in shape, then at Fu Hanchuan's plate, where the eggs were burnt beyond recognition. He ventured carefully, want to switch? Fu Hanchuan scowled. Eat your food. Don't talk to me. They sat a short distance apart. Head down, Wen Yanyu chewed through the overly salty eggs, a freshly warmed slice of bread beside them. Halfway through, his mouth felt dry. He picked up his glass of milk and took 2 sips, then suddenly stilled, staring at the bottom of the cup where 4 sugar cubes hadn't yet fully dissolved. Exactly 4. Fu Hanchuan swallowed his inedible breakfast in a few bites, gulped down some soy milk, then lifted his gaze to Wen Yanyu, who was still lost in thought. Seeing that the other had finished eating, his long, well-defined fingers lightly tapped the table. Wen Yanyu looked up. Only then did Fu Hanchuan speak. Starting today, you're not allowed to participate in any dangerous activities. I've cancelled all those shitty gigs you signed up for, I'll pay the penalties, and I'll cover whatever money you were supposed to get. The apartment you're living in, I'll buy it for you. You don't need to move. But you're not allowed to accept interviews from any media, and you must never mention my name in public again. From today on, we have nothing to do with each other. The tone was forceful, allowing no room for negotiation. Wen Yanyu stared at him, dazed. Why? You're still helping me? Fu Hanchuan pressed his lips together and turned his gaze away. You saved my life. This is my debt to you, I'm paying it off. Seeing that the other remained silent, Fu Hanchuan slowly shifted his eyes back to him. How many times have you dragged me into public scrutiny now? You know it better than anyone. This is your debt to me. If you don't comply, I have other ways to make you. Wen Yanyu, don't mistake me for some kind man. Fu Hanchuan's eyes lifted slightly, faint irritation flashing across them, his voice bone-chillingly cold, the threat unmistakable. Wen Yanyu stared at the man before him, his heartbeat suddenly slow, heavy, almost painful. A sharp, searing ache surged through him, both from the wound in his abdomen and from somewhere deeper inside his chest. He couldn't tell where the pain truly came from anymore. He was cannon fodder, an obstacle on the male lead's path to success, yet also the one who had unintentionally grown close to him. He couldn't control his own body. Over and over, he became nothing but trouble. His final death had been exploited by the male lead's rival, used to launch a wave of public attacks. Aside from the initial car accident, he had become the greatest hindrance on Fu Hanchuan's journey. He'd hated that book. Hated the plot. Even hated the man standing before him. Why must I be controlled by this storyline? Why, just when I'd nearly broken free and was finally chasing my dream, did fate force me to give up again? Why does my death exist only to serve your narrative? Yet the moment he truly saw the other, saw Fu Hanchuan, half dead after the crash, he hadn't hesitated. Even though he knew the protagonist wouldn't die, the story wouldn't allow it, his Hippocratic oath still rang loud in his heart. He couldn't stand by and watch someone suffer permanent injury. He couldn't let this golden boy fall into ruin simply because the script demanded it. He couldn't let Fu Hanchuan share his own tragic fate, manipulated and destroyed by the plot. So he fought against it. He wanted to see if this world would show mercy to the so-called protagonist. Maybe it was because he was a medical student. Or maybe because the male lead really was the center of the story. Either way, he succeeded. That part of the plot changed, Fu Hanchuan never became disabled. But that one act of salvation bound the other to him completely. 2 years of living together, witnessing Fu Hanchuan's quiet gestures and subtle habits, how could he possibly resent him now? He could never hurt this person without carrying unbearable guilt. The only true friend he had when he was fully conscious. Yet he still couldn't control his own body. Again and again, he repeated the same actions as in the original story, dragging Fu Hanchuan into storm after storm of public outrage. He saw the disgust in those eyes, the pain of betrayal. All he could do was hate himself for still being alive. The milk with sugar cubes dissolved was sweet, almost cloying, a taste from childhood, his mother's small kindness. After she left, no one remembered. I'm sorry. Wen Yanyu choked back sobs, bending forward as soft cries escaped him, blood-tinted liquid trickling from the corners of his mouth. The faint coldness in Fu Hanchuan's eyes froze, then shattered instantly into panic and helplessness. Chapter 6. From now on, let's not have anything more to do with each other. BGM, bit by bit. Fu Hanchuan's tongue felt stiff, unable to form the words. Before him, the man clutched his abdomen, hand pressed over his mouth, yet bright red blood still seeped through his fingers. Fu Hanchuan froze for a second. Then, like an afterimage burned into his retina, that blinding red spread across his vision. A crushing wave of fear surged through him, flooding every inch of his body. Yen. Fu Hanchuan shot up from his seat, lunging forward and catching the collapsing figure just as he began to slide off the chair. He frantically scooped him up, hands trembling as he wiped away the oozing blood in panic. Wen Yanyu's face had gone deathly pale. He wanted to explain what was happening, but the pain in his stomach was too severe, every attempt to speak dissolved into groans. The unease in his heart had now been fully confirmed. What did you eat? Fu Hanchuan stared at the relentless flow of blood, his voice rising sharply. What did you eat? Wen Yanyu. Answer me. What did you eat? Wen Yanyu gasped for air. The stabbing pain in his stomach and chest churned violently, making the blood surge uncontrollably from his throat. Looking at the man before him, frantic, desperate, he instinctively tried to reach out, wanting to comfort him, to tell him it would be okay, that he wouldn't die. As long as the story wasn't over, he couldn't die. He wanted to apologize for having disrupted this man's life. He wanted to ask Fu Hanchuan, why? Why do you still care about me, after everything I've done to hurt you? Why don't you hate me? Why don't you retaliate like everyone else? Why won't you use me to vent your anger? You owe me nothing. You should hate me. Staring into those gray-blue eyes clouded with panic and worry, emotions surged uncontrollably within him. Sharp pain stabbed through his chest. Surrounded by endless bitterness, he could neither escape nor breathe. His heart ached, sour and raw. Every breath tasted bitter. Tears rolled heavily down his cheeks. Fu Hongchuan. I'm just a disposable character in your story. I'm the one who hurt you. You should hate me. Blood rose in his throat, only to be choked back by coughing. He couldn't utter a single word. Overwhelmed by despair, he sobbed helplessly, consciousness beginning to fade under the excruciating pain. I'm taking you to the hospital. Come on, we're going to the hospital. Fu Hongchuan's face turned pale, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Knowing he couldn't drive in this state, he grabbed his phone from the table, flipping desperately through his contacts until he found the name. The moment the call connected, he practically roared, Wan Haihui. Get here with your car, now. Wan Haihui, just woken by the ringing phone, had initially been annoyed. But hearing the urgency in Fu Hongchuan's voice, sleep vanished instantly. He bolted out of bed, threw on some clothes, and rushed out. Fu Hongchuan was known for his cold demeanor. Seeing him this frantic meant something serious must have happened. Since they lived nearby, Wan Haihui arrived within minutes, parking outside Fu's house. Leaning out of the window, he saw Fu Hongchuan rushing out from the house, carrying someone in his arms. The car door slammed shut. Drive. Hospital. Now. Fu Hongchuan barked. Seeing both of them covered in blood, Wan Haihui's eyes widened. He didn't have time to gawk, immediately stomping on the gas pedal, he sped toward the hospital. Wen Yanyu leaned against the man's chest. His white hair lay dull and lifeless, his face streaked with tears, crying so hard he could barely breathe, coughing and vomiting blood all at once. Seeing the boy cry so intensely that each sob brought forth more blood, Fu Hongchuan panicked even more. He grabbed the blanket from the back seat and wrapped it tightly around him, holding him close, afraid to let go, yet afraid of pressing too hard. Helplessly trying to warm the icy body in his arms. Yan. Don't cry, please don't cry. You can't cry anymore. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have shouted at you. Please stop crying. I won't yell at you again. Never again. Calling out desperately, he gripped the boy's hand tightly. The bone-deep cold from that palm tightened around his heart like a vice, making it impossible to breathe. Wen Yanyu's vision blurred. He no longer knew where he was or what sound surrounded him. Only the faint, bitter sandalwood scent beside him told him who was there. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I didn't want this. I don't want to harm you. I'm sorry, but the plot won't. I can't control myself. Fu Hongchuan. I'm sorry. I don't want to. I don't want to hurt you. But I can't stop. I can't even choose how I die. My death is destined to become the knife that wounds you. I wanted to end it myself, but even that, I failed. His face twisted in agony, dark lashes soaked with tears, his words broken and fragmented. In his extreme panic, Fu Hongchuan had no strength left to listen. Exhaustion weighed on him as his legs twitched and spasmed from the pain. Wen Yanyu slowly closed his eyes, slumping limply into the man's arms, leaving behind only a pool of blood. The figure in his arms went still. Fu Hongchuan's pupils contracted sharply, his heart thudding violently, his voice trembled with panic. I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming you. Yan. Don't sleep, Yan. Stay awake. Can you hear me? Yan. Open your eyes and look at me. Yan. Wan Haihui glanced back through the rearview mirror, then pressed harder on the accelerator toward the hospital. Damn it, what a mess. He woke again to the familiar scent of antiseptic. Wen Yanyu slowly opened his eyes. His mind hadn't fully caught up when memories of terror, triggered by the sterile smell, surged forward, his body instinctively wanted to scream. Wen Yanyu. A familiar voice reached him, tired, yet cold. Wen Yanyu stiffly turned his gaze, meeting a pair of blue eyes unreadable in expression. His brain froze for a long moment before comprehension dawned. Home. Wen Yanyu, you're home. I'm sorry, for troubling you again. Wen Yanyu's lashes trembled lightly, his voice was hoarse and shaky. Fingertips dug into his palms, suppressing the fear he couldn't control. Fu Hongchuan looked down quietly, watching him. Wen Yanyu, he said, from now on, let's not have anything more to do with each other. Silence hung in the air, heavy and endless. Only trembling breaths laced with fear broke the stillness. Okay. Fu Hongchuan stood, tone flat, the doctor performed a gastroscopy. It's acute stress-induced gastritis. Try to manage your emotions from now on. I've covered the medical fees. Stay hospitalized for a few days. Remember to pick up your medication yourself. With that, footsteps receded as the ward door closed gently behind him. Wen Yanyu turned his head toward the ceiling, squeezing his eyes tightly shut. Don't be afraid. Don't cry. Don't scream. Don't bother anyone else. Don't cry. You're home. Don't be afraid. Wen Yanyu. Don't be scared. No one will hurt you anymore. You're home. Outside, Wan Haihui, who had just arrived and was about to step inside to check on things, found himself face to face with Fu Hanchuan after unintentionally overhearing everything. Giving up on him? Wan Haihui raised an eyebrow. Fu Hanchuan walked past without answering, his expression dark. Wan Haihui glanced at then at Fu Hanchuan, before following silently away. On the return trip, a driver handled the wheel. Wan Haihui dozed off briefly, then stirred, ready to nudge Fu Hanchuan and ask if he wanted some gossip. But the moment he lifted his head, he saw the other man constantly staring out the window, his hand clutching the blanket still trembling uncontrollably. Wan Haihui clicked his tongue softly, swallowing back his words. If you're this worried, why even walk away? These two. Truly. Chapter 7 Post-Trauma Stress Reaction. After hesitating for a long time, Wan Haihui finally dialed the number. Dr. G. It's about that boy we brought in today with old Fu. He doesn't have anyone at home. During the 2 days he's hospitalized, could you please keep an extra eye on him? Call me if anything comes up. Yu Guang glanced over from the side. Wan Haihui's fingers unconsciously tapped on the speakerphone button. Is this Mr. Wen? Well, he just left, came a puzzled voice from the other end. Wan Haihui. He left. He was supposed to be admitted, but he said he had urgent matters to attend to. We couldn't stop him. He took his medication and left. Wan Haihui swallowed hard and gave a dry laugh. Alright, got it. You've worked hard today. No problem, it's our duty. But next time, please bring him in for a full-body examination. Was his stomach operated on before? Or has someone fed him foreign objects? His stomach and esophagus are severely ulcerated. It must be very difficult for him to eat normally. And also, the scar on Mr. Wen's abdomen. Enough. We know. Please, stop talking. The young man on the line fell silent, paused briefly, then, driven by medical conscience, couldn't help but add one more warning. You really should advise Mr. Wen to come in for a checkup as soon as possible. Early treatment means less suffering. The call ended. Wan Haihui cautiously peeked at the man beside him. Fu Hanchuan's expression was dark, as if suppressing an ocean of fury, his entire aura dropping to freezing cold. Inside the hospital office, Ji Shenhui stared tightly at the computer screen displaying the test results, his brows knotted deeply. Hey, Dr. Ji, why are you still looking at that? Didn't that Wen Yanyu leave ages ago? A young woman approached, carrying a cup of goji tea, dragging her chair along. She casually picked up a ballpoint pen and slipped it into her pocket. Ji Shenhui snapped back to reality, massaging his temples. I just feel like something's seriously off with that patient. By the way, did you even know? That patient is actually a celebrity. Celebrities probably have to control their weight all the time, so their stomachs tend to be unhealthy. The woman sipped her hot tea, thinking of the widely circulated rumors about Fu Hanchuan's utter hatred toward Wen Yanyu, and how panicked Fu looked when bringing him in. She softly sked. Seems internet gossip can't always be trusted. Ji shook his head, adjusting the golden-framed glasses on his nose. I suspect he's been subjected to long-term abuse. Exclamation point. The woman nearly slipped off her chair in shock, stammering, You're not serious. In this day and age? How could that happen? If it were true, wouldn't he have reported it already? Recalling how groggy yet instinctively resistant and terrified when appeared when they gave him the injection earlier, his unusually high resistance to anesthesia and abnormal pain tolerance. And when the nurse pulled out the needle, how he kept his eyes shut, trembling in the legs, upper body stiffened. She'd asked him a few simple questions just to verify his awareness, only to find his attention completely scattered, cognitive functions disordered, clearly anxious and fearful after noticing her attire. Classic post-abuse stress reaction. That obvious scar on his waist, the kind inflicted slowly and cruelly with a blunt object, then stitched up haphazardly with coarse thread. The cluster of burn marks near the wound clearly left by cigarettes. Malicious, sickening patterns. To survive such injuries, the abuser was likely some sadistic doctor type. It's almost certain. Thinking of several similar cases he'd encountered abroad, Ji's gaze darkened. He closed the file in his hands and jotted down the contact information the patient had left behind. He couldn't just let this go. The sound of running water continued in the bathroom. Wen Yanyu curled himself into the bathtub, scrolling through materials Li Lan had sent him. An upcoming lifestyle variety show titled Let's Travel Together, inviting him to participate in a month-long live recording. An episode's pay alone exceeded 3 million, naturally, there was no reason to refuse. Filming began in 3 days. But when Yanyu held his forehead, his newly obtained painkillers were left at the male lead's place. Help. My medicine. He'd caused so much trouble for the other man already. Although now, he seemed to have regained voluntary control over his body again, who knew what might happen in the future. Leaning on the other too much would be crossing the line. Thankfully, this doctor was a bit odd but quite understanding. He prescribed new painkillers. Otherwise, one didn't know how he'd endure. Counting from the timeline's projected death date, he had just over 3 years left. Even though the bad dog claimed he was now free, having learned his lessons, he remained skeptical. And honestly, whether this body could last even 3 more years was questionable. One lowered his eyes and sighed. Earn some money. Enjoy whatever freedom remains while it lasts. Let's travel together V. This season features at Lu Mingxiu V, at Sang Yu V, at Duan Mufeng V, at Jiang Qian V, at Jiang Wanra V, at Wen Yanyu V, living together for the next month. Welcome everyone to watch the live broadcast on Eggplant website in 3 days. Lu Gu and Xiao Yu. The couple I ship. They're teaming up. Hee, lucky bastard Lu Mingxiu gets to film a variety show with his wife. Somebody's fans had enough already. My Lu Gu only acted in one drama with your husband, how long ago was that? Still leeching off it? Ooh, getting defensive now. Toxic stans always panic when real wives appear. Hate all you want, doesn't matter, your brother clearly adores her. Crazy much? Try dragging someone else into this again. After that family forced him to issue 2 statements, Lu Gu was so annoyed he outright rejected working with them again. Go ahead, keep pushing your childhood sweetheart angle. Wait, Wen Yanyu, he's still alive. Oh no, I can already imagine what kind of trouble he'll stir up on the show. Poor Fu Hanchuan, truly suffering having such a pursuer. Where's this show airing again? Sounds interesting. Before the program even premiered, it's kept rising. Inside the airport, Wen Yanyu pulled up his coat collar and lifted his luggage, preparing to board. Seeing how thin and frail one looked, Li Lan choked up. Remember to check if you've packed all your medicine. Once you're at the village, make sure you eat properly and take care of yourself. She knew the producers didn't have good intentions inviting her artist, but there were no other jobs available right now. Li Lan couldn't help but tear up. Amamichim, I know. It's just 1 month. I'll take care of myself, Wen Yanyu reassured, hugging the anxious woman. Alright, go now. Call your sister as soon as you arrive. Li Lan wiped her tears. Wen put on his mask, waved goodbye to her, then turned and walked into the airport. Not far away, Shen Huainan tucked his phone away and immediately sent a photo in their 4-person group chat. Shen Huainan, I saw Wen Yanyu at the airport. Looks like he's going into some mountain village to film a show. At Fu Hanchuan, your problem is gone for a while. Can finally get some peace. Happy. Gu Fengyao, why is he dressed so heavily in summer? Isn't it hot? Shen Huainan, he lost a ton of weight. Walked all shaky. Probably still hasn't recovered physically from last time. Gu Fengyao, youth is amazing. Who's that woman beside him? Shen Huainan, his manager maybe. They seem close. She really cares about Wen Yanyu. The two chatted back and forth casually in the group. Occasionally tagging Fu Hanchuan. Wan Haihui, you two seem awfully free these days. Gu Fengyao, refusing to be a grind slave. Shen Huainan, big sister above, little sister below, I'm just taking dividends and lying flat. Wan Haihui, scram. Chapter 8 Mountain Village Variety Show Hatuanruan. Torrential rain poured down over the mountains. The car door was gently opened by a crew member, and when Yanyu woke from his nap, blinking at the umbrella handed to him. He took the umbrella and mumbled sleepily, have we arrived? We're here. Thank you, Wen Yanyu whispered, rubbing his eyes slightly. It's nothing. The staff member had originally not been too fond of the person before him, but after seeing the other endure discomfort and softly whimper throughout the journey, their face now looked like a spilled paint palette, odd and conflicted. After hesitating for a moment, they extended a hand into the car. The path outside is slippery. Let me help you over. Without hesitation, Wen Yanyu grabbed the staff member's arm and stepped out of the vehicle. He glanced toward the mountain shrouded in rain and mist, then opened his umbrella, shielding the person beside him as they both disappeared into the downpour. Inside the filming site, due to the rain, everyone had been temporarily moved into the main hall of a courtyard house. Jiang Qian, her hair tied in pigtails with ribbons, sat beside Jiang Wanru, who smiled warmly, chattering away with her about gossip. Sang Yu sat quietly in a corner of the hall, occasionally glancing at Lu Mingxiu through the corners of her eyes. Noticing this, Duan Mufeng teased Lu Mingxiu, hey, old Lu, when do I get to attend your wedding? With that, he raised his eyebrows and shot a meaningful look toward Sang Yu. Hearing this, Sang Yu immediately lifted her head to glance at Duan Mufeng. But when she met his gaze flickering between her and Lu Mingxiu, it felt as if she'd been burned. She quickly lowered her eyes again, cheeks flushing involuntarily. Lu Mingxiu frowned, shooting Duan an annoyed look, his voice cold. Don't talk nonsense. Tisk. Duan clicked his tongue. I was just joking. Why so serious? I have no plans for romance, Lu Mingxiu replied indifferently, his expression remaining aloof. then turned away without another word. Seeing this, Duan could only back off, but with a quick twist of his eyes, he shifted focus to Sang Yu. A mischievous smirk crept across his face. Ah, little sister Yu, let me tell you, when you find a boyfriend in the future, never pick someone like old Blue. So dull and lifeless. Absolutely no fun at all. Sang Yu's face flickered with uncertainty. She glanced at Lu Mingxiu, who remained silent, then lowered her head, disheartened, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, shrinking into quiet dejection. LOL, what plastic bros energy. Lu Mingxiu. Do you even realize you're gonna die single? You're headed straight for regret after marriage hell. Can we stop forcing that cringy pairing already? Promote when the drama airs, that's fine, but it's been years now. I literally can't watch. How many times has Lu brother shown his distaste because of that ship? Didn't you read the official statement? Can't you read? Is it really not gross to keep pushing it? Haven't seen Wanrij Ye in over 2 years, thought she retired. Normal. Jiang Jia is over 40 anyway, doesn't push herself like she used to. Probably came along this time since Xiao Yan's here. Why hasn't Wen Yanyu arrived yet? God, don't mention that person. I get triggered just seeing him. Time passed second by second, the sound of rain gradually softening outside the window. Duan Mufeng narrowed his eyes, lazily crossing one leg over the other. There was still one guest missing, Wen Yanyu. He'd just returned from abroad and had only caught snippets about the man's romantic entanglements. Reaching for his phone to search what the guy looked like. The front gate was pushed open by a crew member. A voice rang out, the final guest has arrived. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously. Sorry I'm late. Fine droplets formed a hazy veil around the figure stepping in, delicate white fingers gripping a black umbrella. Declining the towel offered by the staff, Wen Yanyu folded the umbrella shut, stepped across the threshold, and swiftly shrugged off his damp outerwear. His long hair was let down, cascading loosely over his shoulders. His pale skin, kissed by the moisture in the air, looked tender enough to squeeze out water. A crimson mole beneath his eye added a perfect finishing touch. His naturally sensual peach blossom eyes carried an odd sense of cold detachment, almost lifeless, yet softened by the lingering mist, they shimmered faintly, like hooks piercing straight into the heart. Every feature on him fit together flawlessly, making it impossible to look away. Hello, I'm Wen Yanyu. For a brief moment, the room fell into stunned silence. Duan Mufeng's mouth hung slightly open, his mind stampeding with a herd of llamas. Jolted awake, he instantly uncrossed his legs, smoothed his hair, and straightened his back in his seat. Sang Yu stared at the newcomer, eyes flashing with awe. Even Lu Mingxiu found himself momentarily dazed. Whoa, definitely prettier in person than on my phone. Jiang Qian's eyes sparkled, clapping her hands excitedly. Jiang Wanru glanced at the youth's pallid complexion, recalling the online rumors, and imperceptibly furrowed her brows. LOL, yeah, Wen Yanyu might be a desperate simp, but damn, the looks are undeniably top tier. Well duh, or how else would he have become popular in the first place? Most people trash-talking him now are just bitter ex-fans, LOL. Honestly, I feel bad for his real supporters. He's lost so much weight. Turns out even celebrities react to a beauty the same way I do. Saw how instantly Duan Mufeng sat up straight, LOL. Even fixed his hair. Looks like the love stars twinkling for this one again. It was Duan Mufeng who recovered first. He abruptly stood up, strode over to Wen Yanyu, and extended his hand with enthusiasm. The man had golden hair swept back, revealing sharp, handsome features. Dressed in a simple, clean white t-shirt, he wore a bright, sunny smile. Ni hao. Ni hao. I'm Duan Mufeng. I'm a singer, pretty rich, an only child. My parents live overseas most of the time, they're super open-minded and never interfere with my life. I'm not stingy, I spend generously on both friends and lovers. I love traveling, though if my partner isn't into it, that's fine too, I just personally enjoy it. Wen Yanyu blinked, momentarily stunned by the bizarre introduction. Polite as ever, he reached out to shake the offered hand. Hello, Duan Mufeng. He instinctively repeated the name. Yeah, that's me, he. Duan Mufeng stared at the long, pale fingers in his grasp, random inappropriate images flashing through his mind. His face flushed red in an instant. Cough. He turned his head slightly and coughed, struggling to maintain a proper smile. Great to meet you. We'll all be spending over a month together, so please take care of me. Wen Yanyu gave a slight nod and gently pulled his hand away. Dude, are you seriously speed dating right now? LOL can't breathe, this guy really looks this cheap when excited. Hahaha, dead. Oh right, Duan Luobwa just came back from abroad. Hasn't caught up on the gossip yet, huh? Don't let appearances fool you, this guy doesn't actually like anyone. Wen Yanyu already said he's over Fu Hanchuan, and Duan Luobwa's pretty open overseas, into both guys and girls. Could work. You believe everything he says? Hahaha. Playing hard to get isn't some unique strategy only he knows. What's with Duan Luobwa? Wild heart radish, he changes partners like clothes overseas. But he's got solid skills, already burnt out his rep, so nobody cares anymore and just jokes about it. Keep your hands off my Duanji, thanks. Politely decline any clingy stalkers. Hello. Jiang Qian also jumped up from her seat, skipped over to Wen Yanyu with quick steps, and flashed a cheerful grin. I'm Jiang Qian. You can just call me Qian. Can I call you Yanyu? Wen Yanyu nodded. Receiving approval, Jiang Qian happily took Wen Yanyu around to introduce the others one by one. Lu Mingxiu and Sang Yu snapped out of their daze and gave polite nods. Jiang Wanru set down her palm fan, walked over to the young man, and said, I'm Jiang Wanru. Call me Auntie Jiang. You must be soaked from the rain. Don't stand near the draft, it'll give you a cold. She reached out and gently took hold of his arm. The sensation under her palm made her glance back at him almost involuntarily. When Yanyu blinked in mild surprise, murmured his thanks, and obediently allowed himself to be led toward the inner part of the hall to take a seat. Chapter 9 Cooking in Cuddles. The heavy rain outside had stopped. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the host walked out from the other side and began explaining the rules. First of all, welcome to our show recording. For the next month or so, the village secretary and the children will be living together with all of you. Your accommodations have already been arranged by the production team, but regarding food, except for the first day, you'll need to obtain ingredients through challenges and tasks from now on. With a drawn-out tone, the host added, our production team has prepared many fun little games and challenges. Now that the rain has cleared, today's ingredients are already prepared in the kitchen. To avoid going hungry, please figure out lunch as soon as possible. Jiang Qian froze. Wait, we have to cook for ourselves. The host smiled cheerfully. Yes. Everyone exchanged uncertain glances. People who normally lived on takeout or meals made by others. I'm actually pretty good at cooking, when Yanyu suddenly spoke up. I can handle most Chinese dishes. Is there anything specific you'd like to eat? All eyes turned toward him. Yes. Jiang Qian looked as if she'd found her savior. Baby, I want something spicy. Jiang Wanru also chimed in, I'll help out with Xiao Wen. Simple home-cooked meals won't be a problem for me. Hearing this, those who had been worried about Wen Yanyu being overwhelmed, and had hesitated between offering help or only getting in the way, finally relaxed. The rain had stopped. Jiang Qian dashed into the kitchen in a flash to check what ingredients were available. One by one, the others followed behind. The camera switched to the kitchen, revealing several live fish swimming inside a water tank. Instantly, the live chat exploded with laughter. LOL, they keep goldfish in aquariums, but this show keeps carp. Knew it, LOL. This production team would never make it simple. We're killing live fish. Objectively speaking, unless you're experienced, slaughtering a live fish is kinda tricky, LOL. Looks like they didn't even provide a net. Feels like these fish might survive until the end of the show. Jiang Qian, her face still bright with excitement. When Yanyu moved past the group blocking the kitchen doorway and began taking inventory of the ingredients. I can handle the fish, he said casually. Any dietary restrictions? If not, I'll just go ahead and cook fish today. He effortlessly tied his hair back with a few quick motions. Everyone said they had no restrictions. At that moment, Sang Yu noticed a pack of noodles on the cabinet. She quickly glanced at Lu Mingxiu, who was examining the fish, then suddenly said, Lu Gu and I both really like noodles. Could we get 2 bowls prepared separately? Lu Mingxiu, who had been inspecting the fish, froze and frowned slightly. Jiang Wanru pulled out an apron, tied it on with practiced ease, then handed another one to Wen Yanyu. Wen Yanyu wiped his hands and accepted the apron, then checked the seasonings in the kitchen. Sure. Any flavor preferences? Sang Yu glanced at the familiar sauces on the shelf and quickly added, I'm allergic to peanuts. Lu Gu loves peanut sauce though, just put it in his bowl, please. Thanks. Not a problem. Wen Yanyu made a mental note and gave a light nod. Thank you. Sang Yu smiled gratefully, grabbed Lu Mingxiu, who hadn't yet reacted, and pulled him away. Old married couple. Sang Yu and Lu Gu both love noodles, LOL. Childhood sweethearts sharing tastes. But one's a peanut fan, the other's severely allergic, LOL. She knew he wouldn't speak up, so she said it for him. Lu, when you meet a wife like this, hurry up and kowtow to heaven. Look at the gratitude in Lu's eyes, LOL. I mean, they aren't even together, why are the comments locking them down already? Called it. Pure fan seeing these comments go pitch black. If you like it, watch. If not, leave. Please, stop leeching off our Lu Gu. It's hard to comment on. How many times has Lu Gu looked annoyed today? He's just polite to girls, hasn't said a word, and now they're getting pushy. The comments erupted again. In the control room, the director watched the surging viewer numbers and couldn't stop grinning. Inviting these two was clearly the right call. On screen, the scene shifted back to the kitchen. The director's gaze settled on Wen Yanyu's face, so striking it bordered on unreal, and let out a soft TSK. No wonder he'd once debuted as an idol with nothing but his face leading the rankings. Definitely worth maximizing. Thinking of Wen Yanyu's history with Fu Hanchuan, the director paused, then scribbled an additional note for upcoming challenges. Duan Mufeng stepped forward eagerly. I'll assist you guys. Let me handle catching the fish. Upon hearing this, Wen Yanyu turned his head slightly, not having time to respond. Duan Mufeng had already rolled up his sleeves, full of confidence, and strode toward the water tank. However, when he peered into the tank filled with thrashing fish, Duan Mufeng suddenly froze mid-motion. Several carp leapt wildly in the water, as if sensing danger, slapping the surface one after another, fierce and intimidating to behold. Duan Mufeng clenched his teeth, steeled his nerves, and thrust his hand into the tank. After much struggle, he finally managed to grab one fish. But it flapped violently in his grasp, and Duan Mufeng fumbled desperately to keep hold. LOL, fighting a fish. I feel like Jiang Jie's been holding back laughter since the beginning, she's about to burst out laughing LOL. Jiang Wanru, I'll just quietly watch you wrestle that fish. Suddenly Wen Yanyu looked so cute, wearing that strawberry pattern apron, staring blankly LOL, like a quiet little rabbit. Go check how he clung desperately to Fu Hanchuan before, if you still think he's cute now. Unable to control the slippery creature, Duan Mufeng's expression began to twist. The kitchen wasn't far from the main hall. Jiang Qian sat hugging a bag of chips, thoroughly entertained. If you can't handle it, let me take over, Wen Yanyu said, tying on his apron and preparing to step forward. Hearing this, Duan Mufeng instantly felt challenged. He grabbed the fish by its fin and forcibly pinned it onto the chopping board. There, I've got it steady for you. You go ahead and kill it. Duan Mufeng forced a smile toward the young man behind him, though his hand still trembled and refused to let go. Jiang Wanru, who had been rinsing rice, finally couldn't contain herself and burst into giggles. Wen Yanyu casually picked up a cleaver, gestured slightly for the other man to step aside, then smoothly took hold of the fish Duan Mufeng was pinning down. With swift, fluid motion, he flipped the knife. One clean stroke, and the fish on the cutting board didn't even have time to twitch before going completely still. Duan Mufeng jolted back to reality with a start, only to see Wen Yanyu standing there, expression calm and indifferent, already skillfully scaling the fish, slicing open its belly, and removing its innards. The boy worked swiftly and cleanly. In no time, the entire fish was prepped and placed into a basin. Just as he set it down, he seemed to remember something, turned back to the tank, and casually scooped up another fish. Another series of practiced movements, soon a large basin of fish fillets lay neatly cleaned. When Yanyu casually wiped his hands, tilted his head toward the stunned Duan Mufeng standing nearby, and said, Duan go, wash this batch of meat and mix in some salt. Yeah, sure thing. Suddenly being called, go, Duan Mufeng couldn't help but grin widely. He snatched up the basin and dashed toward the sink. Suddenly reminded of that quote, I've killed fish at RT Mart for 10 years, my heart has grown as cold as my fish knife. Cold, emotionless fish-killing machine. I thought he was bluffing when he said he could cook, he actually can. LOL, reminds me of me and my mom, but she'd definitely scold me. Now standing at the stove, when Yanyu skillfully heated the wok, poured in oil, then added freshly cut vegetables. Jiang Wanru remarked, Xiao Wen, you're really good at cooking, did you take formal lessons? As he stir-fried the greens in the pan, when Yanyu replied indifferently, no. Back when I was little, someone had to eat. Cooked every day, so eventually got used to it. After his parents passed away in middle school, he had no relatives left. If he hadn't cooked for himself, he wouldn't have had enough money to eat out every day. Come to think of it, he should probably thank that bug-fixing thing, it had left him over 100,000 yuan, just enough to prevent him from ending up homeless after losing his family. When he was little. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Wanru's eyes. I'm here. Duan Mufeng came rushing back, carrying the washed fish meat. Jiang Wanru swallowed her curiosity and said nothing more. Inside the kitchen, the three gradually fell into rhythm. Duan Mufeng ran back and forth, handing over ingredients and seasonings. Soon, a small pot of spicy Sichuan-style boiled fish was ready. Jiang Wanru carried it out to the dining area. Duan Mufeng placed the rinsed wok back on the stove. When Yanyu took noodles from the cabinet, lit the fire, and started boiling water. Standing at the stove, when Yanyu wore his apron tied into a neat bow at the back of his waist. The knot gently cinched his slender waist, accentuating its delicate shape, so narrow it looked as if it could be encircled with just one embrace. Chapter 10 Wen Yanyu, adorable, he's so weird. When Yanyu fished out the cooked noodles, lowered his head slightly, and skillfully added seasonings, stirring them evenly before pouring over a ladle of hot broth. The person before him was enveloped in the aroma of home-cooked food, every move radiating an inexplicable charm. Whether it was because of the tempting scent of the meal or something else entirely, Duan Mufeng unconsciously swallowed, eyes fixed unblinkingly on Wen Yanyu, unable to look away for even a second. Didn't feel much when watching separately, but now that Wen Yanyu and Duan Mufeng are together, suddenly Wen Yanyu looks so tiny. His waist is so slim, want to hug him. TSK, someone's totally mesmerized. Has anyone else noticed how much thinner Wen Yanyu has gotten? I remember during his idol audition half a year ago, he still had a bit of baby fat. Now he looks like a gust of wind could knock him over. All self-inflicted. Day after day pining over some guy, nearly killing himself. Used to really like him, but now I'm just annoyed whenever I see him. He was such a well-behaved trainee back then, polite, hard-working, normal promotions, easy to win over mama fans. Then out of nowhere he got tied up with Fu Hanchuan, and suddenly his whole personality changed, ignoring both fans and his own health. Can't stand love-obsessed types. Zero appeal. Though LMAO, Fu Hanchuan isn't just any ordinary guy, he's the largest shareholder and actual decision-maker of Fu Xian Group, a young entrepreneur who became a billionaire at an early age. How do the comments make him sound like some random nobody? LOL, save me. Wen Yanyu scooped the cooked meatballs out of the pot and picked up a pair of chopsticks to taste. Duan Mufeng stepped forward, propping one hand beside Wen Yanyu. His tall frame loomed over, casting a shadow around him. From a distance, it looked as if he were embracing the smaller man. Their proximity suddenly closed, and Wen Yanyu instinctively tried to shift sideways. Duan Mufeng spoke suddenly, "Can I try one?" He must be hungry after all the busy work. Wen Yanyu nodded. "Sure, but the flavor's a bit light, I'll just." Duan Mufeng leaned down slightly and abruptly gripped his wrist, biting off the remaining half of the meatball straight from the chopsticks in Wen Yanyu's hand. Wen Yanyu froze, stunned, unsure what to do. "It's already delicious," Duan Mufeng said with a smile, locking eyes with him. "You're really good at cooking." There was amusement in the man's voice. But the emotion in his eyes left Wen Yanyu confused, and oddly unsettled. Wen Yanyu pursed his lips, trying to turn away, gently tugging his hand to break free. Duan Mufeng immediately released him, smoothly shifting topics with casual intimacy, instantly diffusing the odd moment. Wen Yanyu stayed silent for a few seconds, realizing that his past interactions with Fu Hanchuan were pretty much the same. Putting down his chopsticks, he inwardly grumbled, had he been stuck in this scripted narrative for so long that he'd lost the ability to handle real closeness? Still, he didn't mind being close to Fu Hanchuan. Shaking his head, Wen Yanyu pushed aside the lingering discomfort and continued adjusting the seasoning on the meatballs, turning the stove back on for another brief simmer. "Duan, you're really... Why does Wen Yanyu seem so clueless? Isn't he into guys? Maybe he only likes Fu Hanchuan. Other men are just regular males to him." To be fair, Fu Hanchuan really has the looks for it. Initially thought he was just some rich businessman, but after watching his interview clips, damn, what a handsome, charismatic man. Can't say I blame Wen Yanyu anymore. Didn't someone leak that Wen and Fu used to be best friends? That'd be more like a friendship gone wrong, lol. No way. What's Fu's status compared to Wen Yanyu's? Friends? Nah, Fu was just unlucky enough to get clung onto. At the dining table, Sangyu accepted the bowl of noodles Wen Yanyu pushed toward her and politely said thank you. Duan Mufeng picked up a piece of fish, put it into his mouth, and mumbled between bites, "This taste, unbelievable." Jiang Wanren nodded in agreement. The kid really knows how to cook. Hungry for hours, Jiang Qian stuffed her cheeks full like a little hamster, yet still managed to chime in, "Mph. Thank goodness Auntie Jiang and Yanyu are here, otherwise I'd have blown up the kitchen." When Yanyu held a small half-dish of rice soaked in clear soup, quietly sitting by the table eating. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Wanren glanced over and lightly frowned. The meal carried on under a slightly strange atmosphere, and one by one, everyone gradually finished. Duan Mufeng's gaze never strayed far from the person across the table. Absent-mindedly, he picked up the last slice of fish in his bowl, shoved it into his mouth, chewed hastily, and started swallowing. But the next second, Duan Mufeng's expression twisted violently. A sharp coughing fit erupted. He clutched his throat tightly, trying desperately to force down the fish bone stuck inside. But the sensation of something stuck in his throat just wouldn't go away, and the fishbone seemed to defy him deliberately, lodged firmly in place. "What's wrong?" Lu Mingxiu frowned, asking with concern. Sangyu also looked up. "Oh my god, Duanlua, did you get a fishbone stuck?" Jiang Qian dropped her chopsticks and hurried over to Duan Mufeng in 2 strides. Duan Mufeng's face had turned bright red. He couldn't help coughing a few more times, hands still pressed against his chest, clearly struggling. Jiang Wanru brought over a glass of water. "Maybe try swallowing something to push it down." Duan Mufeng quickly waved her off. "No, I can't, cough." Chapter 11, Fishbone Removal and the Incident of Taking Advantage. Choked on a bone, ha ha ha. I knew as soon as I saw Duan Mufeng eating like that he'd end up with a fishbone stuck. He was too busy looking at the person opposite him. Who else would get it if not him? Dying laughing, eating while sneakily glancing at someone else, swallowing without even checking what's in his bowl. Ha ha ha, off to the hospital he goes. Karen scolds Shirin for wanting radish dishes every day, yet she still cares about him, ha ha ha. Truly childhood friends through and through. This is exactly how you're supposed to do childhood friends. I suspect the one above is subtly referencing a certain couple, ahaha. Just another day in the life of a fish lover. Suddenly reminded me of my brother who went to the hospital 3 times last month just from eating fish. It would take over 2 hours to get to the nearest town from the mountains, and now that it had just rained, the mountain paths were especially treacherous. Everyone stood helpless. Wen Yanyu hesitated briefly before standing up and walking over to the man, asking, "Can you feel where the bone is stuck?" Duan Mufeng, teary-eyed, pointed to the right side of his throat. Wen Yanyu gently pressed her fingertip against that spot. "Here." Duan Mufeng nodded vigorously. "Don't cough randomly," Wen Yanyu instructed before hurrying toward the kitchen. Duan Mufeng clutched his throat, his face twisted in discomfort. Back at the table, everyone had put down their chopsticks. Soon, Wen Yanyu returned with 3 chopsticks, standing before Duan Mufeng. "Tilt your head back. This'll be quick." Lu Mingxiu looked at the 3 chopsticks in the boy's hand and immediately realized what he intended to do. He asked with concern, "Shouldn't we go to the hospital instead?" "It's fine. I have experience." Wen Yanyu replied softly. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Mingxiu said no more. Obediently, Duan Mufeng tilted his head back. Wen Yanyu used 1 chopstick to firmly hold down his restless tongue, then carefully inserted the other 2 into his throat. In less than a few seconds, the fishbone was safely removed. The foreign sensation in his throat finally gone, Duan Mufeng exhaled deeply as if reborn, his entire body relaxing at once. They were very close now. The faint scent of peach from the youth's skin hovered lightly around his nose. Duan Mufeng's eyes flickered, his voice hoarse. "Thanks, baby." He instinctively reached to pull the other into a hug. But when Yanyu had already turned away to set down the chopsticks, leaving Duan Mufeng grasping at empty air. Off balance, he nearly toppled off his chair. Lu Mingxiu, who had witnessed everything. Sang Yu silently turned her head away. "Jiang Karen, I didn't see anything." Duan Mufeng, asterisk. Jiang Wanru, underscore. "What's wrong?" When Yanyu wiped his hands and turned back, seeing their odd expressions, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. "Did I do something strange?" "And nothing." Jiang Karen quickly broke the silence with a laugh, "We were just wondering how you managed to remove the bone so fast." Duan Mufeng took a sip of water, propping his chin on one hand, playfully teasing, "Yanyu, you've helped others with fishbones before, haven't you? You're so skilled." He feigned a pitiful look, his narrow phoenix eyes drooping slightly, the corners of his mouth, usually curled in arrogance and mischief, now pouting in fake sorrow. "So I'm not the first man you've helped remove a fishbone for. That's so heartbreaking. So painful." Sigh. Duan Mufeng lowered his gaze, sighing dramatically, looking exactly like a tragically wronged soul. Lu Mingxiu's lips twitched, disgusted, he turned his head completely away. "I'm done, ha 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 ha, this guy really delivers the variety show vibes, amazing. I've been laughing since the fishbone incident, this dude's entertainment value is maxed out." Suddenly remembered when on that reality show, Swap Lives, he had no money for rent and just slept on the street. Wen Yanyu, what just happened? I think they should give the other guests hazard pay for holding in their laughter. Ha ha ha, wanted to take advantage but failed, almost ate dirt falling off the chair, ha ha ha. Duan, you never change. Died laughing when he reached for a pity hug and when Yanyu just walked off leaving him hanging, ha ha ha, Duan, your time has come. When Yanyu blinked in surprise. I've never removed a fishbone for anyone before. Then he paused, remembering that other world. Lowering his gaze slightly, he murmured vaguely, other things. I've done a few times. But not fishbones. Thinking back to the things that villain had forced him to do. When Yanyu shifted his eyes away, a wave of nausea rising in his gut. But you probably don't want to know where I got that experience. Duan Mufeng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Heavy rain poured again over the mountain night. Inside the house stood a single king-sized bed. Duan Mufeng entered first, followed closely by Lu Mingxiu. Duan Mufeng placed his suitcase beside the bed. The staff followed in, bringing 3 thin blankets. This is a house borrowed from the villagers, so we can only ask you to squeeze in for now. Lu Mingxiu frowned slightly, looking at the not-so-spacious bed, feeling helpless deep inside. Duan Mufeng, however, adapted well. He quickly changed clothes and swiftly climbed onto the bed, sprawled out comfortably, taking up a large chunk of space. With a grin, he said, "Man, I'm beat. Haven't shared a bed with someone in ages, come on, hurry up." The accommodation lent by the production team was small, and the bathroom was even smaller, without any windows. It got stifling after just a few minutes inside, so everyone had rushed through their showers and left quickly. Lu Mingxiu hesitated for a while, but in the end, unable to resist drowsiness and exhaustion, he sighed, casually changed into another set of clothes, and sat down on the bed. Suddenly remembering something, Duan Mufeng flipped himself upright like a fish leaping from water. Where's Yanyu? Hasn't he finished bathing yet? I'll go check. Just as he spoke. When Yanyu walked in wearing only an outer coat draped over his shoulders. Seeing that there was only one bed in the room, he froze momentarily. Yenru. Just talking about you, Duan Mufeng immediately waved at him. Come, come. Sleep on the inside, I've already warmed your spot. The man grinned mischievously, patted the inner side of the bed beside him, and even thoughtfully placed 2 extra pillows. Lu Mingxiu tidied his blanket and lay down at the outermost edge. I'll take the outside. With positions assigned. Wen Yanyu held the edge of the bed, bent down to remove his shoes, socks, and trousers, leaving only a loose white shirt hanging on his body. His legs were long and straight, the curve of his hips faintly visible beneath the fabric. Under the dim yellow light, the slender waist hidden under the shirt peeked through ambiguously, stirring endless imagination. Duan Mufeng stared intently, his breathing unconsciously growing heavier. Wen Yanyu took out his sleep pants, just about to lift his shirt to change when Lu Mingxiu caught sight of Duan Mufeng's shameless gaze. Unable to bear it any longer, he abruptly reached out and seized the youth's wrist, making up an excuse to warn him. There are cameras in the room, might still be recording. You'd better change under the covers. Wen Yanyu stiffened in surprise, then glanced toward the corner where the camera's red light was blinking, and instantly his face turned bright red. Flustered, he didn't even check whether the people on the bed had moved aside. Gripping the bed frame, he scrambled directly onto the mattress. Chapter 12 Wen Yanyu, this is your fate, you can't escape. Lu Mingxiu shrank back, trying to make space for the other. A soft, warm sensation brushed lightly across his abdomen. In his panic, Wen Yanyu's hand accidentally pressed against the inside of Lu Mingxiu's thigh several times. Lu's body stiffened instantly. He quickly pulled the blanket over the exposed part of Wen's leg. Wen didn't seem to mind, tumbling and scrambling in a flash to the side of Duan Mufeng, swiftly pulling the covers over himself. His dark hair scattered messily over the pillow. The boy's pale cheeks were faintly flushed pink, even his neck stained red with embarrassment. Curled into a tight ball, he looked both pitiful and adorable. Duan Mufeng's eyes narrowed slightly, his Adam's apple rolling as he let out a low chuckle. Don't be so tense. It's rest time now, the production crew probably won't turn on the cameras. At that, Wen cautiously peeked his head out, stealing a glance toward the camera. Then, still uncertain, ducked right back under. The long silent comment feed began drifting with sparse messages. Sorry, they're still on. Is this really something I can watch for free? Now I see why this kid's been clinging to Fu Hanchuan for so long and hasn't gotten blacklisted. So cute. Made my pounds pound. Instantly turned on Lu Mingxiu, I didn't even get a good look. Boss, you. Hee hee. If he'd stop chasing Fu Hanchuan and come cling to me instead, I wouldn't bash him anymore. Honestly, anyone active at night can't be good news. Is he doing this on purpose? Isn't he gay? Why isn't he being discreet? Changing clothes in front of others feels kinda gross. Dude, don't come here throwing cheap shade. Being gay doesn't mean you've changed sex. There's only one room, where else should he change? Outside in the yard. Didn't Duan Mufeng just change indoors too? Actually, most guys aren't that bothered by changing clothes around each other. Why's Wen so shy? So damn cute. Gonna scoop him up and smooch him lol. Duan Mufeng settled down beside him. Wen remained curled under the thin blanket, fingertips tightly clutching the edge. His lush, striking features softened beneath the dim light, the corners of his eyes, still misty from earlier, appeared faintly reddened. He lay quietly by Duan's side. The faint scent of peaches on his skin lingered subtly, teasing the senses. Duan's throat moved. His gaze lingered on those lips, soft-looking even from a distance. Unconsciously, he swallowed hard. In this moment, physical attraction surged to its peak. Yanyu, Duan murmured gently, aren't you cold under just one blanket? He shifted his body slightly closer to the boy. Wen shook his head and shrank further. I'm not cold. Duan chuckled softly, leaning close to whisper in his ear, if you get cold, tell me. I run hot. Just call me brother and I'll share my warmth. Lu Mingxiu. Wen lifted his long lashes, meeting Duan's burning gaze head-on. He instinctively flinched back. No thanks, Duanji. You should get some sleep. Good night. With that, Wen turned over, facing the wall and curling tighter. Duan had spent the entire afternoon reading through Wen's background. He knew better than to rush, a virgin hunter like this needed patience. So he didn't push. He simply smiled. Good night. Outside, fierce winds howled. Thunder crashed in waves, lightning splitting the sky. Heavy raindrops hammered the ground, sending up splashes all around. Fu Hanchuan lit his 7th cigarette. His well-defined fingers showed faintly raised veins, the back marked with fresh scabs from recent bites. His other hand rested on the balcony rail. Cold moonlight cast dappled shadows across his face, his gray-blue eyes clouded with indescribable emotion. He stood there for a long time. So long that dawn began to break faintly on the horizon. Fu turned and headed upstairs to the guest room. His palm twisted the doorknob. The door opened quietly. He froze. Staring at the untouched sheets and undisturbed bedding, it took him a moment to step inside. He sat down on the edge of the bed, head bowed. No scent. Fu rose and walked to the bathroom. His eyes briefly passed over the trash bin filled with blood-stained tissues. His dark gaze betrayed nothing. He simply took the plastic bag by the bathtub, retrieved the medicine box, and snapped a photo. The storm still hadn't stopped. Beside him, the other two were already fast asleep. Wen Yanyu slowly opened his eyes. Strands of hair at his forehead clung to his face, soaked with cold sweat. Fingernails dug deep into his palms. A sharp, stabbing pain pierced his abdomen from time to time. Even after so many years, even though he seemed free. That scar running from his belly to his lower back still sent waves of bone-deep agony. Constantly reminding him. Forcing him to remember that humiliating, terrifying past. Over and over again, whispering to him. Wen Yanyu, this is your fate. You can never escape. He simply popped out 4 pills and swallowed them in one go, then collapsed backward, drained of all strength. The sound of his heavy breathing and pounding heart filled his ears. His strength slowly drained away, and white flashes flickered across his vision. Wen Yanyu clenched his teeth against the pain, careful not to make any loud noises that might wake the two sleeping beside him. Finally, the medicine began to take effect, gradually dulling the searing pain in his lower back. His clothes clung to him, soaked through with cold sweat. Shivering from the chill, Wen Yanyu lifted a hand to pull the blanket closer, curling himself into a tight ball before finally closing his eyes completely. Chapter 13 I only like it, not dogs. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Today's task requires you all to split into 3 groups based on the assignments you draw. The first task is to spend the entire morning playing with the village children until lunchtime. The second task is to go with the village chief into town to purchase ingredients for the next week. The third task is to prepare materials for tonight's bonfire party and help the villagers build small huts together. Each wooden stick represents one assignment. Guests who draw the same stick will form a team. Please begin drawing now. With that, the show's host placed 6 wooden sticks in front of them. Sang Yu glanced at the stick in Lu Mingshu's hand and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Brother Lu, we're together. Lu Mingshu calmly nodded at her, then cast a slight frown toward Duan Mufeng, who was once again trying to get too close. Jiang Qian hooked her arm through Jiang Wanmu's. Auntie Jiang. We can go into town and have fun. The 3 groups separated accordingly. Left behind in the courtyard were Wen Yanyu and Duan Mufeng, informed to wait for someone to come guide them. During the idle moment. After nearly a week here, his body had more or less adjusted to the environment. Wen Yanyu opened a yogurt box and lowered his head to scroll through his phone album. His eyes landed on a series of handsome self-portraits of a puppy, and he couldn't help but laugh softly. Silly dog, always narcissistic. Duan Mufeng casually sat down beside him, leaning over teasingly. What are you looking at? His hot breath brushed gently against Wen Yanyu's ear. Wen Yanyu shifted sideways with his yogurt. Don't dodge, Duan Mufeng said, resting a hand on his shoulder and lightly pulling him closer as if drawing him into his embrace. Photos filled the screen, puppies everywhere. Seeing the content, Duan Mufeng raised an eyebrow slightly. Border collie by the meteorite. So beautiful. Is it yours? Can I see it sometime? As he spoke, his palm brushed lightly across the boy's waist, seemingly accidental. The spot touched happened to be exactly where his wound was. After enduring pain throughout the night, the area had grown numb beyond sensation, only the familiar, lingering ache remained. Unaware of the man's small movement, Wen Yanyu assumed it was just the wind stirring his clothes. He tilted the screen slightly toward Duan Mufeng so he could also see the photos of the puppy. Wen Yanyu took a sip of yogurt and shook his head. It's not with me anymore. It's very obedient. Very cute. If not for this little dog always staying by his side, perhaps he would have gone mad somewhere along the cycle. Wen Yanyu lowered his gaze, a hint of bitterness flickering in his eyes. Knowing how much I'd miss it, it left me with all these photos. Bad dog. Saying goodbye, when we'll never meet again. I see, Duan Mufeng mused briefly before playfully suggesting, then after the show ends, I'll get you another just like it. Shall we raise it together? In that very instant. When Yanyu didn't hesitate, he declined outright. I only like it. I don't like dogs. The yogurt in the cup was finished. When Yanyu released the straw from his lips, some dripped down the corner of his mouth. His black hair was tied up, exposing the pale nape of his neck entirely. A faint peachy scent mixed with his warm body fragrance drifted into Duan Mufeng's nose. His eyes darkened subtly, instinctively leaning even closer. Scorching breath grazed Wen Yanyu's cheek, tingling, unbearable. Suddenly sensing something wrong. Wen Yanyu lifted his head, quickly pulling back with wary eyes, wiping away the yogurt trace at the corner of his lips. What are you doing? Duan Mufeng froze, feigning surprise. What did I do? Seeing the man's expression remain unchanged. Wen Yanyu hesitated momentarily, unconsciously furrowing his brows slightly as he muttered, You leaned too close, it felt strange. Duan Mufeng acted as though realization struck, scooting slightly away while scratching his head. Sorry. I've been overseas for so long, this is how friends usually interact there. I thought we could be friends too. Did that make you uncomfortable? I'm really sorry. The man immediately moved farther away, apologizing sincerely. Thinking back on how Duan Mufeng had taken care of him this past week, Wen Yanyu looked momentarily dazed. He lowered his head, fingers upsetly rubbing the empty yogurt cup before murmuring, "No, it's okay. I overreacted. Sorry. I'm just not used to being too close. Let's keep a bit more distance between us. Sorry." Relaxing again. Duan Mufeng gazed into the boy's eyes, propping his chin on one hand, suddenly letting out a short chuckle. No need to apologize. It's my mistake. His playful smile revealed nothing real beneath. He sighed softly. So adorable. Assuming the man referred to his system, Wen Yanyu swiped to the next photo, unable to suppress his longing. I think so too. An itching sensation stirred deep inside Duan Mufeng. Naturally, he drew nearer to the boy, dark pupils swirling with barely concealed desire. Such an innocent, sweet little rabbit, so easy to fool. He was already impatient, eager to lure the boy into bed and taste him. Viewers watching in the live stream. Duan Luobua, you. Wen Yanyu, you. Baby, could you please stop being so naive all the time? Your stepmom fans are already itching to reach through the screen and slap someone. This guy is genuinely toxic. He's faking it. Remember how he clung to Fu Hanchuan in public before, desperately chasing attention? When the other party clearly rejected him, he still said in interviews that he'd only ever loved Fu Hanchuan for his entire life, and that if they couldn't be together, he'd rather die. And now he's acting innocent again with Duan Mufeng's advances. I'm seriously starting to think he's aiming for that controversial fame route. Reported. If he were straight, maybe there'd be an excuse, but he's clearly gay. He got touched on the waist and still pretends like he didn't notice anything, so disgusting. Sure, Duan Mufeng is a playboy, but at least he doesn't put on false pretenses. Bro, eat something better, don't let your heart get tangled up with this kind of person. Literally dying laughing. Bro was just casually flirting because the kid's good looking. Don't actually take yourself seriously now. You're not on the menu. Chapter 14, The Task of Minding the Kids. They waited for a while. The photographer and the two followed behind Wang Jianhua, who was guiding them, listening carefully to his instructions. The children in the village, most of their parents are working away from home. These kids haven't started school yet, so they stay here in the village under our care. You don't need to worry. Most of the kids here are very well behaved. You can just play with them or spend the afternoon around, they'll be happy either way, even if you don't do much. He paused, then added, though, there are a few kids who might be a bit mischievous. If they bother you, please don't get upset, just ignore them. Duan Mufeng laughed casually. No problem, no problem. Small deal. As they spoke, the three had already arrived at an old, somewhat dilapidated courtyard. Laughter and voices spilled out from inside. Wang Jianhua pushed open the gate. Immediately, the older children rushed forward. Dozens of kids scattered across the yard grouped in threes and fives, some excitedly swarming toward the newcomers, others shyer, sitting quietly in the corners. The children in the yard looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. Their clothes were mismatched, some too big, some too small, and their skin was a healthy wheat color. Every pair of eyes sparkled as they stared curiously at the strangers. They'd clearly been playing house all day, dusty and smeared with unidentifiable substances, each one resembling a little grubby bundle. Uncle. She's such a pretty sister. Grandpa. I took good care of the younger ones. Wang Jianhua stepped forward and introduced them. These are the people I told you about. Today, these 2 older brothers will play with you. Is that okay? Don't cause any trouble. Be good and don't make the older brothers angry, alright? Yes. All the children answered in unison. Wang Jianhua turned around. I'll leave the kids to you then. I've got some matters to attend to in the village. The middle-aged man waved and left. A few children immediately began inspecting the 2 newcomers with sharp, curious eyes. Big brother, why is your hair yellow? Are you a foreigner? A child bounced around Duan Mufeng, brimming with curiosity. Duan Mufeng forced a smile at the noisy little group. Big brother dyed it. With paint. What's your name, big brother? One after another, questions poured in without end. Duan Mufeng twitched at the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth to answer patiently. He was terrible with kids. Wen Yanyu glanced around the yard, when suddenly a small hand tugged at his clothes. A little girl held out a handful of wildflowers toward him. Here, for you. What's your name, sister? At that address, Wen Yanyu froze. He crouched down, accepting the bouquet with a soft smile. Thank you for the flowers. My name is Wen Yanyu. And by the way, I'm a brother, not a sister. The little girl blinked, her confused gaze slowly scanning over his long hair. A brother? Yes, big brother. Brother. You're so beautiful. I thought only girls could be this pretty. Wen Yanyu let the curious children crowd around him, examining him from head to toe. Well, hahaha, how did they mistake him for a sister? Kids stereotypes, lol. Long hair must mean she's a sister. He said he thought only girls could be that pretty, lol, I'm dead. But what have these kids been doing? Their faces and hands are so dirty. Typical kids, they probably dug in the dirt playing house just now. It hadn't even been 10 minutes, yet thanks to candies and chocolates he'd brought in his bag for low blood sugar emergencies, Wen Yanyu had already won over the entire courtyard. Nearly all the children clustered around him now. Their eyes shimmered brightly, treating him like their new leader. Duan Mufeng, relieved to be free of attention, pulled up a stool and plopped himself down lazily in the yard. He occasionally exchanged a few words with Wen Yanyu. Wen Yanyu finished braiding a little girl's hair, then swept his gaze across the circle of children around him. His eyes landed on a half-open door leading into a small hut, where he faintly spotted the silhouette of a little girl. Guided by the principle of leaving no child behind, Wen Yanyu brushed off his clothes and stood up, ready to go check. A little boy tugged at his sleeve. Brother, you don't need to pay attention to Xiaohua. She doesn't like playing with others. She's really strange. Just leave her alone. Wen Yanyu stilled for a moment, then crouched down and gently grasped the boy's wrist. Why would you say that about her? The boy pursed his lips. She is weird. And super annoying. Immediately, a few other children chimed in. She never talks when we try to play with her. Yeah. And she needs grandpa and the others to take care of her all the time, such a huge hassle. Listening to the children babbling on, one after another. Wen Yanyu's brows knitted tightly as his tone turned unusually stern. Xiao Hu, and the rest of you, don't ever say things like that about other children again. It's very impolite, and that little friend would feel sad if she heard it. The little boy turned his head away. Alright, I won't say it anymore. The other children exchanged glances and fell silent with grumbles. Wen Yanyu gave them a brief look before turning and walking toward the house. He pushed open the half-closed door, letting sunlight stream back into the room. Hello, I'm Wen Yanyu. What's your name? Why don't you come out and play with us? His gentle voice was like clouds gently torn apart at the edge of the sky, soft as they drifted into her ears. She had already heard the conversation outside, and upon suddenly hearing this voice, the little girl panicked, instinctively shrinking backward, but there was no wall behind her. She lost her balance and nearly tumbled off the stool. A pair of hands steadied her firmly, then let go just as gently. She lifted her empty eyes, her unfocused gaze drifting toward the person before her. Chapter 15 Giving You the Light, My Fellow Caged One. The little girl, seemingly under 6 years old, timidly shrank to the side. Hello, my name is Li Qianhua. I won't be any trouble. Her voice was soft and faint, filled with dejection. Is there something wrong with this kid's eyes? She looked strange. No wonder they talked about her like that. She's blind. Damn it. I feel so bad for her. Why would they say such things to a little girl? She's so pitiful. While that's true, maybe he should keep some distance. Taking care of a blind girl takes effort, don't end up hurting her by accident. Wen Yanyu squatted down in front of the little girl, observing her empty gaze, then gently coaxed her. I'm the big brother your uncle brought over to play with you all. There's no such thing as trouble. I love playing with kids, having one more friend makes me even happier. Would you like to come out and play with us? Li Qianhua bit her lip, unsure how to respond. Wen Yanyu softened his tone. Brother brought lots of tasty snacks, chocolates, peach gummies, lollipops, and also a little plush toy. It's fluffy, soft, feels really nice to touch. If you come out, brother will give it to you, okay? He spoke slowly, soothingly, sounding warm and smiling, radiating friendliness. A plush toy. Li Qianhua blinked slightly, a flicker of curiosity passed through her vacant eyes. Wen Yanyu chuckled softly. Want me to help you hold it? It's right here in my bag, fluffy, soft, and absolutely adorable little plush. And some sweet chocolate too. We can all play in the yard together, bask in the warm sunshine. Fluffy plush toy. And chocolate. Her mind pieced together a hazy image from these keywords. Curious and tempted, Li Qianhua gently nodded. How about brother holds your hand and leads you out? Wen Yanyu tentatively reached for the girl's hand. After a few seconds of hesitation, she cautiously took the boy's palm. Seeing Li Qianhua emerge holding someone's hand, the other children exchanged glances and quietly moved further away. Wen Yanyu pulled out the plush puppy he brought along and held it toward the girl. Only when her small hands gently touched the plush dog's head did Li Qianhua snap out of her daze, still confused, still dazed. Ever since her mother left, ever since she started rotating among different homes in the village, she had never received any gifts. Let alone something like this, a stuffed toy she'd never even heard of before. This small object in her arms was warm, fuzzy. Even the hand holding hers felt warm, different from how grandpa or her brothers held her. Pure affection welled up inside her heart. She liked it so much. Brother, are you really giving this to me? Li Qianhua lifted her head blankly, her voice tender and timid. Carefully testing again. Wen Yanyu snapped back to reality and ruffled the child's hair. Of course. This is brother's gift to you. Meeting those sightless eyes, Wen Yanyu's gaze grew soft, his thoughts involuntarily drifting back to his past world. Unable to see anything. Imprisoned in a dungeon, relying only on touch. Back then, it was the system manifesting into physical form, letting him hold it close, that kept him from completely breaking down. He understood that darkness, that emptiness, the fear and despair. Thank you, brother. Li Qianhua lowered her head, her voice remained timid, yet now carried a hint of joy. Wen Yanyu reached out and gently pinched the child's cheek. So soft. Cute. Like a little sister. No need to thank me. How about you give it a name, Qianhua? Wen Yanyu looked at her seriously. Once you name something, it won't leave you. It'll stay with you forever. Li Qianhua froze for a moment, then hugged the plush tightly, stroking it repeatedly. After a long silence, she whispered. Xiaohua. Its name is Xiaohua. A flower blooming from the soil. Good. A faint smile tugged at Wen Yanyu's lips, tenderness rippling in his eyes. Then let Xiaohua play with you for a while. Brother will go talk to the other kids, and then we'll all play together, okay? Li Qianhua nodded, cradling the plush dog against her cheek, rubbing it over and over. So warm. Wen Yanyu turned to calm down the other children, who had grown sulky and jealous. Duan Mufeng rested his chin on his hand, watching the scene with idle amusement, his eyes brimming with tenderness he himself didn't even notice. Ooh, my heart's all mushy. Honestly, Wen Yanyu's surprisingly good with kids. Big brother vibes, super gentle. Huh, look at the others getting jealous. Can't blame them though, it is a special case. Just don't start causing trouble. Li Qianhua sat quietly beside thee, hugging the puppy plush without uttering a word. Wen Yanyu watched the child for a long while, hesitating. He rummaged through his backpack for the snacks he'd brought to prevent low blood sugar, then clapped his hands toward the kids in the yard. Is anyone here interested in chocolate? Kids who want chocolate come to brother. Chocolate. At the magic word, all the children in the yard turned their heads. Thump thump thump, they rushed over, even the ones playing under the trees stumbling in their haste. Wen Yanyu tore open the wrapper, and the sweet scent of chocolate instantly filled the air. The group of children gathered around thee with starry eyes, lining up neatly, eagerly waiting for their share. Seeing their impatient little faces, Wen Yanyu cleared his throat. But you have to finish one thing before you can eat the chocolate. What's this guy trying to pull now? Been watching him forever, gross. Can he stop using kids to virtue signal? Same. I feel like he's about to cause trouble. Isn't taking care of the kids his task though? What's wrong with that? I just don't trust his character, bet he'll do something shady. The comments are illogical. What do we have to do? Brother, can I have one piece first? Brother, what do we need to do? The children gazed at him longingly, eyes brimming with anticipation. Wen Yanyu curved his beautiful peach blossom eyes into a smile, softness glowing in his features. You must wash your hands first, and then your face, before you can have candy. Hearing this, several kids looked at each other, glanced at the grime smeared across one another's faces, no one quite sure where it came from, and then down at their own dirt-streaked palms from playing in the soil. They nodded in unison, like a row of baby chicks pecking at grain. Fetching a red basin and filling it halfway with cold water from the yard tap, Wen Yanyu turned back to gently stop a little follower who had been sticking close behind him. Brother's going inside to get some hot water. You all wait here in the yard, and don't run off, okay? Okay. Can't stand him. Stop using kids for show already. Well, you can always leave this stream. Other candidate streams are live too. More brainwashed fans. So disgusting. I really hate people who exploit kids for image building. Taking the time to stage nonsense like this, don't they get tired? Who are they even performing for? I think everything looks perfectly normal so far. His task is to take care of these kids for half a day, and yeah, their hands and faces are kinda dirty. Washing up before eating candy. What's wrong with that? Agreed. Plus there are 4 or 5-year-olds here who constantly suck their fingers. Dirty hands aren't good, period. Finally locating the green electric kettle inside, Wen Yanyu lifted the lid, hot steam rising steadily from the spout. Glancing down at the camera hanging from his chest, he casually flicked his clothing over it, fully covering the lens. After silently confirming his ability was still active, Wen Yanyu lowered his gaze and reached his hand into the water. Once the hot water was added, he picked up the basin and carried it outside. Little ones, come over, after you wash up, you can have your candy. A chorus of cheers as the kids came running to Wen Yanyu. Carefully setting the basin on the ground, Wen Yanyu pulled out a brand new towel from his bag. Looking at the dozen or so children, he paused, then instructed the older ones. You few take your younger brothers and sisters to wash your hands first. The older kids nodded. Wen Yanyu added firmly, but only wash your hands there. Later, you'll use warm water to wash your faces. And don't splash water on your clothes. Got it. Excited only by the promise of chocolate, the kids bounced off toward the tap. Noticing Li Qianhua standing alone, trying to reach out and follow the others, Wen Yanyu stepped forward and gently stopped her. Xiaohua, you stay with brother. Brother will wash your hands. Wen Yanyu bent down and spoke softly, guiding the child to hold on to the hem of his shirt. Brother is right beside you. If you need anything, just call me, or tug on my clothes, okay? Okay. Li Qianhua blinked, then cautiously grasped the edge of his shirt. A nearby child turned, suddenly dissatisfied. Then later, can brother wash my face too? Wen Yanyu blinked, then smiled. Of course. What about me? Duan Mufeng raised an eyebrow, pointing at himself. Wen Yanyu didn't even look. He tossed a pack of chocolate at him. Stay put and don't move. Duan Mufeng caught the chocolate purely on reflex, stared blankly for a few seconds, then the faintest upward curve flickered at the corner of his lips. He plucked a piece of chocolate, popped it into his mouth, and chewed slowly, savoring the sweetness before swallowing. The chocolate melted on his tongue. Sweet, rich, almost too much. Duan Luobua, guess he's made me a kid now too. Suddenly noticing how close these two are. No duh. Duan Luobua chats with Wen Yanyu under the covers every night. Even strangers would get chummy like that eventually. Thinking about Lu Mingshu's numb expression again, lol. Wen Yanyu seems like a kindergarten teacher, help. Once Duan Mufeng sits beside them, he's just an oversized kid from the senior class. Big yellow-haired kid. Chapter 16, Dealing with Children. Li Qianhua tugged at the youth's sleeve, helplessly allowing Wen Yanyu to guide her onto the bench. Her hollow eyes had no focal point, she could only perceive those around her through scent. Xiaohua, close your eyes for a moment. Brother's going to wipe your face now. Li Qianhua nodded blankly. Wen Yanyu soaked a cloth in water and gently covered the child's eyes. Moisture seeped through the fabric, unknowingly dampening the corners of her eyelids. There. All done. A strand of black hair quietly faded in color. Li Qianhua opened her eyes, instinctively blinking. Those once dull, lifeless pupils suddenly flickered with a hint of light. Wen Yanyu remained expressionless, lowering his head to rummage through his bag. He pulled out some lotion, squeezed a small amount onto his fingertip and gently rubbed it between his fingers. As he evenly applied it to the child's face, he smiled and said, there, now my little one smells nice too. He then took out a tube of hand cream. Give me your little hands, Xiaohua. Wen Yanyu warmed the cream in his palms before wrapping his hands around hers, carefully coating her tiny fingers. Li Qianhua obediently held out her hands, feeling the gentle warmth spreading across her skin. A quiet sense of dependence flickered in her eyes. In her memory, only her mother, whose face she could no longer clearly recall, had ever treated her like this. The older boys in the village and grandpa were kind to her, but no one else had touched her with such tenderness since her mother. Once finished, he double-checked everything. Wen Yanyu gave the child's cheek a soft pinch. All right. Stay here quietly and eat your candy. Brother will come play with you after I finish up. He stood, tore open a small packet of chocolate, placed it in the girl's hand, and turned to attend to the other children. Li Qianhua lowered her head, popping a piece into her mouth. The rich aroma of chocolate spread through her tongue. Not far away came the sounds of Wen Yanyu and the other kids. Brother. What's this nice-smelling thing? That's hand cream. This one's only for your hands, don't use it on your face. Brother. Water got in my eye. Cough, sorry, Xiao Hu. Don't pull your sister's hair. Brother, I want to use that nice-smelling stuff too. Just wait, after I finish with sister, I'll put some on you. Listening to the distant chatter, Li Qianhua reached for another piece of candy, but suddenly stopped. Her fingertip lightly tapped the remaining chocolate balls in the bag. 6 left. The child lowered her head, tightening her grip on the candy pouch as she slowly savored the lingering sweetness in her mouth. Midday sunlight bathed her body, warm and intense. Something strange seemed to be growing inside her, sweet, yet sour. I'm dying laughing, random side note, but Wen Yanyu's way of applying skincare feels just like how my grandma used to smear Debeo on me. Ha 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 ha. Although I know this guy's probably not a good person, but seriously, he's such a mom vibe. Help. +1. Even Duan Luobua stopped showing off, he's fully enjoying his time being a baby now. After half a day of bustling about, finally finishing washing faces and combing hair, Wen Yanyu looked upon the freshly cleaned, bright-eyed little group before him and sighed contentedly. Perfect. Taking the storybook handed to him by one of the kids, there were too many children and not enough benches. Wen Yanyu spritzed each child nearby with extra-strength mosquito repellent, then simply sat down on the grass beside the willow tree in the yard. A cluster of children gathered around him, some leaning against his legs, others sitting close by. Li Qianhua hugged her small flower doll, nestled in his arms. Sunlight filtered through gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the pages of the book like scattered golden fragments. Wen Yanyu flipped open the fairy tale book, rewriting every story as he went. Even the kids who'd long grown tired of these tales now listened with rapt attention. A soft breeze brushed past, carrying the warmth of sunlight into his hair, into his eyes. His voice, light and tender, unfolded fantastical fairy tales at an unhurried pace. A rose born in winter, crushed by cold winds, eventually grew thorns. A king full of denial lost his queen in the end. The caged bird sang its dirge. A little rabbit battled a vicious dragon, saved his family, only to realize it was all a dream, and ultimately died beneath the ice of winter. The children listened, entranced, gradually resting their heads against Wen Yanyu's shoulders. Led by him, they wandered together into that magical world of fantasy. As Wen Yanyu turned the pages, his long hair slid softly over his shoulder. His striking features radiated elegance without a trace of sharpness, gentle, yet subtly aloof. His beautiful peach-shaped eyes sparkled under the sun with a gorgeous, warm glow, tender, lingering. Everything around him seemed dim in comparison. A breeze carried floral fragrance toward him. Wen Yanyu sniffled at his slightly reddened nose. His long lashes trembled faintly. Delicate pink-tinted fingertips propped up the book, the black cover sharply contrasting against his pale skin. His voice, mild, tinged with melancholy, brushed past like spring wind, or perhaps like feathers trailing across the heart. No one could tell whether it tickled or ached. Duan Mufeng sat backward on the chair, one arm wrapped around the backrest, the other propping up his chin, unconsciously lost in what he was watching. 3 full hours had passed. The live stream's barrage of comments remained sparse, yet the viewer count had skyrocketed from an initial 70-odd thousand to over 5 million. So comfortable, am I dead? I want to go back to kindergarten and have Wen Yanyu as my teacher. Baby, as long as you never cling pathetically to men again, Mom will still love you. He's such a great storyteller, this voice, this sunlight, this atmosphere, it's like I've returned to the days before I turned into a venomous hag. Ah, so good, I just shit myself. I'm a corporate drone who's relied on sleeping pills for years, but listening to Wen Yanyu tell stories just now, I actually fell asleep. Wah, it feels like I've gone back to my uncorrupted past. Baby, please. ASMR welcomes you. It's just, so warm and cozy. Summer, sunlight, beneath a tree, a handsome youth telling stories, and a group of freshly washed little kids. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Watching Wen Yanyu gives me this taboo thrill, like observing an underage boy mom. Not quite mature, yet overflowing with tenderness and acceptance, slightly awkward too. Like an unwed teenage father. Youth pain literature. A gentle warmth lingered in the courtyard. Until an elderly male voice shattered the tranquility. Lunch is ready. Come eat, kids. The village chief's voice suddenly came from outside the gate. Wen Yanyu snapped out of his daze and closed the storybook. Let's go. Time for lunch. The children turned their heads and saw the village chief standing sternly at the doorway. Reluctantly, they rose and patted off their clothes. They reached out to hold Wen Yanyu's hands, eyes pleading, their faces clearly screaming, come with us, come with us. Wen Yanyu ruffled each of their heads gently. You all go with Grandpa Chief first. Brother needs to tidy up here. I'll be right there to eat with you. Besides, I still have to take Xiaohua with me. Only then did the children realize. They glanced at Li Qianhua, who had been silently sitting there, and sighed in disappointment. Oh. Just hurry up. We want to hear more stories after lunch. All right. Wen Yanyu stood and began packing up. Just then, an argument suddenly broke out behind him. That's the candy brother gave me. Li Qianhua tightly gripped Xiaohu's arm. You're a bad kid. Why did you steal my candy? What candy is yours? I don't know anything about it. Can you stop being so annoying? You left the candy there, I ate it, so what? The boy, visibly guilty, roughly shoved the little girl clinging to his arm away. Li Qianhua stumbled, teetering toward the ground. Chapter 17 I want to see what you look like. Duan Mufeng rushed forward in 2 quick strides, steadying the little girl, then snapped at the boy, what the hell are you doing, brat? Wen Yanyu walked up to the 2 children. Xiaohu, why did you push your sister? Apologize to her. As if only just realizing what he'd done, Wang Xiaohu stood frozen, his lips parting slightly. He looked at Wen Yanyu, who was tending to Li Qianhua, then at the other curious children staring back, and a flush of humiliation crossed his face. He couldn't hold it in anymore, he shouted. She's just a motherless brat. So what if I ate her candy? She eats and lives at my house for free every single day. Why can't I eat it? I hate her. I'm not apologizing. Orphan brat with no dad and no mom. I hate her the most. You say she went out, but she's dead. She'll never come back. You're nothing but a parentless orphan. With that, Wang Xiaohu stomped off toward the door and ran outside. Stunned by those words, Wen Yanyu froze, breath catching. His fingertips dug deep into clenched fists. How could this kid be so cruel? F***ck. Brat, who raised you like this? What just happened? The boy stole the girl's candy, she found out, and now he's lashing out. Damn it, I hate spoiled kids more than anything. Fuck. Duan Mufeng spat, bending down to pick up the fallen doll. Who the hell taught this kid such manners? Frowning, Duan Mufeng gently brushed dust off the toy and quietly tucked it back into the quiet child's arms. Wen Yanyu shook himself from his daze and guided the frightened children over to the elder. Could you please take them to eat first? I'll bring Qianhua over shortly. The village chief glanced at the cluster of little ones, unrecognizable compared to how they'd looked just that morning, each newly groomed with tiny braids, and nodded at Wen Yanyu. Only after the children had left with the village chief did Wen Yanyu turn back. Qianhua, what happened? Why did you and Xiaohu fight? He crouched down, smoothing out the clothes that had been tugged awry. He ate the chocolate pack you gave me, Li Qianhua whispered, clutching the doll tightly. I only ate 2 pieces. I wanted to save the rest. But the candy left on the table had been devoured in secret. Li Qianhua bit hard on her lip, a sour ache of sorrow spreading deep within her chest. I see. It was wrong of Xiaohu. I'll talk to him later and make him apologize. And don't worry, I have more chocolate. I'll give you another pack, okay? Qianhua stayed silent, head lowered. Until a new pack of chocolate was slipped into her hand. You don't need to save it, Qianhua. Brother brought plenty of sweets. Wen Yanyu ruffled her hair gently. She gave a soft gripping the candy bag tighter. They walked slowly toward the door. Duan Mufeng followed closely behind. Wen Yanyu quickly noticed the girl's low spirits. He turned his head and asked softly, Are you unhappy, Qianhua? I'm happy. She shook her head instinctively, trying to deny the sadness inside. It's okay to feel sad. 1 piece of candy will make everything better. His voice was warm as he comforted her, though his expression remained unreadable. A piece of candy was gently placed between her lips. The sweetness of chocolate spread through her mouth, but the automatic urge to chew suddenly stopped. Qianhua paused, letting the candy dissolve slowly on her tongue, letting it melt, just a little slower. She silently lowered her head, sucking on the candy. She stayed quiet for a long time, so long she thought perhaps he wasn't paying attention to her anymore. So long that the sweet taste had already faded away. Wen Yanyu continued walking beside her, holding her hand in silence. The buzz of cicadas and the sound of flowing stream filled the air, summer unfolding vividly around them. Qianhua reached up, touching her sightless eyes. Adults always told her, be good, grow up well, and one day your mother will return. But she knew better. Her mother would never come back. She'd never see again. She still had memories, sunlight, the sky, but faintly. Her mother's face still lingered in her mind, blurred and fading. She was starting to forget. I want to see what you look like. I want to see mother again. Her whisper was soft, like a murmur, a wish impossible to fulfill. But then, abruptly, the footsteps beside her paused. Her hand was gently taken once more. I see. Then let's let you see brother. Wen Yanyu crouched down, his voice soft and near, carrying the unique laziness and tenderness of summer. Chapter 18 Look at me, its heartbeat. He leaned down toward the young child, pressing his face gently into that small, tender hand. Li Qianhua froze, unsure of what to do, as that soft hand gently guided hers, slowly moving across a warm, supple surface. Unconsciously, her heartbeat quickened. A sharp ache swelled behind her eyes. Her lashes were already damp with tears. Li Qianhua reached out on her own, trying to touch the person before her, using her fingertips to see the features of the one standing in front of her. She could feel it was a face. Her fingers brushed lightly against delicate skin, then along the eyebrows, the eye sockets, then down the straight bridge of the nose, finally resting on soft lips. The sweet scent of peaches lingered by her nose. In her mind, a face gradually took shape. Warm breath grazed the back of her hand, proof of life. The cameraman trailing behind the three silently and swiftly zoomed in. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting golden rays over the two. Wen Yanyu gazed down at the child before him, his fading eyes shimmering with indescribable emotion. It was tenderness, a senior's affection for a younger one. Yet it also resembled the shared sorrow of two souls trapped in the same cage, watching the same helpless tragedy unfold. The sun's halo blended with the fractured light in his eyes, impossible to distinguish from unshed tears. His heart skipped a beat. Duan Mufeng jolted upright, suddenly snapping back to reality. He immediately turned his head away. The camera feed was crystal clear. At that instant, neither Duan Mufeng nor the live chat dared utter a word. After a brief silence, the comments section exploded. Touch my face too, since I can't see you, let me feel your presence. I'm crying. I'm really crying, sobbing so hard. Daddy, please stop chasing after that Fu family girl. Chase me instead. I'm rich too. Pursue me, and I'll whisk you abroad to get married immediately. To be honest, aside from his messy love life, he doesn't have any actual scandals. He's just emotionally clueless and sabotaged himself. I'm completely broken. This emotional combo hit me so hard, I can't handle it at all, sobbing. Already totally conquered. I've wanted to say this for a while, Wen Yanyu is exactly like a gentle dad-mom hybrid. That angry little boy earlier kept acting out, but every time, Wen Yanyu calmed him down. And Qianhua, being excluded because of her eyes, many parents wouldn't notice or care about a kid's emotions, but Wen Yanyu constantly checks in on her feelings. Exactly. He didn't ignore the other kids just because of Qianhua, he brought her to play with everyone else. And those shy kids weren't overlooked either. He even braided cute little pigtails for each of them. What kind of ultimate dad-mom specimen is this? I'm utterly dizzy. Baby has always had this personality, it's just that lately he acted possessed or something, sobbing. Baby, if you can change, mommy will keep fangirling over you and boost your data forever. Sobbing. Li Qianhua let out a soft whimper, finally unable to hold back and quietly crying. She hadn't shed a single tear since her mother passed. She stayed obedient, never caused trouble, never acted spoiled. There were many parentless children in the village, she wasn't special, nor should she be. She knew she wasn't the kind of child people liked. She didn't know how to flatter others or charm elders. She didn't know what her future held. She didn't know if she would ever see light again. She understood chocolate would eventually run out, and the person who brought it wouldn't stay forever, but right now. Li Qianhua was cradled in Wen Yanyu's arms, gently comforted. It's okay. Brother knows you've been hurt. Cry if you need to, it'll be alright. Brother's here. Be good, cry on brother's shoulder. Brother. I don't want to be hated, the little bundle whispered, voice trembling, hoarse with sorrow. I'm scared. I can't remember what mom looked like anymore. Brother. I miss mom. Mom told me to be strong, but, cough, the child broke into coughs from overwhelming emotion, tears and grief flooding out together. I miss mom. Brother, I miss mom so much. Perhaps it was an instinct in every young creature, in times of sadness, fear, or even when facing death, the name they called out was always mother's. Tears rolled heavily down her cheeks. Li Qianhua bit her lip hard, desperately stifling her sobs. Wen Yanyu closed his eyes, pulling the soft little bundle tightly into his embrace. What flashed through his mind, however, was the long-forgotten face of his younger sister. I don't remember either. His real family, erased like a deleted bug. Not one of them remained in his memory. It's okay, Xiaohua. You don't have to be strong all the time. Nobody says we must always stay strong. When you're sad or hurt, it's alright to be fragile, and it's alright to cry. If you want to cry, just cry into brother's arms. Wen Yanyu gently patted the little girl's back in a steady rhythm, his voice soft and soothing. Li Qianhua tightly gripped the boy's sleeve, finally letting her sobs burst free, crying uncontrollably until her face was smeared with tears and runny nose. No one could tell whether it was because of the stolen chocolate or something deeper. Wen Yanyu lowered his eyelashes, pulled out a tissue from his pocket, and carefully wiped the mess from the child's face. The chocolate would someday be gone, and the sweetness she had felt in life had only ever been scattered and fleeting. The ache of gaining something only to lose it again was something she didn't want to face, but still, she couldn't help wanting to feel. To feel every bit of beauty and tenderness, to wash away the bitterness of unknown suffering. After the little girl had sniffled and cried herself quiet, Wen Yanyu continued walking down the country path, gently leading her hand as he helped her touch the flowers and living things they encountered along the way. Li Qianhua held tightly onto that warm hand. She didn't know what her tomorrow might hold. Not until very, very much later, when she had already left the mountains, returned to her now thriving hometown, and once again laid eyes on the rivers, streams, lakes, and light. By then, old pains and darkness had long been washed away by time. Even the memories of that afternoon had grown blurry. But certain things kept echoing endlessly deep within her heart. Actually, I think he's kind of a good person. I admit I judged him too soon. At first, I thought he was some effeminate gold digger chasing rich girls, but he's nothing like the online rumors. After watching for a few days, I just feel, such a gentle bunny. I'd sell the entire neighboring province just to bring this bunny home and keep him. Lao CNI. Who gets this? My bro was bored so he started watching the show with me, but then I saw him spacing out while Wen Yanyu told a story. He even laughed while listening, then slapped himself right after. Now he's scrolling through the guy's Weibo like crazy. Damn it, is my brother gay now? Mom, why did you give me a straight brother? He has such a good temper, soft personality, you know, slightly subdued, makes food that looks delicious, seems so domesticated, great at storytelling, great with kids, and damn, he's so handsome. Remove the messy relationship drama, and he'd be the perfect wife, MMM. A gentle, housewife vibing bunny type sweetheart. I'm selling all 7 of my houses just to marry him and bring him home as my wife. You won't leave one house for the baby to live in? Nope, not trustworthy. Taking the baby away from you. Duan Mufeng followed close beside them. Wen Yanyu casually turned his head and glanced at him. For an instant their eyes met, and Duan Mufeng immediately looked away. An endless tide of emotion surged within his chest. But only seconds later, his gaze was drawn back, helplessly rooted to the boy. On the quiet country path, where little sound broke the silence, he could clearly hear the pounding of his own heartbeat. Something terrifying had quietly pierced the very tip of his heart. Wen Yanyu walked beside him, so close that he could smell that intoxicating, desire-provoking scent from his body. That strikingly beautiful, deeply captivating face was still exactly the type his instincts desired. Yet his eyes, without his permission, kept lingering on those tear-filled eyes, and simply couldn't look away. He knew what this was. He wanted to stop it. But it was already too late. Chapter 19 Little fish, swim fast. Brother told us stories. Yeah, Brother Xiaoyu even put lotion on us. And chocolate too, so sweet and delicious. Brother's stories are so interesting. We've never heard anything like them before. In the small courtyard, a crowd had gathered around the dinner table. The children chattered excitedly, calling out, "Brother! Brother!" non-stop, gushing about how wonderful he was. The elderly caretaker who usually watched over the kids. Backstabber. Jiang Qian. Jiang Wanru, who had just stepped out from the kitchen, pressed her lips together, using the motion of tying her hair to hide her expression, barely managing to suppress laughter. Auntie. Her clothes tugged gently at the hem. Jiang Wan returned. What is it, baby? She crouched down to meet the little girl's eyes. The child, no older than 5, looked up with bright, hopeful eyes. Auntie, can we make Brother Xiaoyu stay? I don't want him to leave. Xiaoyu. At that name, Jiang Wanru froze. Xiaoyu, who? The brother. The one who came with you, the long-haired brother, the very pretty one. He told us to call him Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. For a moment, Jiang Wanru's expression went blank. Something flickered through her mind, fleeting, she couldn't quite grasp it. Before she could taste its bitterness, it vanished. Leaving not a single trace. Coming back to herself, Jiang Wanru shook her head and gently ruffled the child's hair. You mean Xiao Wen, right? But I'm afraid that's not possible, brother has work to do. Wen Yanyu and Duan Mufeng hadn't returned yet. But didn't brother come back with you for dinner? Jiang Wanru asked. The children exchanged glances, then silently looked toward Xiao Hu, who remained quiet, and collectively shook their heads. Brother is staying behind with Xiaohua. Xiaohua. Jiang Wanru frowned in confusion. Lu Mingxiu and Sang Yu approached from the adjacent courtyard, ready for dinner. Then, figures appeared at the gate. Jiang Wanru looked up, when Yanyu was walking in, holding a child's hand in one and carrying a large bag in the other. Duan Mufeng trailed behind, his expression stiff as if constipated, completely losing the cheerful demeanor from earlier, moving slowly behind the young man. Brother! Brother! Come eat! Seeing Wen Yanyu, the children immediately lit up, bouncing over to him joyfully. Brother, what's in your bag? A little girl asked curiously. Wen Yanyu opened the bag, revealing an array of small toys. The children's eyes sparkled instantly. It's the bubble set I've always wanted. And puzzles too. Brother, can I play with one? Just for a bit, I'll give it back right away. Watching the starry-eyed kids, Wen Yanyu tightened his grip on Li Qianhua's hand. I was comforting Qianhua earlier, I took her to the village convenience store. I asked her what she'd like to get, and she said she wanted to bring small gifts for all of you. At this, the children fell silent, turning their gaze toward Li Qianhua. So I asked her, do you know what the other kids like? And Qianhua said she remembered. As he spoke, Wen Yanyu pulled out a puzzle from the bag and placed it in front of the girl who had held Qianhua's hand that morning. Qianhua said she used to play puzzles with Yaya, and they promised to finish a whole series together. But now that her eyes aren't working well, she's afraid of being a burden, so she's been hesitant to join in. She told me she's scared Yaya and the other brothers and sisters might be angry with her. But I told her they wouldn't be, you wouldn't get mad, or you wouldn't keep holding her hand. The girl stood stunned for a while before finally understanding. She glanced at Li Qianhua, who shyly clung to the boy's sleeve, too nervous to let go. The girl softly touched her nose, then grinned. I would never be mad at Xiaohua. We promised to finish the puzzle together, so we will. The other children seemed to wake up from a daze as well, gathering around Li Qianhua. We'd never be mad at Xiaohua. Yeah. We just thought she didn't want to play with us. Exactly. I've always wanted to play with Xiaohua, but she never responded. I thought she just didn't want to. Li Qianhua turned helplessly in Wen Yanyu's direction. Wen Yanyu gently patted her head and nudged her forward toward the other children. Immediately, the group closed in, guiding Li Qianhua to the dinner table, each talking over the other. The misunderstanding, born of hesitation and pride, melted away effortlessly. Quickly won over by the toys, the children were soon playing together once more. Wen Yanyu lowered his eyes and quietly exhaled. Duan Mufeng walked past him toward the dining table. What's with this guy? Not causing trouble anymore? Under Lu Mingxiu's peculiar gaze, Duan Mufeng didn't even glance at Wen Yanyu as he silently sat down to eat. During the meal, the children gathered around Wen Yanyu, chattering excitedly, one wanted to hear a story, another hoped to take brother to explore the village after dinner. Watching Wen Yanyu effortlessly bonding with the kids, the others at the table quietly cast looks of awe toward him. Wen Yanyu, a dude who absolutely knows how to handle kids, like a nurturing mom. Suddenly finding Wen Yanyu kinda wifely, is it okay to say that? Shyly raising hand, when he was telling stories earlier, I already mentally pictured him as an unmarried dad. Baby Wah, I think baby's back to normal. Baby, stop clinging to people who don't like you. As long as you don't harass that man anymore or act desperate, mommy still loves you. Gotta admit, this guy's mentality is impressive. After being roasted online for half a year, then having that suicide incident, he shows up on this show and happily plays with kids anyway. Hats off. This money. He deserves it. Might be because he died once and now just doesn't care about anything anymore. Hope he stays like this. That night, everyone gathered in the courtyard. Cups filled with beer were placed in front of them. The host held up a tablet, wearing a slightly mischievous smile. Truth or dare, you all know this little game, right? Next, I'll use the show's machine to randomly select guests and challenges. If you refuse the challenge, you'll have to complete a corresponding punishment instead. Successfully completing a challenge earns your team 50 yuan toward outside shopping funds. The others exchanged glances. The production team's challenges probably wouldn't go too far. So they all nodded in agreement. Then let's get started. Chapter 20, Rescue. The host nodded with a smile, tapping a few times on his tablet. For the first round, Sang Yu and the guest on the left will complete a kiss. Oh, it's you, old Lu, Duan Mufeng said with a slight lift of his eyebrow, immediately perking up with excitement written all over his face. Everyone's gaze shifted in unison toward the man in question. Sang Yu blinked in confusion, glancing at Lu Mingxiu. Her cheeks flushed bright red, and her hands fidgeted helplessly, unsure where to place them. Seizing the moment, the host chimed in teasingly, Brother Lu and little Yu were once the hottest on-screen couple. You two kissed countless times during filming, why so shy now? Lu Mingxiu frowned deeply, an involuntary irritation clouding his features, though he forced himself to remain patient, softening his voice as he explained. Acting is acting, reality is reality. Sang Yu and I are just friends. The live chat exploded instantly. Lu Mingxiu. What are you waiting for? Kiss your wife already. You didn't hesitate back then while filming, what's wrong now? Are you planning to regret it later and grovel at her feet? You had the chance and you blew it, Lu Mingxiu. Future candidate 4, chasing wife after burning the funeral pyre. They're not actually a couple, stop yelling funeral pyre everywhere. Some of you hardcore shippers are seriously delusional. I have one thing to say, only toxic solo fans break over the real sister-in-law. When Lu Mingxiu's parents passed, it was Yu's family who paid his tuition, supported him, took him in. And now you're attacking Yu. Humph, ungrateful wolf. Come on, stop being ridiculous. All these years, how many resources has Brother Lu secured for your little Yu? Can you honestly say her status as a top-tier actress has nothing to do with him? He's been releasing work non-stop, what has your little Yu done besides ride the couple hype with Lu Mingxiu? The chat erupted into endless bickering between couple stans and solo fans, driving the stream S even higher. Lu Mingxiu narrowed his eyes. We're passing on this challenge. Sang Yu stole a glance at the man, then lowered her head in disappointment. Host, that's fine too. Then both of you will accept the penalty. He clapped his hands, and a crew member appeared carrying a tray. Lu Mingxiu's expression, which had slightly softened, turned ice-cold in an instant. On the tray were several tiny shot glasses, each about the height of a thumb, lined up neatly beside an open bottle of beer. The penalty requires each person to drink 3 full shots, must be completely full, the host said, placing the tray beside him and winking playfully at the two. Duan Mufeng clicked his tongue lightly, glanced at Sang Yu, then at Lu Mingxiu, and shrugged carelessly. Ah, such a small thing. Old Lu can handle his 3, I'll take care of the other 3 for little Yu. But the host waved his hand with a smile. Sorry, the penalty drinks must be consumed by the participants themselves. No substitutes allowed. Duan Mufeng? Damn it, are they looking for trouble? Lu Mingxiu knew the production team was deliberately stirring drama, but their heavy-handed tactics made his temples throb. His expression darkened visibly. Sang Yu's face burned crimson as she stood frozen, utterly lost. Jiang Qian swept her eyes across the tray of tiny glasses, then at the visibly distressed Sang Yu, the smirking host, and finally at the brooding Lu Mingxiu. She clicked her tongue in mild annoyance. Come on, decide quickly, the host pressed. Drink or take the challenge. Just then. Jiang Qian suddenly slung an arm around Sang Yu's shoulders. With a loud smack, a faint lipstick mark appeared on Sang Yu's cheek. Lu Mingxiu. Duan Mufeng, smirking face. Sang Yu's eyes widened. Instinctively, she touched the spot that had just been kissed. Jiang Qian stood up, pushed Lu Mingxiu off his chair, and plopped herself down right in his seat. What kind of stupid challenge is this? This seat belongs to me now. My baby Yu is single, okay? Single, get it? How dare some random guy try to kiss her? As she spoke, she shot the host a mock-angry glare, settling into the sofa like a bratty little girl throwing a tantrum. The host scratched his nose sheepishly. But the game rules. Before he could finish, Jiang Qian abruptly stood and strode over in 3 quick steps, planting her hands firmly on her hips. With a cold, mocking huff that carried a tinge of fake poutiness, she snapped, What? Do you have a problem with me, Jiang Qian? She dragged out the syllable, emphasizing the Jiang, her eyes sharp as ice, devoid of any humor. The host immediately stepped back, waving his hands frantically. Just kidding, just kidding. Jiang Qian gave another disdainful humph, then casually flicked her gaze to the box nearby, snatching a 50 yuan bill from it without hesitation. Hey! The host tried to protest, mourning his lost cash. But Jiang Qian was already back on the sofa in 2 strides. Alright. Challenge completed. Now hurry up and start the next round. With just a few words, she steamrolled past the entire incident. The host stood frozen, listening to instructions through his earpiece. Fine, she's untouchable. Duan Mufeng and Lu Mingxiu exchanged a look. Duan shrugged. Thank you, Sang Yu whispered beside Jiang Qian, shyly wiping at the mark on her face. Jiang Qian waved it off carelessly, adjusting the slightly crooked bow on her head in front of her phone. LOL, died of laughter, glad the production team knows who not to mess with. 3 shots each. Seriously? How dumb can this production team get? Pure troublemaking. Agreed. Did they have to make it this awkward? Don't get it. The host adjusted his earpiece. Second round, Wen Yanyu. Hearing his name, Wen Yanyu looked up, staring blankly at the host. The host met his gaze, then glanced down at the screen. Please open your contacts, find the person whose name starts with the 6th letter of the alphabet, and call them. Ask what they had for dinner tonight. Wen Yanyu froze, fingers tightening until his knuckles turned white. A, B, C, D, E, F. F. Fu Hanchuan. No. Production team, don't you dare stir up trouble. They might not even have each other's contact info. The production team's just gambling for buzz. If they do have it, they'll own the tonight. Ugh, so cheap. Such a random choice, huh? After how badly these two fell out before, you're making him do this now. Production team, words fail me. Production team. Don't hurt my baby. Bad. Back off. Retreat. Seeing that Wen Yanyu still hadn't moved, the host immediately began urging him on. Chapter 21, Pride often drags people down, twisting love beyond recognition. Wen Yanyu lowered his gaze and opened his phone's contact list. Sparse as it was, Fu Hanchuan's name sat right at the top. Duan Mufeng put down his crossed leg and turned to look at him. After a long silence, Wen Yanyu cast his eyes down, concealing the emotions in them. His voice came out dry. I'll drink. 3 glasses were placed in front of him by the staff. Staring at the 3 brimming pints of beer, his stomach already began to ache faintly. He had promised, there was no way he dragged that person into more public scrutiny. Head bowed, Wen Yanyu steeled himself. Without further hesitation, he lifted the glass to his lips. LOL, looks like Wen Yanyu still doesn't dare hit back. After all the previous mess, one more scandal might get him blacklisted for good. But seriously, haha, why is Fu Hanchuan literally the first number in his contacts? Does Wen Yanyu even have friends? Why so few people in his contact list? With that bizarre personality of his, it'd be weird if he did have friends. I think his personality isn't that bad. The baby said he won't have anything to do with Fu ever again. If he hits back you'll criticize him, if he doesn't you mock him anyway. You guys are crazy. Taking my rabbit baby home. Just then. The ringtone sounded. On the screen, Fu Hanchuan lit up. Wen Yanyu froze, not reacting for over 10 seconds as the phone rang. It was only when the host stepped over and pressed the answer button and speakerphone for him. Say something, the host whispered, nudging him with his eyes. Wen Yanyu pressed his lips tightly together. The palm holding the phone grew slightly damp with sweat. He asked softly, F Fu. Hanchuan. Silence from the other end. Who else would it be? A low, languid voice came through, delivering a rhetorical question without the slightest hint of uncertainty. Wen Yanyu took a deep breath, hesitantly probing, it's late, is there something? You left your medication at my place last time. The man replied carelessly. Wen Yanyu stared blankly for a moment before stuttering, I don't need it anymore. Just throw it away. The man spoke again, I checked. It's prescription only, hard to get. Come pick it up yourself when you can. The phone was close to his ear, he could clearly hear the man's breathing. Wen Yanyu lowered his head, fingers tightening around the phone, thoughts swirling chaotically. Can I send a friend to get it? A friend? That Miss Lawn of yours? Yes. Another silence. The click of a lighter. I'm abroad at a meeting. Wen Yanyu tightened his grip on the phone. His peach blossom eyes slowly drooped as he whispered, then I'll wait for you to come back. The man gave a light acknowledgement, then added, the doctor said your stomach and esophagus are almost completely ruined. Go to the hospital yourself and stay put for treatment. I don't want to be the one collecting your body. Don't make me monitor you every day. If you run off again next time, I won't hesitate to come after you personally. Still, his tone remained calm. Wen Yanyu rubbed his fingertips, speaking weakly, I know my own body. You don't need to care. We're not. Before he could finish. Wen Yanyu, shut up. The voice from the other end suddenly sharpened. Wen Yanyu flinched, instantly silenced. But once he steadied himself, he couldn't help asking, I kept my promise. I did what you wanted. You said we wouldn't contact each other, why are you doing this? Didn't we agree not to contact each other? Why are you always so harsh with me? His voice trembled, unable to hide the hurt. Why did you call me? We're not friends anymore. I owe you, and I can never make it up. You clearly hate me, so why don't you just use me like the others did, vent your anger? Why call me? Why still care? When Yanyu raised a hand and rubbed his burning eyes, unable to tell where this sudden surge of bitterness and sorrow came from. The person on the other end clearly paused. I wasn't being harsh. When Yanyu clenched the phone tightly, took several deep breaths, and forced his voice steady. I kept my promise last time. I didn't break it. You don't need to watch over me. I know I should go see a doctor. We're not friends anymore. Dead silence. The air seemed to freeze. All that came through the receiver was heavy breathing. After a long while, the low, hoarse voice returned, bone-chillingly cold, devoid of any discernible emotion. Wen Yanyu, you must be dreaming. The call ended. The screen went dark. Wen Yanyu stared at the blackened display, finally murmuring in a broken voice, I guess. I've completed the challenge. The host snapped back to reality, giving a complicated look. Ah, of course. Counts. The live chat fell into silence. If my memory serves me right, wasn't it Wen Yanyu who relentlessly pursued Fu Hanchuan? And wasn't Fu utterly disgusted by him? Yeah, you remember correctly. So why do they seem so much like a bickering couple taking space after a fight? Is he actually concerned about my baby? Oh my god, I'm losing it. Stop putting words in your master's mouth. Fu Hanchuan clearly can't stand him, okay? Can't stand him so much that he threatens to come personally if the other doesn't go to the doctor. I'm not being harsh, am I? These two are killing me. When with that little look, and Fu using the word, come after you, like he's scolding a baby rabbit, oh my god, I can't handle this couple, they're so messed up. Suddenly remembered that time when Yanyu was hospitalized and got swarmed by reporters, and it was Fu Hanchuan who came to take him away. You left your meds at my place. Wait, what? He just called now, but wasn't Fu Hanchuan supposed to have hated Wen Yanyu for half a year already? What's going on? Bro, I'm confused. Didn't someone leak before that Fu and Wen were actually friends? That they often met up for meals? There were even photos, but since it was some roadside dive and Fu was blurry, dressed super casually, and the two seemed totally unrelated, no one believed it. But now, maybe it was real after all. Yeah, I remember. In those photos, Fu was smiling so dumbly, picking leaves off the ground with Wen under a tree. Fu looked like a giant puppy, tugging at Wen's sleeve. The photo got taken down fast, but because of those pictures, I always thought Wen went off the rails later because they broke up and he couldn't handle it. Are these two secretly acting out some melodramatic tragic romance, and are we just part of their twisted performance? Round after round of challenges continued, none of them truly painful, yet. Wen Yanyu hung his head low. The night wind blew, making his body shiver slightly. He exhaled into his cold palms. So cold. So painful. When will it end? Duan Mufeng hesitated for a moment, then reached over and draped the jacket resting on his lap over the young man's shoulders. Wen Yanyu flinched slightly, glancing at Duan Mufeng. Thank you. Duan Mufeng didn't dare meet his gaze. Wen Yanyu pulled the jacket tighter, rubbing his hands together gently. The host joked lightly, nowadays, young people really love staying up late. Jiang Wanru laughed softly. My kid's a doctor, he's still on night shift at this hour. Probably only picked up the phone because things are slow right now. Wen Yanyu froze, lifting his head to look at the woman. My Shaoshan just came back from abroad not long ago. Jiang Wanru smiled warmly, her eyes filled with pride. He's working at the city hospital now. He's busy most of the time, but still makes time to come see me and my husband. The group chatted amiably. Wait, Auntie Jiang has a kid? I thought Auntie Jiang only sponsored children, she never had one of her own. She adopted him. He's the child of her husband's teammate. Kept his original surname. His name's Ji. A brilliant doctor. Her husband once posted about him on Weibo. His full name is Ji Shenhui. My sister had surgery at that hospital and it was him. So young but incredibly skilled. Super responsible. And such a kind person. It was dark. Fu Hanchuan leaned against his desk, a cigarette pinched between his fingers. His sharp features were veiled in smoke. On the computer screen, the audio feed resumed. On the other end. The host tapped the screen. The final round, our guest drawn is Wen Yanyu. Wen Yanyu lifted his head. Then the host continued, throughout history, many people have contemplated death. Please share your thoughts on death. Imagine, if one day you were to face death yourself, how would you react? After the host finished speaking, everyone present furrowed their brows. Even Jiang Wanru, who had been smiling moments ago, fell silent. Twice now. They weren't clueless. They knew how the internet worked. Chapter 22 on Death, 2 Bao, no one's more professional than me. The live stream chat scrolled endlessly. This question, clearly prepped in advance. You production team. I'm about to swear. It's just a random draw, one question, why are people overreacting so much? After Wen Yanyu's suicide incident blew up last time, how could the production team not know? Random? Yeah, right. Don't bully my baby. Aw damn you production team. I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police. This is the second time. The second time. Why pick on my baby like this? Why doesn't it happen to others? Damn you. I'm calling the police. Even though he brought it on himself, this still feels a bit too much. You can't treat something like this as a game. Wen Yanyu didn't react much. He'd known what to expect when coming onto the show. Production teams weren't charities, after all. The topics revolving around him were limited, and predictable. They wanted traffic and buzz, he needed money. An equal exchange. But still. Wen Yanyu lowered his gaze, pondering for a moment. Freedom. As those 3 words landed, the entire room fell into complete silence. The host awkwardly scratched his nose and repeated the question. The question is to describe the feeling of death. You may imagine it beforehand, simulate the sensation, as detailed as possible. Duan Mufeng's expression instantly darkened. It's supposed to be a game, why ask about dying or not dying? Are you sick or something? Duan Mufeng sneered, jaw clenched tight, his dark eyes swirling with intense irritation. Bringing up stuff like this, is this really playing a game, or are you specifically targeting someone? He pressed forward aggressively, tone harsh and biting. Jiang Qian rested her chin on her hand, glancing at the host with a look of feigned confusion. Lu Mingxiu stared silently at him. Jiang Wanru also suppressed her smile, speaking gently, this kind of question isn't suitable as part of a game. The host's smile stiffened, hastily waving his hands. No, it's all randomly drawn from an online database. Huh. Duan Mufeng leaned forward, ready to challenge again. Wen Yanyu gently tugged at his sleeve. Duan Mufeng froze, turning his head. Wen Yanyu didn't look at him. If you want details, then you've come to the right person. Wen Yanyu lifted the corner of his lips in a faint smile. If you really want to know, well, it's something like this. He raised his eyes, recalling briefly. If it's injury caused by external forces, first comes pain. If not, fear comes first, the instinct to survive peaks instantly, and time seems to freeze. Your thoughts go blank. Then everything before your eyes blurs, but this phase passes quickly, only seconds, yet it feels like forever. At this stage, there's a strong ringing in the ears. He released the grip on Duan Mufeng's arm, expression calm and natural, as if discussing pleasant weather tonight, something utterly ordinary to him. He continued, then comes tranquility. You can hear your own breath and heartbeat. Pain disappears. Time feels suspended. If there are sounds nearby, you can vaguely make out some noise. But very fuzzy, indistinct, like every sound and sense is muffled by a layer of gauze. Time stretches long, endless. You recall many things, quick flashes, yet slow, remember loved ones you left behind, but without great sorrow. Then consciousness fades away. When he finished, Wen Yanyu lifted his gaze toward the stunned host. But these are just fairly common, general sensations. If you die underwater, you can keep your eyes open. They don't hurt, only your throat feels uncomfortable at first, but later it becomes very peaceful. You might even see light dancing on the water's surface. In a car accident, you'll freeze the instant you're thrown out. After a brief burst of pain, tinnitus begins. It hurts for a while, I don't know exactly how long, maybe only a few seconds, then you feel nothing. Your body feels light, dazed. If you want to know other specific sensations, like suffocation, swallowing gold, burning to death, explosion, blood loss, starvation, being buried alive, gunshot, ling chi, freezing to death, car crash, being crushed, or dying purely from agony, I probably know hundreds, if not thousands. If you're curious, go ahead and ask more. Wen Yanyu paused, letting out a careless chuckle. Maybe I even know the answers. Moonlight poured down from above, seeming to wash away some of the blackness in those peach blossom eyes, revealing translucent silver-gray depths filled with a silence too profound for words. His slender, fragile body carried a dense, almost tangible aura of death, forged through countless cycles of dying and rebirth, refined from infinite suffering. As if ready to drag any observer down into the swamp alongside him. Wen Yanyu habitually curved his lips upward, yet his eyes held not a trace of warmth, sending a chill shiver through anyone who saw it. The host frantically waved his hands. None of the people around said anything. Baby, hold me. A bit scary now. It's not that he sounds so convincing, has anyone who's actually died come forward to confirm if it's true or not? Someone who nearly drowned and almost restarted life says it's actually pretty accurate. Side note, but I feel like ever since Wen Yanyu left the hospital last time and started appearing on shows again, he's been completely lifeless, listless, limp, for lack of a better word. Before, he was also subdued, but at least still looked like a living person. Agreed. I don't think his personality is just soft, he seems kind of too exhausted to move, similar to how my grandma looked right before she passed. It's just oddly unsettling, makes your heart clench watching him. Yeah, lately he's often seen spacing out, suddenly zoning out even while playing with the kids. And this morning when Lu Gu tried waking him up, he seemed to have had a nightmare, immediately shrinking back into the bed in fear. His mental state might be worrying. Heavy rain once again poured down over the mountain night. He hadn't eaten dinner, his stomach felt slightly hungry, but the medicine had kicked in, numbing both the wound and his stomach. The figure on the bed curled into the corner against the wall, looking small and huddled under the blanket, hair hanging limply by his ears, one corner of his eyes inexplicably flushed red. A phone in front of him played a movie recap. Wen Yanyu casually picked up a chocolate bar, peeled it open, held his hand beneath to catch the crumbs, gently took a bite, cheeks faintly puffing as he chewed, then steadily devoured one chocolate bar after another. This was exactly the scene that greeted Duan Mufeng as he walked in from outside. His heart clenched. Unconsciously, his footsteps stopped at the doorway. Lu Mingxiu behind didn't notice the sudden halt and nearly bumped into him. "TCH, what the hell are you blocking here for?" Lu Mingxiu followed the other's gaze inward, and instantly understood. His eye twitched. This freak. Those lips. Who dares kiss them? Move aside. Move aside. Move aside. I'm a college student, I go first. Ah, baby so cute, is baby watching cartoons? So adorable, kiss baby's little cheek, baby looks like a bunny rabbit, mommy kiss, mommy kiss. Mommy smother with kisses. GGG. GGG. Suddenly noticed, why does Wen Yanyu always sleep curled up like that? Adorable, yes, but doesn't he find it uncomfortable? I finally get why that Fu family guy, despite being clingy chaste for so long, never actually touched him. Disliked him? Sure. But sometimes this guy really is just ridiculously cute. I can already picture my second brother coming in for a laugh and ending up falling right into it, laughing himself to death. So can someone please dig up the details about Wen and Fu? What's their deal? That phone call earlier left me confused, were they ever involved? Never dated. Just friends. Very close. Wen saved Fu's life, heard from a friend of Fu's friend that he pulled him out of a crashed car, performed first aid, kept him conscious all along, otherwise Fu might have died or at least been severely injured. That's exactly why the Fu family heir never could bring himself to truly punish him, though now he genuinely dislikes him lol. Upper floor, please spill more. Laugh to death. Honestly, I feel the most entertaining part of this variety show is the live chat. Feels like these past couple days, tons of insiders have sneaked in. Well duh. Everyone's here to see what kind of person could make a big shot unable to bear blacklisting them, even abandon business overseas just to rush back and take them away. Plus the Fu family heir has plenty of juicy gossip too. Chapter 23, turns out it wasn't discussed. Shivering with cold, Wen Yanyu rubbed his arms and curled himself into a ball, trying hard to fall asleep quickly. Once the medicine wore off, he couldn't sleep anymore. Suddenly, a warm heat enveloped him. Wen Yanyu stiffened, turning his head just in time to meet the unreadable gaze of the man. Another blanket had been draped over him. Gage Duan. Duan Mufeng remained expressionless. After placing his own blanket over the boy, he tossed on a piece of clothing and lay back down. The temperature seems to have dropped. I get hot easily, but you always seem so cold. You take it, don't catch a chill. I'll have them bring you a thicker quilt tomorrow. With that, without sparing Wen Yanyu another glance at his reaction, Duan Mufeng turned over and closed his eyes, refusing to look at him again. Wen Yanyu. Huh. Oh, okay. Thank you, Gage. A flicker of gratitude flashed through his eyes. Pulling the blanket tighter against the cold, Wen Yanyu whispered softly, tomorrow I'll bring you something delicious. Duan Mufeng gave a low hum in response, then fell silent. The night deepened. Cicadas chirped outside the window. Listening to the steady rhythm of breath beside him, Duan Mufeng carefully turned over. His eyes adjusted slowly to the darkness, until he could make out the figure beside him, already fast asleep. His gaze settled on that pale, soft face. Duan Mufeng lowered his eyes. His fingertip gently traced across the boy's cheek, slowly descending toward that alluring red mole. The delicate, tender sensation sent a tingling ripple through his chest. As if tickled, Wen Yanyu twitched his brow, mumbled a few incoherent words, and unconsciously formed a shape with his lips in his drowsiness. Duan Mufeng couldn't help leaning closer. A name, blurred yet unmistakably familiar, slipped into his ears. Fu Hanchuan. Stop pinching my face. An intimate, natural complaint, murmured in half-sleep. Duan Mufeng froze. An unfamiliar bitterness surged through his heart, sharp and sudden. Lowering his hand, the man silently stared at the curled-up figure sleeping beside him. Lovers had come and gone from his bed. Those who claimed to be with him rotated endlessly. Yet each time after fleeting satisfaction, they parted with unspoken understanding, or lingered in messy entanglements. He'd always believed that falling truly for someone was utter foolishness. And he detested those driven mad by love. Before joining the show, he'd read the other's file. A textbook example, the kind he despised. But that face, it suited him too perfectly. That innocent, naive gaze and disposition were precisely what lured predators like him. That soft body, that gentle scent upon approaching, it made him eager to taste, even just once. He knew about the history between Wen Yanyu and Fu Hanchuan. But he didn't care. All he wanted was physical pleasure. Surface-level things might be cheap, but they brought joy. Yet now, he realized, this wasn't disgust. It was fear. He wasn't sure when it started. Perhaps the moment he swallowed that half-pill. Or perhaps when he accepted the chocolate thrown at him by Wen Yanyu. Maybe when he began stealing glances at night, or when seeing the other person made him smile uncontrollably. Maybe it was the moment he hesitated to move closer when the boy looked flustered. Or perhaps it was when he found himself staring at those clear eyes, clouded by an indescribable melancholy, when his gaze kept lingering on the other's quiet loneliness, when he started wanting to truly understand. He grew greedy. And he became one of them. One of the very people he used to despise. Perhaps he could do as he'd done countless times before, use every trick to seduce the other, indulge in brief pleasure. But the faint emotion hidden in the boy's eyes made it clear, all such thoughts were nothing but fantasy. Hands he couldn't bear to touch. A smile he couldn't stop craving. Outside, cicadas sang without end. Duan Mufeng closed his eyes, breathing in the warmth of the presence beside him. In the merging heartbeat, that feeling no longer seemed like delusion. Dawn broke. In the courtyard, everyone lined up to draw lots for a trip into the city, to buy daily necessities and food for the children in the mountains. Lu Mingxiu looked down at the red slip in his hand, identical to Wen Yanyu's, then stood up to pack. Wen Yanyu, still groggy, threw on an outer coat and grabbed his notebook, walking over to Duan Mufeng. "Gage Duan, is there anything you want to eat?" Duan Mufeng shook his head. Then, recalling how the boy liked fish, especially fish meatballs, he ventured cautiously, "I remember you like fish, right? How about I get a snakehead fish? Snakehead has almost no bones, and the meat is really tender." Duan Mufeng paused, then gave a slight nod. Wen Yanyu smiled at him. "Great. Then I'll cook fish meatballs when I get back. There's a way I know that tastes especially good." Duan Mufeng cast his eyes down, hiding the strange flicker in them. He said nothing more. Wen Yanyu went around asking others what they wanted, diligently jotting everything down in his memo. The man's subtle change did not escape the camera's watchful lens. Does anyone else feel like Duan Luobu's been a bit cold toward Wen Yanyu lately? Probably just the novelty wearing off. I mean, I don't think he's even gotten anything yet. I actually don't think so, it's just that they had quite a lot of physical contact last week, but not much these past couple days. His attitude isn't cold exactly, just kind of careful and weird, if you know what I mean. From a former playboy, 99.9% chance he's actually falling for him. LMAO, Duan Mufeng catching feelings. He used to spend like crazy back when he was abroad. Whatever he's thinking, just grab rabbit baby and run, don't play games with a flirtatious man. The two picked up the living allowance prepared by the production team and headed out. After more than 3 hours on the road, they walked through the shopping mall, drawing looks from passers-by who turned to stare at the pair accompanied by camera crews. Chapter 24, Hello, Wife. You're the cutest protagonist in my eyes. Wen Yanyu went down the shopping list, picking items off the shelves, while Lu Mingxiu quietly pushed the cart behind him. When they passed the condiments aisle, Wen Yanyu grabbed a bottle of chili sauce and moved to place it in the cart. Lu Mingxiu suddenly spoke up, "Wait." Wen Yanyu turned. "What's wrong?" Lu Mingxiu took the sauce from Wen's hand and returned it to the shelf. Meeting Wen's confused gaze, Lu explained patiently, "This brand contains peanuts. Xiao Yu is allergic to peanuts." "Oh right, sorry. I totally forgot for a moment." Wen immediately realized his mistake and picked another bottle from the shelf. "Lu Mao, don't fall too hard. LMAO. Some people still claimed Lu Bro didn't like Xiao Yu. If he didn't care, how would he remember her allergies?" Dying of laughter. "Lu Bro, just admit you like her already. Stop being stubborn, else you'll end up with a hellish second-chance romance arc later. Lu Mingxiu and Sang Yu have been friends for years. Remembering each other's allergies is normal. Alright, some fangirls, stop quietly having your hearts broken. Lu Gu." A bright, energetic female voice rang out. Wen Yanyu and Lu Mingxiu both turned their heads. A young girl dragged another girl along, running over excitedly with flushed cheeks. "Lu Gu. Oh my god, it really is you. I'm your fan. Can I take a photo with you?" The girl with buns asked joyfully, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lu Mingxiu nodded. "Of course. Thank you for your support." The bun-haired girl squealed with excitement and quickly snapped a picture with him. Then she glanced at Wen Yanyu, pulling forward the long-haired girl who'd been trying to hide. You're Wen Yanyu, right? My friend here is a huge fan of yours, can we take a 3-person photo together? Wen Yanyu blinked in slight surprise but nodded. The girl quickly raised her phone and took the group photo. The long-haired girl, pulled into the frame, shyly looked at Wen Yanyu. She opened her mouth carefully. Wife, hello. Wen Yanyu, huh? Question mark. Lu Mingxiu froze, glancing between the stunned one and the equally stunned girl, before bursting into laughter. The long-haired girl instantly realized her slip-up, her face flushing deep red as she wildly waved her hands. No, not, Wen Yanyu. You, hi. She covered her eyes in embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground, muttering non-stop under her breath. I'm so sorry, it was a slip of the tongue, please don't misunderstand, I'm not a creep Aya. Wen Yanyu recovered, clearing his throat lightly. It's okay. It's probably an online meme, right? I don't go online much, so I'm not really familiar with these things. The girl slowly peeked through her fingers, stiffly nodding, then immediately added, I really love you. I've liked you since your debut. I especially loved that children's song you sang during your live stream. I remember you said you once wanted to be a doctor. I remember when you helped save people in the disaster zone after the earthquake, and again at the airport when you saved someone else, I decided right then I'd love you forever. She stumbled through the long speech, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Wen Yanyu stood silently, momentarily at a loss for words. Even though, a lot happened later, but I only wish for you to take care of yourself. She looked at him earnestly. I will always love you. You once joked to us that you were just a throwaway character, destined to fade away when the plot deteriorated, but in our eyes, at least in mine, you've always been the main character. You are, my absolute favorite person. As if summoning every ounce of courage she had, the long-haired girl's face turned crimson as she suddenly lunged forward and hugged him tightly. Wen Yanyu, in my eyes, you're the cutest protagonist ever. You must be happy. Wen Yanyu stood frozen, silent for a long while, before softly replying, okay. Aya, baby, be happy. The girl let go, her eyes darting everywhere, unable to resist stealing another glance at him. We have something else to do, so we should go now. Please take good care of yourself, baby. Wen lowered his eyes, almost whispering, I will. You be happy too. Her face flushed instantly. She nodded frantically. I thought she was just a shy girl, but she started with, wife, LMAO. This girl thinks exactly like me, sobbing, when I saw Tuta Baby say in an interview that he originally wanted to become a doctor but couldn't due to certain reasons, so many people accused him of faking it. But then later, seeing him helping rescue victims in the earthquake-stricken area. I don't know what to say. I just knew I'd stand him forever. I remember once at the airport, a little girl collapsed, and Wen Yanyu rushed out immediately to perform first aid on her. Later, when it went viral, doctors even praised him online for using such professional techniques. Yeah, Baby was filming a variety show when the earthquake hit. Everyone else evacuated, but Baby stayed behind as a volunteer. If no one had taken photos, nobody would have known he remained. Later, someone from his school came forward. Wen Yanyu was a student at Capital Medical University, AIA. But he only studied there for over a year before dropping out. At the time, people attacked him, saying he'd quit school just for money to join the entertainment industry or whatever. It's hard to say, but honestly, Wen Yanyu seems like he has his reasons. Don't ask me why, I can just tell who's right or wrong by looking at their faces. I've been a loyal fan since day one, and not for any complicated reason. My mom got injured during that incident, and Wen Yanyu was the one who treated her. I was panicking and kept calling, and Wen Yanyu actually answered the phone. He calmed me down, told me not to cry, said my mom was right beside him. Just because of that single moment, I, a person who normally never follows celebrities, will support him forever. Oh my god, I remember that event too. That's actually what made Wen Yanyu truly break through to the mainstream. Sure, lots of people accused him of faking back then, but the fact is, he really did stay there for a whole month despite ongoing aftershocks, continuously helping with rescue efforts. The brief interlude passed, and Wen Yanyu composed his emotions. The two continued walking leisurely together. After purchasing the final item, a black fish, and various small toys and books for children, they exited the mall. Suddenly, Wen Yanyu remembered one last condiment they'd forgotten. Lu Mingxiu offered to go back alone. Then, screams of panic suddenly echoed from inside the mall. They all turned around simultaneously and saw several people sprinting toward them. There's someone inside slashing people with a knife. Call the police. Even the cameraman looked completely stunned. A few individuals who had escaped shouted while dialing emergency numbers, rushing over to explain. There's a man outside going crazy with a knife, he's already injured several people. Don't go back in. A faint scent of blood suddenly permeated the air, instantly awakening long-buried memories deep within Wen Yanyu's mind. His expression changed abruptly, and without hesitation, he stepped forward into the mall. Wen Yanyu. Lu Mingxiu called anxiously. Where are you going? Someone's hurt, Wen Yanyu frowned. Stay here. Lu Mingxiu panicked and grabbed the boy's wrist firmly. What good will your ridiculously underweight body do in there? Stay with us and wait for the police. His voice was stern, leaving no room for argument. The cameraman added urgently, yes, it's way too dangerous. Let's just wait here, police and security should arrive soon. But the smell of blood grew stronger. With a swift twist, Wen Yanyu broke free from Lu Mingxiu's grip and dashed straight back inside without looking back. For a brief second, Lu Mingxiu stood frozen in shock. Then gritting his teeth, he quickly instructed the others nearby before sprinting after the boy. Holy shit. Run. Is this real or fake? This has to be real, no production crew would dare stage something this extreme. Nah, probably just testing the cast's reactions. Mommy, this is so scary. Wait, wife, why are you going in there? I'm freaking out, what can he possibly do against a guy with a knife, showing up empty-handed like that? Is he trying to get himself killed? Don't make things harder for security, thanks. It's real. Someone in our group chat just shared a video from the scene. Several girls have already been injured. Chapter 25, Fate repeatedly mocks him, granting neither freedom nor death. Wen Yanyu followed the scent of blood upward. Inside the mall, screams erupted, clearly chaos had broken loose. You fucking bitch. I spent all this money on you. How dare you kick me out? You goddamn whores, every last one of you, burn in hell. At the corner of the second floor, a burly middle-aged man straddled a woman, cursing wildly as he swung a long knife blindly in his hands. His face twisted with rage, ferocious and mad, he drove the blade deep into the girl's abdomen. Customers and shop assistants had already scattered in terror. 2 security guards lay wounded on the ground, and blood was splattered everywhere. The girl pinned beneath the man struggled desperately, her eyes wide and bloodshot, neck veins bulging, her entire face contorted in pain as crimson blood poured from her wounds. Another short-haired girl strained with all her strength to push the man away, only to be stabbed several more times. Run. Yao Yao, run. Don't worry about me, just go. Jiang Wantong sobbed on the ground, pushing the short-haired girl trying to pull her away. You monster, we don't even know you. Let her go. Song Nianyao shouted, clutching her own gushing abdominal wound, struggling to shove the man off. But it was futile. The pain sapped her strength, the man still held Jiang Wantong down firmly. Get off her, you beast. Song Nianyao screamed, collapsing into tears that flooded down her face, wetting half her cheeks and blurring her vision. Just then, a sharp gust cut through the air. The man's expression twisted as searing pain exploded between his legs, he let out a shrill cry, his grip on the knife slackening. He turned his head, only to meet a pair of gray eyes filled with icy fury. All he managed to see was long hair before the man lunged at him with the knife. Rushing over just in time, Lu Mingxiu's pupils constricted. He hadn't even caught his breath when he saw the scene, his already troubled chest tightened, choking the air halfway up his throat. Wen Yanyu remained cold-faced. He sidestepped swiftly, the long blade barely grazed past him. With a quick leap forward, he reached the man, blocking the small dagger aimed at him and twisting the arm behind his back. A swirl of gray mist enveloped the blood-soaked wrist. The man howled in agony. Wen Yanyu raised his leg. Another burst of excruciating pain hit the man's groin. As he collapsed limply, Wen kicked the long knife away from his hand, then dropped to one knee atop the man's lower back, pinning him forcefully to the ground. Song Nianyao had already dragged Jiang Wantong into the corner the moment the man lost focus. Now both girls lay covered in blood, breathing faintly, their eyes fixed on the scene before them. The man on the ground roared, "You damn whore. Bastard. Let me go. You filthy slut. I'll fuck you to death. Bitch. Whore. I'll kill every last one of you bitches. You stinking cunt." A dull, crisp crack echoed, a sound of bones breaking. The man screamed again, recognizing the noise of his own body shattering. His fingers twisted together until they snapped. Sweating profusely from the agony, he continued spewing curses. "Bitch. Let me go, you slut." His face distorted, wild with madness and rage, he kept hurling obscenities. Smack. His body was flipped over. A sharp slap rang out. Scum. Wen Yanyu tightly restrained the man, delivering blow after blow, slap after slap, punch after punch. The middle-aged man's cheek swelled instantly. Several teeth flew from his mouth mixed with blood. Seeing the fury in his attacker's eyes, the man didn't flinch. Instead, he sneered mockingly, "Bitch, what can you do to me?" The instant those words left his lips, Jiang Wantong, not far away, lost consciousness completely, collapsing into Song Nianyao's arms. Near the railing on the other side of the room, a pair of emotionless black eyes silently observed everything. The shadow murmured softly. "I've spotted the rabbit that ran." The exotically handsome man lifted a teacup to his lips, taking a slow sip before smiling. Still as adorable as ever. An eerie curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Tilting his head slightly, he blew gently toward the man pinned beneath the youth. Black mist coiled around the man's calf. For a while, the man and the shadow simply watched. That one particular rabbit, the most enduring, the most entertaining. The only one who had ever escaped from him. The shadow finally turned away, speaking again. There's that other one's mark on his forehead. If we take him now, he will come for us. For once, the calm voice carried a trace of emotion. Fear. That insane favorite, the mad dog that chased them across hundreds of worlds, just to tear chunks of flesh from their bodies in revenge. Thinking of those eyes. Even now, they felt a chill run down their spine. If they hadn't cast this rabbit out prematurely. Hearing that, the man paused in his movements, the lacerated wound on his neck faintly visible as he silently gazed down at the youth below. After a long while, he quietly withdrew his gaze. I will take back my rabbit once that mark disappears. He belongs only to me. Let me go. You stinking bitch. I'll kill you. You fucking whore. I'll fucking kill you. You damn slut. Let me go, I'll cut you to pieces. Once I'm free, I'll slaughter your entire family. You bitch. The middle-aged man thrashed wildly, his face twisted in rage, desperately trying to hurt the one restraining him. But all he could feel was the crushing weight on his chest growing heavier, so suffocating he could barely breathe. The pervasive stench of blood wildly stimulated his nerves. Wen Yanyu slowly lifted his gaze, staring ahead. The girl lying on the ground had nearly lost all signs of life. The flicker of fury in his eyes faded, replaced by bone-deep killing intent. Is that so? He lowered his gaze, murmuring softly. The dagger rose. Bitch, ah. The cold, gleaming blade sliced past the man's eye, plunging deep into the floor behind his head. Wanted to kill me? Wen Yanyu sighed, then smiled faintly. You're not worthy. At the instant the dagger grazed his face, the man froze in terror, a foul stench spreading from beneath him. He stared into those eyes now turned icy silver gray, calm, unmoving, like cold, brilliant gemstones, even carrying a trace of eerie tenderness. In contrast, an almost tangible aura of cold-blooded murder enveloped him, choking him. No anger or hatred was revealed, yet it felt as if death itself had marked him. Every cell in his body screamed danger, a profound horror welled up from within, and the instinct to survive flared to life. Driven by that primal urge, he shrieked, but only for an instant before losing consciousness entirely. When Yanyu stood, walking toward the two figures collapsed nearby. Under Song Yenyau's gaze, grateful, yet mixed with shattered despair. When Yanyu sat down, his hair spilling loosely as he gently placed his palm upon Jiang Wantong, who had already lost all awareness. When Yanyu reached out his hand to Song Yenyao. She blinked, confused by his gesture. Yet the survival instinct carved into her soul made her instinctively grasp his hand. The gradually fading pain, and the clarity returning to her consciousness, when it should have been dispersing, told her exactly what was happening. With eyes gently closed, when Yanyu softly touched the soul teetering on the edge of death. In that moment, the remaining black strands of his hair completely lost their color, stripped of the dye that had hidden them, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 26, Bunny Wife transformed into a Special Forces soldier. Jiang Wantong lay sprawled on the ground, her body covered in blood, consciousness completely gone. Memories from the past flashed before her eyes like a speeding carousel, her mother's words of caution echoing in her ears. Her body felt lighter and lighter. Suddenly, a solemn yet indistinct sound approached from afar. Something tightly wrapped around her body. The next moment, Jiang Wantong's eyes snapped open. She was met with gray irises flecked with specks of light. Calm and gentle, carrying no intense emotion, only a peculiar, indescribable sense of safety, as if gazing upon a newborn child. Don't be afraid. It's over, the person said. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest. Jiang Wantong remained dazed for several seconds, then gasped deeply several times before breaking into sobs as if waking from a nightmare. The terror and fury of being attacked by a madman, the despair teetering on the edge of death, the relief of surviving against all odds. Too much, it all surged up from deep inside, erupting uncontrollably into tears. Footsteps approached. A group of police officers arrived just then. One after another, people emerged from nearby or downstairs. Seeing the scene before them, they all shivered involuntarily. The man who had been unconscious stirred slowly, opened his eyes, and seeing the approaching police, immediately tried to run. Just as several officers prepared to apprehend him, the middle-aged man stumbled near the stairs. Black mist crept into his vision, he didn't even have time to cry out. It looked as if he'd slipped, then fell straight down the stairwell. When Yanyu tilted his gaze slightly, not quite registering what had just happened. A heavy thud echoed through the air, mingling with the sounds of watermelon bursting and bones snapping. Screams rose from downstairs. Blood splattered across the floor. Wen Yanyu. Lu Mingxiu snapped out of his shock and rushed over. Are you okay? They escorted the injured down together. Wen Yanyu followed behind the group, descending the stairs. His eyes swept over the corpse on the floor, paused briefly, then quietly withdrew his gaze. Song Yenyao and Jiang Wantong clutched each other's hands, lifted onto stretchers by medical staff. The incident of a man slashing people at Linshin Mall rocketed to the top of. Man attacks people with knife at Linshin Mall. Linshin. 1L. Just got back from Linshin Mall, holy crap, scared me half to death. 13L. Just watched the on-site video, the guy was truly insane, damn. How did he get such a big knife inside? Why didn't mall security check properly? 46L. Wow, went to watch a movie with my sister, totally terrified. We almost walked onto that floor where the lunatic was, but thankfully my sis noticed something was off upstairs and pulled me away in time. 58L. Was watching a live variety show when someone suddenly shouted, someone's chopping people in the mall. I thought it was part of the script. 89L. Revenge on society. So scary. 102L. That man only targeted women, clear case of picking on the weak and fearing the strong. 126L. I saw a video someone shot from upstairs, 2 girls were cornered and slashed by him, lots of blood on the ground, doesn't look good for them. 136L. Was that guy caught? Watching that video made me so angry. 142L. Nope, but he died falling down. Police arrived within minutes, seems he panicked and stepped wrong, fell to his death. 146L. When he fell, his head hit the edge of the first floor step, skull shattered instantly. No saving him. Serves him right. 147L. Is Brother Lu okay? Help. I was watching the show, then Wen Yanyu ran back when he saw trouble, and Brother Lu followed worriedly, then the live stream cut off. Have no clue what happened after. 162L. What's the point going in when it's already so chaotic? 172L. Wow, watched the video, really worried about those 2 girls, did they make it out safe? Online voices kept pouring in, until another video surfaced and climbed to the very top. Me and my friend were hiding upstairs. On the lower floor, 2 injured girls were being pinned down by that man, couldn't move. Then this incredibly fierce girl sprinted up, kicked the man down hard. We were so scared, and by the time we realized what happened, that man was already pinned and beaten by her. In the shaky footage, panicked voices could be heard at first. Holy shit. Gasps rang out. Then an unclear, blurry figure rushed forward, the knife-wielding man was quickly subdued. The man's curses and obscenities were clearly captured in the audio. Then the figure grabbed his head, twisted it around, and relentless punches and slaps rained down, one after another. Much of the video was pixelated, but the ground stained red with blood was visible. The video ended the moment the man screamed. Heaven sent justice. Wow, the girl is amazing, so kind, so brave. If it were me, I'd have run ages ago. When he swung that huge knife at her, I nearly fainted. Big sis, what incredible skills, got my blood pumping. Wait a second, this person, she's not a girl. Look at the clothes, that's Wen Yanyu. Holy crap, you're right. The video went viral online. Many viewers who had been watching the live stream compared screenshots from the broadcast with footage from the scene, confirming the identity of the person in the video. Shortly after, an official police announcement catapulted the story to the very top of. On August 16, 2024, a serious knife attack occurred at Linshin Mall in Gaochuan City. After thorough investigation, the following details are hereby released. At approximately 12:30 p.m., a male suspect suspected of suffering from mental instability suddenly attacked innocent civilians with a knife inside the mall, injuring 7 people. Upon receiving the report, police responded immediately and arrived at the scene by 12:45 p.m. Prior to their arrival, Mr. Wen Yanyu, a concerned citizen participating in a TV recording, bravely intervened and stopped the perpetrator's violent actions, preventing further harm. After being subdued, the suspect, in a state of mental agitation, lost his footing on the stairs and fell to his death. The 7 injured individuals have all received full medical treatment and are no longer in life-threatening condition. The police hereby express high praise and sincere gratitude for Mr. Wen Yanyu's courageous actions. We also reaffirm our commitment to strengthening public security measures to protect the safety of citizens' lives and property. We remind the public that in the event of an emergency, please ensure your own safety first, immediately report the incident, and take appropriate protective actions. The moment the statement was released, multiple related topics exploded simultaneously on. Wen Yanyu acts courageously. Bunny wife with overpowered combat skills. Linshin Mall heroism. Dude, I followed this guy for a while now, and let me tell you, whenever there's trouble, Wen Yanyu actually steps up. That video left me shaking. When that long knife swung toward him, I thought my heart stopped, but he just calmly dodged it. Same here, same here. And then that guy pulled out a hidden dagger, I nearly jumped out of my seat. My wife was like, honey, his combat level is insane. Sobbing uncontrollably, I was. Only just found out who this guy was. After knocking out the knife wielder, he immediately rushed to comfort the 2 injured girls. Watching from upstairs, I nearly died of fear. Oh, and also. Does anyone notice that move in the video where Wen Yanyu sticks the knife into the ground? Looks like he jammed it straight into the floor. Nah, surely not. I walked past the scene earlier. Went to check, it's still there. Half the blade buried in the floor, hasn't been pulled out yet. No joke, when he grabbed that guy by the hair and started slapping him around, I felt so satisfied. Pure beast. Found out from police reports the guy had prior criminal records and a psychiatric history. Good thing he died falling, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten more than a light sentence anyway. One thing I'm dying to know now, where did Wen Yanyu train? That level of skill absolutely blew my mind. My soft and adorable bunny wife, remade into a special forces soldier. Online headlines about Wen Yanyu acts courageously and Linxin knife attack incident soared to the top of trending charts. The production team, rushing to the police station to pick them up, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the two unharmed. Chapter 27 Long time no see, I finally know your name. The two got into the returning vehicle, with the soft and soothing remix of MYSTRY of Love playing in the background. Wen Yanyu leaned quietly by the window, gazing silently at the distant scenery. As for combat ability, he only knew some rudimentary skills, enough to spar casually with an ordinary person, but barely enough when facing an armed assailant. In that moment of crisis, all he could do was resort to the abilities he brought back, along with the painkiller provided by the system. Fortunately, they still worked. But still. Wen Yanyu clenched his still trembling palms. The consequence of using those abilities was an agonizing internal pain churning like stormy waves, searing through every nerve straight into his brain. Overwhelming dizziness and nausea surged endlessly. That bloody memory resurfaced, leaving him feeling terrible, as if another reminder, you haven't escaped yet. You're not free. And in that state of emotional breakdown, he had nearly killed someone. Just a hair's breadth away from doing something irreversible. Wen Yanyu closed his eyes briefly. He understood, he wasn't a good person. In his cycles of rebirth, controlled by the plot, he had done many terrible things and hurt many people. So he accepted revenge willingly. Let them vent their anger on him. To him, it didn't matter at all. Yet he had never truly crossed that line. Not until just now. The production team had already gone live upon the two boarding the car, claiming they were updating viewers about their safety. In reality, they were riding the wave of attention, driving up viewership rapidly. BBBB, why did you rush out like that? What if something happened to you? Dude, I'll never tease you about being a delicate little bunny again, you're a special forces soldier. You're badass. Our sweet bunny boy transformed into a special ops rabbit, I can already picture him in uniform. Remember how Lu Go was yelling when Wen Yanyu ran inside, what use is your malnourished body going in there? And then seeing the footage later, he came rushing midway and was completely stunned. LMAO, looks like a gust of wind could knock him over, but actually strong enough to stab a knife straight into ceramic tiles. Lu Mingxiu kept trying to speak, then stopping, then wanting to say something again. He stole glances several times. Sorry, did I scare you? Wen Yanyu suddenly turned his gaze toward him, asking gently, with a trace of apology in his voice. His emotions had indeed been a bit out of control earlier. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxiu froze for a second, then instinctively shook his head. Wen Yanyu rested his chin on one hand, pulled his gaze back, and looked once more outside the window. The air inside the car carried a faint peach fragrance, mingling subtly with the scent of blood, an eerie, strangely intoxicating mix. Lu Mingxiu stared at the person beside him for a long time. Was your middle school in Launcher City called Mingji? Wen Yanyu nodded. And was your family home back then close to an alleyway, number 46 Changshan Road? Turn left from there, walk a few hundred meters, and there's a bus stop. Right? Lu Mingxiu leaned closer, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. A flicker of surprise flashed across Wen Yanyu's eyes. He instinctively shrank back slightly. How do you know that? Both the live chat and production crew were equally baffled, closely watching every move. What's happening here? Do they know each other? Classmates maybe. Wen Yanyu looks genuinely confused, doesn't seem like he recognizes him. Before Wen Yanyu could even speak, Lu Mingxiu swept his hair down in front of his eyes and mimicked wearing glasses. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a big handful of peanut candy. He looked at Wen Yanyu eagerly, hope swirling vividly in his eyes. Seeing the man like this, Wen Yanyu froze for a moment. A few seconds later, he cautiously asked, the one who wore glasses. Xiaoyang. His inner suspicion now fully confirmed, Lu Mingxiu's eyes lit up instantly. The tension in his posture melted away, replaced by sudden warmth and ease. Yes. I'm Xiaoyang. It really is you. You remember me. I didn't dare to confirm it at first, I never thought I'd meet you again like this. Someone still remembered him. Looking at the peanut candies in the other's hand, Wen Yanyu sniffed softly, his voice slightly hoarse. Shouldn't I be the one surprised? How did you recognize me? After all, he had changed quite a lot since then. Plus, everything happened at night, and he hadn't even told the other his name, yet he was still recognized. And the storyline. Why would someone remember him? Lu Mingxiu paused, scratching his nose awkwardly. You kick guys in the groin first before slapping them, that fighting style is exactly the same as back then. Fighting tactic, always go for the groin. Eating habit, adorable like a little bunny. Wen Yanyu blinked in mild shock, then suddenly burst into laughter. The tense, irritable aura around him dissolved instantly, becoming soft and warm instead. That was a technique my father taught me. Works incredibly well against men. They really know each other. What the hell is little young? LOL, I'm dying laughing, kicking guys in the groin and slapping them. That fighting style hasn't changed at all. And his mannerisms are exactly the same. These two definitely have a history. Someone please dig into this. So my wife's been a violent little bunny since childhood. I can see Lu Mingxiu transforming from Mr. Cold Indifferent to a suddenly soft little creature. LOL, is this the power of meeting an old friend? Watching Lu Mingxiu's expression shift from suspicion, hesitation, testing, anticipation, excitement, to that dazed, joyful puppy look, I'm dead. I thought Lu Mingxiu only had that stiff, old man vibe forever. I'm still utterly confused. What happened between them back then? At that time, I never got to ask your name before you disappeared. I waited for you several times in that alley, but never saw you again. After I moved to a different district, I thought I'd never run into you in this lifetime. Lu Mingxiu looked at the person sitting beside him, the boy who had been absent from his memory for so many years. A youth who had nearly changed beyond recognition, yet still the same one who once shielded him from harm. Waves of emotion surged inside him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Back then, both of his parents had passed away, leaving him a considerable inheritance. Being taken in by the Sang family meant he didn't lack financial support. But he had always been introverted and socially awkward, burdened with deep-seated insecurity. During those long winter months when darkness fell early, he was often ambushed on his way home from school by those he'd offended, people who coveted his pocket money. Parentless, and with the Sang family offering little more than a nominal guardianship, he lived alone. The school turned a blind eye, and his tormentors grew bolder. In desperation, he once fled into a narrow alley, hoping to find a shortcut, but they caught up. They pinned him down among trash bins, searched and humiliated him. That was when Wen Yanyu appeared. He stepped out from a unit door in the alleyway, swiftly knocked down the 3 attackers, scared them off with a stern warning, then pulled Lu Mingxiu out of the garbage heap. For over a month after that, whenever those boys still came after him, he would retreat into the alley again, thinking luck wouldn't favor him twice, but each time, that person showed up again. After the final confrontation, the bullies were arrested and sent to a juvenile detention center. He never knew who had reported them. As a teenager, he could only guess it might have been the one living in that alley. He never asked, and the other never told. Winter nights were bitterly cold. School life was lonely. But the loneliness and confusion following his parents' death were colder than any winter wind. He didn't know where he was headed, or what kind of future awaited him. Even after the bullying stopped, he still occasionally wandered into that alley. At first, he'd talk to himself there. Then gradually, that person began lazily sitting beside him. Listening to him ramble uncontrollably, listening to his confusion and fear, listening to his unspoken dreams of becoming an actor, dreams he hadn't voiced to anyone since losing his parents. Listening to his pain, helplessness, and tears shed for no one in particular. They shared roasted sweet potatoes in the alley, sat together in silent contemplation, sometimes played in the snow, chatted about random, nonsensical things. Sat together at the cold winter bus stop waiting for the last bus. That person pointed out stars in the night sky and told him their names. Listened as he sang slightly off-key nursery rhymes. Told him, little young, grow strong. One day, you'll stand on the world stage. One day, countless people will love you. He never learned the other's name. The other never learned his. He was just the little lamb on the scarf. The other always wore a beanie with rabbit ears, hands stuffed in pockets, eating like a little bunny. Judging by the uniform, he knew the other was younger. Yet he leaned on him anyway, half-jokingly calling him Bunny Brother. The last time was on a snowy night. Under dim streetlights, Bunny sat with him at the bus stop, handing him a big bag of peanut candy. The figure stood quietly outside the window, watching him. He believed they'd meet again. He thought, next time, I'll definitely ask for your name. I'll get your contact info. I want us to be friends forever. But later, he realized, it had already been a quiet farewell. Little Yang grew up. Little Yang achieved his dream. Little Yang became loved by countless people. Yet Little Yang regretted it endlessly. Why didn't I ask for Bunny's name? Why do I know nothing about him except his school uniform? Why did I hesitate? Why didn't I speak up? And now, finally confirming the other's identity, facing the person he hadn't seen in so long, he suddenly found himself unable to say anything. Looking at the one who existed within the glitch of the storyline, one of the few who hadn't had their memories completely erased, someone who still remembered him. When Yanyu's eyes softened, a gentle smile on his lips. He said, "Long time no see, little Yang." Lu Mingxiu froze for a moment, then snapped back to reality. "Long time no see, Bunny." "Wen Yanyu." "Long time no see. I finally know your name. I've finally seen you again. Bunny Brother." Chapter 28, Cages from All Directions. Bro, are you seriously pulling a melodramatic soap opera on me right now? Wait, isn't Wen Yanyu younger than Lu Mingxiu? By the timeline, when one was about to finish middle school, Lu should have been in his second year of high school. Why is he calling him Big Brother? Yep, definitely younger. And Little Rabbit? Isn't that nickname given by Wen Yanyu's fans? Did it already exist this early? Maybe it's some private thing between them. Is this one of those broken mirror reunited romance novels? Whoa, look at Lu Mingxiu's eyes, damn, the atmosphere is so thick you could cut it with a knife. No wonder he's known for playing bittersweet youth dramas. Save me, I swear Lu Mingxiu looks at my wife with literal sparkles in his eyes. I'm officially shipping this. Stop it. Lu Gu already has Xiao Yu. Don't start randomly pairing people in the Danmu. You remember something from so many years ago. I thought maybe after just a month or two, you'd have forgotten all about me. Wen Yanyu took the peanut candy from Lu Mingxiu and leaned slightly to the side, subtly massaging his increasingly painful waist and abdomen. How could I possibly forget? Lu Mingxiu's gaze softened. I went to film academy after college entrance exams, became an actor. It worked out. Wen listened as he peeled the wrapper off the candy and popped it into his mouth, then asked casually, do you still remember the others back then? The one who gave you that scarf, my mother. The police officer who chased off those hooligans for you, my father. And the little girl who played in the snow with us, my sister. The one you used to call, Little Rabbit's sister. Lu Mingxiu froze. A fleeting haze crossed his expression before he shook his head. Wasn't it just the two of us? You mean, the grandma selling roasted sweet potatoes? Wen stared at him for a long moment, then smiled helplessly. Yeah. Her. He didn't understand what was going on. But despite that, Lu Mingxiu opened up, pouring out everything about his life these past years, stories from film sets, from school, daily life, major events, his first achievements, his proudest awards. He talked non-stop, as if desperate to lay every honor and success he'd earned at this person's feet. Never expected that movie to blow up. Thanks to it, I won Best Supporting Actor, and the director even invited me to join his next project. Lu Mingxiu sighed wistfully. Back then, I just said it as a joke, but now, so many people actually love me. Even now, I still feel like I'm dreaming. He scoured his mind desperately, recounting every achievement, every step of his journey flashing vividly behind his eyes. Then, silence. Wen remained quiet by the window, unmoving. Thinking the other might be bored, Lu hesitated for a moment, wanting to continue. But when he opened his mouth, he realized, he had nothing else left to say. Beyond what he'd already shared, there was simply nothing more. Suddenly, words failed him. He didn't know what else to share, nor how to keep this conversation going. Somehow, everything had shifted, turned sour without warning. A wave of irritation rose in his chest. Lu fell silent, closing his eyes and pressing his fingers against his temples. Suppressing the metallic bitterness threatening to rise in his throat, Wen managed to lift his gaze weakly. Looking at the boy from back then, the lamb who once sobbed alone in the snow, clutching the tiny scarf left by his mother, eyes sparkling with helpless sorrow, full of grievances yet with no one to tell. Now looking at the man before him, talking about his luck, how he'd fulfilled his dreams, only to fall silent in the end. Someone never mentioned in the book, not even a background figure, a mere extra in someone else's story, yet the only one who hadn't had his memories erased, the only one who still remembered him. Perhaps it was a strange empathy, a shared loneliness. Wen edged a bit closer, whispering, it must have been hard. He hadn't expected those words at all. Lu froze, instinctively turning his head toward Wen. Wen didn't elaborate. Instead, he picked up the earlier topic naturally, as if nothing had interrupted it. I still remember you told me once, you wanted to adopt a cat and a dog, give them their own bedroom at home. You said you'd take them traveling, that you wanted lots and lots of family members. Wen paused, then added playfully, so the lamb achieved his dream career. How's the progress on that other dream? Oh, and, do you still like roasted sweet potatoes? I think there are a few in the kitchen. I'd still love to hear more of your stories, Lu Mingxiu. How about tonight, roast some sweet potatoes, and you can tell me everything slowly. He smiled at him, eyes tender and warm, carrying a quiet depth of compassion. Lu stared, transfixed by those beautiful, gentle eyes, kind, yet filled with a strange ache he couldn't name. His lips parted unconsciously. His heart, beating inside his chest, suddenly skipped a beat, then began to pound violently. An unprecedented ripple of emotion surged through him. The seed planted long ago had finally sprouted and grown into full bloom. He realized something then. Something that filled him with both joy and sorrow. Lu Mingxiu's eyes moistened as he smiled faintly. You're still just like you were back then. Wen Yanyu glanced at him, slightly puzzled. Lu Mingxiu only smiled in return. Outside the car window, the blazing sun burned intensely. For a moment, he felt as if he'd been thrown back into that snowy night. That cold, yet warm winter night. Along the way, the little lamb from the past had completely transformed over time, he was now wealthy and famous. People surrounded the little lamb, adored the little lamb, but what they loved was the changed version of him. They loved the crown atop the lamb's head. They kept taking from the lamb, as if every achievement came naturally, as if it had always been destined, as if the lamb was born that way. Even the lamb himself had turned into someone who might disgust his former self. Yet the person before him was still the one who would rush out without hesitation for a stranger, the same little rabbit who once asked him under the snow-laden sky, "Are you happy?" A subtle emotion rippled gently through his heart. The conversation resumed, filling the car with warmth. "So that mischievous little sister you mentioned back then, is that actually Sang Yu?" That's her. The Sang family adopted me back then. But never mind them. You've changed so much, bro. I remember you used to be really cheerful, I didn't even dare recognize you at first. Also, why did you suddenly move away back then? I asked so many people and no one had seen you." A silence followed. "Well, people change. And besides, I'm younger than you, don't call me bro. And stop calling me little rabbit. It's so weird. Then what should I call you?" Lu Mingxiu pouted. Just call me by my name. Like everyone else does, call me Yanyu. Didn't you always call me that before? Just go with how you used to. Do you have a nickname? A nickname? Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. Is that a pun on you? I don't know. It was the name his mother gave him, he no longer had the chance to ask. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu, swim fast, freedom all around. Freedom all around. When Yanyu turned his gaze toward the sky, a hint of bitterness flickering in his eyes. Maybe. Xiao Yu. Lu Mingxiu's tone suddenly shifted, growing serious. Stay away from Duan Mufeng. When Yanyu blinked. What about Duan Gu? What's wrong with him? Lu Mingxiu lowered his eyes, hesitant. Just stay away from him. He's, well, not a good person. He bullies others. When Yanyu said, he's never bullied me. Lu Mingxiu. Wow, as a longtime fan of Lu Gu, I'm touched, I haven't seen him this happy in ages. This is the first time in years that Lu Xiao has genuinely smiled at someone. Wrong drama, I accidentally switched channels, but seriously, Lu Mingxiu going from stern official to puppy-eyed younger brother? I'm dead. Alright, fine, first thing after recognizing an old friend is warning them to stay away from Duan Mufeng. Way to go, Lu Mingxiu. I'm rolling on my bed laughing, Lu Mingxiu looking all conflicted and holding back. Does it need to be so subtly implied? When Yanyu is gay too, right? Just say it outright instead of making him seem so naive. Xiao Yu. So Lu Gu was already talking about Xiao Yu back then. True love confirmed. Wait, has anyone noticed how pale the baby looks? Seems way too pale. The car drove steadily along the return route. Chapter 29, The Fandom War Involving the Innocent Rabbit Treasure. A heated discussion thread had already sprung up beneath the live broadcast, sparked by the two hosts' recent conversation. 1L. I did some rough speculation based on what they just talked about. It's likely that when Lu Mingxiu was bullied before, when Yanyu stood up for him. Then they hung out together for a while, but never got to exchange names before when Yanyu left. 9L. As a longtime fan, I'd say this is pretty accurate. When Lu Bro filmed a school-themed movie, he mentioned during an interview that he was frequently bullied when he first entered high school. A boy who lived near the school helped him out. He often went to chat with that boy and grew quite close to him. Because of that boy, he didn't completely give up on himself. That must have been when Yanyu. 29L. Yeah, and the peanut candy thing too. When Yanyu, mastering the First Love script. 36L. First Love script. Come on. They only played together for a few days. Lu Bro is just grateful, that's it. At most, they were ordinary friends. Calling him a First Love. Really flattering yourselves. If anyone qualifies as a First Love, it should be Xiao Yu. After Lu Bro lost his parents, it was the Sang family who adopted him. Xiao Yu grew up with him, even starred in dramas with him. Acting like this now, isn't that ungrateful? 71L. Exactly because the Sang family genuinely helped Lu Bro, we fans have always shown respect. Repaying kindness. Fine. Resources given, money paid, lots of exposure too, we've let you ride his popularity, turned a blind eye to CP promotion. Lu Bro has treated Xiao Yu more than fairly. Now you want his feelings too. And still curse him. Isn't the entire Sang family thriving because of Lu Bro now? Don't be so greedy. You're making people start disliking the whole Sang family along with you. Also, Lu Bro has mentioned that childhood friend multiple times in past interviews. This isn't secret knowledge. I'm not particularly fond of Wen Yanyu, he caused a huge mess before, but both his appearance on this show and the trending topic today prove he's a decent person. He does deserve the First Love title this time. 102L. Wen Yanyu. The one who relentlessly pursued Fu Hanchuan and constantly dreamed of climbing the social ladder. First Love. Does he even qualify? 112L. Stop dragging my baby into this. My baby only helped once. He doesn't like Lu. Doesn't like him at all. If you want to curse someone, go after the main players. Why attack my baby? 126L. So Wen Yanyu was Lu Bro's childhood friend, sure, but he didn't even recognize Lu at first, which shows he clearly never cared much. And what's going on in the comments section? Forced praise now. Trying to piggyback on Lu Bro's popularity again. And you CP stands spamming your screenies to ship them, can you open your eyes? Lu Bro and Xiao Yu are endgame, okay? You can talk about their friendship, fine, but bringing up first love. Kinda laughable. Overinterpretation level shipping, truly impressive. 134L. I'm a longtime Lu Bro fan. Back then, he wore thick glasses and a heavy fringe, the difference between his old self and now is massive. He probably met Wen Yanyu during high school, and they didn't hang out that long nor exchanged names. Not recognizing him is totally understandable. Also, Lu Bro and Sang Yu were never a couple. Some of you really need to check yourselves about who's riding on whose fame. Yes, the Sang family did Lu Bro a favor, I won't blame Sang Yu personally, but some fans need to calm down. 233L. Taking my rabbit treasure away. My baby only kindly helped Lu Mingxiu. Though I don't want to mention it, my baby only has eyes for Fu Hanchuan. He has zero interest in your Lu Bro, zero interest in breaking up any so-called couple. Stop dragging my baby into fights between CP stands and solo stands. 265L. Wait, random passerby here. I don't particularly like Wen Yanyu either, but what did he actually do? How is he related to your stan wars? This feels so weird and random. 283L. My baby's suffering a completely undeserved disaster. Fandom drama drags my baby in for no reason. Chapter 30, Choking on Pills, Jiang Qian, I'm really unforgivable. The two others were unaware of the online controversy. The cars slowly pulled up to the courtyard gate. Lu Mingxiu turned his head and saw Wen Yanyu's face deathly pale. In an instant, Wen flung open the car door and rushed outside. The two entered the yard. A figure suddenly darted from the doorway. Lu Ge. Sang Yu threw herself at the man just stepping through the entrance, wrapping her arms tightly around him, her voice trembling with sobs. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Lu Mingxiu stiffened instantly. Snapping back to reality, he awkwardly pried the girl off him. I'm fine. Don't worry. Sang Yu's eyes were red and swollen. She clung stubbornly, why did you go in too? Are you stupid? Why follow him in? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she spoke. What if something had happened to you? Have you even thought about how I'd feel? Lu Mingxiu stood there, visibly uncomfortable and flustered, struggling to maintain a polite distance. When Yanyu walked past the pair at the door, stepped into the house, took a sip of water, then headed to search for his medicine in his bag. Yanyu. His hand reaching into his bag was abruptly seized by a larger one. He stumbled, nearly falling, then was caught firmly. A trembling voice whispered by his ear. That guy had a knife, why did you play hero? If that blade had struck you, do you think your body could take even one hit? Duan Mufeng scolded in a low tone, scanning Wen's body frantically from head to toe. Only after confirming no visible injuries did he finally exhale in relief. When Yanyu froze for a second, trying to pull his hand free. Duan Mufeng snapped out of it too, quickly releasing the boy. Sorry. I got scared, the man stammered, his expression rigid, eyes darting everywhere but forward. Meanwhile, due to the ongoing trending topics, the livestream's popularity had skyrocketed to unprecedented levels, with millions tuning in just to watch the drama unfold. Sang Yu is practically dying of anxiety. Lu Mingxiu, comfort her already. Hug her now. Look at her poor red, swollen eyes. Let's be real, Wen Yanyu's actions weren't exactly right either. What if he accidentally dragged innocent people into danger? Can't really defend that. Agreed. Excuse me. Did anyone see Wen Yanyu asking Lu Mingxiu to follow him? He went back alone, and successfully saved someone. So what's the problem? Are the commenters high? This guy actually subdued an armed assailant, the police notice is still fresh. You're free to run away yourself, but don't call someone else's bravery wrong. If those victims were you or me tomorrow, would you still stay silent? Blaming the hero instead of the attacker, you people are truly indefensible. Not worth arguing. Wait till a knife comes at you, then we'll see how brave you feel. LMAO, stay humble, indeed, just don't scream for help when you're the one bleeding. Why does my baby look so pale? Was he hurt earlier? F***CK this production team. Why didn't they take my bunny to the hospital first? Why bring him straight back to film the show like this? Every inch of his body ached. A constant buzzing filled his ears. Wen Yanyu shook his head weakly. I'm fine. He turned, rattled a handful of painkillers from the bottle, shoved them all into his mouth at once, then twisted open his water bottle and gulped them down. Duan Mufeng? What the hell did you just swallow? Yanyu. Are you okay? Let me. Jiang Qian came charging in from outside, aiming for a full-body tackle hug. But she tripped mid-step, slamming directly into Wen Yanyu just as he was swallowing. The impact jolted him hard. Water shot violently up from his throat, dragging the pills back with it. Choking violently, pills and water lodged in his windpipe. Instinctively doubling over, Wen Yanyu began coughing convulsively. On top of that, the lingering dizziness and pain, never fully gone, came crashing over him like a tidal wave. Twisting agony and a familiar suffocating sensation overwhelmed every sense. His legs gave out completely. He collapsed. Duan Mufeng's pupils shrank in terror. He cursed under his breath and lunged forward, catching the falling body, forcefully slapping Wen's back. Spit it out. Now. Wen Yanyu could no longer hear what others were saying. His airway blocked, he couldn't breathe. His eyes flushed crimson. His body convulsed in desperate, instinctive coughing. Tears welled up uncontrollably, smearing across his face. His fingers twitched in spasms. Ah. F***ck. Help. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Baby, please be okay. Help. Auntie Jiang. Ah. Help. Auntie Jiang. Someone help. Chapter 31 Bunny, you might as well let me die quickly. The three people who had rushed in from outside the courtyard upon hearing the commotion were met with this scene. Jiang Wanru was startled. Beside her, Lu Mingxiu had already sprinted forward. What happened? Lu Mingxiu asked her. Jiang Qian was crying uncontrollably. I just came in, I didn't mean to, I bumped into Yanyu by accident, and he choked on his medicine. Hurry, hurry, what should we do? When Yanyu clutched his throat, desperately trying to cough up the medication stuck in his airway. His face had turned deathly pale, and his trembling hands could no longer support his body. Duan Mufeng panicked completely, brain blank except for instinctively patting the other's back, unable to think of anything else. Let go. Stop hitting him. Do the Heimlich. Lu Mingxiu took one look at the situation and immediately pulled Wen Yanyu away from Duan Mufeng. One arm wrapped around a younger man's waist while the other formed a fist pressed firmly against his abdomen. Accompanied by gut-wrenching coughs, bloodied water mixed with crushed pills burst out from Wen Yanyu's mouth. The foreign object finally cleared from his throat. Fresh air flooded into his lungs. Wen Yanyu collapsed weakly into the arms behind him, gasping deeply and rapidly. His face was paper white, the corners of his eyes reddened, streaked with dried tears. His head felt heavy as lead, his vision blurred and unfocused. Severe pain twisted violently through his insides, rendering everything before his eyes a blinding white haze. Half supported, half carried over to the sofa, his body still trembled involuntarily. Lu Mingxiu held him tightly, taking the tissues handed by Duan Mufeng. It took ages to wipe away all the mess, then gently offered some water to the trembling figure in his arms. Feeling the shivers, he assumed Wen Yanyu was still frightened. It's okay now, it's out. You're fine, it's all out, Lu Mingxiu murmured soothingly, patting softly while using tissue to wipe away fresh tears from the boy's face. Don't be scared anymore. It's over. No more fear. Wen Yanyu lay limply on the couch for a long while before his breathing gradually stabilized. Dad, holy crap, that scared the hell out of me. Thought something terrible was going to happen. Stop torturing my baby please. That seriously terrified me. It wasn't just luck, he really did take too many pills at once. When I saw it happen, I knew it'd go wrong. F***ck. Did my baby spit blood? Must have been from coughing so hard it ruptured capillaries in his throat. Probably not serious though. Jesus Christ, you almost gave us heart attacks. Lu bro, you're amazing. Heimlich maneuver. YYDS. Jiang Qian bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. I am sorry, are you okay? I didn't mean to. I really didn't. Jiang Wanru patted the girl's shoulder, then turned toward the scattered mess on the floor, a puddle of bloody water mixed with broken pills. She frowned deeply. What kind of medicine is this? Why did Xiao Wen swallow so much at once? Hearing the woman's question, Duan Mufeng finally snapped back to reality. I don't know. As soon as Yanyu came back, he poured himself a huge handful. I was about to ask when Qian accidentally knocked into him. He picked up the uncapped pill bottle and examined it closely. There's nothing written on the label. At this, Jiang Wanru took the bottle, shook out 2 tablets, and inspected them carefully, until she noticed familiar letters stamped onto one of the pills. Jiang Wanru froze. Her gaze, unreadable and emotionless, slowly lifted from the nearly empty bottle to Wen Yanyu lying beside Lu Mingxiu, clearly still struggling to recover. After several seconds of silence, she quietly placed the pills back inside. Sensing something was off. Duan Mufeng pressed urgently, what is this medicine for? Jiang Wanru remained silent. Instead, she crouched down and grasped the boy's still trembling hand. It was icy cold. Another long pause passed. When Yanyu sat at the edge of the sofa holding a cup of hot water, sipping occasionally while giving fragmented responses to their worried chatter. Jiang Qian kept shedding pitiful tears. I'm sorry. I only wanted to come see how you were doing. I'm so sorry, Yanyu, yell at me if you want to. Her head hung low, those usually cheerful eyes now filled with guilt and regret, refusing to meet his gaze. Jiang Wanru sat quietly beside them, gently patting Wen Yanyu's back to help him breathe easier. It's alright, Wen Yanyu whispered, shaking his head. Pain shot sharply along his nerve straight into his brain, drenching half his back in cold sweat, ears ringing. If not for the extraordinary pain tolerance he developed through repeated cycles of rebirth, he would have screamed by now. In a daze, he took another breath, and suddenly recalled the words someone once said to him. Rabbits are the most pain-enduring creatures. Something that once filled him with terror had now become chillingly real. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone continued buzzing around him, voices overlapping endlessly. His already hazy consciousness grew even more disoriented from the sudden chaos. He tried to sit upright and reach for the medicine again, but the moment he moved, darkness flickered across his vision and cold sweat trickled steadily down his skin. Lu Mingxiu immediately steadied him. Don't move, okay? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? He had sensed something was off on the way back, but at the time, he'd assumed it was just motion sickness. But now, the person before him leaned against the edge of the sofa, making no dramatic movements or expressions, but his complexion was alarmingly pale. Even the slightest furrow of his brow sent a sharp pang through anyone who saw it. He shouldn't look this bad just from choking. Lu Mingxiu clenched his fists, anxiety and unease thickening in his chest until they nearly took physical form. Sang Yu stared blankly at the man who had seemed off since returning, her heart skipping an unexpected beat. Jiang Qian quickly chimed in with concern, Bao, are you still feeling unwell anywhere? I'm so sorry, let's go to the hospital, please. Overwhelmed with guilt, she could barely string coherent sentences together. Wen Yanyu pinched his arm, then waved weakly at the girl. I'm fine. It's just the bumpy mountain road, I must have gotten heatstroke. His voice was noticeably raspier than before, and Lu Mingxiu instantly caught the exhaustion in it, a tremor running through his heart. Yet Wen Yanyu pushed on. Leaning on Jiang Wanru's arm, he forced himself upright, grabbed the pill bottle, and headed toward his room. Let the production team take us to the hospital. Wen Yanyu interrupted bluntly, no need. I'll go to my room and rest for a bit. I'll be fine soon. Lu Mingxiu frowned. But. Alright, since Yanyu said he's fine, stop fussing so much, Duan Mufan cut in, slinging an arm around Lu Mingxiu's shoulders and pushing him aside. Sister Yu is still crying, aren't you going to comfort her? Standing here like a statue, what kind of impression does that make? Duan Mufan waved him off. Then he quickly followed Wen Yanyu. Sang Yu, eyes red-rimmed, stepped forward and tightly grabbed Lu Mingxiu's arm. Lu Mingxiu opened his mouth, then shut it again, helplessness flashing across his face. His face looks terrible, could he actually be sick? I noticed when he got in the car earlier, he already looked pale. And during the second half, when he was talking to Lu Ji, he seemed completely drained. Yeah, I think he's genuinely hurting. I just noticed his leg kept twitching, when I'm in serious pain, my calves do that too. His muscles are probably reacting involuntarily because he's suffering badly. Poor Lu Ji, I think he's breaking inside, lol. He just wanted to chat with Xiao Yu. He finally met his white moonlight, let the kid talk to his white moonlight, haha. Stop spouting nonsense. At most, Lu and Wen are just close ordinary friends. Childhood friendship. It's been years since they last saw each other. White moonlight. Act like you're not reading a romance novel. Is this some new persona to grab attention? Seeing Lu Ji with Sang Yu and suddenly acting like this? Hard to comment. Wait, what did my bunny baby even do? He came back and went straight to the living room to take medicine. How is any of this related to Lu Mingxiu or Sang Yu? Someone smelled drama and came running. The air crackled with tension in the comments, which quickly erupted into chaos again. Chapter 32. A bunny quietly slacking off in the battle royale. The summer night breeze was slightly cool, gently brushing past as the bonfire swayed in the wind. The warm orange glow illuminated the courtyard and the faces of those seated around it. Wen Yanyu peeled open a freshly roasted sweet potato and handed it to Lu Mingxiu. Thanks, Xiao Yu, Lu Mingxiu said, eyes lighting up. He reached out, took it, and immediately took a big bite. Ah! The scalding hot flesh of the sweet potato burned his tongue. He couldn't help but let out a sharp inhale, flapping his hand in front of his mouth. Wen Yanyu, eat slowly. Do you want a spoon? He raised a spoon toward him as if offering. Lu Mingxiu gave an embarrassed smile and reached out to take it. Beside them, Duan Mufan glanced at the neatly peeled roasted sweet potato in Lu Mingxiu's hand, then down at his own unbroken one. After everything that had happened during the day, Jiang Qian still kept her head low, occasionally stealing glances at Wen Yanyu beside her, wanting to say something but lacking the courage, shrinking back every time. This was the first time in her smooth, carefree 20-odd years of life that she'd encountered a situation where she felt completely unable to face someone. Until a freshly peeled, steaming sweet potato was quietly extended toward her. The sweet potatoes here are really sweet, Wen Yanyu murmured, rubbing at the corners of his eyes reddened by the firelight. Though the summer night wasn't cold, Wen Yanyu sat by the bonfire wrapped in his coat, hugging himself slightly. His slender frame appeared almost unnaturally thin under the flickering light, and the wrist holding the sweet potato looked so delicate it seemed it might snap with the slightest pressure. His voice was soft. It's just roasted, want a bite? He looked at her, eyes misty from the smoke, the faint redness at the corners of his eyes refusing to fade. From within outward, he exuded a fragile warmth, an aura of illness, both tender and heartbreaking. Like a frail little creature that, despite its wounds not yet healed, still went out to find something delicious for you. Then timidly offered it to you, carefully tending to your emotions. Jiang Qian froze, stunned, unable to react for a long moment. An inexplicable ache spread through her chest, a sour, bitter sensation tinged with a strange itchiness, painful yet impossible to resist. Raised in the love of her family, the hardest thing she'd ever endured might have been a straight-up black coffee, and now, she couldn't even put into words what she was feeling. She thought she finally understood what her sister once described to her, the kind of emotion that could shake your soul. Wen Yanyu's lashes trembled lightly. He pursed his lips, beginning to withdraw his hand. But the girl suddenly reached out and firmly grasped his wrist, taking half of the roasted sweet potato from his palm. She lowered her head and bit into it deeply. The soft, sweet flavor of the roasted sweet potato instantly filled her mouth, melting through her senses until even her heart felt tender. She finished the half portion quickly. Jiang Qian lifted her head and gave Wen Yanyu her usual sweet smile. So delicious. Can I have another piece? Seeing Jiang Qian return to her normal self, Wen Yanyu nodded rapidly, quickly resuming his mission of feeding everyone roasted sweet potatoes. A few of them sat around the fire, eating sweet potatoes. Duan Mufeng watched Lu Mingxiu chatting happily despite receiving minimal response, chewed absently on his cola straw, then suddenly cleared his throat. I'll sing a song for everyone. Jiang Wanru immediately cheered in support. Wen Yanyu remained indifferent, too hungry, he just kept his head down, chewing on his sweet potato. Bao, what would you like to hear? Duan Mufeng pulled out his phone and held it toward Wen Yanyu. Me. Choose. Wen Yanyu looked up in confusion, cheeks still puffed with the sweet potato in his mouth. Leaning casually against his chair, Duan Mufeng smiled at him. Of course it's you. Wen Yanyu hesitated for a moment before taking the phone and browsing through songs. Lu Mingxiu frowned, shooting a look at Duan Mufeng. Having known each other for years, he instantly understood the other's intentions, and remembered all of Duan's odd behaviors since the beginning. When their eyes met, a faint smirk flickered across Duan Mufeng's face, teasing, mocking, silent in its provocation. Mouthing silently, can you sing too? Duan Mufeng grinned mischievously. He knew about Lu Mingxiu's messy romantic history. And he knew perfectly well that Xiao Yu's looks were exactly Lu Mingxiu's type. Lu Mingxiu's expression darkened. He shot Duan Mufeng a cold, warning glare. Duan Mufeng remained unfazed, still grinning brightly, moving closer to sit beside Wen Yanyu, as if merely checking what song he'd picked, but in the narrowed gaze lingered an unmistakable challenge. Lu Mingxiu clenched his teeth, eyes growing colder. LOL, never thought I'd see these two in a love triangle someday. Duan Ji's finally feeling threatened, ha ha ha. That scene where Duan Mufeng looked at everyone else's sweet potatoes, then at his own, man, I can laugh about that for a year. Getting treated differently, ha ha ha. Don't push it, isn't it possible that Lu Gu just thinks Duan Mufeng has too messy a romantic history, and Wen Yanyu is his friend, so he doesn't want them to get involved? Please, do fans of Lu Yu have no right to exist? Stop yaoi shipping like this, it's making me see black. Isn't it also possible that the comments are just joking? And when you forcefully ship Lu Yu while dragging others down, did you ever think that monofans' feelings matter too? True, it was just a joke, why are some people getting so worked up? Hee hee. Lu Gu monofans are thrilled. For once, they're not annoyed by other crack pairings. Baby, did you pick something? Duan Mufeng leaned close to Wen Yanyu's ear, whispering casually. Wen Yanyu randomly tapped a song selection. Duan Mufeng took back the phone, glanced at the title, then raised an eyebrow with a smile. Body shots. Baby, we really are on the same wavelength, this just happens to be my strongest style. After glancing at the lyrics, Wen Yanyu took another bite of his soft sweet potato, giving no clear response to the man's remark. Lu Mingxiu gritted his teeth. You're full of it. Duan Mufeng sked lightly, cleared his throat, and the intro began. Walk up to the club. My girls cut the line. 'Cause we're a step above. Walk up to the bar. Buying drinks like a star. His voice was lazy, slightly teasing, as the man cast an intimately suggestive gaze toward the boy beside him. But upon noticing the other was merely staring blankly into the bonfire, Duan Mufeng propped his chin on one hand, watching him all the while as he finished the final lines. My girls they wanna try it, dot. So we had to buy it. Whip it up, dot. Lick it up, suck it down. Drink it up. Song ended. Duan Mufeng looked at the still distracted Wen Yanyu with exaggerated grievance. Baby, you really broke my heart. Wen Yanyu snapped out of it, turning to ask, what's wrong? Duan Mufeng turned and complained, I sang that specially for you, and you don't even show any reaction. You sang very well, Wen Yanyu added. It really suits you. Duan Mufeng. I'm dying laughing, the guy literally spreads his feathers like a peacock right on the spot, and my waifu's over there staring into the fire while munching on sweet potatoes. Little bunny Yabao scared everyone might go hungry, hahaha, roasting sweet potatoes and feeding them one by one, just like a little rabbit storing food for winter, trotting around with roasted sweet potatoes to feed its neighbors. So damn cute. Wen Yanyu, my sweet potatoes are super delicious. The baby didn't eat lunch, okay? What's wrong with eating a few more bites of roasted sweet potato? What's wrong with that? Just grab the bunny and kiss him fiercely. Hahaha, I give up. Wen Yanyu is such an ultimate innocent. Clearly never been in a relationship before. Didn't he chase Fu Hanchuan though? Chasing doesn't equal dating. His approach feels weird too. Clearly someone who's never dated. Who confesses in public with those ridiculous lines anyway? Feels like he got soul swapped or something. Then, should I sing you one too? Still not quite understanding what the other was going through, Wen Yanyu tentatively asked. Chapter 33 Willingly falling into your palm. You. Duan Mufeng froze, his expression helpless. Alright. The man sighed, lazily leaning back in his chair. I want to hear it too. A flicker of anticipation flashed in Lu Mingxiu's eyes. Jiang Wanru and Jiang Qian turned to look as well. Seeing that everyone was actually ready to listen, Wen Yanyu hesitated for a few seconds, swallowed the last bite of roasted sweet potato, and tossed the peel into the bonfire. How about Lana Del Rey's Salvatore? I quite like this song. No one objected. Wen Yanyu paused briefly, then lifted his gaze toward the sky, where countless stars shimmered in his eyes. He fell silent for a few seconds. Closed his eyes, briefly recalling the melody, then began tapping out the rhythm and softly humming the lyrics. Everything looks better from above, my king. Like aquamarine, ocean's blue. Ah. Ah. The ethereal, dreamlike melody intertwined with his rich, captivating voice, as if slowly drawing open the curtain on an ancient, decadent dream. At once, everyone nearby, including the camera crew, fell completely silent the moment the singing began. Firewood crackled in the bonfire, flames dancing and snapping, while the gentle summer breeze drifted by, carrying the song far into the night. Long, dark hair trailed behind him as Wen Yanyu gazed at the burning fire before him, his thoughts drifting farther and farther away with the music. His expression unconsciously carried a lazy nonchalance, or perhaps the weariness of someone lost in memory. There were no extravagant techniques, just simple, bare vocalization, yet the song was lush and tender, sung in a foreign language that added a uniquely enchanting inflection, so mesmerizing it tugged deep at the soul. I was so wrong not to tell, Medellin, Tangerine Dreams. Catch me if you can, working on my tan, Salvatore. Dying by the hand of a foreign man happily. Ah. The cool, hypnotic voice flowed calmly and distantly, as if quietly singing of an ancient, solemn dream. Yet the soft, lingering sweetness in his tone felt like an invitation, beckoning you forward to sink into that dream together with him. The long, trailing notes dissolved into a sigh. Flames danced in his eyes, red blending with silver, the bright moon reflected in his gaze, as if the entire starlit sky had poured itself into his pupils. The cameraman, whether intentionally or not, kept the lens focused on him for a long time without cutting away. When the final note faded, there was stillness all around. After a brief silence, the live chat exploded. Mom, I think I now understand what love at first sight feels like. Bunny, how could you secretly turn into a succubus behind Mom's back? In that case, I guess I'll reluctantly be your boyfriend. Seriously, who gets this? It somehow sounds eerie and creepy, yet strangely warm at the same time, and those last lines felt like a love song. He's seducing me. He's seducing me. He's seducing me. Holy crap. I've always known he's handsome, but until now nothing ever hit me this hard. That moment just wrecked me instantly. My fairy tale novel instincts are screaming. He's exactly like those spirits from deep in a dreamcore forest, beautiful and dangerous, yet would save you when it mattered most. Who else feels this way? I've never loved this song more. Baby is so cute. Switching to girlfriend mode, I'm done with shipping couples. He belongs only to me now. When Yanyu lifted his eyes, glancing at the several people spaced out around him. Tilting his head slightly, he asked in confusion, was it not good? Or did I go off key again? Everyone remained dazed. When Yanyu slowly formed a question mark in his mind. He tended to lose himself whenever he sang, during his audition days, he often went off pitch. Could it be, he'd messed up again? Not a big deal. He didn't make a living from singing anymore. After finishing these episodes, he'd go home, retire, and wait to kick the bucket. Yeah, no problem. Duan Mufeng remained stunned for a long moment, his Adam's apple bobbing. A wildly exaggerated smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Still, no one said anything. When Yanyu shifted his puzzled gaze toward Lu Mingxiu beside him. The instant their eyes met. Lu Mingxiu's ears suddenly flushed bright red. He jolted as if shocked, frantically averting his eyes. Wen Yanyu, ? It couldn't possibly be that terrible to listen to, right? I'm dying of laughter. Wen Yanyu must be questioning his existence now, why is no one speaking? Suddenly remembered that back during Bunny's early days in the talent show, he used to sing so immersed in himself that he often went off key without realizing it. He probably thinks he messed up again. Oh right, I remember, the baby made it through purely because his face was just that amazing, got tons of audience votes and carried him forward. Jiang Wanru was the first to snap out of it, laughing gently with genuine admiration. Beautiful song. It was truly lovely. Jiang Qian followed immediately after, her clear eyes rippling with waves of emotion, her gaze flickering wildly. Love it. Wen Yanyu scratched his nose, then lowered his head to take another bite of the warm sweet potato in his hand, overwhelmed by a quiet surge of emotion. So delicious. Back when he was locked away, he hadn't even eaten properly most of the time. For food like this, he felt he could live a few more years. Jiang Qian glanced sideways, her eyes sweeping over the two men nearby who still hadn't snapped out of their daze, then calmly withdrew her gaze. Yanyu, Xiaohua mentioned you're amazing at telling stories. Tomorrow, let's go babysit together, can I listen too? Can I? The young girl's eyes crinkled into a soft smile as she leaned forward playfully, tugging on the boy's arm like she was pleading. When Yanyu blinked, startled. Sure, I'll tell all of you a story tomorrow. Great. Jiang Qian nodded obediently. Raised in a prestigious family where she was cherished and protected, she had naturally grown kind, cheerful, and seemingly innocent. But as one of the twin heirs destined to inherit the family empire alongside her sister, she had learned far more than just how to dress beautifully and enjoy life. She had also learned control. And taking what she wanted. She always knew exactly what she desired. A sweet smile bloomed across Jiang Qian's lips. The bonfire crackled and popped. Sangyu gradually came back to her senses from the strange, haunting melody, lifting her head to look at Lu Mingxiu. As soon as she met his gaze, she caught sight of his earlobes, illuminated faintly by the yard lamp, bright red. Her heart jolted violently. Her eyes unconsciously shifted left, directly meeting his. In that instant, it felt as if every drop of blood in her body reversed course, her heart plummeting into an abyss. In his eyes, she saw something she had only ever glimpsed in her own mirror, a feeling so subtle it hadn't even been recognized yet by the person feeling it. Sangyu cast one final glance at Wen Yanyu, who was now chatting casually with someone beside him, then lowered her head. A storm of emotions churned silently beneath her lashes. Confusion and helplessness, pain and bewilderment surged wildly in her eyes, eventually solidifying into resentment and jealousy, her fingertips unknowingly digging deep into her palms. Chapter 34 Dazed Bunny Kawaii. Morning. Once again, as the two were shoved apart, Wen Yanyu's brow twitched. Finally, he couldn't hold back. I'm just boiling some dumplings, why are you two causing such a mess? Lu Mingxiu and Duan Mufeng were each grabbed by one hand and tossed out of the kitchen by Wen Yanyu. Thrown outside, the two exchanged glances before quickly looking away from each other. Jiang Qian passed by with 2 cartons of milk, humming a little tune. Yanyu. I got you milk. At last, Wen Yanyu smoothly dropped the dumplings into the pot. He turned his head. His long hair was tied back over one shoulder, originally jet black, it now appeared washed out into a pale gray under the sunlight. Drink some milk first. I'll help you mix the dipping sauce, Jiang Qian said, inserting a straw into one carton and handing it to him. Wen Yanyu took the milk. Thank you. It's nothing. Jiang Qian smiled brightly, taking out a few small bowls from the cupboard. Casually, she added, I noticed you like sweet things and your stomach seems a bit sensitive, so I won't add chili for you. How about I make it a little sweeter? Wen Yanyu froze slightly. Oh, okay, that's fine. Thank you. You keep saying, thank you, again and again, it feels so distant. Jiang Qian put her hands on her hips, playfully glaring at Wen Yanyu. We're good friends, right? Why don't you call me by my name? My name is Jiang Qian, just Qian. Wen Yanyu hesitated, then repeated slowly, okay. Qian. Jiang Qian nodded contentedly, dimples faintly appearing at the corners of her mouth, her eyes curving into crescent moons, sweet and adorable. Wen Yanyu. 2 sweet little babies snuggling. Snuggle up. Being around the dazed bunny makes even Qian look mischievous lol. Trying so hard to help in the kitchen, only to get kicked out anyway. Wen Yanyu, I'm just cooking dumplings, what are these two even doing? It's just chopsticks open, water boil, simple stuff, but then these two walk in and turn it into chaos lol. You can totally see how unimpressed the baby looks, completely baffled by their antics. Anyone else think Yanyu's looked kind of pale lately? Reminds me of how my sister looked when she was recovering from surgery, kinda worried. Same. He used to be pale, but now it's like, unnaturally white. And his hair color looks off too, like it's faded or bleached. Pretty sure he never dyed it before. If he were really unwell, he'd have said something already. Maybe just not sleeping well here, that could explain it. Finally finishing the dumplings in his bowl, when Yanyu set down his chopsticks and prepared to stand up and wash his hands. Lu Mingxiu suddenly grabbed his wrist. Wen Yanyu. Only those few dumplings, you're full. The wrist in his palm felt alarmingly thin. Lu Mingxiu instinctively frowned, concern evident in his voice. You've gotten way too skinny. It's not healthy. Wen Yanyu, yes, I'm full. Jiang Qian, chewing her 17th dumpling, chimed in worriedly, but you only ate 6 dumplings. She pushed a side dish toward Wen Yanyu. Just 2 more bites. Later, I'll find you a little snack bread. Wen Yanyu looked at the greasy meat dish in front of him. Remembering the last time, he fell quiet for a few seconds. My stomach's not great, I can't eat too much. If I do, I might end up vomiting everything I've eaten. Jiang Qian blinked, mentally reviewing his eating habits over the past few days. Alright. Need to find a chance to properly nourish him later. She abruptly shifted topics. Hey babe. Let me introduce you to my family's TCM doctor. After filming ends, I'll take you to see him, he's amazing at body health. Wen Yanyu nodded, silently accepting her kindness. Lu Mingxiu frowned. But if your stomach's bad and you don't eat, how will it ever get better? Sang Yu stayed silent, her gaze fixed on Lu Mingxiu, who still hadn't let go of Wen Yanyu's wrist. Wen Yanyu sighed, trying to pull his wrist free. But Lu Mingxiu seemed oblivious, his grip tightening instead. Duan Mufeng watched, brows deeply furrowed, clearly wanting to say something but holding back. I don't know when my stomach will get better, Wen Yanyu joked wryly, but I do know that if you keep holding me like this a moment longer, you might break my wrist. Lu Mingxiu startled, immediately letting go. Sorry. Are you okay? I'm fine. Wen Yanyu rubbed his already reddening wrist. Still intact. Lu Mingxiu lowered his head sheepishly. I'm really sorry. Duan Mufeng pushed the man who was trying to stand back down onto the seat. Just stay put. Now I'm torn between worry and laughter lol. Does no one else find him annoying? He kept clinging to brother Lu all day. Yesterday he ate normally, but today next to Lu he barely touched his food, wasn't that on purpose just to invite concern? He's doing it again, I can only say, your little schemes aren't as subtle as you think. Huh. Wait, didn't he already say his stomach can't handle food? And now Lu Mingxiu and others show concern, what's wrong with that? That's normal. Does anyone remember the truth or dare night phone call? Fu said Wen's stomach and esophagus were nearly rotting away. Even people who hate him looked a bit worried. Wen really might be unwell. I've noticed ever since Lu Mingxiu initiated conversation with Wen Yanyu yesterday, certain commenters have gone completely off the rails. No need to make excuses for leg hair. I'm a green tea too, I understand his moves. You guys are insane. From the very beginning when the baby filmed the challenge variety show, he barely ate anything, only picked at his rice. On his first day here, he didn't even finish half a bowl. It's been like this for days. Why suddenly accuse him of clinging to Lu Mingxiu just because he ate less today? Some people are being utterly ridiculous. Fans of my bias who previously acted as a couple with Lu Mingxiu want to say, rabbit fans, get used to it. This is just how certain ship fans behave. Chapter 35 A deleted passage, My Living Family. After the meal ended, Wen Yanyu followed Jiang Qian and Lu Mingxiu to wash the dishes. The three of them chatted aimlessly, the conversation drifting further and further off track. Jiang Qian casually brought up, Yanyu, have you ever thought about what kind of person you'd want to marry in the future? I mean, what type of person do you like? Everyone already knew about the huge incident between Yanyu and Fu Hanchuan. Back then, plenty of people tried to curry favor with Fu Hanchuan by targeting Wen Yanyu, but every single one had been shut down personally by Fu Hanchuan himself. It was true that Fu Hanchuan didn't seem to like Wen Yanyu, but clearly, their relationship was complicated. If they really wanted to get back at each other, they would have done so long ago. There had been business collaborations between their families before. Given Fu Hanchuan's painfully obvious straight boy demeanor, no one believed anything could happen between him and Yanyu. As for Wen Yanyu, everyone remembered how hopelessly he'd acted toward Duan Mufeng. Probably just a regular straight guy who'd only ever developed feelings for Fu Hanchuan. Jiang Qian smirked mischievously. If Fu Hanchuan wasn't interested, she couldn't be blamed for making her move, right? Still half dazed, when Yanyu finished rinsing a bowl and replied absent-mindedly, I like girls who are gentle and responsible. Girls like his family, dad, mom, sister, and his sister's lover. Together, they'd form a big, warm family. It would be wonderful. So happy. Lu Mingxiu paused mid-motion, glancing at Wen Yanyu in surprise. Jiang Qian nodded, more or less what she'd expected. Suddenly remembering Xiao Hu, Wen Yanyu turned and looked at the children playing nearby, scanning through them. Xiao Shu, come here for a sec. The boy came running over with soft thuds, his voice sweet and tender. Big brother, what is it? He tilted his head up, eyes sparkling as he stared directly at Wen Yanyu. Where's your Xiao Hu brother? Wen Yanyu rinsed the soap off one hand and pulled out a tissue to wipe the grease from the child's mouth. Earlier, he'd wanted Xiao Hu to apologize to Xiao Hua, but hadn't managed more than a few words before the kid disappeared again. Wen Yanyu sighed helplessly, after all, this wasn't his own child. He couldn't be too forceful. Xiao Hu brother. The boy thought for a moment. He went out to play with Xiao Mo and the others. Do you need to find him? Wen Yanyu shook his head and gently patted the boy's head. No, it's fine. Go play. Just make sure Xiao Hua doesn't fall. I won't let her. The child scampered back to the group, bursting into laughter and noise once more. Jiang Qian teased, "Bao, you're so good with kids." "Me? I can play with little ones just fine, but I could never actually take care of them." Wen Yanyu kept washing dishes, replying quietly, "After my sister was born, I helped take care of her. So I guess I got used to looking after kids." All the children he'd cared for over the years had made him grow deeply fond of them. A flash of astonishment flickered in Jiang Qian's eyes. "But according to the files, does Bao have a sister?" "No, not that I know of. I remember Bao, he, lived alone. Maybe not a biological sister then. But he really is skilled with kids, the way he wiped that kid's mouth just now totally reminded me of my mom. Bao likes girls. Then I still have a chance. But didn't he like Fu Hanchuan? Wasn't he acting like he'd die if they didn't end up together? What happened? I'm so glad Bao finally sees things clearly now. Mommy loves you, smooch smooch, kisses all over, nom nom nom. Perhaps it was the perfect summer sunlight, or maybe just the natural ease after a satisfying meal. When Yanyu began naturally recounting various funny stories about the children, memories flooding back vividly. His sister weaving flower crowns for him from wildflowers. Her and her friends fighting over who got to comb his hair. Her standing on a little stool trying to cook for him and nearly setting the pot on fire. He remembered how even their usually gentle mother had burst out of the room in panic, screaming like a dragon. How his father taught both him and his sister ways to protect themselves. How his sister loved wearing Dad's police cap and strutting around the house. The first time he named a child. The first time he taught a kid to cook. Catching several children sneaking into the river for a swim, and making them stand in punishment all day long. I really love having the whole family together. It feels so happy, Wen Yanyu said, his face softened by unguarded warmth and joy, painted by memories. Jiang Qian suddenly understood why he seemed so experienced with these kids. She recalled now he'd volunteered in disaster zones. She assumed he must have done charity work there somewhere. No wonder you handle these little ones so well, Jiang Qian laughed. I also adore kids. I have an older sister. Sure, she can be scary sometimes, but she treats me really well. My sister says once I get married, our family will grow even bigger, and everything will be so much livelier, Jiang Qian said with a smile, her voice full of longing. In my family, we place great importance on kinship. During holidays, everyone gathers together. All the little ones stay close by. Festivals and reunions are always especially fun. Next time you can bring that little sister to my place for the holidays. My family would love to have her. All our kids are well behaved too, very obedient. Birdsong echoed through the valley. When Yanyu's hands paused mid-motion. He froze suddenly. Jiang Qian's voice, the children's laughter, the sound of flowing water beside him, all blurred into a distant haze in his ears. The world seemed absurdly surreal. When Yanyu looked up at the scorching sun, then quickly lowered his head. His expression went momentarily blank, emotions fading from his eyes bit by bit. Past and present, memories and reality, this tearing sensation nearly overwhelmed his mind. He suddenly remembered why he had held on until now. He had to go home. His parents and his sister were waiting for him. But Wen Yanyu, you forgot. You don't have a home anymore. They're just a plot bug, fragments of text, passages already rewritten, already deleted. That ever-present storyline still exists, but you've only returned to the initial world. You're still just an extra, never truly belonged. You never had a family. They've long been gone. You've had no home for a long time. The fleeting sense of freedom shattered instantly. You've never had anything at all. It was as if a holographic helmet displaying something beautiful had suddenly been torn off, or as if his brain's protective mechanism had failed at this moment, crushing waves of helplessness and emptiness swallowed him whole. Clang. The large bowl beside him tipped over and shattered on the ground. His limbs went weak, his soul screaming silently within, when Yanyu instinctively bent down to pick up the shards. Ah! Don't touch it. I'll get the broom. These sharp pieces will cut your hand. Jiang Qian shook the water off her hands and hurried inside for the broom. Lu Mingxiu hadn't even reacted yet. He'd just turned off the tap when he saw the blood. Brother, the shards. Brother, stop picking them up. When Yanyu looked up blankly, offered the surrounding children a reflexive smile, and kept gathering the broken pieces. I'm fine. Just be careful not to touch them. Meanwhile, Duan Mufeng, who had come out with Jiang Qian, took one look at the scene and dashed forward, abruptly grabbing Wen Yanyu's wrist. What the hell are you doing? Duan Mufeng's pupils trembled. Wen Yanyu. Let go. What are you doing? Put those shards down, now. They're stuck in your flesh. Do you want to lose your hand? Is he insane? Why is he gripping broken pieces? Holy shit, he's bleeding. What new character stunt is this guy pulling? Unbelievable. No way he's actually stupid. Picking up shards is one thing, but holding them like that? Maybe he's zoned out. He didn't seem right earlier. When Yanyu lifted his head, his gaze meeting Duan Mufeng's anxious eyes. In that instant, Duan Mufeng fell completely silent. What happened? Wen Yanyu glanced down. Tiny porcelain fragments from the shattered bowl were deeply embedded in his palm. Thick, crimson blood slowly seeped from between the shards, trickling along the lines of his palm. Drop after drop. Drip. 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 Pattering onto the hot ground. Duan Mufeng's lips quivered slightly, unsure whether to hold on or let go. Thanks. I'm fine. Wen Yanyu pulled his hand back, seemingly unbothered by pain, casually plucking out the sharp fragments buried deep in his palm. Back in the village, kids played hard and scrapes were common, but none of the children had ever seen so much blood. They stood frozen in fear. Lu Mingxiu fetched the first aid kit from inside, eyes filled with worry. Why did you grab the shards like that? Wen Yanyu kept his head down, politely refusing Lu's attempt to treat his wound. He took the kit himself, turned on the faucet, and cold water washed over the bloodied palm. He twisted open the iodine bottle and poured it directly onto the injured hand without flinching. A slight crease formed between his brows from the sting, but quickly smoothed out. With his other hand, he took a cotton swab, gently spread the iodine, applied ointment, then pulled out medical gauze and bandaged the wound with practiced ease. Just another ordinary task. I'm fine. Just spaced out. I was remembering a dream from a long time ago. Forgot that he should have woken up by now. Chapter 36, The Missing Child Incident. Bro. You're truly something else. Aw baby. What are you doing? Baby. I can feel my palm aching just watching this. I seriously suspect Wen Yanyu doesn't have pain receptors, how can he not even flinch? There's a kind of pain that hurts just to watch. He just washed it with water. He's genuinely fearless. Respect. One step beyond tough, he's a werewolf. Damn it, I'd never dare do this even if my finger had just a tiny cut. After treating his wound, Wen Yanyu turned around and crouched before the few pale-faced children. Sorry, was being a bit silly. My mind just blanked out for a second, did I scare you? I'm sorry. I'll bring you all some chocolate later, okay? His voice was gentle, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. His expression seemed to smile, yet his eyes remained utterly empty, devoid of any emotion, as if he were merely mimicking a smile through instinct alone. A deep, bone-chilling sorrow and helplessness spread into the air, turning it sour. The children exchanged glances. Li Qianhua reached out and quietly grasped the hem of Wen Yanyu's shirt. Brother should eat candy too. Wen Yanyu paused briefly, then softly lowered his eyelashes. All right. Suddenly, light rain began falling from the mountains. Raindrops hit the ground with crisp sounds, gradually pooling into small puddles in the courtyard, reflecting the hazy curtain of rain across the sky. The dry, hot earth slowly grew damp. The scent of soil blended with the smell of rain, spreading throughout the yard. The children sat in a row on little stools, watching the rain fall and chatting about playful things. The middle-aged man responsible for watching the kids struck up a conversation with them. Wen Yanyu sat still in his chair, his gaze drifting blankly into the distance. He didn't move an inch until sunset faded into night. Jiang Qian sat beside him, telling a little girl's stories while occasionally glancing at the distant look in Wen Yanyu's eyes. Such a peaceful retirement life. But what's wrong with baby? He's been silent since this afternoon. Something feels really off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Maybe he's just tired from babysitting all day, plus that hand injury. Probably just wants to rest. Suddenly, a flashlight beam cut through the darkness. Jianhua. Something happened. Hearing the shout, Wang Jianhua turned toward the gate. Two figures rushed over hastily, braving the rain. As soon as they entered, they said anxiously, Xiaohu is gone. We don't know where he ran off to. Upon hearing that a child had disappeared, Wang Jianhua shot up, quickly pulling on his coat. What happened? I wanted Xiaohu to come home to sleep. When I came looking for him earlier, he wasn't there. I figured maybe he went off playing somewhere in the village, but we couldn't find him anywhere. Wang Dezai, his hair completely white, wore a deeply worried expression. We searched the entire village with Xiaosheng and still found nothing. At the mention of Xiaohu, Wen Yanyu snapped back to reality. He rose slowly from his chair and walked toward the group. What about Xiaohu? Taking in Wen Yanyu's appearance, the middle-aged man behind the hat flashed a flicker of recognition in his eyes, and immediately exploded in anger. Aren't you the one supposed to be watching these kids? Old man Dezai, I heard from Xiaohua today, Xiaohu has been gloomy lately because he scolded him. Today, this person scolded Xiaohu again. Maybe it's precisely because of him that Xiaohu ran away. Wang Dezai's expression instantly darkened. Wang Yusheng clenched his fists tighter, continuing to provoke, Xiaohu is Uncle Dezai's only grandson. If anything happens to him, you'd better be ready to face the consequences. This outcry triggered instant chaos in the comments. Oh right. That Xiaohu is the kid Wen Yanyu reprimanded earlier. God, it's late at night and raining, who knows what might happen to a kid out there. Is he going to take responsibility? Please, stop tormenting the child. Wait, if my memory serves me right, wasn't it because that kid bullied the blind girl first, so Wen Yanyu spoke up? And that was days ago anyway. Even though I don't like Wen Yanyu, stop slandering him for no reason. What does this have to do with him? Kids are naturally playful and run off all the time. Wait, what did my baby do? Why are you dragging my baby into this? Jiang Qian understood the situation immediately and couldn't hold back any longer. What are you making such a fuss for? Yanyu only kindly played with the children out of goodwill. Each parent is responsible for their own kid. What does this have to do with Yanyu? You're clearly trying to shift blame because you feel guilty. Jiang Qian stood up abruptly, her face furious, and marched forward in 3 quick steps. You damn woman. Who let you speak here? Wang Yusheng's expression twisted, his infamous temper flaring up instantly as he raised his hand, ready to grab and shove her. Jiang Qian didn't have time to react, but Wen Yanyu did. He reached out and grabbed her arm, pulling her behind him as he lifted his leg and kicked. Completely unprepared for resistance, Wang Yusheng let out a pained cry, toppling sideways against the doorframe, clutching his stomach and gasping for breath. Everyone was startled by the sudden turn of events. Wen Yanyu steadied Jiang Qian's body, shielding her behind him. His expression remained blank, calm. I won't shirk responsibility if it's mine, but don't lay a hand on my friends. The others snapped back into action instantly. Pressing Sang Yu back onto the sofa, Lu Mingxiu followed Duan Mufeng as they stepped forward, positioning themselves to protect the two. What the hell is your problem? You brat, what did you just say? Duan Mufeng fumed. You city people, you're just using us for your damn show. Now a child's gone missing because of you. What do you have to say about that? Wang Yusheng groaned through clenched teeth, still doubled over in pain. How could someone be so strong? Wang Jianhua, realizing their side was at fault, snapped angrily, Wang Yusheng. If you can't speak properly, don't touch the girl. Wang Yusheng clutched his stomach, sweat dripping down his face from the pain. We're just worried, we can't find Xiao Hu. We don't even know what happened yet, and you're already blaming our kids and getting physical. Jiang Wanru flipped her hair lightly and added, our show is live-streamed, the cameras are always rolling, and viewers are watching right now. The woman smiled gently at the corner of her lips, but her eyes held not a trace of warmth. The group now formed a protective circle around Wen Yanyu. A faint scent of peach blossoms mixed with the metallic tang of blood. Jiang Qian looked down. The hand gripping hers was steadily oozing blood. You scared me. Almost forgot baby's a high-damage rabbit. Wait, since when did he start fighting? That guy hit first though. How dare this man get handsy with a young woman? Classic case of toxic masculinity at its peak. Duan Mufeng raised an eyebrow and said bluntly, the production team had your consent from the beginning to film here, and we've also paid fees for the shoot. Lu Mingxiu coldly added, a child is missing, so start looking for him. Blaming others immediately and trying to assault someone, that's your solution. Wang Yusheng rubbed his nose, quickly scanning the still dazed-looking Wen Yanyu before raising his voice. Regardless. This person did talk to Xiao Hu today, and Xiao Hu was unhappy because of him. The issue lies with him from the start. As Wang Yusheng continued provoking, emotions ran higher. Overwhelmed by everything, Wang Detsai could only croak weakly, my grandson was last seen playing here. Now he's gone, you owe me answers. Tisk, why is he being unreasonable? For fuck's sake. Don't yell at my baby. Get lost. But the kid really did go missing after Wen Yanyu spoke to him. Heh, if something happens to that kid, guess he becomes the murderer then. Are we even watching the same variety show? What did Wen Yanyu do to him? The boy did something wrong first, Wen Yanyu didn't even scold him, just stopped him. How is he the villain now? And that was days ago. Chapter 37, Searching the Mountain. Wang Yusheng, who gave you the right to bully a young one like this? Suddenly, a deep and powerful voice came from the entrance. The group turned around in unison to see village chief Wang Yudao approaching through the rain, holding a flashlight in his hand. Xiao Wen's been taking good care of the kids these past few days. Xiao Hu was just being disobedient earlier, that's why Wen Yanyu spoke to him. Wang Yudao glanced lightly at Wang Yusheng, then said sternly, what? Can't adults even scold children when they've done something wrong? Wang Yusheng opened his mouth as if wanting to argue back, but under the weight of Wang Yudao's authoritative gaze, he swallowed his words and stayed silent, though his expression remained sour. I just saw Xiao Hu's toy near the back mountain, Wang Yudao continued. He must have run up there. At that, Wang Detsai, who had been simmering in anger, suddenly froze, pupils contracting sharply. His face turned deathly pale as he began frantically shouting, impossible. How could he go there? What should we do? Upon hearing this, Wang Jianhua also went rigid. Jiang Wanru suggested, then we should quickly organize a few people to search the mountain. Wang Detsai collapsed into despair. There are things on that mountain. Wang Jianhua let out a sigh and explained, a lot of villagers have gone to town to sell goods and won't be back anytime soon. Those left behind are mostly elderly or not very mobile. And now with this heavy rain, the mountain paths are treacherous. He paused slightly. Besides, wolves often roam those hills. The trails twist and turn endlessly, once you go up, it's hard to come down. People get lost even during daylight. At night? Nearly impossible. We generally avoid going up there. Hearing this, Jiang Wanru, who had intended to discuss joining the search with the crew, hesitated too. Outside, the rain poured heavily. Even if they called the police for rescue teams, it would take hours before anyone could enter the mountain. None of them knew the terrain well. Leaving aside the potential wild animals, simply getting lost was a real danger. Even the relatively accessible road they'd driven on earlier had been full of winding turns, they'd nearly gotten lost several times despite having a car. It wasn't their own child, personal safety still had to be considered. The room fell into silence. Oh damn, I almost forgot, there are wild animals up there too. That kid's probably dead. With this kind of rain, by the time rescue arrives, the poor thing might already be gone. Villagers should know the mountain better, right? Organizing a search party shouldn't be that difficult. Not sure, just saying. Main problem is it's already dark and pouring rain. The trails must be extremely slippery. If anything happens, it'll be a mess. I'll go look. Wen Yanyu broke the silence. Everyone turned to look at him. Li Qianhua clutched tightly at his sleeve. Brother, don't go. He gently stroked the little girl's head. The child's safety matters most right now, Wen Yanyu said calmly. I just need someone to show me the way up. I'll bring him back. Duan Mufeng added, I'm going too. Lu Mingxiu, I'll come with you. It's dark now, it's dangerous. Wang Yudao looked grave, internally torn. Rescue teams can't reach us for 2 or 3 hours in this weather. When Yanyu raised his eyes, adding quietly, if you send someone to guide me, there's still a chance. In that moment, the entire room sank into deathly stillness, only heavy breathing could be heard. Wang Yudao pulled out a cigarette, still unwilling to give in. Then, Wang Detsai grabbed his wrist. This boy is all I have left. The old man's voice trembled, his eyes filled with desperate pleading. Wang Yudao exhaled sharply and crushed the cigarette but firmly between his fingers. Let's go. Up the mountain. Several men from the production team began preparing to climb as well. Wang Yusheng shrank backward. I've got stomach pain, I'll stay here and watch the kids. Duan Mufeng shot him a cold look. Wang Yusheng lowered his head. Brother. The children tugged anxiously at Wen Yanyu's clothes. Can you please not go? Wen Yanyu put on his jacket, took out a large bag of candy from his pack, and handed one to each child. I can't. Xiao Hu must be terrified now. Brother and grandpa have to go bring him home. Li Qianhua didn't speak, she only held tightly to his sleeve. When Yanyu bent down, ruffled the child's hair, and gently placed her beside Jiang Qian, who had remained silent all along. Stay with your sisters for a bit. Brother will be back soon. He spoke softly, then handed the last chocolate bar to Jiang Wanru. You've got body cameras on us anyway, you'll be able to see everything. We'll return quickly. Yanyu, walk slowly. Take a hoe. Everyone grab something to carry. Xiao Yu. Raincoat. Jiang Wanru hadn't even realized what was happening before her hand instinctively reached out and took the chocolate. The figures of the departing group were quickly swallowed by the rainy night. Jiang Wanru suddenly froze. Something seemed to flicker across her mind, vague, fleeting, leaving behind only a lingering bitterness that wouldn't dissipate. After a long while, she lowered her head and tightly clenched the chocolate in her hand. The night was as dark as ink, rain pouring down in sheets. Raindrops lashed wildly against the mountainside and trees. A thick mist enveloped the entire forest, and the dense darkness of night appeared ready to devour everything. Wind howled through the woods, producing an eerie, mournful wail that set one's heart racing. Xiao Hu. Xiao Hu. The group advanced slowly along a winding path, calling out the boy's name while scanning their surroundings. Thunder and rain drowned out all else. The beams of their flashlights, diffused by the fog, seemed unusually faint, barely illuminating anything nearby. Wang Jianhua remained tense, constantly glancing around, his hands gripping the hoe like a lifeline. After walking for a while, they reached a fork in the road. Wang Yudao stopped and turned to look back. But when Yanyu strode past the elder without hesitation, heading straight toward the right path. A streak of lightning split the sky, momentarily illuminating the dim forest, followed by thunder so loud it nearly ruptured their eardrums. Suddenly, they saw ahead, a cliff edge. Wang Jianhua called out, this is a dead end. We need to go another way. When Yanyu paused, then took another step forward, gazing down at the cliff below. It loomed roughly 5 or 6 stories high, with drifting gray mist coiling around the treetops beneath. Found him. His whisper vanished into the storm, as layers of pale gray slowly veiled his dark eyes. Those behind him didn't understand. Wen Yanyu, wait here. I'll go bring Xiao Hu back. Duan Mufeng frowned. Where are you going? Aren't we going together? No need. Just stay here. Don't move. When Yanyu thought briefly, then added calmly, in 20 minutes, I'll bring you back. But, Duan Mufeng tried to speak again. When Yanyu stepped forward, his foot landing steadily on the mist spreading through the air. With a rush of wind, Dia's figure completely disappeared into the night. Xiao Yu. Lu Mingxiu cried out in shock, instinctively reaching out, but the rest of his words choked in his throat at the sight before him. Duan Mufan. Even Wang Yudao was stunned. The others hurriedly shone their flashlights downward. Through the darkness, they could vaguely make out Wen Yanyu walking steadily across the void beneath the cliff, moving farther away. Chapter 38, Fueled by Life. Wait, what? How did he get down there? That's at least 4 stories high. No way. Baby, you're actually a cultivator. I knew it. There are definitely people in this world secretly cultivating while hiding it from me. When the apocalypse comes, they'll all be flying through the sky on swords, watching me get eaten alive by zombies. I don't believe it. This has to be scripted, maybe the production team rigged some wires beforehand, or it's just the angle. It doesn't look that high, really. The mountains back home are like that too, look tall but aren't. You could probably just slide down safely. Trolling too hard LMAO. A parkour expert could pull this off. Definitely trees below, maybe he used one for momentum, it'd be easy enough. Easy. When Yanyu wove through the undergrowth, rainwater dripping steadily from his cheeks. He lowered his gaze and tugged gently at the grey mist in his hand, now nearly spent. The sounds of bestial roars echoed around him. Suddenly, the treetops began to sway unnaturally. A violent gust swept past, carrying with it an increasingly sharp stench of decay. When Yanyu halted, fingers brushing across the camera strapped to his chest. He found the button and pressed it. The live stream screen instantly went black. From behind the tree trunk, a wave of rain mixed with a nauseating, putrid stench surged forward. Pairs of jet-black eyes glowed crimson, locking onto the figure before them. Thick, viscous liquid dripped from their jaws. Bone-deep cold crept up from the soles of his feet. What the hell? Baby! What are you doing? I swear I just heard something screaming, it was terrifying, help. Why'd he turn off the camera? Now I can't see anything. This is insane. When Yanyu lightly flexed his fingers, activating the ability left within him by a certain dog, meant to suppress backlash. The beasts, mindless and barely sentient, were bound tightly together by unseen forces. Black, sticky blood oozed continuously from their wounds. Only now did they realize they had angered someone they should never have crossed. The creatures thrashed wildly, desperately pulling against the threads wound around them in opposite directions. But the surrounding fog held them fast in place. As piercing shrieks spread through the mountains, even their pitch-black pupils brimmed with terror. After seeing what truly lay inside those things, Wen Yanyu's expression slowly hardened. His fingers clenched tighter. The warm, often smiling eyes were now completely overtaken by inhuman, pale gray. Left only with icy detachment. I said, annihilate. A voice rang out, soft yet utterly ruthless and cold. As if answering divine command, a fierce wind erupted. His hair fluttered violently as gray mist exploded outward, consuming everything. At the very moment a bolt of lightning struck, the mist gently dissipated. A small boy tumbled out from within, his previously healthy, lively face now deathly pale, smeared with filthy mud and mucus. The unnatural pale gray in his eyes faded away. When Yanyu strode forward swiftly, gathering the child into his arms, and with his last breath, guided the remnant gray mist into the boy's body. A single drop of red ink, made from life itself, seemed to bloom across the child's colorless face, spreading gradually, restoring warmth and vitality. Rain pattered softly around them. The warm embrace shielded him from wind and storm. The boy stirred faintly, opening his eyes, murmuring, "Brother. I'm here." Inside him, a source of heat burned fiercely, fierce and unbearable. "Where are we?" the boy mumbled weakly. "Brother. I feel awful. Don't be afraid. Brother will take you home." A calm, steady voice whispered by his ear. Reassured, the boy drifted back into slumber. The atmosphere grew heavier. Darkness seemed ready to devour everything. Hearts sank deeper with each roll of thunder, as if plummeting into the abyss. Then suddenly, a gentle voice pierced through the dark, clear and distinct. "I found Xiao Hu." Several heads turned at once. A bright, warm beam of flashlight cut through the gloom. The speaker emerged into the light, a small child quietly nestled in his arms. Wang Yudeo's pupils contracted sharply. He stepped forward rapidly. The boy, curled up in a youth's arms, had rosy cheeks and a chest rising and falling rhythmically. He was clearly fast asleep. Wang Jianhua reached out and gently touched the child's head. "What did I miss?" "Babe, you're shivering from cold, let me kiss you." He caused this mess in the first place, ha. And still made others come up the mountain with him. Yeah, same as last time, he dragged Lu Gu into trouble, and not long after, again making everyone follow him into the rainy woods. Ugh, can't even comment. Chicken Nugget and Snowflake, what are you waiting for? Grab Rabbit Treasure and hug him tight. Kiss Rabbit Treasure's little face. Back off, my wife is beautiful and kind-hearted, you don't want her. Fine, I'm taking her first. No stealing from me later, honey, come here, don't get a fever. Inside the house, Wang Detsai collapsed limply into his chair, mumbling incessantly, "Heaven protect them, heaven protect them." Jiang Qian gently stroked the little girl's head, finally allowing herself to breathe easy. Jiang Wanru stared at the slightly blurry footage on screen, confirming everyone's safety. She should have felt relieved, but for some reason, her heart kept pounding uncontrollably. The heavy rain gradually softened. A cold wind blew, making their soaked clothes cling tightly to their skin, icy and unbearable. Wen Yanyu shivered involuntarily, faint layers of pale gray rippling in the depths of his eyes. Yanyu. Little fish. The two rushed forward anxiously. Why did you jump down like that? How even did you get down? Are you okay? They bombarded him with worried questions. Wen Yanyu instinctively tried to smile at them, but his trembling lips couldn't form any expression. Dizziness surged through him. His body staggered unsteadily, and fearing he might drop the child in his arms, he leaned slightly against the tree trunk behind him, forcing himself to stay upright. Brother Duan, I've no strength left. Take Xiao Hu. I'll lead you down the mountain, Wen Yanyu gasped, each short sentence strangely exhausting to speak. He handed the child over to Duan Mufeng, sensing something was wrong, quickly took the boy into his arms. Are you injured? Duan pressed. There was no reply. Just follow me. Wen Yanyu rubbed his temple, hiding the exhaustion in his eyes, then stepped forward toward the path ahead. Nighttime mountain trails were always especially treacherous. The storm had snapped countless branches, altering the terrain ever so slightly. Even someone intimately familiar with these mountains would struggle to find the correct way. They'd already braced themselves for hours of difficult descent when the other returned. Yet they watched Wen Yanyu ahead, moving as if he'd known the route all along, not hesitating for even a second. Only occasionally staggering. Along the way, several times they wanted to speak up. But the thunder overhead grew louder and louder. Lu Mingxiu looked back multiple times, concerned. Strange, eerie sounds from the woods kept them from voicing their questions or thoughts, which they swallowed silently. Half an hour later, those waiting at the foot of the mountain spotted their figures. Xiao Hu. Wang Detsai strode forward urgently, snatching the child from Duan Mufeng and hastily checking him over. Confirming the boy was unharmed, Wang Detsai plopped down onto the ground, clutching the child tightly and weeping like he'd just gotten him back from death. Brat. When he wakes up, I'm gonna beat him black and blue. Amen. I just don't get it, how did this damn kid wander so far? Suddenly reminded me of something long ago. Back in my hometown, a few kids went playing up the mountain, and got eaten by a bear. Can't stand seeing elders cry. This kid's getting punished, hard. At the very same moment, when Yanyu's eyelids drooped heavily. Using his abilities to reach this point had drained nearly every ounce of his strength. Dizziness crashed over him. The world blurred. Sounds around him stretched out endlessly. The ground spun violently. His limbs went weak. The silk ribbon tied in his hair floated softly to the ground. In an instant, every shred of strength vanished. His body toppled forward uncontrollably. When Yanyu closed his eyes gently, the pale gray fading completely from his gaze, leaving only exhaustion and release. Agonizing pain tore through his insides. So tired. Just wanted to go home. A startled cry rang in his ears, then consciousness plunged entirely into darkness. Chapter 39, Rabbit in PTSD. Xiao Yu. Lu Mingxiu cried out. Duan Mufeng quickly moved to support the person on the ground, intending to carry them on his back, only to pause at how light they felt in his arms. So light. He didn't have time to think. With a swift motion, he lifted the person into a carry, then rushed toward the house. Rabbi-i-it. What the hell? Passed out? Been caught in the rain so long with such strong wind, he's probably got a fever. Isn't he a guy? How can his physical condition be this weak? Is he trying to gain attention again with some weird victim persona? Wen Yanyu was just looking for the kid. No need to get so aggressive. It's not like he was the only one who went up the mountain. Why is he putting on such a pathetic act? So laughable. Are you guys dumb? Why has the tone of these comments gotten so weird lately? A sharp ringing pierced Wen Yanyu's mind as he lay weakly beneath the quilt. Countless memories spiraled chaotically through his head. The colors across his retina gradually faded. His breathing grew weaker and weaker. His thoughts were in complete disarray, no sound, no sense of where he was. Amid waves of searing pain, only one thought stood clearly in his mind: I need to go home. He clung to consciousness by sheer will. Under the lamplight, Jiang Wanru gently rotated the thermometer in her hand. When she finally read the number, she was startled despite her preparation. 41. His long hair sprawled messily across the pillow. His delicate face looked sickly beautiful, cheeks flushed with unnatural redness, while his lips were pale, nearly translucent. His gaze at the people beside the bed was blurry and vacant, so fragile, so broken, it made their hearts ache. Jiang Qian gently stroked the boy's head. Yanyu, are you feeling very bad? When Yanyu didn't respond. His eyes had no focus, merely staring blankly at her. Even his irises seemed to have lost their color, turning dull gray. Jiang Qian bit her lip, then leaned forward anxiously, peering outside. Why hasn't the doctor come yet? Duan Mufeng nervously chewed at his nails, until Lu Mingxiu snapped, if you keep biting those, they'll be gone before you know it. Only then did Duan Mufeng stop. The children, who had run out of the house when the adults returned, now stood quietly inside, each one gazing at the figure on the bed with deep concern. Wang Jianhua, left in charge of the kids, waved his hand and began ushering each child back to their homes. Woohoo my wife, woohoo, wife don't fall asleep, goddamn production team. Why didn't you bring a medical team? The village chief went to get the doctor. Wait, is he actually sick? I thought it was part of the script. His face is burning up, are you seriously still saying it's scripted? You see scripts in everything. God damn it. Poor student just got home from school, why is my rabbit reduced to this? My rabbit, my baby, no. At 41 degrees Celsius, if he doesn't get an injection soon, things could get dangerous. Just then, Wang Yudao stepped in through the door, followed by a middle-aged man carrying a medicine case. Without a word, the man approached the bed, opened his case, took out a syringe, and drew up medication. Lift his sleeve. Yeah, I've got it. Duan Mufeng stepped forward first, helping the boy upright and swiftly rolling up Wen Yanyu's sleeve. He was about to move aside, but the moment his eyes landed on the forearm, his mind went blank. His entire body froze visibly. Hurry up, the doctor urged, impatient. Let me give him the shot first. Jiang Wan returned her head, and her pupils shrank sharply in shock. Before them stretched row after row of horrifying, stitched-up scars across the boy's pale arm. From slightly above the wrist upward, the entire area was covered in suture marks, lines overlapping lines, crisscrossing chaotically. From the messy stitches, one could barely grasp the original depth of the wounds. The whole arm looked as if consumed entirely by some kind of insect. The doctor, finishing loading the syringe, looked up, and his eyes widened slightly. This kid, did he try to hurt himself or something? An icy silence fell over the room. Lu Mingxiu stared at those scars for a long time. A nameless ache surged from deep within his chest, so painful it nearly stole his breath. What the hell? Baby. What did you do? These scars are so old. So back then, when he was lost in the mountains, it really wasn't because of Fu Hanchuan after all. Suddenly remembering how he held that broken shard at noon without flinching, I thought maybe he just had low pain sensitivity, but now, was it because he's used to it? That's dark. Too dark. So scary. Why do the wounds look so strange? Self-harm, obviously. I don't think so. ZC wouldn't go that far, seriously, look at the stitching. If he really did this to himself, nearly a third of his arm would have been gone. This looks like something done by someone else. The doctor struggled to find a clear spot, quickly disinfected it, and was about to administer the injection. As if sensing something, the boy on the bed let out a terrified scream. He violently wrenched his hands free, rolled sideways with momentum, and curled himself into a tight ball against the wall. His glasses were knocked off, the village doctor jumped in fright. Jiang Wanru reached in, trying to pull Wen Yanyu out. Yanyu. Yanyu. Don't be afraid. Come out, Yanyu. The doctor is just giving you a shot. It'll be over soon, come out. Completely different from his earlier quiet obedience, Wen Yanyu stayed curled up, trembling uncontrollably, screaming in panic, don't touch me. Don't touch me. I won't take the shot. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I want to go home. Don't touch me. I won't do it. No. Everyone froze in shock at the sudden turn of events. By the time they snapped back to reality, they were already reaching out to grab him, barely pulling him away from the corner. When Yanyu refused to cooperate entirely, thrashing wildly, fighting with all his strength to break free. In moments, the entire room descended into chaos. Yanyu. Don't be scared. Xiao Yu, stop moving, this is for your treatment. Burning with fever and delirious, when Yanyu could no longer recognize anyone around him. The bodily memory of fear had been fully awakened. His legs trembled non-stop, tears streaming down his face, his voice hoarse from screaming, no, no. I want to go home. Don't touch me. Please let me go. Help me. It hurts. Let me go. Unconsciously shaking his head, crying harder and harder, when Yanyu's gaze fell upon the small knife the doctor used for opening medicine. He grabbed it and pressed the blade sharply against his neck, raising his hand as if to stab. Wen Yanyu. Lu Mingxiu's pupils shrank instantly. He didn't hesitate, he lunged forward, wresting the knife away and flinging it aside. TCH. The blade sliced through his palm. Lu Mingxiu sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. Lu Ji. Sang Yu rushed forward, only to be pushed away. I'm fine. Duan Mufeng and Lu Mingxiu each held down one of Wen Yanyu's limbs, pinning him firmly onto the bed. Let me go home, it hurts, 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 help me, ah, I want to go home, home, ah. Wen Yanyu sobbed violently, struggling and pleading at the same time, his voice now completely hoarse and distorted. Give him the shot, now. Duan Mufeng shouted at the stunned doctor behind him. Finally, the syringe was plunged in and the medicine injected. His headache felt like his skull was about to explode. He'd completely lost the ability to distinguish reality from memory. All color drained from his retina. The faces around him blurred into shapeless smears. The worried shouts twisted into a warped, eerie nursery rhyme. "Little bunny, open the door, open it fast, let me come in." The strange male voice echoed beside his ear, mingling with the sound of chains crashing against the ground. "Little bunny, don't shed a tear." In a blood-soaked vision, the song rang out. A pair of leather shoes stepped slowly through piles of flesh and blood, approaching right before his eyes. The man gave a short laugh. An overwhelming wave of agony crashed over him. Every bone in his body felt shattered by some rebounding force. Terror and physical pain consumed him entirely. Wen Yanyu trembled as he parted his lips, an involuntary sound escaping his throat, a desperate, agonized cry, like a rabbit's dying shriek, filled with terror and despair. No one understood what was happening, but the sound alone made their hearts ache. "Yanyu, don't be afraid, it's okay, it's over, just a shot, be good, Yanyu, be good." Jiang Wanru pulled the violently shaking boy into her arms, soothing him repeatedly. "No one will hurt you. Yanyu, don't be afraid." Tears brimming, Jiang Qian suddenly noticed the camera operator still filming and shoved him toward the door. "Stop filming." The cameraman, shoved outside, stood silently for a long while before turning away. The live stream went black. WTF is going on? This looks like a PTSD episode. What's that? Post-traumatic stress disorder. Usually happens after severe physical or psychological trauma. When triggered by similar situations or conditions, the person experiences extreme panic reactions. I think Wen Yanyu is having one. This is seriously textbook. Not acting. If he's faking, he deserves an award. Look at how his limbs are spasming, keep filming and he might develop respiratory alkalosis next. These are real physiological responses. God, I couldn't breathe watching that. It's just a shot. Is this really necessary? After administering the injection, the doctor was escorted away by the village chief. Sang Yu was pushed out by Lu Mingxiu. Jiang Qian, dragged out by Duan Mufeng, glared darkly, then swung around and punched the man squarely in the arm before stepping back inside. Just when everyone in the live stream thought today's broadcast would end like this, the screen lit up again, and the indoor camera resumed operation. Chapter 40, A Hand Held Between Dreams and Reality. After being forcibly injected, Wen Yanyu was drenched in cold sweat, as if trapped in a delirium. His voice, already hoarse beyond recognition, kept repeating the same phrase over and over again. "Mom, I want to go home. I want to go home. Let me go home. Mom, I want to go home." Jiang Wan returned to Jiang Qian and said, "Find Yanyu's phone and call his parents. This can't go on like this." Hearing this, Jiang Qian froze. Jiang Wan repressed urgently, "Come on, hurry up." Duan Mufeng glanced at the person on the bed who had lost all awareness, and quietly explained to her, "Yanyu is alone." Jiang Wanru stood stunned for a long moment before she finally understood what he meant. When Yanyu faintly opened his eyes, vision blurred by tears as though veiled in mist, everything was indistinct, only vague black and white silhouettes remained. He weakly called out, "Mom. I want to go home. I'm in so much pain, Mom. I want to go home, Mom." Though the voice was so feeble it should have been nearly inaudible, it clearly reached their ears. When Yanyu curled feebly beside the pillow, the veins on the back of his hand turning purple and clearly visible. His normally gentle eyes now looked gray and dull, pupils unfocused and clouded with terror and bewilderment, broken, fragile, shrouded in hazy moisture. An indescribable ache surged into her throat. Jiang Wanru immediately leaned forward and tightly grasped that clammy, icy hand soaked in sweat. She replied gently, "Ah, baby, it's Mom here. It's Mom. Be good, don't be afraid. Mom is right here with you." Upon hearing an answer from what he perceived as an illusion, Wen Yanyu startled, then burst into convulsive sobs, instinctively curling himself into a ball. The corners of his eyes were so red they seemed ready to bleed. He continued calling only one word, "Mom," this most primal cry, seeking the barest solace. Yanyu trembled, struggling to lift his gaze toward the figure beside the bed. But his body hurt too much, the cold sweat never ceased. Just keeping his eyes open and speaking had drained every ounce of strength he had left. The agonizing turmoil within him allowed only simple syllables to form fragmented sentences barely understandable. "Mom, I hurt. It hurts. I want to go home. Where does my baby hurt? Tell Mom, okay? Mom is right here with you." Listening to the frail cries by her ear, Jiang Wanru's eyes reddened. She steadied her voice and asked softly. Yanyu's eyelashes quivered. He tried hard to force a smile, but his face was streaked with tears, damp strands of hair messily clinging to his forehead. "Mom, I miss you so much. I'm in so much pain. Mom, I can't find you. Dad and my sister, they say I've gone crazy. I know. I know I'm not." Yanyu wouldn't stop trembling. His entire body was soaked through as if pulled from water, pitiful and wretched. He clutched the woman's hand and rubbed his cheek against it affectionately, unable to tell whether the wetness soaking her palm came from tears or sweat. Jiang Wanru clenched her fist tightly. Tears instantly spilled down her cheeks. She almost spoke, but no words would come. His consciousness had completely faded, his body numbed by pain. He could no longer see anything clearly. Even his tears had dried up. Yanyu whispered in a trembling murmur, words only audible to himself. You're not bugs. You're my family. I don't want to forget you. But I can't remember what you look like anymore, Mom. I hurt. I want to go home. Mom, don't leave. Don't abandon me. It hurts. So painful. Painful, so painful, Mom, it hurts so much. Yanyu murmured incessantly, tears streaming down his pale face. He couldn't tell whether this was reality or just another one of his hallucinations, and so he chose once more to sink deeper into it. It didn't matter anymore. Jiang Wanru swallowed hard, suppressing her anguish, and said to the three of them, Go, find the child's bag. And bring me that bottle of medicine from that day. They paused briefly, then quickly stepped out to search. As the three left the hall, arguing voices could be heard outside the door. Jiang Wanru took a moment to steady herself. Noticing that Yenyu's clothes were completely soaked through, she decided to remove them and cover him with a blanket. And in the instant she lifted his shirt. Jiang Wanru turned deathly pale. She gasped sharply, unable to collect herself for a long while, staring in utter disbelief, looking again and again. Her fingertips gently traced over the raised scars, stretching from across his abdomen all the way to his lower back, as if to confirm these horrors weren't a mere illusion. She took a deep breath and carefully pulled his clothing back into place, trembling violently, not daring to touch those marks which could only be described as inhuman. Now everything made sense, the irrationality, the suffering. Her fury and heartbreak reached their peak. Her heart pounded so fiercely she felt she couldn't breathe. Jiang Wanru bent over, gasping heavily, tears falling uncontrollably. A cold sensation touched her cheek. Mom, don't cry. Wen Yanyu vaguely felt something warm fall onto his face, and he could only follow muscle memory to reach up and touch the woman's cheek. Jiang Wanru bit down hard on her lips, struggling to steady her breath. Baby, don't be afraid. Tell Mom, did someone hurt you? Her voice trembled with grief she couldn't suppress. Jiang Wanru whispered gently, coaxing him. Tell Mom, okay? Mom will protect you. Don't be scared. Who hurt my baby? Mom will go punish them for you, alright? Wen Yanyu weakly lifted his eyelids, his voice soft and lifeless. The bad people hurt me. They're bullying me. I'm in so much pain. So much pain. I can't escape. I'm scared, Mom. I want to go home. A nightmare-like murmur, filled with despair and confusion. Jiang Wanru cupped the hand resting against her face. Her eyes shimmered with a fragile, nearly shattered light as she choked back a sob. Mom knows. The bad people, they hurt my baby. Oh, baby, please tell Mom who they are. Mom. Mom will make them pay. I promise, I'll help you. Just tell Mom. Before she could finish. We found it. Lu Mingxiu rushed in holding a medicine bottle with only a few pills left. Jiang Qian carried a large cup of warm water, while Duan Mufeng brought in a fresh blanket. Jiang Wanru wiped away her tears, took the pills, shook out 3, then paused and poured all the remaining ones into her palm. Come, help lift the baby up. Duan Mufeng set down the blanket and immediately complied. Wen Yanyu frowned in faint resistance. Jiang Wanru placed the pills into the boy's mouth and coaxed softly, Good boy, take it. Once you take the medicine, the pain will go away. Be good now, Mom is right here. At those words, Wen Yanyu obediently swallowed the pills. Duan Mufeng glanced at the bottle in his hand and couldn't help asking, Auntie Jiang, what kind of medicine is this? Jiang Wanru covered Wen Yanyu with the blanket and answered concisely, strong painkillers. Duan Mufeng froze. Lu Mingxiu jumped in, are these addictive? I see Yanyu taking so many every day, he must have finished 2 bottles by now. I always thought they were vitamins. Jiang Qian bit her lip and took the pills to examine them closely. Jiang Wanru lowered her head. Yes. Lu Mingxiu was puzzled. Is it safe for him to take so much? She turned slightly to look at him, her expression unreadable. Doctors wouldn't prescribe this amount unless the pain was unbearable. He understood what she meant. Lu Mingxiu stood still, then rubbed his temples. What had really happened all these years? Jiang Wan returned back to the bed and carefully tucked the blanket around the boy. I'll stay overnight with the baby tonight. You all rest in the living room for now. Qian, go home and get some sleep with Xiaoyu. Jiang Qian shook her head and sat down by the bed. I'm staying here too. Duan Mufeng and Lu Mingxiu each pulled over a stool. Time passed without notice. The figure on the bed gradually grew quieter, though his body still trembled, still not asleep. Jiang Wanru sat on a low stool, leaning over the edge of the bed, tightly clutching the boy's hand. Mom. She responded immediately, Mom's here. What is it, baby? Wen Yanyu whispered weakly, Mom. I learned that song. I want to sing it for you, didn't mess up the tune. Knowing he might be trapped in some PTSD episode, that failing to calm him could lead to disaster. Jiang Wanru instantly softened her tone. Alright, mom wants to hear it too. My baby sings best. Sing for mom, okay? Mom's right here. Wen Yanyu cautiously pressed his face against her hand, greedily savoring that sliver of real warmth, and began to hum in a hoarse, tuneless voice. Dark, dark sky hanging low. Bright, bright stars following close. Insects fly, insects fly. You are thinking of who? Bitter ache spread through the air. He barely finished the song. Warm drops kept falling onto her palm. Wen Yanyu gasped for breath. His eyes were completely unable to open now. His breathing grew shallower, yet he clung to her hand by sheer instinct. Mom, don't leave so fast. I'm so tired, stay with me a little longer, just a little more. Jiang Wanru trembled as she replied, Mom's here. I won't leave. I won't go anywhere. Don't be afraid, baby. Mom isn't leaving. Wen Yanyu took another shallow breath. The medicine was beginning to take effect. Drowsiness crept in, his eyelashes fluttering incessantly. He whispered a plea, his voice so raspy it seemed ready to break into tears at any moment. I want a kiss, Mom. I'm so tired. Mom, kiss me, can you, please? Jiang Wanru stiffened. She couldn't tell where the ache in her heart came from, but she knew she was being torn apart by pain. Her hands shaking uncontrollably, Jiang Wanru leaned down and pressed a kiss onto the boy's icy forehead, weeping so hard she could barely breathe. Mom, are you crying? Mom isn't crying. Baby, be good, go to sleep. Mom is right here with you. Mom. Mom's here. I miss you, so much. Mom misses her baby too. Mommy. Mom's here. Wen Yanyu curled up in the soft blanket, knees drawn tightly against his abdomen, long ash-black hair scattered messily around his face. Thick eyelashes were soaked with unshed tears. His slender, bony fingers barely clung to the woman's hand. He looked utterly exhausted and pained, only his lips kept faintly parting, whispering desperate pleas over and over. Mom. I'm scared. I want to go home. Home. The weak voice gradually faded into his shallow breaths. His chest showed no visible rise and fall, only the strands of hair stirred by each fragile breath confirmed he was still alive. Chapter 41 Who Really Cares Anyway? Wen Yanyu. My poor little bunny baby. Damn crew, you're dead to me. 1L. Wah, I can't take it, I'm literally crying myself to death. My bunny baby, wah, how could my baby suffer like this? I know it's wrong to get emotional over someone else's pain, but seriously I couldn't help it, I've been sobbing for ages. My mom saw me crying and came over to watch with me. We listened to the baby singing together and ended up both bawling so hard we almost passed out. She kept asking me who this kid was. Wah, even now my hands are still shaking as I type. My heart is shattered into pieces, wah. 13L. Can someone please explain what Duan Luobwa meant by, he's alone? How is Wen Yanyu alone? 23L. It means Wen Yanyu is an orphan. 45L. I swear I'm gonna die from crying. I couldn't even breathe watching that part where he was struggling. When I heard him cry, I started bawling too, it hit so hard. Can someone catch me up on what happened? I didn't finish watching the live stream yesterday. Logged in today and boom, this mess hits me. 69L. PTSD, probably. That scar on Wen Yanyu's arm, live chat said ZC, but in my opinion, no way. A self-inflicted wound usually wouldn't look that severe, plus those stitching marks, they look hand-sewn, not medical at all. No doctor from a top-tier hospital would stitch like that. The scar is all crooked and twisted. I can't even imagine how much pain he was in during treatment. And his strange reaction today only kicked in when the doctor's needle got near his hand. This theory might sound dark, but it makes sense to me. I think he might have suffered abuse, not just regular scolding or beatings, but something criminal level severe. His reaction fits textbook PTSD symptoms, classic panic response. 83L. Isn't it possible he's just afraid of needles? 103L. Does your fear of needles make you grab a knife and press it against your neck? If Lu Gu hadn't stepped in immediately, Wen Yanyu might have actually done it himself. 110L. Suddenly noticed a detail, Wen Yanyu always sleeps curled tightly into a ball. Even unconsciously during daytime rest, he curls up. That's the fetal position, the way babies sit in the womb. Most adults find it uncomfortable, so hardly anyone naturally sleeps like that unless they're severely lacking in security. 113L. Yes, I noticed too. He loves squeezing into corners. On the bed, he pushes himself as far into the corner as possible. When sitting on the floor playing, he often ends up curling himself into a complete ball. At the time, live chat joked he looked like a little rabbit, but now looking back, it feels like a twisted inside joke. Also explains why he seems so pain tolerant. 117L. And then there's Auntie Jiang mentioning that medicine, strong painkiller. Her son's a doctor, so she probably recognized it. I remember earlier when she saw the medication, she froze for a second, then looked at Wen Yanyu with such sudden tenderness and sorrow. Today, she probably didn't realize the dumbass production team was still filming with the cameras rolling, that's why she let slip what the drug really was. 122L. Originally started watching for my precious Kian baby, but now I'm falling harder for Bunnylet. Ugh, he's so gentle. Remember when he let that blind little girl touch his face? I burst into tears instantly. Their daily interactions are so heartwarming. Bunnylet actually remembers everyone's food preferences, even which snacks the kids like. Such a sweet, homely angel. Also, I think Kian has a thing for Bunnylet. The way she looks at him, her eyes literally sparkle. Mom approves this relationship. 129L. And Duan Luobua, we've been fans for 7 years now, no joke. Honestly, he clearly cares now, his attitude has changed dramatically. But I don't approve this match. Luobua used to be such a playboy. I'm terrified he'll break our baby's heart later. Wah, sorry, I stan you, but nope, this isn't your redemption arc. 130L. To be honest, if someone like Wen Yanyu were around me, I'd probably fall for him too. Forget about looks, just his personality is enough. He genuinely remembers your likes, and if you show him kindness, he returns tenfold. Incredibly good-tempered, super gentle, but not weak. When it counts, he steps forward to protect you. So dependable, a truly reliable bunny. Dear God in heaven. Let me win 100 million in the lottery already. I'll marry this baby and pamper him for life. 136L. This damn crew truly knows how to destroy everything. F******. Made me cuss non-stop. F******, they're idiotic producers. F******. Not only did the doctor come unprepared, they were explicitly told not to film, and yet they sneak shooted it anyway just for ratings. F******. 147L. What did Auntie Jiang see? I saw her about to change Bunny Baby's clothes, but as soon as she lifted the edge, she immediately covered it back up. At first, she wasn't even crying, then right after seeing it, she broke down instantly. Then she asked Bunny Baby, has someone been bullying you? I feel like there must be injuries. Wah, help, what on earth happened? I seriously feel myself shattering into pieces. My Bunny Baby, wah, such a good, sweet little bunny. 167L. I haven't recovered since watching it. I love juicy gossip as much as anyone, and sure, I'm curious, but the production team really crossed the line. How dare they turn someone's wounds into entertainment? I'm actually getting teary-eyed from rage. 3 trending topics shot straight to the top of the show's popularity skyrocketed, while simultaneously being roasted alive online. A complete neutral here, just caught up on this drama. Never really liked Wen Yanyu much, but damn stupid production crew, what's your problem picking on him every single day? If you want attention for money, fine, we get it. Previous times, whatever. But this time? Are human suffering and pain really that delicious to you? Former mom fan turned back in fury, my baby Ayakak. We rabbit fans stayed silent, not dead. How dare you bully the kid we voted for, one ballot at a time. Everything was bearable until the singing part, that's when I lost it. I felt like meat on a chopping block, sobbing so hard I couldn't breathe. Then I ran to my mom and just cried like a storm. She thought I was crazy, but when I remembered Wen Yanyu can't even hug his mom anymore, I cried even harder. I believe what he said outside the hospital now. He truly wasn't doing any of it for Fu Hanchuan. His mental state is clearly in bad shape. To be honest, I never disliked Wen Yanyu. Actually liked him quite a bit before, he suddenly became obsessed with that Fu guy, acting possessed. That's when I started hating him. If he could just be himself again, he'd actually be pretty likable. Rabbit fans thank Lu Mingxiu, when he pulled out that knife, I nearly fainted. So now you're all sympathetic? Did you forget how he kept clinging on to Fu Hanchuan like a leech? Super unattractive. Can't find it in me to like him at all. Alright, shut up. Even Fu himself hasn't said anything. For all you know, he might be heartbroken right now, and here you are calling things unattractive. LMAO, speaking of which, if Fu actually cared or held grudges, one wouldn't have survived this long. My former boss tried to please Fu by targeting Wen, but Fu personally stepped in and shut my ex-boss down. I don't know exactly what's going on between Fu and Wen, but bottom line, stop speaking for the people involved. Just feel like the baby is in terrible health. When those 3 kids were flipping through the meds, there were so many half-used pill bottles. Someone reliable needs to marry this baby and take him home to care for him properly. Kian. I'm rooting for you. Take our bunny home already. How did the narrative shift like this overnight? I'm happy, yes, but what about all the insults I took earlier as a diehard bunny fan? What was that for? That was you earning your stripes. That was you proving your strength. In the private chat of their 4-member group, messages kept pinging non-stop. Shen Huainan at Fu Hanchuan at Fu Hanchuan at Fu Hanchuan, have you seen me? Your so-called friend is in trouble. Gu Fengyao, that guy saved your life at least once. If you're not planning to cut ties, stop treating him like crap all the time. Shouldn't you go check on him? At Fu Hanchuan. The group went silent for half a moment. Fu Hanchuan, what does it have to do with me? I don't care. Shen Huainan. Gu Fengyao, don't go berserk later when something happens. The group fell silent again for a while. Wan Hai Hui, there's this song I really like. Everyone should listen. Shen Huainan, huh? Wan Hai Hui, Shida, by Wang Weini. Shen Huainan, it's good. Let's sing this next time we go out. Make old Fu sing it. Inside the karaoke booth, Gu Fengyao put down his phone and exchanged a glance with Shen Huainan sitting across from him. Both saw nothing but helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. Gu Fengyao sighed and took a sip of alcohol. If old Fu truly has no feelings for Xiao Wan, then why keep dragging it out like this? Says he doesn't care 1 second, then calls the kid the next. If he really had zero interest, I'd actually really like that little guy. Shen Huainan shrugged, venting helplessly, you know how he is, he hates his uncle more than anything. Gu Fengyao frowned. What does his uncle have to do with any of this? Shen Huainan popped a grape into his mouth. Isn't it because his uncle was obsessed with his dad? Loved him but couldn't have him, that's what triggered all those twisted actions. Do you really think old Fu would ever allow himself to resemble that uncle even slightly? Gu Fengyao looked stunned. Shen Huainan raised an eyebrow. You don't know. Gu Fengyao scratched his head. No idea. Never heard any of this. He only knew Fu Hanchuan had gone abroad early in life to escape danger, because Fu's uncle coveted the family fortune and engineered an accident that killed Fu's parents in a fire. The adopted son who gained power through bribes and favors nearly finished Fu Hanchuan off too. Fu Hanchuan, the young heir of the Fu family, had been sent abroad for safety by allied families, including their own 3 clans, after his parents' friends orchestrated it following the incident. They had thought that would be the end of it. But in just over a decade, Fu Hanchuan used the $1 million he'd managed to take overseas to build an entirely new business empire abroad, and then returned with a vengeance. He still remembered how that uncle, whose leg Fu Hanchuan had broken, crawled out inch by inch from the old Fu residence, later taking his own life in a psychiatric hospital after being unable to bear the torment. Those who had supported that uncle either fled overseas or went missing without a trace. After that, the Fu family became Fu Hanchuan's personal domain. Their families, having helped him during those dark times, were allowed small shares of profit in return, but since Fu Hanchuan never spoke of the past and showed clear reluctance, they never pressed further. Though they'd gathered fragments here and there, their households treated the matter as strictly taboo, never discussing it openly. He wasn't someone who enjoyed digging into gossip or prying into others' pain, so even now, he didn't fully know what exactly had happened back then. Shen Huainan poured himself a drink and motioned him over. Let me lay it all out for you from the beginning. Gu Fengyao widened his eyes. That twisted. So you're saying that uncle fell in love with his own older brother? Loved him but couldn't have him, so he killed his entire family? Shen Huainan cracked open a sunflower seed and nodded. No wonder Fu Lao has that fear of same-sex attraction, Gu Fengyao murmured, shaking his head in dismay. TSK. Falling for old Fu. That kid's in for some suffering. I don't think old Fu is indifferent to Wen Yanyu at all, Gu Fengyao mused. He dropped 100 billion yuan project like nothing. First time I ever heard him break down crying, begging people everywhere for help. It's been years, how could he still be this far gone? He still remembered when news broke of Wen Yanyu's suicide attempt. Fu Hanchuan, who was abroad handling business, went completely berserk, calling them one after another in a panic. They scrambled every top-tier doctor they could mobilize domestically, chartered private jets to bring in foreign specialists, all rushed to save Wen Yanyu. Those 2 days of rescue felt like stealing a soul back from the clutches of death. Hearing this, Shen Huainan merely smiled nonchalantly. Let him suffer, he said. Ain't there an old saying? What was it again? He sipped his alcohol, furrowing his brow in thought before shrugging carelessly. He won't settle down until his wife dies. With Xiaowen looking like he won't last more than a few years anyway, only when the person really dies will old Fu finally understand what matters. Thinking back on the insane things Fu Hanchuan had done, Gu Fengyao shivered and frowned. Don't say such nonsense. Shen Huainan lifted his gaze, smirking playfully. Heh, I was just kidding. Why take it so seriously? Chapter 42. Even if I go to hell, I'll drag you back. Daylight flooded in. His body was slick with clammy sweat. When Yanyu slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of several people sleeping around his bed in a loose circle. His brain froze for a long moment, thoughts sluggish and numb. What happened? Baby. Jiang Wanru rushed over as soon as she saw him stir. Are you still feeling unwell? Any pain anywhere? Are you hungry? Thirsty? Cold? When Yanyu stared at her blankly for a long time before dull recognition of the events at the foot of the mountain finally returned. He's finally awake, Lu Mingxiu mumbled, woken by the commotion. He walked over quickly and touched Wen Yanyu's forehead. No fever anymore. Jiang Qian reached out to check on him too, her heart, which had been suspended for hours, finally settled. Should we take him to the city hospital? We should. Definitely. It's safer that way. The rain hasn't stopped outside, and the roads are impassable anyway. That damn production team sneaked in cameras last night. If I hadn't checked my phone, I wouldn't have known a thing. Once this show is over, I'm hunting down that dog of a director. Jiang Wanru sighed. You calm down first. Stop talking about violence, it's not going to help. Your sister will be furious again if she hears. Just get Yanyu to the village clinic for an 4 drip. No, food first. Food first. Let's feed Yanyu some porridge. Quick, quick, someone go make it. The room erupted into overlapping voices. When Yanyu felt dizzy, fragments of last night's memories flickering like broken film. He grabbed Lu Mingxiu's wrist weakly, voice hoarse. I'm sorry, did I cut you yesterday? At those words, everyone recalled what had happened the previous night. Their expressions turned complex and heavy. Lu Mingxiu shook his head gently and brushed his fingers through Wen Yanyu's hair, brushing it off lightly. It's nothing. You didn't mean to. Just don't do it again. Duan Mufeng couldn't hold back, he wanted to ask what exactly had happened last night. But Jiang Wanru shot him a look and swiftly interjected, softening her tone. Sweetheart, are you hungry? Should Auntie Jiang make you some porridge? Wen Yanyu stared at her for a long moment before slowly nodding. Jiang Wanru sighed, tucked the blanket tighter around him, then shooed the other 3 out of the room. After being watched like a child while washing up and managing to finish a bowl of porridge, Wen Yanyu leaned back in the chair. Finally, he powered on his phone, which had been switched off all night. As soon as the screen lit up, Wen Yanyu's pupils dilated. From 4 a.m. to 9 a.m., over 200 missed calls filled his screen, along with a flood of messages. 4:21 a.m. Wen Yanyu, how did you get that thing on your arm? 4:36 a.m. Why didn't you tell me anything? 4:46 a.m. There was nothing half a year ago. What have you done? Why am I completely in the dark? 5:01 a.m. What medication did you manage to get? Your stomach isn't bad enough to require controlled painkillers. What the hell happened? 5:23 a.m. Wen Yanyu, how many things have you been hiding from me? Is playing with me really that amusing? 7:56 a.m. Wen Yanyu, I hate you so much right now. 7:57 a.m. Wen Yanyu, we're not done. Not by a long shot. Wen Yanyu's lashes trembled violently. His finger hovered over the block button, moving back and forth. As if sensing his hesitation, a new message popped up, and the phone rang simultaneously. Wen Yanyu, if you dare block me again, I'll come straight to your show crew and drag you home myself. Seeing the message, Wen Yanyu glanced at the nearby camera operator, quickly ended the call, and lowered his head to type frantically. Weary live streaming. Can't talk now. I know I owe you, I'll find a way to make it up. Don't worry, I won't drag you into public scrutiny again. I know it's all my fault. I dragged you into this and hurt you. You can punish me however you want, but the rest is my private matter. Please stop digging. He kept his head down, fingers trembling uncontrollably over the keyboard, eyes burning with tears. On the other end, staring at the word private on the screen, Fu Hanchuan typed rapidly, only to delete everything just as fast. His mind was chaos, tangled like a knotted steel wire ball, scraping raw against his flesh, painful and disordered. Only by biting hard on his lips did Fu Hanchuan manage to keep himself from breaking down. Why do you keep stirring up my emotions? Why can't I forget you even when I want to? Why are you so greedy? So greedy. Fu Hanchuan's hands stilled. His pounding heart skipped a beat. For a split second of distraction, the glass beside him tipped over, crashing onto the floor with a deafening smash. Everyone in the conference room flinched in unison, lifting their heads to see the CEO at the head table, his face dark, barely containing fury, sending chills down every spine. Has working non-stop for 2 weeks made even the king of hell lose his temper? Unfazed by the stares, Fu Hanchuan silently bent his head and continued typing. Since when have I ever cared about that damn public opinion? Who the hell do you think I'm arguing with about personal matters? This is what you owe me. What the hell are you romanticizing in your head? I told you, I won't let you make me carry a death on my conscience. Wen Yanyu, if you dare die, even if I have to go to hell, I'll drag you back myself. As if carved from thick ink, his sharp features were framed by eyes of stormy grey-blue, fury barely restrained within. With a sharp bang, the phone was slammed onto the table. Fu Hanchuan closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, his usual cold composure had returned. Apologies. I just dealt with some family matter. I've wasted everyone's time. Let's continue. With that, the man cast a sidelong glance and resumed explaining each company's recent plans. His words were clear, professional, and precise, completely unshaken, as if nothing had happened. Only the shattered glass scattered across the floor remained, proof to all present that the previous moment had been real. The others exchanged silent glances for a few seconds. At the same time, each one thought inwardly. No wonder that seat belongs to this ultimate workaholic king. Chapter 43, Rabbits are the most pain-tolerant creatures. Brother. Brother, are you okay now? You were so pale yesterday when you were sick, were you in pain? Do you still feel bad? As soon as he stepped out, several little bundles came scurrying over. Wen Yanyu gently patted each of their heads. I'm fine now. My illness is gone. Seeing their brother was alright, the kids immediately started chattering again. Brother, will you tell us a story today? Will you? Will you? Wen Yanyu glanced at the elderly man waiting nearby. Not just yet, I'll tell you one later. Brother still has some other things to take care of. Wait until I finish, okay? The children exchanged glances. Though visibly reluctant, they obediently nodded. While calming the kids down, Wen Yanyu turned to ask old man Wang what had happened. But Wang Detsai set down his things and suddenly dropped to his knees, preparing to kowtow. Wen Yanyu froze, then quickly snapped into action, rushing forward to stop him. Nearby, Duan Mufeng took a sharp step backward in shock, his back slamming straight into Jiang Qian, who had just emerged from the side room holding candy. Ow! Duan Luobua. My head. Jiang Qian clutched her forehead and cried out, dropping the water cup in her hand. Duan Mufeng mumbled dryly, Gomen Ne. Shut up. Jiang Qian shot him a glare. LOL, I can't even. I was focusing on the old man at first, but when Qian yelled, my head, I literally spat out my rice laughing. These two fighting like this is comedy gold LOL. I didn't notice yesterday because I was too worried, but watching the replay, these two were arguing over who got to stand closer to Rabbit Treasure. So funny. Then Lu Mingxiu just walked past them both. Lu Mingxiu, keep fighting. Seriously, go ahead. Jiang Qian raised an eyebrow as she sized up the scene before her. Huh. What's going on here? Duan Mufeng shook his head. Wang Detsai knelt firmly on the ground, gripping Wen Yanyu's arm tightly, voice choked with emotion. You're the greatest benefactor to our family. If it weren't for you, Xiao Hu. Xiao Hu, this child is all we have left. Jiang Wanru walked out from the inner room carrying a bowl of herbal soup. The sight startled her, she reached out quickly to help support the old man. What are you doing? Get up. The children stood nearby, wide-eyed and uncertain. Uncle Detsai, please don't do this, Wang Jianhua said, also reaching out to lift him. Wen Yanyu tried hard to pull the old man up, but Wang Detsai had spent years farming, he was far too strong to budge. Panic rose in Wen Yanyu. Please, there's no need for this. Everyone went up the mountain last night, it wasn't just me. Tears streamed down Wang Detsai's face as he pointed to two large baskets he'd brought. These are fruits from my field. We don't have much, but this is what I could bring. Please don't turn them away. His sincerity was absolute, as if he'd remain kneeling forever unless Wen Yanyu accepted. Wen Yanyu sighed helplessly and gave a small nod. Seeing that, Wang Detsai added, Xiao Hu hasn't woken up yet. Once he does, I'll bring him to thank you in person. Wen Yanyu gave a soft in agreement. After a long series of reassurances, and promising to eat a meal at their home, the situation finally settled. Wang Yudao strolled slowly from the other direction and patted the young man on the shoulder. Sorry about last night's trouble. We found out, it was Yu Sheng who led Xiao Hu astray. He was afraid of getting into trouble. Wen Yanyu didn't react much, but Duan Mufeng couldn't hold back, he cursed loudly and made to rush off. Wen Yanyu grabbed his arm. Brother, don't go causing more trouble. Duan Mufeng had just returned from overseas. Even though they were in the right, most netizens were, if he did something reckless now, it would be hard to deal with those types later. Duan Mufeng looked at him for a moment, then stayed put. Lu Mingxiu frowned. We still deserve an explanation for this. Of course. Wang Yudao nodded, his tone slightly ambiguous. But right now, a few village youths already beat him up. He's still bedridden. When he recovers, I'll personally bring him here to apologize again. With that, Wang Yudao turned to Jiang Qian and bowed deeply. I apologize to you on his behalf. Faced with such a gesture, Jiang Qian opened her mouth, then flicked her gaze elsewhere. It's nothing, she chirped, dashing over to Wen Yanyu and playfully wrapping her arms around his waist. My Yanyu protects me anyway. Right? Wen Yanyu nodded blankly. Seeing where the girl had her arms, Jiang Wanru's pupils shrank, her voice turning sharp. Xiao Yan. Let go. Jiang Qian instinctively released him, utterly confused. Everyone was startled by the woman's outburst, casting puzzled looks her way. Jiang Wanru stepped forward, but abruptly pulled her hand back and instead asked, Does it hurt? Meeting the woman's eyes, brimming with worry, Wen Yanyu hesitated for a moment. Normal bumps and touches don't hurt. Realizing he'd overreacted. Jiang Wanru rubbed her temples, then turned to Jiang Qian. I'm sorry. I was just really startled. A sudden sinking feeling in her chest. Jiang Qian faltered. It's okay, but what's wrong with Yenyu's waist? Jiang Wanru remained silent. Looking around at the confused faces, Wen Yanyu avoided eye contact and quietly explained, my waist had a minor injury before. It's not serious. It's fine. Seeing the boy's evasiveness, the others couldn't help but recall last night's events. Another stretch of silence. So Auntie Zhang's reaction last night was because she actually saw the injury. Darn it, the camera was right by the bed, we couldn't see a thing. Feels like, it must have been pretty bad, otherwise Auntie Jiang wouldn't have reacted that strongly. Oh no, now I'm spiraling, suddenly remembering those posts yesterday speculating baby might have been abused, don't scare me like this. Nah, come on, this is the modern era. If anything really happened, Wen Yanyu would have reported it already. They sliced up the fruits that were brought and gathered in the yard to bask in the sunlight. Duan Mufeng peeled back the bandage on the boy's hand, the wound underneath was already inflamed and festering. Jiang Qian glanced at Wen Yanyu, who remained unfazed as he casually bit into a strawberry, then bent down to tend to his wound. The bluish-purple veins on his wrist stood out starkly. Hydrogen peroxide slowly washed away the pus and blood in his palm, the injury looked painful enough to make anyone wince just watching. Wen Yanyu snatched a chocolate-covered liqueur candy Jiang Wanru had been offering, cheeks puffing as he chewed, curiously observing the girl's careful movements. Mumbling through a full mouth, he said, no infection, so no need to be this cautious. It doesn't hurt anyway. Just clean it, apply some ointment, wrap it up, that's enough. Jiang Qian jolted, dumping nearly half the bottle of hydrogen peroxide onto the wound. Lu Mingxiu quickly grabbed the slipping bottle before it fell. Jiang Qian. If you can't do it right, step aside. Duan Mufeng exploded, immediately shoving her aside. Jiang Qian. It's okay, really doesn't hurt. Wen Yanyu lifted his hand and gently patted the girl's head in reassurance. Jiang Qian. Wen Yanyu, chew. What's all the fuss about? His immune system was already weak, and after last night's high fever, the wound had spread outward, red, swollen, oozing pus and tissue that stuck to the gauze. The three worked nervously together to treat the injury. Meanwhile, Wen Yanyu munched one liqueur chocolate after another. Finally, it was done. All four let out a synchronized sigh of relief. That dressing process hurt to watch, how is Wen Yanyu so expressionless? Wen Yanyu's pain tolerance is insane. When they disinfected it, I felt pain in my own palms, and he was just chewing on strawberry leaves. Maybe he's just naturally insensitive to pain. No, I remember during the survival show, when baby fell off the stage and twisted his ankle, he cried non-stop. Even got teary-eyed when snapped by a rubber band. Nothing like how he is now. Wow, baby's so good, he stayed perfectly still during the whole dressing change. I'd be thrashing and screaming if it were me. Wow baby, you're the bravest little bunny. By the way, combining the marks on his arms, his reactions, and all these rabbit emotes in the Danmu. I just realized a dark joke, rabbits are the most pain-tolerant creatures. Go away. Get out. Chapter 44 Flickers of Hidden Jealousy. As the sun set, the group lingered in the courtyard, chatting idly. When Yanyu lazily curled up in a reclining chair, his mind strangely dazed. He absent-mindedly snatched a chocolate truffle from the woman's hand, then stiffened instantly upon realizing what he'd done, freezing completely where he sat. Jiang Wanru gently stroked the soft, fluffy hair of the boy, her eyes and brows brimming with tenderness. Good boy, Auntie has more, after you finish, I'll give you another. The sensation of being petted felt oddly soothing. When Yanyu narrowed his eyes, drowsily tilting his head to nuzzle against her palm. Thank you, Auntie. His adorable demeanor sent ripples through Jiang Wanru's heart, her lips curling into an uncontrollable smile as she peeled open 2 more chocolate balls. When Yanyu obediently took them into his mouth. Jiang Wanru, oh. This one's definitely my child. Jiang Qian quietly dragged over a chair and joined the growing circle of people eager to pat the rabbit's head. When Yenyu's hair was naturally soft, freshly washed and dried, fluffy to the touch, incredibly satisfying. As if discovering uncharted territory, Jiang Wanru and Jiang Qian exchanged glances, then fell into an effortless rhythm, one feeding, the other petting, one petting, the other feeding. They were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Lu Mingxiu passed a candy to Sang Yu beside him, then suddenly noticed an entire empty box of liqueur-filled chocolates. He glanced at Wen Yanyu, whose gaze was drifting hazily into space. A moment of silence. Maybe stop feeding him for now. Isn't little fish a little drunk? From a distance, Lu Mingxiu raised his voice slightly on purpose. At that, Jiang Wanru finally looked down, the bench was stripped clean of all the alcohol chocolates. Her eyes shifted sideways. Wen Yanyu's cheeks were flushed red. Dumbly, he burrowed deeper into his coat, hugging his peach and sniffing it here and there. When he noticed her looking, he turned and gave her a faint, sleepy smile. Jiang Wanru. She quickly moved away the newly opened pack of liquor chocolates. Everyone's attention snapped toward them. When Yanyu lay curled obediently in the lounge chair, his beautiful almond-shaped eyes half-lidded, his pale face tinged with a soft pink from the alcohol, adding a delicate allure. The silence confirmed the situation without words. Duan Mufeng's gaze burned intensely. His Adam's apple rolled lightly as he leaned forward and casually ran a hand through Wen Yanyu's hair. Meeting Jiang Wanru's knife-sharp stare, Duan Mufeng chuckled softly. Yanyu, how about letting Big Brother tell you a story, Already lightheaded from the drink, Wen Yanyu nodded absently, resting his chin on the armrest as Duan Mufeng and Jiang Qian continued stroking his head. In one hand, he held a large crisp peach, munching happily. Wen Bunny. How can you commit crimes with your cuteness? How long must humanity remain under the rule of such an adorable rabbit? Oh right, he just washed his hair, blood circulation plus eating booze chocolates, no wonder he got drunk. Wen Yanyu's so quiet when drunk, such a good boy. Wait, does anyone else think Wen Yanyu's hair has changed color? It looks kind of grayish. I thought it was sunlight earlier, but now it's clearly visible, kinda silvery. Maybe he bleached it. I wanna touch the baby's head too. Must be so fluffy. I want to steal the baby away from Auntie Jiang, drunk baby is just too well behaved and cute, wah. Auntie Jiang's giving death glares. Since yesterday when Wen Yanyu called her mom, she's become fiercely protective. Today she kept feeding him non-stop until he got tipsy, even casually messing up his hair while petting. So obvious. It's probably more heartache than anything. The way Auntie Jiang looks at the bunny boy, wow, makes my heart ache with envy. Jiang Qian and Duan Mufeng each claimed their spot. Wen Yanyu's freshly cleaned hair was now thoroughly mussed by both, yet he showed no resistance. In fact, he kindly broke off a small piece of chocolate and handed one to each. Duan Mufeng grinned and ruffled his hair even harder. Lu Mingxiu stared at Wen Yanyu, completely passive as Duan Mufeng tousled his hair, and his breath deepened slightly. His jaw tightened, an inexplicable surge of anger rising from deep within. Duan Mufeng promised he wouldn't make a move on Wen Yanyu. They'd only be friends. Just friends. Wen Yanyu wasn't his alone. Don't overthink it. Just as he forced himself to look away. Duan Mufeng, smirking mischievously, suddenly leaned close to the person in the chair. Their posture was extremely intimate, almost like whispering into each other's ear. The boy obediently nodded after listening, then split the remaining half of his peach, handing the untouched portion to the man. Duan Mufeng's lips curled with satisfaction as he took a bite of the peach. Propping one arm on the edge of his chair back, he lazily rested his head on his arm. Jiang Qian leaned over the back of Wen Yanyu's chair, Duan Mufeng leaning back on his own. The three were very close, all smiling, appearing as if they were sharing a pillow, in conversation. They were too far away. The yard speakers played soothing music, and their voices were low, no one could hear what they were saying. But the burning gazes of those two, and the hazy, smiling eyes of the one being watched, only stoked the nameless fire in his chest higher and higher. Jiang Wanru bit into a crisp peach, listening as Duan Mufeng told some obscure fairy tale he'd apparently picked up from who knows where, skillfully entertaining the drowsy little rabbit, along with a young girl brimming with childlike curiosity. When it reached the most exciting part, Duan Mufeng abruptly stopped speaking. Wen Yanyu instantly leaned forward eagerly. Then what? Then what? Did the little rabbit escape? You guess. Duan Mufeng smirked mischievously. Jiang Qian twitched at the corner of her eye, barely resisting the urge to slap him. Just keep going. Let me pet your head a few more times, then I'll continue, Duan Mufeng said with a crooked smile, giving Wen Yanyu that sly, troublemaking look. Ha 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 ha, these three big babies are so cute, since when could Duan Mufeng tell stories too? Must be caught it from Wen Yanyu, ha 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 dot. Ah, so heartwarming, my soul feels warm. The three babies cuddled together listening to a story, while Mom Jiang watches on with loving tenderness dot. The young couple over there listens to music, while the other three enjoy a story session, how perfect dot. My bunny baby's so happy hee hee, mama's heart turns all soft watching him hee hee, just love this cozy variety show life hee hee, little bunnies hee hee dot. Hee hee makes my heart go soft too, I hereby forgive everyone for 10 whole minutes dot. If I could ever take Wen Yanyu home and raise him, I'd willingly live in a mansion, drive a luxury car, win $1 million lottery, the jackpot would be worth it just to properly spoil my baby dot. What a perfect combo of eating and taking, but I want to go, kikik too. The voices were inaudible. Then, before anyone realized it, Wen Yanyu had already leaned his head close to the man's face, as if about to kiss him. On the other side, Jiang Qian bent over to retrieve the chocolate tucked in Wen Yanyu's arms. The three of them now formed an intensely intimate tableau. An indescribable emotion surged like a flash flood, tightening his chest painfully. A sharp sting pierced his palm. Lu Mingxiu's eyes darkened, and he abruptly stood up, snapping everyone's attention toward him. Lu Mingxiu smiled lightly, his voice calm. It's getting late. Let's go rest. Wen Yanyu froze mid-motion. Duan Mufeng shot him a sidelong glance and snorted. If you're tired, go sleep by yourself. We're still playing with Yanyu. Chapter 45, he had to admit, he was jealous. Jiang Qian, who had only heard half the story, nodded in agreement. Jiang Wanru glanced at Lu Mingxiu. Xiao Lu, if you're tired, go on inside and sleep. I'll keep an eye on them. Once they're done playing, they'll head back to bed too. Lu Mingxiu paused, pondered briefly, then slowly stepped toward Wen Yanyu, speaking softly, almost coaxing. Little you, I just remembered something from when we were little. Could we talk about it? At the mention of childhood, Wen Yanyu looked up blankly, meeting the man's slightly anxious gaze. Thinking back, he realized he hadn't properly talked with the other ever since that day. Okay. Lu Mingxiu smiled at Jiang Wanru. I'll take Yanyu inside to rest. Auntie Jiang, you should get some rest too. Jiang Wanru frowned slightly but nodded. Huh. Duan Mufeng twitched visibly at his temple, uttering a confused syllable. Can't this wait? Why interrupt us now? Lu Mingxiu shot him a cold glance, then bent down, grabbed the person half lying on the chair, clearly too unsteady to stand, and pulled them up, drawing them closer into his arms. Dizzy and yanked upright abruptly, Wen Yanyu stumbled, crashing straight into the other's chest. Lu Mingxiu's eyes softened, holding a depth of emotion Wen Yanyu couldn't decipher. Wen Yanyu froze, then pushed away. I don't need help standing. A shadow passed through Lu Mingxiu's eyes, but he smiled. Come on. I'll tell you what happened after. Okay. Jiang Qian frowned, scratching her head as she watched the two walk away, then turned to Sangyu, who was still dazed. What's going on? She scratched her head again, utterly confused. Wait. No. Her bunny. Arg. Damn you, Lu Mingxiu. Dude, you just left Xiaoyu behind like that. Sigh. Lu Mingxiu seems off. My bunny got hurt. That pull was way too rough. Did you see Lu Mingxiu just now? Haha, it was like, hey kid, wanna come with big brother for some candy? Lu Mingxiu. Bad. Why drag our bunny like that? You can't just snatch bunnies whenever you feel like it. My precious baby was having fun. Bad. After the commotion, the bedroom camera was turned off. When Yanyu curled under the covers, his light gray eyes growing heavy with sleep. Lu Mingxiu lay on the left side, Wen Yanyu on the right, with a soft pillow between them, one that Wen Yanyu now hugged against his chest. Now composed, having slipped out of earlier tension, Lu Mingxiu resumed his usual gentle tone, quietly recounting amusing stories from the years they'd been apart. The faint scent of peach blossoms and a trace of alcohol drifted within the blanket, intoxicating and intimate. Lu Mingxiu's eyes crinkled fondly as he reached over and ruffled the top of the small rabbit's fuzzy head. Next time, don't share food that's already half-eaten. I'm sleepy, Wen Yanyu mumbled, nodding drowsily as he turned his head aside. Then go to sleep, the man murmured, his voice low and clear. Watching the little rabbit snuggled so close beside him, his tone subtly warmed with quiet delight. Why do you smell so good? I didn't notice until now. Dunno, Wen Yanyu mumbled, eyelids fluttering heavily. He slowly curled himself into a ball. Everyone says I smell nice. Lu Mingxiu's hand stilled. His lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze darkening. Who's everyone? Mind hazy with alcohol, feeling the closeness once more, Wen Yanyu pulled the blanket up and scooted slightly away, mumbling half-consciously, my old friends, the bad dog, brother Duan, Qian, and... He seemed to drift off before finishing, the words trailing into silence. Lu Mingxiu lowered his gaze, fingers tightening imperceptibly. He pressed gently, and who else? Wen Yanyu grunted, poking half his head out from under the covers just to breathe. And Fu Hanchuan. The warmth in Lu Mingxiu's eyes vanished. His heartbeat grew louder in the quiet room. Does he like you? Fuzzy consciousness. Wen Yanyu murmured, confused. Lu Mingxiu smiled again. Is Fu Hanchuan your lover? When Yenyu's breathing slowed, he shook his head weakly. He really hates me. Hates. Lu Mingxiu rolled the word around on his tongue, then narrowed his eyes with a quiet smile. Then do you still like him? I remember you used to love him. Muffled under the blanket, when Yanyu denied it, don't anymore. He hates me. Hates me. I can't like him. I see. Lu Mingxiu's expression darkened. He drew the words out gently, leading, hypnotic, like a lingering whisper, thick and heavy against the ear. So, is there anyone you like now? No response came. When Yanyu breathed evenly, eyes closed. He appeared fast asleep, dark gray strands of hair fanned across his face, peaceful and obedient. Lu Mingxiu got up to tuck in the blanket around the person beside him, his palm accidentally brushing against the boy's flushed cheek. The fleeting touch of soft, smooth skin sent his heartbeat racing. Amidst the sound of rain at night, Lu Mingxiu turned back and found Duan Mufeng's gaze already fixed on him. How long he had been watching, no one knew. Their eyes met in an instant. In those eyes, Lu Mingxiu saw a storm of emotions, cold smirk, hostility, mockery, and even an inexplicable trace of pity. Neither spoke, nor did they discuss sleeping arrangements. Silently, they both left the center spot for the sleeping boy between them. The light turned off, leaving only moonlight spilling through the window into the room. In the dimness, their breaths intertwined. Lu Mingxiu closed his eyes. He had to admit, he was jealous. Chapter 46, The brief dream must eventually end. The final week passed in the blink of an eye, and the show was coming to its end. Everyone gathered together for their last lunch. When Yanyu looked down at the soft new layer of fat on his stomach and fell into thought, he had actually gained weight. He lifted his head and took a sausage fed to him by Jiang Wanru. Baby. Jiang Qian and Duan Mufeng returned from outside, each holding a box of strawberries. As soon as she entered, Jiang Qian rushed straight toward him. Baby. Look. Me and Stinky Radish brought you strawberries. Wen Yanyu accepted the strawberry box and immediately wrapped his arms around her. Jiang Qian froze for a second, then hugged the boy back, her eyes brimming with sweet joy. Baby, be happy. Wen Yanyu murmured softly, Duan Mufeng, ? What about me? Wen Yanyu smiled and turned around to hug him too. Duan Mufeng, hee. Jiang Qian, pew. It's ending, I'm crying. I want to keep watching Bunny Baby being spoiled by everyone. Crying face. Crying face, everyone is so kind-hearted. This is the warmest variety show I've ever watched. And remember when Wen Yanyu first arrived, so thin and pale? Now he's been fattened up by Auntie Jiang, his cheeks are rosy and plump now, I can't take it. Crying face. LOL, constantly reminded to drink his medicine, told to go to bed early, and always being fed snacks, it'd be impossible not to get healthier like this. Every day watching Yanyu curling up with his head patted by Auntie Jiang, napping on her lap. They look just like a bunny and its caretaker. So funny LOL. Fact, being loved and fed really does change a person. I'm seriously worried how baby will live alone. On this show he burned food 13 times and fainted 6 times. Living alone, honestly, it's hard not to worry. Rabbit signed contracts for 2 seasons. We'll see him again next winter, but no idea about the others yet. Delicious aromas filled the air at the dining table. The courtyard was full of people, several children and elderly villagers had come over. When Yanyu sat on a chair, chatting and laughing with those around him. Outwardly calm but inwardly crumbling, his body had already begun counting down. How many years left? He didn't know. Would this body give out first, or would he reach the fate described in the book years later? He wasn't afraid. But right here, right now. When Yanyu took a glass of orange juice, raising it with the others. As the glasses clinked together, laughter spread through the air, and everyone chatted lightheartedly. Baby, Jiang Wanru's voice gently pulled him back. When Yanyu looked up at her. What is it? Jiang Wanru gazed at him warmly. After the show ends, come visit my home, okay? I have an older son, you two would get along really well. Duan Mufeng chimed in, don't forget about me. If you ever want to travel somewhere, just call me, I'll take you there. Lu Mingxiu smiled at him and said softly, if you're free sometime, I'd love to build snowmen together again. Jiang Qian grinned, you promised you'd come spend New Year at my place. Don't you dare forget, baby. When Yanyu remained silent for a few seconds, then smiled and nodded in agreement. A tangle of sour warmth wrapped around his heart. Suddenly, he felt reluctant. Reluctant to let go of this warmth. But he had always understood one truth, and every experience in his life had repeated it over and over. No matter how sweet it was, the brief dream must eventually wake. Crying face, see you in the next season. Wish we could keep watching our group spoiled Bunny Baby, crying face. Confirmed. Rabbit signed for 2 seasons. Lu Gu, Xiao Yu, and Duan Radish also re-signed. Not sure about Auntie Jiang and Qian yet, we'll meet again this winter. By the way, Auntie Jiang has decided to sponsor the village kids. She plans to talk with her family when she gets home, arrange the procedures, and bring that blind little girl to live with her. Wow. That's amazing. I adore Xiao Hua so much. The show officially ended. The production team arranged for cast members to leave in shifts. When Yanyu, scheduled to depart in the afternoon, rubbed his hands together and bid farewell to each person one by one. Staff members gradually left. The world grew quiet once more. When Yanyu walked to the tree at the edge of the village and stood quietly beneath it, basking in the sunlight. Brother. Hearing the voice, when Yanyu turned around. Several children stood behind him, their faces filled with concern. Wang Yudao said, when they heard you were leaving, all the kids insisted on seeing you. When Yanyu turned and walked over to them. Is brother leaving now? A few young ones, still unaware of what was happening, asked in unison. Can't brother stay here forever? When Yanyu looked apologetic. I'm sorry. Brother has a lot of things to handle now, so I can't stay. The children lowered their heads, disappointed. Will brother come back? One child asked. When Yanyu paused, fell silent. Maybe. At that moment, Wang Xiaohu suddenly walked over from behind the group of children. Seeing Xiaohu, when Yanyu looked surprised, Xiaohu. Why aren't you resting at home? Back then, when the child had barely been clinging to life, he'd managed to save him only by using what little energy he had left. But afterward, the boy's health had never fully recovered, running a fever constantly, rarely leaving the house these past few days. He hadn't expected him to come here today. Wang Xiaohu shyly rubbed his head, stuttering, I came to apologize. Sorry. I already apologized to little Hua, he mumbled, lowering his head, but I haven't apologized to brother yet. His voice grew softer. That day, I shouldn't have thrown a tantrum. It was my fault. Because I'd never tasted such delicious candy before, so I took that bag. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have thrown a fit or been mean to you. Wang Xiaohu kept his head down, words stumbling out one by one. Wen Yanyu smiled helplessly. It's okay. As long as little Hua forgives you, that's enough. Suddenly, Xiaohu tugged at his sleeve and gestured for him to lean closer. Wen Yanyu bent down. I remember what happened that night. The monster swallowed me whole, but brother saved me. I'll never forget. Thank you. Wen Yanyu froze, gazing into the boy's eyes, but Xiaohu quickly turned away in embarrassment, slipping back behind the other kids. Brother. Li Qianhua's voice rang out again. Wen Yanyu lifted his eyes. The little girl stepped forward and gently took hold of his wrist. What is it? He asked softly. Qianhua bit her lip, then suddenly said, Can brother crouch down? Of course. Wen Yanyu crouched low, assuming she wanted to touch him, about to reach for her hand. Then, with the crinkle of plastic, a large handful of colorful candies appeared before him. Brother doesn't need to always be strong. If brother ever feels sad. Qianhua paused, realizing he was about to leave, so she changed what she'd originally meant to tell herself, just talk to someone else star. Village chief grandpa bought me these candies. I want to give them to you. Qianhua stretched out her hand. Her palm opened, revealing several pieces of candy that had already slightly melted. Wrapped in transparent plastic film, the thick, artificial sweetness seeped out from the bag. The topmost piece had even softened into form from the warmth of the child's hand. Wen Yanyu stood frozen for a long while before slowly taking the cheap candies from her. Precious, priceless, honey, they were. If you feel sad, eat one, Qianhua instructed solemnly. They're sweet. When they're sweet, you won't feel hurt anymore. Okay. Wen Yanyu looked down at the candies in his hand, gently ruffled the girl's hair, and lowered his lashes, concealing all emotion beneath. We'll wait for brother here, the little bundle of joy grinned brightly. The other children nodded eagerly like pecking chicks. When brother comes next time, keep telling us stories. Wen Yanyu stayed silent, gripping the candies tightly as the children chattered excitedly, already planning out their next meeting. If you can't wait, then don't, he suddenly said. All the little ones froze. You'll meet many people in your future. If I don't come, don't wait for me. Study hard. Live well. Meet more people. See more of the world. He kept his head down, bangs covering his eyes. His voice was unexpectedly calm and cold, devoid of any discernible emotion except for a slight rasp. Don't keep waiting for me. We'll wait for brother forever. Wen Yanyu's breath faltered for an instant. Why? His fingertips trembled slightly, he subconsciously voiced a question he'd asked himself countless times, what if you wait and I never come? The little girl blinked. Because waiting itself, is already a happy thing. When we're waiting, we get to imagine seeing brother again. That anticipation, it's super happy. Just thinking about meeting brother again makes me happy. She stretched out her arms wide, mimicking an explosion, until brother appears again, we'll be so happy, we'll explode. The other children nodded in unison. Another child chimed in, laughing, even if brother doesn't come, when I grow up, I can go find brother. Yeah. If brother's too busy, we'll come find you. Right. We can go find brother too. All the little ones stared at him with wide, pleading eyes, afraid of being rejected, instinctively revealing a hopeful, pitiful look that made anyone's heart ache. Something wrapped tightly around his chest, trapping his breath in his throat, spreading a dull, aching bitterness all the way to his fingertips. Wen Yanyu lifted his head. A tender, lingering smile traced across his brows. In his pale gray eyes shimmered light that looked nearly broken. I see. He closed his eyes briefly, then smiled, then it's a promise. Next spring, I'll come see you all. Okay. Wen Yanyu gazed at the retreating children, lost in thought for a long time, oblivious to everything around him. Until his trembling fingertips were suddenly enclosed in a warm palm. A bitter, solemn fragrance seeped into his nose, silently yet forcefully overtaking the lingering scent of peach that had surrounded him. Wen Yanyu stiffened, turning his head in disbelief, tears at the corner of his eyes and the outer garment on his shoulder both slipping down at once. Fu Hanchuan bent over, caught the loose coat, and as he draped it over him again, gently wiped away that bitter tear. Wen Yanyu's pupils trembled. He looked up, crashing straight into the man's suffocating intensity, a gaze so persistent it froze his blood. Instinctively, his legs shifted backward. Under the soft glow of light, the man's gray-blue eyes blended hues of frost and depth, like Arctic ice, radiating bone-chilling coldness. Fu Hanchuan spoke calmly, I told you, I'd come get you myself. Wen Hui, who had been yanked out of bed early in the morning and forced onto a helicopter, watched Wen Yanyu being carried over without the slightest surprise, rolling his eyes hard. This guy. Chapter 47 I've long since fallen into the abyss. Thrown onto the bed, Wen Yanyu curled into a ball, terrified. Just as he was about to speak, Fu Hanchuan leaned over him, one knee pressing between his legs, trapping him so he couldn't rise. The sudden turn of events left Wen Yanyu panicked and utterly confused, unable to comprehend what the other intended. Until Fu Hanchuan suddenly reached out and began unbuttoning his clothes, Wen Yanyu's pupils contracted sharply, his voice cracking with fear. "Fu Hanchuan, what are you doing?" Fu Hanchuan's gaze turned slightly cold. He didn't deign to reply. Flipping the boy over, he yanked off the outer jacket covering the youth's slender frame. "No." Instinctively, Wen Yanyu struggled. His fingers, by muscle memory, wove a thin layer of gray mist, but he forcibly restrained himself, refusing to let that thing harm the man above him. He tried to wriggle free using subtle force. But the moment both sleeves were shoved up, Wen Yanyu froze. His body went rigid on the bed, immobile. Cold fingertips traced gently along the grotesque, raised scars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 21. After counting every scar on both arms, Fu Hanchuan finally lifted his eyes. His icy gaze betrayed no emotion. "Who did this?" he asked softly. Perhaps it was the chill of air against exposed skin, but when Yanyu buried his cheek into the bedding, one hand gripping tightly at the fabric over his abdomen, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Fu Hanchuan stared, dark-eyed and unmoved. "You're terrified of pain, this depth is beyond your doing. There's no medical record of you visiting any hospital in the country. And these marks weren't sutured by any professional doctor. You're a med student, yes, but anesthesia is strictly controlled. There's no trace of you buying it illegally. If you'd stitched yourself without anesthetic, you'd have bled to death during the intervals when the pain knocked you unconscious." "Wen Yanyu." Fu Hanchuan lowered his head, voice chilling. "I'm giving you 5 minutes. Tell me who did this. I don't want to lose my temper." Minute by minute passed. The countdown ended. Wen Yanyu turned his face away, refusing to meet the man's eyes, his voice quivering. "I can't say it. Please, don't ask any more." The brand hadn't faded. Even if he wanted to explain, he couldn't bring himself to speak. His body was seized by strong arms, flipped over roughly. Fu Hanchuan gripped his cheeks, forcing his head up. Meeting those eyes boiling with fury, Wen Yanyu's lashes trembled violently. Terrified, he tried to say something, yet no sound came from his throat. Fu Hanchuan looked at him, and suddenly laughed. "Cold, so cold. Wen Yanyu, you truly are remarkable. No one besides Fu Wenyuan has ever driven me this far." Having long learned from books and the internet who Fu Wenyuan was, Wen Yanyu was too frightened to utter a word, staring helplessly at him. They locked eyes like this for a long time. Then Fu Hanchuan slowly lowered his eyelashes, and unexpectedly released him. "Do you know," the man spoke softly, "that car accident back then? I orchestrated it myself. Or rather, it was an ending I willingly accepted." Wen Yanyu stiffened abruptly, his face turning deathly pale, unable to believe what he'd just heard. Fu Hanchuan didn't care. He continued on, speaking to himself, unraveling the truth buried beneath layers of lies. "The ending I chose, returning home after completing my revenge, dying on a rainy night. What a perfect ending." His expression remained calm. "You probably already know that my uncle was infatuated with my father. But what you don't know is, my father loved my uncle just the same." Wen Yanyu's breath caught, his pupils instinctively shrinking. Fu Hanchuan paid no attention to Wen Yanyu's stunned silence. He simply carried on, revealing the hidden truth at last. A foster son and a biological son. The family couldn't allow such a relationship. So my father married my mother, a woman from a distant land, unable to speak the language fluently, her background respectable but not powerful, innocent and naive. She gave birth to me and my younger brother. But after marriage, my father fell in love with my mother. Too late. My mother had already discovered everything. She had married my father out of love. Because she loved my father, she loved me and my brother. But upon realizing she had been deceived, she wished nothing more than to kill us. She wanted to escape, but my father imprisoned her at home. My uncle struck first. On a summer night, a fire quietly ignited. In truth, my mother had already noticed the gasoline inside the house, realized the doors and windows were locked shut from the outside. I saw it too. Fu Hanchuan let out a soft laugh, devoid of any warmth, gently caressing the boy's wide, trembling eyes, shocked beyond words. My mother hated. She knocked me unconscious and locked me in my bedroom, then held my little brother in her arms as they both burned to death in the inferno. She was so foolish. So naive. She wanted everyone to fall into the abyss with her. She believed this would punish Fu Wenyuan. My father's room was the easiest to escape from. We were all in a high-rise building, almost impossible to get out. She wanted all 3 of us dead. She hoped my father would seek revenge for her, using 3 lives as stakes to drag everyone into hell. His voice was soft and slow, his lowered eyes filled with coldness, the tone as deep and calm as ever, as if narrating someone else's story. But my will to survive was too strong. I woke up from the pain of burning flames and the smoke, climbed down from the 6th floor into the garden, dragged my broken leg, and crawled inch by inch out of the old mansion engulfed in fire. My mother succeeded. My father was half burned to death. When he learned it was my uncle who had set the fire, he went mad. He wanted to kill my uncle. He no longer loved him, but he couldn't take revenge himself. So he passed that mission on to me. My uncle seized all of the Fu family's enterprises. And so, I left the country under their final wishes, seeking refuge abroad. The rest, everyone already knows. Fu Hanchuan sighed with a poetic air. That child from back then returned from overseas to kill his way back, avenging his parents, breaking his enemy's legs, forcing him to crawl out of the rebuilt ancestral home, inch by agonizing inch. I put him on trial, then pulled him out and threw him into a psychiatric hospital, letting him suffer endlessly until he finally took his own life. What a perfectly satisfying revenge tale. Wen Yanyu's expression was blank. He couldn't utter a single word. These past events, never mentioned in the novel, were unknown to him. He only knew of the male lead, Fu Hanchuan, the golden prodigy. That background story, brushed over in a single sentence, he had never known the truth behind it. Silence lingered for a long moment. Fu Hanchuan tilted his head slightly and smiled again, the depths of his eyes twisted with gloom. He sighed softly. Actually, I just lied to you. This was merely the version kept within the family. What? Wen Yanyu's gaze turned bewildered. Fu Hanchuan stared at him, those grey-blue eyes drowned in sorrow, swallowed by the abyss, suddenly devoid of all emotion, growing heavy and dangerous. My father loved Fu Wenyuan until the day he died. He loved my mother, yes, but he loved Fu Wenyuan more, that man who had grown up beside him. After my mother found out, he imprisoned her, to keep the secret from leaking, to protect the man he loved from being harmed by her. He rejected her request for divorce, refused her wish to return to her homeland. Even her grandparents, who had traveled urgently from a foreign land desperate to see her and take her home, they died in a car accident too. He and Fu Wenyuan together drove my mother to madness, forced her and my young brother to their deaths, and then told me not to hate Fu Wenyuan. Fu Hanchuan spoke slowly, as if telling a bedtime story, unhurried and deliberate. He didn't die from burns. It was I who told Fu Wenyuan, told him my father loved my mother. I pretended to be naive and innocent, hatred dripping from every word as I informed him that my father would seek revenge. It was I who steadily escalated the conflict between them. It was I who led Fu Wenyuan to kill my father with his own hands. Under the dim moonlight, the man's pupils seemed to shift into an eerie deep blue, an endless abyssal ocean rippling with boundless despair. Within that abyss was a vengeful demon crawling out from hell. A chill surged from Wen Yanyu's tailbone upward. Unconsciously, he began to tremble. The familiar scent from the man flooded his senses once more, bitter and icy. Fu Hanchuan leaned down, their eyes level, breaths intertwining. His voice dropped into something terrifyingly dark. During those years abroad, every night at midnight, I would dream of that fire. I would dream of my mother. Of my brother. I'd hear their screams over and over again, asking me, Fu Hanchuan, why won't you die? Why are you still alive? Why don't you die? You're useless now, come join us. Why won't you die? I'd dream of my father in the hospital room, staring at me through the crack in the door, filled with despair and agony, begging me for help. Asking me, I am your father. I loved you so much. Why did you do this to me? Those people of the Fu family once cared only about power and profit. After I took control, I clutched everything tightly in my grasp. They called me a shark, someone who bites down fiercely on anything I desire. They called me a rabid dog, a mad beast obsessed only with power. They were right. Fu Hanchuan laughed. But they could do nothing to me. No one could touch what was mine. So, in time, they all began wishing for my death. Exactly as I wished. A dark pleasure filled Fu Hanchuan's eyes. So I chose my own ending. I knew someone tampered with my brakes. Just as I expected, my car malfunctioned. I lay inside, quietly waiting to die. His fingertips trembled uncontrollably. When Yanyu stared numbly at the man above him, this Fu Hanchuan, crumbling with eerie calmness, swallowed by the abyss, was not the person he knew. Nor was he the male lead from the book. He should have been afraid. But his heart throbbed with sharp, piercing pain, an inexplicable ache, so deep it robbed him of speech. I've done everything I was meant to do. No one wants me to keep living. I thought, this ending wouldn't be so bad. Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze to look at him. But then you came. Chapter 48. So, I decided to keep you. His low, hoarse voice was like glass scraping against stone, chilling. The weather then was just like the day I crawled out of that old mansion. It was raining, Fu Hanchuan said, staring at him as if seeing through him into some distant memory. He murmured, more than 10 years ago, I wanted to live, so I dragged my broken leg and crawled out of that house bit by bit. Over a decade later, I wanted to die, and you pulled me out of that car. You held my hand, urging me to stay awake. I saw you trying to flag down a passing car on that empty road. But there were no cars. I watched you tremble in panic, shaking uncontrollably. To be honest, I wasn't grateful back then. Fu Hanchuan lowered his head, hiding cold scrutiny beneath his lashes, his tone oddly gentle and soft. I even wondered, who had sent you? Wen Yanyu's breath caught. Just for a moment. Then a cold palm gently cupped his cheek, calloused fingertips intertwining with his slender fingers until their hands were tightly locked together. Wen Yanyu looked up helplessly. I lay on your lap. I heard you crying. I heard you talking to yourself, over and over again asking why would they do this to him? Why be so cruel? Why play with us like this? Those memories felt vivid, as if happening all over again. It was the first time anyone had ever cried for me. The first time someone begged so desperately, so humbly, for me to stay alive. Fu Hanchuan laughed quietly, yet his eyes glistened with unshed tears. So, I decided to keep you. No matter who you are, I would tie you to my side. My life is yours, you pulled me back into hell. You're responsible for me. I wondered what I could use to bind you, Fu Hanchuan said softly, caressing his face, almost teasing. Money? Power? Status? Fame? I didn't know, so I tried them one by one. I protected you in the entertainment industry. I poured endless resources into your hands. You thanked me. You rejected many of them, but there were things you couldn't refuse. And through those, I drew closer. You didn't push me away. You had no reason to push me away. I investigated everyone around you. You have no parents, no family. I'm the only friend you have. I became your only support, so I could give you anything. Fu Hanchuan stared at him, his gaze dark and inscrutable. Yet in your eyes, I saw disgust and resistance. Wen Yanyu froze completely, not daring to move, not even to breathe. Fu Hanchuan reached up and brushed the stray strands of hair from the boy's temple, tucking them neatly behind his ear. Beneath his tender voice lay an unyielding darkness, so I changed tactics. I gave you sincerity. I gave you gentleness. I gave you care. I'm a businessman, I've dealt with countless people. I'm extremely sensitive to emotions. The way you look at me, it's complicated. There's affection. There's helplessness. There's disgust, fleeting, sometimes so subtle you don't even notice it yourself. And strangely, there's even pity. But it doesn't matter. As long as you stay with me. The man's tone was light, almost airy, but it sent involuntary chills crawling over the skin. Being with you made me happy. I still had nightmares, of my mother, of my younger brother. I dreamed they accused me, why are you still alive? Why won't you die? I dreamed of that summer night, dragging my broken leg out of the old mansion inch by inch. I dreamed of the night my father died, standing outside, watching Fu Wenyuan kiss him, watching my father struggle desperately to explain, only to be killed by the same hands he loved. But those nightmares grew less frequent. His voice softened. At first, my feelings were a test. But eventually, I truly wanted to be your friend, for life. The boy beneath him looked up, dazed, hair tousled, gray-black eyes misty and fragile, beautiful in a way that ignited the deepest desires to possess and dominate. Fu Hanchuan smiled faintly, his voice thick with latent danger, you're too naive. Do you even know how many people desire just your face? Do you know how many reckless fools I've already dealt with? He raised the hand lying beside him, holding it gently. Those pale, slender fingers, once so thin, had finally gained a little more flesh, soft and warm in his grasp. As long as you're willing to stay obediently by my side, he said calmly, I will always shelter you under my wings. No one will dare covet you. No one will harm you. Ever since my mother was imprisoned by my father, ever since I was hunted down by Fu Wenyuan, I understood, one thing matters most, power and money. Now I hold all the power. No one will ever hurt someone I care about again. I thought we could go on like this forever. After work, we'd go out together, travel, have meals, pull all-nighters gaming, laugh together, live together. Before I met you, I had no real place to call home. After I met you, I invited you to help me decorate a place, and I started calling it home. Fu Hanchuan recalled absently, emanating a craving he hadn't even realized he possessed. His gaze fixed on the man beneath him, filled now with raw, unhidden desire. I could occasionally hold you. I could touch you. I could embrace my friend like any normal person would, watching you fall asleep beside me, soft and warm, listening to another heartbeat beside mine. I loved that feeling too much. I grew to like you more and more. The thought of parting from you became unbearable. Even during work, I'd think of you. I began to believe we were more than just friends, we could be family. I wanted to stay with you forever. Maybe being saved by you wasn't so bad. Maybe staying alive wasn't such a terrible fate. I thought we could go on like this forever. The tender memory ended abruptly. Silence, cold and absolute. But you betrayed me. Fu Hanchuan whispered, his naturally low, magnetic voice making the words sound like an intimate murmur between lovers. Only the hatred rising in his eyes revealed the truth. Wen Yanyu stared at him, dazed and confused. Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze, his voice laced with coldness. You stood before the media and declared you loved me, that you liked me, that you wanted to be with me. You're a public figure. So am I, thee erupted like wildfire. To be honest, I didn't care about thee. It hasn't affected me in years. I've never cared for it. But I needed to know, why did you claim to love me? Why say it out loud? I told you, I hate same-sex relationships. Because of my uncle. Because of my father. I can't feel anything but disgust toward them. I hate those two hypocritical animals. I hate that they hurt my mother. I hate that they lacked the courage to face their consequences, so they crushed her instead. They drove her to her death. My rational mind tried to suppress it, but deep, bone-deep hatred cannot be undone. After I opened my heart to you, you betrayed me. The faint smile on Fu Hanchuan's lips vanished, his eyes shadowed with sorrow, darkness pooling at their depths. I drank myself into oblivion. I called you, demanding answers. I wanted your explanation. If only you'd said it was a misunderstanding, I would have let it go. We could have stayed friends. I could have fixed everything. But you blocked me. I went looking for you, only to find you accepting event after event, each one deliberately avoiding my locations. You professed your love publicly, yet tried to run from me. His voice stopped again, replaced by heavy, stifled breathing. Wen Yanyu. What am I to you? Wen Yanyu. What did you make me into? In your eyes, what exactly am I? Each question erupted into furious roars. Why are you playing with me like this? Why are you doing this to me? Wen Yanyu trembled. The sudden shouts pierced his eardrums, leaving them stinging. Chapter 49. Love has turned into hatred in an instant. Why did you save me? Why betray me after making me truly love you? Wasn't I good enough to you? Why do you want to leave me? Compensation. What can you possibly use to compensate me? What do you even have that could make up for it? Do you think I care about what you've done? I don't care. All I care about is, why are you doing this to me? Why was I the last one to know you liked me? Why betray me? Why run from me? Why, when we promised to stay together, are you leaving me? Twisted emotions and rage spread like scorching sulfuric acid through his veins, burning flesh and corroding bone. The suppressed sorrow and fury erupted like a flash flood. Seeing the man like this, Wen Yanyu's heart clenched painfully. He stammered anxiously, I didn't want it to be like this. My feelings for you aren't that kind of love. I never meant to be with you. I've always seen you as my closest friend. I just couldn't. His emotions had completely spiraled out of control. Fu Hanchuan wasn't listening anymore. Shattered feelings hammered relentlessly against his nerves, pain threatening to suffocate him. I'll give you money, I'll give you fame, I'll give you anything you want. But why did you let me find out? Why did you say it out loud? Why couldn't you keep it hidden? Why tell me you loved me, only to make me hate you? Why couldn't we just go on like this forever? I would have given you everything you desired. Why couldn't we just stay like that? Why tell me? Why do this to me? Hatred and indescribable emotions writhed madly in his eyes. I didn't understand anything, not even why you did what you did. Nothing made sense, until you were rushed to the hospital, clinging to life by a thread. When I heard the news during that negotiation, I nearly lost my mind. For the first time, I humbled myself and begged someone. I called everyone I knew, one by one, begging them to save you. My flight was delayed over and over in that stormy weather in Country Y. In the airport lounge, I kept calling, begging each person I knew. I demanded they transfer you to another hospital. I said, no matter the cost, they had to save you. I pulled every resource I could access directly into your operating room, snatching your life back from death's grasp. For the first time, I regretted not preparing better medical resources. For the first time, I regretted ever letting you go. Unsettled fear gathered in his eyes. His hands trembled uncontrollably, voice growing hoarse from repeated shouting, now verging on sobs. But in that very moment, I realized, you wanted to leave me behind, all alone. Wen Yanyu froze, dazed. I'm sorry. He thought he survived only because the storyline hadn't concluded yet. He never knew it was Fu Hanchuan who had saved him. Fu Hanchuan lowered his head, his eyes bloodshot. Tears spilled from the corners of his eyes, one by one. He practically forced each word through clenched teeth. Wen Yanyu. At that moment, I truly hated you. Hated you so much I wished I could kill you with my own hands. Hated you enough to drag us both straight into hell. Endless tears streamed down, dripping onto the man beneath him, sliding down his face. Bitter tears mingled together, impossible to tell whose they were. Wen Yanyu's tongue felt sour, his voice broken with sobs. I'm sorry. I didn't know this would hurt you. I'm not. I'm scared of this life. I can't take it anymore. Afraid I'll hurt you. Afraid of endless abyss without end. Afraid of living like a rabbit trapped in a cage. Without parents or family, without the slightest freedom, unable to control my body, those days of potentially hurting you were too painful. I can't take it anymore. I can't. Fu Hanchuan froze. An unfamiliar emotion surged into his brain, dizzying him. The scene before him began to twist and blur. Consciousness plunged into darkness, entangled by repressed demons. Driven only by muscle memory, Fu Hanchuan reached out and grabbed the thing beneath him, breaking down completely as he screamed. Can't take it. How dare you say you can't take it? When I haven't done a damn thing wrong. I haven't done anything. Just stay quietly beside me. No one would dare hurt you. I silenced every media outlet. Who have I allowed to touch you? Yes, I'm a madman. Yes, I deserve to die. But when has Fu Hanchuan ever mistreated you? When have I ever let you suffer even a bit of hardship? Why are you doing this? You want to leave while I'm still alive? You want to leave me all alone? Wen Yanyu. How dare you? How dare you do this to me? I thought about taking revenge on you. I thought about leaving you. But every time I fell asleep, those nightmares turned into your face. I want to escape you, but I simply can't. I can't. They say I'm insane. I know. I've known I'm mad. I went insane the night I crawled out of that old mansion. I should have died long ago. I should have died the moment I finished my revenge. I was supposed to be free. But you dragged me back into this hell yourself. You made me normal, only to drive me insane all over again. Fu Hanchuan pressed down hard on Wen Yanyu's wrists as he struggled, while his other hand tightened around his throat. The hatred and pain churning in his eyes threatened to drown them both completely. Wen Yanyu. You hated me so much at first. Then why did you save me back then? Why do this to me? What did I do wrong? Why are you doing this to me? Why abandon me? What have I ever done? Why do you want to leave me? Why leave me behind? Why? Like a tortured beast on the verge of madness, his roar lowered in pitch, gradually dissolving into nothing but desperate, crumbling sobs. When Yenyu's face turned crimson, his legs jerking upward from lack of oxygen before being forcefully pinned down, immobile. Seizing the brief moment of slackened strength, when Yenyu gasped for air. Tears streamed down his face from suffocation, as if he would faint at any second. A fist slammed heavily against the wall behind him, grazing his cheek. The grip on his neck finally released, leaving a metallic tang of blood in the air. Swallowing back the blood that had risen to his throat from internal strain, when Yenyu's eyes reddened, tears trailing from the corners down onto the bedding. He reached out and grabbed the hand propping itself beside him, forcing apart the fingers clenched so tightly they were nearly deformed. Beneath them, flesh was torn and bloody, blood pooling between their palms. It's all my fault. I didn't know about this. However you want to retaliate, I'll accept it. I deserve it. No, don't hurt yourself. His vision blurred with tears, his voice hoarse and broken from the prolonged strangulation, faltering between each breath. Wen Yanyu was a disposable character. Fu Hanchuan was the protagonist. That was fate's decree. They were bound to reach different endings. As someone destined for a tragic end, he shouldn't have cared. He should have treated Fu Hanchuan like just another main character. He should have stayed away. Or remained coldly indifferent, waiting silently for his own demise. But now, seeing Fu Hanchuan breaking down and crying, the sharp pain in his chest told him otherwise. The person before him was different from those others in the countless worlds. He couldn't bear it. He'd once dreamed of staying by his side forever, but the day the plot fully took hold of him, he realized, he couldn't. There was no future between them. He would ruin him. When Yenyu struggled for another breath, bitter tears spilling from his eyes. In a sacrificial surrender, he let his body go limp, awaiting whatever judgment awaited. At last, the black haze in his vision was suppressed by blue. Consciousness slowly returned. Fu Hanchuan froze for an instant, his gaze falling into the eyes before him. Staring into those eyes, his expression remained blank for a long while, not even realizing what he'd just done. Heartache. Why? Bone-deep sorrow and suppressed emotions spread wildly through his chest. Fear and madness churned endlessly in his eyes, battling for control over his body. The air hung in silence for a long time. Too long without oxygen, the mind drifted into darkness. When Yenyu half closed his eyes, too weak to speak further, as if he might lose consciousness at any second. Suddenly, his lips were bitten. A hot sensation surged between his teeth, an intense, brutal kiss, clumsy and raw, almost like pure release, biting down with pain and numbness coursing through every nerve. When Yenyu's eyelashes trembled violently. Cold hands covered his eyes, plunging him into darkness. The scorching touch made his heart quiver uncontrollably. Instinctively, he tried to push away. His body was pressed tighter. His lips were bitten until they ached and tingled, the dual assault of suffocation and pain flooding his brain. Tears streamed endlessly from his eyes. For a fleeting moment, he truly believed he might die here. Die in this kiss. Blood spread between their lips. Blood and hatred intertwined, merging into a turbulent sea of abyss, beneath which surged love and resentment alike. Fear and agony seeped into every bone, woven into every fragment of the soul. They bound the two together tightly, a curse unbreakable, and a red thread dyed in blood, binding them forever in torment, never to part. Finally realizing what he had done, Fu Hanchuan abruptly let go, rolling off Wen Yanyu and stumbling backward until he hit the door. Wen Yanyu collapsed limply onto the bed, gasping desperately for breath. His lashes soaked with tears, his lips torn and bleeding, his neck bruised deep red to purple, horrifying, terrifying. Fu Hanchuan stood dazed for several seconds, then disbelievingly touched his own lips. Fear flashed briefly in his eyes. What the hell am I doing? The biting night wind poured into the room, scattering the lingering warmth within. Chapter 50 Cut short hair, Tu Bao, who is this lop-eared rabbit? In half a month, I'll come pick you up. We'll talk about everything after I finish this busy period. Until then, don't leave the province, answer my calls, and wait for me to take you to the medical checkup. Okay. I'm sorry, I lost control that day. It won't happen again. It's fine. Sunlight outside the window cast dappled shadows across his face, while the sound of running water continued from the bathroom. When Yanyu sat in the oversized bathtub, the finger-shaped bruise on his neck no longer red but now faintly visible as several dark marks. He wasn't surprised that Fu Hanchuan had nearly strangled him to death. After all, he probably ranked only second to the late uncle as the person Fu Hanchuan hated most. He was the one who had betrayed their friendship, dragging the other man into a public scandal. He triggered the PTSD. And in the story's finale, he would become the expendable pawn delivering another devastating blow to the man's reputation. With a strange sense of guilt, or perhaps like a sacrificial lamb, he'd long been prepared, to be killed by the other, or to end it himself. But when Yanyu blinked blankly, fingertips gently touching the scabbed wound on his lips, stinging and itchy. Why? His pupils shifted colors repeatedly before finally settling into an eerie gray-black, radiating an ever-denser aura of lifelessness. When Yanyu took a deep breath, refusing to dwell further, and submerged his head underwater. Over the next 3 days, they established some absurd agreements, daily check-ins, medical exams, canceling certain events. He couldn't leave the province. Aware of his own wrongdoing, he obediently agreed to them all. Neither of them mentioned that incident again. The water in the tub was warm and comforting. Beneath its surface, when Yanyu slowly opened his eyes. His faded hair fanned out like dreamlike tulle. Indescribable emotions tangled in his gaze. Countless invisible threads had entangled them together that day, impossible to unravel, impossible to cut, impossible to escape. A sour ache coiled tightly around his chest, each breath steeped in bitterness. He thought, if he had never saved Fu Hanchuan back then, if he'd just left him, maybe the other wouldn't have suffered so much because of him. Yet even if time rewound and he got to choose again, he'd still make the same decision. Maybe Fu Hanchuan didn't remember. But he never would forget. That day, what Fu Hanchuan whispered in his arms was, "Save me." The scissors clicked rhythmically as ash-white strands fell to the floor. He gave his messy bangs a final adjustment. The waist-length hair he once had was completely gone. The newly trimmed curls barely grazed his ears, with 2 slightly longer strands falling by the sides. When Yanyu tilted his head, examining his reflection, fingers brushing those 2 strands. An unconscious thought surfaced. Looks just like the snowy white lop-eared rabbit we used to keep at home. The scissors twitched in his hand again, but intuition warned him another snip might render him unrecognizable. When Yanyu shut his eyes, tossing the scissors aside carelessly. Dying should help. 2 hours later. Staring at the black, lop-eared rabbit, in the mirror, when Yanyu quietly crouched down, instinctively curling himself into a tight, self-enclosed ball. Of course. He really couldn't trust himself. Shaking his head slightly, when Yanyu stood up. What's done is done. Time to eat first. After munching through 10 dumplings, he grabbed his phone, just as a message popped up. "Baby, wanna come visit Auntie? Everyone's at home these days, I'd love to introduce you to my brother-in-law. Also, Auntie will cook yummy things for my babies." When Yanyu froze, fingers hovering on the screen for a long while. "Baby, are you not available?" Snapping back to reality, he replied quickly, "No, it's not that. I'm just in Shanghai City right now and can't leave the province." "Where do you live, Auntie Jiang?" Another message immediately followed. "Shanghai. My brother-in-law works at a hospital here, Auntie lives nearby. Would tomorrow work for you, sweetie? Should I ask him to drive over and pick you up?" When Yanyu hesitated briefly before replying, "No need, the transportation here is convenient. Just send me the address, I can find my way there." "Great. Then come around noon tomorrow, okay? Auntie will go buy your favorites first thing in the morning." When Yanyu lowered his gaze and typed back, "Okay." Seeing the cute Q-version image of a bunny gnawing on watermelon, Jiang Wanru's eyes shimmered with warm delight. She sent over a dozen messages in a row, smother bunny with kisses, hug bunny tight, nuzzle bunny. Then he looked up and called out, "Xiao Huai. Call your dad. Tell him to take tomorrow off, no going out fishing. He'd better come home and behave for dinner, guests are coming." "Got it," a muffled reply came from inside the house. The next noon, the sky was overcast, streets still filled with last night's rainwater. After finally handing his phone to the gate security guard and gaining entry, when Yanyu followed the address all the way to the apartment building. Autumn was just around the corner, and the air felt chilly after the rain. Wen Yanyu pulled his collar tighter, rubbed his hands together, then gently knocked on the door. In less than a few seconds, footsteps approached from within, and the door swung open. The man standing there wore loose brown loungewear, small gold-rimmed glasses, his features calm and gentle. Behind the lenses, his eyes held a faint sense of distance. Exuding a strong scholarly aura, he looked refined and kind, like the dependable senior from one's school days. Jiang, their eyes met, and the words caught in Wen Yanyu's throat. It was that doctor from the other day. I'm looking for Auntie Jiang Wanru, Wen Yanyu said, slightly flustered, clutching the gift bag and instinctively taking a small step back. Is this the right place? Chapter 51 The Rabbit in the Cage, The Caged Rabbit. Ji Shenhui pushed up his glasses, his gaze lingering for 2 seconds on the boy's short hair before he nodded and stepped aside to let him in. He handed Wen Yanyu a pair of fluffy rabbit-eared slippers from the cabinet, glanced at the time, and explained, my parents went to the supermarket. Just wait here a moment, they shouldn't be long. Alright, thank you, Wen Yanyu replied softly. He changed his shoes and tiptoed into the living room. Placing down the gift bag, he sat on the sofa, cradling the warm water Ji Shenhui had handed him, quietly taking in his surroundings. The living room was clean and tidy, bathed in warm tones. Books were neatly arranged on the small cabinet beside the sofa. Potted greens and flowers flourished on the balcony. Beside the balcony stood a 2-tiered cage, each level housing one rabbit, a snowy white lop-eared one and a jet black lop-eared one. The entire home radiated a cozy, IKEA-inspired warmth, a space rich with life and comfort. The 2 rabbits inside the cage locked eyes with Wen Yanyu through the bars. He stared back, stunned for a moment. Ji Shenhui took a light sip from his teacup, his gaze flicking repeatedly between the rabbits and the boy's head. Not long after, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from outside. The voice arrived before the person did. Babies. Mommy's home. Ji Shenhui drew his gaze away and stood up to greet them. Wen Yanyu also rose awkwardly. Jiang Wanru slipped off her shoes, set down her bags, and darted over like the wind, suddenly wrapping her arms tightly around the boy. Baby, have you missed Auntie? Wen Yanyu stiffened slightly, then returned the embrace gently. I did. My sweet little baby, how come you've gotten even skinnier? Jiang Wanru pinched his cheeks and hugged him again, her eyes lighting up as she looked at him. Why did you cut your hair? Wen Yanyu touched his short strands and explained, long hair is kind of troublesome to maintain, so I just cut it. Dyeing had always been such a hassle, before, he'd been forced to keep it long because of the plot. No matter how many times he tried cutting it, it never worked. This time, though, he'd merely tested the idea, and miraculously, it finally succeeded. Looking at the delicate youth now clad in a creamy white fuzzy hoodie, 2 wisps of bangs swaying gently by his ears, blushing deeply till his earlobes turned red, she clutched her chest dramatically, oh baby so adorable. You brought gifts? How formal. No, it's just this. Alright, first, let Auntie give you a proper hug. Oh my, are you losing weight again? I barely got some meat on you, and it's already gone. Have you not been eating well at home? I do eat. You don't eat well, right? I do eat. Stay over tonight, baby. Auntie's already made up your bed. Stay with me for a few days, I'll cook all your favorites, okay? Okay. What happened to your lips? Jiang Wanren narrowed her eyes, scanning the scabbed spot on the boy's lip. Wen Yanyu instantly tensed, his gaze flickering nervously. It's been hot lately, and I've eaten spicy food, got heaty. I picked at the skin and it started like this. Jiang Wanren nodded in understanding. Autumn's coming soon, the air's drying out. Remember to apply lip balm regularly. Wen Yanyu lowered his head and softly murmured in agreement. Jiang Wanru. Ahem. The man who had been silently observing cleared his throat. Hello. Wen Yanyu looked up. At the doorway stood a middle-aged man in a formal jacket, thick eyebrows sharp as swords, a high-bridged nose, tall but not burly, exuding dignity and authority. A policeman too. For a split second, Wen Yanyu froze, his thoughts drifting. Assuming the boy was frightened, Jiang Wanru gave his hand a light squeeze and laughed, that's your Uncle Qin. Don't be scared, he just looks intimidating because he's worked at the police station for so long. In reality, he's extremely gentle. Qin Qingji nodded, softening his voice as best as he could. I'm Qin Qingji. Call me Uncle Qin. Wanru's told me about you. Wen Yanyu snapped back to attention and dipped his head slightly. Uncle Qin, hello. I'm Wen Yanyu. Jiang Wanru then pointed toward Ji Shenhui. That's your brother, Ji Shenhui. He's a doctor at the hospital nearby. Just call him brother. Ji Shenhui met his eyes. Long time no see. Silence hung in the air. You two know each other? Jiang Wanru's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Xiao Huai. Why didn't you ever tell me? Ji Shenhui calmly replied, we saw each other once at the hospital. Not really close. Wen Yanyu awkwardly nodded along. Jiang Wanru blinked, sensing something off, and dropped the topic immediately. Enough. You three chat first. I'll go prepare something delicious for you. Jiang Wanru beamed, ruffled the boy's head one more time, and carried her groceries into the kitchen, giving the fluffy rabbit heads an affectionate pat on the way. At dusk, the four sat together in the living room. Jiang Wanru couldn't stop petting the boy's head, constantly feeding him bites of food. Chew. Wen Yanyu, thank you, auntie. Jiang Wanru, epsilon. Ji Shenhui caught the apple tossed by his mother and glanced at Wen Yanyu's flushed cheeks. There are some pajamas in my cabinet that haven't been worn. If you're hot, you can go change in my room first. Jiang Wanru turned around. Yes, yes. You're staying tonight anyway. Look at your face, it's all red. Go on, change into something comfortable. Wen Yanyu hesitated slightly, then followed the man into the room. After handing him the clothes, Ji Shenhui closed the door and returned to the living room. 10 minutes later. Wen Yanyu stepped out, wearing an ill-fitting black set of pajamas, too big on his frame. The collar was buttoned tightly, the sleeves extending past his wrists, the hem swaying slightly with every move. Jiang Wanru's gaze swept over him, and froze. Qin Qingji's brows knitted tightly. On the boy's neck was a faint purplish mark. Though it had faded significantly, its outline remained visible against his pale skin, a clear imprint of a hand. The warmth in Jiang Wanru's eyes vanished, her expression darkening for a fleeting moment. Ji Shenhui studied the mark for a long while before turning to meet Qin Qingji's contemplative stare. Wen Yanyu lowered his eyes, scratched his neck absent-mindedly, and sat down beside the woman as if nothing were amiss. This morning I tried on a necklace and couldn't get it off, so I pulled a little too hard, ended up leaving this mark. The room fell quiet. Wen Yanyu took a bite from the apple on the table, trying to hide his unease. Kids these days have strong hands, Qin Qingji said with a dry chuckle, then smoothly shifted the topic. By the way, Xiao Wen, I watched your show, I saw that video of you stopping the thief at the mall. You've got quite the moves. Did you train formally before? The question carried no actual inquiry. Wen Yanyu instinctively wanted to answer, then swallowed the words back. His eyes dimmed. I did train, a long time ago. Taught by an uncle. An expected odd reaction. Qin Qingji simply smiled, undeterred, continuing the conversation casually. Do you live alone, Xiao Wen? If there's anything inconvenient, we're all close by, family should look out for each other. Don't be distant. Okay. Thank you. The housing prices around Shanghai aren't cheap. How's the rent where you live? Qin Qingji probed lightly. Wen Yanyu paused, scratching his head. Well, yeah, it's not cheap. Finding a place had been a nightmare, every time he found a suitable apartment, someone else would buy it or suddenly declare it unavailable. And with his uncertain future and hectic schedule filming shows, buying never seemed worth it. The place he lived now was arranged 2 years ago by Fu Hanchuan. Back then, he moved in because Fu said it'd be convenient to meet. Since then, countless delays kept him from moving out. Even now, he wasn't entirely sure about the area's prices. Whatever they were, they must be absurdly high. Taking Wen Yanyu's hesitation as confirmation, Qin Qingji pressed on. By the way, I heard you used to attend Capital Medical University. A friend of mine has a daughter who goes there. That school's extremely competitive, real, 1,000 troops crossing a single log bridge level. Why didn't you continue your studies? Qin asked casually, keeping his tone light and conversational. Wen Yanyu blinked, instinctively averting his gaze. His eyes landed exactly on the cage by the balcony. White iron mesh acting as a barrier, confining the small rabbit within. The rabbit lay quietly, glistening eyes staring out, separated from the world by countless steel wires. Two pairs of eyes met. It was impossible to tell who was truly inside the cage. Wen Yanyu's gaze trembled. A ripple surged through his gray-black irises, like waves rising from the depths. But the restless tide stirred by defiance was quickly stilled by exhaustion, sinking back into calm. After a long silence, he turned away and replied softly. Something happened. I couldn't continue. This way is fine too. His tone was flat, emotionless, yet gently indifferent. Jiang Wanru bit her lip. Her chest tightened inexplicably. She gently stroked the boy's soft hair and shot the man a sharp, scathing glare. Qin Qingji avoided the woman's gaze and continued, there are quite a few fun places around Shanghai. Last time, I even went to an exhibition with these two at home. My little Hui often goes out with friends. Xiao Wen, where do you usually hang out with friends? If you're free sometime, maybe we could all go together. Wen Yanyu rubbed his fingertips, I don't have many friends. Just 2 people I occasionally meet for meals. Nothing like real gatherings, doesn't really count. Having 1 or 2 close friends is already good, Qin Qingji said, lifting his teacup for a sip. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he shifted the tone, breaking the previously thickening atmosphere. By the way, do you still remember that little girl, Xiao Hua? At the mention of Xiao Hua, Wen Yanyu's dull eyes instantly lit up. Of course I remember. Xiao Hua had no parents, and her vision was impaired. He had originally wanted to negotiate with villagers to bring her to the city for care, but considering he might not have many years left, he hesitated. He'd planned to ask Aunt Li to help find a reliable family, providing all the money needed for Xiaohua's future. Then Jiang Yi had stepped forward, offering to adopt her herself. Qin Qingji kept smiling. That little girl had no parents, so villagers were just taking turns looking after her. Your Auntie Jiang decided to formally adopt her. The girl couldn't see, so we thought, she's so young, we should take her to the hospital for a checkup. Turns out, after the tests, her eyes started showing signs of improvement. The doctors said she'd be able to see normally in less than half a year. Once she recovers, your aunt and I plan to enroll her in school. Jiang Wanru smiled too. Yes, Xiaohua talks about you every day during her treatment at the hospital. When you have time, I'll take you to visit her. Just as Wen Yanyu was about to respond, his phone suddenly rang. All four turned to look. The screen on the coffee table lit up, clearly displaying 3 characters, Fu Hanchuan. Chapter 52 I will watch you forever and ever and ever and ever. Alternate title, The Self-Cultivation of a Creepy Male Ghost 1. Jiang Wanru and Qin Qingji's expressions turned subtly awkward the moment they saw that name. Ji Shenhuai continued slurping on the specially made healthy milk tea from mother, casting a curious glance over. Sorry. I need to take this call. Wen Yanyu panicked, strode forward quickly, grabbed his phone, and headed straight for the bathroom. The bathroom door shut behind him. Wen Yanyu answered the call. A cold, emotionless male voice instantly came through. Wen Yanyu, why aren't you home? Wen Yanyu suddenly slapped his forehead, hurriedly replying, sorry, I forgot to tell you. Auntie Jiang invited me over for dinner today, said I should stay the night. I forgot to let you know. A sudden jolt struck his heart. Wen Yanyu tightened his grip on the phone, eyes flashing with panic. How do you know I'm not home? On the other end, an unusual silence fell. Then a knock echoed. Because I'm standing at your front door. I've been knocking for ages. His words were laced with gritted teeth, even through the screen, the irritation was palpable. Recalling how busy Fu Hanchuan normally was, barely any downtime, he figured the man must have made a special trip for something important. Wen Yanyu immediately drooped, deflating like a punctured balloon. I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you beforehand. But you said you wouldn't come until half a month later, I didn't think. I'm still in Shanghai anyway, I thought. I'm sorry. Is there something you needed? Should I come back now? Would it still be okay? Wen Yanyu clutched the phone tightly, cautiously probing. Silence followed. Is it Jiang Wanru? Wen Yanyu blinked, slightly startled. Yes, it's Auntie Jiang. A sigh. No need. It's nothing urgent. Stay there and enjoy yourself. Just be safe. Don't wander off randomly. Okay. Wen Yanyu quickly agreed. The call ended. Fu Hanchuan lowered his hand from the bedroom doorknob, glanced dispassionately at the empty room, and turned to leave. But then he paused. He changed direction, walking instead toward the bedside table, gently pulling open the drawer. Inside lay a collection of pills, each only half consumed. No flicker of surprise crossed his face. Fu Hanchuan simply lowered his gaze and took photos of each one, methodically. Straightening up, he swept his eyes around the bedroom, then reached into his pocket, retrieving several tiny black spheres, each about half the size of a fingernail. With practiced ease, he moved to the bedroom balcony, pulled out a fixing pin, and planted the black spheres onto the stems of potted plants. 10 minutes later, after circling the entire house and planting 13 of these small black spheres throughout every room, Fu Hanchuan's expression softened slightly. He turned to open the wardrobe, hesitated for a few seconds, then pulled out 5 frequently worn outfits. After a while, Fu Hanchuan looked down at his phone screen, where 5 overlapping red dots pulsed steadily. His previously restless demeanor finally eased completely, restoring the room and door exactly as they'd been before. Fu Hanchuan turned and left. Outside, night blanketed everything like ink, rain pouring endlessly beyond the windows. Inside, the air conditioning hummed at just the right temperature. A soft nightlight glowed warmly as Wen Yanyu curled into his plush blanket. Jiang Wanru pulled out a cardboard box from under the bed, and under Wen Yanyu's slightly astonished gaze, began arranging plush toys in a circle around the bed. Big ones, small ones, rabbits, dogs, wolves, bears, every kind of stuffed animal formed a plush wall enclosing the bed. These are little knights I specially invited to protect my baby. With them here, my little one won't have to be afraid when sleeping at night. Smiling warmly, Jiang Wanru sat by the bed and patiently began telling him little stories. Eyes closed, soothed by her gentle murmurs, Wen Yanyu sank into steady sleep for the first time. In another room, Qin Qingji sat at his desk flipping through old case files, his expression growing heavier with each page turned. Ji Shenhuai held a cup of hot tea on the other side of the desk, answering his father's occasional questions with quiet nods. The study door opened from outside. Jiang Wanru, having just tucked the boy in, entered carrying a plate of freshly washed fruit, tiptoeing softly. Hearing her, Qin Qingji looked up. Asleep already? Jiang Wanru nodded. Ji Shenhui picked up where he left off earlier. The abdominal scar, based on what I could see at the time, was definitely from at least 5 years ago. It couldn't possibly be recent. And, Ji Shenhui added, picking up half a peach from the plate and taking a small knife in hand. Both adults turned their attention to him. The blade lightly pierced the surface of the peach, slowly pressing deeper, inching through until it fully penetrated, leaving behind a distorted, twisted path. Chapter 53, turns out longing also has a life, taking root in my heart. Ji Shenhui's eyes it was a penetrating wound. Jiang Wanru's mind went blank. All color drained from her face as she blurted out, how is that possible? Ji Shenhui sighed helplessly. That day he came to our hospital's emergency room, I was the one who admitted him. I examined him carefully. Even he had been startled when he saw it. At first, he thought it might just be scar tissue, but the more he looked, the clearer it became, this was unmistakably a penetrating injury. One so severe it resembled an ancient blunt blade execution method, the kind of punishment akin to waist cutting. Aside from wondering how Wen Yanyu had even survived such trauma, no one could fathom what kind of person would do this to another human being. Thinking back to that day, Ji Shenhui set down the peach in his hand, his expression growing particularly complex. His stomach is almost completely ruined too, severe mucosal damage. He must feel uncomfortable eating every day. And after waking up, his panic response was extremely obvious. I only glanced briefly at his back, but the signs of abusive trauma were clear as well. Ji Shenhui fell silent for a moment. Dozens of cigarette burns, they didn't look very old. Even if someone survived injuries like that, the resulting complications afterward would be enough to drive anyone mad. Qin Qingji's usually stoic face flickered with rare emotion. Despite years of experience investigating cases and encountering all kinds of horrors, even he seldom came across such brutal, prolonged abuse. But none of this added up. Wen Yanyu was a celebrity constantly in the public eye. If his condition were truly this grave, there'd be some sign, some anomaly, it couldn't have gone completely unnoticed. No records existed prior to middle school. There were no traces of parents, yet no records in orphanages either. It was as though he had appeared out of nowhere, or perhaps someone had deliberately erased every trace of his past. The little habits during meals, subconsciously scanning the surroundings, instinctively shrinking into corners, wariness toward adult men, all those tiny physical reactions. An inability to resist authoritative, commanding tones, he'd automatically obey, not out of military discipline, but out of fear-driven survival reflex. If his abdomen bore such a penetrating wound, based on Qin Qingji's experience, he wouldn't have been able to walk normally without several years of recovery, let alone perform actions like tumbling down a mountain or subduing an assailant. Based on Qin's experience working with victims, events like these must have occurred at least over a decade ago. But if they pushed the timeline further back, Wen Yanyu would have still been a child. A suffocating sense of helplessness spread from his chest to his limbs, tightening in his throat. Qin Qingji exhaled sharply, raising a hand and pressing his thumb and ring finger gently against his temples, rubbing slowly. The room sank into a deathly silence. Jiang Wanru's eyes brimmed with red, could it be related to that man, Fu Hanchuan? As soon as she spoke, Qin Qingji shook his head. Impossible. According to the timeline, they've only known each other for less than 3 years. And that boy wouldn't. Jiang Wanru sucked in several deep breaths, barely keeping the sob from breaking through her voice. That man definitely isn't innocent. Yanyu doesn't have anyone else close to him, I know everyone else around him, and none of them have seen him recently. If it's not him, then who else could it be? Those marks on his mouth and neck, they can only fool fools. Qin Qingji shook his head again, quickly reaching to pat her back soothingly. Don't get agitated. Calm down. Please, just calm down. Jiang Wanru looked at him, bit her lower lip hard, and finally lowered her head. Outside, thunder roared endlessly. Qin Qingji closed his eyes, and his mind drifted back over a decade. He and his team had responded to an emergency call, a fire scene. That child dragged himself through mud and rain, his leg broken, body and face smeared with blood and muck. Multiple fractures all over, fingernails nearly ripped off, the shattered bone piercing through his skin, he crawled out of that burning hell on that single, shattered limb. His eyes, desperate, agonized, yet burning with a will to live that defied the flames consuming everything. The medical staff present couldn't help but shudder. It was raining that day too. After attending the funeral for the 3 victims, he saw that child again, the same child, now sitting in a wheelchair. Back then, still just a police captain, he told the child he would make sure justice was served. At that time, the child's eyes burned with fury, there was still something left inside to hold him upright. He was still alive. Back then, Qin had already uncovered who had started the fire, but there was no evidence. He couldn't give the child the justice he promised. Ever since, night after night in his dreams, he always saw that child's gaze. That case had become his inner demon. Over 10 years later, he heard news of the perpetrator's death and began searching everywhere for news about that child. When he finally laid eyes on him again, that child, no, the man who had transformed beyond recognition, Fu Hanchuan stood before his mother's tombstone, holding a bouquet of flowers. His eyes were utterly lifeless, impossible to tell whether he was mourning his dead family, or the self that had died long ago. Fu Hanchuan asked him, "Did I do something wrong?" They both knew about that man's death. He didn't know how to answer. The law stood for justice and fairness. He wore a police uniform, representing justice itself. Yet he, who had witnessed the tragedy with his own eyes, who had seen how that child crawled out of the flames, couldn't bring himself to utter a single word of condemnation, not even one harsh sentence, toward that child from back then. Qin Qingji picked up his teacup. The rising steam blurred his features, masking whatever emotion lay behind his eyes. A sigh melted into the night. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was dusk. Jiang Wanru reluctantly saw them off downstairs. Only after they left did she take out from her bag the fluffy knitted scarf she had prepared long ago, shoving it firmly into Wen Yanyu's arms. "The weather's going to get colder, so I went ahead and bought you this scarf. See if you like it." Wen Yanyu was taken aback. He held the soft, plush scarf close. It felt warm and comforting against his skin, adorned with 2 little white rabbit ears. Just holding it brought a sense of warmth. Seeing the boy remain silent, Jiang Wanru spoke again. "Baby, coming to Auntie's today made me so happy, so incredibly happy. Our homes aren't far apart at all. If you ever feel lonely by yourself, come over anytime to play with Auntie and your brother. Auntie's practically retired now, so I'm not busy. If there's anything you want to eat, just come over, I'll cook for you. And if you're free during New Year, come spend New Year's Eve here. I can even take you with me to visit Qian for the holiday." Her voice was gentle as she quietly chatted about the future she dreamed of. "Your Xiao Huai has never been one to be clingy or affectionate. I've always wanted another sweet little treasure to dote on. I love you so much, so very much, our baby. So whenever you're sad, tell Auntie. Whenever you don't know what to do, come talk to Auntie too. Your Uncle Qin is a bureau chief after all. Don't be afraid of being bullied, tell us whenever something happens." Jiang Wanru smiled warmly, tenderly, her eyes filled with instinctive tenderness. "We're here for you. There's nothing to fear." When Yanyu shifted his gaze away from the scarf, lifting his eyes to look at the woman standing before him, anxious and uncertain. His pupils trembled. He forced back the words that nearly spilled from his lips. In less than 3 years, he had no chance to speak of any future, nor could he make any promises. Beneath the sweetness spread a bitter ache. When Yanyu managed an unnatural smile, offering only one reply, "I like Auntie too. Very much. So very much. Auntie Jiang, goodbye." Already seated in the car, when Yanyu turned to wave farewell. His eyes shimmered under the sunlight, glistening with fragile, broken light. The vast evening sky poured into his gaze. A faint smile and unspoken longing dissolved into a mist of tears. For a moment, Jiang Wanru froze. Before her mind could catch up, her body had already stepped forward, but the car was already gone. She stood there motionless for a long time, until the vehicle vanished completely from sight. It was dismissal time now. Children's laughter, street vendors calling out over roasted sweet potatoes, the school's broadcast singing, it all rippled through the streets. Memories trace paths over tear stains. They'll eventually settle deep in my heart. He disappeared from my dreams. Longing is the only thing I carry. Feeling you once again. The wind brings your breath. After all, you never really left. A damp sensation brushed her cheek. Jiang Wanru lifted her hand, instinctively touching her face. Looking down, she found her palm soaked in tears. The wind blew past, sweeping away the sorrow before it could fully rise. Her mind reeled, numb and hazy, while her heart pounded wildly within her chest. Tears welled and blurred her vision. Unbroken streams overflowed her eyes, splattering onto the red bricks below like streaks of blood. Jiang Wanru lowered her head, her expression dazed and helpless. Why? Am I crying? Chapter 54, Childhood Friend or Rival. At the Jingyue Hotel in Shanghai City, the charity gala was in full swing. The grand chandelier sparkled with a soft glow, bathing the ballroom in a dreamlike radiance, while elegant music floated through the air. Numerous prominent figures from the entertainment industry, dressed in luxurious formal attire, mingled and conversed across the hall. In a quiet corner sat Wen Yanyu, sipping juice. His white thermal sweater stood out starkly against the opulent surroundings. Glances, some curious, some condescending, kept flickering his way. Wen Yanyu remained calm. He placed a peach cake and a piece of chocolate cake onto his plate, along with a small dish of caviar that was notoriously salty and unpleasant, a failed attempt to cut through the sweetness. Yes. He'd been set up. A director he'd worked with before had invited him to the gala, assuring him not to worry about attire, someone would prepare everything upon arrival. They'd collaborated several times, there was mutual trust. Well, actually, it was more accurate to say he trusted them. When he arrived, he discovered no outfit had been arranged for him at all. Wen Yanyu sighed. He'd been too lax lately, his agency didn't even bother managing him properly anymore. His staff were mostly rookies, inexperienced and flustered, unprepared for emergencies like this. There was no time to fix anything now, he was already on the guest list, and couldn't just leave after arriving. He pondered what tomorrow's headlines might look like if photos surfaced. Shock. A minor celebrity attends charity gala seeking attention, shows up in casual wear. Or, shock. Minor stars, laid-back persona crashes and burns. But, maybe no one could take pictures here. Wen Yanyu lifted his gaze, scanning the room. Faces of top-tier celebrities he recognized, influential tycoons whose identities eluded him but whose presence screamed power, and those odd, lingering stares they kept directing at him. Wow, this is bad. I'm going to be the laughingstock, aren't I? Good thing I wasn't planning to stick around in this industry anyway. Phew, dodged a bullet. Head down, he picked up his fork and took another bite of cake. Might as well eat. What's done is done. Munching contentedly on half a slice, Wen Yanyu closed his eyes in quiet pleasure. Delicious. Truly worthy of a high-end banquet. Not a waste of time after all. For now, he'd forgive whoever tried to sabotage him. You're Wen Yanyu. A pleasant male voice broke through. He looked up to see a tall young man standing a meter away, dressed in a perfectly tailored white suit. Pale-skinned, gentle-featured, exuding an aura of refined elegance. Wen Yanyu thought hard, but the face didn't ring a bell. Tentatively, he asked, "Hello, and you are?" "I'm Lin Yu." The man smiled, drawing out his words meaningfully. "And also Fu Hanchuan's childhood friend." Wen Yanyu froze slightly. Lin Yu had already taken a seat beside him. With graceful ease, he picked up a nearby wine glass, swirling the champagne slowly, speaking with deliberate calm, "I've heard you really like Hanchuan." It wasn't a question. Wen Yanyu stayed silent. Even though his feelings toward Fu Hanchuan weren't what the other implied, the scandal from back then had been so massive that no one would believe denial anyway. Better to speak less and avoid mistakes. Besides. Wen Yanyu frowned. Who even was this guy? He'd never seen him before. As if reading his thoughts, Lin Yu offered a light smile. "I just returned from abroad recently. You probably don't know me." He turned, locking eyes with Wen Yanyu. His expression hovered between amusement and something darker, a faint shadow lingering beneath his gaze. "I was the friend who went overseas with him. We've been," Lin Yu drawled, stretching the words, "always together." The fork in Wen Yanyu's hand stilled abruptly. His breath caught, just for a beat, then resumed normally. He showed no further reaction. Simply nodded at Lin Yu, gave a brief self-introduction, then lowered his head again to continue eating his peach cake. Like punching into cotton, no impact at all. Lin Yu's brow twitched slightly, then smoothed into another smile. Undeterred, he carried on chatting. "They say you're a celebrity. Is your work stressful?" "It's fine," Wen Yanyu replied casually. "Aren't celebrities usually obsessed with their image? But you and Hanchuan back then," with that opening, Lin Yu brought it up almost carelessly, then quickly feigned regret, cutting himself off as if testing Wen Yanyu's reaction. "My apologies. I didn't mean to. It's just Hanchuan's personality, he'd probably hate something like that." Lin Yu smiled gently. "If you're trying to win him over, this kind of approach won't work." Wen Yanyu didn't respond. He simply cast a faint glance at Lin Yu, then looked down and kept eating his cake. How to deal with someone provoking you? Let them perform. And indeed, Lin Yu continued talking, about business collaborations between their families, about his school days with Fu Hanchuan, about how he'd soon take over family affairs. When he finished, he turned to Wen Yanyu and spoke softly. "I know you once saved Hanchuan's life. You have a debt on him, that's why I won't harm you. But if you continue to be ungrateful, greedily reaching for something that doesn't belong to you," Lin Yu's voice turned icy, his eyes rimmed with cold disdain, "I won't mind teaching you a lesson on his behalf." Wen Yanyu swallowed the bite of strawberry cake, then turned to look at Lin Yu. "Are you threatening me?" Lin Yu's smile remained unchanged. "Threatening? Not quite. I believe that since you've managed to survive in this entertainment industry for so many years, Mr. Wen, you're certainly not a fool. If Mr. Wen here knows how to behave himself, it would be better for everyone involved." Lin Yu gestured slightly around them. Wen Yanyu followed his gaze. "All these people here, you should recognize most of them. One way or another, they all have some connection to my family. And they're usually willing to grant me face." Lin Yu's voice carried a light laugh, but the arrogance beneath was no longer hidden. "If you still plan to keep working in this industry, I'd suggest you stop doing things that displease me." Suddenly, a soft chuckle sounded beside his ear. Lin Yu looked over in surprise. Wen Yanyu suppressed his amusement, wiped his lips clean, and offered a polite, apologetic smile. "Sorry. I just thought of something funny." Chapter 55 Jun Chanmo. Wen Yanyu picked up his champagne and moistened his throat, silently cursing how terrible it tasted, before finally speaking, "It's just that no one's threatened me like this in a long time. I'm a bit out of practice." Lin Yu's smile vanished, and he stared coldly at him. Wen set the glass down. "You like Fu Hanchuan, don't you?" Lin Yu froze, caught off guard, his expression, for once, flustered. Before he could speak, Wen's lips curved faintly upward. His peach blossom eyes softened with a gentle, almost affectionate glimmer as he gazed at Lin Yu. Honestly, your method of intimidation is somewhat low class. Twirling the silver fork idly between his fingers, Wen continued nonchalantly, I may barely qualify as a first-tier celebrity, but I have no notable works, and my public image has been terrible lately. Events of this caliber wouldn't invite me on their own. They wouldn't even prepare a suit for me at short notice. The fact that my agency accepted without question, that everyone around me went along with it or was kept in the dark, obviously someone powerful is setting me up. But I'm just an ordinary person. The only exception. Wen lifted his gaze. Is Fu Hanchuan. Under the cold lighting, the man's face strangely blurred into obscurity. In that instant of eye contact, an overwhelming pressure filled the air. Lin Yu felt a chill run through his body. He instinctively fell silent, staring, transfixed. The silver fork scraped sharply against porcelain. Wen broke the gaze, lowering his lashes to hide his eyes. Your idea wasn't bad, Wen said softly, but your research was insufficient. Frankly, I never intended to stay in this industry for long. Lin Yu's breath caught. The premise of threatening someone is that they have something to lose. Wen shoved a bite of cake into his mouth, calm and composed. If you knew me even a little better, you'd realize, I have no family, no friends, no goals, no dreams. So I don't fear losing anything. I don't have anything left to lose, either. On the contrary. Wen slowly turned his head to look at him. His eyes seemed veiled by a layer of grey mist, detached from the world. In that moment, a chilling, dense aura of killing intent enveloped Lin Yu. Lin Yu's fingertips trembled slightly. His heart pounded wildly. Wen spoke softly, because I have nothing to hold me back, if someone dares to upset me, if they push me too far. I'll sink my teeth into their neck and drag them straight to hell. Money, power, the thrill of standing above others, the privilege of birth, the pleasure of controlling people, all will vanish the instant you die. He listed each word softly, almost mirthfully, seamlessly blending into the soothing background music. I know you haven't had enough yet. A burst of peach flavor flooded his mouth. Wen leaned in closer with a faint smile, an intimate gesture that sent an icy shiver down Lin Yu's spine. The scent of peaches mingled with a strange, eerie coolness, flooding his nostrils. My little prince living in an ivory tower. Wen sighed, smiling, tenderly, yet utterly cold. Don't play at being threatening. Lin Yu abruptly stood, concealing his momentary panic, and quickly walked away. Ah, scared off already? Watching the retreating figure, Wen rubbed his nose, popped a spoonful of caviar into his mouth, then grimaced briefly at the unpleasant taste. Setting the tiny fork aside, Wen lazily propped his chin on his hand, bored. Back in the loop, Bad Dog had taught him these tactics step by step, afraid he'd be bullied. Turns out, they work just as well in this world. After all, the barefoot aren't afraid of the shoed. But Wen closed his eyes and pressed a hand to his forehead. Why did Bad Dog pull it off so terrifyingly, while he himself came off as kind of ridiculous? He'd followed every single step of the tutorial exactly. Forget it. Wen shook his head and casually resumed listening to the music, grabbing another plate of miniature cakes. Meanwhile, a pretty girl in a white dress rushed over as soon as she saw Lin Yu return, curious and eager. Xiao Yu. How did it go? Did he back down? Lin Yu looked grim and shook his head. Ji Yuan's eyes widened. So he prefers punishment over persuasion. Don't worry, I'll deal with him for you. Don't go, Lin Yu grabbed her arm, a flicker of hurt in his eyes. He's close to Hanchuan. I don't want Hanchuan to feel awkward because of me. Hearing this, Ji Yuan grew furious. That's exactly your problem, your temper's too soft. You're supposed to be Fu Ji's childhood friend, stayed by his side overseas all those years. Now this green tea bastard dares to step on your head, and you just sit there and take it. Back then, you were clearly the closest to Fu Gu. If it weren't for Fu Gu having to return to handle things here, that Wen Yanyu wouldn't have gotten anywhere near him. Ji Yuan gritted her teeth, indignant. And only because he saved Fu Ji's life once, that's why Fu Ji's tolerated him all along. How could Wen Yanyu, someone not even from their world, dare to compete with Lin Yu for a person? Back then overseas, everyone knew Fu Hanchuan had a cold temperament, aside from a handful of childhood friends, the only one close to him was Lin Yu. The one true companion. And now, after all these years of devoted shipping, out of nowhere comes this sudden, heaven-sent interloper who'd forcibly torn them apart. Just thinking about it made Ji Yuan furious. I'm telling you, people like that are just shameless. Constantly scheming over things that don't belong to them, never considering whether they're worthy. Who does he think he is, calling himself Fu Ji's friend? How could Fu Gu possibly consider someone like him a real friend? Ji Yuan scolded in exasperation, you need to stand up for yourself. You've been Fu Ji's friend for years. He's right upstairs at the banquet, why are you cowering down here like this? What if he really takes him away? Lin Yu lowered his head, voice dull. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Only you could swallow such an insult so easily. I can't. Ji Yuan glanced toward the corner where Wen sat. I'm going to teach him a lesson, one way or another. She kept muttering under her breath, unrelenting. But Lin Yu no longer had the heart to listen. He'd thought he'd come prepared. He meant to threaten Wen Yanyu into staying away from Hanchuan. He'd researched Wen and his connection with Fu Hanchuan, confident he could manipulate this gentle, soft-spoken little star. Yet the moment he arrived, Wen's behavior. Lin Yu bit his lip. That mannerism, so identical to Fu Hanchuan's back then, the words nearly unchanged, if it weren't for their completely different appearances, in that instant, he wouldn't have been able to tell them apart. Lin Yu stared downward, fingernails digging deep into his palms, leaving crescents of blood. Their relationship had already grown far closer than he'd ever imagined, evolving quietly, long before he noticed. Upstairs, the chandeliers blazed. Fu Hanchuan flipped through the surveillance feed, empty screen after empty screen. His brow tightened. Why did he go out again? Someone approached to toast him. Fu Hanchuan gave a casual glance, accepted the glass, and drained it in one gulp. The sharp burn of alcohol mixed with a faint bitterness sent an instinctive crease through his brows. Strong liquor. He looked up again, the man offering the drink offered a polite smile, then turned to chat casually with others nearby. Fu Hanchuan stared at the empty glass in his hand. His heartbeat suddenly spiked. He scanned the room. His expression remained calm as he casually asked an attendant for directions to the restroom, set down the glass, and slipped out through the back passage. 7th floor ballroom. Having eaten his fill, Wen Yanyu set aside his plate, ready to linger just long enough before heading home to rest. Not far away, Lin Yu checked his phone, exchanged quick farewells with those around him, and said he was going to say hello to Fu Hanchuan. Under knowing glances from everyone present, he hurried out of the 7th floor hall. Inside the ballroom, music surged to its climax, then abruptly cut off. Outside the main doors, a rhythmic series of footsteps echoed in. A faint trace of cologne blended with something barely perceptible, a metallic tang, creeping into the air. Tap. 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 That lingering hallucination returned, the laughter, the tearing, the sound of flesh splitting open, coming closer, carried on familiar footsteps growing louder. Wen Yanyu froze. His mind hadn't caught up yet, but his body reacted first, his breath seized in his chest, his gaze slowly turning toward the entrance. A man in a simple dark overcoat stepped inside, a silver rabbit-shaped pendant on his chest oddly contrasting the otherwise austere ensemble. Black hair, black eyes, features striking as if painted with ink, his phoenix-like eyes held a faint, ambiguous smile. Surrounded by attendants, he walked calmly into the hall. Jun Changma. The name seared into his soul by terror flashed through his mind. Wen Yanyu stared blankly at the doorway, every drop of color draining from his face. Chapter 56, Ergo pounces on Xiao Tu. The banquet hall was air-conditioned, and he was wearing a warm sweater, there was no reason for him to feel cold or hot. Yet his back was drenched in sweat, and his palms were icy and clammy. Jun Changma chatted and laughed with others around him, glancing over casually. Just one glance. In an instant. He felt himself drowning, drowned in fear, drowned in despair. A suffocating serpent coiled around his neck, flicking out venom and marking him for death. His body trembled instinctively. His limbs turned weak, he couldn't muster the strength to stand, not even enough to clench his fists to numb himself with pain. Until Jun Changma was led into the center of the hall by a small crowd. Wen Yanyu slowly stood up, step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and walked out through the banquet hall's doors. His pace quickened, his calves shaking violently. His mind was like a broken clock, its gears stopped. His vision blurred and twisted, unable to tell where he was. In his ears, the pounding of his heart, ragged gasps for breath. He's coming after me. Run. I'll die. They'll take me back. I'll drag down everyone around me. Don't look back. Run. What should I do? Suddenly, his waist was tightly wrapped in an embrace, his entire body pulled into someone's arms. Instinctively, Wen Yanyu wanted to scream, but when he saw who it was, he swallowed the cry back. Fu Hanchuan's face was flushed red, his suit jacket and tie half torn open. He stared hazily at the person in his arms. After confirming who it was, Fu Hanchuan murmured, Yen Yen. Why yes. It's me, Wen Yanyu, Fu Hanchuan, quick, we need to run. Wen Yanyu's voice was panicked, his words jumbled beyond order. He didn't even notice the man's condition, grabbing him and trying to pull him away. Before he could finish, Fu Hanchuan leaned down and pressed against him. When Yenyu's pupils shrank, he felt his lips brutally bitten, his breath savagely taken. Burning heat seeped through the fabric of his clothes, heavy breathing echoed beside his ear. Finally realizing something was wrong, but by now, the man from the banquet hall could appear at any moment. As they struggled, the air grew thin. While pushing and resisting, when Yenyu's feet left the ground, Fu Hanchuan held him tight with one arm, the other hand supporting his buttocks, pinning him firmly between his chest and the wall. During the struggle, when Yenyu tried to push the man away, his voice already breaking into sobs. Fu, don't. I'm Wen Yanyu, no, not now. We have to, Fu Hanchuan took a sharp breath, half dragging, half carrying the trembling figure in his arms. Relying on his last shred of consciousness, he climbed the floor and found his long-term reserved room. The door slammed shut after unlocking with a fingerprint. Fu Hanchuan threw him onto the sofa, ripped off his tie in seconds, then lunged forward. Fu, Wen Yanyu tried to resist, but his hands were immediately seized and pinned down. Bitter sandalwood scent, soaked in desire, mixed with faint traces of alcohol, rushed into his nose. Knowing what the other intended, Wen Yanyu sobbed as he struggled. Fu Hanchuan, snap out of it, I'll call you a doctor. I'm Wen Yanyu. Fu Hanchuan. It's me. Tears welled in his eyes, his lips swollen and trembling, begging desperately, you'll regret this, Fu Hanchuan. I'm Wen Yanyu. I don't. I can't. Half an hour under the brutal effects of a potent drug had left Fu Hanchuan barely conscious. He pressed down on the person beneath him, eyes bloodshot, forehead slick with sweat. Yen. Wen Yanyu's eyes widened, then a kiss crashed down. His slightly parted lips were fiercely bitten. The room was dark, lit only by moonlight, casting hazy, suggestive shadows. Fingers trying to escape were pried apart, one by one, then folded back into the burning palm. Kisses rained from behind, trailing down his neck. Why did you leave me? I hate you. Murky whispers repeated endlessly behind him. Reason burned to ash in the fire of desire. Fu Hanchuan panted, half convinced he was dreaming. All the tangled love and hate sharpened into a blade, driving deep into the heart of the one beneath him. Wen Yanyu. I hate you so much. Hearing every word clearly, Wen Yanyu's eye corners reddened, as if bile had burst inside his body, spreading everywhere, so bitter that his tongue went numb, too afraid to even cry out. It hurts. He couldn't tell where it hurt. Consciousness scattered under waves of sensation. Tears covered Wen Yanyu's face. He drifted into delirium, unable to hear the sounds around him. Unable to hear the affection and pain hidden beneath the man's hatred. Don't leave me. I'm scared. Wen Yanyu. I love you so much. It hurts. Daylight crept in faintly. The man atop him had fallen into deep sleep. Wen Yanyu trembled as he pried the man's arms away from his waist, pushing himself up and breaking apart. His legs buckled, only barely catching himself before falling off the sofa. He barely managed to steady his body, but his trembling knees wouldn't close no matter how hard he tried. Every part of him ached. A dull ringing filled his ears. His vision blurred, everything shrouded in fog. For a few seconds, his consciousness wavered, as if an entire century had passed. What had just happened replayed endlessly in his mind. Jun Changma wasn't dead. He was alive. He had come back from those worlds. His thoughts spun wildly out of control. Despair and terror raged inside him like a storm. No matter how that monstrous thing had arrived in this world, its presence here was undeniably tied to him. Wen Yanyu rubbed his dry, swollen eyes. He needed to leave. The system wasn't by his side. He still didn't understand what was happening. He couldn't be sure he could protect Fu Hanchuan from Jun Changmo. Fu Hanchuan was innocent. Fu Hanchuan must not get dragged into this. Everything that had happened tonight was wrong. Sharp, indescribable pain surged through his body. Wen Yanyu looked down, bent over, picked up the clothes scattered on the floor, and pulled them on haphazardly. He didn't need to see himself to know what state he was in. Before the mirror, Wen Yanyu forced himself to straighten up and appear presentable. Then he walked back to the man, gathered a wisp of grey mist in his palm, and gently pressed it against the man's temple. 10 minutes later. Wen Yanyu stood straight again, erasing every trace he had left behind. Then he staggered out of the room. Chapter 57, Should I tell Fu Hanchuan to lose his mind? Dragging his legs that refused to close properly, he tugged at his disheveled clothes and barely managed to climb out of the car. Still hundreds of meters away from the residential complex, his injured body made walking extremely difficult, each step trembled, every part of him screaming in pain. The early morning streets weren't crowded, and few people noticed his condition. Half conscious and half lucid, his mind was still struggling to function while his willpower was nearly gone. Get home and wash off everything on me. Figure out how to deal with Fu Hanchuan. Jun Changmo. What should I do? Overwhelming helplessness and suffocation crept into his heart. Wen Yanyu looked up at the red traffic light across the road, stopped, and stood still in place. Fine rain fell from the misty sky. Autumn wind blew, icy and bone-chilling. And then, in an instant, the world spun, white light flashed before his eyes, and his body crashed heavily onto the cold, hard ground. Raindrops struck his face. In the final second before unconsciousness, a screech of tires echoed nearby. Holy shit. Stop. That's Wen Yanyu. Shen Huainan, who had been casually glancing around from the passenger seat, shouted abruptly. The driver slammed on the brakes. Gu Fengyao, who'd also been peeking from the back seat, saw the figure about to collapse onto the pavement and jumped in shock, rushing out of the car right after the others. The two of them lifted Wen Yanyu into the back seat. Shen Huainan quickly examined the unconscious youth's pale face and urgently yelled at the driver, Hurry, hurry, take us to the city central hospital. The car roared back to life. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Passing out just from walking. Thank goodness we saw him. Let me call old Fu, Shen Huainan muttered as he started typing a message to Fu Hanchuan. His wrist was suddenly clamped tightly. Shen Huainan turned, surprised. Gu Fengyao's face was ashen, his hand still clutching the half-pulled collar of his own shirt. Shen Huainan looked down. And when he looked back up, their eyes met. Both spoke at once. Stop the car. Change direction. Go to my family's hospital, drive faster. Gu Fengyao snapped at the driver, then immediately raised the partition behind the back seat. Like ants on a hot pan, the best description for the current mood inside the car. The person cradled in his lap seemed freezing cold, trembling non-stop. With a sideways glance, and under Shen Huainan's utterly bewildered expression, Gu Fengyao roughly yanked off Shen's coat, tossing it over the boy in his arms in 2 quick motions. Shen Huainan, stunned, hey. What the hell are you doing taking my clothes? Gu Fengyao replied flatly, you've got thick skin, you won't freeze to death. Shen Huainan, shocked, Gu Fengyao. I'm gonna punch you. Ignoring him, Gu Fengyao lowered his head to examine Wen Yanyu's injuries. From the boy's neck down beneath the collar, densely packed bite marks covered the skin, obvious tooth prints and kiss marks. His exposed wrists and ankles were bruised purple and blue. His right arm was clearly dislocated by external force. The lower they looked, the grimmer their expressions became. If this had been consensual, unless there was some extreme kink involved, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. There was only one other possibility. In the back seat, one on each side, Wen Yanyu lay limply in Gu Fengyao's embrace. The dried tear stains at the corners of his eyes faintly visible, lips swollen, red, and cracked with scabs. He looked utterly devastated, as if he'd been brutally used and left defenseless. Simultaneously, both men thought the same thing. Thank goodness it was them who found him. Shen Huainan croaked out, should we call the police? First, take him to my family's hospital. Gu Fengyao pulled the boy closer while adjusting his sitting position to minimize discomfort from the ride. For now, it was just speculation. Even if it truly was. It still depended on what the victim himself wanted. Shen Huainan rubbed his temples, frowning. Should we tell old Fu about this? Gu Fengyao met his gaze in silence. Tell him now. And let him go completely insane. Shen Huainan, unusually quiet. As the car sped forward, the boy in their arms tossed restlessly, as if trapped in a nightmare, constantly squirming. Muttering indistinct words, his clothes kept riding up. Patiently, Gu Fengyao held him down and soothed him. His gaze drifted for a moment. Gu Fengyao froze, reaching out hesitantly to feel. Hey! You damn pervert! Shit! Shen Huainan shot upright, cracking his head against the roof, gasping in pain while cursing. He's already like this, stop touching him. You'll make his injuries worse. But Gu Fengyao wasn't listening. Calmly, he lifted the fabric covering the boy's lower waist. Instantly. Shen Huainan went silent. Fuck. Gu Fengyao whispered the curse, so rare that even Shen Huainan paused to glance up in surprise. A heavy silence settled over the back seat. Shen Huainan stared at the grotesque scar on the boy's waist, his hand trembling uncontrollably, voice cracking unnaturally. When did this happen? No, what the hell is this? He's alive, he's breathing, but who, was this cut or penetrating? How did he even survive? Gu Fengyao's expression grew grave. After examining the wound carefully, he quietly pulled the clothing back into place. Neither spoke again. For a long while. Finally, Gu Fengyao broke the silence, let's call old Wan first. Once Xiaowen's in the hospital, we'll figure things out among us. Shen Huainan nodded silently and bowed his head to send a text message to Wan Haihui. Chapter 58 You're not Wen Yanyu, who are you? In a hotel suite, rain fell continuously outside. The curtains were tightly drawn, leaving the room dark and dim. Fu Hanchuan slowly opened his eyes. A mist clouded his grey-blue irises, and it took several long moments for his blurred vision to gradually sharpen into clarity. He sluggishly pushed himself upright, brushing aside his disheveled black hair. A sharp pain pierced his head. His body felt drained, as if he'd just finished intense physical labor, his limbs heavy and sore, yet oddly lightened, as though something had been released. Fu Hanchuan gently massaged his temple, waiting for the strange throbbing to subside before turning to find himself lying on the sofa. What happened? Looking down at his crumpled clothes and the strangely knotted tie around his neck, Fu Hanchuan frowned slightly, struggling to recall last night's events. Just as fragments began emerging, his memory scattered again. Last night was fragmented, like a dream seen through gauze, blurry and incomplete. He strained to grasp those shattered pieces but could only retrieve disjointed images. He attended the partner company's banquet. He drank alcohol. Someone approached him, someone he'd avoided. Then he returned to the room. And then, did he fall asleep? Furrowing his brow, Fu Hanchuan pressed hard on his aching forehead. Since when had his alcohol tolerance become this poor? After lingering in discomfort for a while, Fu Hanchuan finally stood from the sofa, picked up his phone from the floor nearby, and carefully scanned the room, confirming nothing seemed out of place. Annoyed, he leaned back onto the couch, opened his contacts list, and made a call. Inside a hospital ward. Once the patient wakes up, advise him not to lift anything heavy with his right hand for at least half a month. Avoid allergenic foods and spicy or stimulating ingredients. Focus on light, easily digestible meals. After discharge, make sure he changes dressings regularly. If possible, come in daily for anti-inflammatory 4 drips. Having said that, the young female doctor glanced at the unconscious young man on the bed, then swept her gaze across the 3 individuals standing by. Their expressions varied. Thinking about the injuries she'd found during the examination, she glanced once more at her superior's son. After internal hesitation, she added cautiously, before sexual activity, use adequate lubrication. Always take proper precautions. Don't chase thrills at the cost of your physical safety. With that, and under the 3 men's ghastly complexions, the doctor replaced the 4 bag and left. Silence followed. Shen Huainan spoke first. What do we do now? Should we report this? His expression complicated. Shen looked at the person on the bed with an indescribable mix of emotions. During the examination process, they'd practically seen every inch of the boy's body. The old scars covering his back, clearly signs of prolonged abuse, and the fresh marks left by recent activity, were simply. What kind of person was this? How could someone treat another so poorly in bed? Wan Haihui replied calmly, let's wait until Xiao Wen wakes up. Shen Huainan recalled how mad their friend had gone years ago, and how badly things had fallen apart between him and Wen Yanyu. He stammered, but, should we really hide this from Lao Fu? What if he loses it later? Wan Haihui sighed, firmly rejecting the idea. He's already acting irrational enough lately. If he finds out about this, he'll truly go insane. Ever since morning, the man kept calling him, first to drive someone to the hospital, then dragging him out to start up a helicopter and fly into the mountains to hunt someone down. Wan Haihui twitched his lips, feeling increasingly like the ever-reliable sidekick in a tyrant CEO novel, cursed through 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Everyone knew Fu Hanchuan had feelings for Wen Yanyu. All day long, whenever he got the chance, he'd parade Wen in front of them, eyes bright, tail metaphorically wagging, trailing behind like a dog, obsessively tracking the other's every move, practically screaming to the world, this is my wife. Every inch of him screamed, look. This is my wife, But given Wen's past history, one understood perfectly well that even once their relationship was confirmed, these two would still go through endless turmoil. Yet this time, it had escalated so severely. After Wen finally broke through that thin veil of hesitation, Fu pushed him away, then pulled him back. Pushed away, pulled back, over and over. Just watching exhausted him. Before, he'd assumed Fu was merely stubborn. After that incident in the mountains, he thought Fu might finally settle down. When Fu took Wen away from the production crew, one assumed they'd finally talk and sort things out. Yet here they were again. How long was Fu Hanchuan going to keep tormenting them? Would he really wait until his wife died before he calmed down, like Shen Huainan, the madman, had said? Still. Wan Haihui's gaze flickered, glancing toward the bed. Remembering what he'd seen earlier on the patient's abdomen, he shivered inwardly. Was that some kind of feudal era torture? Did Fu Hanchuan know? He'd need to wait until Fu cooled down, lay some groundwork, then tell him bit by bit. Otherwise, once Fu lost control, everything might spiral beyond repair. One covered his face with a sigh. How had he actually become the omnipotent sidekick beside a tyrannical CEO? Gu Fengyao suddenly spoke up, Wen Yanyu has been under Fu Hanchuan's watch for years. Who could possibly do something like this right under his nose? The 3 fell silent. He was right. Ever since Wen Yanyu had entered their lives, the first thing that happened was him saving Fu Hanchuan. Second, Fu Hanchuan acquired the entertainment agency behind Wen Yanyu. Third, Fu bought out every apartment Wen had looked at in advance, paying exorbitant prices, and then moved Wen into a place handpicked by himself. Fourth, Fu began interfering more and more in the entertainment industry's affairs. The 4th point wasn't directly tied to Wen, but they all understood. Under such an almost pathological level of control and surveillance, any abnormality around Wen Yanyu would be detected immediately by Fu Hanchuan. Shen Huainan suddenly straightened his back. Could it be that Wen Yanyu's being threatened by someone? Fu isn't with him 24/7, there might still be chances for someone to slip through. I just heard the doctor say those marks must be at least 5 or 6 years old. Wen was alone back then, I always thought his personality seemed weirdly subdued. Think about it, how is it possible for someone to have 0 social ties? And that whole incident with dropping out of school and entering the entertainment industry was strange too. When I checked his records back then, he practically gave up after joining, no networking, no attending events, barely taking jobs, donating all his earnings. He never acted like someone planning to stay long-term. Then suddenly, he publicly confessed to Fu. The tone of voice, the look in his eyes, it was nothing like his usual self. Fine, okay, confession happens, but who confesses and then blocks the other person afterward? The more Shen speculated, the more twisted his expression became, his words growing increasingly terrifying. You don't think? Wen's an orphan, with no one protecting him, what if he ran into some kind of psycho? Could Wen have been forced? Enough, Gu Fengyao cut him off. Wan Haihui sighed. No matter what, let's wait until he wakes up before jumping to conclusions. Just then, a ringtone broke the silence inside the quiet ward. Wen lifted his gaze, the phone pulled from Wen Yanyu's belongings kept ringing insistently. On the screen, the name Fu Hanchuan flashed prominently. The three exchanged glances. None of them moved to answer. Until the call ended automatically. Shen stepped forward, picked up the phone, used Wen's unconscious fingerprint to unlock it and approached the two. Should I send a text back? They both nodded. They knew it was lunchtime now. Fu Hanchuan could tolerate many things with others, but if one didn't reply, he'd definitely start digging. Calls kept coming through. Shen opened the chat window, skimmed over Wen's usual texting style, hesitated, deleted and retyped several times. Sorry, I'm tied up with something right now, can't take calls. Anything you need? A reply came instantly. Where are you? Shen hurried to respond. At home. What's up? The typing indicator on the other end flickered for a long time, then nothing. Panicking, Shen frantically deleted and rephrased. Can we talk later? I'm really not available right now. Silence. Shen let out a breath, only for the screen to vibrate again. He looked down, and his heart nearly leapt into his throat. Yuri, not Wen Yanyu. Who are you? Shen let out a sharp cry and wildly shook Wen, who was still deep in thought beside him. He knows. We've been found out. Both men leaned over to look. Wen took the phone and quickly sent a random message. Shen groaned, maybe we should just confess to Lao Fu already. I'm terrified he'll lose it. This place is far from the city center. Wen walked straight to the counter, took a toothpick, swiftly pried out the SIM card, and powered off the phone. I'll arrange for Xiao Wen's transfer to another hospital this afternoon. We'll discuss the rest later. With that, Wen turned away and started making a call. Minutes ticked by, yet the figure on the bed showed no sign of waking. Half an hour passed. It had already been 6 hours since Wen Yanyu was brought into the hospital. As someone with considerable experience, and extensive personal research, on bedroom matters, Shen bit into an apple, stared at the unresponsive figure on the bed, and couldn't help muttering. To leave someone in this condition, just how terrible must that bastard's skills and stamina be? Gu Fengyao glanced at him, saying nothing. Exhausted, Wen leaned back in the recliner, eyes closed. Lao Fu's acting strange lately. I need to think how to get Xiao Wen as far away as possible. For now, we have to keep this from Fu. That kid better not come chasing us down via GPS tracking. What exactly are you trying to hide from me? A furious male voice burst into the room alongside a rush of cold air from the doorway. Chapter 59. I'm insane, I've been mad for a long time. The three people in the ward turned their heads toward the door in unison. Fu Hanchuan stood at the entrance, his black hair disheveled and wearing a business suit from some social event. His eyes locked onto the figure on the hospital bed, cutting past the others, exuding such an intense aura of darkness it almost became tangible. Ghost. That single word flashed through all three minds simultaneously. The apple in Shen Huainan's hand dropped to the floor. He froze for 2 seconds before instinctively reacting, fumbling anxiously to pull the curtain closed around the bed. Fu Hanchuan's face darkened as he strode forward with large steps toward the bed. Wen Haihui, seated near the door, shot upright and rushed to stop him. Old Fu. Wait. Fu Hanchuan shoved him aside without hesitation. Shen Huainan opened his mouth to speak but was silenced instantly by the icy glare in Fu Hanchuan's eyes. He stepped aside in fear. Step by step, Fu Hanchuan approached the bedside. The person on the bed tilted his head unconsciously to one side. His long eyelashes cast faint shadows beneath his eyes. Strands of hair scattered messily across his pale cheeks. The wound on his lips had already scabbed over. Numerous kiss marks sprawled down from the half-open collar of his shirt, spreading downward across his skin. His complexion was so pale it appeared almost translucent. Even in sleep, delicate brows still carried traces of lingering fear. Fu Hanchuan bent slightly, reaching out to pull back the thin blanket covering Wen Yanyu's body. His hands gently undid the hospital gown that had been changed onto him, revealing the skin below the shoulders and collarbone. The fair skin was marred with scattered bite marks, fingerprints, bruised purple and green, suggestive and intimate. His gaze traveled lower. Then he saw it, the ghastly scar cutting across Wen Yanyu's waist and abdomen, a wound so severe it looked as though it nearly severed his torso in half. Fu Hanchuan's fingers trembled violently, even his breath stopped. Rage welled up inside him like molten lava, scorching and boiling, surging through his veins, flooding his heart and brain until reason was utterly consumed. He tasted blood in his mouth. It felt as if a sharp dagger had plunged into his chest and was twisting slowly, agonizingly, making it impossible to breathe, threatening to suffocate him. The person still asleep seemed to sense the touch, instinctively trying to curl inward. But the slightest movement of his leg pulled at the wound, causing him to furrow his brow in pain and let out a soft whimper. The air was frighteningly still. Fu Hanchuan leaned down slightly, carefully refastening the boy's buttons, then gently tucking the blanket back over him, smoothing out every wrinkle with meticulous care. The three people in the ward exchanged glances, none daring to utter a word. Who did this? Fu Hanchuan finally spoke, his voice hoarse beyond recognition. No one answered. They didn't know. I said, Fu Hanchuan repeated, his eyes rimmed red, suddenly raising his voice, who the hell did this? Wan Haihui sighed, attempting to calm the man. Old Fu, calm down first. Don't act rashly, don't lose control. Old Shen and Feng Yao were on their way to visit the Jiang family when they found Xiaowen unconscious by the roadside. He wasn't brought to the hospital until early this morning. Just calm down. We can talk after Xiaowen wakes up. Right now, we don't know anything. Fu Hanchuan abruptly flung Wan Haihui's hand away and roared, calm down. How the hell am I supposed to calm down? Why didn't you notify me immediately? Shen Huainan flinched backward in fright, stammering, we didn't understand what happened, we thought we'd figure it out first before telling you. We were afraid you'd lose control, so we didn't dare tell you, Wan Haihui quickly added, trying to soothe him. Xiaowen hasn't woken up yet either. We really didn't know what went on, that's why we didn't inform you right away. Hearing their explanation only fueled Fu Hanchuan's fury further. The rage in his chest felt ready to burst out of his ribcage. Clenching his fists tightly, he spat bitterly. Don't know. So when you don't know, you hide it from me. When you don't know, you tell me nothing. When you don't know, you impersonate him to send me messages. When you don't know, you yank out his SIM card. What gives you the right to decide how I should feel? Knowing they were in the wrong, Shen Huainan shrank in guilt, hastily apologizing, calm down, brother, calm down. We were wrong, we messed up, brother, please just calm down. Just calm down. Veins throbbed visibly on Fu Hanchuan's forehead. His voice strained to contain the barely restrained fury building within him. Emotionally overwhelmed, he kept shouting accusations. Why was he taken to such a distant hospital? If I hadn't come today, were you planning to bury everything completely? If he had died here today, would you have hidden that from me too? What right do you have to keep things from me? Fu Hanchuan. Calm down. Gu Fengyao couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. Fu Hanchuan trembled with anger, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. In his eyes burned a fire so fierce it seemed capable of consuming not only everyone present, but himself as well. Calm down. I turned my back for just one day, and look what happened to him. And all of you kept it hidden from me. How am I supposed to stay calm? How can I possibly stay calm? You have no right, to keep things from me. Seeing the man like this, Gu Fengyao frowned and snapped, Fu Hanchuan, he's still asleep, stop losing your mind. Mad? Fu Hanchuan paused for a second, then curled his lips into a mocking curve and suddenly laughed. The three exchanged glances, and Shen Huainan was about to intervene. But Fu Hanchuan roared, yes. I'm insane. I've been mad for a long time. Ever since the day I watched my mother crush my younger brother as he begged for help, burning to death in the flames. Ever since the day I abandoned them and crawled out of that old house alone, I was already insane. Every night. Every night. Every night. I dream of my mother. My brother. I hear their screams. I hear them ask me over and over, why don't you die? Why are you still alive? Fu Hanchuan, why won't you die? I've been mad for years. I've been tortured by nightmares for over a decade, dying would have been easier. His voice grew louder, his emotions spiraling, like a trapped beast driven to the edge of collapse, screaming just to release the agony. Ever since the day I escaped from that fire alone. Ever since the day I killed that monster. I should have died. You think that car accident all those years ago was just coincidence? You think I spent all those years overseas surviving countless assassination attempts only to be too stupid to notice when someone tampered with my car? No, I allowed it. I thought, if I died, maybe that would be atonement. That would be my retribution. That would be my end. I deserved to die. Fu Hanchuan stopped, gasping heavily. His voice, once roaring, now wavered toward sobs. But then he came. He saved me. No one else wanted me to live, but he did. He saved me. He made me want to live. He's all I have. All I have left. Something happened to him, and you dared hide it from me? Why hide it from me? If he had died here today, would you have hidden that from me too? I am a madman. Yes. But this madman has only him. What right do you have to take him away from me? Why? Why do this? Raw, desperate madness surged with every word. Fu Hanchuan's rigid posture crumpled, bitter tears spilled from his eyes as he sobbed violently, trembling so badly he could barely stand. This madman has only him. Why hide it from me? Why didn't you tell me? Why take him from me? Listening to his words, the three fell into silence, speechless. Wan Haihui opened his mouth several times but said nothing. Shen Huainan swallowed hard, wanting to speak but ultimately uttering only one dry sentence, I'm sorry. Gu Fengyao's expression was complex. After a long moment, he simply pressed his fingers against his temples and let out a weary sigh. Chapter 60, You are the one he loves most in the world he hates the most. In a strange space surrounded by starlight, Wen Yanyu slowly opened his eyes and found himself staring directly into a pair of grey-blue ones. Yen. The dog's voice faltered. He closed his eyes briefly, lowered his head, then softly said, "Host, long time no see." Wen Yanyu froze for 2 seconds before throwing himself forward despite the pain still pulsing through his body, wrapping his arms tightly around the oversized border collie meteorite dog and burying his face deep into the soft fur. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, the dog stiffened, about to speak, when the fur on his chest grew damp with tears. "I thought I'd never see you again." The dog immediately fell silent, his body going rigid as Wen Yanyu clung to him like a pillow, rubbing his tear-streaked face against his chest, shaking uncontrollably. With no time for reunion, Wen Yanyu frantically began recounting what had happened. "I saw Jun Changmo. He came. He's not dead. What do I do? I don't want to be taken back again. Jun Changmo will never let me go. Fu Hanchuan is the main character of this world, and he's connected to me. But I'm too weak. I can't protect Fu Hanchuan. I can't protect Fu. He died, and still followed me here. What do I do? If I drag Fu Hanchuan into this, what then? Can I lure Jun Changmo to another world?" His eyes red and swollen, Wen Yanyu clung desperately to the dog before him, trembling from head to toe. "I don't want to be taken back. I'm scared. I finally escaped, why won't they leave me alone?" Inside his mind, fear and resistance clashed endlessly. He wanted to fight back, but the memory of physical pain was etched into his soul. At the mere sight of his pursuer, his limbs turned weak with agony. His vision blurred with tears, his words stumbled over one another, fists clenched so tightly that his fingertips trembled violently. His voice cracked, broken and shaky. Pushed to the edge, his mind was beginning to collapse. The border collie listened quietly, gently nuzzling the boy's cheek and wiping away his tears. "I'm scared. I don't want to go back to those worlds. I really don't want to keep reliving them." Wen Yanyu sobbed, voice hoarse and choked, as if he'd finally reached shelter after a lifetime at sea, his hands gripping the dog's fur like anchors, refusing to let go. "As long as you stay by Fu Hanchuan's side, Jun Changmo can't touch you." Wen Yanyu lifted his head blankly, panic flashing across his face. "But Fu Hanchuan is just an ordinary person. Jun Changmo. Fu Hanchuan is the protagonist of your current world," the dog said calmly. "Jun Changmo hasn't fully entered this world yet. The figure you saw was merely one of his projections, and its power has already been weakened by the world barrier to nearly nothing. He can't touch Fu Hanchuan, nor can he touch you. Right now, he's no different from an ordinary human, and could be expelled by the world barrier at any moment. Don't lose your composure. In other words, Jun Changmo has stepped into Fu Hanchuan's domain. As long as you remain close to him, that man can't lay a finger on you. Host, don't be afraid." The dog nuzzled his cheek again. His voice remained that steady machine tone, yet somehow carried a cold undertone. "Trust me, no one will take you away again. Stay by Fu Hanchuan's side. You've been back for a while now. The marks will fade soon. Tell him everything, don't hide anything. He will protect you. Don't be afraid. Believe in me. Believe in Fu Hanchuan. He will keep you safe. No one can harm you anymore." Wen Yanyu stayed silent for a long time, memories of everything between him and Fu Hanchuan swirling in his mind. Then he buried his face back into the dog's fur, whispering shakily, "He hates me. He won't believe me. I can't drag him down. I've already made so many mistakes. I can't." Before he could finish, the dog gently licked away the last traces of tears on his face. "Likes you." "What?" Wen Yanyu lifted his head, startled. Realizing he'd slipped, the dog quickly turned his head aside and let out 2 soft whines. His gaze brushed over the countless bite marks on the boy's neck, a shadow flickering briefly in his eyes, before he smoothly switched back to his distorted robotic voice and purred playfully. "I love you. And Fu Hanchuan must love you too. If that bastard ever dares to hate you, I'll bite him for you." Wen Yanyu didn't respond. He only lowered his head again, sinking into silence. The astral space couldn't numb physical pain, the wound still throbbed. Fu Hanchuan was an ordinary person. After learning about Wen Yanyu's past, how could he possibly forgive him? Now, with all this happening, he didn't even know what face he could show Fu Hanchuan anymore. "I'm sorry." The dog closed his eyes, leaning half his body against Wen Yanyu, pressing his temple gently to the boy's cheek. His voice came in fragments, the mechanical tone barely containing the raw male voice beneath it, leaking through the barrier with quiet regret. "I'm sorry. He's just in so much pain, that's why he says such hurtful things. I'm sorry. Try to believe in him, just once." Wen Yanyu lifted his head, instinctively hugging the dog closer. Before he could speak again, his vision blurred and his consciousness began to drift. In the final second before darkness swallowed him, a damp sensation brushed against his lips. He woke again. His eyes hadn't yet opened, but he could feel his right hand gripped tightly in someone else's. The sharp scent of disinfectant was overpowered by the bitter richness of sandalwood, filling every breath with a lingering astringency. His eyelashes fluttered. Warm sunset light spilled into his gaze. His mind was foggy, his entire body consumed by an indescribable ache. Wen Yanyu blinked slowly, and after a long moment, his vision finally sharpened into focus. By the edge of the bed, Fu Hanchuan sat with bloodshot eyes, his left hand clutching Wen Yanyu's other hand tightly. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, exhaustion still etched deep into his brow, his entire being exuded utter weariness. Wen Yanyu turned his gaze toward the bedside, his mind not yet fully awake, but the apology tumbled out anyway. "I'm sorry." Fu Hanchuan lowered his eyes. The hand in his grip was soft and slender. Even after holding it for so long, the bone-deep cold hadn't faded at all. It just wouldn't warm up. Pathetic fragility. Fu Hanchuan's voice was calm. "You didn't do anything wrong. Why are you apologizing?" Wen Yanyu's lashes trembled. The guilt and fear choking inside him were impossible to voice, instead, they welled up as bitter tears spilling down his cheeks. "I'm sorry. For staining you. I'm sorry. For putting you through so much pain. I'm sorry, I selfishly didn't want you to hate me, so I took your memories without permission. And dragged you into this swamp with me." Chapter 61. He also wants to hide with you in a place without light. There was nothing left to misunderstand. Among the things he feared, one new terror had been added, being despised by the other, becoming the blade that pierced him, choosing to end it all on that day. It wasn't just memories of his family that had held him up whenever he was about to collapse. Countless times before death came knocking, the only thought echoing in his mind was, "I want to see you once more." Wen Yanyu had fallen in love with Fu Hanchuan. Wen Yanyu's fate had begun to overlap with that of the Wen Yanyu from the book. Wen Yanyu looked at the man sitting beside the bed, tears falling one after another from the corners of his eyes. After years of torment, his nervous system could no longer autonomously secrete normal levels of dopamine and endorphins. The sour ache seeping from between his bones tormented him into unbearable bitterness. "I'm just like the Wen Yanyu in the book. Greedy. In love with you. Greedy. Not wanting to be hated by you. Greedy. Not wanting to be disliked by you." Fu Hanchuan silently wiped away the boy's tears. "You didn't do anything wrong. It's my fault. I failed to protect you. I shouldn't have left you to live alone. I should have come back sooner. I should have brought you back to my side earlier. I shouldn't have let my emotions spiral out of control. I shouldn't have run from everything. I was too arrogant, thinking no one could ever hurt you." Fu Hanchuan spoke softly, devoid of emotion, even losing his usual coldness, only silence remained, deep and still. Wen Yanyu's fingers curled slightly. As soon as he moved, the man tightened his grip. Wen Yanyu lifted his gaze, meeting the endless darkness in the man's eyes. Those eyes, once always brimming with pride, now felt heavy, like a sea under a storm-laden sky, eerily quiet, suffocated in silence. A sudden chill rose from within. Wen Yanyu parted his lips slightly, staring blankly at the man before him. Fu Hanchuan simply held his right hand tighter, gently kneading it. Watching him, yet not truly seeing him, lost entirely in his own world. "I'll find you the best doctors. They'll treat your waist injury. If we can't do it here, we'll go overseas. And if you don't want to leave the country, I'll bring every specialist here myself." His voice grew hoarse. His knuckles pressed into Wen Yanyu's palm, inseparable, caressing lightly, tenderly, almost worshipfully. "I'm sorry. Was it always this painful? Were you so afraid, so agonized, that you took so many painkillers? Because it hurt too much, so much that ending it seemed like the only way. I acted like an idiot, knowing nothing, lashing out at you, venting my anger, drowning in my own suffering while ignoring how you felt. Why didn't you tell me?" Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze. His gray-blue eyes still showed no ripple, as if murmuring to himself, asking and answering alone. "It's because I was too harsh on you. Too consumed by my own emotions. I frightened you. That's why you're scared of me, so terrified you couldn't say a word. I couldn't accept your feelings, and I misdirected my hatred onto you. But you were innocent. I should have known. You're not Fu Wenyuan. I should have realized that. I was so cruel to you, so you stopped trusting me. So you became afraid. I'm insane, crazy enough that when my emotions take over, I lose control, nearly becoming the one who hurts you." Fu Hanchuan suddenly stopped speaking. His eyes darkened further, gazing at the mark on the other's neck as he whispered, "I already hurt you." "Fu Hanchuan." Wen Yanyu called his name. Fu Hanchuan raised his eyes, the shadow in his gaze thickening, heavier than ever. Like a dense black fog with no escape, oppressive and stifling, crushing breath from the lungs. Wen Yanyu opened his mouth, hesitated for a long moment, then finally managed to speak. "Didn't you say you wanted to clarify everything between us? Fu Hanchuan, you don't owe me anything. You don't owe me. You never hurt me. My greed, it's all my fault. What you owed me was repaid long ago." Wen Yanyu suppressed his trembling voice. "All of this is wrong. I shouldn't have." Before he could finish, Fu Hanchuan suddenly asked, "Do you not want me anymore?" Noticing the unsaid meaning behind those words, the man stared at him, dazed. Wen Yanyu froze for 2 seconds, then covered his eyes with his left hand, hiding the tears that hadn't stopped since he woke. Yes. He was afraid. Afraid of being taken back by Jun Changmo. But more than that, he feared the system might make even the slightest error, dragging Fu Hanchuan into it. The power of that high magic world was incomparable to anything in his own. Ever since he watched someone who once tried to protect him get brutally tortured and killed right before his eyes by Jun Changmo, he'd understood. No matter how great one's authority or power may be, against absolute strength, there was no resistance, only dimensional annihilation. The grip on his right hand loosened. A metallic scent surged into his nose. Wen Yanyu opened his eyes. The sight before him stole his breath in an instant. Fu Hanchuan picked up the fruit knife from the table and slashed his wrist with force. Blood welled out, dampening their still clasped hands. Fu Hanchuan looked down at his wrist. The wound wasn't particularly deep, he was preparing to cut again. Wen Yanyu suddenly sat upright on the bed and lunged forward, grabbing the blade from the man's hand. Off balance, neither of them could steady themselves. Fu Hanchuan protectively cradled Wen Yanyu in his arms as they tumbled together onto the floor. The knife clattered to the ground a short distance away. Wen Yanyu pressed tightly against the man's wounded wrist. The blood seeping from the cuts on their palms mixed silently with the blood from the fresh gash, slowly pooling and leaving a stark red trail across the white ceramic tiles. Wen Yanyu lay atop Fu Hanchuan, sobbing uncontrollably. "Don't, I'm sorry, please don't do this, I don't love you anymore, I was wrong, just don't do this." The wound on his wrist should have hurt terribly, yet at that moment Fu Hanchuan felt no pain, only emptiness. "Let me feel your pain too. Don't forgive me. Don't leave me." Apologies were meaningless, only shared suffering could be true penance. When he sensed the other's desire to pull away, all he could do was harm himself in desperate hope of earning forgiveness. "Can we go home together? Back to my place. We'll live together. I'll buy a new apartment right beside the Central City Hospital. We can decorate it together, you choose whatever you like. The furniture, everything, it'll be exactly how you want. I'll listen to you." He thought back to what the doctor had said. The scar had been there for at least 5 years, yet 1 year ago, Wen Yanyu had borne no such mark. The hair dye at home, the unnatural eye color, the inexplicable scars, all those irrational behaviors. Fu Hanchuan reached to wrap his arms around the boy's waist, resting his head in the crook of Wen Yanyu's shoulder, a pose of clinging desperation, impossible to separate. "No one will ever hurt you again. You don't need to be afraid. I know I've been too harsh, so you've lost trust in me, but it's okay. This time, I'll protect you properly. I can wait for you, wait until the day you're ready to tell me the truth. I'll help you punish everyone who harmed you. No one will touch you." His voice softened, twisted with eerie tenderness. "Just don't leave me." As he spoke the last few words, his tone paused slightly. He lifted his uninjured hand and gently brushed the tears from the boy's cheeks. "I'll give you anything except love. You're still my best friend. I don't care about the past anymore. I don't hate you. Let's start over. As long as you're healthy and you don't leave me, anything is fine, I'll give you everything. If you like men, it doesn't matter. I'll find someone who loves you. I'll choose carefully for you, he'll love you too. You'll eventually let go of these feelings for me. I'll give you anything except love. Just don't leave me. Don't love me. Anything else, anything at all." Those gray-blue eyes were now clouded with humility. The man's gaze brimmed with pleading, his voice low, heavy, broken yet stubborn. Like some proud and dangerous beast lowering its head, he begged fear itself for a peace he knew he'd never truly regain. Wen Yanyu struggled to lift his gaze, blurring through tears as he finally saw the expression on the man's face. Choking back sobs, Wen Yanyu forced out a hoarse reply, "Okay." Fu Hanchuan held him close as he rose from the floor, noticing the wound on the boy's hand. He lowered his head in guilt. "This is the last time. I promise." Wen Yanyu didn't respond. Fu Hanchuan glanced down. The person in his arms had already drifted into a hazy, unconscious sleep once more. With careful movements, Fu Hanchuan laid him back onto the bed and pressed the call button by the bedside. Their fingers remained tightly interlaced. Outside, twilight seeped into the room, spilling across the pool of blood, casting its crimson reflection into the depths of grey-blue eyes. Chapter 62 Which Bastard Touched My Wife? 3 days later. The east main gate of Xingyu Courtyard. Wen Yanyu stepped out of the car. A cold gust hit him immediately, making him shiver involuntarily as the man beside him wrapped a coat around his shoulders. Autumn had set in. Shanghai City was often rainy, damp and bone-chillingly cold, with humidity seeping into the joints, bringing dull, nagging pain. Wen Yanyu rubbed his sore waist and obediently allowed Fu Hanchuan to hold his hand, walking slowly around the residential compound while listening to several staff members assigned to the area explain its features behind them. The compound had 2 entrances, the east and west gates, both requiring facial recognition to enter, with round-the-clock security personnel on rotating shifts. Surveillance cameras were installed every 10 meters throughout the complex. Security measures here were extremely high. The guards weren't ordinary hires, each was either freshly retired from the military or specially recruited after professional training. There was a 24-hour unmanned convenience store within the compound for daily necessities and medicine. A few hundred meters outside stood the city's largest hospital, and the second municipal hospital was 2 kilometers away. For food delivery, couriers were not allowed inside, but security would bring the order straight to your door, no need to go downstairs. After listening attentively to the responsible staff member's meticulous explanation, Wen Yanyu cautiously glanced left and right before softly asking, "Why haven't I seen any other residents in this compound?" The entire complex covered a vast area. While it was clear the property prices must be sky-high, the environment was exceptional. People living in Shanghai wouldn't skimp on money like this, surely they wouldn't all move to more remote villa zones. It was currently a holiday. Even if the complex was newly built, it shouldn't feel this desolate. The staff member quickly glanced at the man standing beside the youth, exchanged a look, then hastily replied, "Well, we've only just finished construction recently, so it might seem a bit quiet now. People will gradually start moving in," the staff added awkwardly with a forced laugh. Wen Yanyu hummed softly in acknowledgement and didn't press further. Fu Hanchuan slightly lowered his gaze toward him, then swept his eyes across the surroundings before calmly saying, "I'll be busy at work most days. If you get bored at home, come downstairs and walk around. If you need anything, just tell the security guards directly." Wen Yanyu nodded, bypassed the entrance lobby that resembled a living room, and followed them into the elevator. Entered the password to unlock the door. Past the entryway. Immediately visible were piles of plush toy puppies and bunnies by the sofa. The apartment was decorated in warm tones. He dazedly looked around at the interior setup. Once everything brought over had been settled and he changed into pajamas, completing a simple wash-up routine, dusk had fallen outside. Exhausted, Wen Yanyu sank onto the sofa. Fu Hanchuan came out of the kitchen holding a glass of warm water. A pile of medications had been individually unpacked and neatly laid out in front of him. Under the man's intense gaze, Wen Yanyu obediently took the cup and began taking the pills. When the boy finished, Fu Hanchuan's tightly knitted brows finally relaxed. "Go to sleep." Fu Hanchuan reached out, effortlessly lifting the youth from the sofa. Ignoring his faint struggles, he carried him easily into the bedroom and placed him gently onto the bed. Watching the man changing clothes on the other side, Wen Yanyu curled into the blanket and whispered, "Do we still have to sleep together?" "You've been having nightmares every night," Fu Hanchuan replied indifferently. Without elaborating further, he turned off the lights, drew the curtains shut, and lay down on the opposite side of the bed. The blackout curtains blocked nearly all light. The room became enveloped in darkness. So much had happened these past 3 days, neither had rested properly. With sudden dimness surrounding them, Wen Yanyu quickly felt drowsiness rise. He snuggled deeper into the blanket, drifting hazily towards sleep. Then Fu Hanchuan suddenly spoke again, quietly instructing, "Things were rushed, so some areas aren't fully furnished yet. But essentials are all taken care of. Tomorrow, check your phone and see if there's any furniture or items you'd like. Pick what you want, and I'll arrange delivery. If you feel unwell while I'm not home, call me immediately. If you're hungry, call the chefs, they're downstairs, and they'll deliver meals up. Tell them in advance what you'd like to eat, and they'll prepare it. If you want to go out, let me know first. You can make friends, but don't stay overnight anywhere. You may go out with friends for no more than 6 hours, and only within Shanghai City. If you wish to travel elsewhere, inform me 3 days in advance, I'll accompany you. You can order takeout, but eat less of it." Fu Hanchuan went through each point one by one, voice low and steady. Wen Yanyu mumbled in vague response. Suddenly, he felt the man shift closer beside him. Before he could react, his body was drawn into a warm embrace. Wen Yanyu froze for just a second, then Fu Hanchuan buried his face against his shoulder, hot breath fanning over his neck, sending tingling shivers down his spine. "Back then, who hurt you? Having done such a thing to someone while they were unconscious, what difference was there, really, for a person of normal orientation, between that and some perverse violation? If the truth ever came out, would he still be allowed to stay by the other side?" Wen Yanyu instinctively tightened his grip on Fu Hanchuan's shirt, shrinking deeper into the man's arms, his breath shallow and trembling. Fu Hanchuan didn't press further, simply adjusting the blanket draped over them both with quiet care. His light-colored irises gave him good vision even in darkness. The youth in his arms kept his eyes tightly shut, unwilling to look up. Perhaps due to sensitive skin, the bite marks on his neck and wrists hadn't faded yet, faint but still visible traces of ambiguous intimacy lingered. The marks were faint, so faint, yet they trailed downward, disappearing beneath the collar. Scattered across the body, even between the legs. Fu Hanchuan pressed his lips into a thin line. It felt as if fine silver needles pricked at his heart, delicate, persistent pain, not unbearable, yet impossible to ignore once noticed. He couldn't tell what this sour current welling within him truly was. Closing his eyes, Fu Hanchuan pulled tighter against his chest, forcibly enclosing him within the boundaries he could control. "Go to sleep. Don't be afraid. I'm here." Daylight flooded the room. He had slept straight through until midday. Wen Yanyu climbed out of bed, drowsily rubbing his eyes before heading into the bathroom to freshen up. The milk left warming on the table had long gone cold. Wen Yanyu glanced around the room, then habitually burrowed onto the sofa, burying himself in the plush cushions as he began reviewing the new tasks sent by the company. Less than 2 years remained until the contract ended. The company had recently assigned a daily 3-hour live streaming task, one he hadn't completed even once. Barely back from the hospital yesterday, Lan Jia had already started pressing him. Wen Yanyu pondered for a moment. He'd go to the study after lunch and stream from there. Chapter 63, Rabbit Treasures live stream, ergo peeping. Following the instructions, he opened the live stream. He had originally planned to slack off and just pass 3 hours idly, but when he saw the viewer count breach 1 million in under 2 minutes. Wen Yanyu. He moved books from the bookshelf onto the desk, and after dropping his phone for the 4th time, finally managed to secure it firmly on the table. He swapped the study's office chair for the soft armchair tucked in the corner, sat down by the desk, ruffled his hair twice, patted his cheeks to bring some healthy color to his face, and only then stepped into the camera frame. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Wen Yanyu. Welcome to my casual chat with no particular purpose, might turn into an eating broadcast, who knows. On screen. The young man sat beside a bookcase near the window, sunlight spilling warmly into his eyes. A pair of weary yet tender peach blossom eyes held a hint of melancholy, a small red mole beneath one eye making his pale, delicate skin appear almost supple enough to squeeze out moisture. 2 strands of bangs near his ears swayed gently with his movements, catching the golden glow from outside the window, lending an oddly painterly texture, beautiful and warm, like a masterpiece on canvas. For a moment, the live chat froze in stunned silence. Aya. My precious baby. Kiss kiss kiss. Devour. Devour. Whoever styled this angel's hair is a genius. Reward them. Lavish rewards. Damn it. Why does my little rabbit look thinner than during the variety show? Bastards. Did the agency abuse my bunny? Holy heavens. Rabbit Treasure has truly become a real bunny. Totally seeing a cute black lop-eared rabbit right now, so sweet, so soft, mommy wants to smooch. Smooch. Smooch to death. Floating ghost from a dream, if I could marry this bunny and take him home, I'd happily win 10 billion in the lottery, drive luxury cars, live in a villa, eat delicious meals cooked by my bunny every day, sleep hugging his soft cheek and waist, and wake up every morning to his sweet kisses, hee 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 hee. The short hair looks good too, but wah, my long-haired bunny. I swear I'll devour whoever cut my baby's hair. Why do the baby's eyes look a bit gray? Is the baby wearing colored contacts? Curious, do you all still keep in touch after the show ended? It was self-cut. Long hair's a bit troublesome to manage, so I decided to chop it. Especially considering he needed to dye it frequently. When Yanyu shook his head slightly toward the camera, tapped his own skull, and joked, but I wasn't very experienced while cutting it, my bangs are kind of a mess. Feels a bit off. After that, he casually answered other questions from the comments. We're still in touch, yes. I even visited Auntie Zhang's house and stayed over for 2 days. Her 2 little bunnies at home were super adorable, and her husband and son are both really kind-hearted people. Those few days staying there, he felt nearly spoiled into helplessness by the 3 of them. When Yanyu recounted one by one, mentioning that since leaving Auntie Zhang's, he'd been in gradual contact with others. Everyone's still in touch. Brother Lu is filming a new drama, so we haven't met in person yet, but we've already made plans to spend New Year's together this winter. I have plans to go out for a meal with Kian. As for Brother Duan, he's not around here, so meeting up isn't easy, we only met once. Xiao Yu seems quite busy lately, so we haven't been in frequent contact. He replied one after another, thoroughly. Xiaohua. Xiaohua is currently with Auntie Jiang. Noticing a comment asking about the little girl, when Yenyu's eyes crinkled into a rare, genuinely bright smile. There's good news, the girl's eyes are nearly healed. Fully recovery should take about a year or so. Auntie Jiang and Uncle Qin have been taking great care of her. Once she gets used to her environment and finishes treatment and leaves the hospital, she'll be able to attend school. Yes, elementary school. Once she recovers fully, Auntie Jiang will probably share updates with everyone. Baby, did you move? This place looks different from your last stream. The interior behind Rabbit Treasure looks super, office-like, lol. Low-key, reminds me of my dad's office style. Books on the shelf, finance, history, foreign classics. Baby, are you live streaming from someone else's house? Seeing these comments, when Yanyu blinked, glancing left and right around the room. This is a friend's study. The other study doesn't have furniture yet, so I'm temporarily using this room. He'd gotten used to working in the study before, the other room, probably prepared for him, hadn't been set up with chairs yet. Using the living room or bedroom felt a bit awkward for live streaming. With Fu Hanchuan's permission, he'd simply come to use this study instead. The view outside the window looks so familiar. I assent that the landmark building in Xinhai city center. I remember there's a river nearby, being able to see that landmark probably makes this a riverview property. Rich friend, damn. Is baby visiting a friend's house? Wen Yanyu carefully chose his words and hesitated. You could say I'm staying as a guest, due to some personal matters, it's probably temporary. At that moment, a comment suddenly flashing across the screen caught everyone's attention. What exactly is your relationship with Fu Honchuan? The moment this appeared, both the chat and Wen Yanyu froze in surprise. Wen Yanyu's eyes flickered. Unsure how to describe his relationship with Fu Honchuan, he simply skipped over the comment and tried to respond to other questions instead. But once that single message had appeared, the live stream became like flammable material meeting a spark, ignited instantly. Why, I want to know too. So many rumors are circulating, but it's better coming from you, baby. What's the real deal between you and Fu XX? Laughing, no offense meant, but I'm just curious how come Big Boss didn't blackball you. I remember Master Fu doesn't have the gentlest temper. Heard you saved his life. That's why he left you alone, is that true or not? Did you two ever date? Was your ZS back then really because of unrequited love, or was it mental health issues? You seemed kinda unstable on the variety show. Have you seen a psychiatrist? Not trying to insult you, just saying don't avoid getting help. Is it true that you don't like Fu Honchuan anymore? Or are you gonna go chasing after him again later? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the entire live chat exploded into discussions about Fu Honchuan. Although others posted different comments, it was impossible to ignore. Wen Yanyu pressed his lips together slightly, fingers unconsciously curling at his thighs. He quickly forced a smile and joked, I do have a few screws loose, so let's not bring up those old things. Honestly, I didn't like him back then, it was all confusion and a clouded mind causing trouble for someone. It's all in the past now. Alright, he said, his smile fading after answering. Let's switch to other questions, or else I might actually get upset soon. So do you like Fu Honchuan now? Wen Yanyu fell silent for a moment, then manually scrolled through the comments. Oh look, one of Mr. Former Archrival's biggest fans, I see you. Don't think changing your username fools me, I recognized your profile right away. If you keep pretending to be a neutral bystander and bullying my little bunny, I'll happily expose all your master's dirty secrets. Oh wow, no ill intent, indeed. Evil beef, bold move. Anyone dare ask another uncomfortable question to my precious bunny, and I won't mind destroying human civilization entirely. CC Piao, if Death Note allowed writing usernames, I'd write down every single name of those hypocrites who claimed no malice while spewing pure poison. Damn, brought out the big guns already. For your information, former Rabbit fans aren't dead, we're just quiet. Not supporting doesn't mean we'll tolerate anyone bullying our baby. The brief commotion in the chat finally subsided. Wen Yanyu continued chatting casually with the viewers. An hour and a half passed. As the conversation drifted along aimlessly, someone shifted the tone towards something increasingly odd. Wen Yanyu rocked gently in the armchair, expanding on a topic he'd mentioned during the variety show. Watching Rabbit Baby seriously telling hellish jokes here. Wait, no, why do you know so much? Even specifics like blood loss and physical sensations. Med students are starting to get suspicious. Rabbit Baby is a med student too. Oh right, almost forgot. Got scared for a sec there, how did you know so many details? Thought Rabbit had actually died multiple times. Huh, naughty bunny. Always scaring mommy. Gonna smooch you hard. Kiss till dizzy. Bite that cute face. Who gets this? Seeing him talk so casually, giving vivid examples using himself, satisfying everyone's curiosity. At first funny, but the more he talks, the more goosebumps I get. This kid has zero taboo, reminds me of rereading that part in Dream of the Red Chamber where Granny Lou tells the story about hugging firewood in snow, at midnight. Well, he's died once already, maybe he just doesn't care much anymore. Still, even though many people avoid this topic, I don't think it's taboo at all. Everyone will go through it eventually. Wen Yanyu narrowed his eyes slightly, thoughtful. If I had to choose, rather than being buried in the ground, I'd prefer sea burial. The idea of my body drifting far away with ocean currents, that feels truly romantic, doesn't it? He smiled warmly. And if there's a gravestone, I'd like to put a QR code on it, linking to edited videos of all the scenery I've seen. Scan it, and you'll see the views I've captured. I don't really like heavy, somber atmospheres. I prefer joy and lightheartedness, even though I obviously won't be around to see it. I hope that one day when I'm gone, everyone who loved me, everyone who comes to visit me, can experience the views I saw, the beautiful moments I've recorded. The more he spoke, the brighter Wen Yanyu's eyes became, his voice unconsciously growing light and cheerful. Let me tell you, I've actually already prepared a video album, just haven't decided on the background music yet. The door was suddenly pushed open from outside. A low male voice came from the doorway. Come out and take your medicine. Chapter 64, Ergo's little scheme, feeding the bunny, petting the bunny's head. Wen Yanyu stiffened, slowly turning his head around. Fu Honchuan leaned against the doorframe, one arm still propped against the door, still wearing the suit from work. He met Wen Yanyu's gaze calmly. For a fleeting moment, their eyes locked, though there was no discernible emotion in Fu Honchuan's eyes, Wen Yanyu inexplicably felt uneasy inside. Ignoring the viewers in the live stream, Wen Yanyu climbed up from his chair and asked, "Why are you back so early?" Fu Hanchuan glanced at the phone still standing on the table, his peripheral vision discreetly sweeping across several corners of the room, then said indifferently, "I finished work." "Oh, right. That early." Wen Yanyu scratched his head, didn't press further, and pattered behind him to the living room. After obediently finishing a mountain of medicine, he quietly sat aside. Cleaning the empty medicine bowl, Fu Hanchuan noticed the other man sitting motionless, gazing at him with eager eyes. A slight arch lifted at Fu Hanchuan's brow, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes. "Not going back to your live stream?" Only then did Wen Yanyu snap out of it. He stood up hesitantly, glancing apologetically at Fu Hanchuan. Fu Hanchuan unbuttoned his jacket carelessly and said offhandedly, "Go ahead and stream. I won't appear in your frame." He turned his head slightly, dryly adding, "Why would I bother myself with unnecessary trouble when I have nothing better to do?" Hearing that, Wen Yanyu exhaled in relief. "Of course. I won't mention you at all. I won't expose you under any circumstances." Wen Yanyu declared seriously, then quickly dashed back to the study. "Expose?" Fu Hanchuan frowned. Did he really seem that shameful? A vague sense of displeasure crept into his heart. He shifted his gaze away, slightly irritated, tossing the jacket he just took off toward the sofa. Back in the study. Wen Yanyu settled once more in front of the camera, offering an apologetic smile. Sorry, just now my friend came home. Let's continue, shall we?" Stage performer, LOL, thought I saw a ghost for a sec, huh? Trial, 6, way in it, that voice just now, sounds like your friend has a nice voice. And the way Bunny Boy slowly turned his head was so cute, LOL. Chi-yu, imagine a little rabbit secretly streaming in its owner's office while the owner's away, only to get caught red-handed. What kind of job ends this early? Someone working 996 sending envious stares, "Trade jobs with me please," crying face. Can we see your friend? So curious. Ignoring the barrage of comments asking about his friend, Wen Yanyu said. My friend isn't in the industry, so I can't show him to everyone. We've got 2 hours left, I'll tell you a story instead. Staring at the 3-hour countdown, Wen Yanyu successfully diverted the audience's attention again with storytelling. Half an hour later, the slightly open door creaked open once more. Fu Hanchuan placed a meal tray in front of him, stuck in a small spoon, and said tersely, "Eat." Wen Yanyu looked down at the beef rice bowl before him and the small side dish of vegetables, then glanced toward the empty dining table outside. Aren't you eating? In the company, Fu Hanchuan replied dismissively. Already ate. Wen Yanyu hummed in understanding, lowering his gaze to the well-prepared beef rice, colorful, fragrant, and appetizing, but it was such a big serving. I can't finish all this, it'd be such a waste. The mere thought of leftover food always reminded Wen Yanyu of a certain meme. Back when he first arrived, unable to control portion sizes, he'd always want to eat a lot but couldn't finish. Yet he couldn't bear to throw it away. Forcing himself to eat it all had led to stomachaches. But remembering how his former companions, near death themselves, had sacrificed half their rations to give him a single piece of bread, and recalling the desperate, degrading acts he'd done just to survive, he simply couldn't bring himself to waste even a morsel. Eat at least half, Fu Hanchuan said absent-mindedly. Leave the rest. I'll eat it. Before Wen Yanyu could say another word, his head was suddenly vigorously ruffled. With hand withdrawn, Fu Hanchuan shut the door as if nothing had happened and walked away. Wen Yanyu looked up dazedly, instinctively touching his messy hair. My mouth is full, did I just get force-fed dog food? Wait, babe, be honest with sister, are you dating someone? LMAO, the sheer calm in these comments. Any other Idols fans would have exploded by now. Our bunny baby is already a wasteland, the fandom's been purified long ago, calmly picks up bunny from ruins, holds tight, dusts off, kisses. Such smooth meal prep. Big bro clearly has lots of practice being a babysitter. Wait, isn't anyone else finding that guy's voice super familiar? Sounds exactly like that person. Don't even mention it, definitely not. It must be another friend of Bunny's. Back then, Fu Hanchuan made it so clear in front of the media how much he disliked my baby. Sure, my baby did make a mistake, but Fu Hanchuan himself is actually a decent person. Don't link the two together. LOL, if I were Fu Hanchuan, I'd absolutely hate Wen Yanyu to death, just seeing him would feel like bad luck. But I'm not him, so feel free to come cling to me instead. Hurry up and come. Chapter 65, Taking Care of a Wife. Ergo, I'm a pro. Wen Yanyu glanced at the live chat, then at his bowl of food. He fidgeted his fingers slightly and said shyly, I'll eat first, just treat it as a mukbang, everyone. Seeing the flood of messages saying, baby, eat first, Wen Yanyu relaxed. He picked up his spoon and stirred the rice a couple times. A scoop of tender stewed beef with stir-fried peas went into his mouth, and his eyes instantly lit up from the delicious taste. Then he picked up a bite of bok choy with chopsticks, slightly sour with a hint of sweetness, incredibly refreshing. With balanced meat and vegetables, the meal was both nutritious and delightful. Suddenly, a name lit up in me. Jiang Wanru sent 99 rocket gifts. Jiang Wanru. As soon as this name appeared, the instantly exploded with activity. Glancing up at the chat, Wen Yanyu tentatively asked, Auntie Jiang. Jiang Wanru, it's me. Don't chat, just focus on eating. Evil cookie, oh baby you're such a good boy, such a good, yummy little eater. Jiang Wanru, wavy dash, he, I'd marry him just to co-raise rabbit baby with him. Upstairs is dreaming. Jiang Wanru, dash. After finishing his meal, Wen Yanyu pushed the bowl aside. The milk had cooled to the perfect temperature, creamy and rich with a sip. Sweet and rich, yet exactly how he liked it. Wen Yanyu wiped his mouth. Then resumed storytelling for the audience. Successfully stretching 3 hours of content, Wen Yanyu smiled and waved at the camera. Well then, that's all for today. If you want more stories, wait for the next announcement from my agency. Stream ended. The topic of Wen Yanyu's live stream shot to the top of the discussion charts. 1L. God damn it. I feel like my rabbit might get snatched away. Who is that man who appeared in the stream? Net Mafia. I want his full dossier in 10 minutes. 16L. Just watched the clips haha. Friend bro is so sweet, OMG. That scene where friend bro pulls rabbit's chair out, I could watch it 10,000 times. He just smoothly drags him out of frame, So damn cute. I want to be pulled like that too. And when rabbit turns to look at friend bro, so freaking adorable. The sparkle in rabbit's eyes, I can't even imagine if he ever looked at me like that. I'd instantly become the most cheerful, radiant little girl alive. 56L. At this point, someone would naturally ask, Tu Bao, how can you be so adorable? And then someone else would immediately answer, because our Tu Bao is the baby among babies, the sweetest of the sweet, the ruler among little ones, the sovereign of all cute things, the master of babies, the king of babies, the darling cutie, the peak of fluffiness, simply the most lovable baby ever. 69L. Why hasn't anyone from the same neighborhood come forward yet? A while back, people near Auntie Zhang's place were filming Tu Bao, how come no one here has? I'd love to see some random passerby's view of Tu Bao hehe, so cute. 76L. I remember that window perspective. My sister's friend bought a place around there. Not sure if it's the exact same compound, but properties nearby start at over 10 million. Anyway, those who had homes there, everyone I know, got approached just a month ago by some big shot buying up units at sky-high prices, snapped up several in a row. Everyone my sister knows in that area ended up selling theirs at a premium. 103L. Seems like fate's finally ganging up on me. What do rich people need so many houses for? Jealousy is warping my face. 111L. Suddenly realized something, 2 months ago when Yanyu was universally hated across the internet. Now, in such a short time, he's got an army of fans showering him with love. So the internet really has no memory, huh? Netizens really do flip-flop fast. 116L. Not sure. Never hated him myself, never saw him do anything unforgivable. Though maybe it was annoying for F-types haha. There's something oddly charming about Wen Yanyu, you just can't bring yourself to hate him. Even when he was getting roasted the hardest online, his fanbase barely dropped haha. Just never expected he'd go full stalker mode over one guy. If I recall correctly, when rumors first broke, everyone thought it was a joke. But after he kept doing it non-stop, combined with that innocent, obedient look of his, literally slaying audiences of all ages. That's what blew up the online backlash. 123L. Maybe because most people online back then were angry out of unrequited affection, and others just needed a scapegoat to vent on. Now that Tu Bao seems more normal, the former group might have given up hope, but still can't bring themselves to keep attacking. As for the latter group, aside from roasting the old melon, they've got nothing left to target, because apart from that wild obsession thing, Tu Bao genuinely has zero scandals hahaha. 146L. Right? Throughout everything, never once did I see anyone involved badmouth him, even during the disaster relief month he spent saving people. His fellow trainees from that survival show, who tore into each other later, never said a single bad word about him. Remember that rich kid on the show, XLY, who had the worst temper, constantly picking fights with everyone. Even he said Wen Yanyu treated them well. When the show ended and they said their goodbyes, XLY's awkward, Sundra behavior toward Wen Yanyu cracked me up. This guy's probably only wired wrong when it comes to romance, otherwise seems perfectly normal. 156L. Haha, this one kills me. After the survival show, they did an interview asking, if you absolutely had to pick one teammate to live with, regardless of anything else, who would it be? Out of 17 members, 13 picked Wen Yanyu. Watching the clip, people were sitting there indifferent, until it got to Wen Yanyu's answer. Suddenly everyone turned toward him like sunflowers following the sun haha. And guess what? Wen Yanyu picked the cat in the group. I died laughing at their reactions, that part cracks me up every single time. Still, no clue why Wen Yanyu went so hard for Fu Hanchuan later, literally wouldn't let go. Honestly don't get how he even fell for him. Heard they might have some kind of connection, but it's vague, not much known. Chapter 66 I like it, just because it's it. 207L. I think Wen Yanyu might have actually had a mental breakdown back then, not trying to insult him, but his mental state on that variety show was clearly off. You could even see physical symptoms. I still remember once he was combing a child's hair, and right after finishing, he sat there alone, staring down at his hands trembling. The camera briefly panned over, and he glanced toward it, his eyes completely lifeless. That clip sent a jolt through me. I felt like I'd been choked, unable to speak. It was so ordinary, yet so suffocating. 228L. To me, Wen Yanyu feels like someone suffering from severe depression and extreme PTSD. I still remember the first time he collapsed on the show, when several people pinned him down for an injection. I couldn't even breathe watching it. Even though I knew it was meant to help him, seeing Wen Yanyu's reaction, and then looking at the people around him, it really felt like they were killing him. Some of his reactions are just like those of someone who's gone through massive trauma. And just now in the live stream, the way he talked about certain things so openly, some people might do that for attention, but with him, you could see the genuine joy and sense of liberation deep in his eyes. It was real. 276L. Side note, doesn't anyone else think Rabbit's friend's voice sounds super familiar? Anyone remember that phone call on the variety show? 289L. Off topic, but the watch on Rabbit's friend's wrist, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that worth like 15 million W? 290L. It can't possibly be who I think it is, right? The live stream ended. Wen Yanyu slipped out of the study and crawled back into the pile of plush toys on the sofa, drooping as he prepared to nap. Fu Hanchuan came out of the bathroom and looked at the leftover food in the bowl. He silently grumbled in his mind. What kind of cat's stomach is this? Then he remembered how Wen Yanyu always looked heartbroken whenever something went uneaten. Fu Hanchuan sighed helplessly. He picked up the spoon and finished the remaining rice in 4 or 5 bites, then grabbed the tablet from the table and walked toward the sofa. Wen Yanyu was curled into a ball, buried in the fluff, and slowly poked his head out as the man approached. What's up? Fu Hanchuan shoved the tablet into his hands. Furniture. Wen Yanyu took it and began scrolling through the furniture listings. His eyes passed over the little stuffed dog that had come from the other's home. Fu Hanchuan asked casually, do you like border collies with meteorite patterns? I can have someone bring one over for you to keep. Wen Yanyu shook his head immediately, declining without hesitation. I don't really like dogs. Ever since he went to the police station as a child to visit his dad and got knocked over by a police dog, he'd been afraid of them. Fu Hanchuan found it slightly amusing. Suppressing a chuckle, he teased, your photo album has thousands of pictures, and more than half are of just one dog. If you like it, I'll arrange for someone to take care of everything. You won't have to worry about anything. You just play with the dog. His voice softened, coaxing gently to draw out the other's true feelings, his tone gradually laced with unconscious affection. Photo album? Wen Yanyu blinked in mild surprise, looking up at the man. Fu Hanchuan paused, quickly regaining his composure, and added calmly, last time when you fell asleep listening to the story, your phone was still on. I shut off the video and happened to scroll through it. Upon hearing that, Wen Yanyu nodded instinctively, not thinking much further. He pulled the plush dog into his arms as a pillow, his voice dull and listless, I don't like dogs. I only like that one particular dog. Fu Hanchuan raised an eyebrow. You've got so many plush dogs, what difference would it make if I got you a live one that looks exactly the same? It's different, Wen Yanyu mumbled. How is it different? Aren't they both dogs? Fu Hanchuan narrowed his eyes, curiously probing. Wen Yanyu swiped at the screen. I don't like it because it's a dog. I like it simply because it is it. Wen Yanyu lowered his gaze. If it were a bird, a cat, a little tiger, or even a mouse or cockroach, I'd still love it just the same. Toys and trinkets are lifeless. They can be it. But another dog is just another dog. They're not the same. I like it, just because it's it. Last time they met, he'd been too scared to ask the system whether they could ever meet again. His expression turned gloomy, 2 strands of bangs drooping like wilted rabbit ears. Seeing the boy like this, and remembering how the photo album contained countless pictures of that dog, so many more than of himself. Fu Hanchuan clicked his tongue lightly, suddenly overcome by an inexplicable irritation. Why did that random dog matter so much? Unable to hold back, he sarcastically quipped, his voice tinged with subtle jealousy, so if it turned into a girl, would you want to marry it? As soon as the words left his lips, Fu Hanchuan froze at his own sour tone. Wen Yanyu didn't notice his reaction and retorted, the system is male, so even if it turned into a person, it'd still be a guy. Thinking back to that joke he'd made with the other in the small world, Wen Yanyu suddenly burst into laughter. But honestly, if it really did turn into a person, I wouldn't mind at all. Back then, during their escape, they had huddled together while sleeping because of the cold, their bodies far smaller than those of the alien species. The others, worried about him, treated him like a child, wrapping around him tightly as they slept. The 3 of them had placed him right in the center, which infuriated the system so much that it spent the entire next day screaming inside his consciousness. In that final world, he finally met Seiss, the brother who had repeatedly tried to help him break free from the cycle, saving his life over and over again. To make running easier, he had transformed into a rabbit. Sai seemed defenseless against furry creatures, he kept nuzzling and petting him, holding him close for a long time. When he was finally put down, an older sister with an unrecognizable face snatched him up and ran off. Dazed, he was kissed several more times, scaring the system into chasing after them in panic. It turned out later that she was actually part of Saisa's family, she'd just gotten too excited upon seeing him and couldn't control herself. Just recalling how the system brought him back, its face filled with such pitiful jealousy, as if it had suffered the greatest injustice in the world, made him laugh uncontrollably. And then there was Saisa's lover, one of the incarnations of Luo Nor, that little black cat called Si Churchio, so unbearably cute that he couldn't resist reaching out and stroking it a few times. That, too, left the system sulking and withdrawn for days afterward, even demanding that it change his avatar into a cat form. It gets jealous easily, but it's easy to soothe, Wen Yanyu said with a soft smile, his eyes gentle and tender. What kind of bad dog could it be, when a single kiss was enough to calm it down? Fu Hanchuan's expression darkened. He let out a quiet humph and fell silent. All right then, that's it, Wen Yanyu said after finalizing the furniture selection, shoving the tablet back into the man's hands before curling up again. Fu Hanchuan took the tablet and glanced at it, frowning involuntarily. That's all. He'd gone through so much trouble finding so many options, and after all that deliberation, Wen Yanyu only picked out a desk, a chair, and a blanket. Wen Yanyu curled himself deep into the plush pile, drowsiness clouding his voice. This is enough. His fingertip lingered on the little rabbit sticker displayed on the screen. Fu Hanchuan remained silent, lifting his gaze to sweep across the bare, empty room. Aside from a pile of sleep-time stuffed toys and some old clothes, nothing else had been acquired. As if he were ready to leave at any moment. The thought barely surfaced before irritation swelled uncontrollably inside him. Some nerve had clearly been struck, an intense wave of suffocating unease spreading through his body. He no longer had the patience to continue choosing. Fu Hanchuan pinched the bridge of his nose, a flash of frustration flickering across his face. He tossed the tablet aside and turned to look at Wen Yanyu, peacefully asleep among the fluff. He stretched out his arm and effortlessly lifted him. The warmth and softness in his arms sent something shifting deep within. He looked down. Wen Yanyu nestled quietly against his chest, long, thick lashes fluttering faintly with each breath, trembling like startled wings, docile and gentle. An indescribable emotion welled up inside him. He didn't know what this feeling was, though it often came and went. He never paid it much mind. Holding the sleeping boy, he stepped lightly toward the bedroom. But if a third person were present, they would have seen it clearly, what now stirred in the man's eyes. Longing. Night blanketed everything like ink, rain lashing hard against the windows. Accustomed to working in darkness, the study remained unlit as Fu Hanchuan walked slowly toward his desk. Shen Huainan and Gu Fengyao had found Wen Yanyu near his home. That day, Wen Yanyu hadn't worn any clothing with a tracker, and it had taken Fu Hanchuan considerable time to confirm his location. Wen Yanyu refused police questioning and evaded his inquiries with vague answers. Still, he didn't press. Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze to the screen. He could find out who did it, and he didn't need the police. That day, Wen Yanyu had also been at Jingyue Hotel. And he, himself, was a shareholder of the hotel. Anyone who appeared in the public areas would have been recorded. Even the slightest trace would lead him straight to that person. That day, both upper and lower floors of Jingyue Hotel had hosted banquets. Mentally reviewing the list of banquet guests, Fu Hanchuan narrowed his eyes and swiftly identified a few suspicious individuals. As the staff sent surveillance footage began to play, Fu Hanchuan focused intently, slowly dragging the timeline forward bit by bit. Chapter 67 Discovering the Truth, Ergo breaks down. Torrential rain poured down, heavy clouds pressing against the sky as if ready to collapse. The wind howled fiercely, trees thrashing wildly, seeming on the verge of being uprooted. Large raindrops pelted the window panes along with the gale, cracking and rattling without end. The moment he saw the surveillance footage, it was as if he had been cast into a freezing abyss, his blood ran backward, his heart seized by thorny vines that dragged him deep into the pit. On the screen, an unconscious version of himself dragged a struggling teenager onto the rooftop, brutally prying open the boy's hands gripping the doorframe, yanking him forcibly into the room. Fu Hanchuan sat frozen at the desk. Outside, thunder roared and rain crashed, but to his ears, they blurred into meaningless hums. That person was him. Why? Why hadn't anyone told him? His anger rose, but was instantly swept away by helplessness. All strength vanished in an instant. Fu Hanchuan bent forward weakly, as if collapsing under his own weight. Because he had said to Wen Yanyu, "I hate you, don't I?" How could he not have seen the fear, the dread, the helplessness, the sorrow in the other's eyes? How could he not have known? One arm braced against the edge of the table to steady himself, the other slowly lifted to cover the upper half of his face. A bitter taste welled from his throat, forcing him to gasp for air, breath labored and ragged. Because Wen Yanyu loved him. He had taken for granted that Wen Yanyu would never leave him. He was certain Wen Yanyu couldn't leave, he depended too deeply on him. And so, he allowed his emotions to spiral out of control, lashing out at Wen Yanyu with unrestrained fury. He was a madman. He knew it. He didn't like seeing Wen Yanyu cry, didn't like seeing him hurt or sick. Yet, time and again, he still inflicted harm upon him, uncontrollably. Wrong. Everything was wrong. That agony and guilt tormented him so thoroughly that all he wanted was to die, immediately, to atone. His entire body turned cold. His hands trembled uncontrollably. He felt as though he were suffocating. He had harmed Wen Yanyu. He remembered the scars on Wen Yanyu's body. He remembered the way the other trembled in pain during dressing changes. He remembered how every night Wen Yanyu woke up screaming from nightmares, completely broken. He had told Wen Yanyu, "I will never give you love." Yet he also knew that Wen Yanyu needed nothing else besides true affection. Even their current coexistence was made possible only through the other's pity, born entirely from love. Fu Hanchuan pressed his hand tightly over his eyes, as if countless fire ants were burrowing into every joint and muscle fiber, releasing venom that burned to the bone, a pain tearing apart his soul. He couldn't fathom what kind of state of mind Wen Yanyu must have been in, living under the same roof with someone who repeatedly trampled on his dignity, who hurt him time and again. The one who brought suffering to Wen Yanyu was himself. The one who couldn't let go had always been himself. Fu Hanchuan took a deep breath, then bit down hard on his wrist. The sharp metallic taste of blood cleared his mind momentarily. He kept biting until his wrist was a bloody mess. The pain refused to subside. Gasping, barely managing to steady his breathing, he reached for the small knife locked inside the drawer. 1 cut. 2. 3. 21. Fresh wounds tore open where old ones hadn't healed, flesh mangled and grotesque. Fu Hanchuan panted heavily, meticulously peeling apart the collagen sutures, probing deeper inch by inch. The physical pain subdued the emotional torment, allowing his mind to return to calm. After a brief descent into chaos, reason regained its grip. Fu Hanchuan shut off the surveillance feed. Then sent one final message to his assistant, ordering an investigation into anything abnormal from that banquet night. His eyes were red, rage surging like tidal waves within them. His behavior in the footage was clearly off. It had been a long time since someone dared to test death this brazenly. Boom. A sudden bolt of lightning split the sky, its thunderclap painfully shaking the eardrums. The horizon was faintly brightening. At the ground floor of Xingyu Garden, Fu Hanchuan leaned back in the chair, watching his private doctor hurriedly rummaging for suturing tools. The doctor, woken yet again in the middle of the night, couldn't help but mutter, "Mr. Fu, this is already the 3rd time this week. At this rate, when will that arm ever?" "No anesthesia," Fu Hanchuan stated flatly. The doctor glanced at him, sighed in resignation, and placed the anesthetic aside without another word. What was it with rich people? One after another, all mentally ill. Before him, the wound was being stitched up, layer by layer. Was that how much he had suffered then? Or even worse? Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze, his expression uncharacteristically lost and helpless. Bitterness and pain surged inside him, twisting into poisonous vines that wrapped tightly around his soul. For the first time, he recognized his own despicability. For the first time, he realized just how crushing Wen Yanyu's feelings for him truly were. He could no longer entrust Wen Yanyu to anyone else. To anyone who might harm Wen Yanyu. He could only trust himself. He had to stay alive, and shelter Wen Yanyu beneath his wings. Living to experience the suffering Wen Yanyu had endured, to atone for the pain he had caused. Fu Hanchuan closed his eyes. The metallic taste of blood lingered in his mouth, bitter and unbearable, swallowed down with the flood of anguish. Until he had paved a clear path forward for Wen Yanyu. He would atone. The bedroom door was gently pushed open. On the bed, the figure curled tightly beneath the blanket, knees drawn up to the chest, one arm wrapped tightly around himself. The collar of his shirt gaped slightly, revealing faint bite marks still lingering on his skin. It was a posture screaming of insecurity. Fu Hanchuan stepped forward, one slow step after another, toward the bedside. He sat down on the edge of the bed. Outside, thunder roared and rain pounded without end. For a long time. Too long. Then Fu Hanchuan lay down beside Wen Yanyu, slowly extending his arms, drawing the fragile body into his embrace. His movements were cautious, gentle, as if terrified of disturbing the rare peace of someone finally asleep. Wen Yanyu leaned into him unguarded, his legs instinctively relaxing, his nose catching the familiar scent. He burrowed slightly deeper toward the warmth, seeking comfort. Trusting. Yearning. He was trusting him. That realization struck Fu Hanchuan like a bolt, frozen, breathless. Suppressed emotions surged like a bursting dam, overwhelming all reason, all restraint. Fu Hanchuan struggled for breath, burying his face against the boy's shoulder, arms tightening desperately, unwilling to let go, yet afraid to hurt. An ocean of guilt and remorse flooded his heart. Awakened by the heavy, ragged breathing near his ear. Wen Yanyu opened his hazy eyes, dazed, blinking up at the man. What's wrong? His mind was slow, groggy, unable to grasp what was happening. Fu Hanchuan held him just as tightly. Hearing the choked, trembling breaths laced with sobs, Wen Yanyu snapped fully awake, instantly noticing the sharp tang of blood in the air. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the white bandage on the man's left wrist, already speckled with crimson, seeping through the fabric, trailing slowly down the sleeve, staining the cloth beneath. Wen Yanyu tried to sit up to check. It was me. I was the one who hurt you, wasn't I? In that single sentence, Wen Yanyu froze, face draining to a deathly pallor, incapable of any response. Like a helpless puppy crushed under unbearable injustice, Fu Hanchuan pulled him even closer, tears spilling from his storm-gray eyes, rolling down silently, slipping into Wen Yanyu's collar, scorching straight into his chest. Wen Yanyu's lashes fluttered, his heartbeat missing a beat. Fu Hanchuan buried his face against his neck, voice raw, hoarse, as if he had been sobbing endlessly. Why, didn't you tell me? Fu Hanchuan lifted his tear-streaked face, eyes shimmering with a fragile, broken light, trembling uncontrollably. Why can't I remember that night? Why did you try to kill yourself back then? Why are there so many wounds on your body that should never have been there? Whose name were you calling out in your nightmares? Wen Yanyu, I'm not an idiot. You can't fool me. Why won't you say anything? Why give me not even a shred of trust? Why won't you tell me? Clutched tightly, Wen Yanyu remained rigid. His lips parted, closed, parted again, no words came. No courage to explain. Fu Hanchuan clenched his fingertips into his palm, using physical pain to suppress the violent tempest inside. I'll only ask you once. His voice lowered, fighting to steady the sob in his throat. He looked up, those icy pupils quivering with turbulent emotion, the depths swirling with agony and desperation. Are you unable to speak, or unwilling? Wen Yanyu jolted violently, immediately turning his head away, shrinking backward, trying to pull free from the man's embrace. When escape failed, he stiffened and stammered out, sorry, about the hotel. I didn't know how to tell you. I was scared you'd hate me. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I was too scared back then. My mind was a mess. I didn't know what to do. And then I woke up and saw you, and I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. I know you hate me. I thought I wouldn't live much longer anyway. I made a mistake. Terrified of seeing hatred in the other's eyes, Wen Yanyu panicked, hands trembling, gaze darting everywhere, desperate to flee again. But this time, Fu Hanchuan only pulled him tighter, so tight, suffocatingly tight, trapping him close. Don't talk nonsense. I'll get you a doctor. You'll be healthy. Wen Yanyu, listen to me, you didn't do anything wrong. It's my fault. I hurt you. I'm the one who made the mistakes. You are not guilty of anything. It was me, I failed to protect you. It was my carelessness. I thought no one could dare touch me. My fault. You did nothing wrong. All of it, my fault. Only mine. I was wrong. Digging his nails into his palm, forcing his voice to stay soft, his other hand gently patting the trembling figure in his arms, afraid of frightening him again. This time, he wasn't pushed away. Wen Yanyu paused, stunned, unable to process it. Fu Hanchuan held him tightly, repeating over and over again, Yanyu, listen to me, don't be afraid, you didn't do anything wrong, nothing at all. Don't be scared. Nothing like this will ever happen again. No one will hurt you ever again. It's not your fault. Noticing that Fu Hanchuan seemed to have steadied himself, Wen Yanyu finally dared to speak. I can't, he whispered. Fu Hanchuan lowered his head, pressing his forehead gently against the boy's. His voice was hoarse as he replied, I know. It's my fault. All of it. I'll make it up to you. If you like me, it's okay. I won't get married. I'll stay by your side until you find someone else you truly love. I won't fall for anyone else. Even if you want to stay with me forever, it's fine. I'll take care of you for life. Anything you want, I'll give it to you. No one will ever hurt you again, no one, not even me. I'll spend my whole life atoning to you. Wen Yanyu, you'll be healthy. You'll live a long, long life. A very long life. The man's voice was soft, so low and rough it seemed on the verge of tears, heavy as it pressed upon the heart, suffocating. Wen Yanyu closed his eyes. His thoughts were tangled beyond clarity, unsure what else to say, only silently nestling into Fu Hanchuan's embrace. Outside the window, the torrential rain had ceased. Everything seemed to return to stillness. Yet above, dark, brooding clouds gathered once more, brewing the next storm. Chapter 68, Life's Joke Knows No Bounds. Rain poured continuously, the sky shrouded in layers of gray clouds, heavy and suffocating. Outside the psychiatric clinic's examination room, Fu Hanchuan sat quietly on a bench outside the door, holding the finalized medical report. Occasionally, he lifted his eyes to glance at the tightly closed door before him, but most of the time, he simply stared blankly at the long list of diagnoses printed on the test results. Gastric ulcer, duodenal ulcer, weakened immunity, chronic pneumonia, lumbar trauma with damaged vertebrae, spinal misalignment, abdominal nerve damage, multiple organ injuries in the abdomen, old leg bone injury, impaired cardiopulmonary function, chronic anemia. Perhaps because it was a weekday, when students and office workers were too busy, the area outside the psychiatric ward remained nearly empty, and the hallway unusually quiet. Only the occasional footsteps of passing nurses, the sound of rain tapping against glass, and one particularly distinct, heavy breathing disturbed the silence. About 2 hours later, a clear female voice came from within the consultation room. Family member may come in now. Fu Hanchuan immediately stood up. As soon as he pushed open the door, his gaze frantically searched for Wen Yanyu's figure. Wen Yanyu sat at the edge of the sofa, hands folded neatly over his knees, his face pale and bloodless. He radiated a sickly fatigue, utterly lifeless. Hearing the noise, perhaps exhausted after 4 days straight of tests. Wen Yanyu lazily lifted his head to look at Fu Hanchuan, just once, before drooping back down, drained of strength. Fu Hanchuan winced with sorrow and walked over, sitting beside him. He naturally reached out and took the boy's hand. Cold. Wen Yanyu gave a faint shake of his head. Yet his hands were icy to the touch. Without pressing further, Fu Hanchuan held them gently in his palms, rubbing warmth into those cold, slender fingers. Tao Qingyue finished organizing her notes and turned toward the two men. After speaking for 2 hours, Wen Yanyu had remained dull and listless throughout. Her expression softened. She rose and approached them, speaking gently. Yanyu, I need to speak privately with your family for a moment. Would you mind waiting on the bench in the corridor? It'll take no more than 20 minutes. We'll be quick. Though she spoke to both, her eyes stayed fixed on the boy. Meeting her soothing gaze, Wen Yanyu nodded slightly and prepared to leave. Fu Hanchuan quickly shrugged off his long coat. The corridor is a bit cold. Bending down, he wrapped the coat around Wen Yanyu's shoulders, adjusting the collar to shield his skin from the chilly wind. Only then did he murmur softly, "Good boy, I'll be right out. Don't wander off. Wait here, we'll go home together." Wen Yanyu replied simply, still lowering his eyes. His mind was foggy, barely capable of any real response. Even after being led to sit on the bench outside the hallway, his thoughts remained hazy and distant. It was autumn's rainy season, already damp and oppressive, and the gloomy weather matched the heaviness in people's hearts. The corridor lay in a deep, suffocating silence. Wen Yanyu kept his eyes lowered, absent-mindedly biting the soft flesh inside his cheek. He had to admit, this doctor possessed tremendous warmth and approachability. With gentle guidance, she'd nearly unlocked his guarded heart, prompting him, almost unconsciously, to share fragments of his daily life, scattered pieces, things just barely bearable enough to voice aloud. But the process of being led through passive memories wasn't easy. It felt like ripping away every old scab, exposing festering wounds beneath to the cold wind. Countless needles made of blood and flesh pierced back and forth through his mind and chest. It wasn't exactly painful for him, but sharp, persistent, maddening, impossible to ignore. Sometimes his brain felt clouded, sometimes the dull ache stemmed purely from sleep deprivation, other times, sudden waves of intense pain crashed down like heavy blows. That thick, suffocating ache began at the top of his skull, slowly spreading outward, seeping into every limb until he wanted to scream, until he longed to end everything. And yet, even after swallowing painkillers, the agony wouldn't fade, reminding him again and again, this pain is imagined. You're not truly suffering. Wen Yanyu, this isn't real. Before escaping the cycle, all he wanted was to survive. He had no energy to think about anything beyond freedom. Freedom and his family were the ropes that held him up, the only motivation keeping him alive. But after breaking free from the loop, after returning to his own world, after tearing down the illusion he himself had woven, the world gradually turned hollow in his eyes. His muscles ached everywhere, his fingers trembled uncontrollably, shaking so badly he couldn't support himself on the armrest. Due to nervous system damage leading to insufficient endorphin secretion, his body could no longer suppress pain, and this only intensified the torment. Cold, damp moisture seeped gradually into his bones, winding its way into his heart, slow, heavy, unbearable. Half-dazed, Wen Yanyu looked down at his feet. The rain had somehow passed through the glass and pooled beside his shoes. It slowly gathered into a small lake, rising. Slowly submerged him. Slowly consumed him. Wen Yanyu's mind drifted into a daze, his consciousness gradually drowning in the rain. With a creak, the large door before him swung open. Chapter 69. Don't comfort me, please let me go, let me keep falling. Fu Hanchuan stepped out from inside the door and walked toward him, one slow step at a time. He crouched down beside him, softening his voice. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something outside before going home, or shall we go home together and let Andy cook for us? Wen Yanyu tilted his head up to look at the man, instinctively reaching out to hold his hand, but his fingers had trembled too long, too weak to lift. Noticing this immediately, Fu Hanchuan reached out and gently grasped his hand, then slid one arm beneath his knees and the other under his back and shoulders, lifting him into a cradled embrace with ease. The body in his arms was so light, so painfully light, that anyone with even modest strength could carry it effortlessly, let alone someone like Fu Hanchuan, whose physique was honed by years of disciplined training. Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze, concealing the deep worry shadowing his eyes. Do you want to go home or eat out? He asked again, leaning slightly to murmur near the boy's ear. Wen Yanyu buried his face against the man's neck and shoulder, his voice faint, edged with drowsiness. I want to go home with you. Okay, we'll go home. Let's go home. The low-profile black Cayenne splashed through puddles along the roadside, leaving behind ripples across the wet pavement. Inside the car, a soothing instrumental melody played softly. Wen Yanyu stared blankly out of his lowered lashes, lost in thought, then suddenly whispered, "I'm sorry. I've caused you so much trouble." His voice was barely audible. Fu Hanchuan's expression darkened faintly, and he pulled Wen Yanyu tighter against his chest. "You've never been a burden to me." Fine raindrops trickled down the car windows. Though the drive from the hospital to home wasn't long, Wen Yanyu still instinctively leaned into the warmth beside him, slowly closing his eyes. So tired. So heavy. His mind struggled to function, but every attempt felt muffled, as if wrapped in thick fog, unreachable, unmovable. Ever since he'd looked up Jun Chanhua's identity online, panic and anxiety had never truly left him. Every time he closed his eyes, voices from memories surged over him like waves, endlessly echoing in his ears, swallowing him whole without pause. Voices made of countless deaths, of endless pain and despair, the shrieks born from each time he had died before. The only thing keeping him grounded, the sole reason he hadn't run away yet, was that every night, the system would appear beside him, telling him Fu Hanchuan was safe, reminding him he himself was safe. They will deal with Jun Changmo. And Sai elder brother, Luo Shiwol, Zhouqiu, they're all here. They're just not in this world. But they remember you. Wen Yanyu will protect you. Stay with Fu Hanchuan. Stay close to him. Only then can you protect yourself. And protect Fu Hanchuan. Don't be afraid. Don't run. Don't scream. Cover your mouth, don't scream, don't be afraid. For days straight, he had shuttled between hospitals for checkups. Though Fu Hanchuan said nothing. After every examination, Fu Hanchuan's darkened expression and sudden change in behavior spoke volumes. He didn't know exactly how many injuries he'd brought back, but after enduring chronic pain for so long, he understood, 8 out of 10 times, the results were unlikely to be good. Before, Fu Hanchuan would occasionally scold him a few times a day, but these past few days, his demeanor had become cautious, gentle, almost delicate. Maybe he was pathetic. Most people would feel happy when someone they cared about treated them with such tender care. Yet he felt no happiness, only guilt and bitterness piling up inside him until it threatened to crush him, suffocating him. He was only Fu Hanchuan's important friend. Nothing more than a friend. He had done wrong, something unforgivable, and if Fu Hanchuan despised him, hated him, he could accept it. But Fu Hanchuan couldn't abandon him. Couldn't let him go. So he suppressed all his emotions. Even after being hurt by him, he still stayed, driven by duty, by that unshakable regard, for the sake of caring for him. Putting aside pride, dignity, everything, just to tend to him with quiet concern. At the mere thought of this, waves of guilt and self-loathing crashed over him like mountains. Seeing Fu Hanchuan tiptoe around him, rushing around doing things for him, he instinctively wanted to flee, to break down and cry. He blamed himself for causing so much trouble. He blamed himself for not getting better. He didn't even know when living had turned into something painful. When he was busy, it was manageable, but the moment stillness came, an urge welled up uncontrollably inside, a desperate need for release, for freedom. Yet whenever he thought of everything Fu Hanchuan had done, whenever he imagined what would happen to Fu Hanchuan if he truly wasn't here one day, fear seized him. What would Fu Hanchuan do then? Wen Yanyu, Fu Hanchuan hates you. You've already ruined his life enough. How dare you be so selfish? Wen Yanyu, you'll never see your parents or your little sister again. You have no family left. You're fated to be a disposable extra, a nameless casualty crushed by the plot. You should have been set free long ago. Wen Yanyu, you're important to Fu Hanchuan. You can't die. Even if he hates you, you're still important to him now. You can't die. You have to hold on until the story ends. You have to endure until Fu Hanchuan finds the next important person, the one who will stay with him for the rest of his life. A tangle of emotions and thoughts twisted together, conflicting and entangled like a spinning ball of blades churning inside him, tearing at his flesh and blood over and over, pain piercing to the bone. When Yenyu's lashes trembled lightly as he curled into the man's embrace, silently apologizing again and again in his heart. His body and mind felt heavy, as if filled with lead. His heart told him to cry, his doctor told him, "Wen Yanyu, you should let it out." But his eyes were dry and sore, tears seemed to have long since run out along with pain and despair. Nothing could flow anymore. Something buzzed incessantly in his ears. Cold raindrops kept striking the glass window, kept striking his heart, making constant pattering sounds. He heard it. The rain was crying for him. Only a small nightlight was on in the bedroom, casting a dim yellow warmth across the entire room. When Yanyu nestled in the center of the large bed, surrounded by several plush toys softened by the gentle glow. Fu Hanchuan leaned against the headboard, his expression unreadable, staring blankly at the diagnosis report in his hands. Patient suffers from severe auditory hallucinations, possibly accompanied by mild visual hallucinations, moderate paranoia, self-destructive tendencies, moderate sleep disorders, slowed thinking, and some degree of cognitive disarray. Diagnosis indicates severe depressive tendencies, significant post-traumatic stress disorder, mild manifestations of schizophrenia, and serious somatic symptoms. Patient should not be left alone. Fu Hanchuan folded the report slowly, carefully tearing it into pieces before dropping them into the trash bin beside the bed. Memories flashed back to earlier that day. Tao Qingyue sat by the desk, taking a break while writing a prescription, saying to him, "There are many reasons behind this condition. Although he is highly guarded and unwilling to reveal much, I suspect he endured prolonged psychological abuse in the past, possibly even physical abuse threatening his life, which gradually led to his current state. This can be alleviated through medication and the loving presence of family, friends, or partners. But as a caregiver, you must prepare yourself mentally. Psychological damage is inherently difficult to reverse. Like a shattered mirror, even if glued back together, the cracks remain nearly impossible to erase completely. Therefore, treating mental illness is often a long battle, sometimes lasting a lifetime. If a healthy person's inner world is an oasis, then his is barren land scorched by fire again and again. The greenery that once sustained life has been entirely consumed by flames, leaving his spirit naturally collapsed. We can plant new seeds on this plane, but restoring it to its original state requires immense love and effort, and is almost impossible. As for his current condition, think of him as an injured little rabbit. Rabbits don't cry when they're in pain, so we easily overlook their injuries. Ironically, this situation is far more serious than loud sobbing or screaming. But remember one thing, enduring pain doesn't mean there's no pain. As long as someone can still cry out, it means their body is still calling for help. But when even cries can no longer emerge, there are two possibilities. First, his repeated calls for help went unanswered for so long that eventually he stopped making noise. Second, he has simply lost the will to seek help. Of course, there's also a third possibility, the combination of both. In the 2 days I've spoken with him, I noticed he carries intense guilt and a deep sense of unworthiness toward everyone, Tao Qingyue said after finishing the prescription, glancing at him sideways. Though I don't know all the details, I do know he values you greatly, and his guilt and remorse toward you are especially heavy. That's both bad and good. He might want to end everything because of that guilt, or he might choose to live, for your sake. Both paths are painful, but, as long as he lives, there is still hope. Outside the window, the warm twilight glow was obscured by rain mist. The woman's helpless, reflective voice still echoed in his ears. To be honest, he's the most severely affected patient I've ever encountered, physically and mentally. Several others whose conditions were far better than his, aren't alive anymore. He's incredibly strong, so strong that it actually makes me feel heartbroken. Outside, the sound of rain grew louder and louder. His mood sank heavier and heavier with the misty downpour. Fu Hanchuan zoned out for a moment, instinctively reaching for a cigarette on the nightstand. His hand stretched out, fingers just brushing the edge of the cabinet, then froze. After a pause, he slowly pulled his hand back. Fu Hanchuan turned over and lay down. Wen Yanyu breathed steadily, curled under the covers, surrounded by a cluster of plush toys. 2 strands of bangs hung by his face, resembling soft rabbit ears. Fu Hanchuan slowly edged closer, gently drawing the sleeping little rabbit into his arms. At the moment their heartbeats intertwined, it was impossible to tell who leaned on whom. Chapter 70, Overworked Dog, Urgently Needs Bunny Power Bank. The autumn rainy season was drawing to a close, temperatures gradually inching toward winter, carrying a biting chill through the air that slipped into the room along with the breeze. A soft wind passed by, setting the wind chimes on the balcony ringing with pleasant, rhythmic tones. Next to them, small figurines of a dog and a rabbit swayed in the wind, gently rocking back and forth as if playfully chasing each other. The spacious balcony was filled with adorable succulents and blooming roses of various colors. A little further inside stood 2 plush armchairs, with an easel between them displaying a half-finished digital oil painting of dogs and rabbits created together by the 2 of them. The blackout curtain on the sunroom door fluttered up slightly from the wind. On the living room's fluffy carpet, Wen Yanyu sat hugging a plush puppy in one arm while idly playing with a newly arrived oversized sandbox toy with the other. To the right, beside a low table, a towering stack of files and documents nearly reached 30 centimeters high. Beside the table, Fu Hanchuan sat bent over paperwork, reviewing absurd marketing strategies and slogans for a new product launch. Men will never forget, only beautiful girls deserve this, your boyfriend loves you. Then he'll choose. Fu Hanchuan fell silent for several seconds, pressing his fingers to his forehead and closing his eyes briefly. Could normal humans actually come up with these taglines? How had they passed through layer after layer of review to land right here in front of him? When Yanyu put down the miniature figure and slowly shuffled over to Fu Hanchuan's side, peeking at the documents on the table. Sensing movement nearby, Fu Hanchuan turned his head and instantly softened his gaze, speaking gently, "Why did you stop playing? Are you hungry?" When Yanyu shook his head and sat quietly beside him, watching the papers on the desk. Assuming curiosity, Fu Hanchuan simply lifted him onto his lap to let him see better. When Yanyu was petite compared to him, so holding him like this was no trouble at all. After some time of proper care, when Yanyu had regained much of the weight he'd lost, still slim-waisted and delicate, but no longer so thin that his bones pressed through his skin. Now there was more softness. Warm, comforting softness. Fu Hanchuan lowered his eyes, unconsciously setting aside the steel pen he'd been using to annotate documents, then buried his face against Wen Yanyu's shoulder. The strands of hair near the boy's ear shifted with the motion, lightly brushing his cheek, the texture soft and pliant, almost like the gentle sway of fluffy animal ears. Due to their height difference, it wasn't a particularly comfortable posture. Fu Hanchuan had to hunch slightly just to rest his chin on Wen Yanyu's shoulder and neck. Yet he savored these fleeting moments of rest after exhaustion. How should one describe it? Like an overworked dog desperately needing to recharge by clinging to his little bunny. Since shifting his business focus from abroad back to the domestic market, he'd had countless new domains to dive into. Though as a shareholder he could have delegated management of the conglomerate to others or limited himself to overseeing only key matters, distributing authority accordingly. The lessons taught by his family long ago had made one thing clear: trust no one. Given enough incentive, anyone would cross the line. So even though he was tired and swamped, he personally oversaw every major and minor decision within the group. More than 70% of the company's shares were concentrated entirely in his hands. Though due to legal requirements, he'd fragmented the remaining nearly 30% among board members. However, since he held well over 2/3 of total shares, and given how early investments in virtual currency and stocks overseas had fueled much of the group's growth, not to mention his ongoing financial backing, the absolute authority and control within the corporation rested firmly with him. Relatively speaking, under such strong dominance. If he didn't carefully vet each project himself, who knew what behind-the-scenes maneuvers might arise? Even his 3 closest friends occasionally urged him, take a break. You already have enough power. Why keep pushing yourself like this? Wealth-wise, his liquid assets, real estate holdings, and ever-increasing net worth tied to the company's expansion had long surpassed any practical use, reaching figures meaningful only in scale. But it was never enough. Money alone wasn't sufficient. It couldn't protect his mother, imprisoned in a foreign country and unable to return home. It couldn't save his younger brother who died in a fire. It couldn't shield his younger self, nearly crippled back then. And now, it still couldn't fully protect the person most important to him. The hollow space born deep within his heart since childhood hadn't faded with time, nor diminished as his power grew. Instead, it widened steadily, greedily consuming ever more wealth and control. It wasn't mere desire for worldly pleasures. It was a craving, for something unspeakable, something impossible to fill, a sense of safety. His family's past was far too tainted. His own methods weren't exactly clean either. He could never claim purity. Everyone knew it. Politics? Not an option. So he had to forge a different path. Collaborate with military, scientific research, medical, and food industries. He was aware of all the rumors about himself in the business world, that he could smell profit like a shark scenting blood. Once he latched on, he'd never let go, a cold-blooded, heartless monster who thought nothing of familial ties. He didn't care at all. Sharing profits? Acceptable. Sharing power? Dream on. The tapping of keyboard keys began. I've studied these before. Let me help you with some of it. I'll make a backup first, I'll work on the copy. If I mess up, you can just delete my version. Hearing the voice, Fu Hanchuan lifted his eyes for a glance, then indifferently lowered his head again. Fu Hanchuan nuzzled gently against the little bunny a few times. The faint peach fragrance mingled with the warm, natural scent of his body, spreading through his arms like a dog-friendly version of catnip, so soothing that he unconsciously closed his eyes. His taut nerves and body gradually relaxed. Amid the sounds of rustling paper and tapping keys, his consciousness slowly drifted into darkness. Chapter 71 Let me suffer as you do, don't skip, important backstory. Opening his eyes again. It was already late at night. Fu Hanchuan stared at the plush rabbit doll facing him directly, motionless for a long while. He looked down and noticed a soft pillow beneath his head, and the little blanket Wen Yanyu had recently bought draped over his body. Though winter hadn't arrived yet, underfloor heating was already on in the house. The other occupant of the home, normally so absent-minded he'd often forget to wear shoes, had carpets laid across nearly every area where he moved around. So even though Fu Hanchuan had no idea how long he'd been asleep, his body felt completely comfortable, so relaxed, in fact, that he almost wanted to fall back asleep for another round. In the living room, the lights were dimmed to their lowest setting, not bright, but enough to see clearly, like an old-fashioned neighborhood bar glowing with warm, amber light. Fu Hanchuan lifted his gaze. Wen Yanyu sat before a low table, deeply focused. His left hand tapped the keyboard and moved the mouse, while his right held a pencil, revising and editing documents. A large stack of files originally placed to the right beneath the table had now been shifted entirely to the left. As the final keystroke landed, Wen Yanyu exhaled deeply, closed the folder, and placed it gently onto the pile on the left. He stretched his arms, then slumped forward onto the small desk, casually removing the hairband from his head. 2 strands resembling rabbit ears drooped limply from his head down onto the table. What word could best describe the scene before him? Something like a little rabbit worn out, utterly softened into a puddle. Fu Hanchuan watched for a long moment before finally rising and sitting beside Wen Yanyu. Hearing the movement, Wen Yanyu jolted upright, thud, his forehead smacking straight into the man's shoulder, reflexive tears instantly springing to his eyes. Fu Hanchuan panicked instantly, immediately raising his hands to rub the bunny's head. Does it hurt? Did you hit your eye? It's fine, Wen Yanyu wiped away a tear. His brain had been working non-stop all day, exhausted to the bone, just like those days when he'd been a mere corporate drone in the cycle of reincarnation. Seeing Fu Hanchuan finally awake, Wen Yanyu spoke weakly, "You fell asleep this morning. I saw you were so tired I didn't want to wake you, but I couldn't really move you myself, so I just shifted you aside." I know, but did it hurt? Was it painful?" Fu Hanchuan's expression remained flustered, heart aching fiercely, giving only distracted responses. He rubbed and examined the spot for what felt like ages, carefully checking Wen Yanyu's expression until he was certain there was no real discomfort, just a brief bump, then patted a few extra times before finally letting go. Fu Hanchuan turned to look at the stack of files on the left, picked up one at random, and began flipping through it. Wen Yanyu leaned close, whispering softly, "I thought there were too many, so I went ahead and handled some for you. I used pencil, if anything's wrong, just say so, I'll erase it. If it's okay, you can just sign off on it." He took a sip of juice and watched the man review. Normally, such documents only required a quick glance, highlighting points needing correction, key areas, general direction, and then passing them to the secretary team or department heads to draft accordingly. But given the sheer volume, verbally explaining each one or summarizing during meetings would have meant overwhelming workload. Most of the time, he preferred simply writing notes directly in ink. After multiple revisions, a final approval would be issued. Noticing Fu Hanchuan followed a similar practice, and seeing how busily the man had been running around handling things for him these past few days, Wen Yanyu decided to lend a hand with the approvals. Back in the cycles, his abilities honed by the system and death penalties allowed him to quickly grasp the direction and core strategic goals of Fu Xin Group just by reading these files. While he wouldn't say he handled everything effortlessly, his work was largely accurate and sound. Fu Hanchuan skimmed through 7 or 8 files, then glanced at the computer screen. Even by his own absurdly picky standards, the modifications, annotations, entire process, all could only be described as outstanding. And the handwriting on the documents, strikingly similar to his own style, along with revised content and handling methods, never strayed from the group's core strategy. Page after page, Fu Hanchuan flipped through, his pupils gradually widening with growing astonishment, brows unconsciously knitting together. When did Wen Yanyu become capable of this? Wen Yanyu continued murmuring softly, "For the electronic versions on the computer, I made a copy first and annotated the backup. You can go through and pick what works. If anything isn't usable, it's no problem, I've kept the originals untouched and stored safely." Wen Yanyu sighed. Back when he entered the cycle of the miniature worlds, he had played countless background characters. Among them, founders of commercial empires, high-ranking secretaries, executive directors, technicians, researchers, too varied to list. Yet whenever he was thrown into these roles, the plot was often already halfway through. He'd have to play these parts for months, sometimes even years. He merely inhabited others' bodies, experiencing their memories from a first-person perspective, but rarely inherited any actual skill. At first, it had been nothing short of chaotic. Business matters were something the bad dog had taught him step by step, hand in hand. Only then had he barely reached a level where he wasn't exactly fluent, but could at least handle things without major issues. When Yanyu felt unusually relaxed, he would get to see the stinky dog again tonight. He still preferred falling asleep in the system's arms. Suddenly thinking of his system, when Yanyu's eyes dimmed. In the early years of the cycles, every time a story ended, he and the system would return to the space together. The system would pull him into its embrace, cradling him as he collapsed into near-death despair. Each time, he'd uncontrollably lash out with cruel words. Back then, overwhelmed by pain, he had hated the system countless times. Why was it powerless? Why had it bound him to those worlds? Why treat him like this? He turned the agony of repeated deaths into curses, unleashing them all upon the system. And it simply endured. Silently watched him. Apologized over and over. Pushed away again and again, yet always crept back, repeating endlessly. "It's too cold here. Getting sick will hurt even more. I'm sorry. I can't do anything. I'm sorry for making you suffer like this." It wasn't until the 7th world that CE told him the truth, that his reincarnations had nothing to do with the system. That the system wasn't really a system at all, but rather, his other half. And that 2/3 of the pain from each death had been borne by the system on his behalf. He no longer remembered what his face looked like at that moment, nor the crushing weight of guilt that followed. But he remembered how the system, never angered no matter how much he cursed, yelled, or struck, had nearly lunged at CE in fury for the first time. The one who had never once evaded him before, had, for the first time, been too afraid to meet his gaze. Only after that did they truly begin walking side by side. It still foolishly took on his pain, foolishly warmed him with its own body. In those worlds, they embraced as stories ended, in the freezing void, they slept wrapped in each other. Only then did he understand why Brother CE loved Qiuqiu so much. In the cold, curling up in the warm, oversized plush fur was simply irresistible. Though admittedly, the relationship between Qiuqiu and Brother CE wasn't quite the same as his bond with the bad dog. Snapping back from memory, when Yanyu, his mind worn out from a full day of work, rubbed his tired eyes and continued explaining alongside the man's movements. Fu Hanchuan flipped through documents while listening to Wen Yanyu's meticulous, professional breakdown. Amber light cast fragmented shadows, blending into the dark depths of his gaze. Chapter 72. Marry a capable bunny, be a happy dog. When he looked up again, Wen Yanyu was still chattering away at him, but clearly beginning to wilt from exhaustion. Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze, concealing the complex emotions in his eyes. Never mind. None of it mattered anymore. Another hour passed quickly between them as they combed through all the documents. After their discussion, Fu Hanchuan realized just how naturally skilled Wen Yanyu was at handling such matters. Recalling what the doctor had said, about making patients feel valuable, useful to others, and giving them appropriate things to stay occupied, he naturally steered the conversation toward recent marketing strategies. In recent years, with the economy slowing down, nearly every industry had taken a hit. As a result, even the food sector and the light luxury segment were starting to face challenges. When Yanyu took a sip of juice, thought for a moment, then suggested, we could try collaborations, co-design products or limited edition merchandise tied to joint promotions, to stimulate consumption. Like celebrity endorsements. At the thought of stars whose scandals suddenly erupted or those who collapsed overnight, Fu Hanchuan frowned deeply. Not celebrities, Wen Yanyu shook his head. I mean anime characters and virtual figures. Fu Hanchuan, ? Wen Yanyu set down his glass of juice. Having taken on countless roles across different worlds, he'd long noticed one thing, the money from the otaku demographic was incredibly easy to earn. Especially here, in a world where the internet was advanced but the anime culture was only just emerging, barely tapped, and no major brand had yet ventured into collaborations with novels, anime, or games, it was like an untouched cake waiting to be devoured. He could already guess that someone with Fu Hanchuan's obsessive workaholic personality would be utterly clueless about anime and gaming culture. So immediately, when Yanyu opened his laptop, pulled up a browser, and casually found several examples to give the man a quick crash course. We can reach out to the creators behind these games, anime, or novels. For instance, take the breakfast bread under your group's brand. We could collaborate with illustrators to design artwork featuring popular characters from a novel interacting with different flavored breads, then print these as collectible inserts packaged inside the various bread flavors. If we mass-produce these collectibles, the production cost would be extremely low, yet the profit margin is huge. We gain exposure and profits from the popularity of the original work, while they earn royalties and new visibility. It's a win-win. The same principle applies to games and anime. The target audience for all three overlaps heavily, young people, who are also the primary consumers. While overall GDP may be declining, spiritual needs and emotional fulfillment remain essential in any era. People might hesitate before spending 25 yuan on a milk tea, thinking it's too expensive. But if it's 30 yuan with a collectible of their favorite character included, they'd feel like they're getting a great deal. Beyond regular items, we could also include limited edition collectibles. It'd be best to train staff a bit, to recreate certain atmospheres or scenes from games, anime, or novels within stores. That would help build positive consumer sentiment toward the brand. When Yanyu stared steadily at the screen, speaking calmly and methodically to Fu Hanchuan, completely unaware of the increasingly complicated look in the other man's eyes. For light luxury accessories or cosmetics, we could negotiate with partners to incorporate pieces that match the character's design, items that subtly reflect their personality, thereby sparking fans' desire to buy. We could even design exclusive new styles specifically for certain characters. Sold as character-themed accessories, these items would make fans feel like they've broken through the fourth wall, able to physically touch something connected to their beloved characters. The more depressed the economy, the more people actually tend to spend on emotional value. Pricing could be slightly lower than usual, initially focused on boosting brand recognition. Once awareness is established, everything else becomes easier. Strategic scarcity marketing could also help. On the topic of business practices he'd frequently employed across his many past lives, Wen Yanyu spoke with effortless mastery. Near the end, he added one final remark. Though, keep in mind, most of these consumers are young women. Today I saw in the document a promotional description for a new cosmetic gift set. Man-catching set, make him remember you forever. Only beautiful girls deserve this. If your boyfriend loves you, he'll choose ____. When Yanyu twitched at the corner of his mouth, grimacing as he commented, I think the copywriting team seriously needs retraining. This kind of messaging is downright disrespectful. The main audience for accessories and cosmetics are women, why must the promotion revolve around men? Such absurd slogans would never have passed internal review in any of his former companies, they wouldn't even have reached his desk. And if one actually did land in front of him, he'd probably throw it straight back without hesitation. The way these promotional phrases come across is genuinely terrible, seriously, they show absolutely no respect for the actual consumers. And clearly, there was no real research done on the target audience when designing them. And stop forcefully linking cuteness and elegance exclusively to women. There are so many ways to compliment someone, why were only these two used across 7 different campaign proposals? Girls can be cute, yes, but they don't have to be only that. Beauty comes in countless forms. These campaigns feel too one-dimensional, and that makes the overall impression really poor. Unable to hold back, Wen Yanyu slipped into the professional habits he'd developed as a former boss, offering unsolicited feedback on the campaign plan. From any angle you look at it, I think the planning team's competence and professionalism are seriously lacking. They didn't consider the brand's image or long-term development at all. Is it sheer indifference, or did something unexpected happen before they wrote these lines that somehow impaired their brain function? How on earth did something like this pass through multiple layers of review and end up on your desk? He stopped abruptly, suddenly realizing what he'd said. Wen Yanyu deflated slightly and glanced cautiously at Fu Hanchuan, murmuring apologetically, "Sorry, did I say too much?" "It's fine," Fu Hanchuan replied thoughtfully. "Your suggestions are excellent, and highly feasible. I'll bring them up with the team as soon as possible. As for that promotional copy, I agree with you completely. I'll send it back and make them redo it." Hearing that, Wen Yanyu exhaled quietly in relief. He'd accidentally spoken more than intended, half expecting someone like Fu Hanchuan, a dominant, authoritative figure, to dislike such overstepping remarks. Fu Hanchuan closed the folder of documents. For reasons unknown, he instinctively leaned closer to Wen Yanyu, pressing his cheek gently against the other man's in two soft, dog-like nudges. Accustomed to being nuzzled by his own system, Wen Yanyu reflexively turned his head and lightly kissed Fu Hanchuan on the face. The moment the kiss landed, both froze. Chapter 73. It itches when I can't see the bunny, taking the bunny to work. Wen Yanyu froze stiff for 3 full seconds, then snapped back to reality with a massive start. I am so sorry, I didn't mean anything by it, I'm sorry, Wen Yanyu turned deathly pale, stumbling over his words in panicked confusion. I didn't mean. I wasn't trying to, please don't misunderstand me, I mistook you for someone else, it wasn't intentional, I made a mistake. An inexplicable fear pressed down on his nerves. His fingertips began trembling. He felt just like a startled rabbit, wishing he could shrink into a ball right there and vanish. Meeting Wen Yanyu's unmistakable terror head-on, Fu Hanchuan caught his breath, momentarily stunned. As Wen Yanyu kept babbling apologies, his speech growing faster and more broken, instinctively trying to pull away, Fu Hanchuan reached out, pressing a hand onto his shoulder, one arm circling his waist, the other soothing his back, and pulled him tightly into his embrace. Don't be afraid. His deep voice carried intense reassurance. Wen Yanyu shuddered involuntarily, but dared not move. It's okay, it's all right. Yen, good boy, everything's fine. Shoo, my sweet, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. There's no need to be scared. I would never hurt you. Fu Hanchuan lowered his head slightly, gently patting Wen Yanyu's back as if comforting a child. Wen Yanyu's mind went blank for 2 seconds. Then, hesitantly, his hands grasped the hem of the man's shirt. Only then did the trembling in his fingertips dare to spread through his limbs. His whole body shook uncontrollably. He barely dared breathe. Silent terror consumed him. Seeing him like this, Fu Hanchuan pressed his lips together, suddenly struck by a realization that pained him deeply. But there was no time for that now. He continued soothing the boy. Don't be scared, my good boy, it's all right. You've done nothing wrong. His voice was low, soft as clouds drifting across the sky, slowly calming the little bunny who had curled itself into a trembling knot. Fu Hanchuan wrapped both arms around the youth's upper waist, locking him securely against his chest. His eyes held a dark, unrestrained shadow. I was too harsh before, that frightened you. That was my illness talking, just angry words. I've never hated Yan. Never disliked him. I'm so sorry. I'm a monster. All my fault. Slightly bent forward, his sharply commanding face now bore only bitterness, a strange humility and helplessness. The suppressed emotion in his gaze thickened. Lowering his head, he leaned close to the boy's ear, speaking in a coaxing tone, don't fear me, okay? I'm a monster, I was wrong. I'll change, I promise. Sweetheart, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. You haven't done anything wrong. I'll fix everything. I'm the bad one. I'll never lose my temper with you again. If you still care for me, it's fine, absolutely fine. Hit me if you want. Whatever you need. You've done nothing wrong. No more fear. It's over. No more fear. Only when the front of his shirt grew damp did he realize Wen Yanyu hadn't made a sound. The boy still wouldn't lift his head. His body trembled non-stop, breathing rapid and uneven, an obvious somatic reaction to lingering fear. If not for being held and unable to resist, he'd probably have shrunk into a corner long ago. Fu Hanchuan lowered his lashes, exhaling silently. I'm sorry. Autumn wind blew by. Yellowed leaves fluttered down with the breeze. The headquarters of Fu Xian Group stood at the heart of Shanghai City. From afar, the cluster of towering buildings gleamed with ring after ring of coated glass, imposing and magnificent. A black Maybach pulled to a stop before the central tower of the headquarters. Half asleep when woken up, Wen Yanyu rubbed his eyes groggily. In his left arm, a plush puppy, his right hand held by Fu Hanchuan, the two walked together into the building. It was noon break. The first floor buzzed with people. Employees gathered in the rest area, napping, chatting, snacking. OMG. Feeking. A female employee blurted out, then slapped her mouth shut. Ugh, Boss Fu is here. Several employees, spotting the familiar Maybach through the floor-to-ceiling windows from a distance, instantly perked up, all attention fixed outside. Ever since they'd joined the company, their topmost boss, present every single day of the year except when traveling for meetings or negotiations, had maintained perfect attendance, arriving exactly on time each morning, leaving exactly on time each night, rarely even taking leave. Besides leading and making key decisions as the company's largest shareholder, Mr. Fu also took on multiple roles, aggressively expanding markets. He was practically superhuman. Employees had ridden his momentum upward, workloads increased, yes, but salaries doubled accordingly. Privately, they called their boss the king of grind, a literal king. Terrifyingly hardworking, and unbelievably powerful. Yet, over the past half-month, despite no business trips, this grinding king had suddenly failed to appear fully for several consecutive weeks. He'd only shown up briefly for a few critical meetings before vanishing again immediately. It made no sense. Their gossip radar had peaked to maximum intensity. One head after another stretched out like sunflowers, staring fixedly in that direction. Wen Yanyu's head drooped low, his upper and lower eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. He was so exhausted that his whole body felt soft as cotton, staggering forward with unsteady steps, looking as if he might trip over at any moment. Fu Hongchuan glanced sideways. Seeing Wen Yanyu in such a limp, listless state, he couldn't help but frown. He knew it was most likely the side effects from this morning's round of medication. Psychotropic drugs never came with minor side effects. Back when he was abroad, mocked openly, and behind his back as a madman, he had begun plotting his return to drag those people down into hell. But the mental torment was interfering with his plans. He realized he first needed to gain control over his psychological condition, so he tried almost every available drug. But some of those side effects nearly broke him before anything else did: brain fog, dizziness, excessive sleepiness, fatigue, uncontrollable vomiting. Eventually, just to stay lucid, he stopped taking them all and switched to another outlet instead. Though that method was absolutely not something he'd ever allow Wen Yanyu to endure. There were too many things to handle at the company, and staying home indefinitely wasn't sustainable. Leaving Wen Yanyu alone, even with live video feeds for him to monitor, was unbearable. Only by keeping the boy close could he truly feel at ease. Fu Hongchuan lowered his head slightly, shifting their linked hands into a gentle arm around Wen Yanyu's waist. "Good boy, go straight to sleep once we're up there." Wen Yanyu murmured in response, hugging the plush puppy tighter against his chest. Only after the elevator doors closed did the sunflowers slowly turn their heads back. They exchanged bewildered glances, each staring at the other in disbelief, almost grinding the words through their teeth in stunned suspicion. Was that Wen Yanyu? No way. Did he actually win him over? Oh. Bunny baby. No. How am I supposed to survive as your boyfriend fan? Don't do this. No. 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 Is there no hope left for me? Shut up. Get out of here. I'm a bunny mama fan. So, strong men fall for clingy bunnies is really true. The headquarters rest areas were spread across floors 1 to 5, so the first floor lounge didn't have too many people, though employees from various departments passed through. A group began muttering among themselves, then simultaneously pulled out their phones. 10 minutes later, countless departmental chat groups exploded with 99+ unread messages. In the top floor office, Fu Hongchuan turned on the air conditioning, drew the blackout curtains, and switched on the warm-toned night lamp. Wen Yanyu was already half losing the battle against his eyelids, too tired to speak, climbing onto the bed with his plush dog clutched tightly to his chest. After busying himself around the newly arranged restroom, filling a hot water bottle, setting out snacks, adjusting the blanket one last time, Fu Hongchuan turned around. Wen Yanyu had curled his body slightly, his head resting atop the rumpled bedding, arms wrapped firmly around the meteorite border collie plush. Half nestled on the bed, his legs and feet still dangling off the edge, he had already drifted into sleep. Fu Hongchuan sighed softly, kneeling beside the bed. One hand gently grasped the youth's ankle while the other untied the shoelaces, carefully removing his shoes. After adjusting him into a more comfortable sleeping position and tucking the blanket snugly around him, he moved to leave. His gaze darkened slightly. He opened a cabinet, pulled out a sticky note and a pen. In a meeting. 2 hours. Don't wander off. Be good superset of degree. Asterisk. He stuck the note onto the night lamp, making sure Wen Yanyu would see it the moment he woke up. Then, casting one final glance at the small surveillance camera inside the room, Fu Hongchuan stepped out. An hour and a half later. Wen Haihui sneaked in using his face privileges. Learning that Fu Hongchuan was in an important meeting and would need to wait a while, the three of them casually made their way to the office to wait. As soon as Shen Huainan entered and didn't see anyone, he let out a sigh and plopped heavily onto the office sofa, pouring himself a glass of water with practiced ease. Hey, you think old Fu really let go of that thing last time, or is he just not saying? Shen Huainan sprawled on the sofa, visibly uneasy. Gu Fengyao glanced over at Shen Huainan's anxious expression, despite his lazy, overly relaxed posture, as if he owned the place, and couldn't help but twitch his lips sarcastically. If he hadn't forgiven us yet, we wouldn't even be allowed inside. Shen Huainan. Wan Haihui looked thoroughly exasperated. We were clearly in the wrong. Let's just apologize properly when we meet. Shen Huainan sighed, looking pitiful and cowed. I never expected him to react that strongly. I thought he might actually kill me. Wan Haihui shrugged. You nearly died during that bungee jump last time, and the people who went with you hid it from your family. When it finally came out, didn't your sister and younger sister almost tear those guys apart? Wan Haihui teased with a grin. When it comes to family, who can stay calm? If someone in my family had been lying there injured and I'd been kept in the dark, I'd have torn both of you limb from limb. Shen Huainan, wah. Besides, Wan Haihui frowned, his eyes shadowed with unmistakable dread, those wounds on Xiao Wen's waist. At that mention, the expressions of the three shifted in different ways. The doorknob turned with a soft click. The three froze, simultaneously turning their gaze toward the door of the office restroom. Chapter 74. You don't need to accommodate me like this. After a good nap, feeling refreshed, he saw the note on the lamp and decided to step out for some air. Just as Wen Yanyu opened the door, he came face to face with three pairs of eyes. Shen Huainan, Sigma. Wan Haihui. Gu Fengyao. Wen Yanyu, _. All four froze in shock. Wan Haihui recovered first, quickly standing up to greet him. Yanyu, long time no see. Wen Yanyu snapped back into awareness and returned greetings one by one. Four people sat on the sofa, surrounded by an awkward silence. Over a year ago, introduced by Fu Hanchuan as his friend, Wen Yanyu had briefly met them all. Though they'd never kept in touch privately since, their acquaintance was familiar enough. But only just familiar. Later, when things turned so sour between him and Fu Hanchuan, these three, being Fu Hanchuan's old friends, surely couldn't have been unaware. Now, inexplicable discomfort filled the air. Hugging his plush puppy close, Wen Yanyu repeatedly tapped at his phone, pretending to be busy. No one spoke for a while. Eventually Wan Haihui broke the silence. How's your health lately? Feeling better? Wen Yanyu lifted his gaze, unsure how to respond. He hesitated. I guess, okay. The moment the words left his mouth, all three glanced at his unnaturally pale face, then subtly over to his frighteningly thin wrists, before giving noncommittal nods. I see. Haha, that's good then. Haha. An uncomfortable laugh echoed among the three. Wen Yanyu scratched his nose, chuckling weakly along. As soon as it ended, his social anxiety and terminal awkwardness flared up instantly. He suddenly regretted waking up from his nap, regretted getting out of bed, regretted coming out here, regretted speaking, regretted laughing. Was there something wrong with him? Blushing deeply down to his ears, Wen Yanyu's fair skin made every hint of red stand out sharply. His entire face flushed pink. Gu Fengyao watched him sideways for a long moment before suddenly asking, Are you living with old Fu now? Wen Yanyu stiffened. A mix of curiosity and guilt surged within him. The other two also stared intently, clearly intrigued. They hadn't seen Fu Hanchuan after that day, nor could they find him at the office. The workaholic wasn't showing up, and there was no sign of any police report. They could guess why. He must have been investigating Wen Yanyu's case himself, intending to handle it privately. Knowing Fu Hanchuan as they did, once something like this happened, he wouldn't easily let anyone go. Yet the two had fought bitterly before. So what was the situation between them now? Before anyone could hear an answer, the office door swung open, and Fu Hanchuan stepped in. Seeing everyone inside, Fu Hanchuan showed no change in expression. He calmly walked up beside the youth, first placing the bread he'd brought onto the table. Then, lifting his head, he said coolly to the others, I'm not available today. Head back for now. We'll talk next time. They had come to discuss what happened with Wen Yanyu last time, but now that the other party involved was present, and clearly oblivious, continuing the conversation felt inappropriate. Hearing Fu Hanchuan speak, none objected. They nodded, exchanged brief pleasantries, then rose and left one by one. Only after all four were gone did Wen Yanyu finally relax his tense body, slumping lifelessly into the sofa. His whole rabbit spirit deflated. Wen Yanyu. Fu Hanchuan, returning after seeing them off, saw exactly this scene. He couldn't help but let out a low chuckle. Startled by the sound, Wen Yanyu shot upright like a startled bunny, leaping from the sofa with a straight back and a deliberately indifferent expression, only his bright red ears betraying everything. Fu Hanchuan gave a light cough, suppressing his laughter, pretending he'd seen nothing. He sat back at his desk and resumed working. Wen Yanyu dragged over a soft chair, settling beside the desk. He waited as Fu Hanchuan handed him several files. Just about to look for a pencil, Fu Hanchuan passed him a fully inked fountain pen. Use this. Wen Yanyu paused, surprised. But Fu Hanchuan had already turned back to his other documents. Minute by minute passed. Outside, fine autumn rain began to fall. The outdoor temperature dropped gradually. A narrow crack remained open in the window, while the office AC ran warm. Flipping through files with focused precision, Fu Hanchuan's naturally imposing presence, amplified by his mixed heritage, was softened by concentration, yet added a sharper chill to his demeanor. His black shirt had 2 buttons undone, a wine-red tie loosely hanging. Left sleeve full length, right rolled up to the elbow. Wen Yanyu glanced at Fu Hanchuan, then up at the thermostat. Setting his pen down, he stood, walked around the desk, plucked the remote control from beside Fu Hanchuan's hand. Adjusted the temperature from 30 degrees Celsius down to 22 degrees Celsius, then slipped the controller into his pocket, returning quietly to help review documents. Fu Hanchuan paused mid-motion, turning his head to look at him. Why set it so low? Wen Yanyu didn't lift his gaze, his voice muffled. Heat bothers me more than cold. I can just wear more clothes, it's fine. He'd always been especially sensitive to cold since childhood, and in this lifetime, his wounds never fully healed. As his health deteriorated, he grew even more vulnerable to the chill. Though warmer temperatures would make him feel more comfortable, he never wanted his comfort to come at the expense of someone else's discomfort. Besides, cold. He had long grown used to it anyway. When Yanyu kept his eyes downcast, 2 strands of bangs hanging loosely, his voice slightly hoarse, "You don't need to accommodate me like this." The sight of Wen Yanyu's subdued expression sank into the man's eyes. Fu Hanchuan stiffened slightly, suddenly catching a faint hint of petulance in his tone. Chapter 75 You've never owed me anything. Fu Hanchuan sighed silently, his heart involuntarily softening. Under Wen Yanru's stunned gaze, he pulled out a spare remote from the drawer and raised the air conditioning temperature by 3 degrees. Wen Yanru, huh? Fu Hanchuan took the coat draped over the chair, turned, and wrapped it around the boy like a blanket, helplessly coaxing, "We can't let our little rabbit catch a cold. Be good and wear your clothes properly." The coat carried a faint, subtle scent that enveloped him the moment it settled on his shoulders. His entire being was now wrapped in this fragrance, slightly bitter, mixed with deep woody notes of sandalwood, overpowering every other surrounding smell, growing stronger until it seemed to seep into his skin. When Yenru's ears flushed red, his eyelashes fluttering uncontrollably. He adjusted the coat, pulling the sleeves up further as he settled into it. Sitting comfortably in the plush armchair, when Yenru munched on bread, dipping it into a sweet sauce specially made for dogs, while holding a fountain pen and diligently revising documents. Fu Hanchuan occasionally glanced sideways, watching the boy work so earnestly. His eyes grew warmer, the corners of his lips curling upward almost unconsciously. He felt exceptionally good. Still, he reminded gently, "If you get tired, just go play nearby. I can finish these myself." Without looking up, when Yenru replied, "But you'll be exhausted." Not fully grasping the meaning, Fu Hanchuan asked back. When Yenru lifted his head and spoke seriously, "Handling all of this alone will exhaust you. If we do it together, you won't be so tired." Fu Hanchuan froze for a second, the calm surface of his eyes rippling with emotion. An unexplained silence fell. "I don't know much," when Yenru lowered his head again, continuing with the paperwork, "and I'm free right now anyway. Think of it, as making it up to you." The room was abnormally quiet, only the hum of the air conditioner, the scratch of pen on paper. And the sound of beating hearts. Fu Hanchuan shifted his gaze away. "You've never owed me anything." The voice was so soft, barely audible. They shared one desk, sitting side by side, close. Yet their 2 chairs, separated by armrests, formed an invisible barrier, keeping them from touching each other. After gathering information, either directly or indirectly, about the company's internal affairs over the past few days, when Yenru handled the documents with remarkable ease. When it came to quickly understanding a business and swiftly adapting to various tasks, he was an expert. A skill earned through life-or-death experience. If the characters in the novel discovered his true identity, or if he failed to act according to the plot, he would die. Back when he first entered Tycoon novels repeatedly, if not for the system feeding him instructions line by line, he likely would have gone insane from dying over and over before even finishing learning the ropes. One handled external relations, new collaborations, and development plans, the other reviewed marketing strategies, operational management, and human resources. In 2 hours, the secretary had entered the office multiple times to deliver files. Her expression gradually shifted from disbelief, Sigma, to silent acceptance. The last delivery was a new marketing proposal. When Yenru accepted it smoothly, already focused on reviewing it. Former fan turned cynic, then neutral and now devoted rabbit mom secretary, is the company getting another rabbit boss? Finishing his final document, Fu Hanchuan checked the time, over an hour earlier than usual. Beside him, when Yenru was still wrapping up. Suddenly, an indescribable sensation stirred within him. An unfamiliar, vague, bitter feeling. And something else. A suffocation not born of pain. Outside, dusk painted the sky in blazing hues of orange and fire. Raindrops gently tapped against the windowpane, soft and crisp. Inside the bathroom, the sound of running water ceased. The door opened, followed by the buzz of a hairdryer. A dozen minutes passed. Back in the office. When Yenru sat in front of the laptop, staring at data he had retrieved from memory, processed and polished. Final check complete. He took a deep breath, slapped his cheeks lightly, mentally preparing how to present this additional set of materials to Fu Hanchuan. The door pushed open. Fu Hanchuan stepped in wearing a black robe, damp hair loosely hanging over his forehead, more casually unkempt than usual. The collar hung open, revealing broad shoulders and long legs, the toned physique beneath the robe unmistakable. In his left hand, he held a glass of freshly warmed milk. Glancing down at his phone, he brought the cup to his lips and took a small sip, perfect temperature, just the right sweetness. He set the cup down. Absently, Wen Yanyu sorted through papers with one hand and naturally reached for the cup, gulping down half the milk in a few swallows. Fu Hanchuan suddenly spoke, "You've seen Lin Yu." Lin Yu. Wen Yanyu froze mid-motion, recalling the data. That childhood friend? Unsure why Fu Hanchuan had suddenly brought him up, Wen Yanyu stiffened his grip on the mouse and lowered his eyelids. About the childhood friend. Had Fu Hanchuan found out about what he'd done that day, scaring the other person? Afraid to deny it, Wen Yanyu softly murmured, "I've seen him once." Chapter 76 Feelings that can't be suppressed, are heartbeats. If he said anything to you, don't believe a single word. Wen Yanyu looked up, confused. What? Fu Hanchuan's eyes were cold, not even wanting to mention the name. He was just someone from my school abroad, we had some contact through student clubs. Always imagining weird things. I think there's something off about him. We haven't been in touch since graduation. Wen Yanyu blinked, momentarily stunned, not quite understanding. Just when he'd finally uncovered everything that had happened that day, tracked down each and every one involved, he turned around only to find out that Wen Yanyu had been lured there by that lunatic. Thinking back to the unpleasant incident years ago at school, all those messy complications. A hint of unconscious irritation flickered across Fu Hanchuan's brow. With his naturally intense demeanor, he now appeared especially dark and foreboding. Wen Yanyu flinched slightly and didn't dare ask further. Frowning in displeasure, Fu Hanchuan cut off the funding for Lin family's cooperation while briefly considering which supplier should replace them. He didn't care at all about how the Lin family would deal with their remaining inventory. Trying to intimidate someone close to him. How utterly foolish. Snapping back to focus, Fu Hanchuan looked at the person before him. His expression softened as he reached out and gently ruffled the bunny's hair. His voice lowered too, "I've replaced everyone in your management team except your agent. You won't have to attend events you don't want to anymore." Lin Yu. Events? The pieces clicked into place. Wen Yanyu nodded instantly, understanding. He didn't wish to continue this topic. Nor did he press further. Fu Hanchuan relaxed his features and softly asked, "What have you been busy with all afternoon? I saw you typing away here for hours." After finishing work and returning home, the little rabbit had stuck himself onto the chair. It was almost 6 or 7 hours now, doing who knows what. Hearing the man's question. Wen Yanyu had just finished exporting all the files. He gestured for the man to sit beside him. Fu Hanchuan raised an eyebrow and sat down next to the youth. Wen Yanyu opened the data and documents, slowly explaining as he navigated through them with the mouse. Outside, heavy rain poured incessantly. Deafening thunder cracked one after another, sending subtle tremors racing through the heart. This information is very comprehensive. I've added explanations alongside it. Anyone with basic knowledge can understand and use it. If you need to, you can take it directly. If you don't understand it, that's fine too. Unless something unexpected happens, I'm not planning to stay in the entertainment industry. After completing the second season of the variety show, I'll basically be stepping back. Though he didn't actually hate the entertainment industry. It was because of fans who had always supported and loved him that he held on for so long, but ultimately, he'd never really fit the idol role. Even though he no longer had the qualifications, he still wanted to become a doctor. During the time I'm still around, feel free to reach out if you have any problems. I can assist you with research and development. Wen Yanyu chatted on, completely unaware of the man beside him whose entire expression had subtly shifted. These are only 1/10 of what I know. I didn't manage to finish everything yet, but you don't need to worry. It's all stored in my head, I won't make a mistake. Scrolling through the files, Wen Yanyu couldn't help but feel a nostalgic warmth for the relatively peaceful days within the cycles. These creations, painstakingly developed by him and his companions, or entirely on his own, had either failed to be fully implemented due to his death, or were taken over by others. Focused on the screen, Wen Yanyu explained, in the simplest terms possible, research achievements capable of bringing immense profit, even invisible power. Artificial intelligence, cancer treatment drugs, ultra-safe special materials usable in military defense, and even new energy sources. I hope you will lead the development of these. I believe you can accomplish it. After finishing his brief overview, Wen Yanyu turned to look at the man, waiting for his response. Fu Hanchuan didn't question whether any of this was real. The clarity, simplicity, and extreme professionalism of what he'd just heard, along with truths beyond his grasp, had already indirectly proven the authenticity, and terrifying potential, of these files and data. His expression complex, Fu Hanchuan finally spoke after a long silence, "Do you know what these things mean?" Wen Yanyu paused, then nodded quietly. Of course he knew. Each one alone could bring infinite wealth and hidden influence to a company or individual, even enabling them to transcend social classes. Why, Fu Hanchuan said quietly, give them to me. Wen Yanyu was silent for a moment. Then he turned his head, the setting sun melting in his eyes, reflecting a warm, tender glow. Because I only trust you. And I only want to give them to you. The expression on Fu Hanchuan's face slowly faded, replaced by something complex, faintly obscure, almost bewildered. Something suddenly touched his soul, so scorching that instinctively, he wanted to flee, yet refused to move away. When Yanyu turned his gaze away and said softly, you're someone extremely, incredibly important to me. The last person I have left, the most important one. The 2 years they'd spent together, the rare warmth he had ever felt in his life, right or wrong no longer mattered at all. When Yanyu lowered his eyes, not daring to look at Fu Hanchuan's expression. Yet suddenly, he thought of that sister whose face he could never clearly see, who had a red birthmark on her arm, often pinched her voice into odd tones when speaking to him, calling him bad dog, ball, and even jokingly referring to himself and the bad dog as Gage Sai, clinging on to them crazily. He recalled the words she once teasingly said to them. Love isn't just liking certain traits about the other person. Love is compassion, it's seeing every single tear the other sheds, in everything about them, suffering alongside them. It's the instinctive desire to carefully consider the other's well-being in whatever little time remains, rewriting their fate during those final moments, fulfilling a last act of entrusted guardianship. That couldn't simply be called affection anymore. That was already love. Fate would never betray such love, it would gift them the finest possible ending. Though even now, he still didn't know whether those words were merely strange, incomprehensible riddles meant to confuse rabbits like him, or if what Gage Sai said was true, that she had observed them through dreams, fragments of unknown destinies. None of it mattered anymore. He knew there was no possibility between them. He also knew this feeling would only bring pain to Fu Hanchuan. These past couple of days helping handle work, he noticed that just like him, Fu Hanchuan lacked any sense of security, going over every big and small detail personally. His own emptiness couldn't be filled, while Fu Hanchuan's required money and power. So he thought to himself, before everything ended, he wanted to push the person he loved, Fu Hanchuan, toward a position so high, so unshakable, that he'd never again fear loss or injury, nor be moved by anyone. He understood his mentality might seem somewhat twisted, but it was beyond changing now. All he wanted was to feel better during the time he had left, to stay beside Fu Hanchuan with a clear conscience. You're still valuable. You're still useful. When Yanyu lifted his gaze toward those data and documents etched into memory through blood and pain, oddly moved. This was the first time he genuinely felt grateful for the cycles, for the wisdom he had gained, whether willingly or unwillingly across those worlds, that enabled him to accomplish this. Perhaps their hearts truly resonated. Or perhaps, love was simply something impossible to hide. Even those subtle thoughts slipped out uncontrollably. Fu Hanchuan's lips trembled slightly, but no words came out. An indescribable mix of happiness and ache surged from his spine, zipping through his body like electric currents, stinging his eyes until they burned. It wasn't pain. He turned his head away, gazing out the window. The twilight, blurred by a fine drizzle, looked magnificent and dreamlike. Everything he'd yearned for across decades was now being handed to him all at once. Like a dream. Suddenly, he remembered that rainy day when he crawled out of the old estate. Back then, he hadn't wanted to cry, hadn't thought to beg for help, his heart had been filled only with agony and hatred. He remembered another rainy day, their first meeting, when death loomed close, he still hadn't wanted to cry, still hadn't thought to call for rescue. When Yanyu pulled him out of the car, letting him rest his head on his lap. At that moment too, he hadn't wanted to cry. But now he suddenly remembered one thing. Back then, he had said a sentence to Wen Yanyu. He hadn't recalled it until now. But just now, it finally surfaced. What he had said was, "Save me." After a heavy breath, Fu Hanchuan spoke hoarsely, "Every honor that belongs to you will be given without the slightest omission. And beyond that, whatever else you want. I'll give it to you. Anything." When Yanyu relaxed his tense body. After a brief pause, he said, "If possible, I hope you can personally go down to various levels within the group and promote some women, ensuring they receive fair treatment and allowing other women opportunities to reach higher positions." He knew that only when enough women stood at the top would those beneath gain greater chances to climb. Oh, and regarding HR, there are many female candidates whose professionalism and qualifications are no worse than men's, yet they're often rejected due to gender or trivial reasons. I hope you can personally oversee this process, striving for gender balance approaching 1-to-1. Of course, professional competence must remain paramount, but I believe they're absolutely no less capable than their male counterparts. He had seen many outstanding women across his cycles, who, merely because of their gender, found themselves walking a path lined with extra thorns, a route relatively smoother for men. In workplaces, political careers, and so many areas, despite having identical goals and equal abilities, what amounted to an ordinary uphill climb for men became a relentless journey through thorns and brambles for them. Just because of phrases like, "Because you're a woman, you're already a mother," they had to endure countless cold stares, mockery, subtle knives, blunt attacks, lewd rumors, and even harm from their own gender, all just to reach their ultimate goals. As a man who had received proper education, as a disposable pawn who in his cycles had been helped by countless mothers, sisters, and even mere female strangers. There were too many. He could no longer remember them all. As a normal man who once had a mother, once had a younger sister, he couldn't accept such injustice, but alone, he couldn't change mainstream beliefs. Fu Hanchuan Group was the industry leader, wielding enormous influence. He hoped that through Fu Hanchuan's hands, he might contribute a small, feeble effort toward equality, clearing some thorns from the path for the day true fairness finally arrived. For the mother and sister who might exist somewhere in this world, and for all the girls still striving tirelessly toward that future, he wanted to remove some of the obstacles blocking their way. It wasn't surprising, though unexpected, that this was what Wen Yanyu asked for. Anything else, Fu Hanchuan pressed softly, emotions long suppressed now trembling in his hoarse voice. I can give it all to you. Is there anything more? Wen Yanyu asked lightly, a faint smile on his lips. Fu Hanchuan murmured, holding his breath, waiting for Wen Yanyu's answer. His heart pounded so violently that even the fingertips of his clenched fists turned pale. Hearing this, Wen Yanyu met his gaze again. The corner of Wen Yanyu's lips lifted, and a gentle ripple stirred in his ashen peach blossom eyes. He said, I want you to be happy. Fu Hanchuan froze abruptly. At that moment, the thundering in his heart drowned out the rain beyond the window. The storm raged on. Meanwhile, online, a post was bought to the 7th spot on the trending. Behind the scenes of the Rabbit's backers. That little celeb who always rides the hype. Chapter 77, Xiao Tu suffers online backlash, ergo erupts like a volcano. It started with a single post. Recently noticed someone's online reputation taking a sudden turn. Since I'm no longer in this industry anyway, I'll risk speaking up. Let's refer to him as Tuesday. Originally, Tu never should have debuted. His connection with the show's sponsor led to vote manipulation, which is why he lasted until the end. After debuting, Tu's skills were clearly subpar, something everyone knows. Yet immediately after debut, he landed endorsements from numerous luxury brands. Isn't that suspicious? His fans keep saying it's because he's good, but why would big brands choose such an obscure celebrity for promotion? Fans are just fooling themselves. The truth is, only because of his soft personality and decent looks do some people indulge him. Everyone in the industry knows Tu's practically used up. Does anyone really believe he succeeded based on talent? Later, his downfall came from trying too hard to climb the social ladder, but the real power players ignored him completely. They found him utterly annoying. Tu kept making strange moves, pretending he had connections, when in fact, while he did save one powerful figure once, that's where it ended. He simply exploited that single incident, knowing the guy was busy, so he kept clinging onto the spotlight. Even the later controversy with ZS was just a ploy for attention, deliberately walking the infamy route to stay relevant. Then on variety shows, he played the poor little victim, trying to salvage his public image. But seriously, netizens never learn, they actually believed it. Wake up. Ever heard of special effects makeup? Lose some weight, apply some makeup, finish a show, and bam, he happily gains another batch of gullible fans. Laughable. When you're feeling sorry for him, he's probably laughing behind your back. At first, few paid attention. But as comment threads exploded and the post's implications grew increasingly clear, it shot straight to the top of trending topics. Told you he wasn't a good person. One variety show and suddenly he's redeemed. I'm amazed. These netizens are way too easy to fool. And people actually bought that scene where he got a call from a big shot on the show. The Donmu was full of shippers. LOL. Newsflash, phone labels can be edited. Real power players don't have time to watch variety shows. I genuinely disliked him during that show. Every time Lu Go and Xiao Yu were having a normal moment, he'd insert himself. Honestly felt so slimy, like a textbook toxic green tea boy. Ugh, totally ridiculous. His fans keep pushing this pure moonlight persona. Get out. Xiao Yu is Lu Ge's true moonlight, okay? So gross. This guy is truly disgusting. Several celebrities who had past conflicts with him, you notice how they've been vanishing lately. Endorsements pulled, dramas mysteriously cancelled, followed by steady leaks of scandals. I strongly suspect he whispered lies into his benefactor's ears. Longtime haters of Wen Yanyu, along with rival factions from previous feuds, jumped onto the bandwagon, posting aggressively. Truth and fiction became inseparable. Confusing information stirred casual onlookers into collective outrage. No one cared whether any of it was true. The frustrations of everyday life, anger, and pent-up malice, like hunting dogs catching the scent of blood, immediately found their target. Hordes flooded into Wen Yanyu's social media accounts. Jiang Wan Revi, what goes around comes around. Whether these claims are true or just baseless venting, we'll see. The attached image showed a snowy white lop-eared rabbit and a pitch-black lop-eared rabbit curled in a woman's arms, lifting their heads toward the camera, tiny, adorable, pitiful. With such symbolic imagery and messaging, her stance was instantly clear. Jiang Qian V, how dare anyone bully the little bunny? Sigma death penalty. Drag them away. Absolutely unforgivable. Duan Mufeng v, wow, zero evidence and you're already spouting nonsense. Really opened my eyes. Lu Mingxiu v, clarifying once again, Sang Yu is only my sister. We've never been in a romantic relationship. Xiao Yu is my friend. Both are important to me. Anyone who mindlessly insults my friends online cannot call themselves my fan, and I don't want followers like that. Sang Yu v, the variety show isn't live 24/7. Many times when I was sick or unwell, Yanyu was the one taking care of me. He's incredibly capable, and an exceptionally kind person. If you truly support me, please stop hurting him. That's all. Wah Jiang mommy's here. Wah everyone's coming. Protect our two baby. A bunch of losers coming just to vent. And those claiming their own stars were targeted by two, seriously. That's hilarious. Weren't some of them the ones who willingly got involved? Did two force them to suck? I'm seriously speechless. Got any proof before you start talking? Objectively speaking, Wen Yanyu's resources really don't match his status. How do you explain that? During Wen Yanyu's last live stream, that caller might have been one of his benefactors. LOL. Still don't see what kind of person Wen Yanyu really is, after how shamelessly he clung to that big shot back then. So disgusting. And the whole redemption act later, just as nauseating. Let me put it straight, if he's already been used and discarded, of course the insiders know each other's business. That big shot probably finds him dirty now. Only you lot still treat him like some precious gem. Online, everyone had their own opinions. As one of the hottest public figures lately, major marketing accounts and influencers were divided into three camps, turning the internet discourse into complete chaos. Meanwhile, on the other side, the little rabbit, having taken his medicine and gone to bed early, was already in a dream hugging his doggy tightly, completely unaware of everything unfolding online, even missing all the concerned messages flooding his WeChat. Fu Hanchuan, logged into the Weibo account with the rabbit avatar, grew increasingly dark-faced as the notification count kept flashing past 99+. Just then, his assistant sent over a message. Fu Hanchuan received the file, switched phones, and began typing. Half an hour later, the little rabbit, nearly lulled to sleep by his doggy in his dreams, had no idea that Weibo had crashed twice that night, all because of him. Chapter 78, I am the high branch, he is the magnolia on my branch. The following content is forwarded from Fu Xian Group. Fu Hanchuan v. 1. All endorsements Wen Yanyu has secured since his debut are under my company. My assets, my choice of, I decide who represents them. 2. If we're talking about financiers, Wen Yanyu has only ever had one, me. And if you call me his benefactor, then no, that's not accurate. Between us, neither stands higher than the other. 3. The person who called Wen Yanyu during the variety show was me. 4. Why did So-and-so's drama roles vanish? Why did their endorsements disappear? Because those brands belong to my group. Why would I let a drug user represent my companies? If you're desperate enough to join him behind bars, keep spreading rumors. I'll make sure you get there. 5. Every instance of rumor spreading, insult, or harassment directed at Wen Yanyu, via his account, private messages, or anywhere online, has been preserved as blockchain evidence. Anyone with over 500 reposts, over 5,000 views, or creating doctored images, will be contacted by my legal team. 6. Wen Yanyu is the most important person in my life. No matter what he does to me, no matter how I feel about him, it's none of your business. If you use me as an excuse to attack him again, I will take legal action. 7. I am the high branch, he is the magnolia blooming upon it. Below this long statement were several mobile screenshots. The first was an album screenshot, time-stamped 2 years ago in the afternoon, showing a boy wearing fluffy rabbit ears squatting under a tree, playing with a kitten. The second was a contact list screenshot, a call log under the name Wen Yanyu, Little Rabbit, matching the exact time slot of the live-streamed variety show evening. The third was a random album screenshot from a folder labeled Rabbit, containing countless photos of Wen Yanyu, eating, drawing, spacing out, reading, captured in various locations. The album metadata showed a total of 3,086 images. This post, originally shared by Fu Xian Group, was then systematically reshared by every subsidiary department, chain tagging one after another, impossible to ignore. And this Weibo account, bearing a name that had never been used before. What? Fu Hanchuan. Me? What the hell? Wait, is he publicly defending Rabbit Baby now? Oh my god. With one of the parties finally speaking out, public opinion took a sharp turn. But didn't Fu Hanchuan supposedly hate Wen Yanyu? Am I the only one who noticed the contact log, 99+ missed calls? That time frame, wasn't that when Wen Yanyu fell into a coma? Hold up, are you two seriously pulling off a tragic love drama right now? LOL, he's in the entertainment industry now. Who knows how much he's scheming for your money? Don't let that pretty face fool you. Fu Hanchuan v. I have more money than he could spend in 10 lifetimes. I choose to spend it on him. Jealous? Get lost. Ha ha ha, the big boss replied, I'm dead laughing. I don't get it, if he saved your life, Does that mean you owe him and have to tolerate being emotionally manipulated like this? Isn't that disgusting? Fu Hanchuan V, even if it is obsession, it's me he's obsessed with, not you. None of this concerns you. Get lost. He's completely brainwashed. Is Wen Yanyu really that irresistible? Fu Hanchuan V, mind your own damn business. Get lost. Stupid naive Snow, wait. You were yelling at little rabbit earlier. Take rabbit away. Don't touch him. Shrieks. Fu Hanchuan V, you get lost. Sandwich cookie, why so aggressive? Fu Hanchuan V, you too, get lost. The original negative trending topic was swiftly taken down. A wave of new hashtags surged onto the get lost and you too get lost. The domineering CO filter is broken. He is obsessed with me not you. I have mane could never finish spending. I am the high brank heisty magnolian mibrank. Unloved bro can you two not just end up together? Unloved bros quotes are still piling up. I thought domineering CEOs were supposed to be polite and restrained, but lol, unloved bro just keeps saying, get lost, you too get lost, mind your own business, what the hell is it to you? Nothing like the typical CEO trope, ha. Anyone who's seen Fu Hanchuan's old interviews knows, he's less polite and more can't be bothered. If someone annoys him, he snaps instantly. Check his business records, he's a rabid dog type when provoked, loses all restraint, attacks fiercely. Dies laughing, ha. Help, my CEO fantasy is shattered. He stayed up all night personally clapping back at netizens. Help. Also, I want unloved bro's photo album. I am the high branch, he is the magnolia on my branch. OMG. OMG. Wasn't someone claiming rabbit baby was climbing the social ladder? OMG, unloved bro is too smooth, help me. Now I get why Wen Yanyu was so desperate back then. Boss really is lovable. Fu Hanchuan is Wen Yanyu's kryptonite among straight men, totally. Over 3,000 photos in 2 years, 99 plus missed calls on the day rabbit fell into a coma, don't love him, unloved bro. No way. Back then I knew outside the hospital, anyone who sets up a bold declaration will eventually get slapped. Heh, we have no possibility. Wait. Didn't Fu Hanchuan say in that interview outside the hospital he didn't like Wen Yanyu? What the hell? When Wen Yanyu was undergoing that critical rescue, the one that brought together experts from around the world, the legendary life or death treatment now studied as a classic industry case, ever wonder who gathered all those specialists? Go check the forum threads. And the photos. OMG. Why is this so sweet yet heartbreaking at the same time? I'm officially shipped. Just imagine, unloved bro gets done arguing with netizens tonight, then tomorrow has to rush off to work meetings, after work takes his friend to the hospital, then goes home to cook for his friend. Makes me laugh. Not, but seriously, how is he worse off than me, a mere office drone? When's unloved bro finally going to go full villain mode? Spotted a key detail, why is the car unloved bro uses to pick up rabbit a Maybach? With star C raining every day lately, what if it leaks and soaks little rabbit? No. So careless. What happens if this internet crowd misses a meme? The online storm instantly shifted direction. Within a single night, a swarm of newly emerged marketing accounts suddenly disappeared. Countless comments and posts were deleted en masse. It didn't take long for people to notice the commotion. Fu Hanchuan V, I have taken control of all of Wen Yanyu's public social media accounts. Every harassing call and text message you've sent is being monitored by me. If I see even a single additional harassing or threatening message, my legal team will contact your parents to initiate lawsuits. Being a minor is not an excuse to escape punishment. I have more than enough money to fight you to the bitter end. Fu Hanchuan V, let me repeat, no private settlements will be accepted. We don't need your petty compensation. My legal team has preserved blockchain-backed evidence. You should have thought about the consequences before twisting facts, manipulating public opinion, spreading rumors, and hurting the victim. If apologies worked, why would we need laws? At law without limits. Fu Hanchuan V, a flimsy, half-hearted apology is the cheapest, most useless thing there is. If you truly want to apologize, then suffer the same pain as the victim. What the hell is law without limits? Save me, lol. It's Fu Xin Group's exclusive legal team. They've never lost a case, aka Law Without Limits Pizza Hut, lol. Wait, why am I finding this so satisfying, lol? Being a minor isn't an excuse to escape punishment. I have more than enough money to fight you to the bitter end. Damn, it's like seeing a domineering CEO from novels step into real life, and it's glorious. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Morning came. Wen Yanyu stared blankly at the pile of concerned texts flooding his WeChat, still dazed after finishing the entire Weibo drama. His brain struggled to catch up. By then, Fu Hanchuan had already lifted him out of bed. Wash face, brush teeth, change clothes, take medicine, eat breakfast. After going through the routine, Wen Yanyu had fully processed the whirlwind surrounding himself. I am the high branch, he is the magnolia blooming upon it. Magnolia flowers, huh? Pure, sincere affection. Friendship everlasting. Wen Yanyu gazed wordlessly at the trending topic on his phone, then slowly lowered his lashes. Friendship everlasting. That's fine. Overnight, the web's vile comments and messages had been almost entirely erased, leaving behind only the bearable fragments. Fu Hanchuan held a wooden comb, staring at the fluffy head before him, fresh white roots emerging beneath the fur, the strands in his palms seeming faded under sunlight, tinged with an eerie gray-black. Fu Hanchuan paused briefly, then lowered his eyes. His hands continued moving, gently grooming the rabbit's hair as before. From Wen Yanyu's phone, Jiang Wanru's voice floated out, an invitation to go out together. Do you want to go? Fu Hanchuan asked. The doctor had mentioned that if the patient was willing, spending more time outdoors with friends could help recovery. At this, Wen Yanyu tilted his head up slightly, peering at the man with quiet caution. Can I go? Chapter 79 Sweet Dream, the Rabbit Family's Amusement Park Adventure. Fu Hanchuan softened his voice and said, Of course you can. Wen Yanyu, yay. The noon sun shone brightly. The car stopped outside the amusement park. Fu Hanchuan turned sideways and gently straightened the collar at the back of Wen Yanyu's neck, watching the boy's eager expression. He reminded once more, make sure your power bank is charged. Answer my calls, take your medicine half an hour after meals, and if you're feeling off at all, call me immediately, I'll come pick you up. Have fun. Got it. Only after seeing from the car window that Wen Yanyu had been picked up by the two did Fu Hanchuan shut the window. Keep an eye on him. Don't let anything happen, Fu Hanchuan said as he hung up the phone. He put on his headphones. Back to the company. Crossing the street, Wen Yanyu took out his phone to call Jiang Wanru when a breeze brushed past his ear. Baby. Jiang Wanru came from behind, wrapping her arms around him tightly, spinning him around and inspecting him head to toe. No weight loss, slightly plumper, in fact. Good. Finally giving the soft cheeks another pinch, Jiang Wanru exhaled deeply, how's your health lately, baby? Any sickness? Did you eat before coming? Should we grab something first? Yes, no, I'm not sick, already ate, Wen Yanyu stammered, his ears burning red. Though he was growing used to Auntie Zhang's affection, apart from his mother, he'd hardly ever been so tenderly doted on by another woman. He still felt a bit awkward. Didn't Shenhui come along? Wen Yanyu looked around curiously. At the mention of this, Jiang Wanru instantly wore a look of profound suffering. He was supposed to come, but right after getting in the car, his hospital called asking him to work overtime. So he couldn't make it. Always busy, 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 Jiang Wanru sighed helplessly, gritting her teeth. Ugh. May whoever convinced him to study medicine be struck by lightning. His poor mother, barely get to see him these days. Thinking back to her own life spent as a doctor in her past life. Indeed, it had been quite hectic. Wen Yanyu chuckled softly, nodded, and comforted her with a few words. All right. Next time we'll invite brother together. For now, let's go inside and have fun. Today, Auntie and Uncle Chin will show you around every corner of this place. Jiang Wanru beamed, vigorously ruffling the little rabbit's hair again. Jiang Wanru. Wen Yanyu, starting to get used to it. Qin Qingji, who witnessed everything. Honey, you. The three entered the amusement park together. Roller coasters roared along twisting tracks, carousel horses rose and fell to children's nursery rhymes, staff dressed in character costumes performed all around the park. Laughter echoed everywhere. It was holiday time, many parents with kids, couples chatting and smiling in small groups. Joyful music, tourists' chatter, mechanical clatter, all blended together from every corner of the park into a symphony of happiness. Faint scents wafted into their noses, the air thick with the sweetness of popcorn and cotton candy. At the shooting game stall, a plush meteorite border collie puppy and several finely made stuffed animals sat atop the highest shelf as grand prizes. Wen Yanyu held the toy gun, beginning his fourth round. The result was obvious. Another complete miss. With 3 shots left, he no longer wanted to continue. He lowered the gun, head drooping, resigned. Clearly, he just wasn't meant for this thing. Seeing Xiao Bao's dejected look, the two adults instantly stood alert. Jiang Wan returned to stare at the frozen Qin Qingji, and was about to kick him. But Qin Qingji had already stepped over, taking the toy gun from Wen Yanyu's side, lifting it and adjusting his aim with practiced ease. Before the stunned vendor could even react, Qin Qingji calmly fired several shots in succession. Lights lit up across the booth. Wen Yanyu. Vendor. Congratulations. Qin Qingji pointed at the little border collie. Give that dog to my kid. Only after holding the plushie did Wen Yanyu snap out of Qin Qingji's breathtaking performance. Just like Dad. Cops are amazing. So cool. Thank you, Uncle. Wen Yanyu gazed at him with big, admiring eyes, tiny sparkles catching the sunlight like stars scattered across his irises. Adoring. Trusting. The park's music, the sweet scent of cotton candy, and the person standing before him triggered the Proust effect. Suddenly, the crowd noise faded away. His dull senses sharpened abruptly, his vision narrowed solely onto Wen Yanyu, hugging the stuffed animal. Qin Qingji froze. His entire body trembled faintly, uncontrolled, for a brief moment. Someone was crying by his ear, someone screaming in agony, someone calling his name, the searing pain and aching sorrow spreading throughout his body. But only for an instant. The vision and that memory vanished entirely. Unresistible. What had just happened seemed like nothing more than an illusion. When Yanyu lowered his head, nuzzling the new plush puppy, Jiang Wanru focused intently on searching for snacks around them. Neither noticed the man's oddness. Just now. What was that? Qin Qingji closed his eyes, rubbing his sore eye sockets. He didn't dwell on it further. The group continued wandering through the park. Admiration born from being awed, mixed with some indescribable pain-relieving comfort. Though clearly no longer a child, Wen Yanyu, just like the other kids brought by their parents here, stuck close to the two adults, beaming happily and chattering endlessly. This kind of dependence and admiration, something long lost since his own son had grown up, made paternal pride well up deep within the middle-aged man. Qin Qingji cleared his throat lightly, then naturally ruffled the little rabbit's hair. As Jiang Wanru handed over mildly spicy grilled skewers, she also casually patted the little rabbit's head, before sticking a straw into a yogurt drink and passing it to him. Wen Yanyu froze for a moment. Then, unconsciously, his eyes crinkled into a smile. An uncontainable yearning mingled with a mist of bitterness gathered in his eyes, slowly merging into his endless bloodstream, blending into a beautiful dream. Along the way, the three joked and laughed. Many visitors recognized them, but seeing how happy they looked together, they didn't interrupt too much, just asked for photos or autographs before continuing on their way. They spent most of the day at the park, until finally defeated by the giant swing ride. Not long after getting off, when Yanyu turned deathly pale, curled up on a bench, struggling to recover. Even after a long rest, he remained listless and weak. "I'm so sorry, baby. It's all my fault, I insisted we ride the swing. Are you feeling terrible?" Jiang Wanru's heart clenched painfully. Recalling how Xiao Bao had hesitated right before boarding, probably not wanting to ruin their fun. She'd been too caught up in her own excitement to notice carefully. Jiang Wanru felt speechless, even more guilty inside. She casually tossed her bag to the awkward man beside her and sat down next to Wen Yanyu, pulling him into her arms and gently massaging his temples. Wen Yanyu shook his head weakly. It must be because life had been too comfortable lately, he'd become so weak against dizziness. Pain, he could usually endure. But vertigo? He truly had no tolerance for it. "It's not your fault, I'm fine. Just got off, a bit dizzy. I'll feel better soon." His voice was soft and faint, his whole being exuding a sickly fragility. Jiang Wanru winced with, taking out tissues to wipe away the cold sweat on the boy's forehead. Qin Qingji came rushing over, having just fetched water from the park restaurant, placing the thermos filled with hot water beside Jiang Wanru, then unscrewing a bottle of orange juice. "Drink something sweet first. Let's take a break here." Qin Qingji took the tissue and wiped the cold sweat from Wen Yanyu's face. "After drinking, close your eyes and lean back for a bit." Jiang Wanru poured hot water into a small lid and pressed it into Wen Yanyu's limp, wordless hands. Wen Yanyu took the lid, blowing on the surface before sipping slowly. The warm water settled in his stomach, followed by a few sips of orange juice. Gradually, the dizziness eased slightly. Unconsciously, he relaxed his body and leaned his head against the woman's shoulder. The two adults sat on either side, cradling the tired, suffering little rabbit between them. I_I. I_I. Chapter 80, on the eve of the class reunion. Why did I forget you? Inside the aquarium, the massive glass tank shimmered faintly under the dim lighting, casting soft halos. Inside, several giant turtles moved slowly through the water, floating up and down with deliberate strokes of their limbs. Colorful fish swam in schools through coral formations, like flowing ribbons, while translucent jellyfish pulsed rhythmically, their long tentacles glowing gently in the illuminated water. The entire space felt dreamlike, a miniature world beneath the sea. Aside from admiring the marine life, many visitors kept glancing toward one particular spot. Three newcomers, each wearing intricately crafted rabbit ears atop their heads, immediately drew attention, not just for the whimsical accessories, but for their striking looks. Qin Qingji wore all black, his dark rabbit ears slightly bent. His natural police authority was softened, yet not entirely erased, by the fluffy pair, creating an odd but memorable image. One couldn't help but think of him as the rabbit officer. Jiang Wanru's snowy white, short-style rabbit ears complemented her poised demeanor. Though in her 40s, her well-kept appearance gave off an aura of elegance and gentleness. Beside them, Wen Yanyu wore grayish-white drooping rabbit ears, curiously scanning the surroundings. His natural bangs blended seamlessly with the plush ears, adorable, innocent, undeniably cute. The three rabbits strolled side by side through the aquarium. Qin Qingji, Jiang Wanru. Wen Yanyu. As a policeman, Qin Qingji was acutely aware of every glance cast their way. Sensing the frequent stares from around the room, he quietly closed his eyes for a brief moment. My dear troublemakers. An enthusiast of marine life, Jiang Wanru linked arms with Wen Yanyu, gently explaining the various fish species on display, her eyes brimming with barely concealed joy. Wen Yanyu stared blankly at the school of fish in the tank. But, seeing them here in the aquarium isn't what I like most. I prefer seeing them in the open sea. He turned his head to look at the woman beside him. Jiang Wanru smiled softly, her eyes crinkling. Little fish should be free. Wen Yanyu blinked, startled. But she had already moved on, pointing to the next fish. This one here. Standing nearby, Qin Qingji let his gaze drift subtly toward two men on the right side of the hall holding coffee cups. His eyes lingered for a second on the slightly exposed back collar of the teenager between them, then he reached out slowly. What is it, Uncle Qin? Wen Yanyu turned. Qin Qingji smiled gently, adjusting the boy's collar. Your clothes were messy. Let me fix that for you. Wen Yanyu blinked, dazed. Oh, thanks, uncle. Seeing the boy's cheerful expression, Qin Qingji lowered his eyes, concealing the strange glint in his pupils. Auntie Jiang, what are those fish? Those with the beautiful tail fins are guppies. The ones with especially vibrant tails are males. They feed on algae and plankton. So pretty. Yes, male guppies have particularly beautiful fins. Sweetheart, would you like something to drink? Their conversation drifted through the ambient hum of machinery, slightly distorted. Fu Hanchuan sat motionless, calmly reaching up to adjust his loosened earphone. Director Fu, the Lin family keeps requesting a dinner meeting. They said they're willing to give up that land parcel and launcher as compensation, to apologize formally. The assistant manager looked up while placing down a stack of files. Fu Hanchuan didn't raise his head. His voice was calm. Decline. The man pressed his lips together. But that plot has high commercial value. It was just the younger Lin son's foolish mistake. We don't need to harm our mutual interests over this. The Lins are sincerely apologetic, why shouldn't we accept? These days, the Lin family was scrambling like ants on a hot pan. Their biggest buyer had terminated cooperation, leaving a surplus of goods unsold. Cash flow collapsed, debts piled up. On top of that, they were now under investigation from higher authorities. If they couldn't patch the financial gap soon, all the progress the Lin family had made over the past 2 years might vanish overnight, perhaps even worse than before. As part of the same business network, the assistant manager had been instructed to push hard. He continued to plead the case before Fu Hanchuan. Fu Hanchuan paused. Slowly, he lifted his gaze, one eyebrow rising slightly. His voice was deliberate. Did you say our interests? Realizing his misstep, the man quickly bowed his head. Apologies, sir. Fu Hanchuan studied the middle-aged man carefully, then glanced at his name tag, searching his memory. A relative from the husband's side of the Lin family's eldest daughter. Had jumped ship with the technical team during earlier collaborations. Competent enough, yes. Fu Hanchuan gave a quiet, cold chuckle. His eyes turned sharp, his tone laced with mockery. Leave the documents. Then go to HR and settle your severance. The assistant manager froze, speechless. Before he could utter another word, 2 guards by the side stepped forward and escorted him out. Silence returned to the office. Fu Hanchuan picked up a plush toy bunny from the desk, gently rubbing it between his fingers, then slipped the other earpiece back into place. Back at the massive tank, countless fish darted to and fro. With the 2 adults stepping away to buy drinks, Wen Yanyu stood alone before the glass. Yanyu. Little fish. A hesitant, young female voice came from behind. Hearing someone call his name, Wen Yanyu assumed it was another fan and turned around with a smile ready. A meter away stood a girl in a white floral dress, her features delicate but unremarkable, nothing striking, plain, ordinary. But in that instant, Wen Yanyu froze, nearly forgetting to breathe. Tao Shu froze too. Their eyes met, silence stretching between them. Wen Yanyu's lips parted slightly. After so many years, meeting his childhood friend again, he instinctively wanted to say so much. But those erased memories, that final gaze of unfamiliarity. All he managed was, long time no see, Tao Shu. Tao Shu studied him for a moment, her expression twisted with conflict, then finally spoke, after graduation, why didn't you keep in touch with any of us? And I think I even went looking for you, why did you sell your house? Wen Yanyu stiffened. Tao Shu awkwardly smoothed her hair, muttering to herself, just the other day I was talking about you with Jianan and the others. How come we couldn't find any way to contact you? Wen Yanyu's breath caught, a sharp pang tightening in his chest. Do you, still remember me? Tao Shu blinked, puzzled. Weren't we friends before? Why wouldn't I remember you? 3 years. So many memories. How could they just be gone? And your? Tao Shu's gaze drifted, then she shook her head. Sorry, I've been having such a messy memory lately. Wen Yanyu opened his mouth, his throat constricting. An unthinkable suspicion suddenly rose within him. But he dared not truly ask. Afraid it would all turn out to be nothing. Chapter 81 Awakening from a Dream. Coming back to her senses, Tao Shu stepped forward and stood beside Wen Yanyu. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. A few of our old classmates from middle school, about a dozen who were close, are getting together at Hot Spring Mountain nearby. It'll last 2 or 3 days. Jianan will be there too. Would you like to come with us? Wen Yanyu stiffly nodded. Tao Xu, who had braced herself for rejection, was momentarily stunned, then quickly pulled out her phone from her bag. The two added each other as friends. Tao Xu still looked like she wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to. Her chest felt inexplicably heavy. She wanted to speak. But after a long pause, all she managed to squeeze out was, "Lately, are you doing okay?" Wen Yanyu gave a soft hum in response. Words failed him. The two stood in silence for a long while. Each wanted to speak, yet neither could utter a sound. Well, I should probably head back now. Tao Xu smoothed her hair, hesitated a moment longer, then lifted her gaze to meet Wen Yanyu's eyes. It's been a long time, Xiaoyu. Long time, Tatsi. The woman left. Inside the hall, dim indigo lighting cast a surreal glow. The glass before him was so clear it seemed invisible, standing in front of the aquarium tank felt almost like being underwater. A school of fish swam toward him. Instinctively, Wen Yanyu reached out. Only to touch the cold glass. He snapped back to reality. Mom! Do the little fish know they're inside a tank? A child's voice rang out from behind. Wen Yanyu glanced sideways. A mother and daughter stood by the tank not far away. The little girl, no more than 4 or 5 years old, chattered without pause. Do the little fish get homesick in there? And since they don't have freedom here, do they feel sad? Mom, Mom, Mom. The woman laughed gently. Of course they don't feel sad. Their parents and family are right here with them. Besides, fish aren't humans. They don't know where they are. They don't have emotions, they wouldn't feel sorrow. The child pouted and huffed. But Mom isn't a fish either. How can you be sure whether the little fish are happy or sad? How do you know if their family is really here with them? Well, the woman replied, the tank is transparent, and everything inside is just like the ocean. They probably don't even realize they're confined. As long as they don't know, they won't feel heartbroken. The child stared at the tank curiously. But what if one day the little fish realize they've been locked in a tank? Wouldn't they feel really, really sad? If I were a little fish and suddenly found myself locked up with no freedom, I'd definitely be so sad. So lonely. I'd miss home so much. Seemingly lost in thought, the child drooped her head glumly. It'll be okay, the woman said, ruffling the child's hair softly. If that day ever comes, I'll be locked in there with you, sweetheart. Wherever we are together, that place will be our home. Hearing that, the child lifted her head, burrowed into her mother's arms, and cheered, yay. Mother and daughter walked on, disappearing slowly from sight. After a long while, Wen Yanyu turned his gaze back. He lowered his head slightly. His eyes, hidden beneath strands of hair, revealed no emotion. Only the pounding of his heart filled his ears. Not long after, the other two returned with their purchases. The trio wandered around idly once more. Until night fully fell. Outside the amusement park gate. A cool evening breeze blew. The moon silently climbed onto the treetops, spilling its pale, chilly light across the ground. Wen Yanyu stood between them, holding a warm roasted sweet potato he'd just bought. The rabbit ears on his head hadn't been taken off, they drooped limply over his temples, looking oddly pitiful. Heartbreaking. That was their shared feeling. Qin Qingji had to admit, after years in law enforcement, he'd seen far too many things. In this profession, too much personal emotion could lead to mistakes. He had gradually become cold, perhaps even callous. Rarely did he encounter someone who, merely by smiling, stirred such wordless pain within him. He couldn't explain where this sudden ache came from. Qin Qingji stood quietly behind the two, holding the items he'd bought for Wen Yanyu, saying nothing. Jiang Wanru held Wen Yanyu's cool hand in hers, eyes brimming with worry. Auntie knows you're the most obedient boy. When you get home, make sure you eat well, take your medicine properly, sleep early, wake up early, no staying up late. Wen Yanyu nodded repeatedly. Jiang Wanru pursed her lips gently. A wave of helplessness washed over her. She rubbed the thin wrist of her dear child again. I know eating might be hard for you sometimes, but you mustn't skip meals. Take it slow. Eat just a little more each time. Try to reduce the painkillers gradually. Wen Yanyu kept his eyes downcast, still only nodding. His tongue pressed tightly against the roof of his mouth. Not a single word escaped. Jiang Wanru didn't press further. At the crossroads, a car sped toward them, coming to a smooth stop by the roadside. The door opened. A man in a long black coat stepped out. Wen Yanyu turned back, immediately recognizing Fu Hanchuan, and took the shopping bags from Qin Qingji's hands. Jiang Wanru squinted into the dimness, the man's face was hidden in shadow, and for a moment she couldn't identify him. Not until he stepped closer did she finally recognize who it was. Fu Hanchuan's gaze lingered briefly on Wen Yanyu. Without addressing the two beside him first, he reached up and removed the long overcoat draped over his arm, then gently placed it over Wen Yanyu's shoulders. He picked up the rabbit ear scarf. Wen Yanyu tilted his head up. Fu Hanchuan bent slightly, wrapping the scarf lightly around the boy's neck and tying a loose knot. After making sure Wen Yanyu was warm, Fu Hanchuan finally looked up and greeted the two, "Good evening. Thanks for taking care of Yan today." Then he turned to Qin Qingji and said calmly, "Long time no see, Uncle Qin." Qin Qingji stiffened, snapped out of his daze, his expression complex. "Long time no see." Jian Wanru remained silent. Fu Hanchuan offered her a greeting as well, then took Wen Yanyu's hand. "It's getting late. I'll take Yan home now." Qin Qingji nodded, saying nothing more. Wen Yanyu turned to each of them one last time, hugging them both before following the man away. "Are you cold?" "No, not anymore." "Did you have fun today?" "I did." "Do you want to eat at home or outside?" "I want to go home and sleep." "Eat something small before sleeping, how about steamed egg custard?" "I'll mix your favorite sauce for you." "I want something sweet." "Then let Auntie make you milk pudding." "Okay, but I still want egg custard too." "You can't eat too much at night." "How about having the egg custard tomorrow morning instead?" "Alright. Then just eat a little bit less." "Okay." Their voices faded gradually, and as the car started, they disappeared completely from sight. Qin Qingji sighed, taking his still-dazed lover's hand. "Let's go home." Jian Wanru turned back, silently letting out a soft mm. The night streets remained lively, holidays, near the park, groups of people chatting and laughing all around. They peeled open the sweet potatoes they just bought, instinctively choosing not to hail a taxi, instead walking slowly toward home as they ate. The scalding hot potato slipped down bite by bite. His tongue had gone numb from the heat, yet Qin Qingji didn't even notice. The chilly evening breeze carried distant singing. "Feeling you once again. I'm no longer lost." Jian Wanru suddenly stopped. The movie Boonie Bears playing on the large screen far away reflected in her eyes. "The wind carries your breath." The hot flesh of the sweet potato had already left a red mark on her palm. "After all, you've never truly left." Gentle lyrics drifted with the wind, tearing open a hole in her chest, letting gusts pour endlessly inside. No matter how hard that wind tried to sweep away those memories, the pain refused to subside. After a long while, Jian Wan returned to look at him. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. "Have I forgotten something, something incredibly important?" Qin Qingji pressed his lips together, unable to utter a single sound. Only tears fell. Under the moonlight. In their reflections. The two walked hand in hand, moving forward through their confusion. "Memory is the only baggage I carry. The road ahead won't be lonely or long." Chapter 82 Class Reunion, Hot Spring Resort. On the return trip. Dim streetlights filtered through the car windows into the cabin. Fu Hanchuan's peripheral vision kept sweeping over the boy's hair, those drooping grayish-white rabbit ears still hanging low. Under the dim light, the black edges blurred, making them look like actual rabbit ears sprouting from his head. Fu Hanchuan subtly curled his lips upward. Wen Yanyu bent his head, peeling a sweet potato bit by bit, carefully removing all the skin to reveal the soft, sweet flesh within. Seeing the sweet potato extended toward him, Fu Hanchuan froze suddenly. "Wen Yanyu, let's eat together." Fu Hanchuan numbly reached out and took it. Wen Yanyu peeled open another piece of sweet potato. The car was filled with the sweet fragrance of roasted sweet potatoes. Fu Hanchuan gently bit into the sweet potato. His tongue tasted a faint sweetness. As he swallowed, warmth spread through his stomach, warming his entire body. Sweet and soft. He had a big appetite, and the sweet potato wasn't particularly large. Within a few bites, one piece was completely gone. Noticing this, Wen Yanyu moved to peel another for him. Suddenly, Fu Hanchuan reached out and grabbed the boy's wrist, leaned forward. Under Wen Yanyu's puzzled gaze, he took a bite from the same half the boy had already nibbled on, where 2 or 3 teeth marks already showed. Wen Yanyu was stunned. "Are you that hungry? I can just peel another one for you. Why are you eating from mine?" Fu Hanchuan looked down at him, his pale blue eyes translucent like aquamarine under the dim yellow light, remaining characteristically cool yet now softened slightly. His left hand braced against the seatback while his right tightly held the boy's wrist. His fingers were distinct, long, strong, gripping firmly so Wen Yanyu couldn't pull away. They were so close. The warm, moist breath brushed against the back of Wen Yanyu's hand. Already sensitive by nature, an itchy sensation surged from his palm up to his waist, making his whole body feel uneasy. Wen Yanyu's lashes fluttered lightly. He lifted his gaze slightly, nearly able to count the fine texture of the man's facial skin. "Wen Yanyu. _ What, did someone let you starve like this?" And thus, Fu Hanchuan finished off the remaining half of the sweet potato. Straightening his back, Fu Hanchuan said calmly, "I'm not very hungry. The others were too big. Yours was just the right size." Wen Yanyu, oh. He gave no further reaction. Wen Yanyu lowered his head, picked up another sweet potato, gently snapped it in half, and continued filling his stomach. Fu Hunchuan. How come you're so clueless? Can't you just break it apart? The car stopped inside the residential complex. Both got out. A night breeze brushed past their cheeks. Tree shadows swayed, and occasional bird calls echoed. Fu Hunchuan held the boy's hand, preparing to head home. But when Yanyu turned toward the driver's side and tapped lightly on the window. The window rolled down. The middle-aged driver poked his head out. Is there something else, Mr. Wen? When Yanyu bent down and rummaged through the bag, then passed a large box of small cakes through the window into the driver's hands. The driver instinctively caught it, looking utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what Wen Yanyu was doing. Then Wen Yanyu searched again in the bag for the plush pink bunny. Back when he and Fu Hunchuan were close, they often met up for meals, and this driver regularly shuttled them around. They weren't quite friends, but certainly familiar. He remembered clearly the time he ended up in the hospital late at night, with Fu Hunchuan away on a business trip. This driver had been dispatched to take him to the hospital. When returning home afterward, seeing the cake left on the seat, it was this man who explained it was his child's birthday, and generously shared a slice with him. Finally locating the pink plush bunny deep within the oversized shopping bag, when Yanyu handed the toy to the dumbfounded driver. Today is Xiaobao's birthday, isn't it? Recalling it at the amusement park, when Yanyu had quickly decided to return the kindness, now explaining shyly, last year, when you drove me home from the hospital and saw I hadn't eaten, you shared a piece of her birthday cake with me. Please pass along my best wishes, happy birthday to the little one, and thank her for her cake. Wen Yanyu smiled. That had been his first piece of birthday cake since his parents' passing. Looking at the plush bunny in his hands, the bow neatly tied, clearly a well-made favorite among little girls, the driver paused for a moment. His confusion faded, replaced briefly by a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Ah, thank you. Oh, right. When Yanyu picked up the last 2 warm sweet potatoes, securely fastened them with string, and passed them over. I noticed you were driving earlier, so I didn't offer them before. An empty stomach feels awful. Eat to fill up before heading back, but remember not to eat while driving. The sweet potatoes settled into the driver's palms. The sweet scent instantly filled his nose. Drive safely. When Yanyu, tugging gently on Fu Hunchuan's arm, waved goodbye to the person in the car. Leaving only the driver standing there, staring blankly at the food in his hands. Only after the two figures had walked far away did the driver slowly peel back the sweet potato skin, putting a piece of the flesh into his mouth. So sweet. Autumn rains hung around in a faint, drifting mist, thickening and thinning unpredictably. The famous local hot spring resort lay hidden within the haze, surrounded by fiery red maple trees growing up the mountainside. The ground was covered with maple leaves not yet swept away, golden and fiery red interwoven across the pebbled path. The wind blew past, rustling the leaves with a soft, whispering sound. Under the shroud of mist, the mountain villa resembled a richly colored ink painting. Tranquil Peach Spring Manor, far from the city, stood in serene, dreamlike stillness. No wonder this is one of Mirror Moon's properties, the environment here is incredible. A group of over 10 people gathered together as they entered the resort. Li Shushu glanced around curiously, scratched his head, and asked, isn't it not a holiday? How come we're not seeing anyone? I read in my research earlier that this place should be super crowded at this time. A girl adjusted her glasses and said, maybe we arrived too early. They're probably all soaking in the hot springs or sleeping. Look at these maple trees up in the mountains, everyone would want to enjoy them. Most guests are likely already relaxing by the hot springs. A tall boy snorted. Research isn't always accurate. But this works out fine, no crowds means we can enjoy everything without competition. Li Shushu laughed heartily, then suddenly patted Tao Shu on the shoulder. Hey, Xiao Tao, you said when Yanyu promised he'd come, right? Where is he? I don't see him anywhere. Tao Shu blinked in mild surprise and replied, he said he'd come with a friend. A friend? What friend? Chapter 83, Class Reunion, Old Friends Reunited. Hey, Jianan. Li Shushu raised an eyebrow and suddenly slapped the dazed young man beside him. You haven't been in touch with Wen Yanyu all these years? I remember you guys were super close back in middle school. How come it feels like you've had zero contact since then? Qin Jianan turned to look at the person who had just hit him. Still half dazed, he didn't react consciously, just instinctively shook his head. The young man wore a sky blue autumn outfit, his neat features framed by black hair slightly past shoulder length, half tied into a loose ponytail. His expression remained utterly blank. TSK TSK TSK. Li Shushu gave a strange look, sneering lightly. As the old saying goes, the rich discard their wives, the successful abandon their friends. He probably forgot all about us already. I bet when he said he'd come to the reunion, it was just polite talk. Doesn't seem like he ever intended to show up at all. Well, can't blame him. Now that he's a big celebrity, how could he possibly remember us lowly middle school classmates? As Li Shushu spoke, the group walked deeper into the resort. Everyone wore different expressions. No one openly opposed Li Shushu's clearly mocking words, nor did they voice agreement. Their minds were muddled. For many, it wasn't until 2 months ago, seeing Wen Yanyu trending online, that they even realized this famous figure had once been their classmate. They struggled to recall fragments of memory. Back then, Wen Yanyu had many friends in class, and everyone got along great. How come after graduation, all connection vanished completely? Now, their impression of him came only from internet gossip. The gap between middle school and today wasn't terribly long, yet not exactly short either, memories still somewhat intact, but hazy around the edges. But whenever they tried digging deeper into recollections involving Wen Yanyu, everything instantly blurred into mush. Eventually, they just gave up on trying. Entering the interior of the resort. Aside from staff in uniforms, it was completely empty. Before anyone could question why, they caught sight of something unusual on the couch. On the living room sofa, a youth lay curled slightly, dark hair messy, draped in an exquisitely tailored black overcoat. His eyes were gently closed, breathing calm, he was sound asleep. A girl broke the silence first. Is that Wen Yanyu? Why is there no one else? Did we follow the wrong directions? Seeing guests arrive, staff members immediately stepped forward. Welcome to Jingyue Hot Spring Resort. Your rooms have been prepared. Mid-conversation, the previously sleeping Wen Yanyu was startled awake by the noise, staggering groggily toward the group. Sorry, Wen Yanyu rubbed his eyes, scanning familiar faces among the dozen people before him. Work's been so hectic lately, I must have dozed off without realizing. Guys, long time no see. Everyone looked at the man standing before them. After many years apart, Wen Yanyu's once boyish features had matured. Perhaps weighed down by grown-up burdens, his eyes now carried a trace of persistent fatigue beneath the lingering brightness from his youth. Meeting again after so long. With years of silence and vastly changed circumstances. No one quite knew how to respond. An awkward stillness settled over the room. Chen Jianan stared at Wen Yanyu, both unfamiliar and familiar, and the mental barrier in his mind shattered entirely. A flood of memories surged into his consciousness, accompanied by echoes of laughter. Xiao Yu. Wen Yanyu looked up at him. Both froze in place for a moment. Li Shushu snorted, cutting between them. Long time no see. You're a real big shot now, huh? We thought you weren't even coming. Wen Yanyu snapped back to reality, curving his lips into a smile, trying hard to appear natural. Been swamped after graduation, never found the time. Don't take it personally. He briefly answered a few casual questions before turning toward the two who had remained silent, smiling. Jianan, Xiao Tao, long time no see. Both nodded softly in reply. The joy and closeness once shared had long been washed away by time. No one knew what to say next. Familiar strangers. Seeing the three of them like this, Li Shushu's eyebrows twitched. Then he abruptly shifted tone, grinning slyly. Oh, by the way, I saw online someone said you're into men now. Is that true? Do you really like that guy Fu Hanchuan? I've heard same-sex attraction is innate. Back in school, you wouldn't have secretly liked some guy in class, then had your heart broken after graduation, which is why you suddenly cut ties with everyone, would you? Li Shushu narrowed his eyes, voice teasing, pressing harder with each word. This topic had come up earlier in their group chat when discussing Wen Yanyu. Though internet discourse tended to be more open-minded, mainstream society still leaned heavily toward disapproval, and most of them felt similarly. Especially given the sensationalized narrative circulating online, and the fact that being a celebrity, while not inherently negative, changed connotations once entangled with. Several people present now wore odd expressions. Tao Shu and Chen Jianan frowned, shooting displeased looks at the relentless Li Shushu. What a bastard. Wen Yanyu was briefly taken aback, then quickly recovered and smiled. Don't worry. Even if I like men, it doesn't mean I like just anyone, gender doesn't dictate my preferences. I care about the person, not whether they're male or female. Wen Yanyu narrowed his beautiful almond-shaped eyes slightly, a subtle, almost imperceptible coldness flickering within. Or wait, does that mean during our 3 years together at school, you liked every single girl in class? Wow, seriously impressive. I could never manage that. He clapped his hands lightly, voice laced with laughter, seemingly complimentary without a trace of accusation, yet carrying an unmistakable undertone of mockery. Someone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then another. Except for Li Shushu, whose expression darkened, everyone else found themselves cracking up. The previously stiff atmosphere, weighed down by years of separation and unfamiliarity, instantly melted away with this one joke. One person laughed and teased, Xiao Yu, you really haven't changed at all. You little rascal, how come you never stayed in touch all these years? Only when the homeroom teacher mentioned you the other day did I even remember you were my classmate. How exhausting is being a celebrity. Oh, and hey, what about LYJ and SJY, are they a couple? What's their deal? And HGP, does he have a girlfriend? They bombarded him with questions, one after another. Just then, Chen Wanxiu, who had been silently reading the travel guide, suddenly looked up and asked, isn't this supposed to be peak season here? Why haven't we seen a single person besides ourselves? Hearing this, the others finally noticed too and chimed in agreement. This resort was famous for its autumn maple leaves, and right now was precisely the fall season. Logically, even during quieter times, it shouldn't be this deserted. Wen Yanyu tapped his head sheepishly, about to explain. Yen, have your classmates arrived yet? A familiar male voice drifted down from the second floor of the guest house. Chapter 84, Classmates Reunion, do you remember them? Everyone turned toward the voice, their gazes freezing. At the top of the second floor staircase, a man leaned slightly against the railing. He wore a black casual suit jacket left unbuttoned at the collar, layered over a black turtleneck. Hanging from his belt was a 5-centimeter tall grayish-white plush bunny, oddly contrasting with his otherwise sleek style. His features were sharp and chiseled, his lashes like raven feathers, his gray-blue eyes as cold as winter ice. Broad-shouldered and long-legged, an air of natural nobility clung to him despite the casual stance. From above, Fu Hanchuan's gaze swept across the crowd, like a dominant predator assessing its domain, an invisible pressure settling in the room. That face, they all recognized it, at least vaguely. From news headlines, celebrity gossip columns. They exchanged uncertain glances, unsure if what they saw was real. Until the man began descending the stairs. Hello, Fu Hanchuan said calmly, I'm Fu Hanchuan. Yan's friend. As he spoke, he naturally slipped an arm around Wen Yanyu's waist, drawing the younger man subtly into his personal space. Yan hasn't been feeling well. I didn't feel comfortable leaving him alone. When he mentioned you'd be coming to Jingyue, and knowing that Jingyue is one of my properties, I asked them to suspend operations for a few days. Consider this place yours to enjoy, meals, activities, everything's on me. Think of it as my entry fee. His tone was unhurried, effortless. With a gesture, he motioned everyone toward the dining hall. Yan hasn't eaten yet. And you all must be hungry too. The kitchen's prepared a full meal. Let's eat while we talk. Dazed, the group followed the two into the restaurant. Then they saw it, a feast fit for emperors, dishes spanning every corner of the table. They exchanged stunned glances. Someone quietly pulled out their phone, searching Fu Hanchuan's name on Baidu, finally confirming the truth. Fu Hanchuan. No way. Wait, seriously? Around the dinner table, people settled in and started eating. Occasionally, someone commented on local scenery, but no one dared broach the subject of Wen Yanyu directly. Unsure how to begin, and genuinely hungry, Wen Yanyu took the sweet sauce Fu Hanchuan had mixed for him, poured it over rice, and quietly began eating. Perhaps due to days of treatment finally taking effect, but after finishing a small bowl, Wen Yanyu realized with surprise. It wasn't painful. He might even be able to eat a little more. Noticing the tiny gesture of Wen Yanyu rubbing his stomach, and the eager glint in his eyes as he glanced at the food, Fu Hanchuan's lips curled upward. His mood lifted. Just then, the steamed egg custard arrived. Fu Hanchuan picked up the small porcelain cup handed by the waiter, stirred in a bit of the plush bunny labeled sweet sauce, mixed in some soft rice, divided it in half, and offered one portion to Wen Yanyu. The rich aroma hit Wen Yanyu's nose, he lit up instantly and dove in. Don't eat too much at once. Slow down. The beef today is very tender. You can have a bit more than usual. Fu Hanchuan's eyes softened, a faint smile playing on his lips as he focused solely on serving Wen Yanyu. Witnessing this, the same man who'd once appeared stern and untouchable in financial interviews, now sitting here acting so intimately protective. Recalling the trending topics from the past few days. And seeing the contrast between rumor and reality, something felt unimaginable, yet strangely natural. Later into the meal. After everyone had eaten until comfortably full, the conversation gradually turned to middle school memories. Laughter rose, voices warmed. Wen Yanyu slowly shifted his attention to the discussion. Suddenly, Chen Wanqiu, who had been eating quietly, chimed in. I remember that spring outing in middle school, Yan's mom made fried baby fish and braised pork. Oh my god, that flavor was absolutely unmatched. A few voices immediately joined in agreement. Yeah. His mom was so beautiful. I remember she wore a rabbit ear headband with Yan, my mom even asked me if she was a celebrity or something. Thank goodness she cooked extra. You guys were scarfing it down like you'd never eaten before. Poor Yan just sat there helplessly. The bespectacled boy couldn't help but laugh. You ate your own mom's fish but barely touched it yourself, and still let them steal all of it. Ah, I really miss those days. The rest of the table suddenly froze. Wen Yanyu's hand stopped mid-motion. He stared blankly at the group. An eerie silence fell. Chen Wanqiu looked around, confused. What? Why are you all staring at me like that? Ow. The glasses-wearing boy yelped, turning angrily to the guy beside him. Why did you step on my foot? Slowly, Wen Yanyu stood up. Amidst a sea of shifting expressions, he walked step by step toward Chen Wanqiu. The air grew thick with tension. Wen Yanyu crouched before her, looking up. Tears welled in his eyes, forcibly held back. His voice trembled, muffled by the ache in his throat as he tightly grasped her wrist and whispered. Do you remember my mom? What did she look like? Utterly bewildered, Chen Wanqiu flinched in alarm, instinctively reaching to pull the boy up. What's wrong with you? Get up and talk. Wen Yanyu only tightened his grip on her wrist, repeating once more, do you remember anything about my mom? Please, just think, try to remember, and tell me, okay? Chen Wanqiu was startled by the emotion in Wen Yanyu's eyes, her heart suddenly lurching upward. One hand remained held tightly by Wen Yanyu, while she rubbed her forehead with the other, struggling to recall. I remember your mom had long hair, and she always loved wearing dresses. She used to pick you up from school every day. Oh right. Chen Wanqiu smacked her forehead suddenly. And your little sister. Back in junior high, during winter, your mom and your sister would often come together to pick you up. All of you wore those rabbit ear scarves. Your sister was so adorable, 2 little braids, a white cotton jacket. When Yanyu tilted his head upward, his eyes red-rimmed. Already slender by build, he now crouched low on the floor, looking strangely pitiful and small, a drenched little rabbit. Everyone around stood frozen, wordless. There's more, there's more. Chen Wanqiu rubbed her eyes, anxiously clawing through her memories, mentally screaming at herself. Come on, brain, work faster. And that song after school, the one from Boonie Bear's, Stormy Adventure, I sometimes walked with you guys, remember? Your sister always sang that song to you. And you both liked buying roasted sweet potatoes. With each sentence the girl spoke. When Yanyu swallowed his tears, nodding continuously. The heavy stone in his chest crashed down, finally lifting. In that moment, he nearly broke into sobs. He wasn't crazy. Someone remembered. That glitch hadn't been entirely erased. There was still a chance, however slim, that he might see them again. And even for that sliver of hope. He refused to let go. Your sister even gave me half of hers, Chen Wanqiu went on. I remember, I have an amazing memory, I've never been wrong before. What's going on? You need to get up. Completely bewildered, Chen Wanqiu, who had only come here for a free meal and vacation, felt utterly out of depth, certain she must have accidentally caused some disaster. When Yanyu exhaled shakily, lowering his head to hide the tears he could no longer suppress. His hands had gone so weak they couldn't hold her wrist anymore. Do you still remember? That they existed. Thank you. His voice choked as he whispered the words of gratitude, unable to say anything more. Chen Jianan opened her mouth slightly. The thick, suffocating weight of despair in the air made it hard for her to breathe. Before anyone else could react. A sharp scraping sound rang out as a chair dragged across the floor. Fu Hanchuan strode over, slid one arm beneath the boy's knees, the other under his shoulders, and lifted him smoothly off the ground. Without looking at the others, Fu Hanchuan said, Excuse me. I'll take Yan Yan upstairs to rest. Please continue eating. Staff will be along shortly to show you around. And with that, he turned away, carrying the fragile figure in his arms, and left the dining hall swiftly. Leaving behind only hushed voices. What were you even talking about? Wen Yanyu is an orphan. Chapter 85. We're not crazy, we're just sick. How can you guys do this just because you don't like someone? Who stabs at people's wounds like that? What are you talking about? When did I ever dislike him? His dad's still a police officer in our district, didn't he even come to our school for that anti-drug lecture back in middle school? Exactly. He has a little sister too, she used to come pick up Wen Yanyu with them all the time. How could you forget something like that? Are you all possessed or something? He's already in bad shape mentally. Even if you aren't close, he never did anything to you. Why say such things? Do you really want to make him cry? I feel terrible just watching. Chen Wanqiu and several boys, huh? What? No way. Have you been eating psychedelic mushrooms? Everyone talked over each other, each sticking to their own version. Tao Shu leaned close to Chen Jianan and whispered, You remembered too, didn't you? Chen Jianan, who hadn't spoken a word since sitting down, silently pushed the beef around in his bowl and gave a small, quiet nod. Inside the room on the 4th floor. The blackout curtains were fully drawn, leaving only a dim nightlight glowing. The space was sealed and shadowy. The door remained shut tight. Only sobs echoed inside. Fu Hanchuan leaned half against the headboard, one arm wrapped tightly around Wen Yanyu's back, the other hand using a soft wet wipe to gently dab away the endless stream of tears. Wen Yanyu curled slightly, nestled in Fu Hanchuan's arms like a wounded rabbit seeking shelter. He clutched the man's sleeve, refusing to let go. Overwhelmed, he no longer cared about being labeled insane. All he wanted was to release everything buried deep inside. But the lingering mental suppression distorted his words into meaningless syllables, only fragments made sense. Fu Hanchuan. I'm not lying, I want to go home, I really want to go home. Someone remembers Mom, they do. I'm not lying. But I can't find them anymore. His voice had grown hoarse from crying so long. His words came broken, rasping and barely audible. I'm not crazy. I have a mom, I do. Dad, my sister, I had them. But they're gone. Fu Hanchuan, I'm not lying, I'm not lying. I didn't lie, believe me, I just can't find them. I'm not crazy. I'm not a lunatic. Wen Yanyu coughed between sobs, his eyes red and swollen, lashes soaked with tears. It's okay, baby, I believe you. I believe you. Fu Hanchuan's heart ached. He patted and soothed, though the sedative still hadn't taken effect. He suddenly regretted it. Maybe letting Wen Yanyu meet those classmates wasn't the right call. Suppressed emotions erupted like a flood. Breathing heavily caused excessive carbon dioxide expulsion, hyperventilation worsened, breaths growing faster and shallower. Wen Yanyu grew increasingly agitated. His fingers began convulsing uncontrollably, he gasped as if starved of oxygen. Fu Hanchuan's pupils narrowed. He quickly covered the boy's mouth with his palm, suppressing the tremble in his voice as he whispered comfort, Yan, relax. Don't panic. Breathe slowly. In through your nose. That's it, good. Good boy. Calm down. It's okay. I'm here. 1, 2, 1, 2, yes, that's right. Breathe in through your nose, there you go. Relax. So good. So brave. His mouth, once gulping air, now pressed under a firm hand, instinctively followed Fu Hanchuan's guidance and slowed its rhythm. Gradually, more carbon dioxide was retained. The frantic breathing stabilized. Yes, that's it, good boy. Exactly like this. I'm here. I'm right here. I won't leave. I believe you. Fu Hanchuan softened his tone, gently patting, guiding step by step. The boy's emotions were barely held together. Then his gaze fell upon Wen Yanyu's face, the first time in weeks since returning from the hospital that it looked this deathly pale. His own eyes welled with uncontrolled tears, his voice beginning to tremble. I know you're not crazy, sweetie. You're not a madman. My darling is just sick. You're not insane. We won't listen to their nonsense. They're all cruel. Don't be afraid, I'm here. He picked up the plush puppy and placed it gently into the boy's arms, patting it again and again, whispering over and over, don't be scared, see? See, the puppy's here. And I'm here too. It's okay. Crying is okay. Nothing to fear. Acid and bitterness tightened his throat until his voice shook helplessly. Fu Hanchuan took a deep breath, steadying himself again and again, swallowing back his own tears, clenching his fists, murmuring comfort after comfort. One of them had to stay strong. I'll always believe you. I'm here. I know. I understand everything. My darling isn't crazy. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Wen Yanyu gripped the plush puppy tightly, gradually relaxing his body under Fu Hanchuan's direction. My sweet, it's okay to be sad. I'm here. I'm here. I won't leave. And I'll always be here. Fu Hanchuan gently patted the boy's back, his chin resting on Wen Yanyu's sweat-dampened forehead, murmuring softly, soothing him bit by bit. The ragged breathing and sobs gradually eased, soothed by the tender whispers in his ear. Until the crying finally stopped. Wen Yanyu drifted into a daze with his eyes shut, one hand hugging the plush puppy, the other tightly clutching the man's sleeve. Even in sleep, he still whimpered faintly, tears endlessly slipping from the corners of his eyes. Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze, a storm of emotions flickering across his eyes. Outside the window, the wind blew. Leaves rustled with the breeze, making a soft, swaying sound. Slowly, Fu Hanchuan bent down, his lips brushing over Wen Yanyu's brows, the bridge of his nose, finally landing at the corner of his mouth, gently kissing away that lingering trace of tear. Chapter 86, A Sweet Daily Life of the Young Couple, overwhelmingly, adorably sweet. The window was wide open. The sunset blazed like fire, and occasional bird calls echoed from the mountains. Clusters of crimson maple leaves fluttered like flames, rustling softly in the breeze. It was now the final day of the gathering. After 2 days of fun and relaxation, no one brought up that minor incident from the other day. Enhanced by the beautiful scenery and the soft glow of nostalgia, everyone was chatting especially happily. Wen Yanyu sat sandwiched between Fu Hanchuan and Tao Shu. At the large table, people chatted away, one after another joining in on memories from middle school. I remembered when I saw it trending the other day, Xiaoyu was such a badass back in middle school, Chen Jianan said while peeling a shrimp, barely suppressing his laughter. Who remembers that edgy punk kid with the yellow hair from the neighboring class? Another classmate chimed in, that guy was so arrogant then. Thought Xiaoyu looked small and weak, easy to bully. But he got beaten into submission in just a few moves. Ah, I remember how ridiculously cute Xiaoyu was back then. Remember how everyone used to crowd around the back of the classroom every day just to see Xiaoyu? I always thought Xiaoyu had star potential, turns out I was right. Ugh, I never got the chance to say this before, but I'm actually a Tuofu fan. Though for some reason, I never realized Tuebeo was actually our classmate Xiaoyu until recently. When I heard you all chatting in the group, it was like all my confusion suddenly cleared up, I remembered everything at once. LOL, same here, same here. I even used to ship, I really liked Tutu and XLY. Their chemistry was amazing, The girl laughed nervously, stealing a quick glance at Fu Hanchuan, who was currently finishing off Tuebeo's leftover food. Seeing that she hadn't caught his attention, she quietly exhaled in relief. Beside her, Tao Shu also smiled as she reminisced, yeah, and remember how Xiao Yu wore that little rabbit scarf every day during winter in middle school. So damn adorable. I remember it sparked a whole trend at school. One after another, people started wearing either bear-patterned or rabbit-patterned scarves. Who remembers what our homeroom teacher said about Xiao Yu influencing our entire school? Tao Shu asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, shouting in unison. Bear Ridge. Rabbit Dog Ridge. Rabbit Ridge. Long live Rabbit Rabbit. Ha 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 ha. The conversation flowed on endlessly. The atmosphere at the dinner table grew increasingly lively. Even Li Shushu, who usually loved to stir up trouble, unusually toned down his sharp edges. Together, they recalled their youthful, carefree days. Even if those once deeply intimate bonds had been gradually worn thin by an ever-advancing world and the dull grind of adult work. Even if those days could never be reclaimed, even if they weren't entirely filled with joy. The vague memories and the irretrievable nature of that time had draped those years in a dreamy, bittersweet filter. Just mentioning them felt like returning once more to the past, to moments that, at the time, didn't seem particularly precious, until years later, they became eternal, unforgettable instants etched in memory. Fleeting. Irreversible. Unforgettable moments. Laughter and chatter filled the private room. Wen Yanyu enjoyed being fed by his puppy, laughing and chatting freely with the group. Fu Hanchuan finished the last bites in his bowl, his gaze falling gently on Wen Yanyu beside him, clearly enjoying himself. Deep in his heart, a wave of tenderness surged, impossible to suppress. All the restless, roiling aggression that usually surrounded him had been tamed, crushed, and spun through a cotton candy machine into soft, sweet clouds. Like a dog curling contentedly beside its owner. Calm and gentle. At the table, quite a few people occasionally exchanged a few words with Fu Hanchuan. The sense of distance created by his status had already diminished significantly over the past 3 days. A boy seated near them seized the opportunity to chat with Fu Hanchuan about a new project at his family's company. Noticing Fu Hanchuan seemed to be in a good mood, and currently busy serving dishes to Wen Yanyu, he hesitated for a moment, then took advantage of the warm atmosphere to speak up. Mr. Fu, there's actually one more thing I'd like to ask for your opinion on. Fu Hanchuan tilted his eyes slightly toward him. The boy instantly froze, his entire body tensing up. His father's company was actively seeking investments, and Fu Xian was one of the investment firms his father had mentioned. But given the status difference, let alone securing funding. In the industry, it was hard enough to even catch a glimpse of a Fu Xian executive, much less the actual decision-maker. But now, with this rare chance. No matter what, he wanted to try. Under the table, Wen Yanyu gently patted the man's thigh. Understanding immediately, Fu Hanchuan smiled and said, let's not talk business during dinner. The boy blinked in surprise. Then Fu Hanchuan pulled out his phone. A QR code appeared in front of him. This is my assistant's work account. Set up a meeting with him, and prepare your materials. Come find me at Fu Xian. Fu Hanchuan added the last sentence casually, as if it were nothing at all. A single sentence, and the boy instantly lit up, hastily replying, why yes. Thank you so much. The others at the table didn't react much. Well. Most of them didn't come from business families, fresh graduates just starting their careers, small projects weren't worth mentioning, and big ones were out of reach. Ordinary office workers like them had no need for a big shot. Ha, not useful at all. Fu Hanchuan lowered his head, catching Xiao Tu's mischievous hand on his thigh, clasping it firmly in his own, gently kneading and stroking. A deep sense of satisfaction welled up from within. He's gained weight. When Yanyu tried to pull his hand away. Fu Hanchuan leaned close to his ear, grinning slyly, I think our little rabbit has put on some weight. You know what? How about once he gains another 10 pounds, we turn him into hot pot? His voice was teasing, slow and soft, curling around Wen Yanyu's ear like seduction, deliberately provoking. Wen Yanyu. What kind of person is this? Wen Yanyu yanked his hand back and refused to look at him. Fu Hanchuan chuckled, scooped out boneless fish meat from the dish, and proudly offered it to Wen Yanyu's lips. Used to being pampered, Wen Yanyu instinctively turned his head, only realizing what happened after swallowing the bite. The entire rabbit immediately flustered and indignant. What are you doing? His ears burned red with embarrassment. Fu Hanchuan burst into laughter, then quieted him for a while like a guilty puppy. No eating rabbits, no eating rabbits. Rabbits are so cute. How could I ever bear to cook one into hot pot? I can't even love you enough as it is, how would I possibly eat you? Not a rabbit. Right, not a rabbit, my little fishy. I'm going to start disliking you. Don't dislike me, okay? No. Then the special homemade sweet sauce only made by this weak, heartbroken, pitiful puppy will have to be dealt with all by himself. Why do you always bully me? I only bully my little rabbit. I'm kicking you off the bed. You go sleep hugging your rabbit plushie alone, I won't let you hug me. Fu Hanchuan's pupils widened slightly, quickly protesting, no way, no way. The puppy can only sleep with the bunny. Otherwise, the puppy will suffer insomnia. I even let you hold the little puppy plush every night, how could you still want to kick me away? Wen Yanyu ignored him, continuing to eat quietly with his head down. Fu Hanchuan curved his lips upward, slowly leaning closer until his face neared Wen Yanyu's ear. Listen, Fu Hanchuan whispered, his voice low and tender, filled with affection, the puppy's heart is crying in pain. That familiar scent suddenly drew near, and Wen Yanyu glanced sideways. Fu Hanchuan was right beside him. The bitter sandalwood on the man's body blended perfectly with the sweetness of the sauces he'd eaten, the harsh top notes of perfume fading away, leaving only a clean, sweet afterglow. Their eyes met beneath the sunset glow, warm breaths entwining amidst the faint aroma of wine. Fu Hanchuan smiled at him, the golden halo of dusk settling into those gray-blue eyes, melting the icy depths and reshaping them into tenderness meant for only one person. Wen Yanyu froze briefly, his gaze wavering, heartbeat suddenly racing. A few seconds of losing control. Wen Yanyu turned his eyes away, suppressing the inappropriate emotion, pulling back into the safe role of a friend, smirking teasingly in return, EW. I'm not listening, not listening. 3. Fu Hanchuan let out a low chuckle, moving even closer. Such a naughty little rabbit. I'm a good fish. Wen Yanyu protested, annoyed. I. Fu Hanchuan grinned wickedly. But the good fish just ate another little fish a moment ago. That was fed by the bad dog. Wen Yanyu shot back angrily. They bickered without a care in the world, one line after another. Classmates casually chatting and snacking. Is it really appropriate to flirt like this in front of old classmates? Chapter 87, Stealing a Kiss from a Sleeping Bunny. The door to the private room was gently pushed open. A server carefully wheeled a small cart into the room. Esteemed guests, these are specialty rice wines specially prepared for you by our mountain resort. Made from premium glutinous rice and natural spring water, this wine is low in alcohol content with a smooth, delightful taste, perfect for a light drink in the evening. We hope you enjoy. With that, the server opened 3 bottles of rice wine and placed them around the dining table so everyone could easily reach one. As soon as the bottles were uncorked, an intoxicating aroma instantly wafted out, a delicate blend of subtle alcohol scent and the fresh fragrance of glutinous rice. It wasn't overpowering, yet deeply rich, lingering faintly around the nose, incredibly tempting. Everyone immediately sat up straighter. How fragrant. Let me try, let me try. They rushed to pour themselves drinks. Those 2 impatient grabbed their glasses and poured a small cup for themselves right away. Even Tao Xu, who usually never drank, took the glass Chen Jian offered her and took a small sip. Her eyes lit up instantly. This tastes amazing. Seeing this, other classmates quickly followed suit, filling their own cups. As they sipped the wine, everyone couldn't stop marveling at its flavor. Fu Hanchuan poured himself a large cup, then noticed Wen Yanyu staring longingly at his glass. He chuckled softly, not wanting to disappoint the little bunny, and handed over a small dish. Wen Yanyu happily accepted it, downed it in one gulp, and his eyes sparkled with delight. Immediately, he looked back at Fu Hanchuan's cup with eager eyes. Amused by his expression, Fu Hanchuan passed his own cup to Wen Yanyu, reminding him gently, just 2 more sips, then no more. Wen Yanyu took the cup but drooped his eyes in disappointment. Fu Hanchuan reached out to stroke Wen Yanyu's head, soothing him, even if the alcohol content is low, it's still wine. Let's take care of your stomach first. Once it's healed, you can drink as much as you want, okay? Knowing Fu Hanchuan was right, Wen Yanyu took 2 sips of the wine, then set the cup down gloomily. Good boy. Fu Hanchuan smiled at him, ruffling the bunny's hair. When we get home, I'll have Auntie make you sweet osmanthus fermented glutinous rice with egg, it tastes quite similar to this. Wen Yanyu's ears turned red as he went back to eating. Fu Hanchuan picked up the remaining wine, took a slow sip, savoring it thoughtfully, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his features. Every year when he was young, he'd come here for weeks with his mother. Back then, she would dip a chopstick into the wine and tease him by putting it in his mouth. Even though he was too young and the taste wasn't strong, the alcohol still made him cough. Back then, his mother always said he was nothing like her. When she was his age, she could already chug a whole bottle of vodka without flinching. Remembering her smug expression, Fu Hanchuan couldn't help but lift the corner of his lips. The taste in his mouth remained exactly the same as it did in childhood. But Fu Hanchuan lifted his gaze to the fiery red maple leaves outside the window, then drained the rest of the wine in one go. Wishing to buy osmanthus flowers and share wine again. It will never be like our youth. After the meal ended, Fu Hanchuan carried Wen Yanyu, who had passed out after just a few sips of wine, to bed, sighing deeply in exasperation. Thank goodness he had made that phone call that time. From now on, he couldn't let Wen Yanyu drink with others outside. He stood up, walked to the bathroom, skillfully filled a basin with warm water at just the right temperature, carried it to the nightstand, and soaked a towel in it. Squeezing the towel dry, he leaned slightly forward and gently wiped away the sweat from the boy's forehead, cheeks, chin, and neck. His shirt buttoned slightly undone. Wen Yanyu curled in his arms, sleeping soundly. Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze, fingertips slowly tracing the scar across Wen Yanyu's abdomen. Uneven, shocking to the eye, the crooked, stitched mark was an indelible pain. No emotion showed in his calm eyes, yet his heartbeat quickened steadily. One by one, the buttons of the pajamas were fastened. Wen Yanyu's eyes remained gently closed, long lashes like feather fans casting soft shadows on his pale face, breath even and steady. One hand rested by his side, the other held firmly in Fu Hanchuan's palm. His body was completely relaxed, defenseless, leaning against Fu Hanchuan's chest as he slept. An indescribable softness and sweetness welled up from the depths of his heart, spreading through every limb. It felt as if he were soaked in honey. Unwilling to part. Wanting to sink forever into this moment. Fu Hanchuan gazed at the sleeping figure, interlacing his fingers naturally with Wen Yanyu's, gently stroking the warm, tender skin in his hand. Half asleep, Wen Yanyu mumbled incoherent words under his breath. Fu Hanchuan. Bad dog. Don't leave me. His voice was soft, yet clear enough to hear. Fu Hanchuan's eyes stilled. Slowly, he bent down and pressed his lips to that soft patch of skin. Night fell like ink, birds calling through the mountains. Fu Hanchuan leaned halfway against the balcony corridor, night wind sweeping past as cigarette after cigarette burned to ash. His mind swirled with thoughts. Wen Yanyu liked him. But he couldn't be with Wen Yanyu. Just as those people said, just as Gu Fengyao said, he was a madman, an uncontrollable madman. He would go mad, and hurt everyone around him without restraint. A madman, one who couldn't even love himself, how could he possibly give love to another? He couldn't bring happiness to Wen Yanyu. Wen Yanyu wouldn't be happy with him. In his imagination, Wen Yanyu would eventually fall for someone else, someone, man or woman, who would truly love him, who would give him a normal, peaceful kind of happiness. And he? He would stay as a friend, as that protective umbrella, forever and ever standing behind Wen Yanyu, guarding him silently. But now, here they were. Fu Hanchuan closed his eyes. The moment he thought about it, that one day in the future, Wen Yanyu might fall in love with another man, hold hands, embrace, kiss, sleep together. That Wen Yanyu might coquettishly beg for kisses in that other man's arms. With Wen Yanyu's nature, always eager to please, always giving in, if that person had no self-control, if he carried even a hint of ill intent. And Wen Yanyu, who never knew how to say no. He didn't doubt that beneath Wen Yanyu's looks, there existed some indescribable charm that would draw many people in. He didn't doubt that Wen Yanyu would be loved by many in the days to come. But could that person truly take care of Wen Yanyu? At the mere thought of what that person might do to Wen Yanyu, anything excessive, anything wrong. His heart felt pierced by thorns. Pain so suffocating. He wanted to abandon these groundless, chaotic thoughts. Yet once they arose, they grew like vines deep within his heart, no matter how many times he hacked them down, so long as the seed remained, they could never truly be erased. Agitated beyond measure. Mr. Fu. A soft male voice came from behind. Fu Hanchuan turned around, burying all those thoughts deep once more. Chapter 88, When Old Classmates Help a Young Couple. Chen Jianan approached from behind, hugging a water cup, his gaze drifting toward the distant crimson leaves. You must have been really drunk, huh? Back in our middle school reunion dinner, he'd pass out after just one glass. But he always tried to act tough, and he loved fruit wine so much, every time, we had to carry him home. Chen Jianan's expression briefly faltered, pausing for a moment before quickly returning to normal. It was always us few friends who carried him back. He never acted wild when drunk, just quiet and well-behaved. He'd either stare at you blankly or fall asleep on your shoulder. Like a quiet little rabbit. Listening to the young man's words one by one, a thick irritation spread through Fu Hanchuan's limbs. His brow furrowed deeply, and he didn't utter a single word in response. Chen Jianan continued chatting about the past as if to himself. You used to be such a picky eater, wouldn't touch this, wouldn't eat that. I remember he loved spicy food but hated anything sweet. He even said as long as he wasn't starving, aside from sweet potatoes and milk with sugar, he wouldn't eat a single bite of sweets. Once, during a school cotton-picking trip, it was sweltering hot and there was no meal. The teacher handed out chocolate and Coke, since sugary things give more energy, but you found it too sweet and greasy. He refused to eat or drink any of it and nearly passed out from hunger. He was so spoiled back then, Chen Jianan said with a smiling voice. I guess people just change as they grow up. Fu Hanchuan exhaled a puff of smoke. Milky white vapor curled around his eyes and brows, veiling his obscure expression in mist. An irrational pang of sourness welled up deep inside. Chen Jianan lowered his head, unscrewing the lid of an old, slightly yellowed thermos, and naturally shifted to another topic. Are you and you lovers? The cigarette between Fu Hanchuan's fingers stilled. He pressed his lips together, replying indifferently, we're friends. I'm his closest friend. Fu Hanchuan bit down on the cigarette butt, his tone cold and detached as he casually added the last sentence. A flicker of irritation flashed across his eyes. Is that so? Chen Jianan chuckled softly. Then that's great. Fu Hanchuan looked at him coldly. Chen Jianan smiled. I saw some entertainment gossip online recently, I actually thought you two were already together. It'd be terrible if you were a couple. Now this is perfect. I've liked you for a very, very long time, though I only realized it recently. Luckily, it's not too late. Chen Jianan curved his eyes and added, I'm planning to settle in Shanghai these next 2 years. And since he lives here too, it's the perfect chance to pursue him. He looked exceptionally happy, his tone brimming with uncontainable joy. Caught off guard by Chen Jianan's sudden declaration, Fu Hanchuan's pupils contracted slightly. Instinctively frowning, he snapped back, Wen Yanyu isn't gay, he doesn't like men. He only likes me. Fu Hanchuan's eyes froze. Realizing what he had just thought, he momentarily stunned himself. His hand gripping the railing clenched into a tight fist. Chen Jianan remained calm, taking a sip of hot tea from his cup, then continued, it's fine though, I'm not gay either. I only like you. I don't like any other men. I've fallen for you as a person, not because he's male. It has nothing to do with gender, if you were a girl, I'd still like him, if you were a boy, I'd still like him. Liking a man doesn't automatically make me gay. Fu Hanchuan stood there, dazed and unresponsive. Chen Jianan laughed lightly and pressed on, these past few days, I've had such a great time talking with you. At first, I assumed you two were together, but the more I observed, the less it seemed like that. You have no idea how long I've been mentally preparing to ask you this. Thank goodness you're truly not together, thank God you don't actually like him. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to pursue him. Chen Jianan turned to look at him again and asked, you really don't like him, right? Fu Hanchuan hesitated, opened his mouth, then shut it again, his eyes flickering uncertainly. At that moment, another female voice rang out. What? The door on the right side of the corridor swung open. Tao Xu poked her head out in pajamas, her eyes comically wide. Damn you, Chen Jianan. You like you too. No way. No way. I haven't even started chasing him yet, how dare you. Tao Xu charged out fiercely, grabbing Chen Jianan and violently shaking him back and forth. Chen Jianan. Stop. I'm gonna die on the spot. Chen Jianan's vision spun with stars, yelling desperately for her to stop, on the verge of vomiting. Chen Jianan. I'm gonna beat you up. You was my crush first. Clearly, you isn't into guys. Quit while you still can. Finally, Tao Xu stopped shaking him. Chen Jianan staggered upright, steadying his dizzy head. This wasn't part of the plan. He strongly suspected Tao Xu was using this as revenge over personal grudges. But Tao Xu planted her hands on her hips, turning to Fu Hanchuan. So you two aren't actually a couple. Then that's perfect. Let me tell you, I've had a secret crush on you since middle school. Xiao Yu and I were super close back in middle school. Everyone used to say the two of us were a couple. Tao Xu gave Chen Jianan, who had just managed to steady himself, another violent shake. Meeting the young man's dazed and bewildered gaze, she huffily, since we're friends and all, I'll grudgingly allow you to compete with me fairly. But don't you dare pull any sneaky tricks, Chen Jianan. You hear me? No underhanded schemes. Dizzy and reeling, Chen Jianan quickly raised both hands in surrender. Fair. Absolutely fair. I promise I'll play fair. Satisfied with his answer, Tao Xu beamed. She turned back to face Fu Hanchuan, who was still standing there stunned, arms crossed across her chest, and teased with a mischievous grin, I know Xiao Yu liked you before. I also know you are homophobic. Fu Hanchuan looked at the girl, about to open his mouth to explain. But Tao Xu cut in proudly, but hey, everyone has a past. Everyone was immature once. People fall for the wrong ones all the time. Don't worry, I'll take Xiao Yu far, far away once I win him over. After all, Xiao Yu isn't related to you by blood, yet he likes you. I get it, I know it must make you uncomfortable having him around, that you're only keeping him close out of some sense of responsibility. Fu Hanchuan's pupils shrank slightly. Completely thrown off by their antics, he was on the verge of protesting. But Tao Xu pressed on cheerfully, I get it. I get it. You rich people care so much about face, no need to explain. I understand. Don't worry. Whether it's me or Jianan who ends up with Xiao Yu, we'll take him away anyway. Seeing the girl's earnest, serious expression, Fu Hanchuan's heart clenched violently. His tightly clenched fist trembled almost imperceptibly. Chen Jianan, too, sobered up, stepping forward to add, I agree. By the way, I was just talking with Xiao Yu recently. He said he wants to buy a small courtyard in the countryside. That's exactly what I've been thinking, city life is just too exhausting. Count me in. Get lost. You're just trying to steal him. Xiao Yu loves company. With just the two of you, he'd get bored stiff. Alright then. What if we three buy a house together and turn it into a guest house? Then there will always be tourists coming to play with Xiao Yu, that'd be great. We can hang out with him every single day. We could ask Xiao Yu what he thinks. Alright, I'm off to start planning. I heard from Xiao Yu he doesn't plan to stay in the entertainment industry. Once he finishes these next 2 years, we'll leave together. Just like we promised back then. Back and forth they went, chatting animatedly, until each finally retreated into their own rooms, leaving Fu Hanchuan not a single chance to interrupt or respond. Until the doors closed. The corridor returned to silence. Fu Hanchuan still hadn't regained his bearings. Then, the door opened again. Chen Jianan was shoved out by Tao Xu. Shove shove shove. Back to your own room to sleep. The door slammed shut once more. Sorry for making you see all that, Chen Jianan said sheepishly, giving Fu Hanchuan an apologetic smile as he gently waved. Good night. Take good care of Xiaoyu. The young man's figure gradually faded down the hallway. The wind blew. The cigarette burned itself out. Fu Hanchuan reached out and caught a drifting crimson leaf blown toward him by the breeze. Chapter 89. The dog is jealous and suffering to save face. The next morning. A large group of people gathered outside the mountain villa. Staring at the fleet of luxury cars arranged by Fu Hanchuan to pick them up, everyone was stunned, their gazes occasionally flickering toward the man standing nearby, dressed in black from head to toe, with obvious dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept well the entire night. And we should definitely get together again sometime. Don't you dare forget me, got it, bad fish? Tao Xu stood before Wen Yanyu, holding tightly onto him as if she couldn't bear to let go. I'm coming to find you again during the new year. You better not forget me then, and also for my birthday next year. Tao Xu complained playfully, you're absolutely not allowed to skip it this time. Wen Yanyu smiled gently, his expression equally reluctant, of course I won't forget. I'll definitely be there. Chen Jianan, who had just finished packing, glanced at Fu Hanchuan and exchanged a look with Tao Xu before sprinting over to the pair. He suddenly wrapped his arms around Wen Yanyu from behind, startling the boy, burying half his head on the youth's shoulder. Tao Xu chuckled and hugged Wen Yanyu from the front. Ah, after all these years, little fish still smells exactly the same, sweet and fragrant. One whiff and I start craving peaches. She laughed mischievously, rubbing her face against him several times. Me too. Me too. Chen Jianan wasn't going to be outdone. He wrapped his arms around the boy's waist and rubbed his head against him. Haven't hugged our adorable little fish in so long, it made your big bro miss you so much. I'm totally turning little fish into a sleeping bunny one day. Ew, Chen Jianan, you're such a pervert. Wen Yanyu. How can you say that about me, ha ha ha. Don't you even ask the poor victim what he thinks. Oh no, little fish is blushing again. He, poor little fish has officially become my pet and N's cute toy now. Just like countless times in their youth, the two sandwiched the dazed little rabbit between them, teasing and joking around as they hugged him tightly. Not far behind. Fu Hanchuan stood silently, holding a warm coat in one arm and a thermos in the other, quietly watching the three play. His face showed no expression, merely casting a light, indifferent glance their way. Yet the thermos in his hand had already been crushed out of shape. In a corner, Chen Wanqiu held her phone while whispering into a call with her best friend. Hearing her friend's question on the other end, she replied softly, I'm watching Burning Winter right now. Aren't you guys leaving? Are they still showing movies at that homestay? A 4-person version. Especially exciting. Isn't Burning Winter supposed to have 3 people? The special edition. Finally, the dozen or so guests finished packing. One by one, they waved goodbye. Tao Xu and Chen Jianan were assigned to the same car. Wen Yanyu stood by the car door, bidding farewell to them. After driving a dozen meters, the car came to a stop. Little fish. Chen Jianan opened the rear window and stuck half his head out, calling to the boy, remember those mansions and villages we built together in MC? Last night I restored all of them, they're still there. I kept so many backups on my old phone, never deleted any of them. Next time. The 3 of us will build a brand new mansion. And this time, it'll be a bunny-themed mansion. Tao Xu leaned out of the other rear window, adding excitedly, yeah. Those little cats and dogs we raised in the game are doing great. Next time, we'll all come back to the mansion to visit them. They've been waiting for you forever and ever. Punish bad fish to catch a whole box of fish for them to eat. And that ender dragon. We never got to slay it last time. This time, we're going pure survival mode, no creative mode allowed. They shouted and laughed from the moving car. The wind blew. Their laughter faded away with the restarting engine. Okay, Wen Yanyu murmured, lips pressed tight. A fierce surge of sourness mixed with hurt spread wildly through his chest, and his voice could no longer remain steady. I will, definitely. Nightfall. The autumn rain, carrying a few wisps of fine snow as winter approached, was especially cold. Wen Yanyu curled up on the oversized lazy sofa, bigger than a single bed, that Fu Hanchuan had recently bought. Wrapped in a thick blanket, he shrank into a small rabbit-like ball, hugging his phone and deeply absorbed in a game. Suddenly, the gray-white fleece blanket stirred slightly. A white-eared dwarf rabbit, its fur nearly indistinguishable from the blanket, slowly rose and, as if searching for warmth, wobbled unsteadily toward the boy's side. Wen Yanyu lowered his gaze slightly, pulled the little rabbit into his arms, letting it lie against him, then continued playing. The bunny lifted its fuzzy little head, wet, round eyes fixed unblinkingly on the screen in Wen Yanyu's hands. As long as Wen Yanyu didn't move, the little rabbit didn't move either, a quiet, obedient creature, lying peacefully beside its owner, as if playing along with him. Under the dim, warm light, on the low, soft sofa, two figures, one large, one small, curled together under a gray blanket, one in charcoal gray, the other in frosty white. The once empty hall was now filled with various potted plants. On the bookshelf in the living room, amid foreign classics and finance books, sat a few fairy tale collections and medical textbooks. All kinds of puppy and bunny keychains, stickers, were scattered across the bookshelf, beneath the TV, by the flower pots, even on the soil. On the walls hung several digital oil paintings, their brushstrokes clearly blended from two different hands: fish swimming beneath ice, a bunny sleeping among roses, a dog carrying a rabbit across glaciers, sunset skies with maple leaves. A dog carrying a rabbit through the rain, a scar-covered dog crashing its body against a cage, butterflies flying out from within. Outside, gentle rain tapped lightly against the glass. Inside, only the quiet background music of a game filled the air. Fu Hanchuan, who had just finished clearing the dishes, took off his puppy print apron and stepped out of the kitchen to find this very scene. Thinking back to Wen Yanyu's therapy session earlier today, the doctor's advice, the slightly reduced dosage of antidepressants and anti-anxiety medication compared to before, a wave of tender satisfaction spread through his entire body, soft and sweet. Fu Hanchuan glanced down at his watch. It had been just long enough since Wen Yanyu took his medicine. Time for milk. He pulled out a paper towel to wipe his hands, fully lowered his sleeves, buttoned them up carefully to ensure the cups wouldn't ride up. From the cabinet, he took out a porcelain cup, poured in the warmed milk, added 4 sugar cubes, stirred gently, then walked over and sat beside Wen Yanyu. Sensing movement nearby, Wen Yanyu sneezed, slowly rolled over from the ultra-low sofa, and took the milk Fu Hanchuan offered. He gulped it down in a few swallows. Just as Fu Hanchuan was about to speak, a piercing male scream tore through the entire living room. No. Why didn't little fish enable keep inventory on death? My enchanted pickaxe, it took me forever to get. No. 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 Hearing that familiar voice, Fu Hanchuan froze for a second, then his eyes darkened. What are you howling for? You're gonna burst my eardrums. Wen Yanyu held a glass of milk, laughing between coughs. Didn't you say to up the difficulty yourself? Why complain now? Chen Jianan, why are you getting so bad at games as you get older? Still pale, Wen Yanyu's eyes still crinkled with laughter as he teased the young man on the other side of the screen. After an odd moment of silence. Jianan, didn't you say you wouldn't touch creative mode again? What is this? Tao Shu scolded playfully. Humph. Chen Jianan muttered quietly, I'm just taking back what's mine. You mean that box of diamonds and all those roasted chickens? It's compensation from him. He didn't kill you is already lucky, ha ha ha. The three burst into laughter again. Fu Hanchuan snapped his mouth shut mid-sentence, took the empty cup from Wen Yanyu, and sat aside with a darkened expression. Focused entirely on battling monsters, Wen Yanyu didn't notice Fu Hanchuan's shifting mood, continuing to chat and laugh freely with the two on his phone. Xiao Yu, let's hang out one night soon, just like we did in middle school. Buy tons of snacks, turn off the lights, light some candles, and stay up late chatting, Tao Shu suddenly suggested. His throat itchy and sore from the cold, Wen Yanyu couldn't help but cough, yet excitement still rang clear in his voice as he replied, yes. Chen Jianan snickered, then I'll sleep on the bed with Xiao Yu, and Taozi can camp on the floor. Tao Shu. Chen Jianan. Get lost. Rubbing his stuffy nose, Wen Yanyu added, next time, let's go to the Harry Potter Universal Studios together. Yes. I'm in. Suddenly remember, I first thought Xiao Yu would be Hufflepuff, but turns out you're a Gryffindor. Ravenclaw silently walks by. A glint of amusement flashed in Wen Yanyu's eyes as he joked, no choice. After all, I'm the bravest and most righteous little bunny in the world, I had to go to Gryffindor. Alright then, decided, we're having roast rabbit tonight. Chen Jianan chimed unexpectedly. The trio instantly collapsed into laughter. Listening to their intimate, joyful chatter. Fu Hanchuan lowered his head, his breath growing slower. Behind shadowed lashes, his gray-blue eyes churned with intensifying irritation and jealousy. An acidic sensation spread wildly through his body. Jealousy and possessiveness gradually spawned thorny vines that burrowed into his bones, into his flesh. They coiled around his already rotting heart, wrapped tightly around his chest, constricting until he could barely breathe, squeezing until pain gnawed at him. Overwhelming anxiety and loss of control nearly devoured his reason. Fu Hanchuan lifted his gaze again. Even sick and not yet recovered, Wen Yanyu wore a rare expression of happiness, occasionally stroking the frost-white bunny cradled in his lap. Fu Hanchuan froze, then forcibly turned away his eyes. Your jealousy will hurt him. Whatever you can't give him, someone else always will. He's suffered terribly because of you. Right now, he's happy. He's content. You mustn't do this. All thoughts were violently suppressed. Fu Hanchuan's expression remained unchanged, but deep inside, his heart, already burning to ashes from sorrow and envy, let out a mournful cry over and over again. A cry only he could hear. The cry of self-imprisonment. Having successfully collected the blaze rod, Wen Yanyu teleported back to the main world. Suddenly, his congested nose cleared for just a moment. The heavy, bitter scent of agarwood immediately filled his nostrils. Wen Yanyu tilted his head slightly, and saw Fu Hanchuan sitting beside him, silent, not looking at him, seemingly lost in thought or something else. Wen Yanyu reached out and tugged Fu Hanchuan gently toward himself. Fu Hanchuan blinked, caught off guard. Wen Yanyu curled deeper into the sofa, patted the spot beside him with a pitiful look, cold. Fu Hanchuan stiffened. Before his mind could react, his body had already moved. He lay down on the sofa. The lazy sofa wasn't large, 2 people together were clearly cramped. Wen Yanyu pushed the bunny upward over his head, shifted inward, then scooted up slightly to make space with the man, finally lifting the blanket and softly draping it over both of them. Fu Hanchuan's gaze paused. Snapping out of initial shock, he leaned forward slightly, his right arm circling Wen Yanyu's waist, burying his head against Wen Yanyu's chest. Wen Yanyu continued gaming with his right hand, while his left occasionally stroked the bunny above or gently petted the man nestled in his arms. "Xiao Yu, your voice is too soft now, we can't hear you properly," Chen Jianan suddenly complained from the other end. Wen Yanyu glanced down at Fu Hanchuan, who lay motionless in his arms, assuming the man had fallen asleep from exhaustion, and whispered back, "Someone sleeping at home." Hearing this, the two on the other end froze for a moment before speaking simultaneously. "You're not living together with that Fu Hanchuan, are you?" Yeah." Wen Yanyu rubbed his nose, sheepishly admitting it. They'd been so caught up in gaming that neither noticed Fu Hanchuan hadn't said a word, no wonder they assumed he was living alone. "Humph, bad bunny," came Chen Jianan's mournful tone from the phone. "You remember we promised back then, to live together, just the 3 of us. And now look at you, secretly moving in with someone else. Ha, bad bunny. Wah, heartless bunny. The unfaithful rabbit who betrays friendship for a pretty face." They played off each other, calling him a bad rabbit over and over until Wen Yanyu's ears burned red, and he quickly turned down the phone volume. After a long round of teasing, the two on the other end finally quieted down. "As long as you're happy, that's what matters," Tao Shu said in a stuffy voice, sniffling lightly. "If you ever feel unhappy with that guy, you let me know. I'm just an ordinary office drone now, but I can still support you. Got it?" Chen Jianan chimed in too, yeah, and don't forget about me. I told you before, if I ever got rich, I'd take care of both of you. Sure, right now I'm just a 996 artist grind." Chen Jianan paused mid-sentence. Curious, Wen Yanyu and Tao Shu asked at the same time, "What is it?" "I won the lottery last week, over 30 million. After taxes, I still have 24 million left." The moment the words left his mouth, an odd silence fell. Just 1 second before Tao Shu let out a scream, Wen Yanyu covered the man in his arms' ears and completely muted the phone. Chen Jianan chuckled, unbothered by the scolding. "I bought my parents a new house back home, and I still have over 20 million left. So yeah, I'm officially a little rich now. If you two need anything, just say the word. Hear that, bad bunny?" Chen Jianan's tone shifted playfully. "Don't carry everything alone. You've still got me in Xiao Tao. This time, I won't leave you behind." Wen Yanyu's eyes shimmered, and he softly murmured, "Mm." 2 hours passed. One by one, the 3 logged off. Wen Yanyu listened to a bedtime story, his consciousness growing hazy. His eyes fluttered shut, and just before slipping into sleep, he instinctively leaned forward, pressing a light kiss against the man's cheek. Then drifted gently into dreams. In the moment beyond his awareness, Fu Hanchuan slowly opened his eyes, clear, awake all along. Softly, he leaned in closer and sealed the unfinished kiss upon Wen Yanyu's lips. Chapter 91. I selfishly want to live, and be happy with you. BGM, Tail Town. The warm scent of peach blossoms mingled with sandalwood beneath the cozy blanket, the bitterness gone, leaving behind a unique, sweet fragrance. Morning. Waking up in soft sweetness. Fu Hanchuan slowly opened his eyes, vision gradually shifting from blur to clarity. Wen Yanyu lay sideways, his silver hair scattered across his cheeks, fingers loosely clutching a phone whose screen had long since gone dark. Half his body nestled in Fu Hanchuan's arms, breathing light and steady, still fast asleep. Even after regaining full awareness, Fu Hanchuan didn't rise immediately. He stared for a long while. A storm of emotions churned in his eyes, tangled, surging, battling endlessly, until fear finally took over, swallowing every sentiment whole. Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze, then quietly sat up. He brushed his teeth, dressed himself, neatly laid out Wen Yanyu's daily medications on the table, placed 4 sugar cubes in a glass in advance, arranged the meals. "There's an important meeting at work today. Stay home good, call me if anything comes up." After a moment of thought, he bent down and stuck the note onto the still sleeping lop-eared rabbit's head. Then he put on his coat and left. Noon. Wen Yanyu fell silent watching the snow-white little rabbit stumbling blindly around the living room, bumping into furniture because its vision was blocked by the note stuck to its head. "Fu Hanchuan. Why are you just like a naughty dog? So immature." Shaking his head, Wen Yanyu tried to sit up from the sofa. But as soon as he moved, the world went dark, his ears ringing violently, and his entire body collapsed back down. Wen Yanyu. The physique of today's youth. After struggling for a long time, he finally pulled himself upright. Supporting his waist, he picked up the crawling rabbit, peeled off the note. Gave the clearly distressed little bunny 2 loud kisses, comforted it gently, then carried it to the semi-open cage to play. An entire afternoon passed. Wen Yanyu sat on the living room couch holding the rabbit, replying to endless WeChat messages with one hand while organizing data on his laptop with the other. The data couldn't be released all at once, drawing too much attention would make him a target. It was better to do it slowly. He still had time. Finally finished today's work. Wen Yanyu stretched, but instantly felt dizzy, utterly drained. Though his medication dosage had been reduced recently, the drug's after-effects, combined with his body's inherent complications, remained grueling. Sure, just go to work for a couple days and you'll be fine wasn't entirely false advice, but applying it to physiological illness was simply inappropriate. The pain didn't come purely from emotion, or at least not only from emotion, but from objective neurological damage and altered brain structures. Most psychiatric conditions were physiological illnesses that couldn't be easily cured or erased, no matter how much money or love one had. To believe that love and wealth alone could wipe them away was, frankly, naively arrogant. Wen Yanyu let his head droop, slumping weakly onto the desk. Even after doing barely any work, he felt dizzy and wretched, limbs heavy, energy non-existent. Nerve damage made it impossible to suppress the pain. Every bone friction brought deep, aching soreness. When mild, it was like ants gnawing at his bones, when severe, even moving, or getting out of bed, became excruciating. Periodic mental sluggishness forced him to rest constantly. After all, such crucial data couldn't afford inefficiency for the sake of volume. Often, he couldn't continue after just a short while. Sometimes he didn't feel like doing anything, not even showering. Recently there hadn't been much public-facing work. If Fu Hanchuan didn't physically drag him into the bathtub each day to wash and scrub him, he might have turned into a filthy rabbit by now. Listening to the rain outside, Wen Yanyu sighed, preparing to crawl back into bed. Sleeping on rainy days wasn't bad. To sleep. Until Fu Hanchuan came home. Then, after the rain stopped, they'd walk around the neighborhood together, basking in the evening breeze, listening to music, smelling the scent of wet soil, gazing at the moon, at starlight. And fall asleep together. Though he didn't want to admit it was greedy. He still had to say it. He truly was a greedy person. He loved curling up in Fu Hanchuan's arms, whether sleeping, or simply leaning close. Maybe due to poor blood flow, or some indescribable reason, his body was always cold. He always felt cold. He needed warmth from the outside, not just heat, but warmth drawn from a living being. In the past, it was the bad dog, now, it was Fu Hanchuan. They should have been completely different, but to him, strangely similar. Once, he believed he lived for Fu Hanchuan, for the uncertain hope of someday seeing his family again, for duty. But in one fleeting moment, a greedy thought flashed through his mind. If I could live just a little longer, maybe this warmth could stay just a little longer too. Maybe then, he could stay by Fu Hanchuan's side a little longer. He was so greedy. Greedily wanting more. He had fallen in love with Fu Hanchuan. Fu Hanchuan liked him, only as a friend. They had hurt each other before, used the cruelest words to wound one another, yet once also regarded each other as confidants, caring deeply, valuing each other above all, laying bare their souls without reserve. That love and resentment had long since blurred beyond distinction through years of entanglement. Listening to Fu Hanchuan whisper beside his ear about memories with his mother and younger brother, seeing the yearning and pain in his eyes. Even together, they had selfishly dreamed, for just a moment, if nothing had ever happened. If their families were still alive, if Fu Hanchuan's mother and brother still existed, if he and Fu Hanchuan remained friends. All of them gathered together. They would go to Murmansk together. To that mother's distant hometown. In the morning, at dusk, during the night. By the river, beside the bonfire, across snow-covered fields. Under starlit skies, beneath the aurora. All of them, together. Fu Hanchuan's mother would play the accordion and tell them stories, while the young boy and his little sister clung close, sweetly demanding attention. If they were still here. His own mother would knit scarves for them, his father light fires and grill food nearby. That younger brother would now be 16, his little sister 15, both probably in high school by now. Perhaps even attending the same school. The mere fantasy made him speechlessly happy. But only a fantasy, would it truly bring happiness, if that day ever came? Could such a day ever exist? No. It never would. Wen Yanyu let out a soft sigh, one arm holding the rabbit as he slowly dragged his heavy body to his feet. The moment he stood up. The rain sound abruptly ceased. No. All sound vanished. The rabbit in his arms went utterly still, silent like a doll, only its lingering warmth proved it still lived. From within this silence, a long, drawn-out ringtone began. His heart skipped a beat at the sound. Wen Yanyu turned his head toward the balcony, and locked eyes instantly with a pair of deep, violet eyes. Chapter 92 Unspoken Love, Let Life Speak for Me. Because of the rain, the balcony windows, previously sealed shut, had been blown open at some point by the wind, near the railing. A young man stood there, eyes shimmering with quiet amusement, his beauty almost otherworldly. Dark hair, slightly curled, cascaded down to his waist. The only adornment upon him was a golden wreath crown atop his head. Long time no see, Yen. Wen Yanyu's eyes widened as he blurted out, sigh. His gaze instantly brightened. Like a rabbit bolting forward, he lunged straight into Sai's arms. How did you get into this world? I thought we'd never meet again. Sai, who had raised countless offspring across thousands of years and possessed immense strength, caught Wen Yanyu effortlessly. He gently ruffled the youth's hair and smiled. I asked Luomiao to crack open a tiny gap in this world's barrier, just a small one. And then I slipped through. Sai paused slightly, his expression shifting into something particularly subtle. Wen Yanyu nodded vigorously, not finding it strange at all. During his cycles through reincarnations, this elder brother had helped him more times than he could count. More than once, when he was on the verge of vanishing alongside discarded bodies after storylines ended, it was Sai who stepped in just in time, pulling both him and the bad dog out of that world. Later, by chance, he learned that most villains were actually avatars of one single being, and during the 6 months he'd been captured across worlds and locked away by that entity. It was Sai and the bad dog splitting up, each tearing from opposite ends of the sealed world, cutting the rescue time in half. Without them, he surely wouldn't have survived. The gentle authority Sai carried, as if he were the head of an entire family, held a fatally magnetic pull over a little rabbit like Wen Yanyu, who had never known a home. In his excitement, Wen Yanyu didn't notice the slight hesitation in Sai's words. Still clinging tightly, he rubbed himself insistently against the older man, desperate to press closer, praying this rare meeting would let him stay just a little longer with this unique family member. Sai softened his expression and gently stroked the rabbit's head, smoothing his hair over and over. Just as Wen Yanyu opened his mouth to chatter some more. Mew. A sudden cat cry shattered the moment between them. Wen Yanyu peeked out from Sai's embrace, meeting directly a pair of cold, blood-red eyes. The black cat sat quietly on the windowsill, staring fixedly at their intertwined hands. In its mouth was a palm-sized glass vial wrapped tightly with golden thread. Sai turned his head slightly. Golden threads leapt from his fingertips, wrapping completely around the cat perched at the window's edge. With a quick tug, the bundled-up feline ball was drawn straight into his arms. He reached for the glass vial clamped in the cat's jaws. But the cat, Sikwiu, tilted its head stubbornly away, refusing to let go. Lushwire. Sai's voice turned stern. Sikwiu trembled, immediately spitting out the vial, its entire body deflating into a pitiful, wilted mess, hurt and miserable. Ignoring it completely, Sai handed the bottle to Wen Yanyu. Wen Yanyu took it and gave it a light shake. Inside, thick, ice-blue liquid swirled like a brilliant gemstone. What is this? Wen Yanyu asked, puzzled. Sai offered no explanation, simply said, drink it. Wen Yanyu hesitated, his hand gripping the bottle going still. Meeting the boy's questioning gaze, Sai paused, inwardly sighed, then carefully chose his words. Your wounds, they haven't healed well, have they? This is medicine your system managed to gather, for treatment. Yes, healing medication. As he spoke, Sai uncapped the bottle himself. A sharp, thick scent of bitter blood surged from the opening, quickly fading before transforming into a cloyingly sweet candy-like fragrance, an unnerving sweetness. But this medicine is quite potent, it'll be painful. Just bear with it. Once you push through, the old injuries will gradually disappear. The barrier of this world is currently in repair mode. I can't stay here long, otherwise, it'll interfere with the process. Afraid Wen Yanyu might resist too strongly, Sai reached out and lightly pinched the boy's cheek, subtly lacing his voice with a barely perceptible suggestion. Quick now, drink it. Then everything will be better. Dazed, half-hypnotized by the doting elder, Wen Yanyu was about to obey and swallow the liquid. When deep within his heart, something clicked. He froze mid-motion, looked up at Sai, who was still urging him, and whispered, trembling, how did the system obtain this thing? The injuries on his body weren't merely physical. They ran deeper, carved into his soul, which was why they had never fully healed. Soul wounds, touching on one's very essence, had resisted every attempt by the system to mend. Across countless worlds, even once with the help of the highest, the creator of all things and the one who established the world's laws, they had never found a solution. Yet. When Yanyu looked down at the ice-blue liquid in the bottle. Brilliant, dense, eerie, less like a liquid and more like some slowly flowing life. An inexplicable sense of sanctity radiated from it. Silent, Wen Yanyu stared at Sai. He didn't speak. But his silence questioned. Hurt. Resolute. Don't lie to me. Sai was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. What are you thinking? Have you forgotten that I and the system can cross worlds? Time flows differently across realms, less than half a year has passed for you, but outside, over 100 years have gone by. This medicine was gathered by your little system after passing through hundreds of new worlds just for you. If I must say what price was paid. Sai's eyes flickered, his voice pausing slightly. Perhaps it's just that your little system is utterly exhausted. All right then. Sai's brows softened into a gentle curve, warm and affectionate. Your system didn't say much, but when have I ever lied to you? Hurry up and drink it. This is something your little system went through great lengths to obtain for your healing. It's precious. He personally entrusted it to me, insisted I watch you drink it with my own eyes. My time here is short. If I don't see you swallow it, how can I answer to him? His tone grew slightly urgent as he urged Wen Yanyu on. Hasn't your little system told you lately? This world is currently being repaired. Your family will return soon. Don't you want to meet them again with a healthy body? My sweet one, drink quickly. Luomiao and I don't have time left. At the word family, Wen Yanyu's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at Sai again. Seeing no change in the elder's expression, only that familiar, slightly wronged look of someone unjustly doubted, he reminded himself how truly wondrous those countless other worlds could be, and most of his suspicion melted away. Remembering the last class reunion, where there had been a real chance of seeing his family once more, Wen Yanyu tilted his head back and downed the entire bottle in one breath. A rush of blood mixed with intense bitterness flooded his mouth, followed by an overwhelming cloying sweetness, as if someone had tried too hard to mask the taste. The bizarre flavor twisted his face in discomfort. Covering his mouth, Wen Yanyu forced the liquid down. Only after struggling through it and finally catching his breath did he try to say goodbye to Sai. But the moment he let go, the glass bottle turned to ash and scattered with the wind. A distant rumble of thunder rolled across the sky. Cold raindrops slipped through the half-open window, dripping onto the floor. Wen Yanyu froze, not having time to react, then searing pain shot from his tailbone straight into his brain, as if 1,000 sharp blades were piercing outward from within his body, tearing through flesh and soul alike. He didn't even manage a cry. Wen Yanyu crumpled to the edge of the balcony. An ocean of agony surged through his internal organs, spreading without mercy. Warm liquid gushed instantly from his mouth. His thoughts ground to a halt. Only pain filled his mind, one endless, consuming scream. He didn't know how long it lasted. Just as consciousness began to collapse into darkness, somewhere far away, someone was calling his name. Chapter 93, He drowns in a dream that won't end, falling in love with nightmares. Fu Hanchuan burst into the room to find blood everywhere. Wen Yanyu lay slumped at the edge of the balcony, dark red and filthy blood continuously spilling from his mouth as if trying to purge every drop within him. It flowed endlessly, soaking a large patch of carpet. Fu Hanchuan's breath caught for a beat before he rushed toward the balcony, wrapped Wen Yanyu in a blanket, and carried him out. Wen Yanyu's eyes were half closed, consciousness hazy. Waves of pain surged through him one after another. His entire body felt icy cold. In just a few minutes, he was drenched and disheveled as though pulled straight from water. Lying inside the ambulance. He couldn't hear anything clearly, only vaguely making out Fu Hanchuan's voice, choked, tearful, urgently telling him not to be afraid. Wen Yanyu instinctively wanted to crinkle his eyes and tease the man, "It's you who's scared, isn't it?" But he had no strength left. Not even opening his eyes took tremendous effort. So tired. Doctors around him kept performing checks he couldn't clearly see. Too noisy. They chattered incessantly by his ears. "I want to go home." He saw it, Fu Hanchuan was crying. He subconsciously assumed that was why Fu Hanchuan wept so violently, that it was because he was sick. Pain dulled his thoughts, slowing them to a crawl. All he wanted was to go home. To tell Fu Hanchuan he was fine. He struggled intermittently to say something to the man. "Take me home." "Why are you crying?" "Stop crying. It's so cold. Too cold. I want you to hold me. Hold me. I don't want to lie here. I want to go home." Watching Fu Hanchuan's gaze grow increasingly shattered. Wen Yanyu blinked weakly, failing to comprehend what was happening. Until blood rising from his throat choked into his airway. Outside the ICU at the hospital. Fu Hanchuan sat motionless in the hallway, staring blankly at the family-only sign in front of him. Clutched tightly in his hand was a blanket thoroughly soaked with blood. His eyes were dull and hollow, unblinking for long stretches. The vivid crimson stain still seemed burned onto his retinas. His vision blurred, his mind sluggish and numb. Around him fell constant rain, thunder, footsteps. Yet he heard nothing. Only the solitary, intense beating of his heart. So cold. So painful. Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze to his legs. Old injuries flared with bone-deep aches during the damp rainy season, relentlessly reminding him of past sufferings and humiliations. He felt as if he'd returned to the aftermath of that fire in his childhood. Just like back then, he stood alone. Beside the coffin, touching his mother's face, burned, decayed, deformed, holding her hand, watching his younger brother who just yesterday still playfully pouted at him, now lying there, no longer human-shaped. Lying in a hospital bed. Lying beside a cold gravestone. Touching the blood-soaked blanket. Touching thick, filthy earth. Trapped in a nightmare from which he could never wake. Trapped in endless solitude. Listening to the rain. Listening to thunder. Listening to their laughter, their childish taunts turned into knives, innocent yet cruel. Why didn't you die with your parents? I heard he's crazy, just like his uncle. We hit you, 'cause we hate you. Didn't everyone in his family die? Maybe it's all his fault, ha ha ha. Crippled freak. Family bonds laced with veiled hatred, hidden daggers cutting deep. Crazy. Mad dog. Fu Hanchuan, you madman. Fu Hanchuan, heartless lunatic. You're a cursed star, everyone around you will die because of you. Fu Hanchuan, you damn beast. You should have died alongside your mother. He heard those voices dragging him into darkness, plunging him into the abyss of nightmares. And then he heard other voices, weeping ones. You must survive. Please, don't close your eyes. Look at me. If you wake up, I'll keep telling you stories about the little dog and rabbit, okay? Don't sleep. Stay alive. Keep your eyes open. Bound by love, pierced by hate, a thorny vine pulled him back from the darkness, even as it shredded his flesh and left him bleeding. I love you. I hate you. I hate how painfully I love you. I hate that you want to leave me behind. I hate that you won't take me with you. He drowns in a dream that won't end, falling in love with nightmares. Fu Hanchuan tilted his head slightly upward, listening to the wail echoing from the depths of his soul. Listening to the agonized cry threatening to tear him apart. Repeated again and again in silence, a mournful sound only he could hear. Footsteps approached slowly, stopping beside him. Another weight settled onto the row of seats. Fu Hanchuan. Someone called his name. Fu Hanchuan didn't hear. How is Yanyu? Gu Fengyao asked again. Fu Hanchuan still didn't respond. Gu Fengyao frowned, speechless for a moment. He just stabilized. Still unconscious. The doctor said he needs to be monitored overnight before being moved out. As soon as Fu Hanchuan stepped out, Gu Fengyao, who had been examining the sign outside the ward, immediately turned to look at him. And for good reason. The man's voice was hoarse, so faint and broken, as if coming from a damaged speaker. Just one hearing of it sent an involuntary shiver through the soul. Such a sight of Fu Hanchuan was rare. And yet, every time he appeared this way, it was because of Wen Yanyu. Fu Hanchuan. Gu Fengyao called his name, tone calm yet tinged with helplessness. None of that has anything to do with Wen Yanyu. He isn't your uncle, nor your father. People are different. Stop passing down the sins of those others onto him. What you're doing doesn't just torment Wen Yanyu, it torments you even more. Let each other go. Silence hung in the air. Gu Fengyao spoke again, do you love him? Fu Hanchuan, do you love him? Fu Hanchuan said nothing. Gu Fengyao let out a quiet sigh, pressing further, if you don't love him, if you don't want him to love you, then why keep him by your side? If you can't bring yourself to love him, you could have arranged for someone else to protect him, hand-picked reliable people to take care of him, why must you carry him around with you every single day? You say he's disgusting when he confesses his feelings, tell him to stay away, yet at the same time forbid him from leaving, dragging him along namelessly, meaninglessly. Fu Hanchuan. Gu Fengyao took a deep breath. If it's truly about not finding anyone else to care for him, because he's your most important friend, then you could have entrusted him to us. Our families may not match yours in status, but the medical resources at my disposal are no less than yours. I can take care of him. So is it that you don't want to let go, or that you simply can't? Fu Hanchuan kept his head down. After a long while, he finally replied, I can't love him. I don't deserve to love him. Gu Fengyao frowned, about to speak. But Fu Hanchuan remained bowed, eyes hollow and empty, like there was nothing left inside. He should be with someone better. He shouldn't be tangled up with me. He deserves someone far better to love him. You're right, he continued faintly. I can't take care of the people around me. I couldn't even keep a little rabbit alive, how could I possibly care for a living, breathing person? Maybe from the very beginning, I shouldn't have been so greedy. I shouldn't have selfishly tried to keep him beside me. Maybe they were right, all those people who said it brings nothing but misfortune to be involved with me. Omen of disaster. Madman. How could anything good ever come from being near me? Yet I once wanted to drag him into the abyss, to sink together with me. I've said so many cruel things to him. Done so many wrongs. Fu Hanchuan spoke haltingly, slowly, heavily, regardless of whether Gu Fengyao was listening, regardless of how much he understood, as if talking to himself, rambling on. I don't deserve his love. I don't deserve to have his affection. I don't deserve to walk beside him. But I can't let go. So many people want to hurt him, even me. He lowered his head, gripping tightly the blood-stained blanket in his hands. I don't know what to do. What should I do? I can't let him go. I should die. I should atone to him. But I can't bear leaving him alone. I always think, if one day I'm gone, and someone hurts him again, what then? I know this is twisted. But I can't let go. I'm afraid. I'm terrified. I just can't admit it. Maybe I'll just drag this on forever. Live on like this, muddled through life. Maybe someday, I'll finally find the courage. Each word spoken piled guilt upon guilt. Fu Hanchuan curled forward completely, his choked voice trembling with agony, until I saw him lying there, lying in blood, barely breathing. He didn't even cry out in pain, he could barely speak at all. He kept holding my hand. He said he was cold. He said he wanted to go home. While they were running tests on him, he kept looking for me, staring at me. He trembled from the pain, but never made a sound. He just looked at me, kept looking at me. His voice broke. Like it was the last time. The doctors, seeing he was conscious, kept asking questions near his ear. He answered none of them. Just held my hand, over and over, begging me to take him home. Fu Hanchuan closed his eyes. His shoulders shook uncontrollably. His voice grew hoarse, nearly turning into sobs. They gave him painkillers, but he still trembled without stopping. Such unbearable pain, someone who feared pain so much, he should have passed out long ago, lost all awareness. Why was I such a coward? Why couldn't I just admit I loved him? He loves me so deeply, I know that. All he ever wanted was for me to love him back. He did nothing wrong. He's just so stubborn, unless you say it, unless you tell him, he'd never see it. I know. That's why I stayed by his side as a friend, selfishly taking and taking. I thought, maybe living like this forever wouldn't be so bad. Why was I so damn cowardly? If he had died at home, and never heard me say, I love you, before his last breath, how agonizing would that be for him? He did nothing wrong. It's only me who's too cowardly. Too despicable. A coward for refusing to admit I love him. Despicable for wanting to keep him trapped beside me. Fu Hanchuan bowed his head completely. Tears welled, staining his eyes red. His voice dropped to a whisper, like murmuring in a dream, I left that nightmare a long time ago. But I made him the nightmare. Fell in love with the nightmare. Outside, rain mixed with snowflakes endlessly struck the window, drowning out Fu Hanchuan's near-silent confessions. I was so terribly wrong. The agony of being trapped in the cocoon he had spun himself. He deserved it. And he accepted that. After a long silence, Gu Fengmiao let out a soft sigh. Then go make it up to him. You still have time. Don't do something you'll regret. Fu Hanchuan did not respond. At the hospital's back entrance, a man in a dark black overcoat slowly approached the gate. Around him, people seemed blind to his presence, going about their own business as if he didn't exist. Jun Changma stopped before the entrance. The moment he raised his hand, an invisible barrier separated him from the hospital. A faint smile curled at the corner of Jun Changma's lips. The shadow beneath his feet seeped into the hospital through cracks in the walls, inch by inch, until, the instant it fully entered, the wall of condensed energy shattered in a flash. Chapter 95, A World with Two Protagonists, Don't Skip. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. With light and steady strides, Jun Changma approached the pillar emitting energy. Approaching the world's protagonist who had lost his protection. The rain was blown aside by currents of air, not a single drop touching him. As he drew nearer, he could feel the barrier left behind by that thing growing weaker and weaker over time. Jun Changma's smile widened gradually. That soul which never shattered no matter how many cycles it endured, where should he play with it this time? Several dark shadows gathered beneath his feet, singing together in soft, eerie unison, a nursery rhyme both tender and twisted. A lullaby that once devoured countless worlds. Little bunny, be a good boy. Open the door. Hurry up and open it. I want to come in. The deep-rooted malice and joy within his heart transformed into thick shadows spreading outward, creeping down toward the earth, ready to surge into the core of the world. Suddenly, Jun Changma halted mid-step, lifting his gaze to the sky. The sound of rain stopped abruptly. He glanced sideways. Raindrops that should have fallen under gravity now hung suspended in midair. The willow branches swaying in the wind were frozen in grotesque, unnatural poses. Why, has time stopped? When he broke the barrier earlier, did he implant some strange bug like this into the world? Before he could react, countless golden threads shot out from the seams of reality, tightly winding around his limbs, constricting more and more as they dug into his bones. Jun Changma tilted his head upward, his vision enveloped by a massive dark silhouette. A giant black cat descended from the heavens, landing with a splash. It lifted a pair of blood-red eyes and stared at him coldly. On the cat's back, a young man cast a half-amused, half-indifferent glance his way, voice icy, long time no see, Jun Changma. He leapt down from Si Chiochio's back, lightly flicking his fingers. Pang! A loud crash echoed as his body hit the ground. At the instant his limbs snapped off, blood sprayed into the air, only to be blocked entirely by a golden thread barrier. Behind the mist of blood, Jun Changma remained expressionless, even chuckling pleasantly at the sight of his own severed limbs rolling nearby. The shadows beneath him gathered from all directions, slowly flowing toward him, coalescing into a humanoid form that crawled out from between cracks in the bricks and merged back into his body. His broken limbs reattached themselves. Jun Changma stood up, greeting the cold-faced youth with a casual wave. Well met, CE. After all these years, you're still so violent. And your lover too, Jun Changma added slowly, eyes narrowing into a lazy smile, Luo Shui'er. Disaster incarnate, he is also, my companion, isn't he? Man and cat remained expressionless, choosing not to engage further with Jun Changma. Wiping blood from the corner of his lips, Jun Changma shook his newly reassembled wrist, adjusting the alignment of his bones. With remarkable patience, he asked, CE, we have no grudge. I merely wish to take my toy away. Why keep obstructing me? I have no interest in your world, nor do I intend to destroy it. But that doesn't mean I can't make things inconvenient for you. Smiling, he slightly narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, no longer hiding the killing intent radiating from his entire being. Si Qiuqiu leapt forward, blocking Ce with one powerful stride, baring his fangs with a sharp hiss. Ignoring the enraged omen completely, Jun Changma spoke in an unusually gentle tone, I didn't come here today for idle chat. From what I know, your true self cannot manifest in this world. You don't belong here. What you've done just now, it was already an exception. The harm you've inflicted on me serves only one purpose, to buy yourselves a few extra moments. That's all. My power is sufficient for me to remain in this world for another month. How many minutes do you have left? Jun Changma let out a low chuckle, crinkling his eyes. That ever-gentle smile on his lips now felt like a blade pressed against their throats, dangerously sharp. The normally stoic Ce flickered his gaze upward at something high above, then patted the black cat beside him. Both stepped back simultaneously. Jun Changma tilted his head slightly, confused by their sudden retreat. He assumed Ce had simply realized resistance was futile. Lifting his foot, he prepared to continue forward. He had waited long enough. Now, he just wanted to take that rabbit home as quickly as possible. Just then. The moment the surrounding raindrops parted, a crisp, slicing sound cut through the air. Sharp pain exploded in his lower back. Jun Changma looked down. An ice-blue blade had pierced through from behind, thrusting straight through to his chest. He blinked. For a split second, he was stunned. What was? The long sword wrenched violently backward. His vision blurred. A thud, like a watermelon hitting the ground, coincided with the splashing spray of a fountain. Gurgle. Gurgle. That sphere, rolling on the ground, was stepped on by the man. Jun Changma slowly rolled his eyes, and within his blood-filled vision, a long sword gradually came into view. Following it upward, Jun Changma looked at the figure above. The swordsman stood tall, dressed in sleek black attire, handsome and cold, his grey-blue eyes brimming with an unyielding madness and killing intent that almost took physical form. Fu Hanchuan gazed down at him, slowly pressing the blade before his eyes. The moonlight of early winter fell upon those grey-blue irises, shimmering with a bone-chilling gleam. Long time no see, scum. Unable to recognize the unfamiliar man before him, Jun Changma sluggishly rotated his eyeballs, struggling to reassemble his body. But he felt a frigid energy surging inward from the fractured parts, sending searing, excruciating pain throughout his entire being. Several shadows writhing beneath the earth were casually slashed apart by the swordsman, crushed underfoot, shattered beyond recovery. This was the power of the world itself. His usual arrogance faded from his face. Jun Changma, for once, frowned faintly. His vocal cords still managed to produce broken sounds as he disbelievingly asked, Are you that dog? The wound beneath his neck slowly repaired itself, but the agony and loss of control made him increasingly agitated. Jun Changma kept questioning, voice laced with disbelief. How can you be in this world? You don't belong here. Aren't you just a dog? Why do you look like the one beside the rabbit? How can you wield this world's authority? Are you running some kind of sting operation? Jun Changma stared at the strange yet familiar man before him, truly baffled. Fu Hanchuan let out a cold laugh. Yes and no. Jun Changma's pupils dilated, his face filled with confusion. This isn't just Wen Yanyu's hometown, Fu Hanchuan said offhandedly, dropping a bombshell. It's mine too. The blade slowly pierced into his bones, a simple act of torture. Jun Changma's pupils contracted sharply, pain contorting his expression repeatedly. Fu Hanchuan looked down at him, extreme coldness and fury churning wildly in his eyes, ready to consume everything. You didn't just alter his fate, you altered mine as well. Jun Changma was slightly surprised, but after only a few seconds of thought, he quickly understood. So this place was a world with two protagonists. Chapter 96, He belongs to no one, he belongs only to himself, don't skip. When he first gained self-awareness, he wandered through the void beyond countless worlds, where each world manifested before him as a book. Every world was a tome that could never be fully read. He cared nothing for books, but people fascinated him. He flipped through a few pages out of boredom, glancing at those perfect, happy endings. They were so dull. He wondered how delightful it would be if he could pull some of those people out and make them play with him. Born from the dark impulses of countless worlds, he loved gentle souls. But even more, he loved watching those tender, resilient spirits break, shattered by torment. He adored their screams, their rage, their pain, their despair, their pleas for mercy. As an immortal being, it had taken thousands of deaths just to pry open his core's protective layer. So he began altering the books, carelessly. With so many worlds, he changed them haphazardly, one stroke here, one stroke there, or simply destroyed entire ones, too lazy to read the protagonist's story in full. I see, Jun Chanma murmured softly. Jun Chanma pouted slightly and sighed, sorry, I've altered too many worlds. I really can't remember all these things. I never remember trivial matters like this. At the casually dismissive words, can't remember, Fu Hanchuan's eyes darkened sharply. He abruptly raised his long sword, allowed his own soul to fracture once more, and drove the blade through Jun Chanma's newly restored body. Severe pain made Jun Chanma grimace, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. After the agony passed, he still grinned maliciously. Humans don't remember how many ants they've stepped on. Neither do I remember your stories. He twisted his limbs slightly, only to find himself completely immobilized. Eventually, he stopped struggling altogether. Letting Fu Hanchuan bring down blow after blow. Blood sprayed into the air. Fu Hanchuan tilted his head slightly, moonlight refracted through raindrops onto his form, cold and lifeless. Beneath his calm exterior burned near mad rage and killing intent. The shadows writhing beneath Jun Chanma were blocked by something invisible in the air. No matter how hard he willed them, they couldn't escape this world. Stumbled again on this damn dog. Knew he'd walked straight into a sting operation. But seeing Fu Hanchuan's expression now, he realized the man must have paid a heavy price. Jun Chanma forced the corners of his lips upward, managing a weak smirk, still teasing through the haze of pain. Still, I should compliment you. You hit it well. To endure the agony of splitting your soul. I didn't even notice you were a protagonist too. Back then, when he sent those monsters into the mountains, he'd known exactly what the little rabbit would do, couldn't possibly ignore helpless children. To defeat those creatures, he had to use the power granted by his role, the power drawn from his very existence. Once a protagonist's strength is depleted, the protective barrier vanishes naturally. But who knew? This world had two protagonists. Jun Chanma stared at Fu Hanchuan, unconsciously laced with a flicker of admiration. Had he known Fu Hanchuan was the other protagonist upon first arrival, he wouldn't have appeared so recklessly. This guy truly had stamina, to bear the pain of soul-splitting, something even he couldn't tolerate. This guy has been by the rabbit's side all along, hasn't he? Initially, noticing the incompleteness of DS soul, he dismissed him, assumed he was just a hidden protagonist from another world, coincidentally attached to the rabbit. Never imagined they were from the same world all along. Jun Chanma mentally counted the time. 130 years. Impressive. He tried to roll his left eye toward the hospital building. In response, blade pierced sight. Fu Hanchuan swallowed back the blood rising in his throat. Expressionless, he drove the sword through the man's attempting to turn eyeball, refusing to let this filthy creature stain his moon with even a gaze. Time had frozen, how long, no one knew. Maybe 10 or so minutes. Perhaps an hour. Jun Chanma regenerated multiple times. And Fu Hanchuan dismantled him each time. The air reeked of nauseating blood. Limbs and gore scattered across the ground. If time hadn't been suspended, the area would long have echoed with endless screams. Until the last trace of power Jun Chanma brought with him finally dissipated. Limbs sprawled limply in every direction. Jun Chanma had weakened to the point where he could no longer reconstruct his body. Looking at the man filled with murderous intent and fury, Jun Chanma suddenly let out a low chuckle. You know, everything you're doing is meaningless. I am desire born from the wickedness of countless worlds. As long as those worlds exist, I will never vanish, never perish. I will return eventually, and reclaim what is mine. I have no interest in you. If you're willing to abandon your protection, I won't touch this world again. You can keep being your protagonist. Whatever you want, family, career, love, I can give it all to you. I only want what belongs to me. Blood dripped from his eye sockets into his eyes, smudging the blackness in Jun Chanma's gaze into the color of an abyss. Slowly, Jun Chanma stretched out a hand reduced to bare bones, extending a fatal temptation toward the man. In response, without the slightest hesitation, the blade struck once more. He's not an object. He's Wen Yanyu. He belongs to no one, he belongs only to himself. With that cold declaration, Fu Hanchuan raised his sword and brought it down, finally ending Jun Chanma for good. Jun Chanma merely smiled, unconcerned, as his consciousness was dragged away from this world through agony. His skeletal remains dissolved along with streams of black pus. With a slight flick of his wrist, Fu Hanchuan sent a soft hum resonating through the long sword, blood droplets slid off the blade and vanished into the rain. The battlefield's chaos disappeared entirely. Only lingering traces of blood bore witness to what had just transpired. He let out a quiet sigh. After this, we won't be able to enter this world again. What Luo Shiwei and I could do, we've done. We can't help any further. Jun Chanma shouldn't return to this world within a year. Take control of this world as soon as possible, stop making your little Yan Yan live in constant fear. Fu Hanchuan sheathed his sword and nodded calmly. I will. The moment the words left his lips, the invisible force that had been concealing him dissipated. Grotesque black cracks began spreading from his chest outward to his limbs. Crawling across his right eye, they drained the color from his once gray-blue irises. The hue faded visibly, leaving mostly gray, with only faint hints of blue remaining. The killing intent and fury in his eyes gradually waned, replaced by overwhelming exhaustion. Fu Hanchuan reached into his chest and pulled out the small plush rabbit. His lashes quivered slightly. Moonlight filtered through his dark hair, casting a faint glow across his weary gaze. The bulky covering at his neck started to flake and fall away. Beneath the fragments lay a crooked, uneven scar, a crude seam stitched haphazardly, barely holding his head onto his body. Chapter 97 Love is always feeling indebted. Siye's pupils trembled violently. He rarely looked so stunned, and blurted out, "How much of your lifespan and origin essence did you actually leave in that bottle?" Fu Hanchuan remained calm and quiet. 30 years. Half. Siye froze, momentarily speechless. So you only left yourself 3 years? Siye couldn't help but shout, even the withered black cat beside them lifting its eyelids to glance at the man. Fu Hanchuan gave a faint hum, not turning back, absorbed in channeling energy to repair the barrier. Enough. 3 years. That was all it would take for him to set everything right again. And perhaps, just perhaps, there'd still be some time left before Wen Yanyu's family returned, time enough to selfishly stay by Wen Yanyu's side, to spend one final stretch of days with him. That was enough. His body, weakened from excessive expenditure, could no longer support long journeys. While time stood still under Siye's suspension, he might as well reinforce the world's barrier here. On the day when Yanyu swallowed pills and died in the mountains. On the day when Yanyu was dragged into the cycle of reincarnation. On the day the world stopped turning. On the day half his soul followed Wen Yanyu away. On the day he saw the shattered state of his world's barrier, he already knew. His world was merely one among countless others, already damaged beyond repair. As long as the world remained unhealed, as long as Jun Changma wasn't truly dead, Wen Yanyu would never escape control. Nor would any of those infinite worlds. He had been powerless, until, during their escape, he and Wen Yanyu accidentally entered that world. The one sanctuary, untouched by constraints, protected by the highest, existing independently beyond all others. He accepted the highest's terms, 10 years of his life, plus answers to several strange questions, exchanged in bargain. To become fuel powered by life itself, paying with his soul, refusing reincarnation, dissolving into nothingness after death, gaining the ability to transform his very origin into a weapon capable of erasing all existence. A weapon named Favored One. The Favored One, chosen by power itself. The only being able to inflict true, irreversible harm upon that monster, Jun Changmo. Fu Hanchuan gently summoned threads called fate, carefully manipulating them, weaving back together the broken strands, guiding them slowly onto their rightful paths. After finishing with what Jun Changma had left behind, Fu Hanchuan turned to Siye. Did he drink it? Siye nodded, glancing toward the hospital building. Fu Hanchuan followed his gaze and instantly understood. Pain welled up in his otherwise calm eyes. The agony brought by healing those wounds was unbearable even for ordinary people, yet to free Wen Yanyu from the scars clinging to his soul, he had no choice but to do this. No matter the reason, just thinking that Wen Yanyu's current suffering came from him. A bitter, trembling wave of guilt and remorse crashed down like a mountain. It crushed his chest, making it hard to breathe. Having witnessed both brothers traverse so many worlds, knowing exactly who they were, just reading, Fu Hanchuan's expression now told Siye everything. He was blaming himself. Consumed by guilt for bringing pain to Wen Yanyu. And preparing himself, when Jun Changma next appeared. To use every last drop of his remaining essence. To drag Jun Changma into oblivion with him. Siye sighed helplessly, resorting to the most effective way to persuade, Yanyu still needs you. True, Jun Changma can't be destroyed easily, but across so many worlds, across time itself, we'll find another way. Don't do anything reckless. Jun Changma was the first thing he'd encountered in thousands of years more troublesome than the calamities themselves. The calamities in his world, all born from human desires and evil impulses, still carried only harmless traces of corruption, manageable in the end. The difficult ones? Locked back inside his tower. Others, like gluttony, were simply obsessed with food, laziness only wanted a place to nap. But Jun Changma. Such pure malice. Seeing no life as equal, treating every existence as playthings for amusement, truly rare. Thinking of the thousands upon thousands of shattered, ruined worlds he had toyed with, Siye clicked his tongue twice. If only he weren't currently unable to cross worlds with his true form. He'd seriously consider sealing the bastard inside his tower and letting the idle calamities have a few rounds of fun killing him over and over. Fu Hanchuan shook his head gently. This is the best way. Yanyu should never have been dragged into this with me. He deserved a happy family. I'm merely setting things back on course. Question mark. Siye blinked, then raised his voice without meaning to, what kind of best way is that? Have you even thought about how Yanyu would feel knowing he survived because you gave up your life? Have you considered what that would do to him? You know Yenyu's personality better than anyone. If he learned the truth, how could he possibly go on living? Siyi frowned, stepping forward relentlessly. What's right or wrong about love? In the unaltered timeline, Yan loved you too. Why are you so stubborn? Fu Hanchuan lowered his head, wiping his sword clean and readying the pale white little rabbit charm back onto the hilt. He listened obediently to the scolding, unmoved. Seeing this, Siyi grew even more irritated. Why were these two so damn stubborn? Who on earth had they inherited this from? Si Qiuqiu toddled closer, quietly nudging up beside Siyi, poking his furry round head against the young man's wrist. Siyi fell silent for a moment, then continued, on the original timeline, the one where your mother didn't leave, your mother loved you dearly. She never once hated you because of your father. She loved you. If you're gone, do you really think anyone could take better care of him than you? Do you truly believe he'd be happy? Growing angrier with every word, increasingly frustrated despite Si Qiuqiu's wounded, shocked expression, Siyi raised a hand and shoved the obstructing large cat head aside. You know exactly how he feels about you, just as you know your own feelings toward Yan. Even if those 30 years were split in half, you'd each still have 15 years together. Why must you be so unbending? Fu Hanchuan's hand stilled momentarily, a sudden ripple stirred deep within his eyes. After a long pause, Fu Hanchuan said softly, I have a younger brother. She won't be alone. Yan will never know the truth. My death will be disguised as illness. Yan will have many family members around him. He will live a happy life. His expression dimmed, head drooping slightly, regret creeping in. He wished he hadn't burned away so much of his lifespan during reincarnation. Now, only 30 years remained that he could give to Wen Yanyu. 30 years. By then, Wen Yanyu would only be in his 50s. 130 years of cyclical rebirth. Just 30 years of peace. Not worth it. Siyi was about to say more. Suddenly, the raindrops that had been suspended in midair began to fall slowly downward. Siyi glanced up at the sky, sighing helplessly. Never mind. Time's up. I have to go. Take care of yourself, and Yan. Don't recklessly push yourself beyond limits. If you really can't handle it, Siyi paused, then sharply slapped the sulking black cat beside him, voice flat, I'll make this bastard tear open another rift. We can come back in. He didn't acknowledge the implied offer of help. Fu Hanchuan gave a slight nod. Thank you. What thanks? Save it. Siyi ruffled the depressed black cat's fur and waved at the man. And technically speaking, based on soul relations, both of you ought to call me brother. Fu Hanchuan nodded again, then vanished from the spot at the exact moment Siyi and the black cat disappeared. At the same time, elsewhere. The previously unconscious Wen Yanyu slowly opened his eyes. Those pupils, once nearly consumed entirely by ashen decay, were now streaked with ink-black hues, reviving faint traces of life. Chapter 98, The Matter of Two Bao Changing Fur. In the early morning, light snowflakes drifted outside the window, settling heavily on bare tree branches. He woke to sharp pain and a surging urge to vomit. Hearing the uneven, heavy breathing beside him, Wen Yanyu weakly opened his eyes, carefully pried Fu Hanchuan's arm off his body, and slowly slid off the other side of the bed. After nearly a month of almost no sleep, he'd finally been forced to take sleeping pills just to fall unconscious. But now, after barely managing to drift off, he was once again seized by agony. Fu Hanchuan, trapped in nightmares after weeks of relentless insomnia, didn't notice a thing. When Yanyu pressed a hand over his mouth, gently pulled the blanket up for the man beside him, and tiptoed out of bed. Only after stepping into the bathroom and shutting the door firmly behind him did he allow himself to breathe. Bending forward, he reached for cold water to splash his face, but violent nausea surged through him, weakening his limbs until he nearly collapsed. Hands braced against the edge of the sink, forehead pressed against his forearm, he gasped desperately, muffling the sound as he coughed up a pool of black blood. Cold sweat trickled down his skin, and broken coughs echoed intermittently in the tiled room. His legs, unsteady from weeks in bed, trembled. When Yanyu lost balance and fell hard onto the floor. His arm scraped against the tile upon impact, breaking the skin. A faint cry escaped before he collapsed again, too weak to move. The tile floor was cold and unyielding, far from comfortable, but he lacked the strength to get up. Instead, he curled into a tight ball on the ground, drawing his knees tightly against his aching abdomen, biting down on his bunched-up shirt. It made him vomit even more blood, but the pain inside was unbearable. Painkillers did nothing. There were no other options left. Deep within his body, it felt as though a cold fire burned, devouring rotting flesh, making way for new life to take root. A twisted, churning torment raged through his stomach. It was agony. And yet, rebirth. Ever since he had awakened, they had done full-body scans at the hospital. Doctors found nothing, could explain nothing, and offered no solutions. He knew the cause, but it was too surreal to speak aloud. Fu Hanchuan had initially wanted to take him overseas for treatment, but after much explanation, and insistence, he'd reluctantly given up on the idea. Since that day returning from the hospital, these episodes came daily, then every 2 days, every 3, now stretching to 5. The old scars across his body gradually faded away. The long-healed wounds on his arms began to itch, throb, and scab over with fresh blood. He should have felt glad. But Fu Hanchuan's worry was impossible to hide. The man hadn't slept properly since he first entered the hospital, his eyes perpetually wide with anxiety. His face grew thinner and wearier each day. His nerves tensed further. An increasingly heavy aura of fury and fear clung around him. Each time when Yanyu suffered an attack in front of him, even when pain blurred his consciousness, he could still hear Fu Hanchuan's choked, fragmented sobs. Every night before sleep, the hands gripping his own, stifled weeping near his ear, a heartbeat heavier and more chaotic than usual, breaths ragged and strained, the persistent metallic scent of blood in the air, the endless coffee and stimulant pills around the house. All deepened the guilt gnawing inside him. Fu Hanchuan was suffering because of him. Knowing this, Wen Yanyu clenched his jaw and bore the pain without crying out. Curled on the floor, he endured the worst wave until it finally passed. When the intense pain subsided and the fog in his mind began to clear, the world remained blurry. Wen Yanyu struggled to stand. Sweat poured without pause, his clothes were soaked through. Fine strands of ash-gray hair clung to his forehead, drenched like he'd just been pulled from water, his entire appearance wretched and pitiful. Even after enduring that soul-rending pain, his body remained weak, breath uneven. At the slightest movement, another thick surge of dark blood spilled from his lips. Again and again, black blood mixed with water, washing down the drain. He hadn't eaten much before bed, and having just vomited, his stomach cramped violently, as if knives churned inside, twisting with unbearable ache. Only when the worst of it faded did Wen Yanyu turn on the tap and scoop cool water onto his face. He lifted his head slightly, and startled at his reflection, a deathly pale face, dilated pupils, bloodshot eyes, speckles of red staining his cheeks from vomiting. The dye from his hair treatments had washed out significantly over repeated washings. Patches of uneven color tangled together, messy, coarse, unkempt. He shook his head slightly. Glanced sideways at the gray morning beyond the window. The medication would keep Fu Hanchuan asleep at least until noon. He needed to clean himself quickly. He couldn't let Fu Hanchuan see him like this. Wen Yanyu turned on warm water and casually wiped the bloodstains from his face. He raised his hands, peeled off the sweat-soaked clothes clinging to his body, turned, and stepped into the bathtub filled with warm water, curling up inside as he braced for the next wave of pain. Beneath the warm water, his arms itched and swelled. Unable to bear it, Wen Yanyu frowned and scratched repeatedly. Until he peeled away a layer of old scabs. Staring at the skin beneath, smooth, flawless, bearing no trace of past wounds, he froze, then hesitantly touched it again and again, fighting the itch. Bad dog. Where did you even get this medicine? So powerful. A sudden itch in his scalp made him pause. Something felt wrong. Wen Yanyu's expression stiffened. He grabbed a strand of hair and tugged lightly, only for a large clump to fall out immediately. The spot where hair had fallen grew intensely itchy and swollen, an eerie, grotesque sensation. Wen Yanyu. No way. I'm shedding fur. Before he could think further, another surge of pain crashed over him. The sound of running water continued on, the tub now nearly full. The floor slippery, the pain stronger than before, giving him no time to prepare. In the instant his body lost balance, water flooded over his head. The sensation of water rushing into his nose and airway was agonizing. Panicked, Wen Yanyu reached for the nearby handrail to pull himself up. When suddenly, a drowsiness struck like anesthesia before surgery. He didn't even manage a cry. His consciousness spiraled into darkness. Chapter 99. If you really can't hold on anymore, I'll stay with you. Consciousness returned. Jolted awake by the violent crash of a breaking door and shattering glass. Yan Yan. Yan Yan. Open your eyes. Look at me. Don't scare me, Yan Yan, look at me, don't leave me, Yan Yan, wake up, Yan Yan. Voices flooded his ears, pleading, crying. When Yanyu opened his eyes groggily, meeting a pair of ashen-gray eyes brimming with tears. Warm water spilled endlessly from the bathtub, spreading across the bathroom floor into a shallow layer of pale red. Floating on the surface were strands of ash-white hair. His thoughts remained frozen, unable to comprehend what had happened. When Yanyu tilted his gaze slightly, staring blankly at the man. Just one glance. Fu Hanchuan's pupils constricted sharply. It hadn't been so obvious underwater. Now, as he lifted Wen Yanyu out, the long cascade of pure white hair fanned out in the water, mingling with the faintly blood-tinged red. It should have looked horrifying. But against the boy's frail, deathly pale face, it seemed only like the physical manifestation of his failing life force. Fu Hanchuan's lips trembled. Not a word came out. In silence. He took a deep breath, ignoring the wound on his hand, still bleeding from forcing open the door, and pulled Wen Yanyu from the water. He grabbed a towel, sat slowly in the warm corner of the bathroom, and settled Wen Yanyu onto his lap. First drying the water from the boy in his arms, then wrapping him gently, one hand holding the towel, the other circling around his waist. Until every drop was gone. The water had long been turned off. The apartment, already close to the center of the complex, felt even more still in the absence of any activity outside. All external noise seemed sealed away. There was nothing but the mingling breaths and warmth between them. After days of relentless mental strain, the sudden shock left him now with nothing but trembling and the barest rhythm of breathing, no strength left to move, let alone stand. Fu Hanchuan held Wen Yanyu's hand, drawing him closer instinctively, lowering his head until his feverish forehead pressed into the hollow of the boy's neck. His right hand clasped Wen Yanyu's wrist against his chest, his left arm wrapped tightly around his waist. Fu Hanchuan bowed his head, his large frame effortlessly enclosing Wen Yanyu completely within his embrace. His sleepwear, soaked through, clung damp and heavy to his skin. He looked disheveled, exhausted. Yet the tension in his nerves and the blood still pooling unevenly across the floor gave him an air of raw ferocity. Like a wounded male beast on its last breath, still fiercely guarding its den. Every inch of him bristled with sharp edges. Ready to tear the head from anyone daring to invade his territory. Wen Yanyu was still dazed, not fully recovered, his waist-length white hair wet and slick. Dull strands shed one by one, new hair growing slowly in layers, only stopping when it reached his calves. What remained was renewal. The bathroom heater hummed softly. Even naked, it wasn't cold. His mind stirred slowly, until finally, soundless, the last of the soul-sucking worms was burned clean by blue flame. Outside, winter sunlight cast mottled patterns across his face. Wen Yanyu slowly opened his eyes. The previous dull, lifeless gray had vanished entirely. His almond-shaped eyes were now deep black, bright and clear. A small red mole at the outer corner added a hint of vitality. His entire body ached with weakness. He tried moving his fingers slightly, no strength. Attempting to speak, his throat felt glued shut, only hoarse, feeble murmurs escaping. Fu Hanchuan didn't catch what he said. "I'm here," he mumbled back, instinctively pulling Wen Yanyu tighter into his arms. "Why did you fall asleep in the bathtub? How dangerous. Next time, just, wake me up when you want to, bathe. Okay?" His voice was hoarse as he asked, mind still reeling from shock, words tangled and incoherent, "Don't bathe alone. Were you, cold?" Wen Yanyu closed his eyes slightly and shook his head gently. Having just endured the final wave of agony, it felt as if all his blood had been replaced. He didn't feel pain exactly, but certainly no comfort either. His body alternated between waves of dull ache and softness, no strength at all. Consciousness flickered between clarity and haze. His stomach, emptied of everything, now throbbed with emptiness. Hypoglycemic dizziness clouded his mind. All he wanted was to close his eyes and rest. Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze, watching the helpless fatigue etched into the boy in his arms, the kind of exhaustion that drained even the will to resist, and something inside his chest twisted sharply, a piercing pain tearing through. He closed his eyes briefly. Pain and bitterness surged in his pupils, his eyelids reddening uncontrollably. His voice trembled violently, yet he refused to let out even a single sob. Was it very painful? Wen Yanyu had no strength to speak. Instead, he gently stroked the man's wrist in reassurance. Fu Hanchuan pressed his lips together, struggling for a long moment before stammering out, "If it hurts too much, if you're too tired, if you really can't hold on anymore, we won't. Okay? If it becomes too much, we'll just stop. I'll stay with you." Biting back tears, Fu Hanchuan tightly gripped the cold, slender hand in his arms, their fingers interlacing. "I'll stay with you, right beside you." Wen Yanyu murmured faintly in response, then gently shook his head. He tried to speak, but the sound was barely a whisper, inaudible even to himself. He took a breath, wrapped his arms around the man's neck for support, and slowly leaned his head close to Fu Hanchuan's ear, so the words could finally be heard. "I still want to take you to meet my family. And I want to see Murmansk too. Your hometown. Don't break your promise." His exhausted body only allowed him to form simple syllables into barely intelligible sentences. After finishing those 3 lines, Wen Yanyu collapsed back into the man's arms like he'd been drained of all strength, sinking drowsily into sleep once more. At that very instant, Fu Hanchuan froze, and tears surged uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. The night was as dark as ink. Having pulled 2 all-nighters to finish all company affairs from the past week, Fu Hanchuan handed off the remaining tasks to Wan's team of new executives. He snapped his laptop shut, unwilling to spend even a second longer in the office. Rising, he strode quickly toward the bedroom. Pushing open the slightly ajar door, he saw the room illuminated only by a dim yellow wall lamp, clear enough to make out the figure on the bed. Wen Yanyu was curled up against an oversized husky-shaped pillow, his head resting on one little dog plushie, his waist-length white hair fanned across the pillow. A healthy flush colored his cheeks. Seeing him enter, Wen Yanyu set down his phone and waved. Fu Hanchuan quickened his pace, swiftly climbing onto the bed and practically lunging forward, pulling Wen Yanyu tightly into his arms. He nuzzled and hummed contentedly, an invisible tail spinning wildly behind him like a whining puppy seeking affection. Wen Yanyu had long grown accustomed to this. It had become their ritual after everything that happened. Whenever one of them finished a particularly draining task, the other would immediately drop everything, to either give or receive a hug. They called it recharging. Though most of the time, it was simply bunny and dog sticking together. Wen Yanyu closed his eyes, half his face buried in the man's chest, his entire body enveloped in the warm embrace. The person in his arms, softened noticeably over the past fortnight of careful feeding and care, free from any recurrence of the nameless illness, his complexion growing rosier day by day. The constant tension in his nerves gradually eased. The sweet scent of peaches drifted into his nose. Wen Yanyu lightly patted the man's back, slow and rhythmic. Fu Hanchuan instinctively narrowed his eyes in pleasure, barely holding back the undignified urge to whimper like a puppy. Only after half an hour of clinging did Fu Hanchuan reluctantly loosen his hold. Finally, it was time for tonight's real conversation. Wen Yanyu lowered his gaze, avoiding the man's eyes, still hesitating whether to speak. Back at the beginning of the cycle, before the mark was ever branded onto him, when he still hadn't been controlled, he had wanted to tell the truth to those protagonists, no matter the cost. Even death wouldn't have stopped him. Back then, he still could speak. But once Jun Changhua imprinted him, he lost all freedom. Reduced to a puppet, he could only watch helplessly as his body was manipulated again and again toward destruction. The imprint Jun Changhua placed had no visible shape, yet Wen Yanyu could feel it, a slimy, writhing maggot clinging to his soul, slowly burrowing inward. So when he drank the medicine afterward, he could clearly sense those things being peeled away from his soul, stripped from his bones, burned to ash inside his body, the nauseating pain as they were expelled through vomit and blood. 3 days ago, the final batch. Everything was utterly incinerated. For the first time in 100 years, his body felt truly light. At the same moment Thuas lifted, he regained the ability to speak the truth. And he remembered what the system had told him. When Yanyu glanced at Fu Hanchuan, a touch of nervousness in his eyes. Under the dim night light, the man's eyes seemed to have shed their blue hue, turning instead a transparent silver gray, like some inorganic crystal ball, cold, intense, imposing. When Yanyu bit his lip. Would he be seen as mad? The thought had barely surfaced when it was cut short. No. Fu Hanchuan was different. Still hesitating. What do you want to tell me? Came a tender, coaxing voice near his ear. Fu Hanchuan turned onto his side, took his hand, voice soft, I'm listening. When Yanyu's heartbeat skipped a beat. He started to pull his hand back. Fu Hanchuan wove his fingers through Wen Yanyu's, intertwining them deeply, drawing their joined hands to rest over his heart. A natural, intimate clasp. And an inescapable bond. Beneath his palm, the heartbeat thudded strangely hard. Panic surged through Wen Yanyu, and before he could stop himself, he blurted out, this world is a novel. Chapter 100, You fell in love with me because of the plot. The words hung in the air. Wen Yanyu looked at Fu Hanchuan with a hint of fear in his eyes. But Fu Hanchuan remained as calm as ever, no surprise, no suspicion, just quiet composure. Wen Yanyu hesitated. Do you believe me? Fu Hanchuan shook his head. Then softly, gently yet firmly, he said, I believe you. Just 4 simple words. Yet Wen Yanyu's eyes suddenly welled up. A dampness gathered at the corners before he could stop it, and his voice choked up. In the darkness, Wen Yanyu thought he was lying in shadow, that the man before him couldn't see much, so he let the tears fall freely. But he forgot one thing. Fu Hanchuan's gaze was fixed on Wen Yanyu's face. His light-colored eyes gave him exceptional night vision, he didn't miss that single trail of tears. He reached out, pulling Wen Yanyu into his arms. One hand stayed clasped with his, the other moved to rest gently on the boy's lower back, stroking softly. Wen Yanyu sniffled but said nothing. Seeing the pain flicker across those delicate features, Fu Hanchuan's heart ached despite himself. He sighed helplessly. If remembering hurts too much, then let's not remember. If you're not happy, we can just sleep. He leaned closer, gently bringing Wen Yanyu's other hand, slightly damp with nervous sweat, into their shared warmth, rubbing it slowly between his palms to warm it. You listen to me. No matter what happens, I'll stay with you. I know there are many things about you that I can't explain, many things I want to know, perhaps even important ones. But there's one thing you must understand. Fu Hanchuan paused, then spoke gently, to me, the most important thing is that you're healthy every day, and happy. All traces of curiosity had vanished from his eyes, replaced entirely by tenderness and sorrow. He lifted a hand to wipe away the tear trailing down Wen Yanyu's cheek. If telling me all this brings you pain, then I'd rather you be happy instead. It took a long time for Wen Yanyu to regain control. His teeth trembled slightly as he bit down, then tightened his grip on Fu Hanchuan's hand, shaking his head firmly. You need to know. Starting from when that book first appeared in his mind, his father, mother, little sister, his beautiful childhood. How his family was erased, how he forgot his friends, how he was treated as a madman for an entire year. How he worked part-time jobs while studying relentlessly, competing against millions in the national exams, finally squeezing through the narrow bridge of success, only to have his dream shattered at the very moment he came closest. That year when everyone called him insane. The countless nights filled with longing for his family. 3 years spent burning the midnight oil. The year he was manipulated by the plot into entering a talent show. Unable to bear it any longer, he attempted suicide in the mountains, only to become bound to a dog, both of them trapped in countless worlds as background characters, playing out the story again and again without end. Those old memories soaked in blood and tears, the pain, the screams, despair, and fleeting hope. This is the original story of this world. You are the protagonist, and I am merely a disposable supporting character. That's why my family was deleted like a bug. Perhaps numbness had long set in, or perhaps he knew he'd already survived the worst, when Yenyu's tone grew steadily flat, reducing the trauma of his past into something like casual bedtime tales. Because you're the main character, and I'm just a clingy side character obsessed with you, that's why I said those things in front of the media. I didn't mean to hurt you like that. But, the plot forced me to act that way. I know you despise such behavior. But I couldn't control myself. I didn't know how else to face you, that's why I deleted you back then. Silence fell. The heavy stone pressing on his chest was finally gone. Wen Yanyu exhaled deeply, daring not to move closer to the man again, whispering faintly, "I'm sorry." In the dark. He couldn't see Fu Hanchuan's expression clearly, only felt the rapid beating of the heart beneath his palm. A long pause. What was your ending? Wen Yanyu froze. Fu Hanchuan leaned fully toward him, asking again, in those worlds, what was your ending? Wen Yanyu's breath caught. His body stiffened. No words came. Unlike moments ago, Fu Hanchuan's voice now trembled slightly. Wen Yanyu whispered hoarsely, abnormal death. Only 5 words. Fu Hanchuan closed his eyes, choosing not to ask further. After a long silence. Was it, the plot that made you confess to me? The man's voice was low, impossible to read, yet the barely concealed tremor betrayed his true emotions. Wen Yanyu softly murmured, "Mm." The room fell completely silent, oppressively still. Only their heavy breathing broke the quiet. So, you never actually loved me. It was all, because of the plot. This is a declarative sentence. The two stared at each other for a long time, until Wen Yanyu was the first to look away, lowering his gaze and avoiding Fu Hanchuan's stare. I'm sorry. Wen Yanyu didn't answer the question directly. Afraid of being noticed, Fu Hanchuan released Wen Yanyu's hand, turned around, and avoided looking back. The air fell into suffocating silence once again. In the darkness, Fu Hanchuan's throat moved with difficulty. His clenched fists trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering faintly. He didn't turn around. He dared not meet Wen Yanyu's eyes, afraid of facing that despairing truth. Fate had played another joke on him. He wanted to deceive himself, but his heart wouldn't allow it. Do you hate me? Fu Hanchuan tried to steady his voice, but the moment he spoke, it trembled violently. Wen Yanyu remained silent. Fu Hanchuan tightened his fist, his eyelids burning with sudden moisture. He answered the question himself. Of course he did. How could he not? Who would willingly become a side character in another story, losing family, friends, dreams, self, all because of someone else? And because of that same person, suffering indirect torment for years on end. Repeatedly hurt by that person, constantly making compromises. How could he not hate? How could he love? Who could fall in love with an abuser? Who could love a madman? Who could love someone as despicable as him, someone who selfishly wished to bind another with love and pain? Bitterness burst in his mouth, spreading wildly, numbing his tongue, leaving him speechless. It was the bitter fruit he had planted with his own hands. The one he loved had suffered endlessly in the years he knew nothing about, body and soul scarred beyond measure, while he let past nightmares consume him, becoming one of the abusers himself. An overwhelming surge of guilt and agony flooded through his limbs. Every single nerve ending in his body trembled and cried out. The room was heated, warm and comfortable. Yet he couldn't feel even a trace of warmth. His entire body felt cold. 100 cycles of reincarnation dismissed with a single careless sentence, but he knew full well what lay beneath those words. Cannon fodder. Fodder. Ash left behind after the bullets were fired. Ash. A disposable sacrifice no one cared about. Fu Hanchuan gritted his teeth. His breathing grew increasingly ragged. His eyes burned, aching with unshed tears. He wanted to cry, yet deep down, he knew he didn't deserve to, so he clenched his jaw tightly. He wanted to apologize. But he feared only sobs would come out, burdening the one he loved with even more weight. He wanted redemption. But he didn't have the right to seek it. Nor could he truly achieve it. Only equal pain could be the best apology. But he didn't even have the right to experience pain as great as Wen Yanyu's. What apology? What redemption? Fu Hanchuan dug his nails deeply into his palms. A dull buzzing filled his ears. Heavy bitterness and guilt, cold and hard like steel beads, rolled over his heart, already corroded by acid. Yanyu needs rest. You must keep yourself under control. Don't show anything unusual. You can't let him worry for you. You don't have the right to make him worry, nor the right to make him regret. Eyes shut, Fu Hanchuan bit his tongue again and again, using the pain to fight for composure, desperate to pull himself together quickly. But no matter how hard he tried, every time he opened his mouth, he could still feel his voice trembling, his body weak. He didn't even have the strength to say goodnight. Helplessness and guilt raged through his mind. He felt himself on the verge of losing control. Wind brushed past outside the window. A dull ache rippled through his heart, an indescribable sorrow spreading. Fu Hanchuan couldn't hold back, he let out 2 broken whimpers, his eyes brimming with dark, bitter tears, whispering a useless apology, "I'm sorry." He took 2 shaky breaths. Pushing down the sob in his throat, he forced himself to speak, "Do you want to move out? Live with your friends? I'll buy you a house, anywhere you like. I'll give you money. You don't need to stay with me. I'll arrange someone to take care of you. You can call me anytime, I'll always be there. For anything, you can reach out. If you don't want to see me." Fu Hanchuan's lips trembled, enduring the pain in his chest, speaking in fragments, "I won't appear before you. I won't disturb you. I'm sorry. Warm, soft contact pressed against his back. Suddenly, a warm hand covered his icy one, gently shifting, fingers slowly interlacing. "I used to hate you." Fu Hanchuan's lashes trembled violently. His breath caught instantly, the hand in his unconsciously tightening. Then, realizing the warmth in his grasp, he abruptly relaxed, afraid of hurting the other if he held too tight. Wen Yanyu placed one hand beside his ear, the other holding firmly onto the man's right hand, his forehead resting gently against the man's back. But that was only temporary anger. It was Jun Changma who pulled me into this cycle of reincarnation. Even if I hadn't attempted suicide that day, I wouldn't have escaped any of this. None of it was your fault. During these days and during the aftermath, the system, which used to appear every single night, for some reason now only showed up once every few days. On the rare nights it finally appeared, it would only exchange a couple of hurried words before vanishing again. But at least he could still rest in the consciousness space the system had left for him. It was there that CE sent him a cross-century message, relaying the things the system hadn't had time to tell him. Jun Changma had already been driven out, he no longer needed to worry. The system's sudden disappearances were simply because it was busy repairing the world's protective barrier. Besides that, there were also details about his past cycles, why he had been pulled into reincarnation, why he, merely cannon fodder in this world, had been dragged into those other worlds, information about his body, and about his family who would soon return. Although due to what seemed like world-imposed interference, Cie's voice came through broken and fragmented, he could still make out the meaning. Watching Fu Hanchuan, who couldn't even bear to turn around and look at him, Wen Yanyu sighed silently. "It's not your fault. The 2 years I spent with you. I was truly happy. Truly content." The warmth of their interlaced fingers flowed straight into his heart. Wen Yanyu spoke slowly, "You were the first friend I'd ever made after my family left. Before that, no one cared how I was feeling, no one asked what I liked to eat or where I wanted to go. If that storyline hadn't existed," Wen Yanyu paused, lowering his voice, "I would have become really good friends with you. I would have loved you too." Countless nights when he ran a fever, just sending a single message meant the man would show up at his door within half an hour. Every time he mentioned something he wanted to eat, it would be in his hands almost instantly. Even the tiniest details he'd casually mentioned during their conversations, details he himself didn't even remember, Fu Hanchuan remembered meticulously, treasured them, and fulfilled them one by one. He was someone who had learned independence early, both because of having no family and out of sheer habit. No matter what happened to him, he could always handle it, endure it. But that didn't mean he didn't want someone to lean on. The first year they met was New Year's Eve. He had just come back from a social drinking gathering, walking home alone to aid digestion. Looking at the fireworks lighting up the sky, smelling the aromas of family dinners wafting from every home. To say he wasn't lonely. To say he didn't care. To say he was numb. Would have been lies. Naturally. When he saw Fu Hanchuan waiting beneath his apartment complex, covered in snow, holding the peach cake he'd mentioned the previous night and stacks of New Year stickers. To say his heart hadn't stirred. Would have been a lie too. He just dared not admit it. That he was beginning to overlap with the Wen Yanyu from the storyline. Wen Yanyu's nose stung faintly. He lowered his lashes, hiding the bitterness in his eyes, and spoke in a hoarse voice, opening his heart for the first time. "Fu Hanchuan. I don't want to part with you. Don't push me away." Chapter 102 Sharing Pain, Hand in Hand Toward Happiness. Fu Hanchuan stood frozen for a long time, not making a sound, or perhaps afraid to make one. Not until Wen Yanyu let go of his hand. Slowly turning over from the other side, he carefully slid into Fu Hanchuan's arms. Fu Hanchuan stared blankly at the person so close to him, his mind utterly blank, only his heartbeat racing wildly. Wen Yanyu lifted his eyes, gazing at the man through the darkness. His dark, bright eyes shimmered with mist, as if tears were about to spill at any moment. "I don't want to be apart from you." Wen Yanyu's voice was soft, so soft it trembled with emotion, so soft, yet loud enough to reveal the desire finally unearthed beneath. Fu Hanchuan froze for a second. Their gazes locked, and the intensity of emotion in Wen Yanyu's eyes, so thick it nearly took shape, threatened to drown him. A violent tremor surged through Fu Hanchuan's eyes. His breath shook violently, but his body remained stiff, unable to move. For a long while. Fu Hanchuan opened his mouth, no sound coming out. Then gently, he reached out, wrapping his arms around Wen Yanyu's waist, burying his entire face into the crook of his shoulder. Wen Yanyu pressed himself closer into the embrace, whispering once more, no separation. At the warmth and softness of the voice by his ear, a bittersweet flood enveloped him completely. It felt like suddenly falling into a sea of honey, a dull boom, and though he thought he could swim to shore, in that instant of descent, he realized the sea was filled with razor blades. The blades pierced him with indescribable pain, yet the sweet syrup kept him from wanting to save himself. Even in agony, he welcomed it. In this moment, every fear born from the past, every insecurity bred by love, every emotional distance and restraint he'd built within himself, all crumbled and collapsed. He didn't want to think about what the future might bring anymore. Nor did he care about grudges or grievances, right or wrong. He simply wanted to hold on to the happiness he had now. Fu Hanchuan's nose stung. As the tears circling his eyes finally fell, all restraint and suppression vanished. He held the person in his arms tightly, fingers locking together, gripping so hard it seemed he wanted to press Wen Yanyu into his flesh, fuse him into his bones. Emotions long suppressed erupted like a flash flood, pain, sorrow, fear, guilt, reluctance, pouring out in endless streams of bitter tears, impossible to stop. Fu Hanchuan sobbed uncontrollably, pleading again and again, don't separate. Please, please don't leave me alone. Don't hate me. I know I don't deserve to be with you, I don't even deserve to apologize. I'm a bastard. You're all I have. I don't want to be apart from you. I don't want you to hate me. I never meant to hurt you. I'll change. I will. I'll change into someone you can love. Just don't hate me. Don't abandon me. The of being suddenly blocked without reason, the rage after failing to find the other each time. The terror of hearing abroad that Wen Yanyu's life hung by a thread. Sitting alone in the lounge on a stormy day as flight after flight got delayed. The despair of thinking he was about to be left behind. That cold, unfamiliar gaze upon their first reunion back home. I'm scared, Yan. Don't leave me alone. I can't live without you. I don't want to be alone anymore. Fu Hanchuan cried without end, gasping for breath only to plunge straight into another wave, his voice hoarse and broken. Utterly devastated, yet still only daring to gently grasp the young man's hand and press it to his cheek, pleading in fragments, don't abandon me. I'm scared. Don't let go of me, Yan. Whatever it takes, I can't. I can't live without you. Wen Yanyu's eyes reddened. He raised a hand to wipe away the man's tears. His lashes quivered, then, without realizing, tears slipped down. He knew, of course, how painful separation could be. Wen Yanyu moved closer, nearly pressing his entire body against Fu Hanchuan. And Fu Hanchuan held him just as tightly. It was an embrace far tighter than any they'd shared before. Even in a winter room warmed by underfloor heating, such closeness wasn't comfortable, it was almost stifling, oppressively hot. But the posture profoundly filled the deep-seated insecurity both carried within, as if a missing piece inside them had finally been restored. Neither was willing to let go. After crying for too long, his vocal cords slightly damaged, even speaking normally brought a raw, painful rasp to his throat. Fu Hanchuan spoke slowly, each word deliberate and solemn, if one day, if you're truly, truly exhausted, if you really can't go on anymore. Just tell me. Don't leave me behind. Let's part together. Don't abandon me alone. I only want to be with you. With bloodshot eyes, he repeated it again and again, seeking just one answer, not because it could be trusted, not because it could set his heart at ease, but because he needed to hear it. Okay. That night. They talked endlessly. So much. From their childhoods, the fleeting moments of happiness, the difficult pasts, until the day they met, the earliest stirrings of the heart, mundane daily fragments. Until, the unknown future. The next new year, each other's birthdays, their hometowns, the scenery of different countries, indulgence after full recovery. When Yanyu curled in the man's arms, already so drowsy that his consciousness blurred, his eyelids fluttering heavily as he murmured faintly, my sister raised a little calico cat. It went missing too. In the future, let's raise a kitten together. Okay. Tomorrow, can you not go to the company? I miss you. Stay with me and draw. Then the day after tomorrow, we'll go. I'll help you, deal with your documents. His tightly wound nerves finally loosened, and Fu Hanchuan felt drowsiness wash over him too. Half asleep, he mumbled back, okay. I also want to take you, to my hometown, to eat delicious food. When Yenyu's breath brushed against his chest, his voice barely audible, and your hometown. I want to see it too. As the words faded. He could no longer hold on, when Yenyu sank completely into deep, dreamless sleep. Fu Hanchuan glanced weakly at the figure in his arms before finally letting his own heavy eyes close, drifting off alongside him. Blackout curtains blocked all light, the room lay in dim stillness, the two of them sleeping side by side, feet touching. Outside the window. The mist gradually parted. Daylight flooded in. Chapter 103, Bunny Gets Confessed To. Doggy. Crisis. The ballroom of Jinghai Hotel sparkled under the shimmering light of crystal chandeliers. Huge bouquets adorned the perimeter, dining tables were laden with exquisite dishes and drinks, and soft music played in the background. Prominent figures from the business world, old aristocrats, rising tycoons, and the occasional celebrity mingled and conversed with polite smiles throughout the hall. Although the Jiang family had been on a decline since the passing of Jiang Sr., the resources they still controlled remained considerable. In recent years, especially after the eldest daughter Jiang Yuxia took charge, the family's aggressive expansion into new markets had reversed their downward trend, pushing them higher than before. Using the birthday party of the youngest Jiang daughter as a facade, this event was actually an exchange gathering centered around showcasing the company's latest technological innovations, primarily aimed at expanding networks and forging connections. Jiang Yuxia, the hostess of the evening, stood with a wine glass in hand, right in front of her troublesome little sister. Ji Yuan is just plain dumb. Her family doesn't want to deal with her, but she's still a Ji. If she tries anything, just tell me directly, why argue with her and make such a scene? I'm currently negotiating a deal with the Ji family, you know. The woman spoke sharply, dressed in a perfectly tailored female suit, shoulder-length wavy hair neatly styled, her beautiful face smiling, but her eyes were dark with irritation. That girl Ji Yuan really had no sense at all. Just because the Lin family had fallen and the Ji family suffered some ripple effects, and because their Jiang family had recently absorbed some of the Lin resources, she came screaming about injustice. This was business. Relationships only lasted when there was mutual benefit. Even the closest friends would part ways if were unevenly distributed. Who cared about sentimentality? There wasn't even that kind of bond between their families to begin with. She kept letting others use her as a pawn, jumping to act the hero the moment someone whispered false words in her ear. Jiang Kurson hung her head low, obediently listening without uttering a word, looking pitiful and downtrodden. Seeing this, Jiang Yuxia swallowed back the lecture she'd been about to deliver. It was her sister's birthday, after all. Though Kurson had acted rashly, she couldn't bring herself to scold her further. You're not entirely wrong either, Yuxia conceded. That girl overstepped. We did nothing improper. In a way, we even benefited, since it all blew up now, it's her who looks bad. From now on, the Ji family probably won't let her out in public much. Alright, don't sulk like that. Yuxia frowned and sighed. Just don't be so impulsive next time. Still frowning, Yuxia thought back to what had happened earlier, irritation flaring again. So many people here today, and that girl wanted to cause trouble just to embarrass the Jiang family. What was wrong with her brain? But luckily, this event was technically a birthday celebration, though its real purpose was to show off the group's new tech products, demonstrating strength and attracting potential partners. If not for Kurson and that girl quarreling before the banquet officially started, and instead that girl caused a scene after things began, the embarrassment would have been exposed to all these guests, it could have ruined the entire event. Then again, maybe it worked out fine. Even if the Ji family was reluctant, now they were clearly in the wrong. She could use this chance to renegotiate better terms on the deal she'd already been discussing. Kurson subtly lifted her gaze, noting her sister's expression had softened. Clearly, the anger had passed. Hee, big sister is the best, Kurson grinned, cheekily hooking her arm around her sister's. Yuxia suppressed a laugh, peeling the dog-like Kurson off herself with a mock scold. All you do is, hee, and then cause me trouble. Kurson continued to cling and whine playfully. Yuxia sighed helplessly. From a spot outside Yuxia's line of sight, Kurson blinked, a flash of mischief flickering in her eyes. Yuxia paused, then added, by the way, where's that Wen Yanyu who said he'd come celebrate your birthday? Haven't seen him yet. At the mention of Wen Yanyu's name, Kurson's eyes flickered slightly, just as she was about to reply. The ballroom suddenly fell quiet. Only for a brief second, but in contrast to the previously lively atmosphere, it was enough to draw the sisters' attention. At the entrance of the ballroom, Wen Yanyu stood with his long hair half-tied, his features strikingly defined, skin pale, and eyes beautifully shaped, the pair of dark, luminous peach blossoms glowed under the dazzling lights. Beside him walked a man, handsome and cold, exuding an aura of noble pride. One hand rested naturally on Wen Yanyu's waist, intimate and effortless. The first, one not widely known, but vaguely familiar to some. The second, very well known. Now appearing together. People glanced at their stance, then recalled the recent online rumors. Expressions shifted. Many exchanged glances, silently communicating disbelief and speculation. Wen Yanyu glanced around the room and finally spotted the hosts across the crowd. Ignoring the strange looks from everyone around, Wen Yanyu quickened his pace, tugging the man's arm as he made his way over. Kurson, Wen Yanyu said with a bright smile, shoving an oversized gift bag straight into the girl's hands, adding apologetically, happy birthday. I felt dizzy this morning so I woke up late, I'm a bit late. Here's that small plushie you said you wanted last time. And since I wasn't sure what exactly you'd like, I asked Totsi to help me pick out a few pieces of jewelry. After Wen Yanyu finished speaking, he pulled the man beside him forward slightly, then turned toward Jiang Yuxia with polite apology in his eyes. This is Fu Hanchuan, my friend. Kuyan's invitation mentioned that guests could bring their plus ones, so I brought him along. Fu Hanchuan remained calm and composed, giving only a slight nod before falling silent after his brief introduction. Jiang Yuxia's eyes flickered with surprise. Everyone in business circles knew of Fu Hanchuan. Apart from key events involving major partners, he almost never attended social gatherings. This party, under the guise of a birthday celebration, was exactly the kind he'd typically decline. It was obvious he'd refuse. Their families had no significant collaborations, and given the gap in status, inviting him would have seemed presumptuous. So she hadn't even tried. She did know her younger sister had invited Wen Yanyu. But she certainly hadn't expected this. Such a shocking entrance. Jiang Yuxia quickly masked her shock and gave a courteous nod. Of course it's fine. All guests are welcome. Jiang Kursen happily tore open the gift bag and pulled out a fluffy little rabbit, hugging it tightly and rubbing her cheek against it excitedly. Ah! I absolutely love it. I'm crazy about cute little bunnies. Wen Yanyu's eyes crinkled into a smile. I'm glad you like it. Beaming, Jiang Kursen ignored her sister's forced smile and lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Wen Yanyu and nuzzling him vigorously. Fu Hanchuan. Jiang Yuxia. After their affectionate moment ended, Jiang Kursen narrowed her eyes slightly, glancing at Wen Yanyu's long white hair, curiosity sparking in her gaze. Can I get your stylist's info? The bleaching on this hair looks so real. Wen Yanyu stiffened for a split second, forcing a somewhat awkward smile before quickly agreeing. Since taking Tongxi's medicine, his hair had grown out dramatically. He'd originally planned to cut it short again and dye it black for convenience, but Fu Hanchuan had stopped him, saying frequent dyeing was bad for his health. Besides, as a public figure, all he needed to say was that it was bleached. Realizing dyeing wasn't really a long-term solution anyway, he compromised, cutting off most of it, leaving behind waist-length strands. Fu Hanchuan helped him comb it daily, so he eventually had no reason to object. He'd been a bit nervous about stepping out like this. But now, it clearly wasn't an issue. Wen Yanyu let out a quiet sigh of relief. By now, the formal banquet hadn't started yet, and the new product showcase would begin soon. Jiang Kursen had already fulfilled her role as the birthday girl, the rest was Jiang Yuxia's responsibility. As for Wen Yanyu, who had only come to eat and give a gift, there was nothing pressing left to do. The two sat quietly in a corner, happily playing pretend, just like the make-believe games they used to enjoy with children back on the mountain. Jiang Kursen took out the jewelry from the gift bag and began carefully placing each piece onto the plush rabbit, layering them one by one. Until the soft bunny looked like a dazzling, glittering creature. Completely ignored, the adult supervisors stood by. Fu Hanchuan. Jiang Yuxia. Suppressing her exasperation, Jiang Yuxia turned to the man who had been silently staring at Wen Yanyu, and initiated conversation based on the evening's secondary agenda. A competent businesswoman. Would never miss an opportunity to secure potential investment. Snapping back to reality, Fu Hanchuan responded appropriately. Seeing her sister and Fu Hanchuan clearly deep in work-related discussion. Jiang Kursen glanced at Wen Yanyu beside her, who was still focused on dressing up the little rabbit, and her eyes lit up mischievously. She quickly made up an excuse and dragged Wen Yanyu out of the ballroom. Wen Yanyu assumed she just felt stifled inside. He didn't mind either. His main purpose had been to attend the birthday, after all, everything else was secondary. After informing Fu Hanchuan, Wen Yanyu followed Jiang Kursen out of the hall and headed straight to the back door for some fresh air. The two chatted idly while enjoying the breeze. Wen Yanyu took the rabbit back, continuing his task of returning the glitter bunny to its original state. I like you. Chapter 104, Ergo is overwhelmed with crisis. Wen Yanyu was first stunned, then realizing he hadn't misheard, his pupils widened. His hand went limp, nearly dropping the rabbit in his grasp onto the ground. After composing himself, Wen Yanyu forced a smile and asked shakily, what did you just say? Is this one of those internet, abstract jokes? You can't just joke about something like this. Jiang Qian turned to look at him and repeated seriously, I like you. This time. Wen Yanyu completely lost his smile. Flustered, his lips moved soundlessly, unable to utter a single word. She wasn't surprised by his reaction at all. It's okay, Jiang Qian said, touching her nose lightly with a hint of helplessness. I know you don't have those kinds of feelings for me, and you probably never will. She used to think Wen Yanyu was a textbook straight guy, clearly uninterested in other men, and his fondness toward Fu Hanchuan was probably nothing more than simple admiration. And since Fu Hanchuan clearly didn't reciprocate either, she assumed given enough time, this whole gay crisis phase would naturally pass. But lately, whether by accident or on purpose, she'd ended up swallowing too many bitter melons. The things she pried out from Ji Yuan's mouth. The atmosphere between them today when they arrived, so harmonious and intimate that no one else could wedge in. The way they looked at each other. Even if she were an idiot before, she should have seen it clearly by now. Jiang Qian chuckled. But you know, I'm not someone who keeps things bottled up. So don't worry, I just wanted to express my feelings. I'm not asking for a relationship or anything. Wen Yanyu blinked, fell silent for a moment, then softly said, I'm sorry. You're a wonderful girl. I don't deserve your affection. After a pause, he added quietly, I already like someone else. I'm really sorry. Jiang Qian nodded, then vigorously shook her head. I know. You haven't done anything wrong, why are you apologizing? And what's all this nonsense about deserving or not deserving? I think liking someone isn't a mistake, nor is being liked. You can't measure feelings like that. Especially not when it comes to you. She tilted her head, speaking earnestly, actually, I noticed this even while filming the show, why do you always seem so inexplicably insecure? You feel unworthy of being treated well, so whenever someone treats you kindly, you immediately try every possible way to repay them. And if you can't repay it, you develop this strange sense of guilt. Jiang Qian spoke slowly. Wen Yanyu pressed his lips together, turning his gaze away, unsure what to say. Jiang Qian coughed lightly, reached out, and forcibly turned his face back toward hers, not allowing him to escape her eyes. But you know what? To many people, well, at least to me, you're an incredibly good person. You deserve to be treated well. You deserve to be liked by me, and by many others. Her voice softened. My liking you isn't because of anything you've done for me. It's because you're a good person, because you are who you are, that I've come to like you. I'm a weird person, Wen Yanyu. I won't necessarily fall for someone just because they treat me extremely well. But I will fall for someone because they're genuinely a good person, a great person, and being with them just makes me happy, just being together. Get it? Wen Yanyu lowered his lashes, his throat tightening. He instinctively wanted to say something, yet couldn't find the words. He almost apologized again, though he knew he didn't need to, yet the habit had been etched deep into his soul. Alright, why do you look so pitiful? Jiang Qian gently took his wrist and patted it a few times, grinning. It's my birthday today, can I have a hug? Wen Yanyu hesitated for only a second before reaching out and wrapping his arms around the girl in front of him. A simple embrace. When Jiang Qian let go, she picked up the plush bunny and stood upright again. Okay, all good. But hey, you better not suddenly cut me off just because you're scared. Jiang Qian feigned anger, hugging the plush bunny tightly and kissing it fiercely twice, threatening, if you block me over this or stop hanging out with me, I'll lock myself in a dark corner and secretly bully the little rabbit you gave me. Immediately after delivering her threat, she glanced at the bunny's face and froze, the lipstick mark she left was clearly visible. Jiang Qian gasped silently in shock, frantically rubbing the bunny's cheeks in an attempt to wipe off the stain. After a series of desperate scrubbing, the color had faded but spread wider, now resembling blush artfully painted across the bunny's face. An awkward silence followed. Then, due to the absurdly low comedic timing, the sudden mishap shattered the silence, reducing Jiang Qian to pixelated laughter. Seeing this, Wen Yanyu softened his voice and played along, then please, Jiang Qian, take good care of the little rabbit. Don't let it get bullied. Yanyu and Qian will always be best friends. Under the moonlight, when Yanyu turned to look at her with softened eyes, his beautiful peach blossom-shaped eyes slightly drooping, exuding a natural tenderness that involuntarily stirred one thought in her mind. He seems to like you. Yet reason quickly told her otherwise. That's an illusion. Humph, of course, Jiang Qian huffed lightly, turning her gaze away and holding the small plush rabbit tightly against her chest. At the corner of the back gate, Fu Hanchuan stood hidden in the shadows, his expression impossible to read. It was unclear how long he had been standing there, or how much he had overheard, only his breathing grew heavier and heavier. Chapter 105 Confirming the relationship, kissing his wife wildly. The warm noon sun pierced through the glass into the room, casting a hazy whiteness beyond the window. The residential complex was unusually quiet, while soft white noise flowed gently indoors. After sending good news to the aunt downstairs and arranging the evening's plans, when Yanyu put away the small box and curled up on the sofa, idly stroking the lop-eared bunny in his arms. His freshly washed long hair slid smoothly over his shoulders, no longer dry and brittle as before, now like silk and satin. Against the black sofa and pure white surroundings, under the dim light, his head of white hair appeared strangely mesmerizing. After playing with the bunny for a while, he felt utterly drained. When Yanyu placed the little rabbit down on the floor, letting it play by itself in the living room, then stretched out his limbs, closed his eyes, and tried to sleep. Strangely, his eyelids grew too heavy to open, his limbs powerless, yet his consciousness remained unnaturally sharp. He had been taking antidepressants too frequently lately. Constant stimulation of the gastrointestinal tract caused excessive gastric acid secretion, he'd vomit whatever he ate. His doctor noticed his mental state had improved significantly, but also knew prolonged stomach issues could easily affect his mood again. So he decided to temporarily suspend the medication, advising Wen Yanyu to focus on restoring his digestive health for now. Instead, he prescribed another milder alternative. The result, however, was that although the new medicine subdued those inexplicable emotional surges and eased the constant stomach discomfort somewhat, right now he felt like a wandering soul trapped inside his own body, acutely aware of every sound around him, every sensation, yet completely immobile. Cold wind drifted in through the open window, carrying hints of winter air. The occasional passing car outside, the sound of cleaners sweeping snow in the compound, faint singing from afar, and intermittent soft buzzing near his ears. These sounds came closer, then faded again, seeming both real and illusory, wave after wave battering his nerves. His body sank into a soft marsh, every muscle screamed for rest, yet his mind stayed tense and alert, unable to let go. The harder he tried to fall asleep, the sharper his awareness became. The sound of his heartbeat and breathing grew louder. He could feel himself being endlessly pulled at the edge. He was like a leaf swept up by the cold wind, never knowing when it would finally land. Consciousness torn apart in darkness. The door's password lock beeped open. The frost-white lop-eared rabbit twitched its ears slightly, peeking toward the entrance. Fu Hanchuan casually shrugged off his coat laden with cold air and swiftly stepped over to the sofa. Kneeling halfway down, the man brushed his fingertip lightly across the youth's nose, the cool scent of sandalwood enveloping him. Wen Yanyu opened his eyes slightly, forcing himself to muster a smile, though the exhaustion in his gaze couldn't be hidden. "Why are you back so early?" Fu Hanchuan's expression paused momentarily, unchanged, before he simply smiled and leaned in, playfully whining, "Just finished arranging this week's work schedule. So tired, just wanted to come back fast to recharge. Let's stay home together this week. I don't want to go to the office." "Okay." When Yanyu nodded drowsily, sitting up from the sofa and pulling Fu Hanchuan down beside him, immediately curling his entire body into the man's embrace. Fu Hanchuan lay half-reclined on the sofa, steadily supporting the youth's frame. He reached up, turned on the TV, and switched to Boonie Bears, adding a touch of cheerful noise to the otherwise silent room. Leaning against Fu Hanchuan, Wen Yanyu felt as if he'd found a heat source, so comfortable he murmured delirious, dreamlike nonsense. Fu Hanchuan patiently humored him. They chatted intermittently, drifting between coherence and silence. Until twilight faded. Night fell, shrouding the world beyond the window in complete darkness. Long since shifted from sitting to lying, Wen Yanyu dozed peacefully atop the man. Fu Hanchuan rested his cheek gently against Wen Yanyu's forehead, softly humming a lullaby, caressing the youth's back in slow, soothing motions. Because neither of their eyes could tolerate bright light, and perhaps simply because they liked it, the living room was dimly lit, bathed in warm yellow glow that softly outlined their figures, drawing warmth from the stillness. Suddenly, an urgent alarm blared. Fu Hanchuan quickly reached over to shut it off. But Wen Yanyu had already woken, stirring from the man's arms. "Was that my alarm?" The youth squinted his drowsy eyes, voice still hoarse from sleep. "What time is it?" Fu Hanchuan picked up the phone, 10 o'clock. Hearing that, Wen Yanyu nodded. Still a little early for what he'd set. His body still felt heavy with fatigue, so he simply stayed where he was, nestled in the man's arms, unwilling to get up. Fu Hanchuan shifted slightly, his chin gently nuzzling the top of the youth's head, holding him even tighter. Neither wanted to wake from this fleeting warmth. Until half an hour later. When Yanyu opened his eyes precisely on time, peeled the arm off his body, pushed himself up, and swiftly flipped off Fu Hanchuan. The warmth in his arms suddenly vanished. Fu Hanchuan frowned, brushing aside his disheveled black hair as he slowly sat up from the sofa. He watched Wen Yanyu rush hurriedly into the bedroom. Then dash out again just as quickly. Fu Hanchuan stood up, about to ask what was going on. Then. A knock came at the door. Fu Hanchuan turned toward the entrance. Unexpectedly early, Wen Yanyu panicked and quickly stepped in front of the man, stopping him from opening the door. Don't ask, wait a little longer before you can look." After saying that, a flicker of confusion passed through Fu Hanchuan's eyes. He didn't understand what Wen Yanyu was up to, but obediently stayed silent. Until his eyes were covered by a black cloth, gently guided somewhere, seemingly onto the balcony, and helped down onto a soft sofa. "Almost ready." Wen Yanyu whispered by his ear, then went completely still. In the darkness, every sense was infinitely heightened. The sound of the door opening, closing. The rustle of paper being cut. The switch of lights turning off. The wind. Footsteps. He could feel that familiar peach fragrance lingering nearby, the faint breaths coming closer, then retreating. Fu Hanchuan sat quietly on the cushioned chair, outwardly calm, yet his hands clenched tightly on his thighs. For a long time. Then, the sharp scratch of a match being lit. Fu Hanchuan's Adam's apple moved subtly. Beneath the dark cloth, his eyes trembled wildly. A loud explosion echoed from afar. The blindfold was gently lifted from his eyes. The scent of cake mingled with warm body heat rushed into his nose. At the very moment his vision cleared, the night sky was torn open by streaks of light, huge cobalt blue fireworks blooming across the heavens. Dazed. A cool sensation brushed against his ring finger, slowly sliding upward, finally settling at the base of the knuckle. Candlelight flickered over the cake, adorned with ripe peaches. Happy birthday. This is a surprise. When Yanyu curved his lips into a soft smile. The glow of fireworks reflected in his eyes, sending gentle ripples through his tender peach blossom gaze, overflowing with endless love. Fu Hanchuan's pupils quivered. He lowered his gaze in trembling disbelief. On his ring finger, a sapphire ring sparkled brilliantly. He gently stroked it. Under his fingertip, 3 engraved letters. WYY. Wen Yanyu. Fu Hanchuan's breath caught. An overwhelming surge of emotion slammed into his nerves, leaving his mind blank. He froze completely, motionless for a long while. Even breathing became impossible. Above, the night sky continued to be torn apart by brilliance. His heavy muscles and bones were ripped open by love. Until even the emptiest part of his soul was filled to the brim, love spilling over uncontrollably. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but his throat tightened shut. Not a single word came out. He could feel every drop of blood in his body boiling, pulsing. Happiness, joy, bittersweet ache, warmth, it all stretched endlessly inside him. Fireworks still burst vividly across the distant sky, dazzling and magnificent. But now, in his eyes, everything around had blurred. Only the person before him remained crystal clear. In his sight. In his heart. In this moment. In all their futures. Seated together beneath the fireworks, they shared the small cake. Bite after bite disappeared, while the distant lights gradually faded. Yet that inner tremor continued echoing deep within. Fu Hanchuan gazed at the youth beside him, still nibbling at the cake, then leaned close. Their fingers intertwined. I love you. Wen Yanyu paused, turning his eyes softly toward him, smiling gently. I know. He crinkled his eyes and replied seriously, I love you too. The moment those words left his lips, Fu Hanchuan leaned in and pressed his mouth against those soft lips. Wen Yanyu grasped the man's clothes, tilting his head back to accept the kiss. Sweet peach and creamy vanilla scents mingled between their breaths as they tumbled backward onto the sofa behind them. The balcony was spacious. Though the lounging sofa wasn't wide, it held them both comfortably. No longer restrained, Fu Hanchuan kissed with wild passion and burning heat, as if pouring every ounce of his love into this single kiss. Wen Yanyu's face flushed deeply. Overwhelmed by the kiss, he grew weak and lightheaded, pinned tightly between the sofa and the man's chest, utterly powerless to resist. Tears from lack of oxygen were gently kissed away. The cream at the corner of his lips was slowly devoured bit by bit. Lips entwined, breaths tangled. So blissful, neither ever wanted to wake. Chapter 106, Tu Bao's live stream, puppy peeking out, puppy feeling wronged. Mid-November, deep in winter. Outside the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, snowflakes drifted down gently from the sky. In the lounge area of the Fu Xian Group headquarters office. Wen Yanyu leaned against the headboard, soft bedding forming support behind him and stretching forward to wrap around his body entirely. Only his head and the plush little rabbit and puppy in his arms remained visible. Baby kiss, mommy kiss. Mommy. Kiss mommy hard. Oh my gosh Tu Bao, long time no see. Tu Bao's new look is stunning, swoon. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, flashbacks to your debut stage. Today I'll be nice to everyone. Watching Tu Bao curl into a fluffy ball breaks me, how can anyone resist this cuteness? Wait, wasn't he still rocking short hair recently? Extensions, obviously. This dye job is insane, roots perfectly white, like it grew that way naturally. No wonder they're called a star styling team. After wriggling under the covers for what felt like forever, finally settling into a comfortable position, Wen Yanyu turned his attention to the screen and gave a small wave beneath the blanket. Good afternoon, everyone. There's actually something I want to share today besides just streaming. A flurry of comments instantly scrolled past. Wen Yanyu hesitated, paused briefly as if choosing his words carefully, then spoke up, due to health reasons and other considerations, after I finish recording the second episode of Let's Travel Together, I probably won't be taking part in many other activities anymore. And regarding the new performance I previously promised, Wen Yanyu lowered his gaze, touching his nose lightly, my back and legs have developed some minor issues, so big movements aren't possible anymore. Unfortunately, that performance won't happen. He finished speaking, eyelids drooping, too afraid to immediately check the chat. He knew exactly how fierce these fans could be, announcements resembling retirement or sudden cancellations would definitely draw a backlash unless something supernatural protected him. That medicine had healed most of his injuries, but the wound near his waist and abdomen might have been simply too severe, even now, the damage hadn't fully healed. Although the lingering aftereffects had improved significantly and were nowhere near as unbearable as before. Asking him to return to the stage, to perform high-intensity dance moves, was still asking too much. For several seconds, the comments section went quiet. Eh? Why such a sudden announcement about leaving the industry? QAQ no. I wanted to keep seeing Tu Bao on stage I kinda saw it coming, but really, won't we ever get to see your performances again? Wah. You already promised it though, it's just one stage. Now that someone rich is spoiling him, he probably doesn't care about showbiz anymore. Fair enough. If I suddenly became loaded, I'd quit everything and go travel the world lol. All kinds of opinions kept flashing across the live stream, though many were unhappy and some took the chance to attack, most weren't genuinely surprised by this decision. Sigh, longtime fans have come to accept it after everything. As long as Tutu stays healthy, that's what matters. If we never see another stage, so be it, but please don't leave completely. I still want to hear Tu Bao tell stories, watch his food streams, Poor thing. On the variety show earlier, we saw how weak his condition was. Stage performances require intense training, it really wouldn't be easy. We support baby's choice. It's okay, sending kisses to Tubao, as long as baby is happy. But we do hope you'll keep sharing bits of your daily life with us. Reading through the stream of messages, those showing concern, those expressing attachment, those declaring love, Wen Yanyu felt emotions swirling deep within his eyes. After a while, he let out a soft sigh and smiled at the camera. Don't worry. It's just that my physical condition isn't suited for performing anymore. But I'll still occasionally live stream to tell stories, and share bits of my everyday life. I may not appear on stage again in the future, but thank you all for walking beside me this far. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Thinking about how many people loved his fairy tales. Wen Yanyu added, I noticed quite a few of you enjoy my storybooks, so I've decided to compile them into a collection and publish them as a book. The moment the phrase, money grab, started appearing in the comments. Wen Yanyu quickly added with a smile, if you like them, feel free to purchase it. It'll be priced at 7 yuan. All proceeds will be donated to children in rural areas for education. I'll post detailed financial reports on Weibo, and I'll personally contribute extra funds too, everything will be publicly verifiable. Wow. My sadness disappeared instantly. Wow, I absolutely adore Tubao's little stories, they're cozy yet slightly dark, ending in HEs. Perfect for me, a 240-month-old toddler. I love that story about Rabbit and Doggy so much. Buying it. Absolutely buying it. Once the little incident passed, Wen Yanyu began casually chatting with the audience, answering various questions, while simultaneously giving his puppy and rabbit in-arm a spotlight moment. Suddenly, footsteps approached from the doorway. The handle of the lounge room turned gently. Standing at the edge of the room, Fu Hanchuan, just out of a meeting, saw that Wen Yanyu was still live streaming. He didn't speak, only peered in with eyes full of quiet grievance and exhaustion, like a little dog cautiously sticking his head in. Wen Yanyu lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the man. Then glanced at the timer, still over 30 minutes until stream ended. Hesitated for a moment. Then waved softly at him. Fu Hanchuan froze, not daring to step forward. Wen Yanyu simply called his name directly, beckoning him over. Chapter 107 Rabbit, wishing you all sweet dreams. The previously lively live stream froze for a brief moment. Fu Hanchuan. Oh, friend bro has arrived. Huh, no kidding, when Rabbit's phone dropped earlier and I saw that landmark outside the window, I knew it right away, Fushin Group headquarters. No romantic possibility between us. Yeah right. Who brings their best friend to work with them unless they're totally in love? There's absolutely no POSSI bill I tie between us. Just got out of a meeting, here to watch our CEO being adorable. Same. Plus 10086. Are there actually employees watching? Do people at your company ship CPs? Rabbit's toxic ultimom fan mode activated during office hours, already beat up one boyfriend fan who dared dream of Rabbit and keeps glaring at her boss like she wants to grab that bleached hair and yank. Amidst the teasing comments, Wen Yanyu had already shifted his body, leaving enough space on the bed beside him. Fu Hanchuan stepped forward hesitantly. Under Wen Yanyu's persistent beckoning, he finally climbed onto the bed. He settled into the perfect spot, nestling his entire head into the boy's embrace, eyes contentedly narrowing, only missing a few affectionate nuzzles. Looking down at Fu Hanchuan, who lay comfortably like a large dog, Wen Yanyu couldn't help but smile. Glancing at the live stream, Wen Yanyu lifted a hand to cover the camera, leaned down gently, and placed a kiss on the man's lips. Fu Hanchuan happily accepted it, hooking an arm around the boy's wrist, instinctively wanting to pin him down and kiss back. But both mind and body were utterly exhausted. The moment he touched the bed, his eyelids grew too heavy to keep open. He could only lie limply in place. Though he didn't mind showing intimacy after officially getting together, Wen Yanyu still didn't want to be too overt. He lowered his voice and asked, do you have more work later? There's another meeting in 2 hours, Fu Hanchuan murmured, eyes closed, voice hoarse from fatigue, about the new car. His consciousness flickered between wakefulness and drowsiness. After 4 straight days negotiating share transfers and a full day of relentless work, he'd finally gotten the other shareholders to vote in favor of his decision. Now completely drained, he could only string together fragmented words. You, come too, just had a meeting, others agreed, me, shares, transfer to you, contract, yours. His words were too scattered. Wen Yanyu blinked in confusion, not quite understanding everything, but roughly catching that it was about the new car project. He nodded slightly in understanding, stroked the man's head soothingly, silently telling him to rest easy. They had previously decided that after gathering the data, they'd start by developing materials to enhance vehicle safety, a gradual progression. Otherwise, unveiling something too revolutionary all at once would attract too much attention. Hold me, Fu Hanchuan mumbled, barely conscious, wrapping his arms around the boy's waist. The warmth melted away the last thread of tension in his heart. In the darkened live stream. So tired, don't want to work anymore. Then take a nap. I'll finish up and come help you with some documents later. Just holding you is enough. You rest too. Don't worry about me. Is this too hot? No, just right. The low, pleasant voice, clearly weary, sounded as if sleep could claim him any second. Seeing how exhausted Fu Hanchuan was, when Yenyu's eyes sparkled mischievously, he suddenly felt like teasing. He picked up the plush rabbit, slowly bringing it close, and lightly brushed its head against the man's eye, chuckling softly, "Want the little rabbit to keep you company?" Tickled by the soft fur, Fu Hanchuan opened his eyes and shoved the stuffed toy aside, pulling Wen Yanyu closer instead, whispering hoarsely, "I only want you." Wen Yanyu froze, eyes widening slightly. After a long pause, his ears turned red as he glanced away, murmuring softly, "Then sleep well. I'll wake you when it's time." Okay. Their hushed conversation echoed quietly in the otherwise silent live stream, until one voice gradually faded into silence, clearly fast asleep. Only then did Wen Yanyu turn the phone back toward himself, reappearing on camera. But now his posture had changed, from sitting upright to half lying down. The camera was closer, blurring out the surroundings. Yet during the shift, a fleeting glimpse of dark hair resting against his chest caught the sharp eyes of the viewers. "Whoa, bro is snuggling my wife in his arms. Rabbit. Rabbit. The second season of that variety show isn't fully cast yet, can you invite friend bro for season 2? I wanna see their, not in love, no, wait, adorable couple daily life. So they're really together now? This is totally couple behavior, bushy, kinda sweet, like recharging. Can I say that? LOL. Damn it, why does Yama get to nap with a soft, cuddly rabbit while I'm stuck on a cold massage chair sipping milk tea during lunch break? So even domineering CEOs get tired, huh? LOL. He actually complained about not wanting to work, suddenly feels so relatable, like a regular office drone. I thought bosses like him never got exhausted and never left the office. Shouldn't we be asking why the domineering CEO is showing up at work so diligently? Feels like he should spawn randomly in dramatic scenes, not clocking in at the office. So much had happened between the two of them, from the infamous suicide for love incident over half a year ago, to the online exposés, to the parties involved finally speaking out. That legendary second version of A Distant Flute Melody. The retweet still pinned on Fushin Group's official Weibo homepage. People's sensitivity had been worn down after so many updates. Now, the Danmu were filled with light-hearted teasing, completely unfazed by anything unusual. When Yanyu reappeared before the camera. Ever since realizing he had finally broken free from the script, knowing his family would soon return, and having shed his last burden. After that time taking medication, his arm wounds had fully healed, the leg bones that used to ache occasionally no longer bothered him unless he pushed too hard, and the lingering back pain rarely surfaced. Aside from occasional depression and psychosomatic episodes caused by his past illness, most of the time he felt normal. For someone who had endured chronic pain for years. This was happiness akin to heaven. Right now, the live stream exuded peace. His beloved was in his arms. As if soaked in honey, his mood was especially bright. When Yanyu extended the broadcast by another half hour, softening his voice as he told story after story, spending a full hour weaving gentle tales. Until viewers gradually drifted off, the comments thinned out, and the man in his arms breathed deep, steady breaths. In the end, when Yanyu said softly, eyes crinkling into a smile, lifting the plush rabbit in his arms and giving it a tiny wave toward the screen, the little dog carried the small bunny across the world on new adventures. And as another night fell, accompanied by soothing music from the phone, when Yanyu softened his voice further, slipping into the little bunny's tone from the story, delivering the final line. The happy little bunny snuggled close to the puppy's side and whispered, "Wishing you all sweet dreams." The live stream ended. He set an alarm for 1 hour later. Gently, when Yanyu reached out, placing the stuffed rabbit beside the stuffed dog, then carefully shifted his body, curling himself into the already soundly sleeping Fu Hanchuan. And together, they drifted into dreams. My rabbit wife who's insanely good at ASMR. Stay away from my rabbit, brother unlove. Tough guys fear clingy rabbits. Damn, he actually brought him to the company. Employee quietly passing by ads, Boss Fu has been bringing Wen Yanyu to work for a while now, about 7 out of 10 times he comes to the office, when Yenyu's with him. One thing I'm dying to know, are these two actually a couple? Are they just friends or are they already together? Chapter 108 How could it not be worth it? Feels like they're more than friends but less than lovers. That Fu guy is supposedly quite homophobic, and anyone who knows the story from back in the day would understand it's already a miracle that Fu even allows one by his side, there's no way they could ever be together. Aw, I hate you cryptic people so much. I feel like a badger in a melon patch, only to get pierced by Run Tuesday. I seriously suspect Fu Hanchuan is one of those boss protagonists in novels with sleeping disorders, and when Yanyu is the sweet young celebrity who lulls him to sleep, that would explain why Fu suddenly changed his attitude toward one. When I saw that guy whose brother I don't like burying his head in my baby's chest, I nearly ground my teeth to dust. Damn it. Stay away from my little bunny, you bastard. That said, hahaha, I thought Fu would be super cold, but hearing those few lines during the live stream, feels like he was actually whining to one, lol. Even said he was tired. The domineering CEO illusion shattered right there. Natural enough. Bosses are human too. Besides, this one really has been through hell. The two involved parties were far too controversial, one hot topic after another climbing the trending charts, discussions about whether or not they were actually together exploding online, flooded with analysis posts and rumor threads. Within just one afternoon, marketing accounts sprang up like mushrooms after rain, popping up one after another. Fans focused on careers find it annoying, finally coming to terms with things, then that man falls for him, and suddenly he loses all ambition. Can't even keep a promise made for one stage performance. Feels like sincerity was tossed to dogs. I agree. Everything else aside, breaking a promise on something as important as a stage really kills the goodwill. He did say he had injuries in his back and legs. Stage performances require intense training. It's not like he's doing it on purpose. Plenty of people perform injured. He's just being dramatic. And how do we even know if it's real? Doctor here. Treated this patient before. Can't disclose specifics due to privacy laws, but given his condition, the fact that he can walk normally now and occasionally even jog a bit is already miraculous. Dancing and rigorous training would definitely risk serious complications. Please don't push him. Spill the tea. Oh right, does anyone remember all those pills Wen Yanyu took on that variety show? If it was just stomach pain, no matter how severe, doctors wouldn't usually prescribe so many prescription medications. Wait, don't scare me. I only have one little bunny to love in the entire entertainment industry. Online buzz continued non-stop. Rumors, truths, half-truths, all tangled together. On the other side. The sound of running water filled the bathroom. Finally finished drying his hair, Wen Yanyu sat before the semi-open rabbit cage, absent-mindedly stroking the bunny's head, eyes vacant and empty. 30% of shares and equity. Transferring shares wasn't simple, it required shareholder votes. From what he knew, Fu Xian's current shareholders, while individually wielding less actual power than Fu Hanchuan, were each shrewd and calculating. Any move affecting internal corporate interests. Although he had provided Fu Xian with some data, most of it remained hidden. Much of the ongoing projects weren't fully disclosed, partly due to his health condition, partly due to certain unspoken security concerns. Internally, the company likely had no idea exactly what he held. Fu Hanchuan, lately constantly busy, never pausing, surviving on endless stimulants. And then. During the lunch break. While Fu Hanchuan was deeply asleep, utterly exhausted. He finally saw it. Beneath the cuff of the sleeve. Scars. 21 of them. Obvious marks repeatedly stitched closed over time. Wen Yanyu lowered his head, heart aching bitterly. Tears welled uncontrollably in his eyes, dropping one by one onto the long pile carpet beneath him, vanishing without a trace. The sound of flowing water slowly faded out. Not wanting any sign to show. Wen Yanyu hastily wiped his tears, quickly composing himself. The bathroom door slid open. Wen turned to look. Fu Hanchuan stepped out, surrounded by mist, wrapped in a half-open long-sleeved robe tied snugly at the waist with a sash. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, the slightly parted collar revealing a toned, firm chest. Jet-black lashes cast soft shadows across his grayish eyes, carrying a faint foreign allure, indescribably captivating. Seeing Wen sitting on the floor, dazed. Fu Hanchuan casually rubbed his hair twice, gave up when it was still damp, and tossed the towel aside carelessly. A few quick steps, then he sat beside Wen, immediately pulling the other into his arms like charging a battery. Why haven't you spoken to me since I came back? Fu Hanchuan glanced down, voice tinged with grievance. Are you upset I didn't tell you beforehand about transferring the shares? Wen snapped back to reality, shaking his head gently. I'm not blaming you. Just. Wen hesitated, expression frozen, as if unsure how to continue. Fu Hanchuan leaned closer instantly. Just what? Wen flinched, lowering his head. His mind was a mess, his heart in chaos. Bitterness and love surged within him, tearing through flesh and bone. Just, it's not worth it. It's not worth your sacrifice. It's not worth you doing this. Hurting yourself. Wen Yanyu lowered his already red-rimmed eyes, saying nothing more. Finally sensing something was off, Fu Hanchuan opened his lips slightly. After a long pause, he murmured, You're my lover. How could it not be worth it? The room was very quiet. Only the sound of their heartbeats intertwined. Until late into the night. They got into bed. Just as Fu Hanchuan was about to say a few words to Wen Yanyu before pulling him close to sleep. Wen suddenly wrapped his arms around his neck. A kiss fell, slow, deepening. Fu Hanchuan froze for a moment, then pulled the other tightly into his embrace, instantly reclaiming control. Temperature rose steadily. In the haze of passion, Fu Hanchuan's eyes turned red, sweat glistening on his forehead. He bit his tongue several times, barely suppressing his desire and clawing back some semblance of reason. Panting heavily, Fu Hanchuan held his lover close, quickly helping him relieve himself before attempting to get up and head toward the bathroom. His wrist was caught. Fu Hanchuan turned back. Under the dim light, the man beneath him lay half undressed, those naturally beautiful features now blurred with moisture, glazed with lust, yet in the gaze lifted toward him lingered a faint trace of bitterness. Wen Yanyu tilted his head up, long black lashes soaked through with tears, droplets clinging to the corners of his eyes. Why did you stop? His voice was hoarse, gentle, unaware of its own seduction. At this moment. These words. This voice. Just hearing them sent blood roaring through the veins, an unbearable urge to devour every inch of him alive. Fu Hanchuan halted, then silently returned to bed. Wen looked at him. Waiting. Waiting. Then pulled into his arms. Only one word came, soft as a breath. Sleep. Chapter 109 Separation Warning. The darkness of night was torn apart by sunlight, the faint grey-blue of winter spreading from the horizon until it illuminated the entire sky. Wrapped in the warm, sweet scent of peaches, every muscle in his body relaxed to the extreme, consciousness drifting hazily through the dark. A muffled sob echoed in his ear, growing clearer, gradually turning into crying. One cry after another. Heavy, pressing down on his chest. Making it hard to breathe. His bare arm exposed, something gently touched his skin, slightly damp. Fu Hanchuan's eyes snapped open. Wen Yanyu didn't react in time, he hadn't even finished pulling down his sleeve before their gazes collided. Locked in each other's stare. Tears blurred Wen Yanyu's vision without ceasing. He tried to hold back the tears, but his throat felt as if it held a lemon, each swallow so sour it made his whole body tremble. Crying for over an hour, the once dark and bright eyes were now bloodshot, lashes soaked with tears, swollen nearly shut, yet the urge to cry refused to subside. The sobs still spilled unconsciously from his throat. I'm sorry. Wen Yanyu apologized between cries, guilt surging from the depths of his eyes, threatening to drown them both. Seeing those tear-filled eyes, Fu Hanchuan's heart quivered violently, the weight of sleep instantly vanished. Looking at Wen Yanyu, now reduced to a weeping mess, then glancing at his own arm cradled in the youth's embrace, piecing together last night's oddity. Only a second passed before he fully understood what had happened. Fu Hanchuan pulled his arm free and swiftly wrapped the boy tightly into his arms, apologizing urgently, I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. I'm so sorry, Yan, I was wrong. Don't cry, please stop crying, okay? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Fu Hanchuan's voice trembled with panic, stuttering. He knew that during his illness, the other might have done something, but never imagined it would be this. Never imagined it would be so serious. Just thinking about the intentions behind those self-inflicted wounds. When Yenyu's eyes burned red, his heart feeling as though eaten away by sulfuric acid, pain making it impossible to breathe. After struggling to steady himself, when Yanyu looked at Fu Hanchuan still begging for forgiveness, his voice shaking, I don't blame you. So I don't need your apology, and neither should you apologize to me. Fu Hanchuan froze. A sharp sense of dread surged within him. I love you. Deeply. So much. I don't want to separate from you at all. Life is precious. I want to live, to truly live well, with you. As he spoke, when Yanyu wiped his tears. His eyes were puffy from crying, voice dry and hoarse, each word bringing a metallic tang of blood to his throat. But I don't want to be your burden, or your drag. And I never want you to hurt yourself because of me. When Yenyu's shoulders trembled, unable to stop crying. I hate this. I really do. Please, don't make me start hating myself. Fu Hanchuan stared blankly at him, reaching out instinctively to wipe his tears. When Yanyu gently turned his head away. The man's hand hung frozen in midair. With difficulty, avoiding the wound, when Yanyu slowly pried apart the arm clinging to his waist. I don't want to be a burden. I don't want anyone getting hurt for my sake. If you lie to me, if you do this again. When Yanyu suppressed the tremor in his voice, closed his eyes, speaking each word shakily, then I won't stay with you anymore. His voice was soft, weakened from hours of crying, yet carried unmistakable resolve. Fu Hanchuan heard clearly, he knew when Yanyu wasn't joking. His face turned deathly pale, pupils widening in shock. His chest tightened. Fear rushed over him like a net. His heartbeat pounded violently. I won't. Never again. I swear. Fu Hanchuan grabbed the youth's wrist, voice trembling into a different tone, if I ever do this again, may I suffer terribly, no, we can't separate. We mustn't. Seeing that Fu Hanchuan was truly terrified. When Yanyu couldn't bear to say anything harsher. His body was exhausted beyond measure. He pushed the man away, shifted his body toward the edge of the bed, and closed his eyes, now painfully dry. No words came, only occasional, unconscious whimpers of distress. Warmth receded from his embrace. Fu Hanchuan panicked, instinctively reaching out to stop him, then forcibly restraining himself, clenching his fist so hard his nails bit into his palm. His entire body tense, afraid to even breathe. He no longer dared to move closer. Terrified of causing any more pain. Until the whimpers by his ear slowly quieted, replaced by steady breathing. Fu Hanchuan's brow twitched slightly. He cautiously inched forward, trembling as he pulled the figure a little nearer into his arms. Host. I'm back. Yan. Yan. A voice kept calling by his ear, growing louder and closer. Warm breath brushed against his face, and a fuzzy sensation continuously swept across his neck. Wen Yanyu lifted his heavy eyelids, his gaze meeting a pair of damp gray eyes. His mind quickly recognized who the dog in front of him was. But after so many days apart, and having just finished crying, the sudden emotional release left his consciousness still hazy. He only thought he had missed the other too much again. This must be another dream. His soul was being steadily repaired within the dimensional space, comfortably suspended as if floating in some warm liquid, naturally drifting towards sleep. As drowsiness grew heavier, Wen Yanyu turned his eyes away, mimicking the same motion he would make in the real world. Turned around. And tried to sleep. The dog, who had been eagerly leaning in for a kiss, froze abruptly, a flash of hurt flickering in his eyes. And then, through the soft sensation beneath him and the surrounding scenery, Wen Yanyu suddenly realized where he was. With a sudden burst of energy like a startled rabbit, he sat up. His eyes still couldn't open fully from fatigue and tears, yet he accurately wrapped his arms around the dog beside him, burying most of his head into the dog's fur. The border collie's once dull eyes instantly lit up. His tail shot high into the air and began spinning like a propeller, only missing a takeoff into the sky. The two leaned close together in the space, one human and one dog. Wen Yanyu was beyond tired, but now that they'd finally met again, he didn't want to fall asleep. He kept murmuring about everything that had happened recently. The little border collie listened patiently, responding quietly. Time slipped slowly by. When will I see you again? His body utterly exhausted, nearly unconscious, Wen Yanyu managed to ask with his last shred of awareness. The dog stiffened, lowering his eyes. Only then did he remember. This meeting was meant for a farewell. Neither spoke for a long while. Chapter 110, on the eve of the variety show. Reluctance, in the end. And greed. He chose not to answer. After some time, the person beside him drifted off to sleep again. Border Collie lowered his head slightly, confirming that when Yenyu's soul form had sunk into deep slumber, when he woke again, it wouldn't be here. Border Collie stood and walked further away. With a sound of muscles tearing, the small shadow on the ground twisted, stretched, grew longer and larger. Bones creaked beneath the skin. Where the dog once stood now loomed a tall human figure. A pair of human eyes slowly opened. The pupils clearly had a blue tint, but wave after wave of ashen gray surged upward, eventually covering the blue entirely, leaving only an almost inorganic shade of pale gray. Fu Hanchuan took 2 shallow breaths, about to move closer to the sleeping figure. A sharp ache shot through his leg bones. Fu Hanchuan let out a stifled groan, collapsing straight down as searing pain pierced through him, cold sweat sliding steadily down his forehead. Frowning, he gritted his teeth, struggling to prop himself up. It took every ounce of effort to crawl back to Wen Yenyu's side. His forehead was drenched in sweat, his entire body trembling uncontrollably from pain. Only when he finally pulled the other into his arms did he relax slightly. He bent his head, pressing a gentle kiss to those soft lips. Just a light touch. No deeper. Yet his soul trembled with satisfaction. Fu Hanchuan closed his eyes, breathing in softly, greedily absorbing the warmth in his embrace. Travel with Us v. Travel with Us Season 2 is about to premiere. This season features at Wen Yanyu, at Lumingshu V, at Sangyu V, at Sanghuiren, at Duanmufeng V, at Jiangwanro V, at Chu Xingbai, and one special guest, a civilian participant who will be revealed at the start of the show. They will live together for 1 month, and there will be many special challenges, plus a mysterious week-long project. Watch the live stream on Chiazi website. The moment the broadcast date dropped, the internet exploded. On major social platforms, crowds gathered, buzzing with discussion. Sang Dad's joining this season too. The family trio is complete. I can already imagine how Meek Lu Bro will look getting scolded by Sang Dad, hahaha. Aya, why isn't Kursen joining this season? No. Kursen went home to inherit the family business, Bushi. She said she hates the cold and can't adapt to the weather there, hahaha. Okay, but real talk, the damp cold in the south really is more brutal than the dry cold up north. Xiao Bai. Wah. Xiao Bai's coming too. Wah, my precious Xiao Bai baby, this drama I've been watching has been torturing me lately. Wait, isn't anyone curious about who the civilian guest is? If Rabbit's going, I'd blindly guess friend Go. Recently heard juicy gossip from a friend working at Fu's company, apparently unloved Go brings Rabbit everywhere, practically wants to keep him in his pocket. Could very well be him joining. Unlikely. That guy's way too busy. And honestly speaking, appearing publicly like this? Even if Fu really likes one, he wouldn't drag someone like that into the spotlight, it'd be beneath his status. LMAO, seriously though, if it actually is Fu, the show might break a new Weibo trending topic every single day it airs. Obviously. Their drama alone could fill novels. Lately, several meme accounts have grown just by recapping their T. Oh right, love triangle chaos incoming, MMPH, even if it's impossible, I still can't help fantasizing, hehehehe. The online chatter burned hot. Meanwhile, on another front. Wen Yanyu received the list of guest information from his agent. He skimmed through it casually, mentally piecing things together. Chu Xingbai, an actor from the same agency. After his latest drama aired, his supporting role died such a tragically heartbreaking death that he amassed a huge fanbase overnight. Currently riding a wave of fame. Sang Huairen, Sang Yu's father. He and Lu Mingxiu's dad had been childhood friends, the two families remained close. After Lu Mingxiu's parents passed away, Sang Huairen took him in, raising him and constantly worrying over his life. Later, when both Lu Mingxiu and Sang Yu entered the entertainment industry as actors, Lu Mingxiu skyrocketed to fame and was invited onto a family variety show. The Sang household, Sang Huairen, Sang Yu, Sang's mother, their younger son, and Lu Mingxiu, filmed the show together. On screen, Sang Huairen gained minor popularity thanks to his straightforward, dependable personality and decent looks. Since then, he's accepted various variety show invites, steadily building a loyal fanbase. Now regarded as a seasoned variety performer. Though not a top-tier celebrity, his connection with Lu Mingxiu and Sang Yu ensures solid public favorability and a stable following. Having quickly reviewed everything, Wen Yanyu was about to put his phone down. Another message popped up. He glanced at the screen. Manager Lan, by the way, be careful this season. Try to avoid provoking Sang Yu's father. Don't get into any conflict with Sang Huairen. After reading the message from Li Lan, Wen Yanyu frowned slightly. With his perpetually sluggish internet connection, he had no clue what was going on and didn't feel like guessing. He simply typed out a direct question. Wen Yanyu, what's wrong with him? I've never watched any variety shows he's been on, should I be careful about something? He sent the message. On the other end, the typing indicator flickered for a moment. Lan Jie, 2 artists under my friend's management did a show with this guy before, Sang Huairen, quite the male chauvinist, and kind of petty. Chu Xingbai in this season is somewhat related to him too, and Lu Mingxiu was raised by their family. Just be cautious, don't get into any conflict with Sang Huairen. Lan Jie, men of that generation usually have some homophobia. And you're an idol background, well, honestly, it's not a big deal. Just treat it as a vacation. We've already made arrangements, they won't put you two in the same group. After reading through, Wen Yanyu's confusion finally cleared. Nodding to himself, he sent a rabbit emoji back as a sign-off. Just as he set down his phone, the door pushed open. Are you hungry? Want to eat anything? Fu Hanchuan held the doorknob, peeking in carefully. Wen Yanyu froze, then lowered his eyes. Since that incident, they hadn't argued, nor had they fallen into silence, but something had changed between them, like a thin veil now separated them. It made both of them uneasy. In the quiet, Fu Hanchuan's gaze dimmed slightly. He turned to close the door and leave. But then when Yanyu spoke up, I want to eat egg custard. Fu Hanchuan paused, startled, then quickly responded, okay. Only after half a bowl of custard had been eaten. After Wen Yanyu finished a quick wash-up and returned the little rabbit to its cage, did he look at the man who had just come out of the kitchen, eager to say something yet afraid to speak. Wen Yanyu hesitated, then said, did you shower when you came back? Fu Hanchuan didn't understand at first, but obediently answered, yes. Wen Yanyu lifted his eyes, voice steady though his ears flushed red, recently. I've been fine. I checked with the doctor. We can. I bought the things we'd need. He stammered through the short sentences. Fu Hanchuan went completely still, staring at the boy before him. His Adam's apple bobbed, blood rushed hotly to one place. It took a long moment before he found his dry voice, I'll go shower again. Wen Yanyu kept his head down, lashes trembling. He let out a soft, indifferent hum. Chapter 111, Eating Rabbit Treasure. The night was deep. The light dim. Though not their first time, neither of them had much experience. Learning on the fly, the act proceeded with particular difficulty. A soft sob escaped Wen Yanyu's lips, tears instantly spilled from his eyes, his lashes trembling, his entire body shaking, his face twisted with extreme discomfort. Does it hurt? Fu Hanchuan's eyes were bloodshot, sweat beading on his forehead as he struggled to hold back. Wen Yanyu whimpered and shook his head. He didn't truly resist, but bit down hard on his lip, too ashamed to even let out a cry. Seeing Wen Yanyu grow increasingly distressed, Fu Hanchuan let out a coarse breath, suppressing the flames burning in his gaze. Let's stop, okay? Wen Yanyu turned paler, gently shaking his head. Hearing that, Fu Hanchuan gritted his teeth. A tear rolled from the corner of Wen Yanyu's eye, his fingers instinctively gripped Fu Hanchuan's shoulders. Wen Yanyu moaned in distress, continuously calling Fu Hanchuan's name. The man breathed out a response. Finally, they pushed through the initial rough patch. The room grew hotter by the second. Both tasted ecstasy for the first time, and whatever rationality remained burned away completely in the fires of desire. Large beads of sweat slid down their foreheads, dripping onto the pillow, soaking a wet patch into the fabric. Wen Yanyu's eyes were hazy, his waist and legs aching unbearably. Dazed, he could only lie passively in the man's arms, panting endlessly. Just after one round ended. Barely 2 minutes passed before Fu Hanchuan Wen Yanyu's pupils contracted sharply. Trembling violently through sobs, just about to beg for mercy, a kiss fell upon him, silencing the words before they could escape. Time flew until dawn. Awakened again by kisses, Wen Yanyu weakly opened his eyes. Fu Hanchuan shifted, pulling him into his arms as if afraid he might run away, one hand around his waist, the other interlacing fingers with his, imprisoning him tightly against his chest. He no longer had the mental capacity to think, nor the strength to cry. The neurological issue that once damaged his nervous system, preventing autonomous endorphin release, was now working overtime. Dopamine and endorphins surged wildly, his body reached the peak of pleasure. This union with his lover filled the empty corners of his heart with an overwhelming sweetness, a fulfillment that radiated from within. Wen Yanyu, meek beyond measure, simply closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep once more. One night of entanglement. When consciousness returned, the world outside the window was already bathed in twilight. Wen Yanyu slowly opened his eyes. His thick lashes trembled faintly as the warm golden sunset fell upon his face, accentuating his delicate, sculpted features. His vision blurred for a long moment before clearing. He turned to look at the empty space beside him on the bed, mind still groggy, instinctively wanting to speak. But the moment he opened his mouth, a dry pain shot through his throat, only a hoarse whisper came out. A hollow ache spread through his chest. Wen Yanyu shifted his body, barely managing to push himself up from the bed. Noticing the clean new pajamas on his body, he decided to go to the living room to find Fu Hanchuan. The instant his feet touched the ground, a sharp soreness shot from his soul straight into his spine. Wen Yanyu let out a whimper and immediately lost balance, tumbling forward. Bang! The sound echoed. Gasping in pain, Wen Yanyu found his legs too weak to support him rising from the floor. After the fall, his hazy consciousness snapped fully awake. Rubbing his forehead, he glanced toward the phone on the nightstand. He couldn't help but silently complain in his mind. Clearly, life had been too comfortable lately, not only had his brain dulled, but his pain tolerance had dropped too. Before he could even attempt to get up, the man who had been refilling the rabbit's food in the living room heard the noise and rushed in. Yen. Fu Hanchuan's pupils narrowed, he instantly saw the boy had fallen from the bed. Hurrying forward, he scooped him up and gently placed him back on the mattress. Only after thoroughly checking him over and giving him some water did Wen Yanyu rub his eyes and gesture that he was fine. Only then did Fu Hanchuan exhale in relief. What do you want to eat? I'll have someone prepare it right now. Wen Yanyu nodded. After drinking water, his throat no longer felt as dry, and he was now able to utter a few words. He casually ordered 2 dishes. Then nestled back into the man's arms to rest. Seeing that Wen Yanyu didn't feel like talking, Fu Hanchuan stayed silent too, holding him close as they leaned against the headboard. After the first time, the second, the third, came naturally. Apart from work, exploring each other's bodies at night became a form of leisure for them both. One man full of youthful vigor, the other using it as pain relief. Day after day. Until the variety show was about to begin filming. In the bathroom, Wen Yanyu tilted his head slightly, staring at the bite mark on his neck in the mirror, one that hadn't faded even after a week. He glanced at Fu Hanchuan waiting by the door with hopeful anticipation. Silence. Tonight, let's sleep in separate rooms. Fu Hanchuan. A week later. Outside the airport heading to the filming location. Inside the car. Wen Yanyu pulled his hand free from the man's embrace, opened the door, and prepared to get out. His wrist was caught. Wen Yanyu turned back. Fu Hanchuan hung his head low, looking exactly like a pitiful puppy who had suffered a great injustice, gripping his wrist tightly without any intention of letting go. Wen Yanyu froze. Thinking about how he'd avoided physical contact all week to prevent things from escalating, and that they wouldn't see each other again for a whole month during this shoot. A subtle sense of guilt suddenly welled up inside him. Wen Yanyu pressed his lips together, sighed softly, closed the car door and partition, then crawled into the man's arms, tilting his head up for a kiss. After a long, lingering kiss ended, Wen Yanyu took a breath, kissed Fu Hanchuan gently at the corner of his mouth, and said, I'll call you every night. 1 month. Wait for me to come back. Wen Yanyu paused, then added, no separate rooms anymore. As soon as he said it, his ears flushed red. Ever since that time between them, the act somehow relaxed his nerves, and combined with how utterly powerless he was against Fu Hanchuan's affection, he'd found himself unable to resist. Except when he truly couldn't bear it, their days had indeed become rather unrestrained, so much so that even after his medical checkup, the doctor had earnestly advised him not to indulge too excessively. Fu Hanchuan's eyes brightened as he nodded in agreement. They embraced a while longer. Realizing that if they didn't part now, they'd risk being late. They finally let go. Chapter 112, Variety Show Filming Begins, A Mysterious Guest. After hours of bumpy travel, they finally arrived at the filming location in the afternoon. It was a villa complex. For a moment, Wen Yanyu thought the production team had changed their concept this time and wouldn't need to go into the countryside. What a relief. He followed the staff through the main gate, only to run into Jiang Wanru, who had just arrived. Yen. Jiang Wanru's eyes lit up. Ignoring whether the camera was rolling or how she looked, she dropped her suitcase and rushed forward in 2 quick strides. Wen Yanyu had just lifted his head at the sound. He'd only recently gotten off the car, and the dizziness hadn't fully faded, he still felt lightheaded and groggy. Before he could react, the woman had already pulled him into a tight hug, then began checking him over with practiced motions, squeezing his wrists, rubbing his cheeks, examining his complexion. Inspection complete. Not bad. After hugging her little cub, Jiang Wanru looked thoroughly recharged. Have you been feeling okay lately? I've been so busy these past few weeks that I didn't even invite you over. I've missed you so much. It's not as cold here as Shanghai, but you still need to take care. Did you bring enough warm clothes? Did you pack all your medicine? One question after another came rushing out, giving no chance for replies. Wen Yanyu remained dazed yet surprisingly adaptive. They fell into an easy rhythm. One asked. One answered. Seeing how pale the boy looked, Jiang Wanru immediately deduced he was suffering from motion sickness. She pulled a small bread roll from her pocket and fed him a piece first, then started rummaging through her bag for orange candies. Meanwhile, the live stream, which had previously been quiet, filled only with chatter about Wen Yanyu's new look and recent internet gossip, suddenly shifted tone. Jiang Wanru, this is clearly my baby. Mama Rabbit has arrived, make way, everyone. LOL, the way Jiang Wanru reacts to Wen Yanyu is exactly like how my mom treats me when I come home from school, checking if I've changed, gained or lost weight, then immediately starts feeding me. I really think Jiang Wanru sees Wen Yanyu as her son. By the way, random thought, Wen Yanyu's eyes look just like Auntie Zhang's, and his facial features resemble her mother's. Maybe we should run a DNA test to see if she accidentally lost a son back then, doge. It's not that extreme lol, the comments are exaggerating. Jiang Auntie probably just has overflowing maternal instincts, otherwise, why would she adopt that other son, or bond with Xiaohua last episode? While the audience debated animatedly, the two followed crew instructions to sort and unpack their luggage downstairs. Though the house lacked central heating, the air conditioning was on. Since recovering most of his health, Wen Yanyu still felt cold sometimes, but nowhere near as severely as before. He took off his coat, preparing to switch to a lighter one. The long cascade of hair, previously hidden beneath his clothes, now spilled loose. As Wen Yanyu raised his hand to tie it back, Jiang Wanru paused, her gaze fixed on that mass of white hair. She studied it for a long moment, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Are you still dizzy? After asking, she added almost casually, does bleaching hurt your scalp? The answer came reflexively. Not too much anymore. After answering the first question, he instinctively shook his head at the second. Not sure, it wasn't bleached. This. He froze mid-sentence. A flash of panic crossed his eyes. He quickly wanted to explain, yet knew he couldn't appear too strange, so he forcibly stopped himself. Pausing to steady his breath. He patted his head, turned his gaze aside, and casually corrected himself as if it were a slip of the tongue. No, it was bleached. I actually really like this color. Just got off the car, I'm still a bit dizzy, said it wrong. His tone was completely normal. Aside from the slight stiffness at first, there was nothing suspicious. Jiang Wanru nodded calmly. She didn't press further. White-haired rabbit baby, let me snuggle you. Wait, doesn't anyone else think Wen Yanyu's hair looks weird? The color is too pure, and even the roots are stark white. Even with the best bleaching job, hair shouldn't turn this perfectly white. His stylist must be amazing. He's a celebrity, their stylists aren't the same as ordinary ones. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, the official filming area. Duan Mufeng, that's enough. Humph, I'm so scared little you will be frightened when she arrives. Don't force me to punch you on camera. Come on then, hit me right in the face, go ahead. Wait till Yanyu gets here and see how you explain that. The whiny male voice clashing with the exasperated one made it obvious at once who was speaking. Duan Mufeng lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, a smirk playing on his lips, utterly relaxed, boneless. Lu Mingxiu was helpless against him and reluctantly sat back down. Duan Mufeng lazily smiled, yawned, narrowed his eyes slightly, and slumped even deeper into the sofa like a sack of potatoes. He casually pulled out a plush toy bunny from a specially enlarged pocket in his coat, fiddled with it for a moment, then rubbed it against his cheek for a good while. Diagonally across. Glancingly at the little rabbit in Duan Mufeng's hand, Lu Mingxiu froze. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet. A slightly amused middle-aged male voice rang out. How come you've got no posture at all when I look away for a moment? Sitting like that for too long will ruin your spine. Don't set yourself up for problems so young. Duan Mufeng turned toward the voice. The man speaking was handsome, with faint crow's feet at the corners of his eyes and gold-rimmed glasses giving him an elegant look. Tall and with remarkably thick black hair for his age. Behind him stood a tall, slender youth, star-like eyes, sharp brows, expression calm and aloof. Sang Huiran and Chu Xingbai. Duan Mufeng glanced at the man, barely suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, then gave a casual, non-committal murmur and fell silent. Seeing himself ignored, Sang Huiran's smile faded slightly. He glanced at the camera and didn't press further. He sat down beside his daughter. As he chatted with the others, Sang Huiran's gaze swept over Duan Mufeng once, paused briefly, then casually steered the conversation. Xiao Duan isn't exactly young anymore, how come you're still playing with toys little girls like? His tone was joking. Hearing this, Duan Mufeng lazily lifted his eyelids, unconsciously tightened his grip on the small plush rabbit, and shot back with a smile, because I'm not a guy. My gender is Walmart shopping bag. Sang Huiran blinked, frowned, confused. But those who understood burst into laughter. LOL help, Duan Luobwa is still so abstract, don't bully uncle like that, he doesn't surf the internet much, LOL. Using magic clash in such a setting. Feels like Sang Shu really gives off strong dad vibes, Xiao Yu is the precious daughter, Lu Mingxiu is the adopted son-in-law, Xiao Bai is the cool but obedient godson, and Duan Luobwa is the rebellious eldest son. Am I the only one who thinks Xiao Yu's dad is being a bit overbearing? LOL, like those annoying relatives during Chinese New Year. Nah, Sang Ba just treats everyone like kids, which is why he can't help but nag. He's straightforward by nature, says what he thinks, but he's a good person. I still prefer watching Rabbit Mom feed her little rabbit. Speaking of which, Jian Wanru and Wen Yanyu had just walked upstairs. The instant he saw them, Duan Mufeng, who had been slumped across the sofa, jolted upright. Holding the tiny plush rabbit, he first waved at Wen Yanyu. Then he turned to the little rabbit and said, "That's the big rabbit dad who brought you here back then." Wen Yanyu blinked in surprise, then stepped forward with a smile to greet the plush rabbit in Duan Mufeng's arms. "Hello there, little jade rabbit. Long time no see. Your daddy's taken such good care of you." Duan Mufeng's eyes crinkled with laughter as he pinched his voice into a high-pitched tone, "Of course. Because daddy said I'm the big rabbit's baby, so I have to be taken good care of." Back and forth they went. The live stream chat exploded in laughter. See. I knew it, Duan Luobwa may be absurd normally, but there's no way he'd buy a stuffed rabbit and treat it like his son. Big rabbit's baby, Wen Yanyu is big rabbit dad, Duan Mufeng is daddy. Duan Luoboni. Hey friend brother, report in. You've already got a kid, hurry up or your wife will be snatched away by someone else. Spread the word. Fu Hanchuan's wife Wen Yanyu has a child with someone else now. I often feel out of place because I'm just not abstract enough compared to you guys. Listening to their warm, playful banter. Lu Mingxiu, who had been stunned upon recognizing the familiar little rabbit, now fully suppressed his smile. My apologies for arriving late. I'm the final guest. A low, cool male voice came from outside the living room on the third floor. The distinctive tone prompted everyone to turn together toward the source. Chapter 113 I'm Fu Jian, Yen, as in Yanyu. Taking the plush bunny from Duan Mufeng. When Yanyu bent down to take out the plush bunny from her bag, about to snap a photo and send it to Kuyen. She heard movement outside the door. Slightly turning her head, her gaze met exactly with the person walking in from outside. The man was exceptionally tall, dressed in a form-fitting black turtleneck that tightly covered his neck. His features were deep-set and striking, raven-like lashes cast soft shadows beneath pale gray eyes. An aura of cold detachment and weary aloofness surrounded him, warning others to keep their distance. Her heartbeat skipped a beat. Completely unfamiliar face. A total stranger. Yet an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and fluttering, rose within her. These two conflicting feelings collided violently, shutting her brain down entirely. When Yanyu froze, unresponsive for a long moment. Everyone's eyes lingered briefly on the man's clearly foreign face before offering casual greetings. Sang Huiran flashed a smile and asked curiously, "Xiao Fu, which country are you from? Your Xia language is excellent." Fu Jian didn't answer immediately. Instead, his eyes turned toward Wen Yanyu, who was still dazed. He stepped forward slowly, coming to a stop right in front of the young man. "Hello." Fu Jian extended his hand toward Wen Yanyu, speaking softly, "I'm Fu Jian, Fu as in Fu Chu, Ji as in Jidao." He paused slightly, a faint smile in his eyes, then added lightly, almost teasingly, "And Yen, as in Yanyu." His accent carried a subtle foreign lilt, yet rather than sounding off, it felt oddly pleasing to the ear. Yanyu. For a moment, Wen Yanyu stiffened. Staring at Fu Jian's hand suspended in midair, he hastily lifted his own to grasp it, replying, "Hello, I'm Wen Yanyu." Their hands clasped. Brief, then apart. The lingering warmth remained on his fingertips. Fu Jian lowered his gaze, unable to suppress the tenderness and longing churning in his eyes, his usual icy demeanor melting into silk-soft affection meant for one alone. "I really like your rabbit. Can I hold it?" His voice remained cool, yet now held a nearly imperceptible trace of gentleness. Dazed, Wen Yanyu instinctively handed over the plush bunny clutched in his arms. Taking it, Fu Jian sat down beside him before finally answering Sang Huiran's earlier question. "I'm from E-country. Someone in my family is from Xia, so I picked it up by hearing it so much." At this, Sang Huiran nodded with a laugh. "Welcome to our country. Others chimed in too, engaging in light chatter, asking about funny stories or gossip from country. Fu Jian answered each in turn, polite but not overly warm, distant yet not rude. His replies were measured, revealing nothing amiss. Gradually, the initial novelty wore off, and everyone returned to normal ease. SKRRT, the civilian guest is hotter than his dad, those long legs SKRRT, consider debuting already, SKRRT. Who can relate? The second I saw this guy, all I could think of was, Birch Forest, classic tragic beauty vibes oozing off him. Bad memories resurfacing. Wait, no. Why is Rabbit just staring blankly at the new guest? Brother friend. If you don't get here soon, your wife's gone. E-country, now I remember, isn't Rabbit's family connected to someone mixed with E-country blood? Wow. Fu and Fu, or wait, Fu and Fu. One Fu, he, both from E-country. Bold theory, Fu Jian is Fu Hanchuan's long-lost brother. How dare you touch my rabbit's hand? I haven't even touched it yet. How dare you? Drag him away, behead him. After what felt like an eternity. Wen Yanyu lifted his gaze, letting it rest on Fu Jian's face for several seconds, before slowly wearing a look of existential doubt. His mind and instincts were at war inside him. How could he describe this feeling? It was like meeting a complete stranger, and suddenly seeing two people's shadows overlapping in him. That alone wouldn't be strange. But one was someone like family. The other was his lover, the one he'd been wrapped in warmth with just this morning. His mind insisted, you don't know him. His body whispered, asterisk he's close to you. Intimately so, and you're being drawn in, helplessly, asterisk. Neither sensation alone would be alarming. But together? The eerie dissonance, and the guilt, sent goosebumps prickling across his skin. He couldn't focus on any conversation. He only wanted to get far away from this man. With quick, clipped motions, he gave the others a brief self-introduction just like everyone else had. Then exchanged a glance with Jiang Wanru, suddenly shot upright, shoved the plush bunny he'd just taken from Duan Mufeng back into the latter's hands. Didn't take back his own rabbit. You play with it first. Return it later. Leaving those few curt words behind for Fu Jian, Wen Yanyu dashed to the opposite sofa, plopping down beside Jiang Wanru, and hiding behind the rabbit mom like fleeing a ghost. He tuned out the others' idle chatter completely. Fu Jian's expression faltered slightly. He lowered his eyes, swallowing back the words he had been about to speak. Duan Mufeng had just taken back the little rabbit. Seeing Wen Yanyu, who moments ago had been chatting happily, now abruptly abandon the plush toy and flee, clearly unable to bear continuing the conversation with him, Duan Mufeng froze. The smile at the corner of his lips vanished instantly. He turned his head toward Fu Jian, the face that felt somehow familiar yet unplaceable, irritating for no clear reason. A subtle irritation crept through him. Duan Mufeng frowned, a light, annoyed click of his tongue escaping. That brat Fu Hanchuan was one thing. But who the hell did this guy think he was? Sensing the unfriendly gaze, Fu Jian tilted his head slightly, letting his eyes drift slowly from Duan Mufeng's face down to the small rabbit in his arms, his own gaze darkening sharply. Duan Mufeng followed his glance, looking down at the plush in his hands, then let out a soft snort of laughter, suddenly understanding. Chapter 114 I greedily want to look at you a little longer. Looking up again, Duan Mufeng rekindled his smile and teasingly raised the stuffed bunny in his hand toward Fu Jian. This is a birthday present from Yanyu. If you want one, I can send you the link. However, Duan Mufeng shifted tone, a hint of provocation dancing in his grin. My bunny was personally customized by Yanyu after he bought it. No matter what you buy, it'll never be the same as mine. Fu Jian lifted his eyelids slightly, his expression still calm, but his pale gray eyes seemed to freeze over, chillingly cold. His voice carried a trace of irritation, no need for trouble. Unfazed, Duan Mufeng casually arched a brow and buried his face into the plush rabbit again. Fu Jian's expression grew increasingly colder. It was Duan Mufeng who spoke first again. The two exchanged words back and forth, sniping at each other without pause. A thick air of tension spread through the space. Wen Yanyu curled beside Jiang Wanyu, head being gently petted, curiously watching the standoff unfold. Wait. Is the love triangle already starting this vividly? Ha, these two are verbally sparring while both holding bunnies. Anyone else see the contrast? I'm dying laughing. I suspect this new guy's a hardcore bunny fan, maybe even has a crush on Bunny Bao. The moment he walked in, his eyes went straight to Bunny Bao, and his body subtly angled closer to. Although, does Yanyu know this Fu Jian guy? The way Yanyu reacted later feels off, doesn't look like he's seeing someone for the first time. Maybe because the new guest resembles her husband in some way, plus they're from the same country, so she feels an odd sense of familiarity. Ghost mode, bunny hiding behind bunny mom's so cute, I kiss, I nuzzle, come here to sister, he, ha, little bunny. Slurp slurp drool. At that moment, the show's host finally rushed in. The quarrel was forcibly interrupted. Welcome everyone to Let's Travel Together Season 2. I'm your host for this episode. For the next month, we've prepared plenty of mini-games and surprises. We hope to leave you all with some wonderful memories. After the standard, cliched opening speech, the host turned the floor to the guests. Now let's do a quick poll. What made each of you decide to join our show? They glanced at one another. Sang Huiran spoke first. Last season, when I heard they were filming in a village, I really wanted to join with my Xiaoyu. But my son was in school and couldn't be left alone, and since Mingxiu was there already, I decided not to come. Talking about his youngest son softened his eyes into a warm squint, his face full of affection as he rambled on. Now it just so happens my boy is being taken care of by his mom, and last season Xiaoyu came alone, so I figured I'd make up for it this round and spend more time with her. The host turned to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, isn't your younger brother about to graduate? We could invite him to join next time. Sang Huiran immediately replied, of course. Once Yen Zhu finishes his college entrance exams, I'll definitely bring him along if the chance comes. Sang Yu fell silent for a moment, glanced at her father bubbling with enthusiasm, said nothing against it, and murmured half-hearted agreement twice. How about you, Bai Shui? What brought you to our show? Chu Xingbai paused slightly, then said, I finished shooting a drama and took a break. My dad and manager suggested some rest. An excuse thrown together. Chu Xingbai lowered his gaze, dismissive. I happened to scroll past last season during downtime, looked fun enough, so I joined for season 2. The words barely settled when Sang Huiran suddenly patted Chu Xingbai's shoulder, joking with the group, Xingbai doesn't have Mingxiu's formal training, both rely on method acting, but didn't you just broke up in your last drama? Still hasn't worn off yet. My wife and I discussed it, thought it'd be good to get him out and clear his mind. After Sang Huiran finished speaking, the host quickly jumped in with a laugh, bringing up the old drama gossip. Bai Shui, do you and Mu Jia keep in touch off-screen? Aware that he had countless girlfriend fans and that his collaboration with the leading actress was purely professional, he saw the conversation veering dangerously off track. No. Chu Xingbai frowned, barely suppressing his irritation, offered a brief explanation, then refused to engage further. Sang Huiran chuckled teasingly, this kid's quiet, didn't inherit his dad's personality, must have gotten it all from his mom. Now I can imagine how the younger brother acts at home. Sang Yanzu, Dad? Are you really abandoning me for sister? Wah. Poor Sang Dad, constantly busy running around after kids, this one, then that one, a true super dad. Feels like Bai Shui was dragged here against his will. Haha, he looked utterly miserable upon arrival, such a pitiful child. Ugh, I really don't like Xiao Yu's dad. He doesn't actually do anything, he just bosses her around non-stop. What kind of care is that? When the show wasn't popular and was still filmed in the mountains, he said he couldn't leave his younger son, so he didn't come. Now that the show's popular, suddenly he wants to spend time with Xiao Yu. Wait, seriously? Are you seriously making up nonsense about their family? Paranoia much? So annoying. Seeing it was now his turn. Wen Yanyu sheepishly rubbed his nose and said, I originally signed for 2 seasons. If I didn't participate in the second one, I'd have to pay liquidated damages. The host's smile visibly froze. Wen Yanyu took a strawberry handed by Jiang Wanru, popped it into his mouth without hesitation, snuggled closer to her, and added, besides, Jiang Yi is here too. I'm having a good time. Hearing this, Jiang Wanru stiffened slightly, then the irritability she'd built up from travel fatigue and lack of rest instantly melted away. Her lips couldn't help but curve upward. She naturally reached out and ruffled the boy's hair. Flopside style lounging on the couch, Duan Mufeng noticed the camera turning toward him. He waved a paw of his plush bunny in the air and skillfully pinched his voice, because Xiao Yu really wanted to see Big Bunny Daddy, so Carrot Daddy brought me along. As soon as the sentence ended, Duan Mufeng stood up and sat down directly beside Wen Yanyu. The plush bunny swayed through the air until it nestled close to the boy, whimpering pitifully, but Big Bunny Daddy won't even give Xiao Yu a kiss, so sad, wah. Duan Mufeng moved the bunny as he spoke, making it seem as if the bunny itself were talking. Since the speaker was a professional singer, the artificially high-pitched voice didn't sound odd at all, in fact, it came across as oddly adorable. Wen Yanyu found it somewhat amusing. He took the bunny from Duan Mufeng, gently smoothed its fur, and comforted it, no need to be sad, no need to be sad. Duan Mufeng chuckled lightly, Xiao Yu says it only feels better if it gets a kiss. Wen Yanyu, fine. Wen Yanyu lowered his head and kissed the bunny. Fu Jian lowered his head. The plush bunny in his palm was gradually squeezed tighter. Along with indescribable sourness and a bitterness long acknowledged. Then, slowly loosened. Ha 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 ha, dying laughing, the reason is literally, signed a contract for 2 seasons, skipping would cost money. Bunny Bao Bao, you're such a cowardly and broke little bunny. Suddenly remembered someone once snapped a photo of Bunny Bao going to an amusement park with Jiang Yi and her husband, 3 bunnies together walking through an aquarium, wow, so heartwarming. A bunny without a mom finally has one now. The familial bond between Jiang Yi and little Yanyu is truly the most satisfying pairing on this variety show. First time realizing a grown man would pinch his voice like this just so his plush rabbit could get a kiss. I'm gonna die from laughing at Duan Luobua one day. I feel like Duan Luobua, Bunny Bao, and Qian, they all have shockingly similar vibes. Total abstract squad. After everyone had spoken, the camera turned to Fu Jian, who had remained silent throughout. The host prompted him with a question. Fu Jian didn't lift his head. He softly stroked the plush bunny in his hand, still faintly carrying the scent of peach. His voice was soft, there isn't much time left. I'm greedy. I just want to look at you a little longer. An extremely calm tone. As if stating something ordinary. Chapter 115. Thank you for spending this time with me. The host blinked in surprise, then quickly smiled and said, I suppose Jian means that since your journey in Xia is coming to an end, you want to see more before returning to Yi country. Wow. Is the hot guy not planning to stay in Xia long? No. Hot guy. Don't go. Come here and let Rabbit Bao hug you. Though honestly, this new guest's answer sounds kind of strange, like he's about to die, bushy. WTF. Don't curse people like that. Maybe it's because the moment this dude appeared, he radiated such a tragic vibe. It's his aura, the faint sense of death, that calm detachment from life and death, like he's ready to leave at any moment. Haha, actually yeah, now that you mention it, he does seem a bit like that. But it's understandable, Fu Jian isn't even from Xia. His grammar might be off in places, so maybe he just couldn't find the right words to express himself. Yi country. At first, overwhelmed by panic, Wen Yanyu hadn't caught the name clearly. Now, hearing it again, along with those words, there isn't much time left, he froze. He turned to look at the man. Fu Jian happened to be looking back. Their eyes met. Wen Yanyu plunged straight into that pair of eyes. Beneath the inorganic pale gray swirled hints of blue, struggling to rise to the surface, only to be swiftly crushed under endless gloom. The sole trace of life. Wen Yanyu's pupils trembled slightly. His breath faltered, falling out of rhythm. An inexplicable surge of panic rose from deep within, spreading rapidly through his limbs until his fingertips began trembling uncontrollably. So when do you plan to come back to Xia next time? The host's voice rang beside him. His scattered thoughts snapped back instantly. Thinking it was just another bout of somatic symptoms caused by stopping medication. He quickly looked down, rubbing his already sore, red-rimmed eyes as if dust had gotten in them. He took deep breaths, over and over. But the dread in his chest refused to fade. Suddenly, his hand was tightly gripped. Warmth steadily flowed from the other person's palm into his own. Startled, Wen Yanyu turned his head. Leaning close beside him was Jiang Wanru. As if exhausted from sitting upright too long, she naturally sidled up, gently tilting her head. Her right hand held his firmly, while her left reached behind his back, lightly patting him in comfort. They were long accustomed to this mother and son-like closeness. No one around noticed anything unusual. Jiang Wanru didn't turn to look at him, nor did she show any signs of disturbance. Her smile remained warm. Wen Yanyu stared at her blankly for half a minute, then suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, drooping his head. Not caring what others thought, he leaned half his body against her. Oh dear, Jiang Wanru feigned shock with wide eyes, laughing as she ruffled Wen Yanyu's hair and pulled him tighter into her arms. She joked toward the host, see? You asked such a boring question, my little treasure got sleepy. The host awkwardly scratched his nose. Oh, poor baby, come lie in sister's arms, Rabbit Bao. Every time I see Auntie Jiang interact with Yanyu, my eyes get all teary. Who gets how precious this family thing is? Who gets it? I do. But Wen Yanyu is technically an adult, right? Snuggling like this with a woman feels a bit inappropriate. If it were some other guy in Auntie Jiang's arms, I'd definitely suspect something shady or just start roasting him, but it's Bunny. He sees her as his mom. What's wrong with that? Long live Bunny. Wait, seriously though, doesn't anyone else think Wen seems a little off? His hand was shaking. Fu Jian turned his gaze away, slowly swallowing the metallic taste of blood on his tongue. He didn't answer the host's persistent questions, remaining as aloof as when he first arrived, sitting quietly at the edge of the sofa. Head bowed. Carefully wiping away the dust clinging to the rabbit-shaped mascot's tiny paws. Acting as if he wanted nothing to do with the conversation. Seeing the atmosphere turn icy, the host gave an awkward laugh. He had been warned beforehand not to provoke this person, topics or activities he didn't wish to engage in should simply be skipped. So he laughed heartily, dropping the line of questioning. Instead, he smoothly shifted to another light-hearted topic. The sun gradually sank. Night fell. The live broadcast paused. With a cheerful smile, the host added, everyone must take a nice hot bath tonight and get plenty of rest. Recharge yourselves, tomorrow at noon, we'll have a big surprise waiting for you. Everyone exchanged glances. A strange mutual understanding passed among them, they all sensed the production team was definitely up to no good. After dinner, once rooms were assigned, nobody lingered or played around. They washed up and retired to their rooms early. On the fourth-floor hallway. Carrying the small blanket Jiang Wanru had brought him, Wen Yanyu stepped onto the fourth floor. He looked up, and immediately saw Fu Jian standing right in front of him. Wen Yanyu froze, his body instinctively stepping backward. His foot missed the step. He toppled backward with a cry. 1,000 alpacas stampeded through his mind. The items in his arms made it impossible to regain balance. Just as he braced for impact, expecting to crash down the stairs, Wen Yanyu closed his eyes tightly, instinctively adjusting his posture to protect his vital areas. Yanyu. Fu Jian's panicked voice rang in his ears. A strong hand seized his wrist. His body lurched forward from momentum, only to be caught firmly against another, preventing him from falling. Only after Fu Jian helped him steady himself did Wen Yanyu snap back to reality, patting his chest with lingering fright and quickly thanking the man. Fu Jian shook his head, picked up the plush rabbit that had fallen to the ground, brushed off the dust, and handed it back to Wen Yanyu's side. Rabbit, here, thank you. The time it kept me company, was happy, Fu Jian said in a pale face, stammering out the sentence. Without another word, not even sparing him another glance, he turned and went back into his room. Leaving Wen Yanyu alone, head lowered, staring blankly at the little rabbit in his hands, its fur seeming as if freshly washed. The night was ink black, moonlight faint. Thick, sticky black blood vanished along with the sound of running water. Grabbing some tissue, Fu Hanchuan roughly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing himself upright as he redialed the phone. My precious, I was taking a shower just now, so I didn't hear. The voice? It's nothing, just a bit of a cold. I've taken medicine already. Don't worry. Then, can I have a kiss from my little bunny? Did you have fun today? From the same country as me? Oh, how coincidental. Okay, you make sure to eat well too. I love you. Chapter 116 Doggy's Kamaji nickname. The morning sun rose slowly. The live stream started on time. It was the segment for showcasing items from the luggage. With the first participant opening, everyone understood this part was simply about displaying their belongings. Under prior reminders from the production team, personal clothing had already been taken out in advance. The rest didn't hesitate either, pulling open their suitcases for the cameras to capture. It was Sang Huairan's turn. His suitcase opened to reveal, aside from 2 sets of spare clothes, a tightly packed collection of literary classics and study notes. These are books I've recently been reading, some quite obscure foreign academic works, but they carry great scholarly value, Sang Huairan introduced one by one. The host crouched down, picked up a book from the man's suitcase, casually flipped through it, and found countless scattered notes filling the pages. The host raised an eyebrow, showed the annotated pages to the camera, and sighed, no wonder Professor Sang is a university professor, coming on a variety show and still bringing so many books. They say actions speak louder than words. It's no surprise Professor Sang has raised such outstanding children. Just look at all these dense scribbles, I can barely understand them, let alone write something like a reading note myself. A flicker of pride flashed across Sang Huairan's eyes, his lips curled slightly upward before settling into a modest smile. As the saying goes, one does not read without writing. I'm used to taking notes as I go, and I teach my students to do the same. I often read these books aloud to my kids at home, expanding their knowledge. My son Yanzu has loved reading 100 Years of Solitude with me since he was little, his teachers always compliment him to me. After finishing, Sang Huairan turned towards Sang Yu, who had remained silent, and teased gently, Xiao Yu's different from her brother, always been tomboyish since she was little, couldn't sit still, never acted very ladylike. When we asked her to read together with her brother, she'd always run off to Mingsu's instead. As she grew older, even harder to control, insisted on joining the entertainment industry to act alongside Mingsu. Sang Huairan shook his head helplessly, yet affection flickered in his eyes. But the child really does have some talent in acting, and she loves it so much. And Mingsu is there too, if it weren't for that, her mother and I definitely wouldn't have let her go. Sang Huairan and the host played off each other smoothly, completely oblivious to Sang Yu's increasingly darkening expression beside them. Wow, half the suitcase's books. Isn't the show only filming for a month? With all the tasks and games during filming, will he even have time to finish all these? Doesn't he think it's heavy? Bookish family come to life lol. I remember on Mr. Sang's Weibo, whenever his younger son appeared, he was either reading or practicing piano, total artsy kid. Sang Yu, reading isn't as important as playing with Brother Lu. Sang Huairan, a quiet kind of exhaustion. Laughing so hard, any less reliable and Lu Mingsu, I feel like Sang Huairan would be utterly stressed. Luckily, Lu Mingsu is also excellent. Isn't Xiao Yu actually kind of quiet? Also, didn't she get top grades in high school? I remember she was really depressed when she gave up taking the Gaokao for acting. I don't like acting. I like reading too. Sang Yu's eyes flickered, unable to hold back the retort. As the words fell, she quickly lowered her head, afraid to meet her father's gaze. He hadn't expected Sang Yu to suddenly challenge him. Sang Huairan froze momentarily, his smile stiffening on his face, clearly about to say something. Lu Mingsu had already sat upright, ready to mediate. It's my turn now. It's my turn. An anxious yet gentle male voice broke in. When Yanyu tugged violently at his suitcase zipper, the loud noise startled everyone. Even when Yanyu himself jolted from the sudden clamor. Noticing all eyes now on him, he sheepishly rubbed his nose and quietly apologized to the floor. Just like everyone else, I didn't bring anything special, just some spare clothes. But I prefer having something, or someone, nearby when I sleep, otherwise I can't fall asleep easily. So I brought 2 plush toys separately. I also brought some cold medicine, stomach medicine, and a few other medications. As Wen Yanyu spoke, he pulled open the other half of his suitcase. Boxes covered in sticky notes came into view. Seeing the numerous medicines taking up nearly half the suitcase, the host paused in rare astonishment. Dozens of curious gazes pierced toward him like needles. Feeling oddly scrutinized under so many eyes, Wen Yanyu scratched his head and explained, most of these are just backups, not things I take every day. Everyone nodded in understanding. Their eyes drifted downward, briefly grazing over several medicines visibly already half-used inside the case. Still not thinking much of it, preparing to casually brush past the topic with a few words, when suddenly something felt off. Wen Yanyu narrowed his eyes, picked up a medicine box. Once he saw what was written on it, his breath caught, pupils sharply contracting. The medicine he regularly took had been taken out and packed separately earlier. Last night, too exhausted, he hadn't sorted the rest. After showering, he'd gone straight to bed. How did Fu Hanchuan write something like this again? Just some health supplements and cold medicine, Wen Yanyu stammered nervously, trying to cover the sticky note on the medicine box. The hostly caught Wen Yanyu's fleeting panic. Before Wen Yanyu could react, the host swiftly stepped forward and casually picked up the medicine box. Glancing briefly at its contents and confirming nothing inappropriate was written, the host slowly read aloud, cannot be taken with other medicines, swallow with warm water. Good boy, have fun. The host paused, smiling knowingly. In an instant, the entire group turned toward Wen Yanyu like sunflowers facing the sun. The camera also focused sharply on the sticky note in the host's hand. Cannot be taken with other medicines, swallow with warm water. Remember to take it half an hour after meals. Good boy, have fun. Superset of degree. Asterisk. Wen Yanyu hadn't expected the host to directly read out the affectionate nickname. He froze, his ears instantly turning bright red. He quickly snatched the medicine box back from the host and shoved it deep into his suitcase. My friend helped me pack my luggage, he was just joking when he wrote that. Wen Yanyu explained in a flustered, stuttering voice, not daring to glance at the darkening expression of the rabbit mom glaring from behind. He lowered his head and shrank back onto the sofa. Helping pack your luggage? The host feigned confusion, then asked, are you cohabiting with your friend, Yanyu? Wen Yanyu stayed silent. Is it Mr. Fu Hanchuan? The host grinned playfully. I've been browsing the internet gossip lately, seems like you and Mr. Fu are really close. A lot of viewers are curious about this answer too. Chapter 117, Surviving in the Wild is Still Living. At the mention of Fu Hanchuan's name, Wen Yanyu froze. He glanced at the host, then at the camera broadcasting live. Recalling the way that creature at home always found ways to sneak into the frame, whether subtly or blatantly, Wen Yanyu covered his face with one hand and instantly understood. He hesitated for less than 2 seconds. Then lowered his hand and nodded. Yes, we're living together. Our relationship is good. He's an irreplaceable presence in my life, the most important person to me. Wen Yanyu sighed, his tone so calm and matter-of-fact, as if stating something utterly ordinary. There were no taboo confessions that would clash with mainstream values. Just a simple declaration of importance. As if speaking about a dear friend. Or a beloved family member. But the emotion in his eyes, unhidden, undeniable, sealed it completely as a confession. Even though he had once been forced to utter similar words while under physical control, he never imagined that one day he would voluntarily express such love toward another man, publicly. A wave of shyness mixed with post-tension relief swept through him. Right after finishing, Wen Yanyu quickly curled back toward the edge of the sofa, half his face buried again against Jiang Wanru's direction. Fu Jian tilted his head slightly, watching the shriveled up Wen Yanyu, barely suppressing the upward curve of his lips. Then calmly lifted a finger to press down the black cracks attempting to spread across his palm. Sandwich lover, okay, even though I don't love GE's sticky notes are sweet, but why did Rabbit bring so many pills? I died laughing. When the host picked up the medicine box just now, you could tell Wen Yanyu wanted to snatch it back immediately. Thought the host wouldn't read them out loud, ha ha ha, how savage are you, host. It's hard to imagine what the domineering CEO looked like drawing those kamaji by hand. The cold, untouchable go persona shattered once again. Nah. Just admitted it so clearly like this. What's the difference between this and an indirect official announcement? Daishiantao, I remember the sponsor and investor of this variety show both have Fu Xian's name on file. And the boss behind Fu Xian is Fu Hanchuan. So, this move was orchestrated by Fu Hanchuan, right? Am I correct? Untouchable Go. Suddenly feeling emotional. Remember half a year ago these two, well, now they're already cohabiting and showing affection. I wonder if I'll live long enough to see them get married. Lu Mingxiu lowered his gaze, hiding the darkening look in his eyes, unconsciously tightening his fist. Though over the years he hadn't dated due to various reasons, he still knew what liking someone felt like, and naturally, he didn't mistake his own feelings for Wen Yanyu. But they were both men. His career and environment wouldn't allow him to make the faint emotions in his heart public, and he hadn't prepared himself for how to deal with those feelings either. And now all possibility had been severed. Now facing the answer he'd long expected, should have expected, he shouldn't feel surprised at all. As a friend, he should even offer his blessings. Yet hearing it still stirred up inexplicable resentment. When clearly, back then, he came first. Long past the initial heartbreak phase, Duan Mufeng accepted Wen Yanyu's confession rather well, calmly stroking the plush bunny in his arms. Whatever. He didn't believe that man who caused such a mess outside the hospital, rejecting so decisively back then, could really last long. If it were real love, how could they possibly date for 2 years and end up causing such ugliness regardless of face? If it were real love, why weren't they together during the 2 years they were friends? Duan Mufeng leaned back lazily against the sofa, his expression indifferent. Fine, let them divorce eventually. 3 months. 3 years. He could wait it out. Sang Huiran lightly covered his disdain with the motion of adjusting his glasses. Amidst the quietly surging tension, the host continued, "All right, the luggage display segment concludes here. Next, we'll be heading to our next filming location. Now, please choose 7 essential items from your luggage within 10 minutes, and bring them along for the next part of the recording." As soon as the host finished speaking, Sang Huiran frowned and asked, "Isn't this episode supposed to be filmed in the city?" The host cleared his throat mysteriously. "That's exactly the surprise prepared by the production team for all of you. Woa knew this damn production team was gonna pull some stunt. By the way, did anyone catch Xiao Yu saying he doesn't like acting? Also, Sang Dad's expression just now was weirdly odd. I haven't followed their previous shows, but something feels off." Joking. Probably just got scolded by Dad and acting sulky. While viewers speculated on what the production team had planned, everyone began selecting items from their suitcases. When Yanyu stared at the pile of medication in his suitcase, hesitating, only allowed to take 7 things, yet even the medicines he needed daily exceeded that number. Having already been briefed about special circumstances, the host turned to Wen Yanyu and added upon seeing his hesitation, "All your medicines together count as 1 item." Hearing that, Wen Yanyu stopped hesitating. He packed his medication, set aside the plush rabbit, picked up the plush dog, and casually grabbed a few pieces of clothing. The group then set off, first riding in a car for 3 hours, followed by a helicopter ride. Until they reached deep inside the forest. Facing 4 temporary huts built by the production team, with gender labels marked on either side of each small cottage. Chu Xingbai, who had expected some light relaxation after joining a variety show. Sang Yu, who'd brought 2 winter dresses and skincare products. Wen Yanyu. Jiang Wanru _ Everyone else. The live chat. The host cheerfully walked up from behind, tightening the grip on his warm little cotton jacket. "The surprise we've prepared for you all is a week-long wilderness survival experience." He continued, "To lighten your load, the production team has provided pre-built temporary shelters. Later, you'll draw lots as instructed to split into 2 groups of 4, living together in pairs. Besides the food provided by us on the first day, you'll need to find and cook your own meals for the remaining 6 days. There are many protected animals nearby, we'll give you handbooks later. Remember, protected species cannot be consumed." Under the increasingly murderous stares from everyone, the host quickly added, "Of course. The production team will provide some daily necessities and basic items. After forming groups, there will also be mini-games allowing you to earn additional living supplies." Wait. I thought this was supposed to be a light-hearted lifestyle entertainment variety show. Why did it suddenly turn into wilderness survival? Production team. You're downright shameless. Well, survival is still living. LMAO, though, honestly seems fun now. A week isn't long, they even provided shelters, and while it's winter, this mountain is in the south, nobody's gonna freeze to death. Feels more like a trip anyway. No please no. Not my bunny. My rabbit's not well. Don't torture him like this, wah. Chapter 118 Worried Rabbit Mom vs Lying Little Bunny. After the host briefly explained the rules, the group voiced some complaints, but knowing the time frame was only a week and that the production team wouldn't push things too far, plus with rooms already prepared, they reluctantly accepted. With the mindset of, "We're already here," it was basically like going on an outdoor excursion, nothing more than foraging for food in the woods, which everyone could handle. It was December now, deep into winter. Although the southern forest hadn't seen snow, unlike the dry cold up north, the damp chill in the mountains crept in like countless fine silver needles, piercing bit by bit into flesh and blood, seeping through every pore, a persistent, grating discomfort. The host brought out a wooden box and had everyone draw lots to divide into 2 groups. The drawing concluded. Group A, Wen Yanyu, Fu Jian, Duan Mufeng, Chu Xingbai. Group B, Jiang Wanru, Lu Mingxiu, Sang Huiran, Sang Yu. The 4 cabins prepared by the production team had Jiang Wanru and Sang Yu directly assigned together, while the remaining 3 were allocated via another round of lot drawing. Soon, the final room assignment was over. When Yanyu looked down at the blue ball in his hand, quickly scanning the crowd before his eyes landed on Fu Jian, who held the same blue ball. Their gazes met. Fu Jian suppressed the fatigue in his eyes and gave him a gentle smile. Meeting those eyes, so strangely familiar, Wen Yanyu shivered involuntarily. He nodded briefly in return and swiftly turned away, clearly showing he didn't wish to interact any further. His entire demeanor screamed disinterest. Fu Jian lowered his lashes, hiding the flicker of disappointment in his eyes. If these two don't know each other, I'll stand on my head and wash my hair right here. Wait. Why does Wen Yanyu seem scared of this new guest? He's been like this since the beginning, he just can't look at him straight. Why does the new guest suddenly look so pitiful lol? When Wen Yanyu sharply turned away, the guy's smile dropped instantly, and his head drooped lol. He looked like a sad little puppy, can we say that lol? Doggy bro is definitely a rabbit fan. I'm telling you. Since yesterday, whenever he isn't talking to others, his eyes stick to little bunny like glue. Sorry, unloved bro, but I kinda ship you and doggy bro now. The production team handed out rations for the day and went over the safety guidelines once more. For the sake of the show's authenticity and challenge, staff members gradually left the mountain area, leaving only the camera crew behind for filming. Having spent hours traveling by car and then helicopter, everyone was utterly exhausted. They dropped their luggage and began settling in. Wen Yanyu set his bag by the shelter door. He rubbed his hands together, then through his coat massaged his numbing lower back, pulling his thick coat tighter around himself. The wind blew, but the warmth of his heavy coat kept the cold at bay. Only his exposed cheeks still felt chilly, the rest of him remained comfortably warm. Wen Yanyu felt relieved. Good thing he'd anticipated the production team's malicious intentions and packed plenty of warm clothes. Jiang Wanru turned her head. And just happened to see Wen Yanyu rubbing his back. Any faint amusement she'd felt earlier over the production team's antics instantly vanished. She walked over to Wen Yanyu and asked, "Is the dampness making your back hurt again? If it's too much, I can talk to the production team about letting you go back and stay somewhere better, okay?" She knew this kid hated bothering others. Even when sick or in pain, he'd always endure in silence. Frowning, her worry shone unmistakably in her eyes. Wen Yanyu froze mid-rub. Seeing her expression, a strange ache welled up inside him. He quickly shook his head. "It's not that bad. We're already here anyway, and we only need to film a little over 6 days." He smiled as he explained, "My back injuries improved a lot compared to before. Now it's just a bit itchy, nothing serious." He wasn't lying. Ever since taking the medicine the system had found and undergoing that full-body blood renewal, most of his injuries had healed significantly. The wounds on his arms had scabbed over and disappeared completely. Though the scar on his back still looked alarming from the outside, as its owner, he could clearly feel it healing from within. Previously, seeing no visible improvement, he thought he'd have to live with this scar forever. But recently, the itching sensation had quietly told him otherwise. It was almost healed. More importantly, compared to how it used to incapacitate him with unbearable pain every few days, now aside from occasional itchiness on rainy days or numbness when temperatures dropped. As long as there was no hard impact, even normal touches, or even, gentler intimate moments, no longer made him suffer to the point of needing painkillers. Painkillers that used to run out within a week now lasted him over a month, with a few pills still remaining. If he wasn't satisfied with that, then he was simply being too greedy. When Yenyu's face flushed red, how had he drifted so far in his thoughts? Embarrassed, he scratched his nose awkwardly. Lu Mingxiu, who had been eavesdropping nearby, instantly recalled the scars he'd seen on Wen Yanyu that rainy night upon hearing the words, waist injury. His eyes darkened. He quickly turned and asked Wen Yanyu, "Is your waist injury really that serious?" Wen Yanyu waved it off, casually making up an excuse. "Not serious at all. I just fell once before and got a scar. It only feels numb when the weather's cold." Lu Mingxiu was about to ask more. But then Sang Huiran called out, "Xiao Lu. Come help me sort the luggage." Lu Mingxiu turned toward the voice. He saw Sang Yu, who had been cheerful earlier, now standing with her head down beside Sang Huiran, silently taking a scolding. Sang Huiran was frowning at a suitcase full of books. Lu Mingxiu paused. Years of living together let him understand immediately what was happening. He sighed helplessly and got up to go over. "I have a few extra thermal coats." After hearing Wen Yenyu's explanation, Jiang Wanru's worry didn't fade, in fact, it only deepened. She had seen that scar with her own eyes. She knew exactly how severe it was. It couldn't possibly heal so easily. This wasn't some magical elixir. Jiang Wanru fell silent, her entire aura growing colder and heavier. Wen Yanyu leaned close to her, hooking her arm and playfully changing the subject. "The environment here is really nice, huh? At night, we can all sit around the fire and look at the stars together." Seeing Wen Yenyu's cutesy, pleading expression, she couldn't stay stern. "If you're in pain, you tell me." No hiding it, Jiang Wanru sighed helplessly, ruffling his hair like a vent, muttering, "Brat, always making people worry." Wen Yanyu grinned and nodded, not minding the affectionate teasing at all. "OMG, every time I watch Auntie Jiang interact with Bunny Boy my heart melts. They're like mother and son, who gets this?" Wait, was Bunny's waist injured? The way Auntie Jiang reacted, why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? By the way, anyone remember the injury on Bunny's arm from last episode? This waist thing probably isn't as simple as he says. Remember when Wen Yanyu first ran a fever last episode? Even I, a cold-hearted bystander, got wrecked. Later, Jiang Wanren noticed his clothes were wet and wanted to change them for him, but when she lifted his shirt, she froze. When Lu and Duan offered to help change his clothes, she refused outright. LMAO, why are the comments going full conspiracy theory? Bunny himself said he fell. Southern winters are damp and chilly, the mom probably thinks he might catch a chill, that's all. Same here. Chapter 119, Nervous Puppy Go vs Rabbit Bow in Memories. Time slipped silently into the night. The mountain forest was cloaked in darkness, but fortunately the production team had chosen a spot not too deep into the woods. Moonlight filtered through the treetops, and the campfire crackled merrily, casting flickering light as a small pot hung over the flames, boiling water. The area around the fire was bright and warm, almost giving off the vibe of an outdoor picnic. The exhaustion of the day began to ease. Everyone cradled their large portions of instant noodles from the production team, slurping loudly while casually venting, sometimes deliberately, sometimes not, to the cameras and crew, launching unfiltered roasts at the show's producers. No holds barred. Elsewhere. Inside the dimly lit temporary shelter. Appetite had been poor since taking medicine, unable to eat much. The large serving of instant noodles provided by the production team was far more than could be finished alone. Knowing no one would eat his leftovers, and simply unable to bear leaving food behind, he'd made up a vague excuse about not being hungry. Wen Yanyu slowly chewed half an apple, then took off his coat and outerwear, lying down early on the extremely basic little bed inside the shelter. The shelters were hastily built by staff using wooden planks. Each one contained only a single low bed, about 1.2 meters wide, just enough space for two people to squeeze in side by side. A night vision camera was loosely fixed to the ceiling above. Though the temperature wasn't particularly cold compared to northern regions, and most of the wind was blocked by wooden boards, with thick quilts provided by the production team, for someone like him who always felt cold. When Yanyu tucked his head lower, rolled toward the inner edge of the bed, curling himself tightly into a ball beneath the covers. Outside, the night wind rustled through, making the wooden panels of the shelter creak softly. A scent of damp earth mixed with vegetation drifted in through the gaps, entering his nostrils. Instantly, the Proust effect was triggered. When Yanyu tilted his head slightly, gazing up through the cracks in the roof at the starry sky. His fingers absently stroked the little puppy plushie hugged close to his chest, as his consciousness drifted back along the river of time. He didn't even notice when the wooden door was pushed open. Not until the edge of the wooden bed dipped slightly beneath added weight. When Yanyu snapped back to reality, poking his head out from under the covers. There, sitting not too close yet not too far from him on the edge of the bed, was Fu Jian, who had been outside just moments ago. The smell of instant noodles mingled faintly with fruity fragrance reached his nose. When Yanyu glanced at the bowl in the man's hands, and his stomach, having only eaten half an apple, suddenly churned with acidity. Before he could internally grumble whether this was some form of retaliation, bringing food inside just to rub it in. Fu Jian spoke first, I have a big appetite. One portion isn't enough, two is too much. So I prepared an extra one. You didn't eat much earlier, so I saved half for you. Eat a little. For the next few days, we'll have to find our own food. He stammered through the sentence, then lowered his eyes and added quietly, after all, we're in the same group. When Yanyu understood what he meant. The production team might assign tasks later, should something happen to him as a teammate, it would affect the entire group's progress. It wouldn't be good for anyone. Without much hesitation, when Yanyu sat up on the bed and took the ceramic bowl from Fu Jian's hands. There was no light in the shelter except for the flashlight Fu had brought in, casting weak beams across the room. As when Yanyu took the bowl, his gaze instinctively fell into it. The ceramic dish resembled a divided container, larger on the left, smaller on the right. On the left, half a serving of noodles, one marinated egg. On the right, what appeared to be sliced apple cubes. The total amount wasn't much, just right for him. His eyes unconsciously followed the line of Fu Jian's wrist upward, then froze. A dark crack seemed to crawl slowly across the skin. Before he could see clearly, Fu Jian had already pulled his hand back. When Yanyu rubbed his eyes, thinking perhaps it was just too dark, he must have imagined it. One bite of the apple melted in his mouth. When Yanyu paused, chewing slowly. A flicker of surprise flashed across his eyes. Was this roasted? The sweetness burst richly in his mouth. Compared to ordinary apples, the aroma was deeper, layered with caramelized notes and a hint of wood smoke, unusually delicious. Roasted apples. When Yanyu sat motionless for a long moment, stunned. Fu Jian explained, I saw you brought stomach medicine. Must mean your stomach's sensitive. It's too cold tonight, the apple would have chilled through. So I roasted it quickly. Then, as if afraid of being rejected, he hurriedly added, if you don't like it, just leave it in the bowl. I'll eat it later. Won't throw anything away. Don't worry. His usually calm voice now carried an odd note of nervousness. Still dazed, Wen Yanyu barely registered the tone. "Thank you," he murmured. "I really like roasted apples." He picked up another piece, ate it bite by bite. That familiar sweetness flooded his mouth again, soft, sweet, melting gently through every nerve, making even his heart feel tender. Across hundreds of lifetimes, hunger hadn't been common. But there had been a few times. He remembered it was the snowy mountain. He had lain in a cave, waiting to be found by the protagonists, awaiting the final arrival of death. 1 week remained. His body had suffered grave injuries. He stayed inside the cave, waiting. The system had appeared before him, God knows at what cost, and lit a bonfire so he wouldn't suffer too bitterly in his final moments. The system pulled 2 fruits from its space, but he, gravely injured, didn't even have the strength to chew the flesh. So the system built a fire, roasted the fruits until tender, then painstakingly peeled away the charred outer layers, feeding him the softened pulp bit by bit. For 7 days straight. He had never truly experienced hunger. Truthfully, back then, the charred parts weren't completely removed, and the overcooked fruit tasted somewhat odd. Yet from that moment on, he fell in love with this way of eating. All previous wariness and vague unease dissolved completely. Wen Yanyu whispered softly, "Thank you." Fu Jian froze for a long moment before stammering, "Why, you're welcome." It was nothing. Just something I did anyway. Whoa, just something I did anyway. I'd believe you, if I hadn't just seen the live stream. Anyway means he repurposed the instant noodles so they wouldn't get soggy, made a fresh batch, picked out the best portions for Rabbit Bao, scarfed down his own in 3 bites, then hurried over like an eager puppy with the bowl in hand. Anyway means carefully roasting an apple, thoughtfully peeling off every trace of char, and even cutting it into bite-sized pieces so Rabbit Bao could eat easily. This new guest. Sorry, friend bro, but seriously, I really think this newcomer's a good guy. I'm taking a bite first. What should we even nickname him now? Rabbit Bao. Sorry la, at first I was sobbing, oh no, he's a bad guy, but turns out he's actually kind-hearted. Here's your good person card. Chapter 120 Fu Hanchuan, he is his medicine. In eerie silence, Wen Yanyu finished the food in his bowl and reached out to hand the porcelain bowl back to the man. Fu Jian took it naturally. Their fingertips brushed by accident, an instant sensation like an electric current passing through. Fu Jian's hand trembled slightly, nearly dropping the bowl. Just a brief touch. Wen Yanyu froze. His pupils contracted sharply. For that split second of contact, had it not been for the tactile sensation of skin, he might have thought he'd touched a block of dry ice, devoid of even the faintest warmth of a living person. It wasn't simply coldness caused by low temperature or poor circulation. It was a chill born of lifelessness. His heartbeat quickened. A surge of uncontrollable fear shot through his nerves. Like unknowingly wandering into a hidden room full of corpses, just catching a whiff of decay, not even understanding what it was, and still being gripped by instinctive horror. An ancient fear etched into human DNA, the primal awareness of danger, awakened by that unnatural cold. Wen Yanyu's fingers trembled faintly. Discomfort stirred deep within him, yet he couldn't help but raise his head again, wanting to study Fu Jian more closely. But Fu Jian had already turned, bowl in hand, and walked out the door, careful, before leaving, to gently shut it tight behind him. The door creaked closed. The cold wind was sealed outside. Inside, stillness returned. Only his heartbeat grew louder. Unaware of anything amiss, the live stream viewership had dwindled by half due to the late hour. Scattered comments floated across the screen, light-heartedly chatting about what happened outside. LOL, I'm dead. Sang's dad thought they were just changing filming locations, then brought a whole stack of books. He's basically frozen right now. Okay, haha, I don't mean to laugh, but it really is funny, haha, why bring so many books? 1 or 2 fine, but this much. To maintain his image. Is it fun to maliciously assume things about people? Now loving books is wrong. What illiterate trash. The one who brought so many books that he has no clean clothes and has to borrow loose shirt, isn't that him? And wasn't he also the one standing around today giving orders while doing zero actual work while everyone else scrambled gathering firewood and setting up shelters? He didn't know the production team would be such assholes to send them into the mountains. Of course he brought what he thought was necessary. Ugh, just jealous cause he has a rich dad so you guys nitpick everything. Like gunpowder ignited by a spark, the chat, which had quieted down due to time, exploded once more, with people arguing fiercely. Wen Yanyu pulled the plush puppy tightly against his chest, shrinking deeper into the bed. As if leaving space for the man who might return at any moment, or as if afraid. Even he himself couldn't tell. Time slipped quietly by. The noise outside the room gradually faded away. Accompanied only by the last few bird calls, the campfire died out. Everyone returned to their own shelters. The forest fell into an eerie, dreadful silence. Wen Yanyu closed his eyes, trying desperately to control the chaos in his mind and fall asleep quickly. But once darkness filled his vision, grotesque sensations began flooding back, vivid, relentless. Mountains of corpses. Seas of blood. A living hell. Suddenly, he remembered, back in the hospital consultation room, when he'd been so exhausted he was almost asleep. What had the doctor meant when speaking to Fu Hanchuan? Treating psychological trauma was a long war without a visible end. No matter how much time passed, no matter how normal someone seemed, even if the patient themselves believed they'd healed. Yet, should just one trigger be set off, all that peace would shatter instantly. The patient would fall back into the abyss of past pain. Just one sensory memory, and memories of old trauma swarmed like flies drawn to rot, circling his body, laying eggs. Maggots bred from corroded suffering slowly grew within bone crevices, burrowing deeper, releasing toxins called fear. Every rustle in the night sent his nerves snapping taut. A chaotic hum echoed in his ears. His breath came out ragged and heavy. His entire body shook uncontrollably. Half from cold. Half from fear. Before he stopped taking his medicine, he hadn't experienced this feeling. When Fu Hanchuan was beside him, he hadn't felt it either. When Fu Hanchuan was near, every object, every situation capable of triggering his raw nerves had been blurred, blocked out. Only after leaving the other man, returning to the environment he once knew so well, the familiar embrace of death and despair, did he finally understand. Physical wounds healing didn't mean invisible psychological scars were healing too. He wasn't better. He had never truly stepped out of that endless, damp ache. He had mistaken his condition. Only because Fu Hanchuan was his medicine. A painkiller for the broken-souled, one that, once taken, could never be stopped. The moment it was discontinued, the sufferer would instantly collapse back into the abyss. He could no longer live without Fu Hanchuan. The door creaked open, then gently closed again. Dim light cut through the darkness before him. Footsteps approached, and the light in front of him was blocked by a towering silhouette. In the narrow, dark space, Wen Yanyu's eyelashes fluttered. He didn't look up, yet he could still clearly see the man's figure. Fu Jian slowly walked to the bedside. With a slight lift of his hand, he quietly turned off the night vision camera and audio device left by the production team. Wen Yanyu remained in his original position. Tears continued to slide down from the corners of his eyes, and his spine had stiffened to the point of near immobility. It wasn't fear of the man before him. On the contrary. The moment the man entered, the fear that had gripped him began to subside, replaced by an instinctive familiarity and intimacy etched deep into his soul, an unconscious urge to move closer. He couldn't precisely describe the feeling. It was like looking at a dead body, something both strange and familiar, the corpse of a loved one, emerging from the soil, crawling out from the abyss. A grotesque sense of disarray. The mental fog after medication, the constant drowsiness, endless data work, and the intimate presence of his lover had left him no energy to think deeply. But now everything had paused. He was back in this familiar environment, and his mind began turning once more. Thinking of that bottle of medicine resembling congealed blood, the system that had long since vanished from his consciousness, his fur, dry and faded as if bleached out, his unchanging size, the pained groan wrenched from him at just a gentle touch. Feelings growing increasingly familiar. He had suspicions. But he dared not speak. Not until he saw Fu Jian carefully sit down on the edge of the bed, lower his gaze, and cautiously extend toward him a plush hot water bottle, filled with warm water. Bad dog. The hoarse, trembling voice broke the silence of the dark room. It wasn't loud, but in that moment, it was unmistakable, impossible to ignore. Chapter 121 I like warm bad dogs. In the darkness, both of their breaths grew heavy. What did you say? Fu Jian finally broke the silence, his voice soft as he repeated, a hint of tension in his tone. My Xiaoyu isn't very good, bad dog, is that someone's name? Seeing that Fu Jian refused to acknowledge it. Wen Yanyu closed his eyes, pressing further, and shrank deeper into the bed, making space for the man to sleep. Fu Jian climbed onto the bed and lay down at the edge. As if aware of how cold his body was, even though the bed was narrow and squeezing two adult men together was already difficult, Fu Jian still curled up tightly at the edge, not moving closer. The night fell silent. Their breathing steadied. Just when Fu Jian thought the person beside him had fallen asleep, he quietly opened his eyes. His light-colored pupils gave him excellent night vision, allowing him to see clearly even in darkness. By the faint moonlight seeping through the gap, Fu Jian traced the features of the man beside him with his gaze. Slowly. Greedy to etch the image of this person beside him into his heart forever. He stared unconsciously, lost in admiration, not even noticing when the one being watched silently opened his eyes. Until their gazes met at last. Meeting Wen Yanyu's clear eyes. Sorry, Fu Jian stiffened, immediately trying to turn away. But his wrist was firmly caught. Will you stay in this world? Wen Yanyu asked. Fu Jian's breath hitched. His eyes darted nervously, filled with guilt, unable to respond. His instinct was to push away Wen Yanyu's hand holding him, pretending they had never known each other, but the greed buried deep within made it impossible for him to speak. From wanting merely one final glance at the beginning, it had changed into wanting to accompany him for a little longer. To be a stranger, shed the animal's pelt, become an ordinary human, stay by his side for some time, leave behind one last memory, and then depart quietly. Yet when he realized he hadn't been recognized, bitterness surged uncontrollably inside him, demanding again and again, why don't you recognize me? Why do you avoid my gaze? Wen Yanyu curled beneath the blanket, voice slightly hoarse, his usually crisp tone muffled like under a veil of mist, so soft, I want you to stay. The moment those words dropped, like a boulder falling, they left him dizzy. Fu Jian remained silent for a long while, still uttering no word. He couldn't make promises. A plush hot water bottle, filled with heated water, lay between them. Though neither held it close, its warmth radiated simply from being there, forming a barrier against the cold emanating from the man's body. Wen Yanyu didn't press further. Instead, he slowly leaned in and gently pushed the warm bottle toward the man. Fu Jian froze in surprise. His body was pulled inward by Wen Yanyu. The chill of his skin melted into warmth. He could no longer tell whether it came from the hot water bottle, or from the warmth of another presence in the same quilt. Unconcerned about Fu Jian's oddness, Wen Yanyu closed his eyes and murmured softly, I still like warm bad dogs. The distance between them vanished. They were now pressed closely together. Fu Jian held his breath. He could feel Wen Yanyu's breath against his chest, each inhale and exhale sending tingles across his skin. After the show ends, will you still be here? How much longer can you stay with me? What was that medicine we used back then? After a long stretch of silence, Wen Yanyu asked no more. My injuries have mostly healed. On rainy days, my legs don't hurt much anymore. Only the wound on my waist remains, but it should heal soon too. Brother Sai told me, you spent so much time and effort finding that medicine. Thank you. If possible, could you come visit me in this world again sometime? I've told Fu Hanchuan about you. You're family to me. No matter what, I'll always keep a place for you beside me. Wen Yanyu whispered on softly, then drifted off to sleep. Fu Jian lowered his gaze, slowly closing his eyes. He dreamed of nothing that night. At the same time, elsewhere. While the production team's popularity soared with the wilderness survival theme, various posts about the guests began to emerge online. Is anyone watching Travel Together Season 2? I'm dying laughing, the producers are brutal. They dumped the contestants into the wild. Lifestyle variety show. More like real wilderness survival. My Bai Zhao's face turned visibly darker overnight. Thought coming on the show meant a bit of rest, but got thrown into the mountains instead. And Papa Sang. LOL, book-loving Papa Sang just faced his first defeat on paper. First episode and the guests completely ignored the cameras, going straight for full-on rants. What a show. Seriously, this episode feels pretty heartwarming. Watching the Sang family of 4 interact is hilarious, dad being gentle yet serious, the rebellious daughter, the responsible son-in-law, and the carefree adopted son LOL. Sang dad really made me cry, he's raising 3 kids all by himself. I'm so jealous of Xiaoyu's family vibe. Her dad is such a great guy, he gives off that reliable, warm patriarch energy. Wait, sis and bro, are you seriously saying little brother isn't related? His name is Yanzu. You really expect us to believe that? Don't fool yourselves. Did I hit a nerve? The name, Xiaoyu's little brother, was given by Grandpa Sang, not Mr. Sang. How can you twist an elder's love for his grandchild into something negative? So frustrating. Who watches these dad energy scolding scenes anyway? I'm here for Mama Rabbit and Baby Rabbit's sweet everyday moments. Honestly, between Jiang Wanru and Wen Yanyu, their dynamic feels more like a warm family. Today Xiaoyu's dad was just too busy scolding him. Discussions about the show kept pouring in. The next morning, people gradually woke up and began washing up. No one rushed outside immediately after waking. Wen Yanyu sat up from bed with messy, pure white hair, half-dazed as he rummaged through his luggage. After searching for a while, he finally found the medication he'd stopped taking recently. Ignoring whether there was water nearby, Wen Yanyu lifted his hand and swiftly dumped all the pills straight into his mouth. He tilted his head back. Swallowed them smoothly and efficiently. He sat still for quite a while, letting the unpleasant sensation inside his body gradually fade away. A flicker of exhaustion passed through Wen Yanyu's eyes. He slumped back onto the bed, lifeless, unable to move. If he hadn't taken the medicine now, he would have had to withdraw early. Wow. Caught a sleepy, fluffy baby rabbit just waking up. Smooch. Smooch. Smooch smooch smooch. Wait, did he just pop the pills straight like that? Doesn't he need water? Watching baby rabbit spread out all his meds across the bed tugged at my heartstrings. My poor baby, such a good boy, taking his medicine all on his own. Just saying, side note, Wen Yanyu's bleached hair looks amazing. It looks completely natural. Last time I bleached mine, it turned yellowish. I really want the same stylist as Wen Yanyu. After taking his medicine, Wen Yanyu combed his hair, got up, and headed out, only to run straight into Fu Jian entering the room. They exchanged a glance. Fu Jian quickly looked away. Wen Yanyu pursed his lips and complained, I'm hungry. Chapter 122, Rabbit Picks Fruit. Fu Jian paused, then said, I'll go get you something to eat. His eyes darted nervously as he hastily walked away after speaking. Wen Yanyu sighed silently. After breakfast, the program crew's final prepared meal officially came to an end. The instructor left behind by the production team began explaining today's tasks: gather firewood, forage for edible wild fruits and mushrooms, and those capable could attempt hunting or fishing. It was already winter, so mushrooms and wild fruits in the mountains were extremely scarce. After showing everyone several pictures of edible mushrooms and wild fruits, the two teams divided their assignments accordingly. Some took fishing gear and headed toward the lakeside. Group A consisted of Wen Yanyu, Fu Zhiyan, Duan Mufeng, and Chu Xingbai. Group B included Jiang Wanru, Lu Mingxiu, Sang Huiren, and Sang Yu. After one night apart, the two groups fully separated to collect supplies independently. In Group B, Jiang Wanru and Sang Yu went around searching for edible mushrooms and wild vegetables, while Sang Huiren headed to the riverbank to fish, and Lu Mingxiu took on the task of collecting firewood near camp. Wen Yanyu, Chu Xingbai, and Duan Mufeng looked at each other wordlessly. Duan Mufeng raised his head, glancing briefly over the recently adult Chu Xingbai before slowly shifting his gaze to Wen Yanyu, who wasn't as thin as before but still barely better than a piece of paper. Annoyed, Duan Mufeng rubbed his head, abandoning his initial idea of teaming up with Wen Yanyu and instead taking on the solo job of gathering firewood. Just as he was about to coordinate with the others, Fu Zhiyan had already picked up his knife and bow, coldly tossed out a single sentence: "Leave me to me." Before the others could react, he turned and swiftly disappeared from sight, almost as if fleeing from something. Can someone tell me what happened last night? Why does the new guy seem to be avoiding Wen Yanyu all of a sudden? He was being so warm and attentive just yesterday and the day before. Could it be that Wen Yanyu did something? Nah, doesn't seem like it. The new guy is still bustling around serving our little rabbit, just, kind of shy. Can't quite put my finger on it, lol. This reaction from Fu Zhiyan reminds me of when my friend finally got a response from her crush. Before that, she was fine, but once reciprocated, she suddenly didn't know what to do with herself. Right now, Fu Zhiyan looks everywhere: the sky, the ground, the air, but never at Wen Yanyu. Anyone who didn't know might think his eyes are allergic to rabbit fur. Glancing at Fu Zhiyan's retreating figure, then back at Wen Yanyu, who had been acting strange since this morning, Duan Mufeng slightly raised an eyebrow. He naturally leaned closer to Wen Yanyu and curiously asked, "Treasure, do you know that guy? Why is he acting so weird?" "And I don't know him." Wen Yanyu instinctively nodded, then shook his head, swallowing back words that nearly slipped out, continuing to chew on his apple. Duan Mufeng lowered his gaze, then moved even nearer, practically pressing his whole body against Wen Yanyu. "Are you really that hungry? You're even eating the core?" The man's face abruptly loomed into view. Lost in thought, Wen Yanyu was startled, immediately stumbling backward, his palm reflexively rising mid-air, though he managed to suppress the slap at the last second. Noticing Wen Yanyu's tiny involuntary motion, Duan Mufeng widened his eyes dramatically, feigning deep emotional injury, yelling loudly, "Now I can't even come near you without getting slapped." Wen Yanyu quickly waved his hands. No. I was just lost in thought, you startled me." Seeing Wen Yanyu flustered, frantically apologizing and explaining, almost ready to kowtow to him, Duan Mufeng couldn't help but chuckle. "I was joking. Look how scared you are." Ignoring Chu Xingbai's deadpan stare beside him. "You look really good with this new style." Duan Mufeng winked playfully and casually ruffled Wen Yanyu's hair. "Alright, I'm off to get firewood. You two go check for food. If you can't find any, treat it as a walk. After all, the production team wouldn't actually let us starve," Duan Mufeng joked lightly, picking up the axe provided and disappearing from their sight. Wen Yanyu smoothed down his messed up hair, swallowed the last bite of apple, and turned to Chu Xingbai. "Let's go. Duan Radish. Take your hands off my baby rabbit's head. At AI Bug, at Ping you go, if you don't show up soon your wife will be stolen. AI Bug. Your wife is about to be taken away. It's obvious, our rabbit is genuinely starving. He even ate the apple core. Wicked production team. Why don't they give the cast more food? What if my baby gets sick, are you responsible? But seriously. Apple seeds are mildly toxic. Rabbit, don't eat everything." Meanwhile, in Group B, Jiang Wanru and Sang Yu chatted and laughed along the way, identifying which mushrooms in the forest were edible. In less than an hour, the bottom of their basket was already filled with mushrooms they'd picked. Along the path, they also encountered Lu Mingxiu, who was gathering firewood. Knowing the production team wouldn't actually let them starve, but without firewood they really could freeze to death at night, the two of them simply stopped what they were doing and started helping Lu Mingxiu gather wood instead. Listening to Sang Yu talk about her plan to buy her own apartment this year and move out, Jiang Wanru shared house hunting tips with the girl while chatting about the two pet bunnies at home. "As long as you train them to use the litter box in one spot, keeping any pet is basically the same," Jiang Wanru laughed. "But if you can't go home often, I'd suggest getting a cat or rabbit, something that can live alone." Sang Yu's eyes sparkled as she nodded eagerly, taking every word to heart. Suddenly remembering something, Sang Yu's gaze brightened. She tugged lightly on Lu Mingxiu's sleeve. Lu Mingxiu turned around. "What is it? After the show ends, let's go buy a kitten together." Sang Yu asked, eyes filled with hope. "I want to keep a little cat after I move into my new place." Without hesitation, Lu Mingxiu replied, if you can take responsibility for it, then go ahead. You don't need to ask me. Sang Yu hesitated slightly. I'm not sure, but maybe we could raise it together. Lu Mingxiu froze for a moment, meeting the girl's hopeful eyes. After a brief silence, he turned away, letting out a quiet sigh. I don't like cats. Sang Yu stared at him in shock, then quickly asked, what about dogs? Didn't you want a puppy before? I just don't like keeping pets, Lu Mingxiu said, not looking up as he tied the firewood together. You're old enough to make your own decisions. You don't need anyone's permission to get one. As long as you're willing to take responsibility. With that, Lu Mingxiu lifted his head and said to Jiang Wanru, Auntie Jiang, we should head back soon, it's about time. Lu Mingxiu. Why are you so damn clueless? They're just friends anyway. It's normal he doesn't want to adopt a cat together with her. Lu Mingxiu knows exactly what Sang Yu meant, but he's not interested, he's practically wearing his rejection on his face. I don't like cats lol, I remember during his last drama shoot, there was a cat in the cast. The behind-the-scenes clips showed Brother Lu holding that cat non-stop during breaks, wouldn't even put it down, tearing meat into tiny pieces to feed it bite by bite. Sang Yu's such a sweet girl, and her family's been so good to you too, Lu Mingxiu, can't you just like her a little bit? Meanwhile, on the other side. Watching Wen Yanyu search along the path, moving like he had a radar built in, effortlessly flipping through dead leaves to find mushrooms and picking wild vegetables with remarkable skill. Chu Xingbai, who had originally braced himself for an empty-handed return after being told by the instructor that edible mushrooms were scarce in winter compared to the rainy season, now stood completely useless, basket in hand, never even needing to bend over, the basket filled up on its own. Chu Xingbai. Chapter 123, Poisonous Fruit. Chu Xingbai twitched at the corner of his eye and couldn't help but blurt out, did you used to live in the mountains or something? This level of foraging ability. Was he a scanner? It was simply too ridiculous. Seeing the familiar red fruit beneath a pile of dead leaves, Wen Yanyu paused mid-pat on the mushroom cap, then swiftly picked a large handful of the fruit, stood up, and dropped the red berries into the basket. I've participated in similar activities before. Once you're familiar with it, it's easy, Wen Yanyu casually made up an excuse. Chu Xingbai lowered his gaze, his entire bamboo basket was completely filled with mushrooms. What's this? Chu Xingbai frowned, pointing at the red fruit curiously. Is it edible? It's edible. Sweet and sour. Adds nice flavor when cooking, Wen Yanyu said, clapping his hands before casually popping one into his mouth. I used to eat these all the time. Hearing that, Chu Xingbai didn't suspect anything. He nodded and obediently returned to his role as basket carrier. Rabbit is such a super food-finding bunny. Sister Mama praises. Sister Mama hugs. Sister Mama kisses. Dad caught fish, Bunny found a pile of mushrooms. Mix them together, and we can have mushroom fish soup. LMAO watches in shock as Wen Yanyu sweeps every mushroom like a radar. Does this guy have auto-navigation installed in his eyes? Is this poisonous? Rabbit, I ate it and didn't die. LOL, who gets their dynamic, I'm dying laughing. The two returned to camp. Duan Mufeng, who had done zero work gathering mushrooms but hauled wood all the way back, now lay sprawled on the grass like a corpse, utterly disregarding his image. Wen Yanyu glanced around and didn't see Fu Zhuyan anywhere. Nearby, by the campfire, Jiang Wanru was cooking the fish Qin Qingji had brought, her pot already set over the flames. Wen Yanyu washed the mushrooms and wild berries, tasted a bit to confirm, then handed some of the berries to Jiang Wanru as seasoning for the fish stew. Jiang Wanru took the berries, broke one open, squeezed the juice, and tossed it casually into the pot. Soon, a pot of deliciously fragrant fish stew neared completion. Just then, Sang Huiran, who had just finished washing another fish by the lake, caught the scent and slowly wandered over. The moment he drew near, his expression changed sharply. Who added these fruits to the pot? Sang Huiran's voice boomed. Jiang Wanru jumped, spoon trembling in her hand. What's wrong? Duan Mufeng opened his eyes and sat up from the ground. Everyone turned toward the pot. Hearing the commotion, Wen Yanyu put down the berries he was still rinsing, shook the water off his hands, and walked over to Sang Huiran. I picked them. Under the man's intense stare, Wen Yanyu grew inexplicably uneasy and asked nervously, is something wrong? The guide warned us this morning, don't pick random things in the mountains if you don't know what they are, Sang Huiran scowled, his voice rising sharply. Don't you know these fruits are poisonous? His face was livid. Eating them causes bloating and vomiting. More severe cases can lead to death. Did you even think before picking them? Everyone froze at those words. Jiang Wanru stopped stirring the soup, fishing out one berry to examine closely. She couldn't identify it. Chu Xingbai looked at the berries in the pot, instinctively saying, but Wen Yanyu ate one right after picking them. Are you sure it's not a mistake? Wen Yanyu hurried to explain, these fruits are edible. I've eaten them many times before, never had any issues. He hadn't finished when suddenly he went rigid. Bloating. Vomiting. Death. A chill ran up his spine, spreading to his scalp. Like lightning cracking above his head, all color drained from his face until he looked ghostly pale. He stared down at the boiling berries in the pot. The initial confusion in his eyes vanished, leaving only emptiness and helplessness. Mechanically, he whispered, "Back then, me and my friend were so hungry. I picked a lot and we both ate them. I was fine. I thought the pain was from injuries, from being too hungry. I didn't know it was poison. I'm sorry. I didn't know, it was poisonous." Stammering, tripping over his words, he apologized, explanation collapsing under belated horror and guilt. His thoughts shattered, his speech faltering into incoherence. Hearing this, Sang Huiran grew even angrier. "Now you're making up stories. Now this entire pot of fish is ruined. What do you know? All you do is cause trouble. You're not even in my team to begin with. We still have upcoming challenges. After I worked so hard to catch this fish, was this accidental or intentional sabotage on your part?" Furious beyond reason, his gentle demeanor gone, Sang Huiran practically wanted to jab a finger in Wen Yanyu's face and berate him. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Lu Mingxiu furrowed his brow and stepped in, trying to calm things. "None of us have eaten it yet. At least we caught it in time. I'll go back to the lake later, see if I can catch another fish." From a few brief words, he roughly grasped the full picture of what had happened. Duan Mufan got up from the ground and quickly stepped over to defuse the situation. "Yanyu hasn't lived in the mountains or anything, ask me to pick them, I wouldn't be able to tell either. I still have mushrooms. We can stir-fry them, they'll still be edible." Jiang Wanru put down her spoon and hurried over to Wen Yanyu in 3 quick steps, then gently rubbed the kid's palms. They were ice cold. Wen Yanyu was still apologizing. The Danmu erupted into chaos. "Wow, seriously? Is he intentionally sabotaging things? After all Uncle Sang's effort fishing, the fish is ruined like this. I just checked this fruit, small amounts cause stomach discomfort, larger quantities lead to food poisoning. Death is extremely rare, similar to mildly toxic mushrooms. He probably didn't mean to. I saw Wen Yanyu eat one right after picking it. When he picked them, he said they're sour and good for seasoning. He gave some because Jiang Ant didn't have much ingredients, he couldn't have known. Seems intentional to me. Something felt off the moment he came over to hand things in. Sob, my baby didn't do it on purpose. Stop bullying my bunny. My rabbit even ate a few while washing them, why would he eat himself if he meant harm?" A burst of arguments and accusations filled the air. Wen Yanyu kept his head down, not listening to a single word. His entire body felt icy cold. During the countless times he'd played the role of a disposable extra across infinite worlds, he hadn't been completely controlled by the plot. Aside from key story events, he occasionally gained brief moments of freedom. In one such fleeting moment. It was a world of ancient martial arts. He, deemed utterly wicked, was being hunted globally by the protagonist's group. According to the original storyline, he was meant to suffer endlessly before his role concluded. But then, his brother saved him. The brother who had always been treated as mere background scenery throughout the story, frail, chronically ill, surviving only through medication, the one who was supposed to have no further arc, whom he'd barely met and who had never committed a single evil act. They fled into deep mountains, surviving on wild fruits and whatever small animals they could catch. Animals weren't always easy to capture. But wild fruits were often available. Yet in the depths of winter, even plants vanished from the mountains, let alone animals. Injured as they were, hunting large prey became impossible. Every day was spent hiding from pursuit. He thought, I'm just a doomed extra destined to die. But my brother isn't. His ending is uncertain, he still has a future, As long as after the plot ended, when the protagonist's group found him, his brother, who'd done nothing wrong, could survive. He couldn't tell which plants were toxic and which weren't. All he knew was hunger. He ate the fruit for 2 days, assuming it was harmless. So, thinking himself clever, he boiled the remaining fruits into soup and fed it to his brother, the one whose fate was originally undetermined. He believed this would give his ordinary brother strength to carry on. Until he held his brother's cooling body in his arms. Until he heard his brother's final words, live on. Live well. He didn't know. Didn't realize. That he had killed someone who was never meant to die. Trying to redeem himself. Only to end up causing death instead. In that foreign world, someone who had barely spent a few days with him still loved him so deeply, trusted him so completely, and tried so desperately to save him, someone who never should have died. In the end, he still died. But because his brother had protected him during those days, the story veered slightly off course. He wasn't tortured. Instead, it was a clean slash to the throat. Compared to the torment in the original plot. Too easy. Too merciful. Bought at the cost of an innocent life. Easy. His heart sank to the very bottom. Wen Yanyu tilted his head upward slightly. Blinding sunlight pierced his eyes. His gaze grew distant, his mind descending into chaotic darkness. The sounds around him seemed muffled, as if separated by a thick fog. Agony spread through his body like something trying to tear him apart. Just cry. Wen Yanyu. Cry already. You need to cry. His body's protective instinct sent urgent commands. But he was too tired. Too exhausted to shed even a single tear, incapable of forming any strong expression. Before his eyes, only emptiness. His vocal cords felt rusted, dry, emitting only broken syllables. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Wen Yanyu repeated it once more. Unsure exactly who he was speaking to. You don't know why you picked it. If I hadn't happened to recognize it, if I hadn't discovered it in time. 1 minute later, everyone eats this stuff, problems arise, and do you think I'm sorry will fix anything? Finally seizing an outlet for his frustration, Sang Huiran ranted for nearly 10 minutes straight. Wen Yanyu hung his head, staring blankly at the wild fruits in the pot, apologizing over and over again. The safety supervisor and cameraman following them couldn't bear it anymore and stepped forward to explain, it was their fault for missing it during inspection. Wen Yanyu wasn't really at fault, and besides, he didn't know about these things. Others chimed in supportively. We haven't eaten any of it yet. If you want fish, I'll go catch one from the river later. The kid didn't know it was poisonous. He didn't mean any harm. You've scolded enough. Isn't this overreacting? Chu Xingbai looked thoughtful. He held up his phone showing the encyclopedia entry. I checked. This fruit won't kill anyone. It only has mild toxins. Some places even process it as a seasoning. Seeing everyone trying to mediate, and having eaten little breakfast earlier due to health routines, thus severely lacking in carbohydrates. Sang Huaran's face darkened dangerously. Watching Wen Yanyu's condition deteriorating rapidly. Sang Yu's eyes flickered with pity. She reached out and tugged gently at her brother's sleeve, but seeing the fury on Sang Huaran's face, she ultimately stayed silent. Sang Huaran frowned, carelessly brushing away Sang Yu's hand from his arm, then scoffed coldly. Don't think I'm singling you out. I know these days people will do anything for attention, but you shouldn't ever joke with human lives. And it's only because you're still practically a child in front of me, you lack experience. If you were older, I wouldn't be standing here calmly explaining things to you like this. Wow, gotta say, Uncle Sang's actually being pretty calm. If it were me, I'd be screaming my head off by now. He's still reasoning with him. Isn't he already yelling though? Feels like he's treating human life too lightly. Just saying sorry isn't enough. What if someone had actually died after eating it? Hold up, guys. You're exaggerating way too much in the comments. This fruit is at worst like undercooked green beans, might cause mild food poisoning and stomachache, that's it. Unless you're extremely weak physically and ate a huge amount, it won't endanger anyone's life. Maybe you don't have to be so harsh. It feels kinda cruel. The safety supervisor already spoke up, it wasn't intentional. Scolding once was enough, this has gone on too long. Isn't this just bullying now? Why is Sang Huiran so agitated today? Honestly speaking, nothing even happened. He's vented already. Does he want the kid to commit suicide to make up for it? Place your bets, what's really pissing Sang Huiran off, the risk of everyone getting poisoned, or the fact his fish got ruined and might affect his team strategy? Ha ha ha. Exhausted from talking, Sang Huiran removed his glasses and began wiping the mist off the frames. Just about to speak again. He saw Wen Yanyu standing there, head hung low, silent, tightly shielded behind Jiang Wanyu. A sudden surge of fury erupted from deep within. Sang Huiran frowned. A sharp whistling cut through the air, like wind tearing across open space. An invisible blade brushed past his ear. No trace was left behind. Sang Huiran gasped in pain. His right cheek felt as if slashed by something freezing cold, numbing agony struck instantly, spreading into the depths of his ear. Clutching his face, he staggered back 2 steps, cold sweat breaking out all over. Unable to speak, he half-squatted on the ground, dazed and breathless. The others stood completely bewildered. What happened? Lu Mingshu bent down to check, Sang Huiran's face showed no visible injury. Everyone was confused. It was just a gust of wind. Sitting on the ground, Sang Huiran gripped his cheek. Even a slight twitch of his lip sent stabbing pain shooting through his skull, leaving him speechless. Before anyone could make sense of the situation. 2 wild pheasants, arrows piercing their chests, were thrown onto the grass before them. Blood dripped steadily from the wounds, sliding down the shafts of the arrows. Enough? A cold, indifferent voice came from behind. All heads turned. Not far away, Fu Jian stood emotionless. 3 dead pheasants lay at his feet, and 2 fish pierced through with wooden stakes still wriggled faintly. For a moment, no one reacted. Fu Jian lowered his gaze, pointed casually at the 2 birds on the ground, and said lazily, 2 birds for 1 fish. Enough, he repeated. Jiang Wanyu was the first to snap back. Enough, enough. Fu Jian nodded, then cast a cold sidelong glance at the man sitting on the ground, no word spoken. Naturally, he reached out and took Wen Yanyu's wrist. To the other 2 group members, he said, you handle these birds. Stew the 3rd one into chicken mushroom soup, if you don't know how, leave it and wait for me. Do whatever you want with the other 2 birds and the fish. I'll take Yen. Wen Yanyu back to rest. With that, ignoring the looks on everyone's faces, Fu Jian turned and half-led, half-supported a still-dazed Wen Yanyu back toward the cabin. And almost immediately after they turned away, the searing pain in his ear finally vanished, though the lingering phantom ache was maddening. Sang Huiran gasped, massaging his ear reflexively, struggling to steady himself. Sang Yu looked worried. The remaining people and crew members checked around repeatedly. Nothing suspicious was found. Sang Huiran stared into the mirror with an expression of utter disbelief, examining his right cheek for a long time. Not a single mark. The pain just now seemed like a mere illusion. Whoa, okay, but damn, this dude is hot. Is this what you call having someone's back? I just switched from Dog Brothers live stream, haha, was fully focused on watching him hunt, and that one-shot double kill blew my mind. Was chilling until I heard from the safety officer what happened at camp and sprinted back, hahaha. Same here, haha, so many times he nearly hit a protected animal, but the cameraman doubled as a safety guide kept shouting warnings. Felt like the phrase, protected species seriously held Dog Brother back, haha. I swear, during those final 7 seconds when he stared at that wild boar, he was totally debating whether to shoot it. The wild boar survived, purely because it'd be too hard to deal with. Wait a minute. If that fruit was poisonous, Rabbit just ate a few pieces. Are we really not taking him to see a doctor? In small amounts it's fine. Seriously, it's not that extreme. Once cooked, it's safe to eat normally anyway. Chapter 125 Big Brother Puppy Soothes the Bunny. The door was shut tightly by Fu Jian. The security officer who wanted to come in and check the situation was also kept outside. Fu Jian reached up and turned off the camera and microphone above his head. There were no windows in the shelter, only a few faint rays of light seeping through cracks in the wooden boards. Even during the day, the room remained pitch black, only the small portable lamp Fu Jian had turned on offered any illumination. When Yanyu was barely conscious, half carried into bed by Fu Jian, his entire body limp like a puppet on strings, passively moved about. He was fed 4 pills and then covered with thick quilts. The dampness from the forest had soaked into the bedding, though it provided some warmth, the accompanying humidity made it unbearably uncomfortable. But something was still better than nothing. When Yanyu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, his whole body trembling incessantly. From the cold. The physical cold. It was cold. A bone-deep, soul-piercing cold. Sitting beside the bed, Fu Jian hesitantly reached out and touched Wen Yanyu's forehead. At the moment of contact, the icy temperature triggered a violent shiver from Wen Yanyu. Fu Jian froze, his fingertips quivering. He immediately tried to pull back. But just then, his wrist was weakly gripped by another hand. Unable to lift his gaze, breathing shallowly, Wen Yanyu carefully clutched Fu Jian's wrist and pressed his own freezing palm against his cheek. So cold. No trace of a living person's warmth. Memories surged violently upward. With the medicine taking effect, that intense emotional wave became muffled, veiled by a thin layer of gauze, but merely veiled. The overwhelming tide kept crashing against the fragile barrier. When Yanyu gasped in pain, each breath stretching the taut string within his body to its limit. Relentless, lingering agony raged on. Tears rolled down one by one, soaking the frigid skin. The dim surroundings and the cocooning warmth brought an immense sense of safety. His language system was shattered into chaos, yet he still yearned to speak, to instinctively seek the closest person and confide. When Yanyu muttered disjointedly about what had happened in that world. It was supposed to be a story without him, he shouldn't have died. He was a good person. He should have lived. I'm the cannon fodder. I did something wrong. Dying is what I deserve. I should die. But he was innocent. If I hadn't fed him that bowl of fruit, he would have survived. He could have lived. Exhausted beyond measure, he didn't even have the strength to cry audibly. Even his tears came in waves, flowing for a while, then pausing. Fu Jian lowered his eyes, his cold gray irises like lifeless crystal orbs, devoid of emotion. Only the reflection of a figure within them softened the emptiness just slightly. He raised his hand, gently brushing the loose strands from Wen Yanyu's forehead behind his ear, slowly wiping away the wet trails. The warmth of living skin left a lingering sensation against his fingers. You didn't do anything wrong. It wasn't your fault. Even without that bowl of fruit, he would have left. Fu Jian whispered comfort. When Yanyu's voice trembled, he no longer knew what he was saying, only instinctively sobbing, I killed him. After a long silence. Finally unable to bear it anymore, out of options. Fu Jian leaned forward slightly, pressing through the layers of clothing, guiding Wen Yanyu to look at him. His vision was blurred by tears. He couldn't see clearly. Only the familiar scent spread through his nose, a bitter, deep incense. To ensure the disoriented man could understand, could hear every word clearly, Fu Jian said just 4 words. I'm still alive. In the dim light, Fu Jian's features were indistinct, but that voice, and the coldness, grew increasingly familiar. Brother has always known, you're a good child. If you hadn't been forced, you'd never have done those things. Brother knows you've endured so much suffering, been hurt for so long, that you wanted to give up. But promise me, no matter what happens in the future, don't ever let go. Keep living. Live, for both of us. Live long, live to old age. As the sentence ended, Fu Jian lowered his head. That character had already died in the plot. I took over his body. The one who stayed with you in the mountains, it was me. Until the very end, it was always me. Yan. I'm still alive. You did nothing wrong. The moment the words fell, Wen Yanyu remained stunned for a long while. His eyes reddened instantly, and the tears that previously lacked the strength to fall now spilled over uncontrollably. Chapter 126 Unloved brother, your wife is really gone. The night was as dark as ink, flames leaping joyfully among the firewood, casting a warm glow over the surrounding trees. Wen Yanyu held a bowl of soup, wrapped entirely in an oversized men's padded jacket, loose and thick. Beneath him was a small, makeshift wooden stool. After taking the medicine, his senses felt separated from the world by a thin membrane. Though he couldn't feel much negativity, the drug-induced dissociation, along with a strange nausea and dizziness, was enough to leave anyone reeling. Wen Yanyu kept his head lowered, eyelids growing heavier. His bones ached, his body weak. He lacked the strength to speak, and his hands trembled violently. The nighttime temperature was simply too low. Cold gusts swept through repeatedly. He raised a hand to rub his still ringing ears, nose red from the cold, legs drawn up to his chest as he instinctively curled into a ball. His already slender frame appeared even frilier inside the bulky jacket. Minor flu caused by drastic temperature changes in the forest and emotional fluctuations had left Wen Yanyu exuding an unmistakable air of illness from within. His grip on the soup bowl looked like it was either scalded or just too weak, shaking non-stop, forcing him to pause several times just to steady himself before continuing his meal. This slightly odd yet pitiful appearance drew repeated glances from those nearby, who quickly averted their eyes whenever Wen Yanyu looked up. Wen Yanyu paused, eyes lowering slightly, then silently continued sipping his soup. Whimpering, my baby, why is everyone bullying my baby? Why won't you pay attention to my baby? This is so unfair. My baby. Mom Fan's heart hurts. They're not bullying him, I think everyone might just not know how to talk to Wen Yanyu right now. He's visibly off. Yanyu's wearing such a warm-looking coat, now he looks like a white fluffy rabbit ball. Big thumbs up to dog brother. Is it really that cold? Wen Yanyu's hands are shaking so badly he can barely hold the bowl. And why does he keep rubbing his ears? Fu Jian approached from behind, carrying freshly ladled fish meat, and naturally sat beside Wen Yanyu, effortlessly taking the soup bowl from his hands. It's cold. Put your hands in your pockets, Fu Jian instructed. Wen Yanyu didn't reply, obediently sliding his palms into the overly long sleeves and tucking them against his knees. Fu Jian bent down, gently blowing on the food, then fed the deboned fish to Wen Yanyu's lips. Wen Yanyu opened his mouth and ate. Good? Fu Jian asked. Wen Yanyu softly exhaled a breathy sound, then leaned forward slightly to sip some fish broth himself. Understanding that meant it was delicious, Fu Jian's lips curled into a faint smile as he continued his mission, feeding the bunny, fattening the bunny. One fed. The other ate. Neither found anything strange about it. Despite being more than 5 meters away after Team Division, Jiang Wanru, who had excellent vision, stared silently. Who the hell is this again? What are they doing? Viewers witnessing the scene. Wait, seriously trying to steal the wife already? At Fu Hanchuan. Oh no, unloved brother. I was only joking earlier about losing your wife, but now she really seems gone. They've only been together for a few days, right? How come they're acting like they've known each other for centuries? Such weird chemistry. Bro friend, hear me out, I'm actually rooting for you and Bunny baby. Unloved brother, currently watching the live stream, seems to have lost all strength and willpower. How can he even need someone to feed him while eating? What'll happen when there's a challenge later? Sang Huiran glanced at the pair from the corner of his eye, his expression unchanged, but disdain deepening in his gaze. Lu Mingxiu looked back and said, his hands are shaking badly. It's cold in the mountains, probably came down with a cold and lacks strength. Sang Huiran frowned, chuckling, he looked frail even last episode. If his health's bad, why come film a variety show? Isn't he already living with that Fu guy? Before he could finish, Jiang Wanru cut in, this is an entertainment lifestyle show. We're here to have fun, not to compete seriously. She said nothing more to smooth things over. Jiang Wanru resumed eating her soup. Sang Huiran choked on her words. Wanting to respond, he hesitated due to the other's presence. He forced a laugh. Just a joke. Why react so strongly? Jiang Wanru smiled back. You misunderstood. I was just hungry, focused on eating. Didn't want to talk much, or listen. Her smile curved at the corners, but her eyes held no trace of warmth. Sang Huiran's expression instantly turned sour. Does Sang Huiran have issues with Wen? If I'm not mistaken, that's clearly targeted behavior, right? I think you're overthinking. Dad Sang is just straightforward, he says what he thinks. And Wen Yanyu is kinda, letting someone feed him during dinner? I don't get it. He's being overly sensitive. He was clearly at fault this morning, yet acted so hurt he wouldn't come out. Now this at night too, I'd say something if I were saying Dad. Wait, seriously, is no one noticing that Wen's hands are trembling so badly he's about to drop the bowl? How's he supposed to eat by himself? Wen didn't even ask anyone to feed him, it's Fu who volunteered, and Fu hasn't said a word. The live stream erupted once more, viewers clashing in an instant uproar. Sang Yu quietly sipped her chicken soup. The production team, aware the food was nearly flavorless without seasonings, had distributed small portions of salt to each group. Though there was no oil or sautéing, after boiling the ingredients multiple times and incorporating peculiar fruits Fu Jian had foraged from the mountains, the meal somehow ended up not unpleasant. Especially for them, accustomed to strictly controlled diets low in oil and salt, it wasn't bad at all. Since the incident that morning, when Yanyu had stayed in the cabin sleeping and hadn't come out. The puzzle tasks assigned by the production team were swiftly solved by Fu Jian alone. After Fu Jian caught over a dozen fish and 7 wild pheasants in a single afternoon, and then mysteriously shared half with Jiang Wanru's group, this originally slightly challenging week-long survival challenge had essentially turned into a leisurely outing. Unless the production team introduced further complications later, with the pleasant scenery and fresh air, they might as well treat it like a simple picnic getaway. Finally finishing the food in his bowl felt like completing some arduous mission. Exhausted, Wen Yanyu let his eyelids droop. He placed the plush puppy he brought onto his knees, lowered his head, and began to wilt. Fu Jian sat beside him, silently keeping watch. At that moment, Duan Mufeng finished eating. Disregarding appearances and uncaring about dirtying his clothes, he lifted his rear, grabbed the plush rabbit, and plunked himself down on the grass directly in front of Wen Yanyu. Chapter 127, Jealous Puppy, Stolen Kiss from the Bunny. Bunny Daddy, what's wrong with you? Why are you so limp and lifeless? Hearing the strange voice, Wen Yanyu lifted his head from his knees and pressed forehead to forehead with the plush bunny. Daddy, who's this little dog on your lap? Why aren't you holding me? Don't you love Bunny anymore? The plush bunny wobbled its head with each word, swaying back and forth in perfect sync with its pitiful tone, adorable to the point of being unbearable. Bunny urgently needs a kiss right now. If you don't kiss me, I'll go smash my head into the wall. Kiss me. Duan Mufeng squeaked in a high-pitched voice, shamelessly resorting to every trick of cuteness and whining. Chu Xingbai, who had been quietly sipping soup nearby, couldn't hold back his laughter. He snorted, and immediately choked as chicken broth shot down the wrong pipe. Coughing violently, he nearly destroyed his own throat before finally catching his breath. Chu Xingbai. Duan Mufeng. Ha. Serves you right. Wen Yanyu twitched his lips slightly and gently raised a finger to pinch the plush bunny's paw. There. A kiss. His fingertip brushed the paw and pulled away instantly. The bunny froze. Then its limbs began flailing wildly, it was having a meltdown, furious. That doesn't count. That doesn't count at all. A kiss means a mouth kiss. In Duan Mufeng's hands, the plush bunny twisted itself into increasingly bizarre poses, yet somehow none of it looked odd. Its sheer cuteness made everything seem natural, even strangely charming. Bunny doesn't want finger kisses. Bunny wants a mouth kiss. With one last shake of its head, the bunny decided to launch a full assault against the wicked big bunny daddy. Wen Yanyu slowly sat up as the plush bunny lightly bonked his head. Catching the escaping toy mid-leap, he swiftly leaned in and planted a loud, exaggerated bite kiss on it. Then handed the bunny right back to Duan Mufeng. Now that he'd finally responded, Duan Mufeng smiled softly and lifted the bunny triumphantly. Yay! Bunny got kissed. Life is complete. The bunny practically levitated in place. The 2 men and 1 bunny were thoroughly enjoying their playful dynamic. Chu Xingbai glanced up, then down, hesitating briefly before giving in to curiosity and joining in. Want some chicken? The bunny froze, turned its head, and scoffed dramatically. Pfft. Bunny doesn't want anything from your bowl. Bunny only eats meat fed by Big Bunny Daddy. The trio, and 1 bunny, fell into an oddly harmonious rhythm, chatting loosely around the stuffed animal at the center of it all. Woke up too fast, bunnies are talking now. Guess I should go to bed. Oh no, how to get corrupted by Duan Radish. Plush bunnies don't talk, and they definitely don't eat meat. How are you even participating? These 3 are too cute lol. Like 3 bunny daddies having tea time with their baby bunny. I'm dying laughing. As someone who still talks to mirrors, no judgment here. Been an adult worker for years, but I still play pretend family with my big bro using plush toys. I can't unsee it, the mental image of 2 bunnies, a smirking radish, a curious white cat, and silently watching puppy playing house. Puppy bro, thanks for remembering me, much appreciated. Watching the trio quickly bonding over a single plush bunny. Fu Jian couldn't help but smile too, but beneath that smile lay unmistakable melancholy. He knew exactly what this sour ache inside him was. As distant thunder rumbled through the mountains, signaling possible rain, the production crew rolled out waterproof tarps over the shelter. With the outdoors unsafe for long, everyone retreated to their rooms to sleep. Alone in the cold wind, Fu Jian took a moment to steady himself. He ruffled his hair and stepped inside. The room was dimly lit, unnaturally quiet. Yet a teenager's hushed voice stood out sharply against the silence. It's not that cold. It'll be over in a few days. Wen Yanyu was curled under the blankets, phone in one hand, plush puppy cradled in the other, his voice noticeably brighter. I've been taking my medicine on time. It's okay. Not serious anymore. Don't forget to feed the rabbit at home. If I come back and find it's lost weight, I'll... What will you do? A low chuckle sounded from the other end. Wen Yanyu cleared his slightly hoarse throat. Not sleep with you again. I'll go feed the rabbit right now. Wen Yanyu's eyes softened as he whispered back, you rest early. Don't worry about me. I'm actually quite happy here. When the show ends, I'll introduce you to someone. Something was said on the other end. Wen Yanyu replied softly, I love you too. Good night. The call ended. Wen Yanyu turned, only to lock eyes directly with Fu Jian, who knows how long he'd been standing there. Wen Yanyu stiffened slightly. But Fu Jian's expression remained calm, betraying nothing. He looked as if he'd just entered, and calmly extended a fresh hot water bottle. Wen Yanyu accepted it, scooted inward, and curled sideways, making more space for Fu Jian. Seeing that Fu Jian had no intention of speaking to him, and having just taken his medicine with little energy left for conversation, Wen Yanyu simply murmured, good night, before closing his eyes to rest. Fu Jian lowered his gaze, staring at the wide, vacant space Wen Yanyu had left beside him on the bed. He remained silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he removed his coat and lay down. The light went out. Good night, Fu Jian replied softly. Outside, rain continued to fall, its constant dripping creating a crisp, rhythmic sound. On the bed, the sleeping figure frowned tightly, seemingly caught in a nightmare, letting out faint murmurs one after another. Soft, indistinct. Unintelligible. Fu Jian slowly opened his eyes and silently stared at the boy beside him, clearly deep in slumber. After a long pause, he extended his arms and carefully pulled Wen Yanyu into his embrace. The coolness of his body eased the discomfort caused by the feverish heat. Wen Yanyu instinctively nestled deeper into the warmth with a quiet sigh of contentment. Outside, the rain still tapped against the window, while the night wind swept through, rustling the trees in soft, continuous waves. Fu Hanchuan. Finally, the delirious whisper became clear. Like the final straw breaking the camel's back, an overwhelming surge of bitterness and hurt welled up from deep within. Fu Jian's eyes darkened, unreadable emotion burning in their depths, as if on the verge of losing control. Under the influence of the medicine, sleep was finally beginning to take hold, a rare descent into true rest. Wen Yanyu buried his face against the man's chest, breathing growing increasingly steady, until, in the next instant, his chin was suddenly seized and lifted. Fu Jian dipped his head and crashed their lips together in a fierce, almost punishing kiss, pouring all his suppressed ache and reluctance into it. Intense anxiety twisted into possessiveness so heavy it felt as though he wanted to merge the boy into his very bones. He tightened his arms, pulling Wen Yanyu closer and closer. Wen Yanyu whimpered weakly in discomfort. His body didn't resist, out of habit, but his fingers clutched helplessly at the fabric over the man's chest, hurt and confused. Physiological tears, brought on by breathlessness, slipped down his cheeks. Fu Jian froze, immediately releasing the grip he had on the other. He sat there, stunned, unsure what to do. Slowly, Wen Yanyu fluttered his eyelids open. His beautiful, almond-shaped eyes glistened with a hazy film of moisture as he looked up, dazed and puzzled, as if wondering what had happened. Fu Jian stopped breathing. For just a few seconds. Too tired. He mistook it all for a dream. Just as if nothing had occurred, Wen Yanyu snuggled softly back into the man's chest and closed his eyes again. His breathing soon grew steady once more. Fu Jian kept his gaze down, his cold fingertips gently brushing away the lingering tears at the corner of the boy's eyes. A helpless sigh dissipated into the darkness. The sun rose, gradually dispersing the chill left behind by the rainy night. Chapter 128, The Rabbit's Severe Illness. A cold wind swept through, the air thick with the scent of soil and vegetation. After 2 consecutive rainy nights, the temperature in the forest had dropped sharply. Wen Yanyu sat beside a low stool next to the campfire. Firelight shimmered in his eyes, turning them hazy and moist, the corners red and damp. Uncontrollable coughing followed one after another. No sooner had he caught his breath from one cough than another came rushing in. His body, already suffering from a slight cold, had caught a chill during the night. By morning, fever had set in, and his trachea seemed inflamed as well, his cough hadn't stopped since waking. Fu Jian brought over a cup of hot water. Wen Yanyu took it and swallowed a mouthful. Warm water could soothe coughs, temporarily. But only for a few seconds in the throat. One couldn't realistically hold a cup of water non-stop for 24 hours, so aside from when the cough became unbearable and left his throat dry and aching, Wen Yanyu didn't drink much more. Each breath now felt like feathers had slipped into his throat, ticklish and agonizing, triggering an urge to cough. Once he coughed, the itch intensified, spreading even to the inside of his ears. He nearly wanted to dig his fingers in just to scratch it. To relieve the itching, he had to cough harder, but doing so strained his lungs and sent sharp pains radiating into his lower abdomen, leaving it sore and swollen. A vicious cycle, seemingly endless. It drained him so completely that he couldn't muster the energy to speak. Wen Yanyu trembled his eyelashes slightly. His lips had long lost their color from repeated coughing. Strands of white bangs clung wetly to his cheeks, dampened by cold sweat and mist. The stark white contrasted against the unnatural flush on his face, heightening the visible frailty and sickness. After taking a couple more sips of hot water, Wen Yanyu set the cup down and pressed his burning forehead against the puppy curled in his arms. On the stool, he instinctively curled into a tight ball. It was both a resting posture, and a protective one. Fu Jian watched, concern heavy in his heart. His gaze drifted from the pear soup still simmering before him to Jiang Wanru, who was busy refilling the hot water bottle, then to Lu Mingxiu, who chatted idly with Wen Yanyu. Deep anxiety and unease rapidly spread through his chest. He couldn't count how many times since making his decision this same fear had resurfaced, gnawing at him relentlessly. He knew that once the timeline returned to normal, Wen Yanyu's family would remember again and come back. Jiang Wanru, Qin Qingji, and that young girl, whose whereabouts remained unknown but would inevitably return to her homeland, bound by blood and unbreakable ties. Yanyu would regain happiness. Yet still, he feared. Still, he worried. Lowering his eyes, Fu Jian concealed the turbulent gloom beneath his lashes. He was someone with intense control, a need bordering on pathological. In his mind, every situation was imagined at its worst possible outcome. That's why he despised uncertainty. Despised losing control. He couldn't bear the thought of, one day. Some unknown day. The person he loved so deeply. Suffering. In pain. Even just a little. It cut his heart like knives. Staring blankly at the coughing figure for a long while, Fu Jian let out a soft sigh and turned his attention back to the simmering pear soup. He stirred gently, a wisp of blue mist drifting from his wrist into the broth. Perhaps due to exhaustion from illness, or perhaps because the usual group divisions had blurred, someone noticed his silence and came to talk to him. When Yanyu responded with a few half-hearted words. Seeing his lack of energy, the other person stopped and went back to their own affairs. And so when Yanyu sat alone on the low stool, absent-mindedly staring at the plush puppy in his lap. Now and then, a faint smile would lift the corners of his mouth as if two parts of himself were talking, one whispering to the other. In truth, it was nothing more than self-talk. Only to be interrupted again by fits of coughing, relentless, irritating, helpless. Finally, weary of the sound, when Yanyu fell silent, burying his face in the fur of the puppy. There was no loud complaint, no dramatic gesture, no whining about how much it hurt. Just moments of listless staring, then the practiced motions of comforting himself. Maybe the person experiencing it didn't notice anything unusual. But from a third-party perspective? It made the heart tighten, a dull ache spreading through the chest. Oh sister mom's bunny Wa, who gets it? Watching the bunny sitting there alone, hugging a stuffed toy. I know he's an adult, but I can't help picturing such a pitiful little child. I get it. Even though I don't particularly ship Wen Yanyu's looks or stan him, when you think about his backstory, seeing him sick and all alone, playing with a dog, man, my heart hurts. Ha. At least now we can see it. Every single time the rabbit got sick over the past decade, he endured it all exactly like this, alone. Ha. Ha. Fuck. I'd sell the neighboring province to take the bunny home and raise him myself. The entire world should treat my rabbit right. Rabbit sect. Wa, I don't want to be morally demanding Wa, but Auntie Jiang Wa. Can you please become Rabbit's mom? Wa. My bunny really needs a mother. Don't want the atmosphere to die, but no matter how good someone else is, they're not the original mom. It's different, sigh. Jiang Wanru sat down beside him and gently brushed away the damp strands of hair clinging to his forehead, sweeping them back. Before her eyes flashed the pure roots of his hair, no trace of gray. Jiang Wanru's breath caught slightly, her gaze turning murky. Meeting the boy's puzzled look, she forced a smile again, tenderly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. She only asked, still feeling unwell. When Yanyu tilted his head toward her and softly shook it, the faint redness at the corners of his eyes still lingering. Not unwell. He said it with a smile, but his hoarse voice came out nearly as breathy whisper, so soft, so light. So light that. In the haze, one could almost hear a sobbing quiver that should never have been there. When Yanyu didn't say more. He just looked at her. Quietly looked at her. As if looking at her, yet also through her, at someone else. At a dream that had never existed. Those peach-shaped eyes, glistening now from coughing, seemed full of unshed tears, and those expressive irises, seen through a thin veil of moisture, appeared to be hurt. Yes. Hurt. No matter how grown someone was, they always felt this way. No matter how strong they usually were, no matter how carefree or sunny their personality, once illness struck, an inexplicable sense of grievance always rose in the heart. Normally, 50 units of love might feel completely sufficient, but when sick, the demand increases. One feels wronged and craves more affection, more attention, more care. It's human instinct. An instinct that arises in everyone. No matter how resilient they may seem. The primal instinct. Like the final word cried out in moments of suffering. Mom. Jiang Wanru froze, her thoughts suddenly drifting far away. She remembered, after Shenhuai's parents died in the line of duty, during the first 2 years after they brought him home, every night, every single night, she could hear crying through the door. Wen Yanyu was a strong child, that much she'd known for a long time. And precisely because of that, she ached for him even more. But then she realized something else. Shenhuai, who had lost his parents only on the verge of adulthood, had still taken years under her and her partner's companionship to gradually move past his grief and slowly return to normal life. Compared to Wen Yanyu, who had lost his parents at such a young age, perhaps before his worldview was even properly formed, left helpless and alone, enduring trials she couldn't begin to imagine. What must he have been thinking? For a moment, Jiang Wanru's expression went blank, her fingers unconsciously trembling. A sharp pain welled up in her chest, spreading slowly into her limbs like cold fire burning beneath the skin. Perhaps it was maternal instinct overflowing. Or perhaps some indescribable reason. Jiang Wanru shifted her gaze aside, rubbing her stinging eyes. An unspeakable emotion rose from deep within her chest, a suffocating tightness blocking her throat. Seeing how badly Wen Yanyu was coughing, the production team didn't actually want to push too hard. They weren't aiming to make anyone seriously ill, especially since they couldn't afford to offend the powerful figure behind him. That night, they sent over cough syrup in pairs. They asked if Wen Yanyu wanted to return to the city first, saying he could rejoin the show later after everyone finished the wilderness survival segment. Having lived through countless cycles, having endured every kind of illness, Wen Yanyu barely paid mind to a slight fever and cough. He thanked the crew for the medicine. Then curled back beside Rabbit Mom and the plush puppy she'd given him. Sitting by the fire, he sipped the special pear soup Rabbit Mom fed him. The warm glow of the flames painted color onto his previously pale face. Ah, baby, such a cute baby, obediently snuggled by Rabbit Mom taking medicine. My heart is melting, Sister Mom. Damn you, production team. It's all your fault. You made my bunny get sick. Pay with your lives. LMAO, Jiang Mom doesn't care about team divisions anymore, just planted herself firmly in Wen Yanyu's group to take care of him. My feelings toward Wen Yanyu are so complicated now. Before, I wanted to marry him. Now, I want to give birth to him. Dying laughing, ha ha ha. Same. Normally it's not that obvious, I just genuinely like him. But once the rabbit gets sick, seeing him all weak and still smiling pitifully at the camera, my heart melts halfway instantly. Isn't the country encouraging childbirth? Then I'm giving birth to this one. 2 days of continuous heavy rain meant there was little to film besides seeking shelter and eating after the downpour stopped. With ratings beginning to dip, the production team decided to spice things up. They arranged for everyone to take turns sharing funny personal stories or amusing tales they'd heard or read somewhere. Chapter 129, The Matter of Cat Abuse. Jiang Wanru took the lead, sharing her baby-raising diary and amusing anecdotes from Lu Mingxiu's film set. Chu Xingbai fumbled for a while, unable to come up with anything, so he settled on telling 2 embarrassing school stories instead. Duan Mufeng spoke about his viral live stream, The Month I Was Homeless Abroad, while Sang Yu shared various little stories about cats and cat colonies she had filmed. The adopter said they couldn't arrive until a week later. Xiaoya was so tiny, we were really worried something might happen to her, so we brought her into the dorm to keep her safe. I still remember when the dorm supervisor came for inspection, Xiaoya let out a meow from under my blanket. We nearly got caught, so my roommates and I started imitating cat sounds like crazy. The supervisor thought we were just stressed from studying and actually comforted us for ages. Immersed in this rare moment of light-hearted memory, Sang Yu laughed with genuine delight. Xiaoya was so small back then, smaller than 2 of my palms. My friends and I handed her over to the adopter. It's been more than 5 years now. Xiaoya. Boom, turned into a giant meow, Sang Yu said, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she gestured with her hands to show just how big the cat had become. Her voice grew lighter and brighter with each word, radiating joy that naturally infected everyone around her. Wen Yanyu sat close to Sang Yu, staring intently as he leaned in repeatedly to peek at the fluffy creatures on her phone. So cute. Sang Yu really loves fluffy animals, her album is full of them. Rabbit Boy's eyes are literally sparkling, haha, the 2 cuties together. Since Lu Mingxiu doesn't like cats, why doesn't Sang Yu just raise a kitty with Rabbit Boy? Looks like he'd be totally on board. Big Mr. Unloving probably wouldn't approve though. No joke, this is the first time I've seen Sang Yu truly happy since the show started. Her dad yapping the past few days made me physically uncomfortable. Timidly hitting like. Sang Yu tilted her screen toward him, scrolling through old videos and narrating as she went. Because Dad was super strict, he never allowed any furry creature in the house. So I secretly kept this cat on the bedroom balcony and filmed it without anyone knowing. When Yanyu held his bowl of pear pieces, taking bites between glances at the tiny kitten on the phone. Even his persistent cough eased somewhat as he became absorbed in watching the cat and listening to the story. Sang Yu scrolled to the next kitten video. Duan Mufeng, leaning beside Wen Yanyu, narrowed his eyes and pointed at the screen. What's wrong with its leg? On the screen, a clean calico cat nestled on a dirty cushion. Clearly well cared for, the cat's fur gleamed and its eyes sparkled toward the camera. But upon closer look, it was obvious the kitten's hind legs had atrophied, dangling limply on the soft pad. Sang Yu glanced at the screen, paused briefly, then blurted without thinking, "They found out I'd been keeping it hidden on the balcony, so my brother threw it off the building." Silence fell. Everyone around stared in shock. When Yenyu's hand trembled, the soup bowl nearly slipped from his grip. Fu Jian reacted quickly, covering his hand to steady the still-warm porcelain bowl. The live-stream audience, previously buzzing with gossip, suddenly flooded with question marks. Wait, what? Threw the cat off the building? Isn't that abuse? Sang Yu's brother? For real? I remember her brother being such a gentle kid, no way. Did Sang Yu misspeak? Haha, maybe because Sang Dad usually favors the younger brother, Sang Yu got jealous and exaggerated. There's no way that actually happened. Doesn't seem made up, she answered instinctively, like automatic reflex. Only then did she realize what she'd said. Sang Yu's pupils widened. She smacked her own mouth hard. She hurried to explain. At that moment, Sang Huiran, who had just gone to change clothes, stepped out of the room and happened to hear Sang Yu's words, threw it off the building. Sang Huiran froze mid-step, then strode quickly toward Sang Yu and snatched the phone from her hand. Startled, Sang Yu didn't dare resist. She obediently handed it over. The others exchanged uneasy glances, saying nothing. After reviewing the video, Sang Huiran looked around at the cameras, then at the frightened Sang Yu. He forced a smile and said, "Yanzu is allergic to cat hair. He was bitten by a cat as a child and has been afraid of them ever since. That time, the cat accidentally bumped somewhere." With that, he handed the phone back to Sang Yu, adding with mild disapproval, "You know we don't allow things like this. You're aware your brother is allergic to cat hair, why keep bringing stray cats home? We're only looking out for your brother." Chapter 130 Nightmare. You forgot how you insisted on provoking the cat in the yard when you were little, and it bit you? If your mother hadn't been right there, that cat could have attacked your younger brother too. Sang Yu's eyes flickered, unable to resist pushing back. That cat was perfectly gentle. It was Shao Ancestor who hit it with a stick and grabbed its tail. The poor thing couldn't escape. I only tried to get Shao Ancestor to let go, that's when the kitten accidentally bit me. You're the one who said cats could be kept in the yard. That's why I allowed it. Sang Yanzu clearly isn't allergic to cat hair, he just didn't want me keeping a cat. Sang Huiran furrowed his brow and remained silent, simply staring at her. His dark eyes radiated oppressive force. Sang Yu glanced up fearfully. The moment her gaze met his, her courage crumbled, and her voice grew weaker. Every time he does something wrong, you all side with him. I even used my earnings to buy him a new house. I just wanted a room. I just wanted to keep a cat. He was the one in the wrong, I. Her voice trailed off, becoming nearly inaudible. Eventually, she lost all will to explain and simply clamped her mouth shut. Sang Huiran adjusted his glasses, expression unchanged. He raised an eyebrow slightly, laced with reproach. Have your mother and I ever stopped you from doing anything you wanted? Have we ever interfered with any of your decisions? You wanted your own room, we agreed. In middle school, your mother and I were both busy and couldn't take care of you, so we let you live in the dorms. After 1 year, you said you wanted to commute instead, and we agreed. Later, your grades weren't as good as your brother's, but when you said you wanted to act, we agreed to that too. His teacherly habits hadn't changed. He spoke slowly and deliberately, each sentence measured and rhythmic, like a sharp blade piercing straight into another's heart. When have your mother and I ever failed to satisfy you? What exactly are you dissatisfied about? Sang Huiran asked coldly. It's not that we won't let you keep a cat. But those stray cats outside could carry any number of diseases. Children have weak immune systems. If he gets scratched or bitten, he'll need multiple painful injections. How do you expect your younger brother to handle that? Sang Huiran's brow knotted tightly, his tone dripping with pressure. In just a few sentences, he completely shifted the blame onto Sang Yu, giving her no room to defend herself. I know your mother and I tend to pay more attention to your younger brother, but that's because he's still young and hasn't fully matured. Of course, we worry about him more. That doesn't mean your mother and I don't love you or care about you. Last season's show, I couldn't accompany you simply because Yanzu really needed me there. You two are siblings, bound by blood and family ties. How have your mother and I raised you, to constantly bicker and resent your own brother over every trivial matter? Who exactly told me Sang Huiran was gentle? He's definitely not gentle. I'm uncomfortable just watching through the screen. I finally understand why Sang Yu always seems so twisted. Living with a father like this, how could anyone's personality not become messed up? Some people in the comments are exaggerating. This is just normal parenting, right? It really is Sang Yu's fault. Dad didn't even yell at her, he just explained things logically. No. This isn't reasoning at all. Isn't this classic emotional manipulation, PUA? What did Sang Yu even do wrong? I don't get it. Damn, the kind of passive-aggressive "I'm deeply disappointed in you" vibe without even swearing, it's so familiar. I feel like my PTSD is kicking in. So much toxic paternalism. Sang Yu lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. I'm sorry. Her voice was soft, tinged with sobs. Seeing his daughter bow her head and apologize, Sang Huiran's anger slightly subsided. His expression softened a fraction. As long as you understand. Think about consequences before acting. You're grown now, you can't be childish and impulsive anymore. Such obvious distress wasn't lost on those present. The atmosphere suddenly turned silent. Sang Huiran had already taken a seat across the way, continuing to deliver his lectures. Sang Yu's head sank lower and lower. Jiang Wanru frowned. As someone from the same team, having spent more time with them recently, she usually wouldn't involve herself in others' family affairs. Yet driven by the same sense of justice she shared with her partner, she couldn't bear to see the girl continually bullied. Just as the woman was about to speak up, a massive sneeze from Wen Yanyu shattered the silence. Everyone turned to look. Wen Yanyu rubbed her red nose tip and sheepishly looked up at the group. I'm starving. Are you guys hungry too? Caught off guard, Sang Huiran wore an irritated look. Yeah, let's eat. Let's eat. I'm hungry too. It's time to cook. Looks like we only have one chicken left. Should go out and get some more food now. The tense atmosphere was broken by their cries of hunger, and the group quickly stood up, assigning tasks among themselves. Wen Yanyu didn't look at the man. She took a sip of the lukewarm pear soup and immediately pulled Sang Yu, who was still lost in sadness, far away from Sang Huiran's line of sight. LOL, everyone solely ended the topic. Damn it. But I still haven't heard Rabbit and Dog talk about their own stories. Why did they have to interrupt Aya? Seriously, is no one digging into the Sang family drama? They don't seem as harmonious as they appear on the surface. I felt something was off when watching their variety show before, they clearly favor that younger brother. All I can say is, thank God this is a live variety show with no editing. The pre-recorded ones only showed the good sides of this guy. I'll never understand how such a blatantly patriarchal, biased father got edited into a great dad. This minor incident had just ended. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Blackout curtains blocked out every ray of light from outside, sealing the room in complete darkness, no glimmer, suffocatingly oppressive. A thick, nauseating stench of blood spread violently through his consciousness, nearly becoming tangible enough to affect his real body. Fu Hanchuan's brow tightened, beads of cold sweat continuously sliding down his temples. His eyelids remained shut, but beneath them his eyes darted wildly, he was deep in a nightmare. The plush little rabbit he'd been holding close in his arms was now crushed against him, deformed by the grip of the man trapped in nightmares. First-person perspective. A blank, white expanse. He seemed to be lying in snow and ice. Apart from the sky's faint coloration against the white, nothing else was visible. A figure collapsed beside him. His vision within the dream was blurry, nothing clear except large patches of color and static noise. Then, for a fleeting moment, clarity returned. A face half covered in blood appeared in his view. The dream blurred his perception, he couldn't make out who it was. But one thing stood out sharply, a pair of gray eyes, gradually losing all life. Fu Hanchuan's pupils contracted sharply. He didn't have time to scream. The scene jumped again. Heavy static flooded his mind alongside fragmented images flashing rapidly, one frame after another, looping endlessly, replaying a single person's death. The only common thread? Yen. Fu Hanchuan jolted awake from the nightmare, gasping for breath, drenched in clammy sweat that clung tightly to his back, as if he'd just clawed his way up from underwater. Thump, 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 the sound of his heart pounding with fear rang loud in the silent darkness. He shot upright, panic still lingering in his eyes, his mind still trapped in the terror of the dream. Instinctively, he searched for a familiar presence. For a long while. Until he saw the plush rabbit in his arms, squeezed so tightly its shape had warped. Fu Hanchuan froze, a brief flash of confusion crossing his face. It was a dream. Just a dream. The thought flickered through his mind. Relief and dread surged together. Still not recovered from the nightmare, Fu Hanchuan reached out trembling fingers and fumbled for the small nightlight on the bedside table. The dim bedroom brightened, warm yellow light spilling across the room. Only his heartbeat remained violently rapid. He instinctively grabbed his phone, pulled up the pinned contact, and hovered his finger over the call button. The screen read 4:06 a.m. He's still asleep. Fu Hanchuan's gaze dropped slightly, reaching for the little rabbit beside him. But his hand shook badly, again and again, he failed to grasp it. Finally seizing the rabbit by its ear, Fu Hanchuan dragged it into his chest. His sweaty palms dampened the toy's fur, but he didn't care, pressing the plush rabbit tightly against his heart. No sooner had he closed his eyes. The gray, lifeless eyes from the dream flashed repeatedly in his mind. Fear, cold and bloody, surged back. Sweat poured from his palms without stopping, soaking the rabbit's fur. He hugged it even tighter. Like a final lifeline. Half conscious, he was once again dragged into the depths of the nightmare. This time. It was dusk. He opened his eyes again. His physical sensations felt muffled, as if covered by a layer of membrane. He couldn't feel his own emotions, as though he were an observer forced into someone else's story, coldly watching everything unfold. The perspective was low, like some crawling creature. Fu Hanchuan glanced down at his lower limbs, pure white fur, resembling some kind of canine. In the dream, he was moving through a desolate mountain. Unlike previous immersive dreams, this time his consciousness was exceptionally clear. Yet one thing remained unchanged, he still couldn't control this body. Only minimal shifts in perspective were possible. Fu Hanchuan struggled to see his surroundings when suddenly a searing, excruciating pain shot through his neck. Bones creaked unnaturally beneath skin and flesh. His vision blurred. The body's owner continued running, sprinting towards something unknown, only that it was a mountain forest could be vaguely discerned. The footsteps halted at the cave's entrance. His gaze fell into the dim interior of the cave. Amidst blood and dry branches, a teenage boy lay there with disheveled black hair scattered wildly around him. Strands clung to his blood-smeared cheeks. His scarlet wedding gown blended with the crimson gushing from his neck. He lay motionless, nearly indistinguishable from the dead when seen from outside. Like the opening scene of a horror film. The emotions that had been muffled behind a membrane surged back, fear arose from nowhere. Fu Hanchuan's heartbeat quickened. He already knew what he would see. His consciousness desperately resisted advancing further, yet his body stepped into the cave. Lay down beside the lifeless youth. Lay down beside his lover. Lay down beside that corpse. Consciousness faded. Another cycle began anew. The first ray of morning sunlight gently roused him. Fu Hanchuan struggled out of bed. Phantom pain still lingered in his limbs, remnants of countless nightmares left him nearly staggering. The repeated deaths of his beloved, the cries for help, his own helplessness, each loop replayed with unbearable clarity, every detail etched too vividly in his mind. Dazed, Fu Hanchuan glanced around the room, seeking familiarity, trying to ground himself in reality, afraid it might all be another dream. He sat on the floor for a long while, regaining composure. Suddenly, an itching sensation came from his arm. Fu Hanchuan looked down, the surface of his skin rippled with layer upon layer of black cracks, silently crawling up to his fingertips before vanishing swiftly. After a brief silence, Fu Hanchuan picked up the phone, opened the top contact in his contacts list, and dialed. A soothing background ringtone played briefly. Then the call disconnected automatically. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wen Yanyu rubbed her eyes, having slept straight through until almost noon due to illness. Her head was foggy, vision blurred. She instinctively pulled out her phone, a flood of missed calls instantly popped up. Wen Yanyu jolted upright on the bed, staring at the 31 missed calls from Fu Hanchuan around 9 o'clock. She quickly tapped to return the call. The line only emitted a busy tone. Wen Yanyu shook her slightly heavy head and tried again. 3 consecutive calls, no answer. Frowning, Wen Yanyu tapped open the chat window. Delayed messages suddenly appeared. 7:35. Still have a fever. Take care of yourself. Don't eat anything cold. If you don't want to film, talk to Wan Hai Hui, he'll handle things for you. Don't worry about the penalty clause. 8:07. I love you. 8:36. The rabbit at home hasn't been eating much these past 2 days. It seems to miss you. 9:43. I want to see you. Each message had a long interval between them. The last 2 lines were simple, only 5 words each, not even a single punctuation mark. Wen Yanyu froze, then redialed immediately. Again, no one answered. After taking cold medicine last night, I got too sleepy and ended up sleeping forever. Just woke up now. Did something happen? The signal in the mountains was poor. The sending icon behind the message box spun for a moment, failed to send. Repeated attempts followed, but the message refused to go through. Wen Yanyu rubbed her head, growing increasingly irritated. Why is the signal so bad? Texts, video calls, voice calls, she kept trying relentlessly, yet the other end remained silent for a long time. Sighing, Wen Yanyu hugged the plush dog and flopped back onto the bed, rolling around several times. Assuming Fu Hanchuan might be asleep or occupied with work, she paused, deciding to try calling again later. Curling under the blanket, Wen Yanyu casually snapped a selfie and sent it to him. No need to worry. We're heading back to the city soon. I want to spend a few more days with Auntie Jiang. When you wake up, call me. Miss you too. I asked the production team, they're shortening this season. Only 20-odd days left. As soon as the show ends, I'm coming home. Love you most. Chapter 131, The Rabbit Struggle, A Joyful Family Affair. The sun slowly rose, its golden rays weaving like delicate threads through the dappled leaves, spilling onto the ground. The forest, which had endured 2 days of light rain, gradually warmed under the sunlight. The bone-chilling cold ebbed away like receding tide, no longer carrying that piercing chill from the past few days that could seep into one's marrow. When Yanyu sat on a tree stump beside the wooden cabin, tilting his head slightly upward to allow Fu Jian to comb his hair more easily. For consecutive days without a bath, coupled with constant activity in the woods, had taken their toll. Living in the forest made one prone to catching colds, and with continuous rain over the past few days, apart from basic face and hand washing, taking a proper bath or washing hair was simply impossible. Even filming had been limited to casual conversations. It wasn't just the guests, security personnel and camera operators staying nearby had also turned into grubby versions of themselves. Today, the weather was warmer, and the production team delivered shampoo and portable wireless hair dryers. "The weather's warm today, your hair will dry after just a little air drying," someone remarked. Duan Mufeng wailed from a distance, swearing he'd rather freeze to death here than leave without washing his hair. Chu Xingbai nodded in agreement and had already started boiling his third pot of water. Sang Yu, currently having her hair washed by Jiang Wanru, _. Jiang Wanru, once again experiencing motherhood vibes while helping the little girl wash her hair, hummed cheerfully as she scrubbed and rinsed. After refilling water for Jiang Wanru, Chu Xingbai naturally snatched the plush rabbit beside Duan Mufeng and turned toward the basin, ready to wash it too. Ow! Duan Mufeng's pupils shrank, letting out a horrified cry. Chu Xingbai. Let go of my Xiao Yu. My Xiao Yu can only be dry cleaned. Don't you dare ruin him. Chu Xingbai twitched at the corner of his mouth, glancing down at the plush rabbit, already polished to a glossy sheen by the three of them over these past few days. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Your rabbit's practically varnished, how do you even kiss it?" Duan Mufeng reacted instantly, snatching back the plush toy and leaping backward several steps, hugging it tightly. "What do you know? This isn't varnish. These are traces of love Xiao Yu has received from me and Yanyu. Love, understand? You wouldn't get it." His face filled with tragic indignation, eyes bulging like copper bells, Duan Mufeng aggressively patted the spot on the rabbit that Chu Xingbai had touched, as if Chu had committed sacrilege against his precious treasure. Thinking about how precarious his image had become lately, Chu Xingbai shut his eyes, rolling them hard beneath his lids. "Love? You call this filthy black mess love?" He crossed his arms, frowning playfully. "Were you marinated during that month you spent living as a homeless guy abroad?" Then he pointed at his own head. "Feel your scalp, you've got enough oil up there to fry a whole dish. You touch your greasy head then pat the rabbit, are you kissing the rabbit or rubbing grease all over it?" Hugging the rabbit tightly, Duan Mufeng kept retreating, looking utterly suspicious. "You won't lay a finger on my obedient son. This is a child personally given to me by Yanyu." Chu Xingbai froze, comprehension dawning a second later. His expression twisted instantly, his entire being morphing into a chaotic meme caught in the wind, silently cursing inside. "Are you insane? No wonder foreign air ruins people, turns perfectly sane individuals into lunatics." He stepped forward, reaching to snatch the rabbit. Fine, your son, just hand over your son. Let me have it before you completely corrupt the poor thing." "My son is perfectly fine. Once I'm back in the city, I'll take him straight to a dry cleaner. Keep your hands off him." Duan Mufeng continued resisting. "OMG haha, I'm crawling on my bed laughing, how many curses must be swirling in Chu Xingbai's mind right now. For heaven's sake, someone rescue our little Bai. I feel like our sweet Bai has turned abstract thanks to Duan Luo's influence these past few days. Who can explain that facial expression Chu Xingbai just made ha. At unloved bro, your wife gave birth to someone else's child outside, oh wait, she birthed a rabbit. Bai, wait, is he okay? I can't even picture the doomed male side character from the drama anymore. Whenever I see Chu Xingbai, I only see that meme tossed by the wind. Haha, I give up." "Yanyu," Chu Xingbai called out to Wen Yanyu, who was on the other side getting his hair combed. Wen Yanyu turned his head, puzzled. Chu Xingbai pointed at the varnished-looking rabbit in Duan Mufeng's arms and raised his voice. "Can I wash the rabbit covered in grime in Duan Mufeng's arms? It's really dirty." Due to the distance and his lingering post-illness grogginess, Wen Yanyu hadn't heard clearly. He thought they were asking about washing hair. He casually nodded. Why ask permission just to wash hair? He still mused inwardly that young people truly had robust health, not afraid of catching colds. In this environment, even if he wanted to wash his hair, he couldn't, otherwise, it wouldn't just be a simple cold. Both saw Wen Yanyu nod simultaneously. Duan Mufeng's eyes widened, he bolted. "Duan Mufeng. You stop right there." Chu Xingbai roared. "I'm washing this damn rabbit today, whether you like it or not." Lu Mingxiu subtly stretched out his leg, placing it directly in Duan Mufeng's path. Having just taken 2 steps forward, Duan Mufeng didn't notice, his foot caught, and he stumbled hard, flying through the air with the plush rabbit soaring from his arms. The little rabbit landed straight into Chu Xingbai's hands. Before Duan Mufeng could even react, the entire plush toy was already submerged in water. No. It's just an innocent bunny. Don't bully it. It can only be dry cleaned. Dry clean my foot, what's so fancy about it? I'll just blow dry it afterward. Grumbling under his breath, Chu Xingbai's movements were actually much gentler now, carefully rubbing the stains off the bunny's face, stains left from Duan Mufeng's countless kisses. Duan Mufeng, who had been shouting non-stop a moment ago, fell completely silent the instant he saw the once clear basin of warm water turn pitch black. The darkened water was poured onto the soil nearby. Jiang Wanru, who was blow-drying Sang Yu's hair not far away, cast a wary glance over in silence. Traces of love, haha, I'm dead laughing at these two clowns. Once Sang Huairen goes to sleep, this show becomes so cozy, the obedient Sang Yu getting her hair dried by Jiang Mom, Lu quietly tripping people, abstract Luobo, corrupted Xiao Bai, and the poor rabbit patiently combed by dog brother. It's like reliving last episode all over again. Don't stir up conflict. False favorite, Wen Yanyu. True favorite, plush Xiao Yu. LOL, it feels like everyone's been petting Xiao Yu constantly these days, literally worn smooth from handling. I strongly suspect Chu Xingbai wanted to wash this rabbit because he wanted to play with it himself, but seeing how greasy it had become, he couldn't bear to touch it, hahaha. Duan Luo and Qian truly are childhood sweethearts, even their brand of absurdity is identical. Just 2 days ago, Qian posted a plush bunny mini-theater on Weibo. OMG, this rabbit is disgusting, hahaha, and suddenly Duan Luo goes quiet. Jiang Ant gives that fearful look, imagine how many bacteria Duan Luo has been kissing daily. Amid the chaos nearby, Wen Yanyu dozed off slightly, barely reacting. Still weakened from his illness and the lingering effects of sickness, he naturally felt lethargic. At home, Fu Hanchuan would usually carry him into the bathroom and bathe him gently. Even during the cycles before, there had been times when he couldn't bathe for 10 days or half a month. Besides, with his naturally dry skin, still recovering physical condition, hair that hardly produced oil, and enough clean clothes to rotate through, he was actually adapting quite well. He hadn't paid much attention to the commotion elsewhere. When Yanyu looked down, phone pressed to his ear. The line droned with a busy tone, another unanswered call. His brows drew together lightly as he subconsciously bit his lip. Previously, he would call Fu Hanchuan 2 or 3 times a day. No matter how busy they were, they always made sure to talk at night. But since last night, every call went unanswered. And no messages had been replied to. Yanyu pressed his lips tightly together, fingers gripping the phone screen until his knuckles whitened. He dialed again. Just then, a message notification chimed. He tapped it open immediately. I just asked around, Fu hasn't shown up at the office these past 2 days, and I can't reach him either. I'll head over to your place later and check things out. The chat window with the contact name Wan Haihui popped up. Seeing that Fu hadn't gone to work, when Yanyu froze, coldness crept into his limbs. The unease and anxiety that had lingered since the calls stopped came crashing down, expanding rapidly, spreading through his heart like wildfire. But don't worry too much. He finished all his work for next week a couple days ago. That guy probably pulled an all-nighter and collapsed from exhaustion. He must be sleeping it off now. He did this once before, passed out for over a day after working non-stop. Don't worry, don't worry. As if sensing his fear, the messages kept coming, several lines of reassurance, followed by a barrage of expressive memes. The chat window labeled Shen Huainan also contained several new messages. Hey, just heard from old Wan. You know what kind of workaholic he is. We'll head over to your place soon and track him down, make him call you. What's wrong? A soft male voice sounded from behind. When Yanyu jolted, suddenly remembering that Fu Jian was still combing his hair. Chapter 132, Crying Bunny, Apologizing Dog. When Yanyu quickly put away his phone. It's nothing, he said, forcing a weak smile and pretending everything was fine. I was just thinking when we could return to the city. It's too cold in these mountains, my body can't handle it. His voice still carried the hoarse, broken tone of an unfinished cold, making anyone who heard it feel a pang in their heart. Fu Jian lowered his gaze, letting his eyes linger on the youth's haggard face for a long while before slowly shifting away. Before, no matter what happened, you would always tell me. Are you only fond of dogs now? His voice was flat, devoid of emotion, as if merely a casual complaint, but somehow, it carried a faint undercurrent of hurt. When Yanyu froze. His heart abruptly scrambled into chaos, and he instinctively avoided the man's eyes. I'm sorry. His trembling voice clearly betrayed his emotional turmoil. Fu Jian paused, his hand halting mid-motion. He moved from behind Wen Yanyu to stand before him, then crouched down. Looking up at Wen Yanyu. Sorry. I spoke in a way that made you misunderstand. I only wanted to know why you seemed unhappy, that's all I meant by asking. You didn't do anything wrong, and you don't need to apologize to me. Fu Jian knelt before him, lowering himself completely, placing Wen Yanyu in a position of complete dominance, fully able to look down upon him. Yet at the same time, it was also a display of absolute strength, unyielding and inescapable, a force that tightly enclosed him, leaving no secret hidden, compelling him to meet those eyes. Fu Jian's features were striking, deep-set yet gentle eyes, lashes like crow feathers, each one distinct. Even with that innate cool gray hue which initially made people assume their owner was aloof and hard to approach. Yet the way Fu Jian looked at him was always, without exception, warm and soft. Just like every one of the hundreds of times they had ever met eyes before, gentle, unchanged. Yet now, even such a simple gaze stirred tremors within him, made him want to turn away. Familiarity he couldn't place. An eerie, disorienting sensation. And something he had deliberately evaded since the very beginning, deliberately ignored, refused to confront directly. Farewell. Wen Yanyu's eyes stung, his throat tightening. He wanted to explain something, but found he couldn't form a single complete sentence. With every breath, the sting of tears filled his nose and eyes. He knew why he'd suddenly become so sensitive. It wasn't only the lingering effects of the psychological illness that refused to heal, but also the unease that had taken root the moment Fu Jian appeared. His intuition was frighteningly sharp at certain moments, but often, because he refused to face reality, he deliberately ignored it, only realizing afterward, belatedly, that he had known all along, even before things unfolded. Like that New Year's night, when after realizing he'd fallen in love with Fu Hanchuan, he kept distancing himself yet couldn't help drawing near. When the plot forced him to confess to Fu Hanchuan, and then when Fu Hanchuan came seeking him, he could have simply said, it was all publicity. I don't like Fu Hanchuan. Given Fu Hanchuan's indulgence toward him, had he continued acting, they could have returned to being friends, and Fu Hanchuan could have pretended nothing had happened. But instead, he chose to run. Or like. The day he became bound to Fu Jian, the countless deaths he endured repeatedly, each time venting his rage onto Fu Jian. Yet whenever their eyes met, his fury would always die down. He should have realized it then. It wasn't his fault. He simply didn't dare. Didn't dare acknowledge that terrifying truth. Just like now. He didn't dare think about what had happened to Fu Jian, didn't dare examine where exactly that sense of farewell came from, whether it was merely a farewell across worlds. Or a farewell across life and death. Nor did he dare ponder where that unsettling familiarity radiating from Fu Jian originated. Wen Yanyu lowered his eyes. His fingers clenched the fabric of his clothes so tightly his knuckles turned white, his vision blurring before him. A cold sensation touched his cheek. Sorry. I won't ask any more. If you don't want to talk, then don't. It's my fault. Fu Jian reached out gently, dabbing away the tears at the corner of his eyes, his voice still tender, Shoo, good boy, don't cry. Only then did Wen Yanyu realize, without even noticing, tears had already streamed down his entire face. He frantically wiped at them with the back of his hand, only to find his tear ducts had become absurdly overactive, tears flowing faster and faster, impossible to wipe away. Only silent tears. Not a single sound. Chapter 133 We will always have that day of parting. The camera was positioned far away. Wen Yanyu kept his head down, strands of hair slipping over his shoulders, veiling his facial expression. Their specific movements couldn't be captured, only idle conversation assumed. Time passed swiftly into the afternoon. Everyone gathered to chat and assign tasks for the final 2 days. Using the excuse of taking medication, he slipped away from the filming crew. When Yanyu walked to a distant spot, glanced at his phone, the screen remained blank. Even Wan Haihui, who had been messaging him earlier saying he was almost at the residential complex, had gone silent. Only a recent message from Shen Huainan showed up. Hey, about that. Old Fu will definitely be fine. You take care of yourself, just focus on recording the show. We'll inform you immediately if there's any news. That sense of unease and anxiety in his chest grew heavier. Perhaps the aura around him was too obvious, or perhaps it was simply intuition. Dry twigs and fallen leaves crunched underfoot. Fu Jian approached quietly from afar, subtly moving closer to Wen Yanyu's side. Amidst the chatter of others, he gently grasped Wen Yanyu's wrist, coldness intertwining with an eerie warmth, spreading through limbs along fingertips. Wen Yanyu stiffened slightly, yet inexplicably felt calmer. The icy sensation on his wrist vanished. Fu Jian turned his gaze aside, speaking calmly, he'll be fine. 5 simple words, carrying no real information, seeming like a baseless reassurance, but as though a cool jade stone had dropped into water, sending ripples outward. Wen Yanyu froze, staring blankly at Fu Jian. He wanted to ask how he knew what he was worrying about. But the words died in his throat. Right. How could he not know? Centuries of companionship. They were supposed to be the ones who understood each other most. And yet he'd been avoiding it. Throughout countless cycles of togetherness, the system had stayed by his side in the form of a border collie, possessing full human consciousness. Perhaps due to loneliness, they often slept wrapped in each other's arms. He'd even briefly fantasized. What if the system had a human form too? Then he could hold his hand. Head bowed low, Wen Yanyu remained silent for a long time before reaching out, deliberately taking the man's hand. Just as he had done hundreds, thousands of times before. Only this time. It wasn't warm fur. It was the human skin he once dreamed of. Cold skin. Fu Jian stiffened momentarily. After a brief silence, his frigid palm slowly enveloped the warm hand within his. Are you cold? Fu Jian asked. When Yanyu lowered his eyes, softly hummed in response, gripping the man's hand tighter, refusing to let go. What did you put in that bottle of medicine you gave me through Sai? When Yanyu's eyes reddened, struggling to keep his voice steady. No answer came. Instead, Fu Jian rubbed his palm, slowly tracing along the knuckles, speaking in a low, hoarse voice, why can't I make you gain weight? Has that Fu Hanchuan been properly taking care of you? A conversation muttered to himself. When Yanyu bit his lip, replying, he's good. He's been taking good care of me. He's always trying hard to become better, for my sake. Fu Jian's eyes flickered, still refusing to meet his gaze, only asking, if one day, both I and he are gone, will you still manage to take care of yourself? Will you live well? Wen Yanyu stared, stunned, then looked at the man with a dry, trembling voice, gone. What do you mean by, gone? You're both, fine now, right? Are you leaving for, another world? His breathing turned ragged, instinctively skipping over Fu Hanchuan's name, stammering out. I know, because you don't belong to this world. So eventually you'll return to some other world, right? I know that. The air stilled for an instant. Fu Jian lowered his eyes, calm, I just suddenly thought, there will always come a day when we part. But don't worry. It's just a thought. A hypothetical. I won't leave you alone. Fu Jian smiled lightly, his eyes gentle, aside from the increasing lifeless silver-gray shade, nothing seemed amiss. There will still be many people who love you. Wen Yanyu's expression went hollow, his heart plummeting into the abyss. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, dappling over them as they were assigned the task, ostensibly finding food in the woods, but effectively a walk. Wen Yanyu drifted listlessly behind Jiang Wanru, following her footsteps through the forest. Jiang Wanru chatted casually with Sang Yu as they walked, picking their preferred tasks. Sang Huiran occasionally shared amusing stories from his past travels with the group. Yet the laughter and voices around him seemed muffled, distant and blurred, as if separated by a veil, he couldn't hear a thing. They called Wen Yanyu's name several times. No response. Noticing the odd silence behind Yan, Jiang Wanru turned back, concern creeping in. Are you feeling unwell? Should we go back and rest? Leave the task to us. At the sound of Jiang Wanru's voice, Wen Yanyu snapped out of his daze, instinctively lifting his head to look at her before waving slightly to signal that he was fine. Seeing this, Sang Huiran let out a cold chuckle and said, You've been sick these past couple of days with no sign of getting better. Haven't contributed much at all, every task's been done by that Xiao Fu for you. Now that he's not here, if your body can't handle it, just go back and rest. Don't cause more trouble later. Anyway, I've been around this area often lately, so I'm familiar with it. Leaving it to me would be fine. If you don't feel like working, no one's forcing you. Sang Huiran's tone was laced with sarcasm, his hostility clearly directed. Still lost in thought over their earlier conversation, Wen Yanyu barely registered Sang Huiran's provocation. He shook his head. I'm fine. My cold is almost completely gone. A simple gathering task won't be a problem. Seeing that Wen Yanyu seemed oblivious to his implication, Sang Huiran frowned, glanced briefly at the camera, then spoke again. Young people these days, good health comes from exercise. The production team's setup for this task is actually quite excellent. Survival in the wild is a great opportunity to train yourself. But you've been lying around sick, doing nothing like some privileged bystander, missing this perfect chance entirely. In my opinion, laziness is unacceptable. You need to move more, or how do you expect to stop falling ill? In my youth, even with a fever, half a day was enough to recover, I could still run and jump around. Probably your generation is just too delicate. 2 full days down with a fever, still not recovered. Needing care for everything, even walking leaves you out of breath. Don't even know if you were born the wrong gender, acting more fragile than a little girl. Sang Huiran's gaze turned pointed as his eyes swept over Wen Yanyu's figure, the malice in his words now fully exposed. Oh mommy's little bunny, face pale as paper, how are you fine? Mommy's kisses make you better. Why does Sang Huiran always act like he swallowed gunpowder whenever Wen Yanyu's around, lol. Thought he was supposed to be the gentle family elder. Wen Yanyu did pick the wrong fruit earlier, plus he's been sick for several days now, maybe Papa Sang's being harsh but has a soft heart underneath, just wants him to go back and rest. Papa Sang's just stating facts, lol. Wen Yanyu really hasn't done anything these past 2 days, just resting. Everything was handled by Fu Jian. It's natural that Sang Dad would find it unbearable. I agree. I'd be annoyed too. And who knows if it's real sickness or faking anyway. Even if someone's weak, it shouldn't be to such an extreme level. Though, honestly, Fu Jian volunteered to do all the work, never complained once, doesn't seem burdened at all, so what the hell is Sang's business in this? Sang Yu's eyes darted back and forth between the two, hesitating as if about to say something to ease the tension, but in the end, stayed silent. Chapter 134 Falling into the Water. Before Wen Yanyu could speak, Jiang Wanru spoke first. I remember there was a patch of mushrooms ahead earlier. It's rained these past few days, so new ones should have sprouted by now. Jiang Wanru offered an easy way out. Wen Yanyu casually brushed off the man with a few words and quickly ran over to stand beside Jiang Wanru, no longer paying any attention to Sang Huiran. The two of them carried bamboo baskets and walked toward the area where mushrooms might be growing. Seeing this, Sang Yu glanced back at Sang Huiran still standing in place, hesitating for only a second. Xiao Yu, what are you spacing out for? Come on. Jiang Wanru called back, waving her hand. Sang Yu hurried forward to catch up with the two ahead. Just as Jiang Wanru had said, sure enough, a large cluster of wild mushrooms appeared before them. After confirmation from the safety officer, the group squatted down to pick them. Along the path, mushrooms scattered sporadically. They continued until they reached the end. The sound of flowing water came closer. Everyone stopped in their tracks. A river blocked their way, narrow, with water so clear that stones and sand beneath were clearly visible. Yet the current was particularly swift. On the opposite bank, vegetation grew noticeably lusher than on their side. Under trees along the shore grew several palm-sized oyster mushrooms. One glance was enough to make hands itch. Jiang Wanru measured the width of the river with her eyes and tested the water temperature. Then she turned around decisively. We've gathered enough already. Let's head back. Looking at the river, both Sang Yu and Wen Yanyu nodded in agreement, ready to return. But Sang Huairan didn't move. Instead, he reached out to test the water. This river isn't deep. I think we can wade across. Hearing this, Jiang Wanru lifted her basket, showing off the mushrooms inside. We only have 2 days left, the food we've got is more than enough. Besides, it's so cold right now. If you cross, you'll catch a serious chill. Sang Yu chimed in support, yeah, Brother Lu's team probably already caught some fish. We're leaving the morning after tomorrow anyway. After observing the current and riverbed, Wen Yanyu rubbed his burning eyes and said, the water looks clear, but it's deeper than it appears. It just rained these past 2 days, stones will be extremely slippery. It's not worth it. Wen Yanyu firmly rejected Sang Huairan's suggestion. His lingering cold hadn't fully recovered yet. Even though the air temperature wasn't dangerously low, it was still winter. After spending over 2 hours in the chill, the uncomfortable sensation returned sharply. Wen Yanyu's eyes reddened slightly, his voice hoarse. I'm feeling unwell. Can we go back early and rest? Jiang Wan returned to look at Wen Yanyu. She immediately decided to leave. Look how red the little bunny's face is. He must have caught another cold. Just go back already, don't torture my precious rabbit anymore. Wah, but I really wanted to see them cross the river and pick mushrooms. The river doesn't even look that deep, just roll up your pants and walk across. As someone who grew up in the mountains, I can tell you this kind of river looks shallow but is actually much deeper when you get in. And the rocks are super slippery. People die in situations like this. Even if you don't drown, you'll freeze to death lol. The production crew isn't cruel enough to want all guests catching severe colds. On Dog's side, it's one person carrying the whole game, on Rabbit Treasure's side, it's everyone calmly picking mushrooms. Having been repeatedly contradicted countless times throughout the trip, now met with another refusal, a flash of displeasure passed through Sang Huairan's eyes, and his expression darkened completely. The production team brought us here specifically to challenge ourselves. Now, faced with just a small river, we're going to give up. The moment those words left his mouth, the 3 others froze simultaneously. They looked at each other, stunned. When did the production team ever say anything like that? Wait, what is this uncle doing now? Why bring in forced moral drama again? Has he mixed up his lines? LOL, I remember this exact line was from another survival show he filmed earlier. OMG, this brother never fails to deliver chaos. Production team, not us. Didn't say that. Don't frame us. We just want buzz, we don't actually want you risking your lives. We can't afford compensation, seriously we can't. I noticed something, Sang Huairan must have a contradiction-driven personality. He doesn't genuinely want to go across, he just hates being opposed or resisted. LOL. This guy is truly only fit for pre-recorded shows. He turns shockingly clueless once live. Even during taped episodes he's caused trouble multiple times. While the others were lost in thought. The words were already out. No one rebutted him, but his cheeks burned hot with embarrassment. Glancing at the narrow riverbed, he dismissed it entirely. Sang Huairan rolled up his pants and stepped one leg into the river. Instantly, bone-piercing cold shot up from his feet to his thighs. The man involuntarily shivered. Something unknown coated the surface of the stones beneath his feet, they felt like bars of soap. Balancing became nearly impossible. By the time he managed to steady himself, there was no turning back. Gritting his teeth, Sang Huairan slowly moved toward the opposite bank. Sang Yu froze in shock, her face turning deathly pale. Dad! Come back quickly. The safety officer, busy filming, was startled too, shouting urgently at the man to come back up. But Sang Huairan seemed not to hear them at all, continuing to struggle forward in the river. The flowing water continuously battered his legs. Especially at the center of the riverbed, every step became extremely difficult, his body swaying unsteadily under the combined assault of bone-chilling cold and strong current. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Everyone was afraid of distracting the man. Finally, Sang Huairan made it ashore. The man turned around, ignoring his already pale complexion, and flashed them a self-satisfied smile. See? I told you this river was easy. I have experience, just wait for me over there. Alright, this uncle really has skills. Impressive. Where are those haters who were talking nonsense earlier? Come out and say something. He clearly has ability, and he actually succeeded. I don't get why people attack him just because his personality is a bit straightforward. So annoying. Wait, but this is genuinely dangerous. How's he gonna get back? As the words fell, Sang Huairan turned and started picking mushrooms and riverside vegetables on the opposite bank until his entire backpack was full. Sang Huairan was just about to cross the river again. The safety officer frantically shouted at him to stop and stay where he was. Sang Huairan frowned, ignored him, and stepped into the river on his own. But his lower body, already numbed by the cold, was once again exposed to the icy water. A sudden cramp shot through the soles of his feet. With a startled cry, Sang Huairan instantly toppled into the river. Chapter 135, Soaked Bunny, Awakened Bunny Mom. This sudden turn of events sent everyone's hearts racing. Dad! Sang Yu turned deathly pale and bolted toward the riverbank without a second thought. Fearing she might do something reckless, Wen Yanyu quickly reached out and grabbed her. The safety officer reacted swiftly, dropping his camera and rushing toward the riverside with rescue tools while calling for backup over the walkie-talkie. The water barely reached mid-chest, not particularly deep, but it was swift, and the riverbed was slippery. Once balance was lost, standing back up became impossible. Sang Huairan cried out in panic, flailing wildly at the surface as his head bobbed above and below the water. Cold river water quickly flooded into his airway. Grab the rope. The safety officer hurled a rope toward him. But in his panic, Sang Huairan didn't register what was being shouted from shore. The current pulled the rope sideways again and again. The officer tried using a long stick to reach the man, but they were too far apart, the stick just wouldn't stretch far enough. No one dared jump in. It looked like he was about to be swept away entirely. Wen Yanyu shrugged off his coat in seconds and dove straight into the water. Yen. Jiang Wanru gasped in alarm. Be careful. Biting cold seeped through every inch of his body, making Wen Yanyu shiver violently, but there was no time to hesitate. In past cycles, he'd lived many lives as a merfolk, residual abilities granted him strong aquatic skills. He took a deep breath, seized the rope, ignored the violent current, and swam swiftly toward Sang Huairan. The safety officer on shore held firm to the other end of the rope. Finally reaching the center of the river, Wen Yanyu barely managed to stabilize Sang Huairan's body when he prepared to tow him back to land. Help me. The rope. Quick. Panicked beyond reason, Sang Huairan instinctively slammed both hands onto Wen Yanyu's shoulders, pressing all his weight down onto the younger boy in a desperate attempt to lift himself up. Don't move. Before Wen Yanyu could finish, Sang Huairan shoved him underwater in blind panic. Icy water instantly flooded his nostrils. His already congested nose, still recovering from a cold, could no longer draw breath. The safety officer on shore saw what was happening and shouted desperately, Sang Huairan. Relax. Don't press down on Wen Yanyu. Let go. But Sang Huairan showed no sign of loosening his grip. In his growing terror, his grip only tightened. His body kept sinking, and dragged Wen Yanyu deeper with him. Wen Yanyu held his breath, kicking frantically beneath the surface, trying to find footing to steady himself. But between the surging current and the thrashing man beside him, there was nothing to push against. Though he'd shed his outer coat, his wool sweater soaked through, becoming heavier with each passing second. After being repeatedly forced under by the frantic man, Wen Yanyu had nearly exhausted all strength. The abandoned camera on the ground hadn't been turned off, and due to its low-angle positioning, captured everything clearly. Viewers watching this scene erupted in chaos. Wahaha! Why did Bunny rush in again? My poor Bunny Wah! Someone wrap him in clothes now. He hasn't even recovered from his cold yet, he's gonna get a fever. Damn it, is this guy okay? Did I see that right? He just pushed Wen Yanyu under. I don't like Sang Huairan either, but honestly, it's just a survival reflex. Seriously? Everything was fine until he decided to jump in. This guy never fails to trigger my frustration at sheer stupidity. Sang Dad isn't doing it on purpose. Who would joke around with their own life? Just as disaster seemed imminent. Wen Yanyu suddenly lifted his head above water, sucked in a breath, and with the last of his strength, delivered a sharp blow to the man's temple, dazing him momentarily. Together with the safety officer who had entered the water from another side, they dragged and pulled the half-conscious Sang Huairan onto shore. Sang Huairan lay unconscious as the safety officer panicked and began administering emergency aid. Wen Yanyu collapsed on the bank, coughing up water. Yen, your clothes, put them on. Jiang Wanru's face was pale, hands trembling as she started to remove her own coat to wrap around him. Wen Yanyu waved weakly, refusing. Though he'd only been in the water for 10 odd minutes, the forest temperature was dangerously low. A gentle breeze cut through his soaked sweater, sending bone-deep chills into his skin. His head drooped, body shaking uncontrollably from cold. Water had invaded his airway, leaving his throat burning with every ragged cough. Now, he was drenched from head to toe. His once tied-up long hair had come loose during the rescue, clinging wetly to his neck and back. Unable to fully lift himself, Wen Yanyu knelt on the ground, clutching his throat as he continued coughing up water, his body jerking violently with each convulsion. His face was deathly pale, eyes glazing over as if about to vomit, looking pitiful and fragile, so weak that even a slight breeze might scatter him into nothingness. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the water stopped coming. Wen Yanyu gasped for air, great heaving breaths burning through his lungs. An intense pain flared inside, as though something sticky clung to his throat, aching, itching all at once. He couldn't tell whether the dampness on his forehead was river water or cold sweat. He coughed twice more, dry and harsh, the itch in his lungs worsening, spreading now to his throat with piercing intensity. Wen Yanyu frowned. Just then, a powerful wave of dizziness and nausea hit him simultaneously. His stomach churned violently, as if something deep inside was surging upward. With another cough, his vision blurred. The world spun uncontrollably. For a fleeting second, Wen Yanyu froze, disoriented, his previously agonizing lungs suddenly went numb. Something rose within his throat. Instinctively, he covered his mouth with his hand. Between his fingers, thick red liquid gushed out together with river water, again and again, staining the earth into filthy crimson patches, as if his body were being reblooded entirely. Beyond the ringing in his ears, he could hear nothing else. Just 1 second before total darkness swallowed his sight. Wen Yanyu lifted his head. His vision was shrouded in chaos. The world before him resembled an ink painting smeared by raindrops, colors bleeding from his retina, fading into indistinct blocks of blur. Beneath this purest monochrome, stripped of all external disguise, only raw essence and perception remained, instinctive memories awakened by some unknown force. All cognitive ability vanished. Wen Yanyu faintly parted his lips, following primal instinct, uttering several unclear syllables. His wrist dropped limply. His palm, slick with fresh blood, hung lifelessly amid the gore. He slumped sideways, helpless, eyelids heavy as lead slowly closing shut, an infinite weight dragging his consciousness into utter blackness. Jiang Wanru sat frozen in place, stunned as if under a paralysis spell. The cry she'd been about to scream caught sharply in her throat, choking her until she nearly suffocated. Before her eyes, the scene played in slow motion, each detail unnervingly clear, the metallic stench of blood spreading through the air, pungent and thick, the scent of soil carried by the wind, the faint, elusive fragrance of peach. And then. Mama. Some program malfunctioned under overwhelming emotional impact. Long-buried memories flooded forth alongside tears, masses of forbidden recollections, emotions sealed away for years, pouring out without end. Deleted and yet endlessly returning, ceaseless and relentless, like creatures trapped in a cage, soaked in immeasurable blood and tears, pain and hatred, now impossible for anyone to erase. Jiang Wanru's expression turned blank, incapable of forming any reaction, unable to speak, only bitter tears kept streaming down. No. No way. How did he spit out so much blood? Was something wrong underwater just now? I came here to watch a variety show, not witness a fatality. Help. Damn it, sang Huiran. My bunny baby. No. Why did the baby pass out? Arg. So much blood. Help. What's happening? Why is he spitting blood? He just got out of the water. Help. The live stream was banned. Trending topics exploded one after another, instantly thrusting the production team into the eye of the storm. Sang Huiran hates intelligence. Let's travel together, caused near-fatal incident for clicks. Bunny baby, why did you rush out again? Heartless production team. Wait, I just want to know one thing, Wen Yanyu jumped in to save someone, right? But why did he start coughing up so much blood after getting ashore? It's terrifying. Why hasn't the production team released any updates? It's been 7 hours already. How is Yanyu doing? I'm dying here. I just saw the trending topic and went back to watch the episode. Wait. Is Sang Huiran actually Chunju? How can a human be this stupid? Being dumb is bad enough, but dragging others down too. I wasn't a fan before. Ever since this guy brought books instead of clothes just to look cool, and the first thing he did was scold his daughter for not packing well, I lost all respect for him. Not a stan. Never really liked idols. My roommate used to push Wen Yanyu on me all the time, I found it annoying, thought he was just pretty-faced and soft-spoken. But later I realized, when there's trouble, Wen Yanyu genuinely steps up. Bunny's sense of justice is too strong. If not for that, I'd seriously suspect he comes from a cop family, raised with discipline and example. Damn this production crew. Feasting on human suffering. I hated them since episode 1. Always using Bunny as bait. Episode 2's wilderness survival was bad enough, but not even assigning extra safety personnel. Letting guests jump into the water to rescue people. Public opinion continued to ferment online, and under the relentless barrage of criticism, the production team finally issued a statement. Let's travel together V, we sincerely apologize for the insufficient preparations on our part. Regarding the serious incident that occurred during today's live broadcast, our team rushed to the scene immediately upon receiving the news to provide assistance. Wen Yanyu and Sang Huiran have both been hospitalized for treatment. Sang Huiran lost consciousness due to excessive water inhalation but is now out of life-threatening danger and able to move normally. Wen Yanyu is currently receiving medical care. We deeply regret this accident and the harm caused to those involved. We understand your anger, and we promise to make active improvements. Please continue to hold us accountable, we assure you such an incident will never happen again. The moment the production team released their apology statement, public outrage only intensified further. Sang Huiran is no longer in danger, what about Wen Yanyu? Don't hide behind vague words. What good is a flippant apology? This isn't the first or second time your show has caused something like this. Unbelievable. I just want to know how Bunny Baby is doing right now. At Fu Hanchuan, your wife is being wronged AAA. Mr. Domineering CEO. Come out already. Why haven't you shown up? Are you dead AAA? Amid the overwhelming wave of accusations. Inside the hospital room. Oxygen saturation had finally stabilized. The ventilator was removed, and after explaining necessary precautions, the doctor hurried out of the ward. Fu Jian turned around and sat down beside the bed. Looking at Wen Yanyu, pale-faced, radiating illness, yet disturbingly indifferent, Fu Jian remained silent for a long time. Why didn't you say you were suffering? Having woken up not long ago, having just listened to the doctor's lengthy explanation about gastric bleeding and pneumonia being the causes of his severe condition, followed by countless warnings and cautions, Wen Yanyu's mind was still hazy. Hearing this sudden question now, he lifted his gaze slightly, eyes dazed, his sipping motion pausing as he failed to grasp what Fu Jian meant. Why did you only say you felt dizzy? Why didn't you tell me about the stomach pain? Fu Jian's tone turned icy. Gastric bleeding combined with pneumonia, this could have killed you if it had gotten any worse. Why didn't you tell me about the stomach pain? Why didn't you tell me sooner when something was wrong with your body? Fu Jian's eyes darkened, unconsciously, his voice grew heavier. Why didn't you say anything? He asked again. Facing Fu Jian, brimming with fury. Wen Yanyu's eyes trembled faintly. He felt afraid. His throat still burned, so he spoke slowly, I didn't know. Thinking Wen Yanyu was making excuses, Fu Jian let out a cold laugh and shot back, didn't know. How can you not know when your own body has problems? Fu Jian clenched his teeth, took a deep breath. His hands trembled violently, unable to tell whether it was more from rage or from lingering fear. Wen Yanyu froze, then lowered his eyes. Because it didn't hurt as much as before. I thought this was normal. Fu Jian was stunned. There were too many injuries before, I needed painkillers all the time. Now it's gotten much better. So I didn't realize my illness was serious. I thought this was normal. I'm sorry, Wen Yanyu murmured, head bowed. His already frail frame appeared even thinner, his voice soft and hoarse. I thought it wasn't a big issue. His words were scattered, but Fu Jian understood. Yes. Because before, he had either been on the brink of death or walking through unending pain. A person chronically tormented by agony, if they didn't die from it, would eventually develop a tolerance. Even though most of the pain had vanished, the ability to endure it remained etched into their very being. Someone who has been stabbed repeatedly over years. How could they possibly care about a mere scratch? This realization struck like a hammer against the chest, jolting him entirely. The fiery anger inside him instantly extinguished, as if doused by a bucket of ice-cold water, vanishing completely, without even the courage to flare up again. In its place surged a helplessness and bitterness so profound. That not even the certainty of his own impending death. The knowledge that he would never see his beloved again. Or ever reincarnate into another life. Had ever brought forth. Silence filled the air. Chapter 136, The Legitimate Spouse has arrived. Step aside. P.S. I'm extremely busy, and the medication is making me drowsy. Today's final update is only 1,000 words, I'll make up the remaining 3,000 tonight. You can check this chapter tomorrow morning. Normal updates will resume from now on. Fu Jian looked at Wen Yanyu's bloodless face, his throat moving slightly. After a long silence, he finally managed to say, you can't do something like that again, it could have ended badly. Wen Yanyu drooped his eyelids and gave a slight nod. Fu Jian pressed his temples, then sighed helplessly, don't be so impulsive next time. The safety officer was still on shore, why did you jump into the water? But no matter what, it was still a human life. I'm a good swimmer, and besides, I have the ability you gave me. I wouldn't have been in real danger. Head hanging low, Wen Yanyu felt deflated. He knew exactly why Fu Jian was upset, and he also realized he hadn't thought things through. Even though he disliked that man, the values instilled in him since childhood, and countless encounters during his cycles of rebirth with protagonists, supporting characters, even random passers-by who'd extended kindness despite their villainous roles or wrongdoings, had made it impossible for him to stand by while someone died before his eyes. Especially since that man was a father. He understood, no one could easily bear the loss of a loved one. Fu Jian rubbed his temples and sighed in resignation. He knew he couldn't persuade Wen Yanyu. They sat in silence, staring at each other. Once again, the room sank into suffocating stillness, as if the air had solidified. Yanyu. The door opened along with the familiar male voice. Wen Yanyu's fingertips trembled. Slowly, he turned his head toward the sound. Frowning, Fu Jian followed the boy's gaze toward the doorway. Standing there was Fu Hanchuan, dressed in a black overcoat with a high-necked inner layer. His black hair was slightly disheveled, and his face paler than usual, carrying an almost ascetic aura. The moment Wen Yanyu recognized him, his dark eyes lit up. He immediately kicked off the blanket and jumped out of bed barefoot, lunging straight into the man's arms. Fu Hanchuan was ready. He spread his arms wide, one hand around Wen Yanyu's waist, the other supporting his knees, catching him securely so his feet never touched the floor. Why didn't you answer my calls? I sent you so many messages, and you didn't reply to a single one. The complaints poured out, tinged with sour hurt. I even asked Wan Haihui and Shen Huainan to find you, but they didn't respond either. I thought something terrible had happened to you. A flood of questions mixed with longing tumbled from his lips. I missed you. Wen Yanyu buried his face against Fu Hanchuan's chest, arms wrapped tightly around the man's waist, unwilling to let go even for a second. All the anger and scolding he'd imagined saying upon seeing the man vanish the instant they were face to face, now, he only wanted to hold on, tighter and tighter. Not willing to let go. Afraid to let go. Fu Hanchuan soothed the person in his arms, then unconsciously lifted his gaze toward the other figure in the room. Their eyes met. An invisible tension rose in the air. Fu Jian was the first to look away. Fu Hanchuan lowered his head, gently patting Wen Yanyu's back as he explained, I was swamped with work these past few days and accidentally overworked myself. Ended up hospitalized. I slept for ages before waking up. The first thing I saw on my phone was news of your accident. I came right over. I'm sorry. I messed up, I know. Fu Hanchuan leaned down slightly, warm breath mingled with sandalwood as a soft kiss brushed Wen Yanyu's forehead. Wen Yanyu tilted his head up, pressing a gentle kiss to the corner of Fu Hanchuan's lips. I shouldn't have ignored your calls and made you worry. Just hit me, okay? Fu Hanchuan murmured softly, soothingly. Wen Yanyu shook his head, like a helpless little creature who'd finally found his way home, heart still racing, clinging stubbornly to the man's embrace. Seeing this, Fu Hanchuan smiled faintly, a hint of exasperation in his eyes, and carried Wen Yanyu back to the bed. Only after resettling on the mattress did Wen Yanyu remember to introduce them. He's Fu Jian, Wen Yanyu said, lifting his head from Fu Hanchuan's chest and glancing at the silent Fu Jian. He's the system I told you about before. At that, Fu Hanchuan seemed to notice Fu Jian for the first time. He turned and greeted, hello, I'm Fu Hanchuan, Yanyu's lover. He drew out the last two words, placing deliberate emphasis on them. Fu Jian's eyes darkened. Unconsciously, scrutiny and irritation flickered in his gaze as he gave a perfunctory greeting in return. Fu Hanchuan's eyes curved into a slight smile, though it didn't reach his depths. Thanks for taking care of Yanyu these past few days. Me? Fu Jian frowned slightly. Words unspoken, tension simmered beneath the surface between them. When Yanyu listened to the conversation between the two, peeking out from Fu Hanchuan's arms, sensing the tense atmosphere between them. Remembering all the unresolved matters, when Yanyu suggested, I think I can be discharged now, should we go talk outside? The moment the words left his mouth. The two, who had just been at odds, fell silent and turned toward him in unison, saying simultaneously, no. Again, perfectly synchronized. You're staying in bed. Nowhere else for the next few days. Wen Yanyu. He pouted slightly. Since when did these two suddenly become allies? Just as he was thinking this, another voice came from outside the door. Baby. Wen Yanyu turned his head. Jiang Wanru stood there, looking haggard with dark circles under her eyes, her long hair tied up, wearing a beige overcoat, hurrying in with a thermal container in hand. Her gaze swept across the room, briefly landing on the two men before settling slowly on the pair clinging tightly together. She lifted the thermos and a large bag of packed containers. Hungry? I brought you food. Wen Yanyu blinked, then immediately pushed himself off Fu Hanchuan. Jiang Wanru had already reached the bedside, opening the container, rich meaty aromas wafted out instantly. Having gone half a day without eating, the scent made Wen Yanyu instinctively swallow hard. His eyes sparkled as he looked at her, like a little rabbit waiting to be fed. Jiang Wanru gave a faint smile, ignoring the other two in the room, and poured a bowl of chicken soup. Eat something first. You need proper meals to recover. Wen Yanyu nodded vigorously, taking the soup and gulping it down noisily. Jiang Wanru glanced sideways. Fu Hanchuan quickly stood up, offering his seat to her, then moved to the other side of the bed to help arrange the dishes. The small bedside table was soon filled with all kinds of food Jiang Wanru had brought, a small plate of steamed fish, stir-fried bok choy with vinegar, beef with peas, and deboned chicken soup. All his favorites. When Yanyu chewed happily, eyes gleaming with every bite, mumbling through his food, thank you, Auntie Jiang, it's so good, I've been starving here. Jiang Wanru chuckled. Glad you like it. I just borrowed a kitchen from a nearby restaurant to cook. Once you're discharged, come stay at my place. I'll make you meals every single day. Then I'll fatten you right up. When Yanyu thought for a second, assuming she was just speaking figuratively about inviting him over, so he smiled and replied, thanks, Auntie. Completely forgetting the two people who had been feeding him earlier. No need to thank me. It's only natural, Jiang Wanru said softly, pouring a glass of warm milk and placing it on the tray table. She gently ruffled the boy's hair. At her touch, Wen Yanyu closed his eyes contentedly, showing no resistance, clearly relishing the affection. Seeing how hungrily Wen Yanyu ate, they all knew he must have been truly famished. The three fell into a comfortable silence, none of them wishing to disturb the moment. Sunset light filtered through the glass window, painting the single patient room not with the sterile whiteness of a hospital, but with the warmth of a simply furnished bedroom. The system, the one who had accompanied him through countless cycles, whom he had always remembered and longed for, was now physically in his world, walking beside him into an unknown future. The woman he had unconsciously seen as a kind of substitute mother, whose care stemmed purely from friendly kindness, remained by his side. And Fu Hanchuan, the man whose potential disappearance had once terrified him so much that he couldn't even bring himself to check his phone messages, now leaned casually against the bed, his mature masculine presence mingling with the faint sandalwood scent around him, as if enfolding Wen Yanyu in an invisible embrace. Wen Yanyu raised his eyes slightly, lost in thought. It felt like arriving at a dreamlike harbor, where his tightly wound nerves finally loosened after days of strain. He didn't know how long this illusion would last. Yet his body instinctively chose to stay. A strange emotion welled up inside, something like the urge to end conversations quickly around strangers or acquaintances. But with family and those close to him, words flowed endlessly, and even just listening to their idle chat brought profound comfort. When Yanyu began chirping away, clumsily trying to steer the conversation, hoping to melt some of the stiffness and chill in the air. But due to years of minimal social interaction, his attempts were awkward, random, scattered topics with no coherence. Even he could hear how forced it sounded. He lowered his head and kept eating, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. But the others quickly understood. They exchanged glances, then stiffly opened their mouths. Out of place. Trying desperately to connect. One sentence at a time, awkward yet persistent, they actually started talking. None of them were loud or boisterous by nature, and especially not with Wen Yanyu present. Even though their hearts were churning with turbulent undercurrents, they all silently softened their voices, exchanging mundane daily chatter and scattered little anecdotes. Thinking his efforts had worked, Wen Yanyu cheerfully held his bowl, tilting his head slightly as he glanced now and then at the sunset beyond the window. Like a little rabbit finally back in its nest, Wen Yanyu appeared utterly at ease, relaxed and content. The calm around him gradually eased the others' expressions too. By the way, Jiang Wanru changed the subject suddenly. Yen, wasn't it from 9th grade that you started living on your own? When Yanyu was publicly known as an orphan, he'd never explicitly stated his parents were gone during any show appearances. But once, during an interview, he'd mentioned his childhood, vaguely, without clarity. The media had dug up scraps, and public opinion settled on the idea that Wen Yanyu had lost his parents young, not that he'd been abandoned at birth. But she had another theory. Those sudden fragments, memories that shouldn't exist, inexplicable, impossible to ignore, growing clearer, along with the inexplicable sense of intimacy and ache she felt from the moment she first saw him. They made even her, someone who had never given birth, someone who'd staunchly believed in materialism for decades, want to chase the truth to its end. Jiang Wanru asked casually. When Yanyu, happily eating, froze mid-bite at the question, his heartbeat stuttering as his fingers instinctively tightened around the wooden chopsticks. He gave a soft hum in response, not lifting his gaze, continuing to eat quietly. Have you ever thought about getting a DNA sample done? Technology's advanced now, uploading your DNA into a database allows matching. You. Jiang Wanru spoke again, her fingers trembling slightly, her voice dry and quivering. Have you ever considered, maybe, there could still be family out there? Right? She knew how absurd this sounded, how ridiculous the excuse was. Saying this was no different than prodding an open wound. Jiang Wanru pressed her lips together, struggling to stay composed, yet unable to hide the agitation bubbling inside. My husband's clinic can do it. After the show ends, I'll take you. It's easy. A fingertip blood draw doesn't hurt. Jiang Wanru stared fixedly at the youth before her, stumbling through each word, disordered and fragmented, her eyes shimmering with something strange. Fu Hanchuan frowned, glancing at her in confusion. Fu Jilin turned his gaze sideways, locking onto her face for 7 seconds. Then slowly looked away. When Yanyu lowered his eyes, shaking his head gently. No need. According to what Ci had told him, his family had been completely erased from existence. All he could do now was wait for some unknown day, when the so-called world line might finally shift. If simply registering his DNA could bring back loved ones deleted by a glitch, then yes, that would be wonderful. The countless knocks at his door on sleepless nights, the shadowy figures he kept spotting in alleyways, the times he lost control, was labeled crazy, the moments of frantic hope followed by crushing disappointment. Now, even knowing from Ce that his parents might return, some internal protective mechanism kicked in, and he couldn't summon much hope anymore. Because if there's no expectation, then disappointment won't hurt as much. And he couldn't bear facing disappointment again. How can you say that? Jiang Wanru blurted out in panic. What if there really is? She clapped a hand over her mouth, swallowing the rest of the sentence, the part that would get her branded as mentally unstable. Her long lashes lowered, hiding her expression, and she didn't notice the woman's distress. When Yanyu replied indifferently, that method won't work for me. My family could never have registered their DNA. The room fell quiet again. After the mention of family, Wen Yanyu continued eating half-heartedly, clearly having lost his appetite. Swallowing the last bite, he set down his chopsticks, picked up the milk, and gulped, half the glass sliding down his throat in one go. Fu Hanchuan pulled out a tissue, expertly wiping his mouth. Wen Yanyu tilted his head slightly upward, about to mutter a few words to lighten the mood. The sweetness in the milk unfolded in his mouth several seconds later. The cloying sweetness of the sugar cube mellowed by the creamy richness, perfectly blended. Wen Yanyu stilled. Chapter 137, Are You a Puppy? In the hotel bathroom. The sound of running water filled the air, warm streams pouring from the tap and swirling into the bathtub, creating a hazy mist. Wen Yanyu leaned back in the tub. His fair skin, dampened by the steam, flushed a soft pink. His long, wet hair was lathered with shampoo foam. Fu Hanchuan squatted beside the bathtub, one hand holding the shower head, the other gently supporting the boy's long hair. His slender fingers moved through the strands, lightly massaging the scalp. Wen Yanyu tilted his head slightly to cooperate. His skin was smooth and flawless, like warm jade. The steam kissed his delicate features, tinging the corners of his eyes with red, gentle and innocent, like an ink painting veiled in fog. So obedient. Fu Hanchuan's gaze darkened. His Adam's apple bobbed subtly as the thought surfaced unbidden in his mind. As if sensing the intensity behind him. Wen Yanyu turned his head slightly. Long lashes cast soft shadows over his eyelids, and droplets of condensed mist quivered before slipping down. What is it? Fu Hanchuan lowered his eyes, concealing the flicker within them, and asked softly, Is the water temperature all right? Wen Yanyu nodded gently. It's comfortable. Satisfied, Fu Hanchuan said no more. He rinsed off all the foam, changed the water once more, turned off the shower head, lifted Wen Yanyu from the tub, and briskly dried the droplets from his body. They were already accustomed to such intimate care, so Wen Yanyu offered no resistance. He allowed Fu Hanchuan to carry him out of the bathroom, get dressed, and return to bed. The whirring of the hair dryer ceased. Jiang Wanru, Auntie had braised ribs tonight, what did my baby eat? Jiang Wanru, how's Fu Hanchuan? Has he been bullying you? What's his personality like? Your bronchitis hasn't flared up, right? Does he smoke around you? Which hotel are you two staying at? After the show ends, can I invite him over for dinner? Jiang Wanru, is he good to you? Jiang Wanru, how's your health, baby? Are you used to the hotel? Can I come see you tomorrow? The variety show had been delayed 4 days due to the recent incidents. Most of the participants were resting at hotels arranged by the production team. Only he had been taken by Fu Hanchuan to another hotel. One message after another popped up from Jiang Wanru, asking how he was, sharing little moments, checking if he'd eaten properly. A flood of texts, questions scattered and light. Yet without exception. Each one had a clear purpose, to exchange just a few more words with him. Wen Yanyu stared blankly at the messages on his phone screen, pondering how to reply. Then Fu Hanchuan leaned forward, wrapping both arms around Wen Yanyu's waist, burying his face into the curve of his neck. He inhaled deeply, the scent of blended with the boy's innate peach-like fragrance lingered in his nose. No trace of anyone else. His previously gloomy mood vanished entirely. He tightened his hold, enclosing the dazed boy firmly within his reach. Lowering his head, he pressed kisses and nuzzles against the nape, like a lost puppy finally reunited with its master, desperate and tender. The sensation of being nuzzled from behind tickled slightly. Are you a puppy? Why do you keep rubbing against me? Wen Yanyu instinctively turned his head, his lips brushing past the man's earlobe. Fu Hanchuan's breath deepened, his voice rough. Don't move. Wen Yanyu didn't understand, until he felt the strange sensation along his back. His ears instantly burned crimson. Fu Hanchuan. His face felt scalding hot, the blush spreading from his neck up to his ears. Uncomfortable, Wen Yanyu tried to wriggle free. Fu Hanchuan lowered his head, pressing his cheek against the boy's neck, his nose gliding lightly across the skin, his breath searing. I missed you. Just let me hold you a little longer. Just hold you. His low, hoarse voice carried a hint of grievance, almost childish. Wen Yanyu froze mid-struggle. A flicker of pity crossed his eyes. Then, giving in, he relaxed completely, allowing the man his way. Feeling no resistance, Fu Hanchuan continued. Wen Yanyu trembled under the touch, his whole body tingling with warmth. Heat pooled inside him, and a muffled moan slipped out unintentionally. Temperature rising. A kiss landed on the back of his neck. Trapped in Fu Hanchuan's embrace, Wen Yanyu dared not move. Suddenly, the arm around his waist tightened, and his body was swiftly flipped around. His gaze collided with the unfathomable desire in the man's eyes. Wen Yanyu froze. Then he leaned in first, kissing him. The lights went out. His body gradually softened, wrists clutched tightly by another burning palm. Consciousness teetered between clarity and delirium. Wen Yanyu closed his eyes, lashes trembling faintly. Fu Hanchuan's gaze remained heavy as he hovered over the boy, quietly inhaling the scent of his skin. Wen Yanyu cracked his eyes open, dazed and groggy, not fully understanding what the man was doing. His blurry vision swam with confusion. Most of his body instinctively curled into the man's embrace, dazed and unable to make a sound, but this clinging posture satisfied Fu Hanchuan's possessiveness to the utmost degree. Yanyu. I love you. Even at this moment, Fu Hanchuan's voice remained low and gentle, aside from a slight hoarseness, there was little hint of losing control. But for the other party, it was somewhat torturous. The night deepened. The sound of running water ceased. After a brief cleanup, Fu Hanchuan carried Wen Yanyu out of the bathroom. The phone kept ringing non-stop. Fu Hanchuan straightened slightly, pausing briefly when his gaze fell upon the name, Fu Jian, on the screen. He hesitated for only 2 seconds before casually swiping to reject the call. Turning back, he gently pressed a kiss onto the boy's forehead, visibly content. Sleep now. Wen Yanyu closed his damp eyes and drifted off in a hazy daze. Meanwhile, elsewhere. The first time I saw Yanyu, I felt this strange sense of familiarity. Didn't I tell you years ago that I kept dreaming about a child searching for me? You've had those dreams too, haven't you? Listening to Jiang Wanru rambling endlessly on the other end of the screen. I get woken up in the middle of the night. Qin Qingji rubbed his temples wearily, opening his mouth with a helpless sigh, just so you can tell me that before our marriage, you already had a child. On the screen, Jiang Wanru froze, then exploded in fury. You bastard. I knew you wouldn't believe me. I'm telling the truth. I can't explain it. I don't know what exactly happened. But he is my child, I could never be wrong about that. Qin Qingji covered his ears, exasperated. The kid is sweet, sure, but you. Leaving aside the fact they'd never had any children after marriage, even if they somehow had, despite sometimes being away on missions for long periods, he simply couldn't have missed a 10-month pregnancy. If there really had been a child, how could he possibly not know? That Wen Yanyu was their child. How could that even be possible? Although the odd sense of familiarity was real, and the inexplicable ache he felt each time he saw Wen Yanyu was genuine too, it could at best be described as affection or pity. Asking him to believe something so irrational, so contrary to logic. Well, that was just too much to ask of a party member like him. If you like the boys so much, invite him over to stay for a while. I've kept that house ready anyway. I'll take some leave, spend time relaxing with you both. Did filming scare you? Let me. Knowing full well how much negative emotion celebrities absorb daily, he assumed his wife, who'd always struggled with depression, had been startled by seeing the boy's condition after coming ashore. Qin Qingji was about to say more, but Jiang Wanru abruptly slammed the video call shut with a loud click. He stared at the darkened screen and sighed helplessly. 4 days later. The live broadcast of the show resumed. The moment the stream went live, viewers flooded in, but quickly, the focus shifted from what they originally expected. On screen was once again the familiar group, the familiar villa living room. Clearly having just gathered, everyone looked a bit weary, quietly attending to their own things. Duan Mufan, lounging in his typical sloth-like sprawl. Chu Xingbai, receiving the new rabbit sent by Wen Yanyu, curiously snapping photos. Jiang Wanru, sneakily glancing at the bunny while furiously typing replies to the man who told her to visit a psychiatrist. In the center of the living room sofa sat Wen Yanyu, quietly wiping a plush puppy with a damp cloth, occasionally chatting lightly with the men on either side. The man to his left was already very familiar to everyone. The camera panned to the right. Tall, with fine black hair falling across his brows, the man wore only a simple casual suit, yet nothing could conceal the innate air of nobility emanating from him. As if sensing the lens on him, Fu Hanchuan lifted his gaze slightly, his pale gray eyes lazily sweeping past the camera. Just one glance. He quickly turned away, refocusing his attention entirely on the youth beside him. If you can't get it clean, leave it. I'll wash it when we go back. Fu Hanchuan gave a soft chuckle, the usual coldness in his eyes completely gone, replaced by tenderness so thick it seemed almost tangible. The live stream chat froze for a second. Then, in the wake of brief silence, chaos erupted. Rows of exclamations and question marks flooded the screen in a frenzy. Wait, no. If my eyes aren't failing me, isn't that Fu Hanchuan? The actual Fu Hanchuan? Ah. So the Ice King is joining the show crew now. Respect to this lucky production team and their career fortune. Makes sense why Rabbit was so obsessed before, the Ice King's face, his body, slurp slurp, seriously gets more handsome the longer you look. The rightful husband has arrived, my poor puppy brother sobbing, I feel so bad for him. The live broadcast officially began. The host made his appearance with a deep bow toward the camera, once again offering an apology and explanation for the previous incident. The viewers in the live stream hadn't fully regained their focus yet. The camera turned to Sang Huiran. Sang Huiran effortlessly put on his practiced, cheerful smile and first admitted that he hadn't paid attention to the water level that day. Noticing the host's subtle cue, Sang Huiran suppressed the irritation and disdain in his eyes, then turned to Wen Yanyu and said, I should also thank Xiao Wan, hadn't you rushed down to pull me out in time, I might have been stuck in the water much longer. He chuckled awkwardly, explaining his actions, back in my youth, I traveled around a lot and even saved quite a few people. Never thought the day would come when I'd need saving myself. Have had a couple surgeries these past 2 years, my physical condition just can't keep up with the young ones anymore. Didn't mean to cause so much trouble for everyone. After he finished speaking, the previously scathing comments suddenly did a complete turnaround. Yeah, old man Sang didn't do it on purpose. Older generations tend to be pretty straightforward. All this online mocking is really getting on my nerves. And some are using this chance to attack Xiao Yu's younger brother. How is that different from cyberbullying? Same here. Wait, didn't he sarcastically insult Wen Yanyu right before falling into the water? What changes fastest in this world? People's attitudes. Familiar with how production teams operated and how public opinion shifted, Wen Yanyu knew nothing would truly come of this incident since no real harm had been done. He glanced up at the camera, then at the host urging him to continue. He recited the script handed to him by the production team, glossing over the rescue with minimal detail. As for why I coughed up blood after coming ashore, Wen Yanyu murmured, lowering his lashes and sheepishly petting the puppy in his arms, I didn't realize until after going to the hospital, I was diagnosed with pneumonia and a severe case of gastric bleeding. That day, I swallowed too much water, which triggered the reaction. It looked terrifying, but most of what I coughed up was river water, not as bad as the rumors suggest. I wasn't injured during the rescue process, so please don't worry. The host smoothly picked up, of course, moving forward, our production team will pay greater attention to guest safety. We won't be conducting such risky activities again. We welcome your ongoing supervision, and will gladly accept any constructive suggestions. Damn production team, you're only spared because Rabbit didn't get hurt. Gastric bleeding, that shit hurts like hell. Didn't feel it? As someone who's watched since the first episode, when Yanyu seems desensitized to pain, he rarely reacts to injuries. No dark humor, please. The host continued with a smile, alright, let's leave the past incidents behind. By now, most of you must have noticed the new face we've invited, Mr. Fu Hanchuan. Mr. Fu Hanchuan, being a friend of Yanyu's, has joined us at the invitation of our production team to participate in the remainder of the show alongside our other guests. The host stepped aside, and the camera followed. Fu Hanchuan gave a slight nod, offering a brief, polite self-introduction before falling silent. Since viewers had already spotted the man at the very start of the stream, the initial excitement had faded somewhat. The chat reacted normally now, turning to casual gossip. Unloved brother, aren't you busy with work? Didn't you claim you didn't care? Then why are you glued to Rabbit's side? Why leaning on him? Why hugging Rabbit's puppy? Answer me. Unloved brother. By the way, anyone else think unloved brother and puppy brother look kinda alike? Doesn't seem obvious alone, but side by side, somehow eerily similar. Seriously suspect unloved brother came running after seeing puppy brother and feeling threatened. Been spamming unloved brother's Weibo comments, watch your wife, don't let her get snatched. LOL. Rabbit is that adorable. 2 chopsticks wouldn't matter. Wait, teacher, you. Your pants just flew onto my face. Chapter 138, A Dog and a Dog Talking. The first day of the live stream was brief, ending in a hurry. Night deepened. The production team announced a shoot scheduled for tomorrow morning. Upon learning they were going to an amusement park, everyone began preparing to rest. After eating something light, Fu Hanchuan was still downstairs packing things up. When Yanyu carried the plush puppy, now completely refreshed after being handled by both dogs, and had just reached the bedside when a knock came at the door. Assuming it was Fu Hanchuan coming upstairs. Puzzled why he didn't just walk in, when Yanyu set down the puppy and opened the door. Only to meet Jiang Wanru pacing nervously at the threshold. Fu, when Yanyu's voice caught in his throat, swallowing back the complaint about to spill out. Auntie Jiang. What's wrong? When Yanyu asked curiously. Jiang Wanru's gaze slipped past him, pausing briefly on the piece of clothing clearly not belonging to the boy lying on the bed, before lifting her eyes to Wen Yanyu. I bought a lot of little snacks. I noticed you didn't eat much earlier, and it's inconvenient to get food here at night. Put these in your room, can have them whenever you get hungry later. She gently lifted the snack bag in her hand. Then, with extra care, she added, can I come in? Wen Yanyu quickly stepped aside. Of course, of course. Jiang Wanru entered, placed the large bag of snacks on the floor, and began taking items out one by one. I figured you probably don't like sweets much, just like me, so I got bread that isn't too sweet, but it tastes good. I think you'll like it. I borrowed the kitchen to fry some small fish. The dried ones can last a while, you can eat them slowly, anytime you want. Not too much at once. When they're gone, I'll make more for you. As she spoke, she kept pulling more snacks from the overstuffed bag. When Yanyu stared at the jar of fried fish, his eyes momentarily stunned. And I bought you a little heated cup. You can pour milk into it, plug it in to warm up before drinking. Sugar dissolves easier that way. With your weak stomach, never drink cold things. There was no response for a long moment. Jiang Wanru looked up, anxious. Is there something you don't like? Her voice was soft, edged with careful unease. No, I like it. When Yanyu snapped back to reality, shaking his head quickly and crouching down beside her to help sort the snacks. Jiang Wanru sighed in relief. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the 2 suitcases inside the room, but she continued organizing the food, casually asking, "Is Fu Hanchuan good to you?" Wen Yanyu froze, not having answered yet. When Jiang Wanru immediately continued, firing off more questions. "He runs such a big company, must be busy with work all the time. Does he have time to keep you company? Are you lonely at home? Who cooks your meals? Your stomach is bad, and you catch colds often, you need dietary restrictions. Never eat trigger foods when coughing, and eat less spicy stuff. When no one's at home and you get sick, he's so busy, he definitely can't take care of you properly. How do you manage seeing doctors? Do you go to the hospital alone?" She chattered on, questions piling up. Her hair hung down, covering most of her face, hiding whatever expression she wore. Only her already unsteady voice began trembling more noticeably. "Back then, what he did. Now that you're together, does he still bully you?" Jiang Wanru bit her lip, trying hard to steady her tone. "Does he know about the scars on your waist? Has he taken you to see a doctor? It must hurt terribly when it rains. Young men have strong tempers, tell him not to touch you too often. If you feel uncomfortable, speak up. Don't endure it just because you care for him. If you're unhappy, call me, Auntie. I'll wait until I'm back to buy an apartment near you. If he can't take care of you, come live with Auntie. I'll cook for you." She poured out everything in a rush, disorganized and urgent. As if trying to fill some gaping void. Jiang Wanru had bought so much. Not just food, but clothes, furry gloves, little scarves, stuffed bunnies, stuffed puppies, many tiny toys children would love, filling the bag to the brim. Wen Yanyu stood there, dazed. Jiang Wanru was like Doraemon, pulling item after item from her enormous shopping bag, explaining each as she went. By the end, her voice carried a faint, almost imperceptible quiver of tears. Wen Yanyu's lips parted slightly. He stayed silent for a long time. A strange ache and fear spreading through his chest left him unable to utter a single word, no answers at all. Only Jiang Wanru's continuous murmuring filled the room. Finally, after a long while, she rubbed her already red-rimmed eyes and said reluctantly, "It's late. Get some rest. If anything comes up, come find Auntie, or just call me directly." Wen Yanyu nodded, then quickly added, "Let me walk you out." Jiang Wan returned and took his hand. "So thin." She lowered her eyes, concealing the flicker of emotion beneath her lashes. The villa used for recording was huge, boys stayed on the 3rd and 4th floors, while the girls were housed on the 7th. Wen Yanyu walked Jiang Wanru all the way to the hallway on the 7th floor. They walked side by side, slowly. A path that should have taken only 5 or 6 minutes stretched into over 10. Neither of them spoke a word. Until they reached the door. Jiang Wanru paused, turned back, and asked the same question once more. "Is he good to you?" The corridor was dark, the lights were all off, barely any illumination except for moonlight spilling in from the far end, making it hard to read her expression. Only her eyes shone clear and bright, as if brimming with tears, or like a cup of tea reflecting moonlight. A pot steeped too long, bitterness too thick to dissolve. Just looking at it made one's heart ache with its bitter depth. Jiang Wanru didn't say his name. Wen Yanyu froze for several seconds, his gaze wavering. His voice came out dry yet firm. "He is. I'm very happy now." Jiang Wanru sighed. "That's good then." The bedroom was dimly lit. The snacks originally placed beside the bed had been neatly stored on a shelf, and a few plush toys were arranged by the pillow. Fu Hanchuan sat on the edge of the bed, replying to work messages while going through documents he'd brought along. Footsteps stopped at the doorway. Noticing the movement, Fu Hanchuan looked up just as weight descended onto him, his body was pushed backward onto the mattress, and Wen Yanyu immediately curled tightly into his arms, pressing close against him. Surprised at first, Fu Hanchuan quickly softened and murmured gently, "What's wrong?" His soothing voice blended with the musky scent of the man's body, instantly calming the restless turmoil inside. It was as if his agitated heart had finally found its home, relaxing from within. Just an unconfirmed suspicion. Afraid of disappointment, he stopped hoping altogether. Wen Yanyu shook his head, said nothing, burying most of his face against Fu Hanchuan's chest. Warm breath seeped through the thin fabric, scattering across skin and sending faint tingles spreading. He didn't want to talk. Seeing this, Fu Hanchuan didn't press. He tossed the files aside, raised his arms, embraced the person in his arms, and gently rolled over. He pulled the thin blanket over both their bodies, tightened his hold, and adjusted his position. One arm around the waist, the other lightly patting Wen Yanyu's back. Making sure Wen Yanyu could lie comfortably in his embrace. They stayed like that for a long time. Wen Yanyu closed his eyes, a look of comfort crossing his face, instinctively nuzzling deeper into Fu Hanchuan's chest. Fu Hanchuan lowered his head and kissed the soft lips. The unease gradually settled under the man's tender care. The deeply furrowed brow slowly eased. Thinking that Fu Hanchuan would be recording with him, Wen Yanyu lifted his heavy eyelids and asked, "You have so much work." "I only need to record a little over 2 weeks anyway, and Tongzi is here too. Do you want to go back earlier?" Since the last incident, the wilderness survival show had ended prematurely. Although the production team shortened the remaining episodes due to online controversy, the total runtime still added up to 2.5 weeks. 2.5 weeks wasn't long, but with Fu Xi and group's workload, even taking 1 or 2 days off was rare. To stay away for 2.5 weeks, it was obvious how much work would pile up by the time they returned together. Tongzi. Again, Fu Jian. Such intimacy no one else could intrude upon, such a longer history, those moments and stories he knew nothing about. Something inside him twisted, jealousy spread silently in his chest. Fu Hanchuan's eyes darkened, his mood growing heavier. I've only been here for a few days, and you're already trying to send me away. Want me gone so you can play with others freely, then kick me out without guilt once the show ends. Looks like poor me has no choice but to go home and rely on the little rabbit in the cage for company. Fu Hanchuan complained with a tinge of jealousy. Wen Yanyu. I didn't mean that. Fu Hanchuan let out a mocking chuckle. Sensing nothing amiss, he hadn't caught Fu Hanchuan's jealousy at all, mistaking it for his usual teasing, when Yanyu got annoyed. He grabbed the corner of the blanket, trying to crawl out of Fu Hanchuan's embrace. The arm around his waist tightened, pulling him back in, locked tight, unable to move. Fu Hanchuan buried his face in Wen Yanyu's neck, murmuring petulantly. Nope. Our little rabbit is too cute, too lovable. If I leave now, someone bad might come eyeing our little rabbit. If you get lured away by some creep and abandon me, I'll go buy a scarf and cosplay Sunnydoll just for you. He deliberately softened his voice, wrapping a terrifying statement in playful whining, pretending it was all just a joke. A flicker of amusement crossed Wen Yanyu's eyes. Unable to resist, he teased back, Fu Hanchuan, you're so cheesy. Next time I'll secretly record this and post your words in your company group chat. Let them hear the king of hell's squeaky voice. Since Wen Yanyu mostly helped Fu Hanchuan with internal affairs, handling follow-up operations and infiltrating the company, joining numerous work groups, using multiple accounts interchangeably, he'd picked up quite a few juicy secrets along the way. Wen Yanyu seriously threatened the man. Fu Hanchuan nuzzled against his neck, voice low and hoarse as he complained, so mean. You must be reincarnated from an evil rabbit. Wen Yanyu emphasized, I'm a good rabbit. Then what am I? Fu Hanchuan asked, holding him close. Wen Yanyu curved his peach blossom eyes, replying earnestly, you're my best friend. Lifelong best friends. Wen Yanyu smiled, emphasizing the last two words with extra intonation. Fu Hanchuan. Suddenly, a long-dead memory returned like a boomerang, striking him straight through the heart with icy clarity. Fu Hanchuan, such a vengeful little rabbit. __. Why didn't you answer the phone last time, when Yanyu suddenly spoke up? Fu Hanchuan's gaze flickered. Was it really just a fever? 2 days without answering calls, worried him half to death, and the only explanation offered was that he'd fainted from a fever. Although Fu Hanchuan had shown him the hospital's medical certificate, and several friends had corroborated the story. Something still felt off. Wen Yanyu stared directly into Fu Hanchuan's eyes, scrutinizing. Fu Hanchuan paused for a moment, then shifted his gaze away, reaching out to ruffle the boy's hair. It really was just a fever. Wen Yanyu studied Fu Hanchuan for a long while. Noticing nothing particularly unusual. He muttered darkly, if I find out you're lying to me, I'll pack up all the rabbits at home and move immediately. Then you won't be allowed to touch a single one. Fu Hanchuan's breath stilled slightly, but his tone remained calm. Fine. What about your work at the company? Wen Yanyu repeated the earlier question. I've arranged everything important, Fu Hanchuan replied carelessly, adding, what's left is being handled by Wan Haihui. He might as well be useful, he's not doing anything anyway. Wan Haihui. The all-capable teammate. For some reason, this thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wen Yanyu chuckled at himself. Due to poor care during his growth period, old issues lingered, his body stubbornly refused to gain weight. Even now, there was barely enough fat in his abdomen to protect his organs. Curling in the man's arms, he was easily and completely enveloped. They stayed like that, chatting intermittently, until gradually, drowsiness crept in. Wen Yanyu yawned, his eyes misting over with a hazy film. Seeing this, Fu Hanchuan gently patted his back, speaking with childlike tenderness, sleep if you're tired. Wen Yanyu hummed softly, snuggling deeper into Fu Hanchuan's chest. He grabbed the puppy doll from beside the pillow, tucked it against him, adjusted into a more comfortable position, and slowly closed his eyes. Soon, even breathing filled the bedroom. Fu Hanchuan lowered his head slightly, brushing aside strands of hair from the youth's forehead, pressing a kiss onto his brow. Slowly rising. He quietly shut the door behind him. At the balcony at the end of the third-floor corridor, night fell like ink. A nameless large tree stood planted in the courtyard, perhaps due to winter's arrival. Half its branches yellowed and decaying, shedding leaves in great clumps with every gust of wind, while the other half still bore faint traces of green, seemingly clinging firmly to the limbs, though in truth they were on the verge of falling. It exuded an eerie sense of death. Fu Jian's gaze lingered on the tree for a long time. Cold moonlight filtered through the withered foliage, casting fragmented specks of light in his eyes, blending with profound indifference. Footsteps approached from afar, halting behind him. Fu Jian turned his head. Fu Hanchuan stood there, gray-toned eyes icy cold, revealing beneath their surface churning undercurrents of hostility. Their eyes met. Fu Hanchuan's expression darkened, and he spoke first, voice cold with certainty, "You love Yan too." "Not like love." Fu Jian stiffened slightly, then turned away, avoiding further eye contact, but offered no denial. Chapter 139, A Living Hell, A Dog's Agony. The cold wind still blew, rustling the withered leaves on the old tree. One by one, they spiraled down from their branches, drifting endlessly to the ground. Silence stretched between the two men, heavy and thick, as if the deep night itself had been stained with suffocating tension. Fu Hanchuan stepped forward and stood beside Fu Jian. "I don't know what happened between you two, what your intentions are, or what you plan to achieve by staying close to Yan. I have no interest in finding out." Fu Hanchuan's thin lips parted, his voice icy cold, "But he likes you very much. He depends on you. He sees you as family. I don't care what you think, nor do I care what you choose to do, so long as he remains happy. As long as you don't cross the line, I can pretend not to see. But if you ever dare to hurt him, I won't let you go." He had braced himself for threats, ready to be driven away or fiercely rejected, but never expected Fu Hanchuan to say these words. Was he backing down? Fu Jian blinked, a flicker of surprise flashing across his eyes before he smiled faintly. "Was I ever that kind of person?" Fu Hanchuan frowned. "What did you say?" Fu Jian let out a soft laugh, but didn't answer. Instead, he shifted the conversation. "You love him. You must know exactly how he feels." And so, he curled his lips into a wry, knowing smirk, his tone oddly delicate, "Surely you also understand how Yan feels about me right now, don't you?" Fu Hanchuan's expression darkened instantly. The truth he had deliberately ignored stabbed at his heart like needles, piercing so deep that he nearly couldn't breathe. Yes. As someone intimately close to his lover, how could he possibly misinterpret those eyes that gazed upon another man? It wasn't just affection. That subtle devotion, that quiet yearning, he couldn't overlook it. All he could do was keep telling himself, "We've shared such a long life together, you've already gained so much, you shouldn't be greedy. Someday, you will erase every trace that man left behind." Fu Jian turned his gaze away, fixing it on the distant moon, and spoke slowly, softly, "I stayed by his side as this so-called system, accompanying him through 130 years of reincarnations. For 130 years, it was just the two of us, surviving together. Each time a cycle ended, we returned to our space, lying side by side in sleep." He recounted those tender moments with quiet ease, detail after detail, memory after memory. Sweet everyday scenes. An irreplaceable past. Now transformed into thorny vines of jealousy, piercing who knows whose heart. "If during those 130 years, I hadn't disguised myself as a dog," Fu Jian smiled slightly, "perhaps he would be with me now." Fu Hanchuan clenched his jaw, his face growing paler. Unaware of Fu Hanchuan's expression, his thoughts drifted back into the past. Fu Jian's lips curved upward instinctively, but the smile never reached his eyes, carrying only a trace of bitterness. He continued slowly, 130 years. I watched him die before my eyes again and again. Powerless each time against fate's cruel script. You have no idea what pain he endured. Lashing out at him, blaming him for every injustice, losing control over and over again, hurting him time and again. But who among us is truly innocent? Fu Jian lifted his eyelids slightly, his grayish eyes dimming further, filled with lifeless despair. Softly, he asked, "Fu Hanchuan, do you really have the right to say these things to me? Do you truly believe you're worthy of loving him? Fu Hanchuan, do you think?" Fu Jian calmly brushed off a leaf that had landed on his shoulder, his voice eerily calm, each word squeezed from between his teeth, bone-chillingly cold. "Do we both have the right to love him and stay by his side?" His voice, stripped of its usual foreign accent, was light, blending seamlessly with the others. For an instant, the entire world fell silent. As if a hammer had struck straight into the chest, agonizing, making it hard to even breathe. Fu Hanchuan's gaze darkened sharply. Veins bulged on the back of his hand as his fingers tightened into fists. Only the sharp pain on his tongue, and the metallic taste of blood, kept him from lunging forward and striking. The silence lingered. Finally, Fu Hanchuan moved his lips. "So all this, tonight's speech, is simply your way of demanding I step aside and give you my place?" He let out a cold laugh. "It's true that Yan has feelings for you. But the one he loves most now is me. The one by his side now is me. His current lover, is me, His low voice spilled out slowly, sentence by sentence, clear and unyielding, brimming with undisguised hostility. "Yes, I've made many mistakes toward Yan. I've said countless hurtful things. As you said, I don't deserve to stay by his side." Fu Hanchuan lowered his brows slightly, then raised his hand gently, the ring on his ring finger shimmering brilliantly under the moonlight. With measured calm, he added, "But he loves me. And he has already chosen me. I'm not innocent, and I truly don't deserve it either." But as long as I, Fu Hanchuan, am still alive, I will do everything in my power to give him the very best: money, love, protection. From material needs to emotional support, I can provide it all, and I will make up for everything. And you? Fu Hanchuan sneered, what makes you think that once I step away, Yen would ever choose you? Like a wild beast finally roused from its slumber, Fu Hanchuan's eyes darkened instantly, his icy pupils coated with a layer of frost, cold and piercing. The brief moment of hesitation vanished, replaced by a surge of raw hostility, his grey-blue eyes boiling with unmistakable danger. They locked gazes for a long time. Neither willing to back down. Step aside. It was Fu Jian who broke the deadlock at last. He let out a light laugh, though there was no warmth in his expression, only a faint curl at the corner of his lips. You're overthinking it. I'm just. Fu Hanchuan frowned. Unwilling to accept it. Why? Why, when we're both just one person, does he love you so much more? Unwilling to accept that you still had all that time with him while I could only watch. Fu Jian spoke slowly, each word dipped in ice water, low, clear, precise, perfectly enunciated. One person. An eerie phrase, an unsettling feeling rising within him. Fu Hanchuan's brow furrowed deeper, cutting in sharply, enough. Fu Jian fell silent, his gaze calm. Fu Hanchuan said, no matter who you are, I won't give Yen to you. He's finally starting to get better now. If anything you do causes him even a trace of pain or distress. He paused, his voice unexpectedly steady, no matter the cost, I won't allow any further contact between you two. Fu Jian remained silent. For a long while. Then, softly, you don't need to worry. I only have 1 month left. I came here just to see him one last time. 1 month. Fu Hanchuan froze, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. The tension in his stance softened, just slightly. But it didn't last. Soon, the guarded look returned, his tone as cold as ever. What do you mean, 1 month? Just then, a phone rang. Both men turned toward the sound. Fu Hanchuan pulled the phone from his pocket. The screen flashed with 4 words, Yen, Bunny. He answered quickly. Why aren't you in the room? A drowsy, soft voice came through. At that, Fu Hanchuan's features softened. I was handling some company matters. I didn't want to wake you when I called, so I stepped outside. Suddenly remembering that Wen Yanyu had just been discharged from the hospital, Fu Hanchuan asked with concern, did you wake up suddenly? Are you feeling unwell again? I woke up because you weren't here, Wen Yanyu complained, voice tinged with hurt. You said you'd sleep with me. I even pushed the puppy aside, why did you disappear the moment I fell asleep? Fu Hanchuan smiled gently. Then go back to sleep now. I'll be right back to stay with you, okay? I'll wait until you come back to sleep. Alright. I'm coming right now. The call ended. Fu Hanchuan glanced at Fu Jian, who stood motionless before him. With a slight upturn of his lips, still cold, still defiant, he delivered his final line. Enough. I don't care what you're planning. Stay out of my way, stop provoking me. If things escalate, we'll see who Yen chooses in the end. Yen needs me now. And with that, cold and final, Fu Hanchuan turned and walked away. The man's silhouette receded into the distance. Fu Jian lowered his gaze. His strained smile was laced with bitterness. Black cracks began creeping from his wrists, spreading upward like crawling vines, reaching even the corners of his eyes. Where they passed, searing, tearing pain. A small, gray-white plush bunny hung from his hem. Slowly, Fu Jian reached down, lifted the toy, and pressed a kiss to its fluffy head. A gust of wind howled past. The withered leaves that had clung stubbornly to the branches could resist no longer, they were torn free by the wind, spiraling helplessly downward. Drifting, swaying, they fell to the earth, destined to crumble into dust. The winter night was damp and bone-chilling. A gentle breeze slipped through the half-open window, carrying a sharp cold into the room. The office was silent, save for a small desk lamp casting a dim, soft glow, just enough to illuminate the surface of the desk. Qin Qingji sat by the table, one hand holding a cup of hot tea, the other flipping through documents. Page after page turned beneath his fingers. He took a sip of tea. The warm liquid slid down his throat, easing the chill slightly. Qin Qingji relaxed his tightly knitted brows, steam blurring the lenses of his glasses. He reached the last page. Setting the teacup down, he removed his glasses and wiped them gently. Lon City, Mingji Middle School, 46, Changshan Road. Information before age 14 was nearly erased, no family, no adults ever seen around him. But Qin Qingji stopped what he was doing, put his glasses back on, pulled out the notes he had collected from his inquiries, and brought the documents closer to his eyes. 1/3 of the testimonies from classmates and acquaintances who had known Wen Yanyu during elementary and middle school vaguely remembered that there were 3 people in his household, his parents and a younger sister. Another 1/3 had hazy memories, half initially claimed Wen Yanyu had always been alone, but after further discussion, seemed to recall things differently, changing their statements to match the first group. The final 1/3 were clear and firm, Wen Yanyu had no family around him at all, they didn't know how he had managed to live by himself. A total of 37 people had been surveyed. If only 6 or 7 people had conflicting memories, it could be explained away, but such widespread contradictions, attributed merely to the passage of time and fading recollection, even for a staunch materialist like him, felt utterly implausible. Qin Qingji rubbed his temples, frustration mounting. Could it actually be some kind of supernatural phenomenon? His mind swirled chaotically. He didn't know which nerve had been triggered, but suddenly, from the chaos emerged a book he'd once heard years ago. Back then, during his leisurely fishing trips, sometimes without company and bored out of his mind, a friend had recommended an audiobook app. He, who had only ever read physical books, hadn't engaged much with entertainment apps before. That first time downloading it, unsure what to listen to, he had just clicked randomly, the app automatically began playing a novel. The male protagonist in the story was born into a happy family. His father was a policeman, his mother an actress. The protagonist was loved and doted on by his parents, accompanied by a little sister, all until one day when he returned home from school. The once bustling house had fallen deathly silent. The boy assumed his parents and sister had simply gone out, so he waited, from afternoon to evening, from night to morning, day after day. Year after year passed. Repeatedly labeled as mentally unstable, repeatedly restrained, the protagonist in the book eventually accepted reality. His family had been erased like a glitch. For an entire afternoon, Qin Qingji listened to the voice of a seemingly vivid child, tormented by fate, nearly driven into a psychiatric ward, struggling again and again to break free, only to have hope crushed over and over. He still remembered that day. He had started fishing cheerfully, but as the story progressed, listening to the protagonist's experiences, it felt as though he were watching a bright, lively child crumble slowly before his eyes. Perhaps it was because the protagonist wasn't an adult, people naturally felt protective toward children. Or maybe it was because around that time, a child had just entered his own life. His mood grew heavier and heavier. In the end, he spent the whole afternoon absorbed in the story. Eventually, he couldn't bear to listen anymore. He paused the audio at random, planning to return to it later for the ending, but afterward, no matter how thoroughly he searched the entire app, he could never find that story again. He never got to hear its conclusion. It wasn't until much later, during a casual dinner conversation, that he brought it up with a friend again. The friend remarked that such a tragic novel would have limited audience appeal on a web literature platform, most likely the author had abandoned and deleted it. He jokingly praised Qin Qingji's uncanny luck in stumbling upon such a rare piece. A story that should have remained disconnected from reality now surfaced inexplicably in his mind. Mother, sister. Qin Qingji's eyes flickered, a sharp pang rising from within, growing increasingly unbearable. Then, he smiled wryly. How had he become like Wanru? Shaking his head, Qin Qingji shoved the absurd thoughts aside, picked up the cup of tea that had long gone cold, and drained it in one gulp, trying to clear his mind. Outside, the wind rustled past. Qin Qingji stood, walked over, and closed the window. Turning back, he resumed flipping through the gathered files. He decided to expand the scope, to start visiting people Wen Yanyu had once known. Even without being asked by his lover, Wen Yanyu's severe injuries alone were enough reason to justify his investigation. Once something takes root, it can never truly be removed. Only waiting. Until one day, it grows into a towering tree. Chapter 140, A Paradise of Chaos. The next day at noon, the production crew's van stopped outside the amusement park. The midday temperature in the south was just right, neither cold nor hot. Warm sunlight bathed their bodies, bringing a particularly comfortable sensation. The first vehicle arrived, and Wen Yanyu, Fu Hanchuan, and Fu Jian stepped out, waiting by the entrance. A driverless roller coaster roared past, while nursery rhymes echoed throughout the park. Staff members dressed in mascot costumes stood at their respective posts. Wen Yanyu rubbed his hands together gently, raising his head to scan around. He noticed that aside from the staff, there were no other visitors in the entire park. Just as he was about to comment on how uncharacteristically generous the production team had been this time, his gaze lifted upward. Jingyue Amusement Park. Jingyue. Wen Yanyu poked Fu Hanchuan's arm and blinked curiously. With his eyes alone, he asked, "Is this yours?" Fu Hanchuan nodded calmly. Wen Yanyu, no wonder. Isn't Mirror Moon only known for its hotels and restaurants? They actually have an amusement park project too. Wen Yanyu whispered mischievously near Fu Hanchuan's ear with a suppressed laugh, "Are you going to open a barbecue stall next?" Hearing the teasing tone deliberately drawn out beside him, Fu Hanchuan let out a soft chuckle. Leaning down close to the boy's face so only they could hear, he said quietly, "We could consider it. But currently, our poor little evil bunny at home has a weak stomach, opening a place won't do him any good. I'm afraid if we really start one, our naughty little rabbit can only watch but not eat. Then he'll get upset, refuse the barbecue, and bite me instead. I wouldn't be able to handle that." There was a gentle twinkle in Fu Hanchuan's eyes. Though his tone remained serious, his words were childishly silly and cheeky. "You're the bad dog." Wen Yanyu muttered under his breath. Faint aromas drifted into his nose, the sweet scent of popcorn and cotton candy hung in the air, mixed with the savory smell of grilled sausages from food stalls within the park. Just inhaling made his stomach rumble uncontrollably. Perhaps spoiled into being delicate, or perhaps simply roused by hunger, Wen Yanyu rubbed his belly and suggested, "Let's go eat barbecue tonight when we're not filming." Fu Hanchuan shook his head in refusal. "No. You just got discharged from the hospital. The doctor said no greasy or spicy food recently." Wen Yanyu tried again. "We can ask them to use less oil, and I can eat non-spicy chili sauce." Fu Hanchuan looked silently at him, wordlessly rejecting. Wen Yanyu pouted, turned his head away, and darted over to Fu Jian side, speaking loud enough for all three to hear, "Let's go eat barbecue tonight, without Fu Hanchuan, just the two of us and Auntie Jiang." Fu Jian was momentarily stunned, instinctively wanting to agree, then quickly refused. "No. Not yet. Wait a few more days." Wen Yanyu froze, pupils shrinking in shock, looking utterly devastated. "How did you become like this too?" Both said in perfect unison. "No means no." The ever-silent audience chat exploded into a flurry of ha-ha-ha. Dead laughing. "I seriously feel an odd hostility between Brother Uncaring and Little Doggy, yet such strange harmony regarding Rabbit Baby. Rabbit Baby, even you betrayed me. Play all you want, joke around all you like, but never gamble with your wife's health. Feels like Wen really likes Auntie Jiang, he mentions her everywhere, lol. Briefly forgiving Brother Uncaring this time, he seems to make Rabbit Baby super relaxed. Compared to last episode, Rabbit Baby clearly enjoys being clingier when Brother Uncaring is around. Seriously though, yesterday things were barely okay between new guy and friend brother, but today it's pure gunpowder. They've already sniped at each other multiple times, overtly and covertly. The barbecue plan was cruelly rejected by two dogs. Wen Yanyu. He dropped his head, dejected and wilted off to the side. Seeing Wen Yanyu's pitiful, drooping figure, Fu Hanchuan felt both amused and slightly guilty. He walked forward, softened his voice, and coaxed gently, "We'll eat once you've fully recovered." He reached out, patting the boy's head with mild tenderness. "There's plenty of time. We can slowly enjoy it together later." Wen Yanyu glanced up at him, then lowered his eyes again, reluctantly mumbling an before stepping back beside Fu Hanchuan, turning his head occasionally to check when the rest of the crew's vehicles would arrive. "How's the rabbit at home doing? Did you ask someone to take care of it when you came here?" "It's staying with Wan Haihui now. We'll pick it up when we return." Fu Hanchuan thought for a moment, took out his phone, and opened a chat window. On screen played a video of a frostwhite lop-eared rabbit running and hopping wildly across a sofa, clearly having ruled that territory for quite some time. At the end of the video, Shen Huainan, holding a large bowl of rabbit food, tripped over his own feet and fell flat on his back, sending pellets flying everywhere. At the end of the video, Shen Huainan, holding a large bowl of rabbit food, tripped over his own feet and fell flat on his back, sending pellets flying everywhere. Message note. Wan Haihui, today's health and activity report of His Royal Bunny Majesty, please review. When Yanyu glanced at the message on his phone and asked with amusement, "Fu Hanchuan, you tightwad, do your friends talk behind your back about you?" They usually tease me to my face," Fu Hanchuan replied casually, completely unfazed. "They even use at me in group chats like a comma." When Yanyu burst out laughing. Fu Hanchuan turned his gaze toward him and pulled the boy into his arms. They chatted occasionally, light and easy. As they talked, their defenses lowered. Since this was the final episode's public appearance, they no longer worried much about cameras or appearances. When Yanyu transformed into a boneless bunny once again, clinging tightly to Fu Hanchuan. Except for that initial response, Fu Jian didn't speak much throughout. He simply stood quietly to the side, watching the youth. Again and again. Tracing him with his eyes. Desperate to remember him forever. More than 10 minutes later, everyone gradually arrived and gathered at the entrance of the park. The air conditioning inside the vehicles had been running, creating a stark temperature difference between indoors and outdoors. As soon as Jiang Wanru opened the car door, her body hadn't yet adjusted to the change when a cold gust blew against her, making her shiver involuntarily. She turned back and reminded the two kids in the car to dress warmly. Sang Yu and Chu Xingbai obediently zipped up their jackets. Seeing them properly dressed, Jiang Wanru nodded in satisfaction. Thinking Wen Yanyu had arrived early, although she couldn't stand Fu Hanchuan no matter how hard she tried, she had to admit, he was passable when it came to taking care of people. Just as she was thinking this, Jiang Wanru stepped out of the car. What terrible timing. She looked up. And there he was, Wen Yanyu, shirt half open, lazily leaning against some annoying man while sipping a drink and cheerfully gulping down cold air. The very man she had just considered somewhat responsible was now letting him sit here exposed to the wind without a care. Old grudges flared with fresh irritation. A strong wave of displeasure surged through her. Jiang Wanru narrowed her eyes unhappily, quickly climbed out from the back seat, and strode over to Wen Yanyu in 3 quick steps. The group chatting nearby hadn't reacted in time. Fu Hanchuan had been supporting Wen Yanyu's waist when suddenly the weight vanished. Turning around, he saw his sweet little rabbit yanked violently away by a single hand. Fu Hanchuan. Wen Yanyu. Startled by the sudden commotion, Wen Yanyu whipped his head around, just as his milk tea was snatched from his hand, and looked straight into Jiang Wanru's furious glare. He froze. A primal sense of being overpowered washed over him, and the sugary pearl milk tea in his mouth suddenly tasted bitter. Jiang Wanru glared sharply. Fu Hanchuan swiftly reached out and took the milk tea cup from her hand. Duan Mufeng, who had bought the drink, dared not move, fearing he'd be hit any second. Lu Mingxiu, mid-sip, didn't dare swallow, terrified of being made to vomit on the spot. Wow, woke up and saw my mom. Mom Rabbit's sharp gaze sweeps across, the baby rabbit didn't wear proper clothes. The rabbit keeper didn't dress the baby rabbit. And gave the poor thing unhealthy milk tea. Can't bear to hit the bunny, so beat the keeper instead. Before seeing her, Fu, who dares snatch my wife? After seeing her, oh, it's my future mother-in-law, I stay silent. I'm dying of laughter, this woman truly is the family matriarch. One quiet glance and nobody dares slurp their milk tea anymore. Duan Carrot, don't look at me, I didn't buy that milk tea. Jiang Wanru, do you even know what you're doing raising a bunny? Leave professional work to professionals. You're still weak. Drink less of these outside-bought milk teas, they're full of artificial sweeteners. The tapioca pearls from shops are hard to digest and put too much strain on your stomach. If you like it, I'll make it for you when we get back. My Xiao Huai likes milk tea too. We always keep the ingredients at home. The homemade version tastes almost the same as store-bought. Xiao Huai. Suddenly realizing something, Jiang Wanru paused mid-sentence, her eyes flickering. She raised her gaze and looked at Wen Yanyu. Seeing no change in his expression. She should have breathed a sigh of relief. But the delayed realization pierced her heart like needles, sending dull waves of pain radiating outward. Jiang Wanru lowered her eyes, sighed softly, and continued, when we get back, I'll use high-quality ingredients to make it for you. If you want some, I'll bring it over any time. Wen Yanyu nodded obediently. Jiang Wanru pulled him directly in front of her. Wen Yanyu stood still like a scolded elementary school student, not daring to move an inch, allowing Jiang Wanru to fuss over him. How long has it been since you were discharged? It may not be as cold here as back home, but you still need to take care of yourself. Your body is already weak. When it's chilly, wear proper clothes and don't catch a cold. Getting sick again would only make things harder on you. Jiang Wanru sighed, her earlier anger gone. Her voice was soft, steeped in worry, thick melancholy pooling in the corners of her eyes. Wen Yanyu stole a glance at her. The moment their eyes met, he instinctively trembled. Jiang Wanru kept murmuring as her hands moved steadily. Lift your head. Wen Yanyu obediently tilted his head up. Jiang Wanru reached out, carefully refastening each slightly opened button on Wen Yanyu's shirt until it was perfectly sealed, not a single gap left for the wind to slip through. Finally, she rose onto her toes, lifted her hand to tuck the strands of long hair spilling from beneath his collar, and gently combed them back with her fingers. She casually removed the hair tie coiled in his bun and secured the strands into a low ponytail. Once finished, Jiang Wanru turned and snapped at Fu Hanchuan without restraint, "Where's Yan Yan's scarf?" Fu Hanchuan blinked, then replied, "Didn't bring it." Jiang Wanru's expression darkened. This irresponsible brat. It was easy to guess exactly what Jiang Wanru was thinking, and Fu Hanchuan. Just then, Fu Zhiyan, who had been silent all along, stepped forward. He reached up, unwound a thick scarf from around his own neck, and handed it to her. Jiang Wanru froze for a moment, glanced at the man, then immediately took the scarf and wrapped it snugly around Wen Yanyu's neck, tying a loose knot. Madame Zhang's face is black, her inner monologue is raging, how can this guy be so unreliable? What if my baby catches a cold and gets sick? Dog brother. Dog brother rises to power. Ha ha ha, I feel like AI Boo's eyes could literally stab dog brother to death. Laughing hard, though Madame Jiang seems caring toward younger guests, she's acting way too much like a real mom to Wen Yanyu, ha ha ha. Seriously wondering, if Wen Yanyu were still a child, would she have already snatched him home to raise herself? Big talk here, Madame Jiang could still take him home and raise him right now. The look Jiang Wanru gives Fu Hanchuan is totally that of a mother-in-law glaring at an unreliable son-in-law, ha ha ha. She really sees Yan Yan as her own son. The scarf was a rich coffee brown, thick and soft, carrying a strange yet familiar scent, like winter wind, or perhaps something else entirely. When Yanyu shook his head slightly, trying to shake off the odd thought creeping into his mind. With everything set, the group began walking into the amusement park. Jiang Wanru linked arms with Wen Yanyu. Completely ignoring whether cameras were rolling, she frowned and instructed Fu Hanchuan, Yan Yan has an injury on his waist, lingering effects and all kinds of complications. Be careful in daily life. Don't let him get bumped or hurt, and restrain your movements too. The person originally prepared to guard against Fu Zhiyan was now being blocked by someone completely unexpected from getting near his wife. He had no idea how things had spiraled into this mess. Fu Hanchuan rubbed his brow, too terrified to argue, and stiffly nodded. The mother-in-law's nagging strikes again, AI Boo, you better listen carefully, or else Madam won't let you marry the rabbit treasure. Is Madam Jiang making a suggestive joke? Restrain your movements too. Am I interpreting that right? That is what it means, right? Is this even something you can say on air? Rabbit treasure has a waist injury. How does Madam know about it? Remember during the first episode when Wen Yanyu ran a fever? Jiang Wanru helped remove his clothes. I think she saw something and got shocked. Probably then. Wait, waist injuries are usually skeletal issues, they're not exactly visible at a glance. Soon after, the host appeared and explained the day's game rules. Since Sang Huayin wasn't present, the remaining 8 guests were just enough to split into 2 teams. Each team would complete different challenges within the park, with final scores determining who won a mysterious grand prize. Within 6 hours, you may freely enjoy all attractions in the park. The roller coaster, shooting challenge, ring toss, and giant swing offer the highest point rewards. Completing any one of these earned bonus points. After briefly outlining the rules, the host added, of course, the winning team can choose to either claim the grand prize exclusively or share it collectively. The original intention of this program is for everyone to enjoy this journey. Under the intense pressure of Jiang Wanru's glaring stare, the host lowered his head and tapped twice on the screen. Team assignments were quickly generated. Team A, Wen Yanyu, Fu Zhiyan, Fu Hanchuan, Jiang Wanru. Team B, Duan Mufeng, Sang Yu, Chu Xingbai, Lu Mingxiu. Chapter 141, Perceptive Tutu is about to discover the truth. As soon as the grouping list was announced, Jiang Wanru spoke first. Roller coasters and giant swings offer high bonus points, but given your condition, we won't consider those 2 attractions. We'll just play around with something simple today. When Yanyu hesitated, about to respond that this was a competition and he should be fine, he wasn't so frail after all, when Jiang Wanru reached over and took his hand. Her warm fingers gently stroked his palm, as if trying to transfer warmth directly into him. Her voice was soft and soothing. Don't feel any pressure. Coming to the amusement park was my idea and the production team's suggestion, it was supposed to be pure fun from the start. That challenge they added later. The so-called, mysterious surprise. Whatever prize they're offering, if you like it, I'll buy it for you myself after the show ends. Jiang Wanru leaned close to Wen Yanyu's ear, whispering so only he could hear. Her tone carried a light teasing lilt. Wen Yanyu nodded. The woman's words were too quiet for the distant cameras to pick up, and the host who was introducing the activities to the others didn't hear them either. Alright, it's still early. Let's grab something to eat before playing. Think of it as hanging out casually. You two have no objections. Jiang Wan returned to ask the pair beside her. They had come merely to accompany others, as insiders, Fu Zhiyan and Fu Hanchuan already knew exactly what surprise the production team had prepared. They casually nodded in agreement. What did Rabbit Mom and Rabbit whisper about? Something VIP members aren't allowed to hear. Not happy. Feels like she's bad-mouthing the production team again, very on brand for Auntie Jiang, always leading the charge and trolling them. Besides Duan Luobua, nobody else on Xiao Yu's side can handle the giant swing. I'm dying laughing, Luobua hasn't even been grouped with Rabbit yet, and he's already got his little radish face drooping. So they're just giving up like that. Production team, does no one even glance at the surprise we prepared? And so it went. One group set off for the roller coaster together. The other leisurely strolled into a fast food restaurant. Although the amusement park had been fully booked with no outside visitors, regular services continued running normally. Their orders arrived quickly. Wen Yanyu was pulled by Jiang Wanru to sit at one side, while Fu Hanchuan and Fu Zhiyan sat directly across from them. Looking at the opposite pair, ordering identical meals, clearly not the kind of combo a local would typically enjoy, and their eating motions nearly perfectly synchronized. And furthermore, that eerie similarity between them, which Wen Yanyu had deliberately ignored before, now stood glaringly obvious, one on each side of him, impossible to overlook any longer. Wen Yanyu froze slightly. Had the system deliberately modeled its appearance after Fu Hanchuan's to make him feel closer? The thought surfaced briefly in his mind before being swiftly crushed. No. Strictly speaking, their outer appearances weren't really alike, one carried a stronger foreign look, barely hinting at traces of Xia national heritage, while the other was the opposite, bearing minimal mixed-race features. At a casual glance, he was almost indistinguishable from a native-born citizen. They didn't resemble each other in appearance. But in bone structure. And in that indescribable quality. Something uniquely theirs, that, once familiar, could never be mistaken or confused. Sensing his gaze, both men looked up simultaneously, thinking perhaps Wen Yanyu had encountered something unpleasant yet unwilling to waste food. Switch dishes, I'll take your bowl. Two voices overlapped once again. Two pairs of cool gray eyes reflected the exact same gentleness. Wen Yanyu froze, his heartbeat skipping a beat. The system had always accompanied him in the form of a border collie puppy. Given the countless worlds and strange species that existed, during the later cycles, especially when escape became nearly constant due to Jun Chanhua's involvement, the system had descended into certain worlds several times to protect him. But it always used blank-faced puppet bodies, so Wen Yanyu had long assumed the system's true form was simply that of a magical dog, capable only of changing its outer skin. He recalled a sentence spoken by the creator in that one world untouched by chaos, a phrase he hadn't understood at the time, only souls from the same origin can bind to one another. Back then, he'd thought it was mere comfort, that since Jun Changhua came from a different time, their bond wouldn't last forever, and as long as he evaded capture, he'd never be found again. Until now. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Theoretically, the system wasn't an intangible life form in the traditional sense. It had a physical form, which meant it must originate from the same world as him, the reason it could originally bind with him in the first place. But his current world was low magic, where apart from ordinary spirits, almost no special life forms existed. Only souls from the same origin can bind to one another. Same origin. Same world. Wen Yanyu lowered his gaze, eyes flickering with unease, heart pounding wildly out of control. The system. Why exactly had it bound itself to him back then? Steamed egg custard. Caramel pudding. Almost simultaneously, both men moved to order something new for him. No, it's fine. I was just spacing out. Let's eat. When Yanyu snapped back to reality, mumbled a quick response, quickly lowered his eyelids, and buried himself in his meal, using the motion to hide the fluster on his face. Was he going crazy? What on earth was he even thinking? That was insane. Impossible. Fu Hanchuan frowned slightly, carelessly shooting a sidelong glance at the glaring figure beside him. A sharp wave of unease and irritation surged uncontrollably within him. Fu Jian's eyes flickered. After all these years together, he already understood perfectly what the person in front of him was thinking. He had known from the beginning. This secret couldn't stay hidden forever. The best approach would have been to quietly disappear, let the original body absorb all memories, and never reappear to disturb anything again. But faced with death, he'd still been greedy. Greedily wanting. Just one sliver of mercy. Fu Jian lowered his head, continuing to eat in silence, a meal that served no real purpose other than adding weight to his body. Jiang Wanru's gaze drifted restlessly among the three of them. She couldn't quite grasp what was going on. Lowering her head, she went back to peeling shrimp for her little one. Does anyone else feel like there's something weirdly off about these three? Aren't Wen and friend brother already together? Dog brother so obviously likes Wen, and Wen is super close to dog brother too, friend brother really isn't bothered by this? I'm curious too LMAO. The way Fu and Wen interact feels kinda intimate. Given Fu's status, shouldn't he be annoyed? Yet he hasn't shown any sign of anger the entire time. Bai's take, what did my rabbit ever do wrong? If it weren't for those flashy outsiders flirting with him, would my rabbit get close to them? Besides, my rabbit only gets intimate with other men, he's not leaving me. You can't have your cake and eat it too. The Empress's tolerance. Amidst the playful banter of the chat. The meal ended under an oddly tense atmosphere. The other three finished quickly, while Wen Yanyu remained like a grazing rabbit, chewing slowly, bite by bite. Lost in thought throughout the meal, his mind cluttered with chaotic thoughts, Wen ate especially slowly. He came back to his senses only to realize the others had already finished. Wen Yanyu hastily shoveled down the remaining food in his bowl. They hadn't even settled the matter of whether to stay or leave. With Fu Hanchuan around these past few days, he hadn't had a single chance to speak privately with Fu Jian. Tonight, he absolutely had to find an opportunity to ask. Just as they stepped outside, they were informed that the other group had already accumulated 120 points, and if their score fell below 60, they'd face a penalty task. When Yanyu, who had planned to slack off with Rabbit Mom, froze in surprise and helplessly turned to look at the two beside him. Game points were calculated as follows: 10 points for completing a roller coaster ride, 20 points for the giant swing. Ring toss and shooting games would be scored based on activity within designated areas. They manually passed on the first two items. Ring toss and shooting were set up together. The four walked toward the location designated by the show. They found the normally open outer area, meant for direct ring tossing and shooting, completely surrounded by fabric strips. Nearly 2 meters high, the cloth was fastened to railings, forming a wall of fabric that blocked all visibility. To play ring toss or shoot, one had to get over this fabric wall. There were no benches or stepping objects nearby. Which meant they'd have to jump just to see the other side. When Yanyu, who sucked at shooting but had always been freakishly accurate at ring toss, and absolutely loved playing, stared blankly at the setup before him, stunned. What the hell was this? Why increase the difficulty? No wonder the other group earlier had tried so hard to suppress their laughter when they saw Wen Yanyu's team heading this way. They'd been waiting for this. Pop one balloon by crossing the wall, 2 points. One successful ring toss in the first 3 rows, 2 points. One in the last 3 rows, 3 points. High rewards. An almost impossible challenge. Production team, how low can you go? My baby rabbit looks so deflated. Pay him emotional distress compensation now. I suspect the production team wanted everyone to cooperate, but both teams chose to slack off instead. I think Duan Luobwa was having a blast riding the giant swing alone while the other 3 enjoyed their barbecue. LMAO, right when Bai saw the other group starting to eat barbecue, he immediately turned Rabbit's head away, so long as Rabbit didn't see it, he wouldn't ask to eat too. Glancing sideways at the 2 exceptionally tall figures, when Yenyu's bangs shifted as his drooping eyes suddenly lit up. You two are tall. Try seeing if you can do it. Fu Hanchuan glanced up at the height, then shook his head. Wen Yanyu turned to Fu Jian. Same response. Wen Yanyu froze, deflating like a punctured balloon, visibly wilting before their eyes. Jiang Wanru rubbed her temples with a slight headache and turned to comfort Wen Yanyu. It's okay, don't worry. I'll go ride the roller coaster a few times with Xiao Fu later, we'll make up the points. At her words, Wen Yanyu drooped his head, visibly deflating even further. At that moment, Fu Jian scanned the setup with a slow, deliberate gaze. Yen, come over here, Fu Jian beckoned. Huh? Wen Yanyu didn't understand, looking over with a confused expression. Seeing he still didn't get it, Fu Jian didn't bother explaining. Instead, he walked right over, reached out smoothly, his hand supporting Wen Yanyu's hips, the other securing his waist. The motion was fluid, giving no time to react. Effortlessly, he lifted Wen Yanyu off the ground. His obstructed view suddenly cleared. Wen Yanyu's eyes widened as his body hung in midair without support. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms tightly around the man's neck. So high, Wen Yanyu stammered, trembling with panic, his voice shaking. Put me down. You won't fall, Fu Jian said indifferently, adjusting his hold slightly so the person in his arms sat more comfortably. Just get as many points as you can. He grabbed a ring from the counter and handed it to the person in his arms, then tilted his head slightly toward the side. His expression remained calm, seemingly emotionless, just as usual. But upon closer look, there was a subtle trace of provocation in his eyes. Fu Hanchuan's knuckles whitened as his grip tightened, his face darkening instantly. Jiang Wanru froze, turning to look at Fu Hanchuan. Fu Hanchuan's face was terrifyingly dark, anger swirling in his eyes, nearly spilling over, he was clearly furious. The live chat in both parties exploded simultaneously. Wait. Dog brother. Put my rabbit baby down. Down. My rabbit baby already has a husband. What are you doing? Don't touch my bunny. My rabbit has a happy family. Don't mess this up. Excuse me. Bro. You're just casually picking up someone else's partner right in front of their spouse. No wonder he's English, so refreshingly straightforward, just stealing wives openly. Oh no, unloved brother's face is pitch black. I can practically see the vast grassland atop his head. Not trying to judge, but how is this different from being publicly green flagged? Earlier I joked about Fu Jian trying to poach, but is he actually serious about this? Being deliberately turned by the man holding him, half his body suspended in air, Wen Yanyu dared not move. He took the ring, one arm still clinging to Fu Jian's neck, the other aiming carefully. After several rounds, they'd already earned most of the required points. The final ring flew through the air. That's enough, Fu Jian smiled back at him. Wen Yanyu sighed in relief, gently patting the man's shoulder to signal him to put him down. As if unresponsive, Fu Jian didn't react. Just as Wen Yanyu was about to tap him again, a strong force yanked his arm sideways, causing his entire body to tilt. When he looked up, he saw Fu Hanchuan standing there, face dark, cradling half his body as he coldly snapped, "Let go." Seconds later, the pressure on the other shoulder eased. Once again, his body lost its support. Fu Hanchuan firmly pulled him into his arms, his palm pressing the back of Wen Yanyu's head, forcing it into his chest. His vision went black, unable to see anything, unsure of what had happened. Silence surrounded them. No sound. All he could feel was the rising and falling of the chest beneath him. He's angry. Confusion followed. Why is he mad? The thought flashed through his mind. Wen Yanyu paused, then quickly realized. The system isn't a dog anymore. He's a human male now. Oh no. He's jealous. Fu Jian lowered his gaze, shadows flickering in his eyes, yet he spoke with a smile, "You're jealous too." The cool male voice uttered those familiar yet foreign words. His smiling eyes were filled with clear provocation. Fu Hanchuan's expression turned uglier than ever, dark and stormy as if water could drip from it. An overwhelming surge of fury burned through every inch of his body. Now deliberately provoked, the long-suppressed jealousy and rage finally erupted. No matter who you really are, or what you're trying to do. He's my lover now. Stay away from him. Fu Hanchuan growled through gritted teeth. Years without speaking made his speech clumsy, each word raw and torn from flesh and blood, dripping with pure fury. Chapter 142 How can you just reject me? As if he had heard something absurdly laughable, Fu Jian's lips curled into a mocking smirk. Who do you think you are? Fu Jian coldly tossed out the question, unclear to whom it was directed, his eyes shadowed with deep self-loathing. Fu Hanchuan's jaw tightened. Intense aggression churned violently in his gaze. His body tensed as he leaned forward slightly, one arm circling Wen Yanyu's waist, the other hand firmly pressing the back of his head, preventing him from turning around, effectively trapping him within his possessive hold. It seemed like mere restraint, yet also as if he feared his lover seeing the uglier side of himself. With no hesitation, they fired back at each other. One sentence, then another. Not a single curse word uttered. Yet each aimed precisely at the other's deepest wounds. They weren't speaking their native tongue, nor any widely taught language from standard education curricula. Wen Yanyu understood nothing, utterly lost in their exchange. But that didn't stop him from sensing the thick, explosive tension between them. He tried to lift his head but was held down, completely immobile, vision plunged into darkness. A wave of unease swiftly swept over him. Even without seeing, he knew the situation was spiraling out of control. He reached out and grasped the man's shirt sleeve, trembling unconsciously. Feeling the subtle tremble in his arms, Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze slightly, loosened his grip, and gently patted him in reassurance. The filming crew stood nervously by, unsure whether this counted as a broadcast incident and whether they should even continue shooting. Speak Xia language, damn it. Where's my royal translator? What did Love Hater Bro and Puppy Bro just say? Puppy Bro asked, are you jealous? Love Hater Bro replied something like, what are you? That part one didn't get, then said, he's my lover, stay away from him. Finally, Puppy Bro shot back, who do you think you are? Adding on, what followed was basically a fight over a lover, roasting each other non-stop lol. Feels like I'm watching a real-time wall-cracking scene. Dom, the hostility is off the charts. So Fu and Wen are actually a couple. I thought they were just really close friends. They arrived glued together, if it weren't for the cameras, they'd probably be pressed zero distance apart. Friends, my ass. Hot take, did Puppy Bro know Rabbit before? Their dynamic feels like they've known each other all along. Wen Yanyu tried several times to break free. Any slight movement was instantly suppressed. The atmosphere remained locked in stalemate. Hey. How can you two go hugging so publicly like that? What kind of example are you setting? A male voice suddenly rang beside their ears. The tense air shattered in an instant. All turned their heads toward the source. Chu Xingbai stood not far away, left hand clutching a soda, right hand holding a bucket of creamy popcorn, a fluffy rabbit perched on his head, wearing a look of curious amusement as he eyed them. Chu Xingbai popped a few pieces of popcorn into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, they sent me over to ask if you've saved up enough points. They want to go play in the haunted house with you. At that, Wen Yanyu wriggled his body slightly. You're holding too tight, my waist hurts. He whispered his complaint softly. The pressure around his waist eased. At last, Wen Yanyu squirmed his head out from Fu Hanchuan's embrace, finally breathing fresh air. Jiang Wanru pursed her lips, stepped forward, and tugged Wen Yanyu out of the two men's line of sight. Want some popcorn? She asked hastily, eager to pull him away from the center of drama. Wen Yanyu nodded. Fu Hanchuan cast a cold glance at Fu Jian. No one spoke further. He rose and silently followed after the two. On the way back in the vehicle. The seating arrangement originally intended to press Wen Yanyu against one side, but fearing the two might actually clash, Wen Yanyu shoved Fu Jian into the car first, then quickly slid in to sit between them. Fu Hanchuan stood outside, face cold, unmoving. Come on, it's cold out, Wen Yanyu murmured, eyes downcast, voice tentative. And so it was. Two men sat, one on the left, one on the right, trapping the youth between them. Fu Hanchuan expressionless, lips tightly sealed, one arm wrapped rigidly around the upper waist of the boy, gripping so hard it was nearly imprisoning him in his arms. Fu Jian appeared indifferent, casually gazing out the window, his dark eyes swirling with emotion so thick they threatened to spill over. His fingertips resting on the door edge tapped rhythmlessly, one soft tap, then another heavier, betraying frustration and restlessness. An eerie balance, suffocating and unbearable. Wen Yanyu, seemingly oblivious, chattered gently from the middle, trying to mediate, asking both what they wanted to eat tonight. I'm going grocery shopping with Auntie Jiang later. Is there anything you guys want? I'll cook for you. He asked the same thing 3 different ways, carefully. No one responded. Wen Yanyu's long lashes dipped low. Fingers at his side curled into loose fists. A flash of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Pork rib soup. Wen Yanyu turned his head. Fu Jian forced a faint smile, softly asking, I'd like some pork rib soup. Is that inconvenient? Wen Yanyu shook his head and quickly agreed, okay, pork rib soup. A warm palm covered the back of his hand, forcibly turning his gaze away. Vinegar braised cabbage. The same low, pleasant voice, calm, yet to someone who knew the man so intimately, there was a hint of grievance beneath it. Wen Yanyu froze for a moment, then reached out, wrapping his arms around the man beside him, gently patting his back, leaning half his head against him. Fu Hanchuan didn't move at first. After a long pause, he slowly leaned in. Fu Jian glanced over briefly, then turned his eyes back to the window, his expression coolly indifferent. Tiny glimmers gathered in his eyes, forming a hazy mist. Puppy Bro and Love Hater Bro both seem like resentful husbands now, I'm really seeing it more and more. I never cared about this couple before, just came for the variety show, didn't bother with gossip, but now I'm genuinely worried about Wen Yanyu's behind through the screen. The most confusing thing is that Fu didn't get mad at Wen. Any normal guy would have lost his temper by now, right? TSK, I thought Fu would throw a tantrum at Rabbit earlier, but the most extreme thing he did was hugging him too tightly. Even when angry, he still soothes his wife, afraid of scaring him. Please let Wen Yanyu open a class, teach us how exactly he trained Fu Hanchuan into this. What's a love triangle? This is a real one. Love-hater bro, I won't call you that anymore, you're head over heels in love. You're practically a green grassland and still acting sweet with rabbit. The car stopped outside the gate. An awkward dinner came to an end. Wen Yanyu stood by the bed, staring blankly at the scarf in his hand that he hadn't returned yet. He suddenly remembered, he had meant to ask Fu Jian something, but again, today offered no chance. Now things had escalated like this. There'd be no possibility of them being alone together ever again. How was he supposed to explain all this to Fu Hanchuan? The sound of the door locking echoed. Wen Yanyu turned around. Before he could react, before he even had time to look at the person, his wrist was seized, the scarf dropped aside, and he was instantly slammed against the wall. Wen Yanyu whimpered, his body crashing into the wall. Fu Hanchuan gripped his chin, tilting his head up as he lowered his mouth onto his in a kiss, fierce, devouring, as if trying to consume him whole, laced with a punitive edge, brutal yet lingering. When the long, breath-stealing kiss finally ended, Wen Yanyu's face was flushed, his entire body numb. He clung to the man's shoulders, gasping heavily. Had Fu Hanchuan not been holding him up, he surely would have collapsed to the floor. Stay away from Fu Jian. Fu Hanchuan murmured against his ear, his tone hard, leaving no room for compromise. Wen Yanyu clung to the man's arm, breathing raggedly. It took a long moment before he could muster the strength to explain, the system, he doesn't have feelings for me. You misunderstood today. But Fu Hanchuan stared at him, silent for a long while, before saying quietly, he loves you. Wen Yanyu looked up, bewildered. How could that be? We're not even the same species. The word slipped out, then Wen Yanyu paused. Right. He wasn't even sure what the system truly was beneath it all. Was it that border collie? Or this current human body? Seeing Wen Yanyu fall silent, Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze and once again presented the ultimatum. Now, I am your lover. Between him and me, you can only choose one. His cold voice cut through the air. Wen Yanyu stared up in shock. Meeting only that unwavering, demanding gaze, one that would accept nothing less than an answer. Fu Hanchuan was already tall and imposing. Without his coat, his broad, powerful frame filled the space above him, tight-fitting high-neck sweater outlining every defined muscle, pressing Wen Yanyu firmly between his body and the wall. Having spoken, he said nothing more. His entire being radiated a dangerous, icy intensity, the possessiveness he'd barely restrained earlier now surging stronger, darker. His stare was predatory, as if measuring where to bite first. It was a sensation Wen Yanyu hadn't felt since they officially became a couple. Danger. Wen Yanyu's eyes darted away, trembling slightly, instinctively sensing the threat, his body unconsciously trying to flee. He didn't want to answer. His hesitation was too obvious. Fu Hanchuan noticed it instantly. Leaning down, he pressed his knee between Wen Yanyu's legs, allowing no room to escape. Wen Yanyu panicked, blurting out, I only love you. You're the only one I love. Me and the system, it's impossible, it'll never happen. I've always seen him as family. You know, he's given me so much. We have too much history. I can't just abandon him. Wen Yanyu's voice trembled. But you love him. Fu Hanchuan cut off the rest of his explanation. Wen Yanyu stiffened abruptly. Fu Hanchuan's eyes were red-rimmed, voice hoarse with bitter anguish. Wen Yanyu, I'm not blind. I'm not stupid. I know exactly how you feel about him. I knew it the moment I first saw you, I knew you loved him. Fu Hanchuan cupped his face, his features blurred in the backlight, yet his voice remained firm, trembling. Warm breath brushed against his lips. The man's eyes welled with mist, on the verge of spilling over with tears. Wen Yanyu froze, heart pounding wildly, struggling to catch his breath. I love you, Wen Yanyu blurted out instinctively. I know, Fu Hanchuan whispered, his gaze wavering, voice hoarse with tremors. But you also love him. Between him and me, you can only choose one. Fu Hanchuan repeated once more. Still dazed by the shock, Wen Yanyu forgot to respond, only standing there, dumbfounded. And this silence precisely struck Fu Hanchuan's already taut nerves. Fu Hanchuan's breath hitched. The lingering sourness in his chest suddenly exploded, like concentrated sulfuric acid surging uncontrollably, burning through every limb, searing so fiercely he could barely breathe. No longer hesitating. Fu Hanchuan lifted his hand. In an instant, Wen Yanyu was swept up into his arms and carried toward the bed. Panicked, Wen Yanyu instinctively struggled, but his resistance was futile against the man's strength. Fu, wait, let me go, you. Wen Yanyu wasn't short, just slender, but compared to Fu Hanchuan, being held by him was like a child cradled effortlessly. His feet didn't even touch the ground before he was firmly pinned onto the bed. Wen Yanyu's pupils trembled as he quickly realized what Fu Hanchuan intended, even too stunned to make a sound. Then the kiss came. Frenzied, unrelenting, utterly consuming, leaving him disoriented and breathless, unable to utter a single word. Hot breath fanned across his neck. Wen Yanyu desperately tried to explain. But as if afraid of hearing words he didn't want to hear, Fu Hanchuan tightly covered his mouth, not allowing a single sound to escape. Wen Yanyu could only keep struggling, trying to pry the man's hands away. Yet this sight only made Fu Hanchuan's breathing grow heavier. He lowered his head, kissing his neck, brushing the tip of his nose gently, giving him no time or space to rest, attacking again and again with relentless kisses. Wen Yanyu went limp, surrendering himself to the licking and kissing. Tears soaked a patch of the bedding. When his palm touched that dampness, Fu Hanchuan stilled. Looking down at the man beneath him, nearly reduced to a weeping mess, the fiery blaze of jealousy and rage in his heart seemed doused by a bucket of cold water, extinguished in an instant. Fu Hanchuan wiped away the streams of tears on the man's face. And simply asked, "How can you not want me?" That night, Wen Yanyu stepped out of the bedroom in his pajamas, following the voices downstairs. Using the wall for cover, he half-squatted at the top of the stairs. Listening to the unintelligible exchange below, clearly escalating into personal attacks. Wen Yanyu pressed his lips together, fingers rubbing repeatedly against his clothes, hesitating whether to go down and intervene, then worrying whether going down would only intensify the conflict. He couldn't understand how things had suddenly escalated to this point. Confused, yes, but mostly filled with guilt. He was admittedly slow when it came to emotions. If feelings weren't explicitly stated to him, he always failed to grasp them, unsure of where they truly belonged. After Fu Hanchuan grew angry from jealousy, when Yanyu had tried to explain their relationship, that the system wasn't human, that the system only saw him as family, that he promised he wouldn't grow overly intimate with it. And when Fu Hanchuan, eyes red, said because you also love him. He admitted, he had been stunned. Because he hadn't immediately denied it. Perhaps from countless life and death bonds, or perhaps from a century of companionship, his feelings toward the system had long since blurred without him realizing, so much so that he couldn't instantly refute it. Yet he also clearly knew, he loved Fu Hanchuan. But one person couldn't possibly love two at once. This strange confusion and sense of moral betrayal tormented him so deeply that he found himself unable to offer any defense. When Yanyu drooped his head, curling himself into a ball. He felt, like a scumbag. Unnoticed, the argument downstairs suddenly fell silent. No sound came again for a long time. The stairwell fell deathly quiet. When Yanyu's expression shifted slightly. He stood up and was about to go downstairs to check when voices returned from the staircase. He listened carefully. It was Fu Hanchuan's voice. But it had lost its earlier sharp hostility. Instead, it was hoarse, so broken it was almost a whisper. When Yanyu's heart skipped a beat. What had happened? The cold moonlight fell upon the end of the corridor. In the cycle, I burned myself for over 40 years. 30 years left on Yen Yen, and a little more than 3 years on you. Fu Ziyan spoke calmly, I have 21 days left. After 21 days, there will be no trace of me, anywhere in this world, in any world. You won't have to worry about me competing with you for your position anymore. Thunder cracked as if revealing the truth, echoing with the rain outside. Fu Hanchuan's eyes trembled violently. He froze on the spot, his breath halting instantly, as if time itself had stopped. His anger slowly solidified, then dissolved, replaced by overwhelming shock, confusion, and helplessness. The heat and bewilderment that had consumed him moments before were doused like fire under ice. He lacked even the strength to react. Was it the revelation that they were the same person? Or the sudden knowledge that he only had 3 years left to live? Which one struck harder? Fu Ziyan explained the current situation slowly, clearly. Fu Hanchuan remained blank-faced for a long while. I know it's hard to accept that you only have 3 years left, but that's the truth. Your body should already be showing abnormalities. Those side effects originally manifested in me, but since I'm fading away, their restraint is gone, and now they're seeping into you, the after-effects of life being burned away. Fu Ziyan's tone stayed flat. You can think I selfishly made this decision for you, or consider it unjust, all fine. This is unchangeable. But we are one. From beginning to end, the person Yenner loved has always been the same person. You love Yenner, and so do I. I'm sorry I didn't tell you beforehand. But this was the only way. Fu Ziyan said calmly. I'm just an ordinary man. In those 100 years, nothing changed about me except gaining a power that demands equal cost. I don't have the ability to move mountains or overturn oceans. This was the best solution I could find. Fu Ziyan didn't meet Fu Hanchuan's gaze. Instead, he turned toward the moon outside the window, its light falling into his eyes. His gray eyes, tinged with the hue of death, did not look sorrowful in the night. Rather, they carried a hint of tenderness. Fu Hanchuan stayed silent. So did Fu Ziyan. In the suffocating stillness, Fu Hanchuan clenched his fist and covered his reddened eyes. He could feel his hands shaking violently, could even hear the sound of nerves snapping inside his body. He wanted to believe Fu Ziyan's words were lies. He wondered whether he should grab the other man's collar and beat him senseless, shouting how dare he make such a choice without consent, how dare he decide who must die. Or call him a fraud and insist all of this was false. But then, thinking of the strange sensations in his own body, the identical black marks on his wrist. He couldn't deceive himself. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes, perhaps hatred, perhaps disbelief, perhaps unwillingness to accept. After another stretch of heavy silence, Fu Hanchuan finally spoke, not with frantic interrogation, nor with rage. Only a single question, drained of all energy, hollowed out. What about Yenna? Fu Hanchuan spoke. Fu Ziyan frowned slightly, not understanding. Fu Hanchuan swallowed the bitterness in his throat and asked hoarsely, what will Yenna do alone? He can't even take care of himself. His health has only just begun to improve. If left unattended, he'd forget to take medicine, wouldn't even realize when he's running a fever. He's all by himself. He knows nothing about socializing. So many people have their eyes on him, what if he gets hurt? What if he's mistreated? If I'm gone, what will become of Yenna? What will he do? Fu Hanchuan's expression was utterly defeated. There was no other emotion visible, not even directed at the one he questioned. He simply repeated the same question over and over. His voice low and rasping, each word squeezed out from deep within his throat, costing him every ounce of strength. Dry, trembling. Fu Ziyan stood quietly, silently watching the other man, like a trapped beast, repeat those very questions he himself had once screamed inwardly countless times. Finally, after a long silence, Fu Hanchuan lowered his hand and asked, as long as that thing called Jun Changmo remains alive, Yenna will still be in danger of being taken again, right? Fu Ziyan nodded silently. Fu Hanchuan lifted his eyes to the night sky, lips parting with a bitterness that cut to the bone. I promised I'd make him happy. The medicine prescribed by the hospital has severe side effects. Every night, he either can't sleep or is trapped in nightmares. He often wakes up terrified. He thinks I don't know, huddles into my arms like a child seeking comfort. But he trembles so violently, how could I not know? When I'm not around, whenever he wakes up frightened, he crawls into the wardrobe in his room and stays there until I come back. Then he pretends nothing happened, comes out looking for me, drenched in cold sweat. Each word from Fu Hanchuan fell heavily, deliberate and raw. His clenched fist trembled as a dull, belated pain spread through his entire body. He's like a fool, so stupid, doesn't even know when he's suffering, doesn't realize when he's being mistreated. There were so many things I hadn't managed to teach him. He'll definitely be taken advantage of. He's only just started getting better. 3 years, is that really enough? Large drops of tears spilled from his eyes. Fu Hanchuan kept taking deep breaths, trying to steady himself. Before him, it felt as if vast light pollution flickered endlessly, his world collapsing in silence. His voice had turned hoarse, choked, barely audible even to himself. Fu Ziyan lowered his gaze, replying quietly, I'm sorry. I had no other way. 3 years after his death, his soul and essence would fragment and integrate into the barrier. The remnants left over from his deal with the Creator would use him as an anchor, clinging tightly to the world's outer veil. He was already the soul of this world. From the outside, nothing would appear abnormal, but the moment Jun Changmo approached this world again, he would be completely devoured by the fragments of Fu Ziyan's soul embedded within the barrier. This was the sole solution he had discovered, after running thousands of fate-line simulations inside the virtual world. The only one. The only path that ensured Wen Yanyu could survive. The only method that minimized sacrifice, carried the greatest certainty, and offered the highest chance of success. Fu Ziyan lifted his gaze to meet Fu Hanchuan's, and in that instant, laid bare his soul, sharing all that knowledge directly. Every plan surfaced in their consciousness, each thread meticulously clear, the countless failed pathways simulated with the world's help also laid bare. Fu Hanchuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words died on his lips, feeling utterly powerless. Searing, scalding sulfuric acid seemed to have spilled inside him, coursing through his limbs, flooding his heart, rising to his throat and teeth. It burned so fiercely it threatened to corrode him into nothing but ash where he stood. In the silent space, only the faint sound of rain outside the window remained. Thus, the sudden footsteps at the stairwell, though they abruptly stopped, were startlingly obvious. Both men instantly turned toward the staircase. A tuft of fluffy white hair peeked cautiously from behind the handrail, revealing its owner's desperate attempt to hide, yet betrayed by the very head trying to stay concealed. They both nearly stopped breathing. Then, upon realizing they hadn't been speaking Summerin just now, they subtly relaxed, an unfamiliar sense of relief brushing through their hearts. Fu Hanchuan's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed the bitterness, reining in his turbulent emotions and forcing his expression into something calm and gentle. He called out toward the staircase, teasing lightly, don't hide. I've already seen Rabbit's head. The fluff above the railing stiffened, then quickly ducked down, vanishing entirely. Are we playing hide-and-seek? Fu Hanchuan asked with a soft smile. Another call. Wen Yanyu froze, then slowly peeked his head out from behind the railing, giving a small wave. I just woke up, wanted to come downstairs for water. I heard voices, so I came to see. What were you talking about? Wen Yanyu asked carefully, afraid of making things more awkward. His expression tentative, half-crouched on the stairs, his hair tousled from sleep, wearing only a thin plush robe. Afraid to come closer. Looking oddly pitiful. They exchanged a glance from the corner of their eyes. Bound by instinctive understanding. Fu Ziyan waved a hand casually, replying with practiced nonchalance, just some misunderstanding. I'll head off first. You two talk. Leaving those words carelessly behind, Fu Ziyan tilted his head, cast one final glance at the boy upstairs, and turned away. Wen Yanyu froze, confused. But Fu Hanchuan had already climbed up, bent down, and pulled the smaller figure to his feet. Why did you come out dressed like this? Are you cold? Wen Yanyu's eyes flickered, gently shaking his head. Not cold. Fu Hanchuan held Wen Yanyu's hand, feeling how icy it was, and rubbed it gently between his palms. Your hands are practically frozen. Winters in the south weren't as harsh as those in the north, snow almost never accumulated. But once in a rare while, sleet fell. And temperatures would plunge far below normal. Cold wind swept into the corridor. A little cold, Wen Yanyu admitted sheepishly, shrinking slightly. What were you talking about? Fu Hanchuan tugged at his lips, suppressing the pain threatening to spill from his chest. He feigned jealousy, slightly tilting his head and letting out a soft humph. Are you curious about what we were talking about, or are you afraid I'll bully him? Wen Yanyu froze. Wah. I was just. Wen Yanyu hesitated, unsure how to explain. Fu Hanchuan placed a hand on the back of his head, pulling him gently into his arms before lowering his head and pressing his lips against that soft pair. The kiss was tender, gentle sucking on his lips, the faint scent of sandalwood mingling with a strange bitterness lingering on the tip of his tongue. Dazed, Wen Yanyu swayed slightly. His earlier curiosity completely derailed by the man's few words, he let himself be led back into the warm embrace of the blankets. But the consequence of catching a chill was this. Fu Ziyan's lips pressed into a tight line, barely holding back his irritation as he half-squatted in front of the medicine bag, rummaging through it urgently. What the hell had that bastard done? Wen Yanyu curled up on the sofa, wrapped tightly in a thick fleece blanket from head to toe. His face burned an unnatural crimson, while sweat continuously seeped from his temples, dampening his hair and sticking it wetly to his neck. Having taken over Jiang Wanru's task, Chu Xingbai held the plush toy rabbit, half kneeling beside the sofa, occasionally brushing the rabbit's head against Wen Yanyu's cheek to keep him awake. He reminded diligently, again and again, don't fall asleep now. You can sleep after you've eaten later. Don't sleep, don't sleep, don't sleep. Sang Yu sat anxiously on the other side of the sofa, watching Jiang Wanru run up and down fetching blankets and pillows. Fu Hanchuan stepped out from the kitchen carrying a cup of hot water. Seeing Fu Ziyan pulling out other medicines, he spoke up. The red box, the one Yen took this morning already. That medicine can't be mixed with regular fever reducers. At his words, Fu Ziyan paused, closed his eyes. Controlled his temper. Did not, right then and there, start berating himself aloud. Yen has a fever and you're not giving him fever medicine first but some other pills instead? Fu Hanchuan, are you out of your mind? Can't you even tell priority anymore? Fu Hanchuan frowned, countering, Yan's waist injury hasn't healed. He can't stop taking those meds. The one in the plastic container can be taken together with the fever reducer. Fu Ziyan stilled. How is it possible it hasn't healed yet? Didn't I give? Their eyes met. Fu Hanchuan's gaze turned solemn, subtly gesturing toward the camera and the sofa. Fu Ziyan instantly snapped his mouth shut. Wah! My baby! Aya! Why is it raining in this trash region? Why rain, why rain? Look at what you've done to my poor bunny. These two were arguing yesterday and today they're working together already. TSK. I need Wen Yanyu's guide on how to train big dogs. Please stop speaking E-language. Have some mercy on us spectators. Thank you. Incomplete translation, Big Dog Brother said unloved brother is stupid. Unloved brother said bunny's waist injury isn't healed, so meds can't be stopped. Wah my precious bunny wah, come here, let me kiss you. Hearing their conversation, Wen Yanyu lifted his eyelids slightly, glancing toward Fu Ziyan. Prolonged high fever caused a burning, stabbing pain across the upper half of his head. Tears welled up uncontrollably from physical strain, blurring his vision, the area around his eyes slightly swollen. Wen Yanyu struggled to open his mouth, wishing desperately for them to speak normal human language. That he could actually understand. But what reached their ears was nothing more than a hoarse, nearly broken whisper. Good boy, don't try to talk now. Jiang Wanru's heart ached as she wiped tears non-stop. Are you hungry? Xiao Lu and the others went out to buy food. When they come back, Mom, will cook for you. Dazed, Wen Yanyu couldn't respond. It had drizzled all night long. Though he hadn't gotten wet, the temperature, which wasn't warm to begin with, had dropped sharply. Southern winters lacked underfloor heating, the hallway had no air conditioning. And then, sneaking around in pajamas late at night to eavesdrop. The result was fever setting in by midnight. Fu Hanchuan reached out to feel the youth's forehead. Still scorching. Wen Yanyu clenched his lips tightly, unable to utter a single word except for involuntary whimpers escaping from discomfort. Shivering all over from cold. Is it really that painful? Fu Hanchuan asked, frowning. Can you still hold on? If not, we'll go to the hospital, alright? Chapter 144 Bao Bunny falls ill. A renowned physician appears. Wen Yanyu shook his head, feeling as though a lump of iron were sinking endlessly inside his skull, unbearably heavy, his entire body limp and aching, too weak to move, the soreness gnawing deep into his bones. He had no desire whatsoever to budge. Let alone go to the hospital for those repetitive examinations that, to him, were nearly meaningless. The couch dipped down on the other side. That familiar, soothing sandalwood scent enveloped him once more. Voices near his ears were indistinct, barely recognizable as a few people discussing what dishes to prepare for lunch. The silhouette crouched before him was hazy and blurred. Wen Yanyu forced his eyes open slightly, but they stung and dry, allowing him to see only vague patches of color. The shape slowly approached, he could feel breath against his cheek. His mind couldn't register who was in front of him. Wen Yanyu obediently took the pill offered by the person, tilting his head back slightly to swallow it with water. Fu Jian was eager to get him to take the medicine quickly. The water in the cup had just been boiled, mixed with only a little cold water, it hadn't cooled properly yet and was slightly scalding on the tongue. The burn jolted Wen Yanyu awake. The petulant, childish mood that came with illness surged up, and instinctively he whined, "Fu Hanchuan, are you trying to burn me to death so you can go out and find a new bunny?" Fu Jian, who had just knelt down to check the temperature, froze mid-motion, his expression briefly stunned. Sitting beside him, Fu Hanchuan also blinked in surprise. Wen Yanyu's voice had been soft, not picked up by the living room camera, so no one in the live stream heard it. But Chu Xingbai, assigned by Jiang Wanru to closely observe Wen Yanyu's every move, heard it clearly, and burst out laughing. Without hesitation, he teased, "Yanyu, has your fever cooked your brain?" "That's Fu Jian. You're old." Only when he realized what he'd nearly blurted out did Chu Xingbai's pupils widen, his tone halting abruptly as he veered sharply, "Your friend Lao Fu is sitting right next to you." The audience, busy snacking on the drama, paused momentarily, then erupted into hysterics. "LOL, I'm dying of laughter, did Xiao Bai almost say, your husband?" About the bunny hallucinating from fever and mistaking someone for his husband while said husband was sitting right there, well, this is rare. Given their usual vibe, I can't believe Fu Hanchuan didn't get mad today. I was just wondering why the two suddenly froze. Oh, another twisted love triangle mess strikes again. Dog bro, good news, I'm mistaken for the husband by the person I like. Bad news, his actual husband is sitting right beside me. Hearing Chu Xingbai's words, Wen Yanyu blanked for a moment, his brain's processing system briefly glitching. He stared dumbly at the blurry shape before him for a long while. Fu Jian. Fu Hanchuan. Who was who? Wasn't Auntie Jiang supposed to be sitting beside him? A complex look flickered across Fu Jian's face, then quickly smoothed into calm. He stood up. Fu Hanchuan also snapped back to awareness, reaching over to tuck the disheveled blanket around Wen Yanyu more securely. Softly, he said, "I'm here." A dip formed on the couch in front of his legs. Fu Jian echoed, "I'm here." Side by side, one on each end. Wen Yanyu lifted his gaze to look at Fu Hanchuan on his left, then lowered his eyes to glance at Fu Jian on his right. The one before him had just been Fu Jian, and Fu Hanchuan was beside him. So Fu Jian was Fu Hanchuan, and Fu Hanchuan was Fu Hanchuan. No, wait, Fu Hanchuan was Fu Jian, and Fu Jian was. They were two different people. Wen Yanyu's gaze drifted out of focus. Already unable to think straight due to the fever, his brain completely crashed amid the battle between rational thought and instinctual reaction. His response registered in both men's eyes. Fu Hanchuan pressed his lips into a thin line, unsure whether he should feel happy or jealous. After learning the truth, the anger and grievance had faded. But the jealousy? It had steadily grown. Yanyu loved them both because they shared one soul, love extended from one to the other. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Fu Jian gently pulling Wen Yanyu's leg over, skillfully massaging it with practiced hands, patiently easing the ache. Fu Hanchuan's eyes darkened, his jawline tightening. His heartbeat slowed, too slow. But then, which one had been loved first? 100 years of companionship, the answer seemed obvious. And this near-certain assumption only deepened his already sour mood. Fu Jian's massage skills were excellent, the pressure perfectly calibrated. Soon, Wen Yanyu's eyes fluttered shut in comfort. The stiffness in his legs eased significantly. Wen Yanyu shifted positions repeatedly on the couch, yet no posture felt quite right, again and again, he changed. Fu Hanchuan lowered his eyes, reached out gently, and gathered Wen Yanyu into his arms, blanket and all, holding him close. With a human-sized body pillow now available, Wen Yanyu immediately felt much better. Resting his head against Fu Hanchuan's chest, he nuzzled a few times. Space opened up on the original spot. Fu Jian shifted closer toward the two. Fu Hanchuan's body tensed, instinctively pulling Wen Yanyu closer into his arms, then hesitated slightly upon recalling their conversation from the previous night. Fu Jian had 21 days left. He himself still had 3 years. What was there to dwell on? Never mind. It was accepted now. One of them held him and gently massaged his forehead, while the other kept getting up now and then to pour water or take his temperature. During the brief moment Fu Hanchuan went upstairs to fetch clothes, not caring at all about the camera's filming, Fu Jian swiftly took over Wen Yanyu, skillfully adjusting his posture. Wen Yanyu merely lifted his eyelids slightly, casting a faint glance before continuing to hibernate in this new embrace. When Fu Hanchuan returned downstairs wearing soft, comfortable clothes, Fu Jian was unwilling to give up his spot. Their movements were both extremely gentle, so much so that Wen Yanyu remained completely unaware he had been passed back and forth between the two of them 3 times from start to finish. Each took turns holding him. An eerie harmony. Fu Hanchuan tucked the blanket tighter, using its slight cover to press a kiss onto the youth's brow. Neither cared about the filming or potential public backlash. They only wanted to cherish these final moments. The live chat fell silent. Did I accidentally switch channels? Is this sweet orange or crab apple now? Unloving brother. You. Just casually hand your wife over to the new guy like that. You weren't like this before. I may have jokingly said I wanted Bunny to taste 2 carrots, but that was purely hypothetical. Don't actually let my bunny eat 2 carrots. I'm a pure love warrior. My bunny is an ordinary rabbit too. Unloving brother, I'll never say you don't love again, you clearly love way too much. Used to think with Wen and Fu as a couple, Wen was the ultimate hopeless romantic, never realized it was actually Fu who's the real romantic, this one truly is a. Wait, doesn't Fu look like he's just accepting it now? So this, huh? Is this even reasonable? Does no one else feel like something's off about Fu today? Feels like aside from interacting with Bunny, he's been kinda lifeless, almost reminiscent of Bunny in the first season. Bunny sings, dog follows, not really, ... The atmosphere among the 3 was harmonious. Perhaps because the other half of their soul was gradually fading away, their consciousness and emotions began to merge, subtly influencing their behaviors and thoughts. Fu Hanchuan's expression remained calm. But beneath the mask of years-long habit, a violent storm of anguish raged, violently pounding against his chest as if it might tear through him any second and consume him entirely. He could sense it, the other body belonging to him had already stopped beating. His own heart still thudded, echoing in his ears like a morning clock, each beat resonating painfully within his ribs, spreading dull agony throughout every limb. Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze, fingers moving slowly as he tenderly brushed through the boy's hair, lingering with affection. 3 years. 30 years. Too little. Wen Yanyu drifted in and out of sleep, long lashes resting low, soft hair mingling with the fluffy blanket, snuggled pliantly in Fu Hanchuan's arms, warm from fever, the outer layer of blanket plush and cozy. Fu Hanchuan stared down at the person in his arms for a long time, the warmth under his palms making him feel as though he were cradling a small, living rabbit. Through another's life, he felt proof that he still existed. The tightness inside eased, inexplicably soothed. Fu Hanchuan leaned down, unconsciously pressing his chin against the boy's cheek. Between the 3, the atmosphere carried an odd harmony. Both men kept their eyes fixed on the youth, filled with indescribable, unnameable emotion, as if gazing upon a priceless treasure. Or rather, as if watching something unreachable, unkeepable. Something they could only briefly hold. In the present moment. A beautiful dream. Watching them, people felt an odd bitterness rise in their chests. Chu Xingbai frowned, instinctively turning his gaze away, refocusing on playing with the plush toy bunny. The center of attention, feverish and drowsy, remained utterly oblivious, occasionally shifting his sleeping position. Jiang Wan retended the stove in the kitchen, Seng Yu asking how much longer the others would be before returning, while Chu Xingbai resumed his usual streaming routine with the plush bunny. Good afternoon. A deep, smiling male voice came from outside the living room. Snapped from his thoughts, Fu Hanchuan turned toward the sound. Beside 2 staff members walked an elderly man. The newcomer had snow-white hair and many wrinkles, clearly aged, yet his features were well-defined and his eyes bright and sharp. His white hair was neatly combed straight back. Though obviously advanced in age, his posture remained upright, and his steps were steady and strong. Before the staff could speak, Tao Huaishan scanned the room, locking his eyes instantly on his target. Lifting his small medical case, he walked straight toward Wen Yanyu. Whoa, who is this? Why isn't the production team introducing him? Is he a new guest? The production team said early this morning that a special guest would come in the afternoon, only participating for 1 day of recording, a big name from the medical field. This look, this vibe, clearly someone I could never get an appointment with. Can't roast this, seriously can't. At his age, walking like that, more stable than me. Clearly has real skill. That's the mental state we office workers envy at first glance. The production team had informed them earlier about a distinguished guest arriving to participate in just 1 day of filming, promoting traditional Chinese medicine. Originally scheduled for the afternoon, the guest had requested to come early upon hearing someone was unwell. Fu Hanchuan looked up at the suddenly appearing elderly man, pausing slightly as he searched his memory for a few seconds before quickly recognizing him as a highly respected leader in the medical field. Yanyu, a new guest has arrived. Don't sleep just yet. Fu Hanchuan gently patted Wen Yanyu's back, rousing him softly. Wen Yanyu peeked out from the man's arms. After hours of fever, his eyes were slightly swollen from excessive tearing, vision blurred and unfocused, unable to make out much. Vaguely hearing many voices around him, thinking mealtime had arrived, Wen Yanyu half opened his eyes and, supported by Fu Hanchuan, managed to sit up weakly from the sofa. Don't catch a chill. Fu Jian reached over, readjusting the fluffy blanket and gently draping it over the youth once more. Wen Yanyu let out a soft hum, obediently sipping some water from the cup Fu Jian offered. His consciousness remained hazy, body limp and unresponsive. Sang Yu and Chu Xingbai curiously leaned forward, while Jiang Wanru quickly slipped out from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion. Noticing almost everyone was present except two people, Tao Huaishan refrained from immediately examining anyone, it would be impolite. Instead, Tao Huaishan began with a self-introduction. Hello everyone, I'm Tao Huaishan, a very ordinary doctor. I happen to be giving lectures in this area for the past month, and received the show's invitation to join today's recording to share some interesting medical knowledge with all of you. The elder spoke slowly with warm eyes, each word delivered calmly and kindly, settling steadily into everyone's ears. Just listening to him instilled an inexplicable sense of closeness. The others nodded along, introducing themselves one by one. Exchanging light banter for a moment. I was originally coming in the afternoon, but when the production team told me a child here wasn't feeling well, and since I had free time, I decided to come earlier, to see if I could be of any help. As Tao Huaishan spoke, he slowly pulled over a chair. Just about to sit down, his peripheral vision casually landed on Wen Yanyu's strange head of snow-white hair. These youngsters dye their hair quite realistically. Tao Huaishan was about to shift his gaze away when he suddenly froze. His still sharp black eyes narrowed slightly, lingering on that mass of white hair for several seconds before slowly moving on. Several pairs of eyes turned simultaneously toward Wen Yanyu. Wen Yanyu blinked, stunned. Huh? Me? He asked blankly, pointing at himself with confusion, cheeks still flushed with feverish color. Under everyone's collective gaze, Wen Yanyu obediently held out his hand. Tao Huaishan closed his eyes briefly, fingers resting on the youth's pulse. The gentle smile on his face gradually faded. No one dared speak. Sang Yu stretched her neck like a curious kitten. Jiang Wanru twisted her fingers nervously, heart pounding wildly. Chu Xingbai, who finally understood why plushy lovers existed, lay half on the sofa stroking the little bunny, patting his newly rounded belly and gulping down sugary soda. Bunny, huh? Don't look at me. Huh? Me? Just got back from Baidu, I am an ordinary doctor, actually a regular academician and national medicine master. Oh, was just ranting with friends about how the production team didn't take Bunny to the hospital. Alright, production team, since you brought a top expert for Bunny, consider yourself temporarily spared today. Objectively speaking, Wen's complexion, someone who isn't even in the medical field like me can tell it's terrifyingly bad. Feels like Elder Tao headed straight for Wen the moment he walked in, only delayed by politeness to introduce himself first. Xiao Bai. Stop drinking. Where's his manager? My cool, aloof Xiao Bai turned into a ghost after joining this variety show. I don't want fatball Xiao Bai. Time passed tick by tick. Tao Huaishan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The usual gentle smile on his face had long vanished, and even his earlier calm composure was now gone. More tests were done. Tao Huaishan wore a grave expression and remained silent. Jiang Wanru, seeing this, felt her heart rise into her throat. She cautiously asked, what's the situation? Wen Yanyu was equally curious, but drowsiness overwhelmed him. His body felt utterly exhausted, already crumbling from fatigue. He leaned sideways, his still feverish forehead resting partially against Fu Hanchuan's shoulder beside him, his body instinctively sliding downward. Fu Hanchuan reached out to steady his waist. Tao Huaishan paused briefly in silence before carefully choosing his words. Has he undergone any major surgeries or suffered serious illnesses before? Jiang Wanru froze, then turned to look at Fu Hanchuan. Fu Hanchuan also stilled, glancing toward Fu Jian. Fu Jian nodded calmly. Both. At the moment Fu Jian spoke, a flicker of surprise passed through Jiang Wanru's eyes. Did he know her son beforehand? The live chat froze too. Wait, why is Fu Jian answering? Did he already know Wen Yanyu before? Doctor asks the question, rabbit mom looks at rabbit husband looks at dog brother, me? Why ask such a question? Is his health really that bad? All these useless words lol, Wen's practically burning up like roasted rabbit already. Wave after wave of dizziness surged into his brain. His eyelids grew heavy as if weighed down by thousands of pounds. Chills coursed through his entire body, driving him to press closer to the warmth nearby in an attempt to ease the discomfort. After taking that medicine, his body shouldn't have severe issues, probably just deficiencies. Realizing this, Wen Yanyu let his eyelids droop, unable to resist a brief nap, his head nodding slightly with each passing second. Observing Wen Yanyu for a short while, Tao Huaishan rephrased what he said earlier. His body is severely depleted. For someone in his condition, staying healthy is okay, but once ill, the suffering will be many times worse than normal people's, and recovery will be extremely difficult. Great care must be taken in daily life. He can do light exercise appropriately, but not excessively, and must avoid any cold exposure. Tonic food should not be consumed in large amounts at once, they'll overwhelm his system. Intake must be gradual and progressive. Tao Huaishan rattled off a long list of dietary restrictions, recommended foods, suggestions, and essential precautions. Jiang Wanru listened intently, nodding repeatedly, typing rapidly into her notes app at the same speed she once used during arguments with her late husband. Chu Xingbai sipped his sugary soda while jotting down the health-preserving meal plan. Fu Hanchuan listened especially attentively, gently patting the nearly asleep Wen Yanyu, trying to keep him alert. Only after finishing the last item did Tao Huaishan finally speak. If all the above is followed, with proper daily conditioning, living another 10 to 20 years should not be a problem. Jiang Wanru froze mid-typing, abruptly lifting her head to stare at the elder. What did you say? Tao Huaishan's expression stiffened, hesitating, but then he spoke. His depletion is too severe. His internal organs are failing. 10 years is already conservative. Minor colds might be manageable, but he cannot withstand serious illness. He didn't finish the rest. Jiang Wanru's eyes had already turned completely red. Fu Hanchuan's breath caught slightly. The hand supporting Wen Yanyu involuntarily trembled. Affected by the sudden, eerie silence around him, Wen Yanyu, who'd been half asleep, stirred slightly and murmured groggily, "What's wrong? Do I have some kind of problem?" Fu Hanchuan snapped back to reality, quickly soothing him. "Nothing's wrong. I'll take you upstairs to sleep." With that, Fu Hanchuan lifted the young man gently into his arms and stepped toward the stairs. "Wait, what? Hold on. What does he mean, proper care gives another 10 to 20 years? And 10 years being conservative? Wen Yanyu is only in his 20s. I don't fear a smiling traditional doctor, but I dread one with lowered brows. No. Bunny. My bunny. Our little bunny is so young. No. This doctor only took his pulse, he didn't even take Wen to the hospital for detailed scans. Maybe he's wrong. Exactly. To diagnose someone's lifespan based solely on pulse reading, this isn't reasonable. At the very least, professional medical equipment should be used before drawing conclusions. I don't want to believe it either, but he's Tao Huaishan, sob, he's Tao Huaishan, sob. Jiang Wanru clearly shared the audience's thoughts. She urgently pressed, when Yan was little, his health was fine. Now admittedly weak, but only prone to minor sicknesses, nothing else. His brother is a doctor. We can replenish his deficiencies. He's still so young, he can recover. If we nourish him properly now, won't he get better? Her voice shook along with her words, each syllable trembling, her emotions clearly unstable. Chu Xingbai chimed in, yeah, our country's medical technology is so advanced now. With proper care, it can't be that extreme, right? Chu Xingbai tried his best to ease the tension, but after quickly searching online who the old man was, his voice carried no confidence at all. Tao Huaishan was taken aback and asked, are you his mother? On the verge of emotional collapse, Jiang Wanru almost blurted out, yes, I am. I'm his mom. Hearing that, Tao Huaishan looked pained, carefully considering how to speak. Though as a doctor he should tell the truth, so the patient could receive proper treatment early. After years of practice, he'd encountered every kind of patient, problems big and small, people from all social standings. He'd always spoken frankly, never troubled even by hysterical family members. That was until the moment he received the diagnosis of his own child's stomach cancer, only then did he understand why families reacted so intensely over the years. Anyone would break under such news. Now, standing before this mother, having to say her son might not live past 2 more years. He simply couldn't bring himself to say it. Tao Huaishan hesitated. He was also puzzled. He'd seen many patients, many with poor health, yet he still couldn't comprehend how a teenager's bodily functions could be this deteriorated. As if repeatedly pulled back and forth across the boundary between life and death, barely hanging on by a thread, any mistake, and it might snap. Fu Jian lowered his eyes, stopped listening, stood up, and went upstairs. Upstairs. In Fu Hanchuan's arms, Wen Yanyu lay delirious with fever. Fu Hanchuan walked slowly, faintly catching the sounds from downstairs. He vaguely understood the meaning, he probably didn't have more than a few, perhaps 10 or 20 years left. Just thinking, but didn't I already take that medicine? Then again, he supposed it made sense. If his wounds could heal and he could live without constant pain, that was already an enormous stroke of luck. What more could he ask for? With careful daily care, another decade or so, hearing he might live that long, if he could see his family again once more, he'd have no regrets. Still. Wen Yanyu curled closer into the man's embrace. Sorry, seems I can't stay with you forever. Eyes closed, unable to see the other's reaction, his body sinking into the bedding. A warm sensation came against his forehead, gentle, repeated touch after touch. Half conscious, he heard the man say something, felt dampness drop onto his eyelids, one drop, then another, sliding down from the corners of his eyes, slowly falling. But his body was too exhausted. Beyond long life, he couldn't make out a single word. Wen Yanyu wanted to speak, to ask clearly, but his throat burned with dryness. His eyelids fluttered twice, ultimately failing to open, and he sank drowsily back into sleep. He didn't wake again until 7 hours later. Lu Mingxiu and Sang Huiran had returned from grocery shopping. Tao Huishan had already left. Crew members from the production team had prepared a large table of food. At the dinner table, having slept half the day, he was fed medicine during his days, then half a bowl of porridge. His high fever finally subsided. Although, given his usual pattern, it might spike again later, but relief after suffering always brought particular joy. Wen Yanyu happily ate his chili-free grilled meat, accepting bites handed to him by the two beside him. Though unsure why these two suddenly got along so well, as long as they were reconciled, that was good enough. He wasn't sure if Tao Huishan had said anything else, but the entire table was visibly silent, casting strange glances toward him from time to time. Calmly, Wen Yanyu swallowed the last piece of meat in his bowl. Jiang Wanru sat silently at the table, chopsticks mechanically moving through the motions of eating. Even when spicy minced pork entered her mouth, she tasted nothing. Seemingly oblivious, Wen Yanyu ate happily, even cheerfully peeling shrimp for those nearby. Yet that one bowl before him remained mostly untouched. Jiang Wanru stared blankly at the boy, the boulder in her chest growing heavier, pressing so hard she could hardly breathe. Fu Hanchuan plucked the shrimp Wen Yanyu offered. Doesn't love him at all, right? Any normal person hearing their lover has only a few years left would be devastated. Why does he show less reaction than Auntie Jiang, who's just an ordinary relative? Ah. Did you guys forget Fu used to constantly bring Rabbit to hospital checkups? Maybe he already knew. I still don't get it, it's so jarring. Why is Auntie Jiang so worried about Rabbit, even calling herself his mom, yet Fu, as Rabbit's lover, shows absolutely nothing. How can he be so calm? Could it be possible this is scripted? True, one looks weak, but this dramatic. Come on. The live chat erupted into endless debate, some arguing over Fu Hanchuan's attitude, others doubting whether the production team had planted a script, others discussing Jiang Wanru's odd behavior earlier that day. By the way, does anyone remember Jiang Wanru telling Tao she's Rabbit's mom this morning? Doesn't anyone find that strange? Jiang likes one, slipped up an emotional moment. Jiang Wanru has a son at home, and she often posts pictures of her kid on Weibo. Probably just her maternal instinct kicking in. The meal ended. Following the host's instructions, everyone gathered to play a game. Those who were sick lacked the energy, and the older ones weren't interested. Duan Mufan, Sang Yu, Chu Xingbai, and Lu Mingxiu grouped together, playing finger wrestling. Do you want to hold him for a bit? Fu Hanchuan asked silently with his eyes. Wen Yanyu needed constant care due to his illness, so one person stayed to embrace and comfort him, while the other handled tasks that required moving around, like bringing tea and water. He had no sympathy for romantic rivals and would never step aside, but when it came to another version of himself, soon to vanish, although jealousy still stirred within him, knowing that version only had a few more days left, he couldn't bring himself to be cruel. After all, sacrificing one's lifespan. Even if it were him now, he would make the same choice. Fu Jian replied quietly, his voice calm, I'm too cold. Wen Yanyu remained nestled in Fu Hanchuan's arms. The fever that had just subsided surged again, rising fiercely. His entire body ached, caught in cycles of chills and heat. Sweat poured from his forehead, his body shivering uncontrollably, soft whimpers of discomfort escaping his lips. Even without complaint, the pain was visibly unbearable. Jiang Wanru watched with tightly knitted brows, heart twisted with sorrow, almost wishing to take the boy back under her care immediately. But she had no reason to approach, could only sit helplessly aside, staring intently. Fu Hanchuan held the hand of the person in his arms, gently stroking. When people grew quiet, their thoughts began to run wild. Only 3 years remained, no knowing which day in those 3 years would be the last. First, he must swiftly draft a will, offering sufficient benefits to secure alliances with certain individuals, so they'd assist him. At the very least, after he was gone, Wen Yanyu wouldn't be left entirely alone. Gu Fengmiao. Fu Hanchuan's eyes darkened slightly, arms around Wen Yanyu tightening unconsciously. He had feelings for Yan Yan. With that affection, plus the incentives he could provide. Regardless of the motive, that man would certainly offer some protection to Yan Yan on his behalf. The interests tied to him were enormous. If anything happened to him, Wen Yanyu, as his sole heir, wouldn't just face the question of how to manage the inheritance, there would also be wolves lurking, ready to pounce at any moment. Not only open hostility might appear, but plenty of those who preferred underhanded tactics existed too. He didn't even need to guess how many people claiming love, yet secretly eyeing his wealth, would come forward. Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze slightly, tracing the features of the youth's face with his eyes, every slight movement filled with reluctant affection. As long as Wen Yanyu could be properly cared for after his departure, as long as he could eventually move past grief, he wouldn't mind what intentions these newcomers held or what they truly thought. But he feared what they might do to Yan Yan once they got what they wanted. People who turned their backs ruthlessly, he'd seen far too many. These thoughts swirled repeatedly in his mind, causing Fu Hanchuan's expression to grow gradually heavier, the depths of his eyes slowly filling with killing intent. Unaware, Wen Yanyu lay cradled in his arms, being soothed. The worst possible scenarios kept multiplying, piling up like mountains, pressing down suffocatingly. Their consciousnesses connected. Both fell into silence. Sensing something off in the atmosphere, Wen Yanyu tilted his head slightly, looking up at Fu Hanchuan, and asked hoarsely, "Why do you seem strange?" Pulled back by Wen Yanyu's voice, Fu Hanchuan hadn't yet managed to conceal the shadows in his eyes. He quickly looked down and replied softly, "No, why would you say that? Are you feeling unwell?" Wen Yanyu stared at the man for a long moment, then gave a light snort, speaking in a whisper only they could hear, "If I'm not here anymore. You find someone new. Can you bring them to see me? Let me have a look. I want to know what kind of person they are. But if you go first because you stayed up too late grinding like a workaholic," Wen Yanyu half closed his eyes, teasing, "then I'll go with you. After all, with my personality, I'll never find another considerate dog like you again." Fu Hanchuan fell silent. Wen Yanyu rubbed his aching eyes, complaining with a bitter smile, "Just kidding, why won't you respond? Come on, cheer up. I still want to see what you look like when you're old." The moment the words left his lips, they struck some nerve already throbbing with pain. Fu Hanchuan froze, tears instantly spilled from his eyes. Chapter 146, Baby will live 100 years, healthy and happy. Wen Yanyu was startled and quickly raised his arm to wipe away the man's tears, flustered as he tried to explain, "I was just kidding, why are you crying?" "Ah, no, don't cry, it's okay, Before he could finish, Fu Hanchuan grabbed his hand and pulled him tightly into his arms. Their overlapping palms trembled incessantly. Tears kept sliding down onto the fabric at his shoulder, dampening it more and more, hot and searing. Fu Hanchuan buried his face against Wen Yanyu's shoulder. He didn't speak, only gasped heavily, breath after breath, the accumulated pain suppressed too long finally breaking free in an unstoppable flood of tears. The ragged breathing in Wen Yanyu's ear grew heavier, gradually turning into hiccups, then sobs, then choked cries. That uncertain sentence had become the final straw that broke the camel's back. He was willing to make that choice for his lover, but he was still only human. Faced with the unknown specter of death, fear was inevitable. And faced with the thought of losing the happiness they'd finally grasped, helplessness followed just as surely. He and Fu Jian were one, their thoughts shared in that moment. They had both lied to themselves before, that even if they left, Yan Yan would be well taken care of, that with 30 years of life and the presence of family, Yan Yan would be happy. But seeing his partner suffer so miserably in illness shattered that self-deception entirely, stirring deep dread and worry. Would anyone else truly stay by his lover's side forever? Would anyone else love him wholeheartedly afterward? After he was gone? Would Yan Yan really be happy? As partners, they knew each other best. He understood Wen Yanyu's character, he knew exactly what had kept him going until now. After learning about the shared lifespan plan, he realized those 30 years weren't guaranteed. They simply meant that within the fate line without accidents, there would be 30 years. But if during that time there were prolonged illnesses, injuries, accidents, or even severe emotional fluctuations, it could shorten the final lifespan. Like a dying tree absorbing nutrients from another, yet still needing to face the next 30 years on its own, through wind and storm, scorching sun and drought, destruction and cuts. How long could his beloved survive relying on those 30 years? He didn't dare think about it. All he could do was keep deceiving himself again and again, maybe once Yan Yan's family returned, they'd take good care of him. They definitely would. Who knows, maybe everything would turn out fine. They were gambling on probabilities. Gambling that their beloved would live in health and peace, betting on the slim chance that he wouldn't be hurt. Baby will live 100 years, healthy and happy. Don't, you talk nonsense. Long gone was his usual composure and pride. Right now, Fu Hanchuan simply lowered his head and pressed his body tightly against Wen Yanyu, hands trembling in fear, eyelashes quivering wildly, sobbing so hard he could barely catch his breath. Under the overwhelming surge of terror, his words were nearly incomprehensible. Driven only by instinct and longing, he repeated over and over those wishes, even ones he no longer truly believed in. Baby will definitely live 100 years, healthy and happy. Bro, who doesn't love? How come you're crying like a little puppy now? Where's that old attitude from when you stood outside the hospital declaring you'd never fall for Wen Yanyu? Where's the guy who said he didn't care about the person he claimed to love to death? Come out and say it again. Daddy, my heart hurts so bad watching this, it stings. I knew the love to death bro actually cares so much. No more calling you, doesn't love, okay? Look, you're practically sobbing yourself sick. Wait, seriously? These two are such a tragedy. They've only been together for a short while, right? So this is why Mr. Stubborn suddenly got together with Bunny Bao. Turns out, once the wife dies, he finally settles down, is actually true. Fu Hanchuan's sobs came in broken bursts, suppressed into quiet whimpers, not even as loud as normal conversation. Yet the people around them had already stopped what they were doing, glancing over in surprise. This man, who often appeared in financial news and remained calm and collected in every interview, cold and restrained, rarely showing any strong emotions, was now crying like a child afraid of being left alone. Don't cry anymore, everyone's looking, Wen Yanyu gently patted Fu Hanchuan's back, soothing him softly, voice gentle, no more tears, no more crying. I'm here. See? I'm right here. Fu Hanchuan only shook his head, completely unconcerned with appearances, rubbing his tear-soaked cheek against the warm body in his arms. Desperate to hold on to this moment forever. With a helpless sigh, Wen Yanyu continued petting the weeping man gently, stroke after stroke, offering comfort. Watching the intimate bubble between the two, so thick and complete that no one could ever insert themselves, Jian Wanru lowered her eyes and quietly abandoned the plan she'd just made. Duan Mufeng turned his head, waving the plush bunny in his hand, muttering under his breath, "Well, damn. Looks like your dad's totally out of luck now." The plush rabbit drooped its head with the man's movement, limp and lifeless. Sang Huiran frowned but said nothing. Chu Xingbai sipped his cola while typing a message to the contact labeled, "Elder Sister." "Sis, didn't your husband mention abroad he had this super powerful medical team? Supposedly they're amazing at body recovery, don't they have some black tech that can cure any illness? I've got a friend right now who isn't doing well, physically and mentally. Not sure what's wrong exactly, but could you ask your husband to send me their contact info? Hurry up, hurry up. He gave me an incredibly cute rabbit, and if it weren't for free feeding from his harem recently, I'd have starved already. I owe him big time," kneeling, clinging to leg, crying, rolling on floor, wriggling. The reply indicator blinked for a few seconds before slowly forming a question mark. Oh. After refusing so stubbornly before, suddenly calling him bro-in-law. Finally letting him into the family. Chu Xingbai took a fierce gulp of his sugary soda and bit his lip. Sparkling eyes, what are you talking about? My earlier attitude was just testing him. Bro-in-law is so awesome, how could I ever look down on him? Sias, just help me ask please. The moment the message sent, Chu Xingbai shivered in self-disgust, goosebumps breaking out all over his skin. A quick reply came, okay. That rabbit in your photo? Cute. Get me one too. Lu Mingxiu's eyes darkened, his lips pressed into a thin line. After a long pause, he slowly shifted his gaze away and resumed the game with Chu Xingbai, who was still sipping cola. It must be nice to be loved, Sang Yu mused quietly, resting her chin on her palm. Time slipped swiftly toward nightfall. After taking his medication, Wen Yanyu went to bed early. He just comforted Fu Hanchuan briefly when there was a knock on the door. Wen Yanyu froze slightly, wondering who it could be at this hour. But Fu Hanchuan had already opened the door. The visitor stepped in. Fu Jian stood there in pajamas, hair slightly damp, smelling fresh from a recent shower. Without hesitation, he walked inside carrying a pillow, muttered something to Fu Hanchuan that Wen Yanyu couldn't understand, then climbed onto the bed. So. The lights turned off. One cold fluffiness on the left, one warm fluffiness on the right, two bodies tightly sandwiching him, arms firmly wrapped around his own. Except for minimal movement, he was practically immobilized. No one explained why Fu Jian had come, the other made no mention of caring that someone else was sharing the room and bed. Trapped between them, Wen Yanyu glanced left and right, then blankly stared up at the white ceiling. Drowsiness crept over him after the medication, eyelids growing impossibly heavy, sinking lower and lower, but his mind remained unusually clear, unable to fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. The medicine gradually kicked in. That familiar, comforting scent drifted close to his nose. Even the strongest willpower couldn't hold out forever. Wen Yanyu tilted his head slightly and slowly drifted off. In the darkness, Fu Hanchuan and Fu Jian each guarded their side, neither daring to leave even for a moment. One room, three people full of silent thoughts, and yet, surprisingly, all slept soundly through the night. Downstairs. In a dimly lit bedroom. Jian Wan removed carefully, sealing strands of hair complete with follicles securely into a paper envelope. A toothbrush still slightly moist was wrapped in a separate small plastic bag. The calm surface of the sea had finally cracked, revealing the turbulent undercurrents churning beneath, relentlessly smashing the fragile piece into pieces. Meanwhile, online discussions about the show continued endlessly. People talked about Tao Huishan's publicity stunt, speculated about Wen Yanyu's health issues, debated identity-related trends. Since appearing on the show, Fu Hanchuan had consistently dominated, he hadn't dropped off once. Damn, could what Mr. Tao and Auntie Jiang said be true? Is Wen Yanyu really not going to live much longer? But honestly, he doesn't seem like someone on death's door. Does anyone remember when swallowing pills in the mountains earlier? Later rushed to hospital and nearly died. After being discharged, he was skinny as paper, there's no way that didn't affect him. I suspect Wen's poor health now might be linked to that incident. Holy shit, if that's actually the case, that's kinda tragic comedy. Just watched the edited clips from the live stream, finally figured out why such a busy guy like Fu would join a variety show. Does he know Wen's condition is worsening, so he wants to stay close and spend more time? To be fair, Fu seems like the type who cares deeply about image. Doesn't usually expose emotions except around those closest to him. Yet here he is, crying uncontrollably on national TV, he must be truly devastated. The ultimate image of love humbling pride, even the king of hell weeps like a puppy. Sigh, I really hope Bunny stays healthy. I'm not a fan or anything, but just seeing Wen Yanyu looking so pitifully miserable made me feel awful too. Can't imagine how hard it must be for someone close to him, he'd cry too if he were me. Curious, why is he out here instead of staying home if he's literally dying? That logic is insane. Are you saying that once you're diagnosed with cancer, you just lie in bed and wait to die? Also, Rabbit has been having fun with everyone except saying whatever lately, okay? Morning sunlight spilled into the room. He woke from an itching sensation at his waist. His entire body was slick with night sweat. The fabric around his waist had been soaked through and clung tightly to his skin, unbearably uncomfortable. A dull ache throbbed deep in his lower abdomen, as if ants had begun burrowing beneath his flesh, crawling slowly into his bones, an irritating blend of itch and pain, like slow-burning fire tormenting him endlessly. Wen Yanyu's eyelashes fluttered. His eyes opened groggily, still clouded with sleep, his hand instinctively reaching toward the aching area. Another hand, cold and firm, closed over his wrist, stopping him before he could touch the wound. Wen Yanyu jolted awake, turning his head to see Fu Jian sitting by the bedside. His mind froze for a long moment. Then he remembered, they had slept together last night, all three of them. The injury on your waist is severe, so it'll heal slower than the others, Fu Jian explained calmly. It's normal to feel some discomfort while healing. Just bear with it a little. Don't scratch it, should be fine in about a month. He went on speaking, his voice steady and showing no sign of disturbance. Wen Yanyu, still dazed and aching, nodded blankly, failing to notice the man's complexion, pale to the point of translucence. The door opened. Fu Hanchuan entered carrying a bowl of hot soup. One supported. One fed. Wen Yanyu stared vacantly for a long while. So how exactly did things turn into this? Over the following days, the show gradually neared its end. The ache and swelling in his waist persisted. Aside from helping Auntie Jiang cook now and then, Wen Yanyu stayed mostly indoors, passively receiving care. In front of everyone, they didn't hide the fact that the three of them shared one bedroom. Head down, slicing potatoes, Wen Yanyu pondered how best to prepare the fish. Duan Gu liked fish balls, Xiao Yu, Chu Xingbai, and Auntie Jiang preferred lighter flavors, Lu Gu enjoyed sour dishes, so fish soup would work. Fu Hanchuan and the system both loved spicy food. Better make 2 versions. Jiang Wanru approached silently from behind, speaking softly, after the show ends, do you want to stay at Auntie's place for a few days? The sudden voice startled Wen Yanyu, his knife slipped, grazing his wrist, and blood welled up instantly from a cut 5 or 6 centimeters long. Thankfully, it wasn't deep, and the pain remained mild. Ow! Wen Yanyu gasped. Worried about contaminating the food, he dropped the knife and instinctively clenched the injured hand, then flinched from the sting and loosened it, preparing to deal with it casually. Sure, I'd love some fried fish, Wen Yanyu replied offhandedly, reaching for the tap, habitually about to rinse the wound under water. He didn't notice the sudden shift in the woman's expression behind him. Her hand shot out, grabbing his wrist and spinning him around. Wen Yanyu looked up, bewildered. What do you think you're doing? Jiang Wanru's pupils trembled as she snapped into his ear. You can't just rinse it under running water. Doesn't that hurt? Wen Yanyu shivered, eyes flickering with confusion as he cautiously argued back, it doesn't hurt, the cut isn't deep. A quick rinse and wipe later will be fine. What's wrong with that? Meeting Wen Yanyu's completely oblivious expression, Jiang Wanru stiffened. The anger rising in her chest felt as if doused by cold water, half extinguished in an instant. An overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within her, limbs going weak. Wen Yanyu blinked, unbothered by the woman's odd reaction. He turned and shut off the faucet, then pulled out a tissue, casually dabbing the wound. Fine, I'll use paper then. Chapter 147, Rabbit Mom's Heartbreak. Rabbit baby's back injury flares up. Wen Yanyu hummed a little cooking tune, lightly wiped away the blood around the wound, and seeing that it had stopped bleeding, put on gloves and continued chopping vegetables. Though Wen Yanyu wasn't short by male standards, he was painfully thin. The slight weight and vitality he'd gained had vanished again after his recent serious illness. Under strands of pale hair, his skin didn't look darker, it only appeared more fragile, more transparent in its paleness. He seemed alright when those two were around, the boy always had a faint smile in his eyes, his entire demeanor relaxed. But when they were gone, even just distanced, no matter how hard he tried to hide it, that bone-deep exhaustion and weakness would inevitably surface. Just standing there. You could feel the aura of illness from him. A lifeless, heavy weariness. The kind of fatigue that completely shattered her, making her abandon the extreme idea she'd once considered in her mind. As a mother who had raised and cared for children, she often found herself thinking whenever she looked at him, this is a child who has never been properly taken care of. Until now. Jiang Wanru stood frozen, staring blankly at the boy's indifferent, habitual expression. A layer of mist slowly gathered in her eyes. That incident she deliberately tried to ignore, tried to forget, surged back into her mind. Her rationality tried to stop her from speaking, but her instinct forced her voice out anyway. Does it hurt? She could hear her own voice, dry and trembling slightly. Hearing Jiang Wanru ask him, Wen Yanyu assumed she must have been startled by the blood. He casually shook his head, voice light and smiling, it just looked like a lot of blood just now, but really it's nothing. Wounds like this heal in half a day. Jiang Wanru asked her question again. Does it hurt? Wen Yanyu paused for a moment, then lowered his head and kept chopping. It's okay. After a brief silence. A little bit. His answer was soft, nearly drowned out by the sound of chopping. But Jiang Wanru still heard it. Calling Isildoge to come administer punishment. Calling Isildoge. Rabbit baby, rabbit baby. Don't misbehave just because your husband isn't here. Sure, holding the potato while cutting it into cubes is convenient, but so dangerous. It feels like something mom's generation would do, not what young people use. Bad rabbit, where did you secretly learn this? Quit it. Auntie Jiang looks like she's about to break down, hahaha. What should we do about our baby not caring about his own body? Actually, I used to think Wen was in better condition than in episode 1, but now I realize, he only seems better when Fu is around. As soon as Fu leaves, he becomes lifeless again. Heart clicked. Rabbit fans go silent. Alidoge, please stay by rabbit baby's side, sobbing. We entrust our precious rabbit to you. The vegetables were chopped. Noticing Jiang Wanru hadn't moved, Wen Yanyu turned and looked over, tugging the corner of his mouth into a cheerful grin. Auntie, didn't you say you'd cook with me? I can't prepare meals for this many people alone. Everyone had clear roles. He and Jiang Wanru handled cooking, Lu Mingxiu and Sang Huiren usually bought ingredients, while the others, who could blow up a kitchen, were strictly assigned to serving food, washing dishes, and cleaning up. Thinking of that dog's burnt scrambled eggs. And that commander's track record of destroying 3 pots while trying to help. Wen Yanyu. Humans shouldn't, and legally cannot, be allowed near kitchens. Hearing this, Jiang Wanru snapped out of her daze as if waking from a dream, quickly moved to the sink to wash her hands and joined in. The two busied themselves in the kitchen. When the 2 dogs randomly wandered by and saw their wife's injured hand, they instantly reached a mutual understanding, popping up at the doorway now and then, darting through the kitchen, repeatedly asking if they could help. After over 10 days together, everyone knew just how absurdly potent these 2 were at triggering kitchen disasters. Merely standing near a stove could cause flames to mysteriously fail. Even gas burners refused to ignite repeatedly. For the sake of what little life he might have left. And certainly not wanting these 2 dogs to die alongside him. When Yanyu gave them a blank stare, coolly tossed out, you 2, don't cause trouble here. If you're bored, go play with Xiao Shui. Without giving them time to react, Wen Yanyu shooed them away with a wave of his left hand while yanking the kitchen door shut with his right. Xiao Shui. The name of that meteorite border collie plush puppy. Fu Hanchuan. Fu Jian. On the other side of the glass door, the 2 exchanged glances, each reading pure disdain and resentment in the other's eyes. A camera person, arriving to capture trending moments of the 4 cooking, came to a halt behind them. Lol ha ha ha, go play with the kids. Poor baby's getting rejected by rabbit baby. So sad ha ha ha, Ruarua. Rabbit baby's gesture totally looked like shooing away puppies. That's allowed to be said, right? LOLLL. It's not rabbit baby's fault. They've grown in height but not in skill, both of them are clueless, standing there like pillars. When it comes to helping out, Auntie Jiang handles everything. The moment these 2 step into the kitchen, they just take up space. Every time they go in pretending to be busy, but actually can't do a single thing. Rabbit baby has already seen through them and just shooed them away directly. Getting flashbacks of coming home for holiday and getting kicked out of the kitchen by mom. Feels way too real. Inside the kitchen. After simple first aid, the bleeding from the hand wound had stopped. When Yanyu casually removed his gloves and turned to the recipe, preparing ingredients. 2 bowls of noodles for Xiao Yu and Mingxiu, the rest would have rice. The fish would be split into 2 portions, spice levels divided accordingly. Skilled stir-frying. Plating. With the final dish, spicy fish, out of the wok, 4 dishes and 2 soups were complete. The kitchen door swung open again, releasing fragrance into the living room. The group who'd been sprawled collectively on the couch suddenly sprang to life at the scent of food, scrambling up and rushing toward the kitchen. Those responsible for cooking were excused from further chores. Dodging the ravenous stampede. When Yanyu took off his apron, glanced around, and realized Fu Hanchuan and Fu Jian weren't in the living room. A flicker of helplessness passed through Wen Yanyu's eyes. He'd long grown used to the 2 deliberately avoiding him at the same time, slipping off to talk about things he couldn't understand. Thinking back to how he'd recently caught them multiple times, their faces still wearing that grim, conspiratorial expression they hadn't managed to wipe away in time. He knew there was no point asking. Letting out a light sigh, Wen Yanyu decided to leave them be and didn't go looking. Instead, he pulled out his phone and sent both a quick message, "Come down, food's ready," then he walked toward the dining table, waiting for the others to set out the dishes and serve rice. But the moment he sat down, movement tugged sharply at his waist and abdomen, a piercing pain flared, followed by an intense, crawling itch and soreness traveling upward along his spine. When Yanyu sucked in a sharp breath, fingers trembling with pain. Instinctively, he raised a hand to press against his lower back, wanting to soothe the ache, but forcibly restrained himself. After a long moment, the soreness slowly subsided. Only then did he cautiously reach back to gently rub his waist, trying to ease the discomfort. Ever since his last serious illness, the old injury on his waist, something he thought had long stabilized, had begun acting up again. Not exactly painful, but an odd, sticky sensation. As if something were slowly seeping through the healed fissure beneath the skin, itchy, acidic. Fortunately, each episode was brief, rarely lasting more than 3 or 4 minutes, sometimes just seconds before easing. At least it wasn't unbearable pain. Otherwise, he feared he might have already withdrawn from this world. He went to the kitchen to pour a cup of hot water, just missing the scene moments ago. All he saw now was Wen Yanyu rubbing his waist. Jiang Wanru froze. She set down her cup and quickly stepped forward, worry clouding her voice. Is your waist hurting again? The memory of what she'd once seen flashed in her mind. Her face darkened, and her voice trembled slightly. Wen Yanyu blinked in surprise, then waved a hand dismissively. It's nothing. I just sat down too abruptly and accidentally pulled it. Seeing no obvious distress on his face, Jiang Wanru bit her lip, choosing not to press further. She sat beside him instead and said quietly. My son Xiaohuai is a doctor. I asked him about it before. He said even after treatment, injuries like yours would always cause discomfort. Relying only on painkillers isn't sustainable. Those medications have strong side effects. Taking them continuously just isn't feasible. Instinctively leaning closer, she added, Xiaohuai graduated from medical school, then went abroad. She stopped mid-sentence. Noticing Wen Yanyu had suddenly gone quiet. In that instant, realization struck. Jiang Wanru's heart lurched. Panic flickered across her face. She stammered, Xiaohuai, he's the child of old Qin's comrade in arms. His parents passed when he was still underage, no other relatives around. He was so young, under such pressure, our families were close. He knew us. He couldn't be entrusted to just anyone. With the college entrance exam only a few years away, neither old Qin nor I felt comfortable letting someone else raise him. So we took him in, kept him under our name. Wen Yanyu turned slightly to look at her. His faint smile held no emotion, still gentle, as always. You've told me this many times. I remember. I've been to the hospital before. It was Brother Shenhuai who treated me. His medical skills are excellent. I know. As soon as the words left his lips, Wen Yanyu quickly averted his gaze, blinking rapidly to suppress the sudden dry sting behind his eyes. Jiang Wanru froze completely. Her eyes shimmered with confusion and guilt. Her lips parted, trembling, yet no words came out. Mom, she finally whispered, voice soft and broken, mustering what little courage remained, I've contacted a few other doctors recently. Maybe I could take you to see them. Would that be okay? The courage she'd painstakingly gathered shattered in her own hands. Her voice wavered, stumbling over itself, desperately adding promises she wasn't sure she could keep. Also, I've had old Qin looking for apartments. For some reason, the entire building you're living in got bought out, no one's putting units up for sale. So old Qin found a place nearby your neighborhood. Once the renovation's done, I'll move in. It'll be more convenient for me to check on you regularly. Jiang Wanru rambled on with endless details. Wen Yanyu lowered his eyes. He didn't respond. One dish after another was set onto the table. Freshly cooked and steaming, the aroma made the group, who hadn't eaten much all day, instinctively swallow their saliva before quickly taking their seats and digging in. Sang Yu swept her long hair up, eyes sparkling as she stared at her bowl of noodles. Before even finishing what was in her mouth, she hurriedly stuffed in another bite. Like a hoarding hamster, both cheeks bulged round, rhythmically puffing in and out with every chew, muttering something barely intelligible between bites. Yanyu, your cooking is seriously amazing. After the show ends, you have to give me the recipe for that sauce in the noodles, okay? The sauce wasn't store-bought, it was freshly mixed by hand. When Yanyu smiled and agreed, sure. When I have time, I'll write down the recipe for you. After filming, I'll prepare a bottle just for you, so you can taste it at home while trying to recreate it. Sang Yu's eyes lit up. Thank you, Rabbit. Yanyu. You're truly the best. Time passed slowly. As the food settled in stomachs, something somewhere shifted. When Yanyu kept his head down, his complexion gradually turning pale. He kept shifting his posture on the chair, hand moving repeatedly to his waist, pressing again and again on the spot that had inexplicably started hurting. Fu Hongchuan glanced sideways. Noticing Wen Yanyu's subtle movements, he quietly inched closer, then slipped the plush puppy cushion from behind his own chair and placed it behind Wen Yanyu's back. The hard wooden support at his spine was replaced with soft fluff. Wen Yanyu froze for a few seconds, then slowly leaned back. And continued eating. Duan Mufeng and Chu Xingbai were fighting over the last piece of sweet and sour cabbage. Sang Yu ate quietly. Lu Mingxiu, who never spoke much anyway, certainly wasn't about to say anything now with food in front of him. He focused intently on slurping his noodles. For a while, the dining room fell into an unusual silence, broken only by chewing sounds and the gentle clinking of bowls and chopsticks. LOL. Fake delicious, everyone praises but doesn't eat much. Real delicious, forget dieting, forget dignity, everyone shuts up and devours their meal, terrified someone might steal their food. Rabbit Baby's face looks so unnaturally pale. He's barely eating, could he be feeling unwell? +1 +1. I've been watching him forever. His bowl still has almost all its food left. Age seems to keep glancing at him too. Does Wen Yanyu have a problem with his waist? I noticed he rubbed it several times in the kitchen earlier. Now he's doing it again while eating. Sang Huiran swallowed a bite of fish, raised his hand, and lightly tapped his bowl with his chopsticks. Xiao Wen, how long did you cook this fish? The sudden sound drew everyone's attention. Wen Yanyu looked up too. Hearing the question, he blinked, answering without hesitation, after slicing, I boiled it for over 10 minutes. The slices are thin, I didn't cook them long. Probably less than 10 minutes before they came out of the pot, Wen Yanyu added. Upon hearing this, Sang Huiran first let out a few light laughs, then said gently, you're lying. The texture is completely different from what I usually get. Either your heat control was off, or your timing was wrong. It's clearly overcooked, the meat's dry and rough. With that, Sang Huiran used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish from the non-spicy portion, chewed twice, pretended to frown, took a tissue, covered his mouth, and spat it out. Then he dropped his chopsticks. Shook his head. This portion's the same. The fish wasn't cleaned properly, you can still taste the fishy odor. Duan Mufeng shoveled 2 more bites of fish and rice. Sang Yu subtly turned her noodle bowl away, just enough to avoid being sprayed by Sang Huiran's spittle, and continued hamster ing. Sang Huiran went on, pointing and critiquing each dish on the table. When no one responded, he lifted his head and realized everyone else was silently eating. Chapter 148 Instructions. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but ha 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 ha. Wen Yanyu seems a bit rude. Sang Ba is giving his opinion here, regardless of anything else, as the younger generation, he should at least respond politely. Politeness? Where we come from, politeness means this, as long as the food isn't the problem, those who didn't contribute should shut up and eat quietly, not criticize the ones who did all the work. Speaking of which, fine if the others never cooked before, but didn't Sang Huiran boast about his cooking skills earlier? With so many people to feed, Rabbit and Auntie Jiang running around busily, where was he lending a hand in the kitchen? And now he's acting all high and mighty. Pfft. Not even worth ranting about. He was completely ignored. Sang Huiran's expression darkened. Just as he was about to say something, Fu Hanchuan lifted his gaze and met his eyes. Cold, distant, with a flash of killing intent so chilling it pierced straight through the bone. Sang Huiran froze. Muttering that he'd already eaten, he hastily left the dining table. Wen Yanyu swayed slightly, leaning back against the soft plush puppy behind him. He poked at his rice twice, but nausea twisted his stomach, sending sharp, grinding pains through his gut. Yanyu turned pale. Unable to eat another bite, he simply set down his bowl and prepared to go upstairs to rest. Yen, Jiang Wanru called out to stop him. You're not eating anymore. Only half a dish of rice remained in the porcelain bowl. Under normal circumstances, it might just be seen as someone having a small appetite. But if she hadn't personally served him that small portion, knowing full well how much he usually ate, it would have been impossible to tell that the boy hadn't even finished 1/10 of it. Jiang Wanru looked at him, worry clouding her eyes, filled with nothing but heartache and helplessness. In the midst of such intense emotional turmoil, with only fragmented memories barely clinging together, without ever having confirmed the final truth, she truly didn't know how to face this child. Yanyu shook his head weakly. I'm fine. Jiang Wanru was about to speak again. Fu Hanchuan stood up, gently taking the boy's hand, and led him away. Fu Jian likewise set down his chopsticks. Watching the 3 figures walk off, Jiang Wanru paused for a moment, then lowered her eyes, her expression dimming. Leaning heavily on the banister, Wen Yanyu hurried toward the stairs, each step shaky. With every step forward, his abdomen clenched violently. The pain in his waist intensified. Even shallow breathing pulled at the muscles in his lower back and stomach, as though they were being slowly torn apart. Bending over had become an impossible luxury. A thin layer of cold sweat had formed across his back, and his breath grew short and ragged. The 2 followed closely behind him, daring not to touch, afraid of causing more pain, yet unwilling to stay too far back. They hovered protectively like guard dogs right behind the boy, shielding him in case he collapsed on the stairs. Finally reaching the room. Yenyu's legs gave way, and he lurched forward uncontrollably. The 2 reacted instantly, catching him under the arms from both sides, careful to avoid his lower back, supporting him steadily. Yanyu barely managed to steady himself. Gasping, he dragged himself onto the bed. His forehead was already slick with sweat, body trembling uncontrollably, face deathly pale and ghastly. Fu Hanchuan glanced at Fu Jian. Fu Jian frowned, shook his head, then turned and went to fetch painkillers. Fu Hanchuan sat beside the bed, gently wiping the cold sweat from Yenyu's forehead, speaking softly, later, Jian and I will take you to the hospital, okay? Some treatments could only be administered at a hospital. Yanyu covered his eyes and merely shook his head. I'll be fine after lying down a while. Fu Hanchuan leaned in slightly, softening his voice further to coax him, sweetheart, you've already been so strong. Feeling unwell isn't your fault. If it hurts, you don't need to endure it, just tell us. His eyes flickered faintly. After a brief pause, he added almost casually, even when we're not by your side, don't suffer in silence. If your body feels off, tell the people around you immediately. If no one's nearby, call your friends. If there's truly no one, call the hospital. His tone remained gentle, calm, utterly normal. I've bought a few more apartments in our neighborhood. Later, you can invite Jiang Wanru or any close friends to move in. I've saved the hospital contacts into your phone. If you feel unwell anywhere, call them anytime. As if fearing he wouldn't understand, Fu Hanchuan stayed by his side, carefully explaining every possible step. Yanyu lifted his gaze. Still struggling to cope with the pain, he suddenly felt a sting behind his eyes, and before he knew it, tears welled up and spilled over. Almost instantly, he dragged his trembling body into Fu Hanchuan's arms. It hurts. Chapter 149 Waist Injury. The sun gradually sank, the warm orange glow at the horizon slowly turning to deep purple, light being swallowed by darkness as it descended bit by bit into the river of night. Wen Yanyu kept his eyes half closed. The wound on his waist felt as though torn apart by flames, searing pain that had lasted for hours without relief. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, as if just pulled from water, strands of hair clinging damply to his forehead. The injury across his waist and abdomen was simply too extensive, now trapped within a prolonged period of continuous pain. Any contact with something hard triggered such agony he could scream on the spot. No one dared move him. Fu Hanchuan brought up 3 quilts, stacking them into a makeshift bed for Wen Yanyu to nestle inside. Though even this still caused intense pain, it did ease things slightly. The pain had gone on for too long. Wen Yanyu's gaze was unfocused, eyes hazy and brimming with moisture, consciousness blurred to the point where he couldn't make out what those around him were saying, nor form words himself. Only his slender frame trembled uncontrollably with each wave of suffering. The abnormality during daytime hadn't been hidden. A dense crowd stood gathered around, people continuously coming and going in streams. A staff member from the production team asked whether they should send him to the hospital. But the moment someone reached toward the bed, attempting to lift Wen Yanyu into their arms, the man shuddered violently from pain. They tried several times. By then, Wen Yanyu was sobbing so hard he could barely breathe. No one dared touch him again. Even knowing this was an unavoidable phase of healing, seeing his lover suffer so helplessly before his eyes made Fu Hanchuan's hands shake non-stop, endlessly calling the hospital on the phone. The cameraman originally filming downstairs had followed along when the group rushed upstairs. The scene was too chaotic, no one noticed him. People constantly leaned over to peek at the bed. Fu Hanchuan remained on the call while Fu Jian sat beside the bed wiping sweat off Wen Yanyu, occasionally exchanging dark humor with another person nearby. Duan Mufeng and Chu Xingbai each crouched beside the bed holding a rabbit. Sang Yu, who had just slurped down 2 bowls of noodles moments ago, paced frantically across the room to ease her nerves. Lu Mingxiu furrowed his brows, speaking seriously with the crew. Jiang Wanru sat by the bedside, tears streaming non-stop, her makeup completely ruined. Woohoo my bunny, what happened? Don't scare mama. Damn production team. Why aren't you sending my bunny to the hospital again? No. The production team is actually innocent this time, the rumor is Wen Yanyu has a waist injury, can't be moved due to risk of secondary damage. I genuinely believe what Teacher Tao said now, that he might not have many years left. He really looks like he's dying. I just walked in, what's going on? Wasn't everything fine earlier today? Is this another fever or? It's a waist injury, he just told Rabbit Mommy and Dog Brother, it flared up. Rabbit Mommy is literally crying like a weeping bunny now. Finally, movement came from downstairs. Medical staff arrived carrying medicine and supplies. Everyone quickly stepped aside. Half-conscious, Wen Yanyu cracked his eyes open. Everything before him seemed veiled behind mist, indistinct and blurry, only loud chaotic voices flooding into his ears. Faintly, he saw flashes of white. In a daze, a pair of arms gently lifted him slightly off the bed, and the clothes covering his waist and stomach were carefully drawn aside. In that instant, every sound in the room ceased. The air grew terrifyingly silent. Leaning weakly against Fu Hanchuan's chest, shirt half open, that old wound was now fully exposed, uncovered and defenseless. A long scar stretched entirely across his waist and abdomen, parts bearing faint keloid marks, surrounding tissue swollen and red. Wen Yanyu's skin was naturally fair, but the area around his waist, having seen little sunlight, was astonishingly pale. Because of this, the already shocking scar appeared as though a piece of delicate jade had been brutally severed and crudely reassembled. Crooked and uneven, an indelible mark of suffering. For a moment, everyone froze as if cursed into immobility. Sang Yu, mid-pace, tripped over her own feet nearly collapsing in place. It wasn't until the arriving doctor injected numbing medicine near the wound and began routine examination that reality snapped back into focus. People exchanged glances, shocked beyond words. Noticing something amiss, the cameraman who'd been silently filming immediately retreated outside the door. The frozen live chat exploded the moment the camera pulled out. F******. F******. What was that? Was that a wound? Did one undergo some major surgery? How come there's such a long scar on his stomach? Holy F*******. Holy F*******. My God. This scar, is he actually been abused? Feels like this should go on, today's verdict. After the stream paused, the show had nearly ended anyway. That very night, the production team issued an official statement announcing the early conclusion of the program. Trending topics exploded once again. Wen Yanyu waist injury. Wen Yanyu suspected abuse. Develop a disease irrelatorily when tokriver timasi bunny bayo. Wait, what exactly is that scar on Wen Yanyu's body? Surgery. I watched the uncut video just now, holy hell, how long is that thing? Seriously scary. If it were from surgery, the scar should be straight and neat. The one on Wen's body is crooked and uneven, it must have been surgically stitched after some kind of trauma or deliberate damage. Suddenly remembering that conspiracy theory from the first episode, now it's starting to feel less like a conspiracy theory. Did Wen Yanyu actually suffer abuse? No wonder he usually takes so many painkillers. Suddenly recalled something, when a waist injury is extremely painful, it can reach a point where the pain becomes numbness. My mom has lumbar strain, when her pain flares badly, she can't even feel it anymore when touched. In the first episode, when Duan Luobwa touched his waist and he showed no reaction, the live chat barrage was full of people calling him fake. Turns out, back then, he might not have felt anything in his waist at all. I was one of those who insulted him. I'm sorry. I really didn't know. Wah, don't do this to my bunny bao. Damn it. Call the police. Who did this? In an instant, online discussions about Wen Yanyu exploded. Waves of netizens flooded into the accounts of those potentially involved, demanding answers. Yet, none of the parties involved ever came forward to respond. Chapter 150. Let go of your hand, no matter how long it takes. Meanwhile, on the other side, one of the people at the center of all the discussion. After his phone was hung up for the 7th time, Wen Yanyu stirred groggily from bed. Is it Auntie Jiang again? Fu Jian, who had just ended the call, nodded calmly. Wen Yanyu rubbed his eyes and tumbled over to the man's side, snatching the phone without hesitation. He wasn't surprised to see a long string of missed calls from Jiang Wanru. Outside, dawn light crept in softly as feather-like snowflakes drifted down from the sky. A thick blanket of snow covered the ground beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, while inside, the fireplace burned brightly, warming the entire room. In the chat history, messages had been trickling in non-stop since 4 days ago, scattered texts sent throughout the day and night, beginning with casual check-ins, growing increasingly frequent when no replies came. Jiang Wanru, sweetheart, how did Fu Hanchuan take you away from the hospital? Is your waist feeling any better? Does it still hurt? Don't eat anything that might trigger inflammation, no spicy food, and absolutely don't let Fu Hanchuan touch you. Jiang Wanru, sweetheart, send Auntie a message when you wake up. Jiang Wanru, sweetheart, why aren't you at Shanghai Hospital? Where are you? Please reply to Auntie. Jiang Wanru, baby, I noticed your IP address shows you're in country E, is Fu Hanchuan there with you? It's cold there, make sure to stay warm. I saw it's 5 hours behind here. Just give me a call once you're up, Auntie stays up late anyway. The anxiety between the lines intensified dramatically after she realized the other party's IP had shifted to country E. Jiang Wanru, Yanyu, why haven't you answered my calls for so many days? Did I do something to upset you? Please just reply to Auntie. 43 missed calls over 4 consecutive days. When Yanyu glanced at the messages, his expression conflicted. After a long silence, he knew avoiding forever wouldn't solve anything. After hesitating, he finally typed out a reply. Wen Yanyu, sorry, I've been really busy these past few days. Just arrived in country E and haven't adjusted to the climate yet, been sleeping most of the time. Don't worry, my waist is fine now. The moment the message was sent, the other side replied instantly, as if they'd been waiting. Jiang Wanru, why didn't you tell me before going to country E? Is it very cold there? How long will you be staying? When are you coming back? Let me know when you return. When Yenyu's fingertips hovered above the screen, remaining silent. On the other end, the woman continued sending message after message. When Yanyu lowered his gaze, unsure what to say. Perhaps sensing this hesitation, she stopped pressing further, only sending one last message. Jiang Wanru, I'll be waiting for you at home. When you've finished in country E, remember to come home for the new year. When you're back, I'll make fried little fish for you. With that final message sent, the screen went dark. When Yanyu sat motionless for a long time, then tossed the phone aside, resting his head on Fu Jian's knee and curling into a ball beneath the blanket. Fu Jian gently stroked Wen Yanyu's hair, his eyes drifting toward the unceasing snowfall outside as he spoke softly, she's your mother. She just hasn't remembered everything yet. Wouldn't it be better to reunite now? Wen Yanyu kept his eyelashes downcast. She doesn't remember me. I don't know how to face her. Let things stay like this for now. A flicker of helplessness passed through Fu Jian's eyes, but he continued soothingly, she'll remember one day. Until then, I'll be right beside you. What are you afraid of? They looked into each other's eyes. The man's gray gaze remained gentle yet firm. After a prolonged silence, Wen Yanyu turned his head away, avoiding the man's eyes. I don't know, he buried his face deeper into the blanket, his voice muffled. It's different now. Nearly 10 years apart. Memories nearly erased. An. Ji Shenhui. Those few days living together, the atmosphere he couldn't seem to fit into. The way Jiang Wanru and Qin Qingji talked about Ji Shenhui, their knowing looks, recounting every detail as if they were family treasures, chattering endlessly. Before he knew the truth, warmth filled him, mixed with envy. After all, they weren't related by blood. For them to show kindness, to share little anecdotes, he felt content. He truly was happy. But everything changed the moment he learned the truth. Like a blunt knife. Slowly. Cutting into his heart. So much had changed over time. His sister still unfound, his father, and now his mother, yet he could no longer belong. And he could blame no one. Wen Yanyu blinked hard against the sting in his eyes, nestling close to Fu Zhiyan, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket like a cocoon against the cold. Snowflakes drifted outside the window, as warm orange glimmers slowly tore through the night. It was nearing 12 o'clock in Country E, 11 o'clock at night, dawn was about to break. Winter days in Country E were short. With January approaching, polar night had not yet ended, granting only a little over 2 hours of daylight each day. Originally, after he had stepped down from the show due to his waist injury, he should have stayed home quietly to recover. But he couldn't bear the idleness, nor did he know how else to keep avoiding Jiang Wanru. It was Fu Hanchuan who first spoke up, suggesting they come to Country E to see the aurora. And so, they set off. Chapter 151 I want steady happiness, to heal the pain of the past. Shen Huainan, here's today's dietary report for Little King Bunny. Fu Hanchuan's social media persona had been steadily posting updates in their 4-person group chat, daily snapshots of a snowy white lop-eared rabbit. The tiny creature, once small enough to fit in one palm, had now grown to nearly twice that size. In the video, the bunny curled atop the lap of a woman dressed in a black dress, a slender hand with long fingers stroking its fur gently, painted in striking crimson cat-eye nail polish. The rabbit wore an expensive-looking ruby necklace, its coat glossy and well-kept, clearly pampered. It was busy chewing on a piece of dry hay. As if aware it was being filmed for someone special, the fluffy bunny suddenly leapt off the woman's legs and darted straight toward the camera, startling the person crouched halfway down to shoot the video. Shen Huainan, reporting to your majesty, the bunny king has almost completely charmed my sister and little sister. If this bunny no longer belongs to you and your beloved rabbit concubine, shall I take it for myself? I'll refund you 1 million, and rename it under the Shen surname. Wen Yanyu, watching the video, paused briefly before rapidly typing back. Fu Hanchuan, we want it. As soon as I return, I'll come pick it up. I'll buy another just like it for your sister and her, don't you dare secretly change its surname. On the other end, a question mark floated slowly into the chat, then quickly got retracted. Shen Huainan, so she's the rabbit empress after all. Got it. I'll go snatch little King Bunny back from my sister right away. Outside, snowflakes continued to fall endlessly. The winter in Country E bit harshly, with piercing cold gnawing at every inch of land. Even with the fireplace blazing indoors, a faint chill still lingered in the air. Wen Yanyu nestled close to Fu Zhiyan, wrapped beneath a thick fleece blanket that warded off the remaining cold, creating a cozy, warm little nest, exceptionally comfortable. Yet the hand beside him remained icy, unnaturally so, its coldness strange and unsettling. Even a casual brush sent involuntary shivers rippling through the body. Wen Yanyu glanced down, his expression unchanged, and gently pulled Fu Zhiyan's hand deeper into the warmth of the blanket. He idly scrolled through the latest Little King Bunny updates from Shen Huainan, chatting lazily with Fu Zhiyan in between. The atmosphere was warm and pleasant. The door pushed open. This scene greeted Fu Hanchuan, who had just returned through heavy snowfall, struggling back with meals for 3, almost frozen into a dog along the way. Fu Hanchuan slowly lowered his lashes, shaking snow from his shoulders, deliberately making some noise. Hearing it, Wen Yanyu lifted his head from Fu Zhiyan's side, swiftly climbing out of the blanket and lunging straight into the arms of the man stepping in from outside. A sudden soft weight settled against his chest. Fu Hanchuan's lips curved slightly upward. His normally stern gaze softened with warmth as he firmly caught the boy mid-leap. You're so cold, Wen Yanyu complained, then smiled sweetly at the man. When are we going to see the northern lights? They'd only arrived 2 days ago. With the language barrier and difficulty adjusting to the climate, they'd spent most of the time cooped up inside, passively fed. They hadn't even gone out much. Now that the weather had warmed a little, remembering one of the main reasons for coming here, Wen Yanyu felt an odd thrill rise within him. Even though his waist injury wasn't fully healed, the thought of seeing the aurora borealis, something he'd only ever witnessed through videos, now possibly in person, stirred excitement deep inside. Fu Hanchuan glanced down at the aurora forecast on his phone, then exchanged a look with the silently displeased Fu Zhiyan. After dinner, once the snow stops, rest for a few hours, then we'll go. Wen Yanyu's eyes sparkled. Okay. Beaming, Wen Yanyu leaned forward and planted a few soft kisses on the man's cheek. Fu Hanchuan froze slightly, about to respond. But Wen Yanyu snatched the meal from Fu Hanchuan's hands, turned around, and ran back to Fu Zhiyan's side, curling up again under the thick blanket to start eating. Huddled tightly against the cold, Wen Yanyu chewed without pause. The food containers held nearby restaurant fare, odd Western dishes. The trip back had left them lukewarm at best. Fu Hanchuan sat on the edge of the bed, opened his own container, and popped a piece of pork into his mouth. After 2 chews, he stopped. Silence hung for half a moment. Then, quietly, he picked up a spoonful of potato soup with bread. 1 bite. Fu Hanchuan closed his eyes, a vein pulsing at his temple. He turned, ready to ask his little bunny if he wanted a fresh meal. Only to find Wen Yanyu half leaning against the headboard, completely oblivious to the probing stare, happily devouring his food. The contents of the box were visibly disappearing at rapid speed. Wen Yanyu ate with fierce concentration, cheeks puffing rhythmically, eyes fixed entirely on the meal. The hair tied neatly that morning by his own hands had long since come undone from rolling around on the bed, now slightly messy. 2 strands of bangs swayed forward with each bite, somehow not unattractive, but oddly adorable. Like a white fluffy bunny huddled under the blanket, starved for too long, thinking of nothing else but stuffing its face with frantic, muffled determination. Fu Hanchuan stared at him for a while, a faint amusement unconsciously flickering in his eyes, finding the scene oddly endearing. Seeing the boy eat without any sign of discomfort, he assumed it was just another one of those strange food preferences newly unlocked. Do you like the local cuisine? Fu Hanchuan asked. I can have our housekeeper learn to cook it for you. Wen Yanyu didn't look up, still focused on his meal as he seriously complained, it's bearable, but not delicious. I'd call it life-sustaining rations. But better than starving. The offhand grumble unexpectedly struck a nerve. Fu Hanchuan's subtle smile froze in his eyes, and Fu Jian suddenly stilled as well. Just then, a special phone notification chimed. Wen Yanyu paused, quickly swallowing the dry bread in his mouth, and tapped open his phone. Jiang Wanru, has my baby been eating well? Look at what Auntie made today, you must eat properly over there too. Attached was a photo of a table full of home-cooked dishes, sweet potato rice, fried fishlets, braised pork belly, mapo tofu, warm milk. Wen Yanyu's gaze dropped lower. On the table sat 4 porcelain bowls, 3 filled with rice, 1 empty. Beside the empty bowl sat a large frostwhite plush toy rabbit, caught mid-motion as if about to dive headfirst into the bowl, steadied just in time by an unmistakably masculine hand. The photo captured that moment. Wen Yanyu stared at it, unblinking, for a long time. Jiang Wanru, since you're not here, I can only let your little rabbit eat on your behalf. When New Year comes, bring Xiao Fu home with you for dinner, we've already prepared your room. Wen Yanyu turned his eyes toward the window, watching the endless snowfall outside. The fireplace crackled softly inside, warmth enveloping the room. His 2 most beloved family members were right beside him. The phone screen dimmed and went black. Wen Yanyu slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes carrying an emotion unfamiliar, soft haze, like honey-dissolved syrup touched by a single drop of lemon juice, tinged with both sweetness and sour ache. When New Year comes, let's go to Auntie Zhang's together. After a long silence, Fu Jian gently raised a hand, brushing aside Wen Yanyu's stray bangs, then picked up 2 plush hair clips. Snap. 2 soft clicks. The loose strands were secured in place. The unshed tears were quietly wiped away by that cold, lifeless hand. Chapter 152 I Want to Live Well. BGM, piano and violin version of The Song of the Bird, same for what follows. Karar. Karar. Not long after getting off the car, footsteps left uneven imprints on the snow, warm breath condensing instantly into white mist upon exhalation. Finally reaching the red-marked area on the app, it was uncertain how much longer until the aurora would appear. When Yanyu stopped walking and looked at his phone. Not far away, Fu Jian was still by the car retrieving something, while Fu Hanchuan paused behind him. Faint snowflakes swirled down from the sky, carried by the wind. Just before landing on him, a faint blue breeze brushed past, guiding them aside without letting a single flake touch him. When Yanyu's lashes flickered slightly as he rubbed his hands together gently. This clothing really is warm. He readjusted his beanie with the scarf attached, then turned his head slightly. Fu Hanchuan stood there, gazing into the distance like a wandering soul, lost in thought. Suddenly seized by a mischievous impulse, Wen Yanyu stealthily moved closer to Fu Hanchuan and slipped his hands into the man's pockets. Fu Hanchuan turned to look at him. Wen Yanyu quickly averted his gaze, looking up at the sky, then down at the ground, anywhere but at the man. A faint smile tugged at Fu Hanchuan's lips. His right hand slid into the pocket. Cold, he asked softly, taking hold of the intruding hand inside his pocket, gently kneading it, half out of affection, half to warm it. When Yanyu shook his head, flipped his hand over to clasp Fu Hanchuan's, interlacing their fingers, and grinned, not cold anymore. With their hands still entwined, Wen Yanyu edged even closer to the man. The warm peach-like fragrance from the man's body drifted toward his nose. As the wind blew past, the scent faded slightly, faintly lingering around, softening the biting cold, both fragrant and comforting. In this bone-chilling snowy night, it felt like an anchor appearing out of nowhere. His previously restless, drifting thoughts suddenly found their place the moment he caught the scent, quietly settling down. Fu Hanchuan's mind wandered for a second, then snapped back, only to realize he had already lowered his head. Their eyes met. At such close proximity, Wen Yanyu instinctively exhaled gently onto Fu Hanchuan's face. The frost formed on his eyelashes trembled faintly with each breath. Fu Hanchuan's gaze wavered. He lowered his head slightly. An almost imperceptible kiss, so light it could only be described as tender, brushed against Wen Yanyu's lips. Warm breath descended, and the moment their four lips touched, Wen Yanyu froze. Before he could process it, the brief contact ended just as quickly as it began. Wen Yanyu stared into those translucent, glass-like eyes. The man's pupils seemed to tremble slightly, emotions buried deep within surging uncontrollably, nearly overflowing. It was that familiar blend he knew so well, love, longing, attachment. And, reluctance. Wen Yanyu hesitated, then pouted playfully at Fu Hanchuan, what if we come here every year from now on? Next time, when my waist injury heals completely, we can stay longer. Though the pain in his waist had eased since leaving the show, the healing process seemed to have abruptly slowed, stuck now at a stage where the scar remained ugly yet no longer painful. He didn't fully understand why. The recovery rate had been like a speeding airplane before, but now it felt like someone had switched it to bicycle mode. As if deliberately forcing him to adapt. When Yanyu chattered on about their future plans, eyes shimmering with reflections of snowlight, sparkling with anticipation. Fu Hanchuan blinked, momentarily stunned, then shifted his gaze away, murmuring a vague response, a few syllables not even he himself could hear clearly. Fu Zhiyan stepped out of the car and trudged all the way into the area. Seeing the two clinging closely together, his brows dipped slightly, though he calmly followed behind. At that moment, there was no one else around, only a few distant wooden cabins glowing with dim lights. Utter silence blanketed the world. Then, suddenly, a faint emerald green appeared at the edge of the sky, gradually spreading, blending and intertwining with pale violet hues, dancing across the night canvas, stars twinkling amidst the glow. A massive auroral outburst unfolded, ethereal green ribbons undulated across the heavens, constantly shifting shape. Away from city lights, the spectacle in the snowy night was profoundly breathtaking. Seeing such a natural wonder in real life for the first time, Wen Yanyu was ecstatic, already releasing Fu Hanchuan's hand. He tilted his head upward, completely absorbed in the sky, the emerald light reflected in his wide, astonished eyes. Fu Hanchuan glanced calmly at the dazzling auroras above, then shifted his barely noticeable gaze back, lingering briefly on Wen Yanyu. When he realized the other hadn't noticed, he allowed himself to silently, repeatedly trace every line of that enraptured face. Lost in awe, Wen Yanyu remained oblivious to what the two beside him were doing. He was watching the light in the sky. His lover was watching too. Watching the light reflected in his eyes. After snapping several photos of the sky, gradually calming from his initial excitement, Wen Yanyu clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and whispered prayers for a long while. Then he turned to the two beside him, did you make a wish? A wish? Fu Hanchuan and Fu Zhiyan tilted their heads in perfect sync, puzzled. Wen Yanyu burst into laughter at their puppy-like actions, excitedly explaining, haven't you heard? Making a wish under the aurora, while facing the aurora itself, has a much higher chance of coming true. There are already tons of people online who say theirs did. Actually, I didn't really care that much about coming here at first, but once I thought about being able to make a wish, I decided to come. I just made several wishes, why don't you two make some too? Who knows, maybe they'll actually come true. Adjusting his rabbit ear beanie scarf combo, Wen Yanyu smiled until his eyes curved like little crescents. He stomped his feet on the spot to warm up, chattering cheerfully as he circled around them, urging them to join in. Just thinking about those mysterious rules he'd once heard from another world, how real might it be that wishes could actually come true? The mere idea sent waves of pure joy rushing through him. Come on, try it. You're already here anyway. Who knows what might happen? The two exchanged a glance. Then, mimicking how Wen Yanyu had just done, they clasped their hands together. They had only meant to play along, to make him happy, but the moment their eyes closed, the wish in their hearts became sincere. Please let my beloved live the rest of his life in happiness. As they opened their eyes, their gazes instinctively drifted toward Wen Yanyu. Wen Yanyu looked utterly baffled. Tilting his head curiously, he asked, why are you staring at me? What wishes did you two make? Fu Hanchuan didn't answer. Instead, he smiled and shot back, what did you wish for? Without hesitation, Wen Yanyu replied, that we can stay together forever. The instant the words left his mouth, a flash of panic surged through his mind, wish taboos. His pupils dilated in horror. He slapped a hand over his own mouth, spitting out several pth sounds in rapid succession. Nope. I said nothing. Take it back. Retract that. Retract it right now. You didn't hear anything, got it? Wen Yanyu glared fiercely at the two of them. Fu Hanchuan hummed a strange little tune, feigning deafness. Fu Zhiyan burst into a soft chuckle, raising his hands in surrender. I didn't hear a thing. Wen Yanyu adjusted his scarf, then grabbed one hand in each of his. Alright, Aurora scene. Now it's time to find food. Let's try to find a restaurant tonight where all three of us can eat. Whatever you say, Fu Hanchuan murmured, his eyes soft as he allowed himself to be led by Wen Yanyu. Their warm hands intertwined with his, the stark contrast between his own warmth and their icy skin was unmistakable. Fu Jian flinched slightly, he knew exactly how cold he felt right now. Just as he tried to pull away, his palm was gripped even tighter. So cold, so cold. You two, hurry up and block the wind for me, Wen Yanyu laughed, tugging both of them closer as he positioned himself firmly in the middle, swaying side to side as they began walking back the way they came. The path leading in hadn't been long. To make it easier for them, and minimize exposure to the cold, the hired driver, well paid for his service, had parked unusually close to the red-marked area. Just 20 minutes on foot. Yet the return journey. The three of them ended up walking for over 40 minutes. The conversation flowed effortlessly around Wen Yanyu, veering wildly into absurd tangents, with the two beside him softly chiming in, occasionally bickering for no apparent reason, only to be swiftly cut off by Wen Yanyu's exaggerated pouting or playful whining. But whenever the topic touched upon future plans or commitments, both men responded with careful vagueness, perfectly in sync. The snowfall gradually ceased. The magnificent auroras stretched across the sky, illuminating their path home. Wen Yanyu tilted his head upward, gazing at the sea of stars above. His left hand held tightly to the warm one. His right hand clung firmly to the cold one. One final wish. I want to live well. Chapter 153 Mother. On a winter night, snow piled up along the sides of the road like small mountains, while a few street lamps cast faint yellow halos. In this residential area far from the city center, there was hardly anyone around at this hour, only a handful of small shops beside the road still had their lights on. The shadows of three people were stretched long by the dim light. Having just come from watching the aurora, Wen Yanyu chattered excitedly all the way, his scarf hat long fallen off from constant movement. Beneath his long white hair, two long, fluffy rabbit ears stood upright, and the loose scarf hung half-slipped around his neck, making him look exactly like a living plush rabbit. This scene was silently observed through the shop window by a pair of curious, ink-black eyes. Rabbit. The boy stood up, murmuring unconsciously, "Mom, there's a rabbit outside." The woman who had been arranging books on the shelf heard the boy's muttering and chuckled softly. "Alexei, stop talking about it. I'll get you and your sister a rabbit when spring comes. Unless Father Frost decides to visit again, I can't possibly go catch one for you two in this kind of weather." The woman wore a loose, dark gray wool dress that reached mid-calf, layered with a thick fuzzy coat. Her long, light brown hair was loosely tied up, with strands falling gently beside her cheeks. Though her features were foreign, they weren't sharp or intimidating, her face was delicate and gentle. Her gray-blue eyes resembled thick ice in winter, but the affection in them melted away any innate coldness as she glanced up. Finishing her tidying, she turned, ruffled the boy's black hair, and said, "All right, let's pack up and close shop. Go check on your sister upstairs." She walked toward the door to flip the open sign. A soft knock came at the door, then it was pushed open slightly. Sophia froze. Outside, Wen Yanyu noticed the woman's movement and instantly panicked, immediately letting go of the doorknob. "Hello, my friends and I are tourists passing through, we'd like something to eat. Are you still serving food?" Wen Yanyu stood on the bottom step, tilting his head up slightly, carefully using both universal language and the rudimentary e-language he'd only just begun learning. On freezing winter nights, every shop's doors were tightly shut. This bookstore and warm beverage shop wasn't large to begin with. Wen Yanyu had only opened a narrow crack, so the woman hadn't seen the other two behind him, her vision was entirely filled by the person before her. The snowy rabbit ear hat drooped downward, revealing a face that was stunningly delicate. The corners of his eyes were faintly reddened from the cold, his white hair indistinguishable from drifting snowflakes. The scent of snow and wind mingled with a warm peach fragrance rushing into the room. She didn't even hear what he'd said clearly, only caught fragments like, "want to eat," and Sophia froze completely, her mind screaming. Rabbit. 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 A magical rabbit. Such a cute little rabbit. A real, living rabbit. A white rabbit. So adorable. Her body reacted before her thoughts could catch up. Eyes sparkling, Sophia flung the shop door wide open. "Of course we serve food. It's so cold outside. Come in. Quickly, come in." Alexei peeked out from the doorway, 16 years old and nearly 180 centimeters tall, already almost adult height, yet his features remained youthful, undeniably a boy in the bloom of adolescence, brimming with energy. The sudden opening of the door made the two from outside instinctively look inside. Just that one glance, and the faces within became crystal clear to those standing in the snow. The two who had been about to translate stopped cold. Their expressions slackened, inch by inch. An emotion verging on terror gathered in their eyes, sharp as knife blades forged from longing and fear, bred from love and resentment. That very blade, they had held it countless times in nightmares, in darkness, plunged into their own hearts by their own hands. Fu Hanchuan stared blankly at the figure inside. His grayish eyes, pale against the snowy backdrop, turned almost translucent, as if veiled in mist. His lips moved soundlessly, forming two primal syllables. "Mother." The wind howled past, carrying the word into nothingness. Fu Jian stood frozen, unable to move a single step. Chapter 154 He's my lover, Wen Yanyu. The shop's front room was warmly decorated, with bookshelves packed tightly on both sides filled to the brim with various books. The fire crackled softly as wood burned in the hearth, and a staircase in the corner was half hidden behind lush green plants. Wen Yanyu stood studying the illustrated menu hanging on the wall, ordering with enthusiastic gestures and explanations. Sophia nodded in response, and while helping adjust their clothes, casually petted Rabbit's head several times. Having adjusted well, Wen Yanyu thanked her politely, casually unwound his half-worn scarf, fully revealing his face. Sophia, both a serious rabbit enthusiast and a firm believer in good looks, OMG, God must have finally answered my prayers and sent me an incredibly cute rabbit as a gift. After placing his order for hot drinks, Wen Yanyu turned to ask the others what they'd like. Only then did Sophia sweep her gaze over the two of them properly. Fu Hanchuan still stood stiffly behind Wen Yanyu, silent. Fu Jilin's expression remained rigid, merely pointing at a random hot drink. Sophia hesitated slightly, like a bobber on the water suddenly tugged downward by a biting fish, her heart inexplicably quickened for just a moment. But it passed instantly. She returned to her usual self, showing no further oddity, not even leaving space for others to react. She turned and suddenly asked, "Are you from Xia Kingdom?" Hearing those words, his native tongue, startled Wen Yanyu. Sophia pulled young Alexei closer, smiling as she explained, "My ex-husband was from Xia Kingdom. I lived there for a long time. It's such a beautiful country, I truly love it." After hearing her explanation, Wen Yanyu widened his eyes and curiously pressed the boy, "How old are you? Do you study in Xia Kingdom?" Smacked sharply on the lower back by his mother, Alexei flushed red, and with awkward pronunciation began introducing himself, stammering endlessly without managing to finish the second half of his sentence. Sophia quickly answered for him, "This kid just turned 16. Both he and his sister study here." Wen Yanyu nodded, carefully studying the boy before him. High nose, thin lips, black hair and dark eyes. Perhaps not fully matured yet, his facial features weren't overly sharp but relatively soft instead, and vaguely reminiscent of someone. Wen Yanyu paused, glancing at Fu Hanchuan, who was staring blankly out the window. He kind of looks like a younger version of Fu Hanchuan. Do all mixed-race people share the same face? Even as he thought this, he sincerely complimented, "You're really good-looking. All of you." Alexei froze, covering his neck instinctively. His entire face rapidly flushed crimson, visibly burning hotter by the second, reacting as if startled, then abruptly dashed inward. "I'll go prepare food," he mumbled awkwardly before fleeing the front room like escaping danger. Wen Yanyu rubbed his head sheepishly. "Did I say something wrong?" Sophia covered her mouth, quietly laughing. "No idea who he gets it from, he's just so shy. Don't worry about it." Wen Yanyu nodded in understanding. Soon after, Alexei returned from the back carrying 3 cups of hot drinks, eyes wildly avoiding contact. After setting them down, he quickly sat aside and buried himself in a book. Wen Yanyu found it amusing but didn't comment further. Only Fu Hanchuan, who had remained silent throughout, subtly raised his head, cast one glance toward the boy in the corner, then immediately shifted his gaze back to the window. Fu Hanchuan stared blankly at row upon row of books on the shelf, feeling as though he were sinking into a soft marsh. His mind went completely blank, consciousness slowly disintegrating amid the rhythmic crackling of the fireplace, with only his lonely heartbeat remaining. "Every summer, once a year, I bring my 2 kids back to Xia Kingdom for a visit. The food and rice wine there are absolutely amazing. Rice wine. There's a hot spring resort I know that makes its own rice wine. The mountain scenery is gorgeous, and the food is excellent too. If you ever come, I can recommend it to you." "Really? My little girl would love that. Let's exchange contact information." With the drinks delivered, Sophia and Wen Yanyu already chatted like longtime friends, casually arranging another meeting. Fu Jilin lifted his numb fingers, lowered his head, and pressed his palm against his chest, where no heartbeat could be felt. Over one meal, Sophia managed to keep Wen Yanyu talking for well over an hour. Wen Yanyu listened attentively to stories of her past life in Xia Kingdom while finishing a bowl of mixed noodles and 2 large cups of hot drink. Finally realizing the time, they exchanged contact details before Sophia reluctantly rose to bid farewell to the 3. Wen Yanyu wrapped his scarf back around his neck and waved goodbye. Sophia stepped forward to see them off. As Wen Yanyu stepped into the snow, warmth fled swiftly from his body. Just then, Sophia called out from the doorway, "Oh, wait, I haven't even asked your names yet. What should I call you?" Wen Yanyu turned, about to answer, when suddenly his hand was taken, a sticky, damp sensation spreading across his palm. He turned in surprise. Fu Hanchuan lifted his gaze toward the woman on the steps, who was looking over with curiosity. His voice trembled as he introduced them word by word, "My name is Fu Hanchuan. He is my lover, Wen Yanyu. My lover. Wen Yanyu." Fu Hanchuan's voice was hoarse. Through the biting wind, his eyes locked onto hers. Snowflakes melted upon his lashes, dripping down one by one. It was impossible to tell whether those were winter's meltwater or unshed tears from that long-ago night. Under the storm of wind and snow, Sophia stood frozen for 2 seconds, then quickly waved with a smile, "I got it. I wish you both happiness. Wen Yanyu." Alexei suddenly peeked out after the three had left, asking, wasn't my sister's previous name Wen Yanyu? Sophia was giggling as she held the rabbit ear scarf, but at her son's words, she abruptly slapped her forehead. The two exchanged glances. Yanyu. According to existing data and DNA report analysis. 99.99% match. Mr. Qin Qingji could no longer clearly see the rest of the report. Only his trembling hands betrayed a trace of emotion. After a long while, he managed only one sentence. We're bringing him home. Beside him, Jiang Wanru was already crying uncontrollably. Chapter 155 Little Rabbit escapes the cage, but collapses midway. It was nearing the spring festival. The streets were covered in snow, and today's temperature was slightly higher than yesterday's, causing some of the ice and snow to melt. The entire road was wet and slippery. Inside the car, Wen Yanyu stared at the messages on his phone sent at 4 a.m., repeatedly rubbing his ears several times. Jiang Wanru, baby, I saw your IP is back in Xia country, did you come back? Jiang Wanru, baby, would it be convenient for you to come over to Auntie's place? There are some things I want to talk to you about. If you're not free, shall I come see you instead? Wen Yanyu kept replaying the voice messages, having no idea how many times he had played them. In the audio clips, the woman's voice tried hard to remain steady, yet failed utterly to conceal its tremble. The car slowly came to a stop at the entrance of the residential complex. The familiar name of the neighborhood appeared before his eyes. They had arrived. Wen Yanyu turned to look at the two people seated beside him, glancing from one to the other with a pleading expression. Fu Jian reached out and took his hand, the coolness of his fingers eased the discomfort Wen Yanyu felt from nervous tension. We'll wait for you here, Fu Hanchuan said in a low voice. Wen Yanyu nodded, then pushed the door open and stepped out. He walked hurriedly, nearly stumbling as soon as he exited, then turned back briefly to glance at the two inside the car before continuing toward the complex. No sooner had Wen Yanyu disappeared from sight. How much time do you have left? Fu Hanchuan asked, glancing sidelong at Fu Jian, his gaze casually sweeping over the latter's arm. Have you decided how you'll explain this to Yanyu? Fu Jian paused, tugging at his sleeve somewhat unnaturally, pulling it down to cover his wrist, which had nearly turned to bone. I'm leaving for missions in other worlds. The flow of time differs there. Fu Hanchuan fell silent for a moment. Will he believe you? Fu Jian shifted his gaze toward the window. I don't have time anymore. Snow crunched underfoot, crunch, crunch, while festive laughter echoed through the compound, the holiday atmosphere alive and bright. After greeting the security guard at the gate, Wen Yanyu entered the neighborhood. The moment he stepped across the threshold, a sudden gust of wind carried fine snowflakes straight into his face. He instinctively closed his eyes, but a few flakes still managed to sting his eyes. When he opened them again, the sounds around him had vanished. The usually lively compound had fallen eerily quiet. Why is there no one? His senses, attuned to unknown anomalies, kicked in abruptly. Wen Yanyu froze mid-step, quietly halting his breathing. Another gust swept through. On the balcony of a high-rise apartment within the compound, two little rabbits huddled in a cage, gnawing on dry hay. Qin Qingji paced restlessly back and forth on the balcony, occasionally glancing down at the indistinct ground floor below. A cigarette in his hand had been soaked and crushed by sweat, almost unrecognizable. Jiang Wanru sat on the sofa, her legs trembling uncontrollably, her hands repeatedly kneading a report that had already been read countless times. He was so small. Why did we forget him? As the appointed time drew nearer, Jiang Wanru bit her lip, tears falling one after another, accompanied by hoarse sobs she couldn't suppress. Inside the cage, the little rabbit twitched its ears, picked up a piece of hay in its mouth, and slowly crawled out of the cage, inching toward the woman's feet, dragging along a clump of dry grass. With glistening eyes blurred by tears, the little rabbit gazed up at the woman before her. Trembling, Jiang Wanru reached down and gently lifted the rabbit into her arms. The other frost-white rabbit wobbled its head upward, just about to follow its companion out of the cage, when suddenly, the half-open cage door dropped shut, snap, striking its head squarely and knocking it unconscious inside the cage. At the foot of the snowy mountain, charcoal crackled in the fire. Wen Yanyu curled up partially, his head resting against chains. His coat had torn halfway open during his struggle, offering no protection against the biting cold wind. His face was deathly pale. Shivering violently, he had drawn himself into a tight ball, his bound limbs barely able to move. Desperately, he wriggled his body closer to the warmth of the fire. The crisp sound of an apple being bitten echoed beside his ear, mingling with the warm breath exhaled by the man nearby. Wen Yanyu stopped moving, rigid and frozen, not daring to make even the slightest motion. Seeing this, Jun Chanhua smiled, his eyes crinkling with amusement. The silver rabbit-shaped pendant at his chest slipped downward with his movement, brushing past Wen Yanyu's ear, sending chills racing across his skin. Wen Yanyu squeezed his eyes tightly shut, involuntarily shrinking further into himself, his breath catching in his throat. Only when the breathing near his ear finally ceased. Jun Chanhua casually tossed the apple into the flames. Long time no see. Yan. He chuckled softly, almost playfully, imitating the tone from memory, gentle, tender, and soft. Chapter 156 That's why I like you so much. Jun Chanhua bent down, his long fingers lightly tracing the back of Wen Yanyu's neck. The cold, slimy sensation felt like some ominous creature licking his skin. Wen Yanyu's hair stood on end, his body trembling involuntarily despite keeping his eyes shut. He assumed it was just fear that left him paralyzed, fear chilled by the weather. Jun Chanhua chuckled lowly, using the back of his hand to gently pat Wen Yanyu's cheeks twice, an odd form of comfort, then calmly explained, "Don't be afraid. In half an hour, I'll take you away from this world with me. I spent so long returning to this world, then even longer finding a way to take you away." As he spoke, Jun Chanhua rose and turned his back to Wen Yanyu, carelessly setting up their escape path. But within minutes, his brows knitted together. Crossing world barriers to take the protagonist of a world wasn't difficult for him. Yet. He tapped the core he had just pulled out from beneath the mountain range. His frown deepened. In the void hovered a translucent sphere, filled with black mist and cracks, slowly repairing itself before his eyes. Its once weak power was growing stronger at a rate he could clearly perceive. Someone was nourishing the world core. How? Jun Chanhua tilted his head slightly, a soft note of confusion in his expression. He hadn't had time to ponder further. A sharp pain flared at the nape of his neck. Jun Chanhua paused, eyes lowering. A grayish-white mist blade had pierced straight through him. Heavy breathing came from behind. Wen Yanyu's long hair was disheveled. One palm strained against the ground to prop himself up, the other lifted weakly, fingertips still faintly veiled in mist, his strength nearly spent. Jun Chanhua blinked, then squatted down until his eyes met Wen Yanyu's. The hole in his neck slowly began to heal. Only when his voice returned did he smile, reaching out to brush away the boy's tears. "That's why I like you so much. Such a bright, dazzling soul, never going out, never extinguished. So beautiful. So enchanting. I admit I've played too rough before. But this time, I'll treat you well. I've built a new paradise. You can stay beside me, watching stories unfold across other worlds. Just be obedient. Be my good little rabbit, and I won't make you suffer again." His smile deepened, mischievous and unreadable. His partially damaged throat emitted hoarse, sultry tones, wrapping threats in soft sweetness. The man's words kicked him straight back into past agony. Despair crept into Wen Yanyu's gaze. He bit his lip hard, refusing to let another tear fall. "Why can't you just leave me alone?" His eyes bloodshot, rage and injustice surging through his nerves, his body shaking violently as he screamed at the man before him. "Why do you always show up just when I'm starting to heal? What did I ever do to deserve this? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to us?" Wen Yanyu gasped, breath ragged, demanding answers over and over. Jun Chanhua stared quietly back at him, hand gently stroking the top of his head. Like petting his favorite pet. He said, "There aren't that many whys in this world. Technically speaking, I'm not human. I know your universal values, but I don't understand why you insist on asking so many whys. People always demanded reasons, why hatred appeared from nothing, why love and hate existed, why some suffered despite doing nothing wrong." Jun Chanhua's dark eyes curved slightly, thick, viscous substance swirling within. "Being with you makes me happy. That's the only reason I need. It's enough." Wen Yanyu fell silent. His body weakened from overusing his abilities to break free, and he collapsed helplessly onto the snow, whispering desperately, "Please, let me go. Do you really feel happy watching all this? Shuttling endlessly between worlds, destroying, rebuilding, watching them struggle time and again. What pleasure could there possibly be?" Their resistance was never entirely futile, each fight dealt heavy blows to Jun Chanhua. Why risk annihilation for such things? Wen Yanyu didn't speak the thoughts aloud. But Jun Chanhua understood anyway. "You're using human values." His tone paused slightly, and in those impossibly deep black eyes, a wicked glint suddenly sparkled. He smiled. "You're trying to understand me with the values humans use to keep society functioning. Of course you won't get the answer you want." He fell silent. Jun Chanhua released his grip on Wen Yanyu's jaw, his voice calm, gentle, yet laced with a trace of eerie arrogance. "Because I want to, so I do. That's all." With that, Jun Chanhua turned his gaze toward the world core. It was time. No more idle talk with the rabbit. In the fleeting moment when the glowing core dimmed, shifting shadows in the air coalesced into a narrow door not far away. Jun Chanhua touched his healed throat, glancing indifferently at Wen Yanyu, who was still struggling weakly. In just one breath, black mist spread out like vines, slithering up from his ankles like serpents. The last hint of color drained from Wen Yanyu's face. He didn't even have time to scream before searing pain shot through his ankle, draining every ounce of strength until he collapsed helplessly onto the ground. "This is just a small punishment for being disobedient," Jun Chanhua said with a light chuckle, casually hoisting Wen Yanyu over his shoulder and moving toward the door. They were drawing closer, step by step. Suddenly, a piercing sound cut through the air, accompanied by rumbling from deep within the earth. Massive chunks of snow cascaded down from the mountaintop. Wen Yanyu barely managed to open his sweat-damp eyes. Everything was blurred beneath a thick haze, he couldn't see anything clearly. Then, in an instant, the open doorway snapped shut. Jun Changma looked down at his nearly severed right arm, his expression shifting slightly as he turned his eyes toward the distance. Through the storm, a dark figure approached, growing clearer with each step. The sword dragged across the frozen ground, emitting a grating screech. The flying snow stirred by the violent tremors slowly settled, revealing the man's features. Black hair, blue eyes, sharp bone structure carved with precision. His heavy-lidded eyes framed long lashes. The blade emanated a constant chill, each touch of its tip against the earth spawning fresh layers of ice. The scene could only be described with one word. A death god come to claim a soul. Chapter 157 I Love You. I don't regret. It ended quickly. Wen Yanyu didn't even have time to comprehend what had happened. In the haze of fading consciousness, his body fell backward into a warm embrace. Jun Changma appeared listless, his remaining eyeball turning toward the closed door, then slowly shifting toward the man whose face was riddled with cracks. The shattered vocal cords continued emitting an eerie laughter. You. Jun Changma had barely managed to utter a syllable when he was met with absolute darkness. As the final drop of black blood seeped into the earth, a sphere of light followed the writhing dark shadow, locking tightly onto the snake-like entity that had just crossed the barrier. All returned to stillness. Fu Hanchuan, or Fu Jian, raised his hand, lowered his head, and looked at his waist. Blood soaked the area, and the veins connecting his palm to his wrist had turned a disturbing shade of black, the dark mass continuing to spread outward. The fused body still bore Fu Hanchuan's appearance, but his deep blue-black pupils were visibly losing their color at an alarming rate. Two consciousnesses, forced together within one body, already on the verge of death, had mutually shattered. At this point, it would be more accurate to call him a corpse than a man. Countless agonizing screams from the world's core reverberated in his mind as the price paid, both mind and body teetered on collapse, kept moving only by primal instinct. Confirming finally that the thing had been successfully sealed, Fu Hanchuan shifted his gaze slightly, meeting another pair of eyes with his hollow ones. Wen Yanyu's eyelashes trembled. Warm breath rising caused the snowflakes clinging to them to melt one by one, dripping down, blurring everything beyond recognition. Fu Jian. Only the cold, bitter scent of aloes wood lingered in his nose. Wen Yanyu lifted his hand, attempting to touch the person before him. After everything he'd endured, his breathing was shallow, and so was his voice. Like falling snow. Fu Hanchuan. I want to go home. Fu Hanchuan's breath caught. His dormant spirit suddenly clung to that thread and regained control. His deadened heart began beating again. Receiving no reply, Wen Yanyu felt himself lifted into strong arms. Fu Hanchuan bent carefully, avoiding his wounds, adjusting Wen Yanyu into a secure position. Wen Yanyu's hands hung loosely over Fu Hanchuan's shoulders, his body draped across the man's back. His mind swam, dazed. The bones in his ankle had been forcibly torn apart, any slight movement brought excruciating pain. Perhaps Fu Hanchuan hadn't noticed. Or perhaps there simply wasn't time anymore. His steps quickened as he retraced their path forward. Neither of them realized the trail of crimson blood staining the pure white snow behind them. The world didn't grow clearer with calming senses, instead, it blurred further. But there was no fear. His tense body gradually relaxed. Wen Yanyu buried his head against Fu Hanchuan's shoulder, strands of loose hair falling forward. Will we go back? Back to that hellish life? Fu Hanchuan's steps paused faintly. He steadied his nearly collapsing body and whispered hoarsely, no. It's over. Consciousness drifted amid pain. The sounds of the mountains drowned out the man's stifled cries and all other signs of distress. Until his vision tilted. Wen Yanyu didn't realize what had happened, he had just landed in the snow when Fu Hanchuan pulled him tightly into his arms. Maybe from fear. Maybe from cold. Wen Yanyu curled up in Fu Hanchuan's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. He wanted to ask something, but his mind and body refused to cooperate, no words could form. Carefully, Fu Hanchuan guided the youth's hand to his cracked, broken face, rubbing it gently. Gasping softly, he forced himself to speak in a steady tone, Yan, it's okay. Don't be afraid. You'll be alright. Everything looked foggy, like snow blindness, only blurred silhouettes remained visible. When Yanyu reached out, gripping Fu Hanchuan's wrist, holding onto him, burying his face against the man's chest, breathing in the familiar scent. His eyes burned and stung, aching to cry out loud. But overwhelmed by pain and exhaustion, all he could do was let tears fall endlessly, soundless sobs escaping in choked whispers, it hurts. I'm scared. It's okay now. Fu Hanchuan held him tighter, patting gently, kissing lightly, over and over again. Shoo, good boy. I'm here. Wrapping the last of his warmth around the one in his arms. Gradually, under the soothing rhythm of these lullaby-like murmurs, Wen Yanyu's consciousness faded. His voice grew quieter, weaker. Fu Hanchuan looked down, gazing at Wen Yanyu's seemingly sleeping face, tightening his hold. With great effort, he lifted his right hand, but a soft plush bunny tumbled down, landing into Wen Yanyu's embrace. The remaining strength in his body was no longer enough for any further movement. Fu Hanchuan tugged at the corner of his lips, his gaze unwilling to waver for even a second. Most of his face had already turned to white bone, and the bone itself was gradually dissolving, scattering into the wind. There was so much he wanted to say. He wanted to tell the other to take care of himself, to eat well, to live well, to be happy every day, not to fall asleep in the bathtub, to live fully, for both of them, and together with the little rabbit at home. He wanted the other to forget him, yet couldn't bear the thought of being forgotten. His vision blurred with snow, breath, and tears. Fu Hanchuan stared at the youth in his arms. Amid the flood of tears, the bone-deep longing and unwillingness nearly consumed him. Mad love churned within his blood, sustaining the last of his strength. Fu Hanchuan raised his hand, condensing his final power into a ring, slowly, weakly slipping it onto Wen Yanyu's ring finger. I love you. I don't regret. The last kiss. Devoid of any passion, it was merely a fleeting touch, precious, treasured, filled with desperate yearning and sorrow. Half-conscious, Wen Yanyu heard Fu Hanchuan's voice, wanting to respond but finding himself utterly unable to answer. I love you, Wen Yanyu murmured unconsciously, a tear sliding from the corner of his eye. The wind blew past, carrying with it calls from several people. Yen. Wen Yanyu. Little fish. Baby. Where are you? Mommy's here. Baby. Voices called out one after another, growing closer. Wen Yanyu lay half-curled in the snow, his left hand loosely clutching a black coat, his right hand hanging limply at his side. The golden-threaded band around his ring finger continued spreading outward in delicate strands, wrapping around him, shielding him from wind and cold. At the end of those golden threads approached a group of people. Chapter 158 Mom, I can't go back. A month later, the temperature dropped relentlessly. No matter what the initial climate had been across the country, snowstorms began falling unnaturally everywhere. In the north, where central heating provided some relief, people could still manage, but in the south, where such weather was unprecedented, chaos ensued almost immediately. Air conditioners ran non-stop for 24 hours a day, yet cold air still seeped into rooms through every crack and gap. Down in the neighborhood compound, the sound of shovels clashing against the ground continued endlessly, occasionally punctuated by the low rumble of wheeled carts rolling over snow. Inside the apartment, doors and windows were tightly shut. Not a single ray of light slipped in, only the soft snoring and faint breathing of Xiao Tu sleeping soundly. Jiang Wanru stood outside the door, quietly cracking it open to peek inside. Both the adult and the child on the bed were deep in sleep, showing no sign of waking, almost as if they'd passed out completely. Finally willing to rest properly. Just as Jiang Wanru prepared to close the door, her expression suddenly changed. She yanked the bedroom door wide open and rushed in 3 long strides. Only when she felt the faintest breath against her fingertips, and sensed the normal warmth beneath her palm on the skin, did she finally exhale in relief, collapsing weakly onto the edge of the bed. Qin Qingji, who had dashed over anxiously behind her, half stumbled in the doorway. Seeing nothing amiss inside, he, too, breathed out in visible relief. They tucked the blanket more securely around the 2 figures on the bed, who had finally managed to fall asleep after so much struggle. Jiang Wan returned and met Qin Qingji's gaze. Ji Shenhui entered quietly from outside, glanced at the 2 of them, instantly understanding what had just happened. He simply raised the meal container he'd just brought up from downstairs. The 3 sat down at the table in silence. Ji Shenhui made several attempts to ease the atmosphere, all ending in failure. They ate silently, heads lowered. Ji Shenhui took 1 spoonful of egg custard after another, silently marveling in his heart, * where did Fu Hanchuan find this cook? The food is amazing, capitalist, *. The moment that thought surfaced, Ji Shenhui fell silent again. What was he thinking about? That person's fate was still unknown. At that thought, Ji Shenhui lifted his eyes slightly, peering through the crack in the door. Faintly, he could make out a few strands of white hair scattered on the pillow. He drew his gaze away, raised a hand to rub his temples, trying hard to calm his turbulent thoughts. The events of these past days had been difficult, even for him, a firm materialist. His entire worldview, his values, had been shaken to the core. First came the bizarre reality of suddenly having a younger brother. He'd barely come to terms with that fact through medical reports. Then, recalling that day, he'd just gotten off work, waiting at home for that younger brother to arrive. One moment he was preparing his notes, the next, he and his parents received those strange, unsettling messages together. If all of that could still be explained as coincidence or conspiracy, then what about the golden threads guiding them through the snowy mountains? And the doorbell rang. Qin Qingji stood to answer it. The 3 people outside froze momentarily upon seeing Qin Qingji at the door. Their eyes shifted past him, spotting Jiang Wanru and Ji Shenhui inside, even more puzzled. Gu Fengyao exchanged a glance with Wan Haihui. This is. Sensing their confusion, Qin Qingji first stepped aside to let them enter before explaining, I'm Xiaoyan's father. Xiaoyan didn't want to stay at our place, so we came here, it's easier to take care of Yan. Upon hearing this, the 3 reacted differently. Father? But so many bizarre things had happened lately, they didn't press further. They merely glanced toward the bedroom. Gu Fengyao pulled out a thick stack of documents and placed them on the table. Before anyone could ask, he spoke. These are things old Fu left behind. he said. Gu Fengyao paused, lips twitching as if gathering his words, before continuing, if one day he suddenly disappears for over a week, hand these to Yanyu. Jiang Wanru reached out to take the files, about to flip through them. But under Gu Fengyao's somewhat frantic gaze, another pair of hands gently took them from hers. Baby, why didn't you sleep a little longer? Jiang Wanru turned toward Wen Yanyu, whose face was deathly pale. Instinctively, she wanted to take the documents away. Wen Yanyu staggered back a step. Jiang Wanru didn't dare move again, afraid. Wen Yanyu lowered her eyes and slowly turned each page. Property transfers. Shares. Large and small real estates. Cryptocurrencies. Rights to the entire corporate group. The agent appointed to manage his assets. Page after page, line after line, all laid out meticulously for his future. Document after document flipped past. Wen Yanyu's expression remained blank, as if nothing had touched her. No intense emotion surfaced. Only her trembling hands, barely able to hold on to the papers. Gu Fengyao pressed his lips together, concerned. Don't think too much. This was something old Fu had prepared long ago, a safeguard for you. He hasn't returned yet. Once he comes back, all of this will still belong to both of you. Wen Yanyu looked down at the files in her hands, less property safeguards, more like a will. A high-pitched ringing filled her ears. All sounds faded into distance. That suspicion was now fully confirmed. Wen Yanyu turned deathly pale, swaying unsteadily as she began to collapse. Yanyu. At midnight, as discussions about the global blizzard spread online, another topic slowly climbed to the top of the trending charts. Fu Hanchuan presumed missing. Division of the Fu family's fortune. The origin of it all, the news of Fu Hanchuan's disappearance, had finally leaked to the Fu family's predatory relatives who had been watching closely. After a month's time, in the ruthless world of business where only blood and struggle mattered, Fu Hanchuan was practically presumed dead. Even the three executives temporarily managing the corporate group, after repeated assessments, ultimately conceded that the possibility was real. What's going on with the trending topic? Am I hallucinating? What happened to Rabbit Baby's husband? What does presumed missing even mean? Heard from inside sources that Fu Hanchuan hasn't been to the company for over a month. Right now, it's all being handled by his friends. Other members of the Fu family are already demanding their share of the assets. Wait, what the hell is going on? These two just got together after so much hardship, don't do this to us. 8 out of 10 it's true, the Fu Xin stock price is dropping. Let's be honest, Fu Hanchuan was instrumental in bringing Fu Xin to its current scale. With him suddenly gone, Fu Xin might. As news of Fu Hanchuan's disappearance and the drop in Fu Xin stock value emerged, within half a month, leaks and so-called insider information flooded in from all directions. It was precisely at this critical moment when Fu Xin stood at the center of a storm. The originally scheduled product launch event, expected by many to falter or cancel due to the absence of its key figure, unexpectedly proceeded as normal, shattering the anticipation of those eager to watch the chaos unfold and claim a piece of the wreckage. The presentation and media Q&A segment, which should have been led by a core executive of the group, was instead taken over by a teenage boy in a sleek black suit. His white hair was half tied back, and he walked onto stage from behind with calm composure. Wen Yanyu adjusted his earpiece and assumed the role once meant for Fu Hanchuan, speaking eloquently to the crowd. The press conference concluded smoothly. The various branches of the Fu family, previously restless and aggressively pushing narratives through public opinion, fell completely silent for no apparent reason after the event. Everything unfolded too naturally. Another half a month passed. Wen Yanyu's Weibo homepage updated again for the day. Wen Yanyu V shared some radish with Little Rabbit today. Auntie Jiang made radish stew soup, it was delicious. Also had a small bowl of steamed egg custard. I ate properly. Attached was a photo of a tiny rabbit gnawing on a strip of radish. In the picture, a slender wrist held the rabbit, and beneath it, legs thin even through loose pajama pants could only be described as delicate. Baby. The bunny is so cute. Did you eat well today? Damn, Yen, are you even eating properly? You look like you're turning into skin and bones. Rubbing Rabbit Baby's head. You need to eat well. After posting, Wen Yanyu set down his phone and stared blankly out the window at the river view. Outside, snowstorm raged, cutting off the city's noise and glamour. His frail body, which had only just begun to regain some weight, had suffered yet another blow. For days, his meals had been irregular, sometimes only a few bites, sometimes nothing at all. The bones in the boy's wrists were abnormally prominent, skin stretched tightly over them, as if they might snap with the slightest pressure. Jiang Wanru approached from behind and sat beside him. She hadn't even spoken a single word of comfort yet. Wen Yanyu spoke softly, Mom. I can't go back. Jiang Wanru froze instantly. This was the first time in so many days that Wen Yanyu had called her Mom. Wen Yanyu turned to look at her. There was no intense emotion in his eyes, only resignation and sorrow. You don't remember me. Not really. He had nothing left. He had long since lost his way back. Wen Yanyu's voice was barely a whisper, so soft that Jiang Wanru almost didn't catch it, yet it struck her heart like a heavy blow. Jiang Wanru stared at the boy before her, as if something had torn open her chest, stabbing deep into her soul. Her nasal passages burned, tears welled up in her eyes. Yes. They had only followed instinct and fragmented memories they couldn't truly recall, drawn unconsciously toward their child. But they remembered nothing. Qin Qingji stood outside the door, the milk in the glass scalding his palms through the cup. Wen Yanyu lowered his gaze, looking at the little rabbit in his arms, his fingertip gently brushing over the silver ring on his ring finger. The letters etched into the ring, pressed against his fingertip. FHC. In just half a month, Wen Yanyu took over all major affairs at Fu Xian. Experiences from the cycle allowed him to handle everything with ease, and every scattered leak was swiftly suppressed. All the outside world knew was this. Fu Xian had changed hands. Various conspiracy theories began to emerge. Wen Yanyu had only approached Fu Hanchuan for the inheritance. Fu Hanchuan's disappearance was caused by Wen Yanyu. Their entire relationship had been leading up to this moment. Online public opinion spiraled in an absurd direction. Just finished reading up. Never thought one would be this kind of person. So terrifying. Could Fu's disappearance really be his doing? A friend of mine works at Fu Xian's headquarters. Heard from them that all the business deals and projects originally handled by Fu are now being negotiated by Wen Yanyu. Sure, he's capable, but this is genuinely unsettling. Who remembers that Fu Jian on the show? Could Wen Yanyu have been planning this all along? Isn't Wen Yanyu just a small-time idol? How did his entire demeanor change so suddenly? In the dimly lit study, the glow from the computer screen reflected in Wen Yanyu's eyes. Data on the screen kept being refined and completed, his fingers tapping relentlessly on the keyboard as one document after another was processed. With the final keystroke. Wen Yanyu removed his glasses, rubbing his red-rimmed eyes before turning to look outside the window. Delicate snowflakes drifted down beyond the glass, the prolonged blizzard finally beginning to subside. But inside his heart, the blizzard still raged on without end. A soft knock came at the door. Wen Yanyu turned his head. The fragrant steam of freshly made tremella soup wafted toward him. Qin Qingji held the bowl carefully by its edges while Jiang Wanru stood behind, her hand resting on the doorframe. Warm vapor rose, blurring his vision. A fluffy coat was gently draped over his shoulders, the scent of his mother instantly flooding his mind. Wen Yanyu stood there, stunned for a long while. Jiang Wanru didn't linger, quietly stepping out. Qin Qingji followed close behind, pausing slightly just as he was about to close the door. Don't push yourself too hard. Your mom and I are here. If it's too much, we'll go with you to find him. If some things can't go back, then they don't have to. We're both here. Qin Qingji paused, then added softly, all these years, you've endured so much. The door clicked shut gently. The sweetness of the tremella porridge filled his mouth. Wen Yanyu, eyes brimming with tears, clutched the spoon tightly in his hand. He had thought his tears were long dried up, but once again, they spilled over. Chapter 159 Back is all that matters. Another month passed, and by the time late May approached, the snow, sporadic yet relentless, still hadn't completely stopped. Finally, people began to sense that something was off. How is it already and the snow still hasn't stopped? No idea, this is so weird. Shit, don't tell me it's that apocalyptic deep freeze from novels. Nah, can't be. I feel like it's kinda strange, the snow keeps coming and going like drizzle, and the temperature's never really cold or hot. Discussions about the endless winter abruptly ceased when a video surfaced, reposted from an overseas website. The footage was shot inside a wooden cabin, surrounded by several foreigners. At the center sat a man in front of a fireplace, draped with a wool blanket. His gray-blue eyes were dull and lifeless, as if he'd just woken up, or had only recently crawled out of a womb. He looked utterly dazed. Some of the people around him were searching for food, others used translation apps to carefully piece together their questions. Bits and fragments of information could be gathered from the clip. The uploader and his friends had been live streaming outdoors when a person suddenly emerged from a hollowed-out snow pit. No electronic devices. No ID. No awareness. Where did you come from? Where are your family? What's your name? These three questions echoed in various languages around him. Fu Hanchuan kept his eyes downcast, his gaze unfocused and vacant. He didn't respond to any of the inquiries around him. He only kept bowing his head, repeating two phrases, inaudible to all. Yen. Yen. Home. Because the uploader was a major influencer online, the video went viral instantly. Within hours, it had spread across domestic networks. WTF. Wait. Am I seeing right? Isn't that Bunny's husband? Fu Hanchuan. I just watched the full video on the site, it's insane. Fu was wearing nothing but a thin black undershirt and dress pants, wandering around the snowy mountains for ages. At first, the vlogger thought he was doing some weird art stunt, but after observing for a while, realized something was wrong and stopped him. Fu looks terrible. Is that really Fu Hanchuan? How did he end up missing abroad? The buzz around Fu Hanchuan's disappearance had barely died down when these two videos reignited the topic. For 2 straight days, the internet buzzed non-stop. Numerous users tagged Wen Yanyu, but the person involved made no public response whatsoever. All kinds of wild speculation exploded online. Then, 2 days later, a shaky 30-second video flooded every major social media platform. The camera trembled violently, captured from an awkward, unmistakably sneaky angle. In the corner of the frame, a tall man leaned against a bench, one arm firmly wrapped around the teenager sitting on his lap. The other arm was tightly clutched by the sleeping figure in his embrace. Their fingers were interlaced. On their ring fingers, 2 silver bands caught the faint light, glinting softly. The youth in the man's arms was buried beneath an oversized coat. One hand held the man's fingers gently, the other hugged his arm tightly. The wrist bones jutted sharply, fragile as if they'd snap at the slightest pressure. Under the pale skin, blue veins stood out clearly, tinting the flesh with an unhealthy hue. Only half of his face was visible, but it showed unmistakable exhaustion. The man was asleep too, his forehead resting gently on the boy's shoulder, breathing slow and even. Occasionally, a strand of hair brushed against the boy's neck. Their bodies pressed close, inseparable. At the edge of the video, Jiang Wanru sat quietly beside them, wrapped in a coat, her gaze directed outside the frame, as if talking to someone off camera. Then, the video cut to black. Caught sight of Wyy while traveling back home. The guy next to him is probably his missing partner. His mental state seems unstable, zoned out, barely speaking, slow to react. Just sticks to Wyy constantly. The moment it went live, the internet erupted. But without exception, every voice carried relief. OMG, congrats. He's back, that's all that matters. Sobbing, back is all that matters. Dude, is that Wen Yanyu in Fu Hanchuan's arms? Why is he so skinny now? Wait, Auntie Jiang is there too. The plane soared through the sky, landing in the evening. Jiang Wanru and Qin Qingji flanked either side, as Wen Yanyu led Fu Hanchuan, who remained dazed and disoriented yet instinctively clung to him, toward the exit. At that very moment, the wind and snow ceased. After months of endless winter, the snow finally ended. Wen Yanyu got home tonight. Had beef hot pot with Fu Hanchuan, Bunny the King, Dad, Mom, and brother. So happy today. Chapter 160 Eternal Companionship. He nourished the world with his body and soul, his consciousness and spirit merging with it, becoming a new barrier. As for Jun Changma, don't worry. I've handed him over to someone suitable to handle this matter. He will be treated well. He bit out the last word with deliberate emphasis. Pure malice. Wen Yanyu nodded blankly, still dazed. During that period, rather than saying he perished, it's more accurate to say he integrated with the core of your world. Merging with something like that carries a 50% chance of complete annihilation, consciousness extinguished, simply vanishing. The other 50%. Twirled his fingers, golden threads winding around his fingertips and weaving a heart shape in midair. Is when there's something unforgettable, an obsession powerful enough to sustain one's consciousness independently, allowing rebirth into the world in human form once again. You are the fixation that kept his consciousness alive. That's why, even though he forgot everything else, even basic, he still remembers you. He lifted his gaze, pondering for a moment before adding, of course, you don't need to worry too much. Everything that happens in your world is recorded by its core. He'll gradually receive all that information and return to normal soon enough. So. When Yanyu stared dully at the projected figure in midair, uttering his first words of the day just before his brain crashed entirely, Fu Hanchuan has merged with the world's core and become an immortal, indestructible existence. He thought for a moment, then gave a slight nod. You could understand it that way. No problem. After all, the one who dreams isn't merely a dreamer, sometimes, she personally rewrites the ending of the dream. In the silence, Wen Yanyu didn't hear the final sentence. Immortality. A goal that had driven countless people throughout history to sacrifice everything without hesitation. As someone who'd experienced countless cycles, such a phenomenon wasn't astonishing, but still. Wen Yanyu lowered his head, rubbing his fingertips together. His heart pounded fiercely, a suffocating heaviness rose within him, an indescribable ache. Fu Hanchuan had finally returned after so much suffering, yet lost nearly all memory. Time erases everything. Even memories. Would he still remember him? Just as Wen Yanyu was about to voice the unspoken half of his thought, he was ambushed again by the family cat. After barely pushing away the enormous feline head pressing against his face, he turned to witness exactly this scene. A picture-perfect, heartbroken rabbit expression. Siye's purple eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but let out a mischievous chuckle. Of course, as the soul bound to him, you'll probably have to stay immortal alongside him. Eternal life can get terribly boring if you have nothing to do. Once everything settles down, come work with us. Having said that, slapped aside the nosy cat head approaching again and prepared to end the call. Brother, the bedroom door creaked open as Lashwell peeked in pathetically, I haven't slept with you in so long. Glanced at the cat, then at the man before him, then back at the dazed little rabbit, suddenly seeming to recall something amusing. Fu Hanchuan and Fu Jian are essentially the same person, but their forms of existence differ. Their consciousnesses overlap yet remain distinct. Right now they're in a recovery phase, but later. Balancing between two won't be easy at all. As if wanting Wen Yanyu to hear clearly, Ce spoke slowly, layered with meaning and poorly concealed schadenfreude. Wen Yanyu froze, his mind utterly overwhelmed by the flood of information. By the time he managed to recover, Ce cheerfully added one last remark: remember to save a seat for us at your wedding. The moment the words left his lips, outside the void projection, a massive cat head charged straight toward Ce accompanied by a pitiful meow. The image cut off. Wen Yanyu remained frozen in place, struggling to process everything he'd heard. The bedroom door opened gently. A pair of arms wrapped around him from behind, pulling him fully into someone's embrace. A sleepy, hazy voice murmured by his ear, warm breath tickling his skin. Yen. Yen, Mom says we should go eat. Wen Yanyu turned his head, meeting the still dazed expression of the man beside him, and suddenly, his heart softened completely. Okay. Wen Yanyu responded softly, reaching up to brush his fingers across the man's forehead, leaning in closer. Time flew swiftly into autumn. At the central garden of a suburban villa, sunlight filtered down like fine golden gauze. Vines and golden branches intertwined with red roses above an arched gateway. Along the boundary where marble flooring met pebbled paths, white wooden benches stood neatly arranged. Chu Xingbai took bite after bite of chicken-flavored ice cream, muttering to Jiang Qian beside him, how can ice cream taste like chicken? This flavor is so weird. Jiang Qian shook her head in ignorance, taking a bite of her cookie. The two continued grumbling on their end. Meanwhile, inside the rest room. Wen Yanyu took a deep breath, lifting his gaze slightly. In the mirror stood a man in a pristine white suit, a sapphire brooch pinned to his chest. The white veil draped loosely over his head was as light as mist, lacking the abrasive texture of traditional tulle, instead soft and silky, cascading down past his calves. Tiny sapphire crystals were embedded along the trailing edge of the veil, scattered like stars, catching the warm sunlight filtering in from outside. For a moment as he turned, his long hair swayed gently in the breeze, creating a hazy, dreamlike beauty. Fu Hanchuan had just stepped into the room, and this was exactly what he saw. His already unsteady heartbeat surged wildly again, his gaze involuntarily drawn away only to snap back immediately. Fu Hanchuan swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down quickly. He stepped forward and sat beside the young man. Their fingers intertwined, gently caressing. Nervous? Wen Yanyu rubbed his eyes, nodded slightly, and tightened his grip on the hand of the man who had regained all his memories. This wasn't merely a wedding, it was a formal oath ceremony. A vow made under the witness of the highest law. From this moment on, their souls would walk side by side, never to be parted. In the central garden of the estate, before the altar, the sunlight was blinding. The girl standing behind the podium had her face obscured, barely visible, but the massive book in her hands could clearly be seen. As the final page was turned, everyone in the audience held their breath simultaneously. Qin Qingji glanced at Jiang Wanru, whose legs were trembling uncontrollably, and gently patted the back of her hand to comfort her. Jiang Wanru kept her eyes locked on the boy on stage, her feelings indescribable. The child she had forgotten for so many years, who had endured countless hardships in places unknown to them, had returned, and now had someone who would stay with him for life. She knew nothing of his suffering. She hadn't been there to walk beside him. She could only passively witness it all unfold. Helpless bitterness mingled with quiet relief. Jiang Wanru rubbed her eyes and shook her head at Qin Qingji's worried expression, changing the subject. Who's the girl hosting up there? Why can't I see her face clearly? Qin Qingji also shook his head. The sun's too bright. The girl's voice rang out, witnessed by the Book of Truth, Fu Hanchuan, do you swear upon your soul to become Wen Yanyu's eternal companion from this moment onward, never to abandon or deceive him, to love him forever, accompany him always, and remain inseparable from him? Fu Hanchuan's Adam's apple bobbed. He wanted to answer instantly, but his voice seemed choked by something deep inside. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady, his eyes locked intensely on the young man before him. After a long pause, his voice trembled with nervousness, but remained firm. I do. I, Fu Hanchuan, swear upon my soul that no matter how long the future may stretch, no matter what trials we may face, I will accompany him with my whole heart and soul. We shall be bound together, forever inseparable. The girl then turned her gaze to Wen Yanyu, her voice still calm. Witnessed by the Book of Truth, Wen Yanyu, do you swear upon your soul to become Fu Hanchuan's eternal companion from this moment onward, never to abandon or deceive him, to love him forever, accompany him always, and remain inseparable from him? Wen Yanyu's palms were already slick with sweat, his fingers instinctively clutching the hem of his clothes. Until he finally found his voice, Wen Yanyu said softly, I do. I swear upon my soul, to spend the rest of my life with him, through wind and rain, never to be parted. The vows were complete. The final page closed shut, merging seamlessly with the last page of the book. Damn. Hurry up, we're going to be late. Just having gotten off the bumpy car ride, Sophia asked the butler for directions, then immediately dragged 2 kids and 1 cat straight toward the wedding venue. The middle-aged calico dashed ahead in a flurry of sparks and lightning, reaching the garden first. It raised its cat eyes just as Jiang Wanru turned around, and the two locked eyes directly. Both froze. Before Jiang Wanru could speak, a pair of hands reached down and scooped the cat off the ground. A young woman's voice rang out. Naughty cat, why are you running off again? Jiang Wanru stared blankly at the young woman before her, her gaze seemingly frozen in place. The girl had delicate features, warm almond-shaped eyes, bright and cheerful. What's your name? Jiang Wanru whispered, lips trembling. Just as she tried to speak further, she felt her throat tighten, unable to form full words. The girl seemed to sense something. She lifted her head and met Jiang Wanru's gaze directly. For a brief moment, she froze, then a flicker of confusion passed across her face. My name is Wen Yanyu. Looking at the oversized photo frame left behind by the girl, Wen Yanyu and Fu Hanchuan exchanged a mild look of confusion, but opened it politely anyway. Until the canvas was revealed. Colorful rabbits began bouncing wildly within the frame. What is this? Wen Yanyu poked curiously. Instantly, waves of text, like scrolling pop-up comments, flooded their vision. Rabbit loves you, rabbit loves you, doggy you're a good dog too. Doggy and rabbit, you must be happy together for your entire lives. Yen baby, auntie loves you. You and that Fu Hanchuan kid better be happy. Fu Hanchuan, you listen up, treat your wife right. I'm watching. Babies, you both must be happy forever. Stay together in this life and the next, okay? You two must be together, really truly together, cry. Rabbit and doggy, may you be together forever, live long and prosper. Rabbit baby and second dog, stay together forever. You absolutely must be happy Aya. Today we join hands beneath the snow, destined to grow old side by side. Rabbit and doggy, after all the bitterness, may you have eternal sweetness and happiness. May rabbit live 100 years, may rabbit and dog be together for eternity, forever happy. Big dog, you better treat rabbit well forever. In this life, the next, and the one after that, stay with me always, I'll be watching over you. Babies. We truly love you so much. You must stay happy forever Aya. One rabbit after another hopped wildly across the canvas, making the entire frame tremble along with them. Wen Yanyu chuckled at their cuteness. Though he didn't understand what was happening, he replied softly, we will. And you all should be happy too. Fu Hanchuan looked away and nodded briefly. A voice rang out from the frame again. Evil second dog. Rabbit. Moms are taking you away, he's bad. Daring to act so high and mighty. How dare you? Rabbit, let's go. We're not playing with second dog anymore. Fu Hanchuan twitched at the corner of his mouth. Accompanied by a pitiful wail, he grabbed a black cloth and covered the frame once more. Something fell out from behind the frame. The two of them looked down simultaneously. It was a blank black leather book. On the first page. My dear baby's mommy loves you. The rest of the story, go write it yourselves. __. Wen Yanyu took a fountain pen from the nightstand and cautiously wrote a line in the book. He blinked, and outside, a heavy downpour began to pour from the sky. Wen Yanyu and Fu Hanchuan exchanged glances. Then they locked the book inside the safe. End of story.